I despise pretentious people the most, but I'm forced by a bizarre system to act pretentious, or else I'll die. Even more absurdly, the first task this system assigned me was to flaunt my superiority in front of that spoiled rich kid who hit me and acted so arrogantly. Looking at his disdainful gaze and the agreement offering only 200 yuan in compensation, only one thought crossed my mind: fine, if you enjoy watching me pretend, then I'll pretend for you, pretend until you question your very existence. My name is Xu Zeyu, an ordinary college student, but today I'm facing a life and death crisis. A Ferrari sports car came speeding towards us. Instinctively, I pushed aside my girlfriend Lin beside me, then lost consciousness and was rushed to the emergency room. In a daze, I heard an electronic synthesized voice echo in my mind: "Congratulations on becoming the host of the Far Ahead system. With me here, even the king of hell can't claim you." I cursed angrily and demanded that it save me immediately. The system said it required 10,000 points, but as a lucky one, I could owe it first, with a deadline of 1 year to repay, otherwise I would surely die. I didn't hesitate to agree. The numbers in my mind rapidly jumped from 0 to negative 10,000, and I realized this was my debt, which had to be cleared within a year. Outside the emergency room, the doctor excitedly said to Lin, "A miracle, a true medical miracle." When he was brought in, he wasn't even breathing, but now all his vital signs have returned to normal. I understood that the system had truly revived me, so I communicated with it through thought: "Yao leading system, thank you. How can I repay these 10,000 points? And what does Yao leading even mean?" The system replied in a disdainful tone: "So-called Yao leading means you have to pretend. As long as you keep pretending, you'll earn points. If you don't, you'll die." Listening to this makes me want to vomit blood. Asking me to pretend is the last thing I do. I despise people who put on airs, and besides, I'm utterly incapable of it. The system seems to have read my mind, offering a beginner's guide that is divided into 3 levels: low, medium, and high. Forced installation is at the low level, costing 1 point at a time. Visible equipment consumes 10 points per use at the intermediate level, while invisible equipment consumes 50 points per use at the advanced level. Points multiplied by the number of people dressed equals the final score. P.S. No points are awarded in front of family and friends. After reading this guide, 10,000 alpacas galloped through my heart. What kind of cursed system is this? It's utterly ridiculous. At this moment, 2 nurses walked in and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, you're amazing. You were hit by a car and thrown several meters, yet you're completely fine." The system immediately prompted, "You can start acting now." Gritting my teeth, I struggled for a long time before squeezing out a sentence: "Not bad, I guess. Even if I got hit again, I'd probably be fine." Beep acting successful in front of 2 people. 2 points acquired. As soon as the system's voice faded, a 2 appeared next to the negative 10,000 in my mind. I instantly felt those 2 points weren't worth it. It was utterly embarrassing. But the system excitedly announced, "Congratulations, Xu Zeyu, you've officially stepped into the realm of being far ahead." Back in the hospital room, Lin tightly held my hand, tears streaming uncontrollably. I comforted her, wiping away her tears, and only then did her mood improve. The doctor and nurse came in again, informing me that my physical condition was normal, but I needed to settle the 13,000 yuan hospitalization fee first. As a college student, where would I get that kind of money? Just as I was about to say I couldn't afford it, the system prompted again: "Another opportunity to show off here." I took a deep breath and thought, the small amount isn't a problem at all. The real issue is that I was hit. Why should I pay for it myself? Beep. Successfully showed off in front of 3 people, gained 3 points. Current points, 5. Lin looked at me in surprise, as if sensing something different about me, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. The doctor said, "Then we'll give you 1 day to find the person responsible. If you can't find them, you'll have to pay for it yourselves." I was about to call the police when 2 constables, a young man with a greasy, powdered face, and his bodyguards walked in. The young man stared fixedly at Lin, his eyes filled with greed. Furious, I demanded, "Who are you?" He gave me a disdainful glance and pulled out a contract. "My car accidentally hit you. Here's the agreement, sign it." I glanced at it and saw that aside from medical expenses, it only offered 200 yuan for nutritional compensation. Enraged, I shouted, 200 yuan? Are you treating me like a beggar? He snorted coldly. "You're perfectly fine. I suspect you're staging a scam. Out of sympathy for your hard work, I'm covering the medical fees and giving you 200 yuan. What more do you want?" I was shaking with rage, grabbed the agreement, and threw it away. Get out. Chapter 4. Ha, so you think the money's too low? My family's got money, but we'd rather feed it to the dogs than give it to you scammers. The young man sneered coldly. Fine, I'll save that money. My family's lawyers are bored anyway, go ahead and sue if you want. But I doubt a broke student like you can even afford a lawyer. Ha! Xu Zeyu desperately wanted to punch that guy's nose until it bloomed like a peach blossom, but in the end, he forced himself to hold back. Besides, the guy had a bodyguard standing right beside him. Xu Zeyu, who barely scraped by his physical education exams, stood no chance against them. But losing a fight didn't mean Xu Zeyu would just let it go. He turned to the 2 constables. Officers, I trust you have surveillance footage. Can I use that as evidence to sue this guy for hit and run? One of the older constables replied earnestly, Xu Zeyu, I advise you to sign that settlement agreement. Young Master Zhang is right, you weren't seriously injured. Even if you won the case, the compensation wouldn't cover your legal fees and it would just waste your time. So, how much do you want? Young Master Zhang shot Xu Zeyu a mocking glance. If it's not too outrageous, I might even show mercy and treat it like buying dog food. Ha! Is having money so great? What enraged Xu Zeyu most wasn't the compensation itself, but that arrogant attitude that treated him like dirt. I won't take a single cent beyond your mandatory medical expenses, he declared. But you must apologize to me. Apologize? Ha! Last year I crippled someone, paid $1 million to settle it, and the family even kowtowed to thank me. If you want an apology, forget the medical fees. Young Master Zhang shot Xu Zeyu a smug glance before pulling out his checkbook. He scribbled a figure on it, waved it in front of Xu Zeyu, and said, all that sweet talk? You just want more money, right? Here's $2 million. Hand over your girlfriend, and this check is yours. Deal? $2 million? The two constables and the nurse's eyes lit up instantly, all their gazes turning towards Xu Zeyu. Buying a girlfriend was something they'd only ever seen on TV or in novels. This was the first time they'd witnessed someone offering such a huge sum to acquire one. They were dying to know what choice Xu Zeyu would make when faced with 2 million yuan, a sum almost like winning the lottery. Holy crap, how did that guy take the check? The group was stunned. They never expected Xu Zeyu to grab the check without a second thought. Even Li Lin's expression changed as she stared at Xu Zeyu in disbelief. She found it hard to believe that the boyfriend who risked his life to save her would sell her out for 2 million. Seeing Xu Zeyu accept the check, young Master Zhang couldn't help but sneer with contempt. That's more like it. Just ask for the money outright instead of trading your girlfriend for it. Here's 2 million. Send your mom to my bed. Xu Zeyu walked up to Zhang Dashi, shoved the check into his collar, and grinned. Money's yours. Just remember to send your mom over all cleaned up. Only then did everyone grasp Xu Zeyu's scheme, silently raising thumbs in admiration. What a badass! Chapter 5. Beep beep. System notification, you successfully pulled off a bluff. Level, intermediate. Number of people fooled, 5. Total points, 50. As this is your first self-taught bluff, the system grants a newbie bonus of 50 points. Your current total points, 105. That counts? Xu Zeyu froze in surprise. He hadn't expected his instinctive reaction to his personality to be considered a successful installation. Seems everyone's a potential show-off. After being toyed with by Xu Zeyu, Zhang Dashi's smile vanished, replaced by a venomous glint in his eyes. You're asking for it. Xu Zeyu met Zhang Dashi's gaze without flinching. Don't think money gives you the right to act like you're above everyone else. You nearly ran me over and show no remorse, not even an apology. This isn't over. Ha, fine. Very fine indeed. You're the first penniless nobody in all of Nanjing City to dare challenge me. Zheng Deshao laughed bitterly through gritted teeth. Xu Zeyu, is it? Fine. Very fine. Mark my words, if you cross me, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair, watching me destroy your girlfriend through your phone. Oh, and if you have any sisters, tell them to watch their backs too. Ha! Scum! Raging, Xu Zeyu swung a punch straight at Zhang Dashi's face. Whack! The burly bodyguard beside Zheng Deshao caught Xu Zeyu's fist with one hand, crushing it with such force that Xu Zeyu broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. Damn it! He tried to pull his fist back, but couldn't budge it an inch. The other's fingers were like a powerful pair of pliers, gripping his fist tightly, as if intent on crushing his bones. The system's voice chimed in just in time. Beep beep, system danger alert. You currently have 105 skill points. Would you like to exchange 100 points for the Wing Chun beginner skill? Exchange. Xu Zeyu, wanting nothing more than to show the other guy what he was made of, exchanged 100 points for the basic Wing Chun skill without hesitation. Beep beep. 100 points successfully exchanged for the basic Wing Chun skill. The moment the system's voice faded, a complete set of Wing Chun techniques suddenly materialized in Xu Zeyu's mind. They felt as if carved into his very soul, requiring no learning, only a thought to execute them at will. Simultaneously, Xu Zeyu's muscles and bones underwent subtle, imperceptible changes. His physical prowess instantly elevated to a new tier, reaching the level required to execute the basic Wing Chun techniques. Where once his fists ached with bone-deep pain when clenched, the discomfort now eased significantly, replaced by a newfound capacity to resist. This power. Feeling his body brimming with strength, Xu Zeyu's heart surged with wild joy. Take this punch. Xu Zeyu's other hand formed into a fist and slammed toward the bodyguard. The speed was immeasurably faster than before, and the force was markedly enhanced. The bodyguard's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Xu Zeyu's strength to surge so dramatically in such a short time. Moreover, Wing Chun was one of the most formidable close combat martial arts. Caught completely off guard at such close range by Xu Zeyu's Wing Chun strike, the bodyguard frantically raised his arm to block Xu Zeyu's punch, only for Xu to abruptly change the attack's trajectory, slapping his arm aside. Smack! Ah! The guard's hand struck Zhang Daxi's nose, driving it inward. Blood gushed out like a flood, streaming down uncontrollably. Chapter 6. Xu Zeyu promptly withdrew his hand and shrugged. Everyone saw that. Young Master Zhang didn't get hit by me. Someone as magnanimous as me would never use someone else's knife to do my dirty work. Put. Li Lin couldn't help but laugh out loud. She knew her boyfriend was always a bit off kilter, but this was the first time she'd seen him be so shameless. But why did she love his shamelessness so much? Ha ha. The others rolled their eyes in unison. Using someone else to do your dirty work was one thing, playing innocent was another, but why on earth would you actually say it out loud? Beep beep. System notification, forced face slap successful. 5 people deceived. Earned 5 points. You now possess 10 points of deception points. The system's voice sounded again, and Xu Zeyu froze once more. Slapping someone's face counts? The system explained, pretending and face slapping are 2 sides of the same coin. Pretending without face slapping is incomplete. Face slapping is the upgraded, awakened version of pretending. Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes inwardly, but he couldn't be bothered to care. As long as he reaped the benefits, the system could do whatever it wanted. Xu Zeyu, I want you dead. I want you dead. Young Master Zhang roared repeatedly, lunging forward to attack Xu Zeyu, only to be restrained by his own bodyguards. Young Master, your nose is injured. You must get it checked immediately. You just wait. Zheng Dishao spat out a threat before storming out of the hospital room with his bodyguards. Clearly, he valued his nose more than exacting revenge on Xu Zeyu. Once Zheng Dishao was gone, the 2 constables approached. The older constable looked at Xu Zeyu with a complex expression. Xu Zeyu, you're a student. You probably haven't heard about how terrifying this Zheng Dishao is. You were right to curse him. That guy is pure scum. He loves street racing in crowded areas. As long as he doesn't kill anyone, he can pin the blame on anyone he wants. No one can touch him. You've crossed him. You really need to be careful from now on. Xu Zeyu expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the warning. I'll be careful. Good. The old constable handed Xu Zeyu a file folder and said earnestly, this contains the records for this traffic accident. Keep it safe. Don't lose it. Xu Zeyu took the folder and nodded. Got it. Thanks. After the 2 officers left, Xu Zeyu pawned his student ID at the hospital to secure his release. He'd retrieve it once he paid the medical bills. Getting bitten by a rabid dog, what rotten luck. Xu Zeyu walked out of the hospital feeling utterly dejected, head hanging low. 13,000 yuan his family could afford it, but what a waste of money. Li Lin tried to comfort him. Come on, at least you're okay. Think of it as money well spent to ward off misfortune. That was the only way to look at it. Xu Zeyu sighed deeply. Let's go back to school. 3 constables approached Xu Zeyu. After comparing him to a photo on their phone, they addressed him sternly. Xu Zeyu, you've been accused of staging an accident. Please come with us. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in court. Let's go. It must be that Zhang guy. Xu Zeyu gritted his teeth in fury, but no amount of anger would help. The constables were here, and as a law-abiding citizen, he had to cooperate. Li Lin tried to follow, but the 3 constables stopped her. We're conducting an investigation. Please don't interfere with our work. We'll contact you if necessary. Thank you. Chapter 7. Li Lin watched helplessly as Xu Zeyu was led away by the constables. Powerless to intervene, she could only console herself. Zeyu didn't stage an accident, the constables won't do anything unreasonable. Xu Zeyu was quickly brought to the magistrate's office. As soon as he was led into the interrogation room, one of the constables who had brought him in placed a document before him and said sternly, Xu Zeyu, these are the hospital examination results. There are no injuries on your body. The other party has accused you of suspected insurance fraud and extortion. What do you have to say? If this had been the old Xu Zeyu, he would have been terrified. But he realized that after coming back from the dead, his entire mindset had undergone a profound transformation. I've already died once, and I haven't done anything wrong. Why the hell should I be scared of you? Officer, I didn't stage an accident for money. That bastard hit me in a traffic accident and then accused me of staging it. You're arresting me instead of him, what else can I say? Being hit and getting arrested instead of compensation left Xu Zeyu in a terrible mood, his tone naturally sharp. If you have proof I staged an accident to extort money, go ahead and arrest me. I won't object. But you're making such a fuss, so you must not have any evidence, right? Besides, if I did stage an accident, why not just check the traffic surveillance footage? The constable was thoroughly frustrated, finding Xu Zeyu's attitude utterly intolerable. Earlier, young Master Zhang had reported that Xu Zeyu wasn't injured and was deliberately staging an accident. The hospital's medical report was the best proof of that. He'd assumed a college student like Xu Zeyu wouldn't dare scam Zheng Daxi at worst. It might be a misunderstanding requiring investigation. But he never imagined that not only was Xu Zeyu, this college student, suspected of staging an accident, but he also dared to talk back at the magistrate's office. This convinced him that Xu Zeyu was indeed trying to scam him. Therefore, the constable's expression darkened further as he barked sternly, "Xu Zeyu, think carefully. Admit your mistake honestly, and we guarantee this won't escalate. But if you remain stubborn, once this reaches your university, Shanghai University, it will be a major stain on your life. Think it through." Xu Zeyu shot the constable a glance and retorted angrily, "I've thought it through perfectly well. I did nothing wrong. If I were to admit guilt, that would be the stain on my life." "Fine, you won't confess? Then you can stay here and cool off." The constable gritted his teeth in fury, turned, and stormed out, slamming the interrogation room door shut behind him. Xu Zeyu knew he wouldn't be released so easily and grew increasingly anxious. If he remained locked up, Lin would surely worry. What should he do? As Xu Zeyu pondered his escape, the system suddenly spoke again. "Beep beep, system notification, your little act in front of the constable just earned you 5 points. Your current balance is 15 points. However, the system kindly reminds you that putting on airs with constables is dangerous and not worth the risk. It is not recommended to act in front of them." "Got it." Seeing the system's deadpan tone, Xu Zeyu didn't bother arguing. His mind was focused on how to escape. Just then, his eyes lit up upon spotting the file folder the old constable had handed him. Wasn't this the perfect evidence? Xu Zeyu immediately pulled out the documents. But upon glancing at them, he nearly exploded with rage. No wonder the constables didn't take these documents after reviewing them. It turns out the records show the constabulary's assessment was that surveillance didn't capture the incident, making it impossible to prove this was a traffic accident. Chapter 8. No wonder that constable didn't bother retrieving the surveillance footage, it simply didn't exist. Since the constables had already made this determination, there was no way he could get the surveillance footage now. Damn it! Xu Zeyu grew increasingly furious the more he thought about it, wanting to tear these documents to shreds. He must keep them safe and not lose them. Xu Zeyu suddenly recalled the old constable's parting instructions and decided to be extra cautious. He searched the document bag again and discovered a tiny SD card tucked at the very bottom. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but admire the old constables. Without a thorough search, this SD card would have been nearly impossible to find. Needless to say, this SD card must contain the surveillance footage from that time. But here was the problem: his phone had been confiscated. Even with this SD card, it was useless. Having watched too many cop dramas like Infernal Affairs, he dared not hand it over lightly. Although Xu Zeyu believed most constables were decent people, the one he'd encountered earlier had been so rude. What if he was a bad apple? To release the evidence, he'd have to wait until he was out. Beep beep. System notification. As the world's most advanced and superior system, this remote leading system can handle anything related to electronic devices. The system started bragging again, utilizing interactive technology that merges human brainwaves with computer CPUs, refined through 108 meticulous processes. This system achieves seamless integration between human minds and computers. Possessing this system grants you control over every computer in the world. Are you tempted? Cut the crap. Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes dramatically. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Speak plainly. Installing the system requires periodic updates to recharge itself and provide more stable service. Please be patient, this system will speak plainly shortly. The system replied calmly. Simply put, place this SD card on your forehead. The system will automatically read its contents. Then, with a single thought, you can freely perform file operations such as deleting, restoring, or uploading to the internet. Why didn't you just say so earlier? Xu Zeyu found this system sometimes had a cheeky streak, and he couldn't help but scold it. Now that the system had provided instructions, all he needed to do was follow them. Following the system's instructions, Xu Zeyu pressed the SD card against his forehead. Instantly, a holographic image appeared in Xu Zeyu's mind, the file directory from the SD card. The SD card contained only one folder, lacking even a name. It simply used the default new folder designation. Open it. The moment Xu Zeyu thought it, the folder automatically opened. To his surprise, the folder contained not just one video. How could there be 10 surveillance videos? With a thought, Xu Zeyu triggered the automatic playback of all 10 clips. He was shocked to discover that besides his own footage, the other 9 surveillance clips also depicted traffic accidents, all involving the same blue Ferrari with the same license plate. Seeing victims in the footage with severed arms, broken legs, or permanent disabilities, Xu Zeyu seethed with righteous indignation. Zhang, you bastard. You're nothing but scum. Chapter 9. Even if the victims weren't him, any normal person would be outraged by young Master Zhang's callous disregard for human life, let alone Xu Zeyu, a fiercely righteous young man who detested evil. Respected system user, would you like to upload the video? It must be said, this system was remarkably considerate, prompting Xu Zeyu precisely when he needed to act. Xu Zeyu replied coldly, of course. Upload all 10 segments. I refuse to believe that in our China, under the broad sky, villains can get away with anything. Wu Bing was furious, genuinely enraged by Xu Zeyu. That brat refuses to confess and has such a terrible attitude, clearly a troublemaker. Sigh. Could it be that all college students these days are this arrogant? This was clearly a straightforward case. If he couldn't close it, wouldn't that make him, Wu Bing, a complete failure? No way. I've got to find a way to make that kid talk. Just as Wu Bing was pondering alternative methods to deal with Xu Zeyu, Chief Sun Chuanda suddenly approached him with a stern expression. Dayon, did you arrest a college student named Xu Zeyu? Wu Bing nodded repeatedly. Yes, Chief. You have no evidence proving he staged an accident, yet you refuse to release him? Sun Chuanda pressed. Chief, how did you know? Wu Bing froze, then explained, that kid is so despicable. Write a report explaining yourself, Sun Chuanda said coldly. Then go to a lower-level bureau for some training. Come back when you've tempered your attitude. Chief, what's going on? Chief, please listen to me. Wu Bing grew frantic. He'd been wholeheartedly investigating the case. Why was he being forced to write an explanatory report? But Director Ding insisted on the report without even giving him a chance to explain. How could he not be panicking? A colleague stopped him, saying meaningfully, Dayon, this incident has blown up big. If you still don't know what happened, go check out the major forums in China. Wu Bing immediately pulled out his phone and opened China's Haijia forum. The top trending post jumped out at him. Spoiled brat hits student, then falsely accuses them of staging an accident. Poor student arrested by authorities. Clicking on the thread, Wu Bing's face turned pale. 10 full video segments documented the car chase-induced accident, each showing young Master Zheng's cold, smirking face. What grabs netizens' attention these days? Besides nudity, it's got to be rich kids abusing their privilege. Some posts might be sensationalist, but these 10 videos were irrefutable proof young Master Zheng couldn't possibly escape blame. Below the videos was a text statement from someone claiming to be the victim in the 10th clip. They wrote that because they refused to compromise with the young tyrant, he falsely accused them and had them arrested by the authorities. That text reads like a blood-stained confession, filled with heart-wrenching tears and anger. Let's dox that heartless bully. How could the constables act this way? The waves of angry netizen outcry grew louder and louder, and Wu Bing's heart instantly turned to ice. He couldn't fathom why he was being publicly condemned for simply doing his job. What baffled him even more was that Xu Zeyu's phone was still in his possession. How had he managed to post online? Unaware of the uproar his post had sparked online, Xu Zeyu anxiously awaited the outcome. Chapter 10. At that moment, a constable with thick eyebrows, piercing eyes, and an aura of integrity entered with 2 other officers. He addressed Xu Zeyu. Mr. Xu Zeyu, I am Chief Sun Chuanda. Officer Wu Bing, who took your statement, allowed personal feelings to influence his work. I sincerely apologize for his misconduct. Xu Zeyu was the type who responded better to kindness than harshness. Seeing the esteemed chief personally apologize, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Chief, it wasn't your fault. I was just too emotional. I'll go edit the post right now. Mr. Xu Zeyu, thank you for that, Sun Chuanda said with a slight smile. You are free to go now. Of course, if you have any requests of us, feel free to speak up. Xu Zeyu chuckled. I only have one request: return my phone and wallet. Oh, and if possible, the hospital emergency fees came to 13,000. Could you cover that for me? Sun Chuanda. Xu Zeyu strode out of the magistrate's office with a swagger. Coincidentally, Wu Bing emerged with his head hanging low, racking his brain over how to write a self-criticism report that might earn the chief's forgiveness for his mistake and spare him from being sent to a lower-level precinct for training. Enemies meeting always ignites extra hostility, but Wu Bing was a constable, and Xu Zeyu hadn't broken any laws. He dared not act recklessly, so he could only glare fiercely at Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu glared back at Wu Bing with equal ferocity, snorting, "What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before?" Beep beep. System notification, congratulations on successful bluffing. 1 person deceived. Gained 1 point. Remaining points, 16. Debt points, 10,000. Aha! The system yawned. Mr. Xu Zeyu, I hope you'll pull off more impressive bluffs in front of larger crowds in the future. Just 1 or 2 points each time? Even the system gets bored. Holy crap! After being looked down upon by the system, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but roll his eyes wildly. I was just messing around earlier. I never intended to actually pull it off. You call me out for showing off, then complain my points are too low? Is that my fault? Xu Zeyu fired back, leaving Wu Bing seething with fury. He gritted his teeth. You little brat. You better make sure you never get into trouble again, Wu Bing stormed off, and Xu Zeyu snorted twice before heading back to school. Xu Zeyu, are you okay? The moment he turned around, Li Lin rushed over and threw her arms around him, sobbing uncontrollably. You scared the life out of me. Xu Zeyu patted her back gently, soothing her. Relax, I'm fine. See? I'm perfectly fine now. Stop crying, okay? A very handsome middle-aged man followed Li Lin over. He looked Xu Zeyu up and down a few times before saying calmly, You're Xu Zeyu? Hearing the man's voice, Li Lin finally released Xu Zeyu and introduced, Zeyu, this is my dad. Hello, father-in-law. Xu Zeyu felt a bit nervous. This was his future father-in-law. Meeting his future father-in-law completely unprepared, Xu Zeyu felt uneasy. Is my hair messy? Are my clothes dirty? Oh right, did he see me spit on the ground earlier? Mr. Li gave a lukewarm nod. Thank you for saving our Lin Lin. Come over for dinner tonight. I have work to attend to at the office. I'll be leaving now. Goodbye. Throughout the entire encounter, Mr. Li had been polite to Xu Zeyu, but to Xu Zeyu, this politeness felt like a cold, distant rejection. Chapter 11. Xu Zeyu frowned and turned to Li Lin. Lin Lin, does your dad dislike me? Li Lin looked slightly awkward. My parents didn't know we were dating. When the constables arrested you, I had no choice but to ask my dad for help. It's normal for a first meeting. You kidnapped my dad's daughter. Did you expect him to be all smiles? Xu Zeyu thought about it and chuckled. You've got a point. Hey, is that your dad's car? An Audi R8? That thing costs over 2 million yuan. Xu Zeyu was quite the car enthusiast, so he knew his stuff. Even if he couldn't afford one, liking it and actually buying it were two different matters. Seeing Li Lin's father's ride, Xu Zeyu finally understood why he'd been so cold earlier. If he were a wealthy tycoon and his daughter insisted on marrying a penniless nobody, wouldn't he act just as lukewarm as Li Lin's father? Hell no, I wouldn't just be cold, I'd kill the bastard. This thought left Xu Zeyu feeling rather disheartened. My parents are just ordinary teachers. Back home, they have a commercial apartment, and the rest is the 20-odd thousand yuan my parents saved up for me through years of frugality, my dowry. For most families, that amount would be decent, but for Li Lin's family, it wasn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. He hadn't known Li Lin's family was so wealthy before. If he had known, I love Lin Lin for who she is. What does her family's wealth matter? What if they had none? Xu Zeyu immediately composed himself, his fighting spirit reignited. Whoever stands in my way of marrying Lin Lin, I'll take down gods and Buddhas alike. The system's voice chimed in, beep beep, well said. Too bad I can't award points for statements to the system. If you've got the guts, save that speech for your future father-in-law tonight, I'll definitely give you extra points. Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes and snorted, just you wait. I'll say it tonight for sure. Remember to give me those points. Despite his cockiness, Xu Zeyu cautiously inquired of Li Lin, Lin, what does your father do? Knowing she couldn't hide it anymore, Li Lin had no choice but to tell the truth. There are 3 major families in Nanjing City, the Zhangs, the Zus, and then there's our family. No way. Xu Zeyu was stunned. Though just a college student, he heard whispers about these 3 clans. Rumor had it these clans controlled over 90% of the city's profitable industries, amassing staggering wealth. Li Lin was actually the daughter of the Li family? Xu Zeyu's earlier ambitions vanished instantly, leaving him deeply disheartened. There was no barrier between the 2 individuals, but their families were worlds apart, hers in the heavens, his in the depths. The pressure they'd face if they wanted to be together was unimaginable. You're destined to be the man who puts on a show for the entire world. How could you be so pathetic? The system started nagging again. With my far ahead system, the whole world will look up to you. What could a mere Li family possibly matter? Xu Zeyu, feeling low, casually asked the system, would you die if you stopped pretending? I won't, the system replied with utter contempt. But you will. So what if you're broke? That's nothing. If you can scrape together 500 points right now, I'll trade you a skill that'll make you rich overnight. Chapter 12. A skill for getting rich quick? Xu Zeyu's eyes lit up instantly. Can I get that skill now and pay back the points later? 10,000 points is already the debt limit. You can't exceed it. The system's tone turned serious. I'm not deducting your points directly, I'm letting you choose when to repay. That's the biggest concession I can offer. If you still can't manage it, you deserve to die in a year. Alright. Xu Zeyu stopped arguing with the system. A year wasn't too long or too short. As long as he played the part well, worked hard at it, and reminded himself never to miss an opportunity to pretend, he'd definitely pay off the 10,000 points. Seeing Xu Zeyu's mood shift like the weather, Li Lin took his hand and said earnestly, Zeyu, trust me. I will never leave you. Xu Zeyu nodded just as earnestly, clasping his girlfriend's hand tightly. Lin, I'll never leave you either. The young couple embraced tightly, time seemingly frozen in that moment. Inside the hospital ward, Zheng Daxi's nose was wrapped in gauze, making him look like a half-unwrapped mummy. His eyes were fierce, as if he could devour someone. Damn it, how could I be so unlucky? This has blown up so big. Will people come looking for trouble now? No sooner had he muttered to himself than 3 court officials in uniform entered. With stern expressions, they addressed him, Mr. Zhang Chuan, you are suspected of causing a traffic accident and obstructing justice. The Nanjing City Court is formally bringing charges against you. This is your court summons. Zheng Chuan snatched the summons, tore it to shreds, scattering the pieces across the floor. He then grinned at them, baring his teeth. I've got money to burn. Go ahead, sue me. The three court officials were livid. Had they been prepared, they would have filmed this scene. They never imagined anyone could be this brazen nowadays. It seemed that online post hadn't exaggerated one bit. This playboy was truly scum. Just as the three court officials were about to take further action, a woman in her 50s, decked out in flashy jewelry, walked in. She smiled sweetly at them and said, "Your Honors, it's all a misunderstanding. My son suffers from intermittent mental disorders. When his episodes strike, he acts without regard for consequences. Here, this is the assessment from the nation's most authoritative psychiatrist. This is a copy. If you require the original as court evidence, I can provide it immediately." The expressions of the three court officials darkened further. They took the evaluation report without even glancing at it and walked away. They didn't doubt the authenticity of the report for a moment, because they knew it was genuine. The report was genuine, but any fool could tell the findings were fabricated. These days, there are plenty of experts willing to play devil's advocate for money. If you hit someone or even kill them, all you need is one of these experts to declare you mentally ill, and you're off the hook. No wonder those spoiled brats act so brazenly. The court staff could do nothing but take the report back for further consideration. Whether to pursue further investigation depended entirely on the prosecutor. Watching the three court officials leave, Mrs. Zhang's smile vanished, replaced by a grim, menacing expression. "Son," she hissed, "which blind bastard dared provoke you? I want him dead." Chapter 13. Knowing her son loved speeding and frequently got into accidents, Mrs. Zhang had prepared for the worst long ago. She had arranged for her son's psychiatric evaluation well in advance, and now it had proven useful. Having lost her husband early in life, she had single-handedly ruled the Zhang family with an iron fist, managing it with such skill that it rivaled the other two prominent families. Yet even the strongest woman remains vulnerable. Her only son, Zheng Xuan, was her Achilles heel. Spoiled since childhood, no trouble he caused went unsolved by her intervention, fostering a lawless and reckless nature in Zheng Xuan. With his mother as his shield, what could Zheng Xuan possibly fear? That damned penniless student. Zheng Xuan bitterly recounted the earlier incident to his mother. True to form, Mrs. Zhang showed no sign of reprimanding her son. Instead, she snarled, "Just you wait, son. I'll get this out of my system for you." Xu Zeyu had no idea he'd not only caught the attention of Zheng Xuan, the young master, but also the terrifying Mrs. Zhang. After Li Lin returned home, Xu Zeyu's mind was consumed with what gift to buy for his girlfriend's family dinner that evening. His family's financial situation was average. He couldn't bring himself to buy anything expensive, but buying something cheap would make him feel embarrassed. What should he get? Scratching his head raw, Xu Zeyu racked his brain for ideas. What to do? What to do? Just as Xu Zeyu was pondering the gift, he noticed a crowd gathered ahead, pointing and whispering. Approaching closer, he discovered an old man sitting on the ground, groaning softly. Clearly he'd taken a tumble. "Ouch, this hurts like hell. Someone help this old man up." The old man pleaded for help from passers-by. A few young people tried to go help him up, but were stopped by others nearby. "Young man, take this old lady's advice. These days, good deeds don't get rewarded. Yeah, help an old man up, and your BMW turns into a bicycle." The young people were intimidated. Though their hearts ached, they ultimately didn't help. "Let's just call the hospital and have an ambulance come." "Don't even think about it. I heard a young guy call an ambulance once, and the old man's son insisted he was the one who knocked him down. Not only did he have to cover the medical bills, but he also paid a huge sum for emotional distress." The judge said, "If you didn't hit him, why did you call the ambulance?" Left him speechless. The young people were intimidated by the onlookers and no one dared to help. The old man was nearly in tears. "Someone, please help me up. I won't take advantage of you." Wah! Xu Zeyu's parents were both teachers, and he had been raised to respect the elderly, care for the young, and help others. He knew about the stories told by passers-by and was initially hesitant to help. But seeing the old man crying so pitifully, his heart softened. He immediately walked over and helped the old man up. He feared if he hesitated, the crowd might dissuade him like they had those young people, making him too afraid to help. Others raised their thumbs at Xu Zeyu. "Young man, what guts? Aren't you afraid of losing everything?" Xu Zeyu gave a dry chuckle and quipped, "No big deal. I help a few elderly folks every year just for fun." Beep beep. Congratulations, host. This bluff was executed flawlessly. It left the audience speechless, earning an advanced level assessment. 14 people were fooled, granting 700 reward points. Current total points, 716. Chapter 14. Heaven knows, Xu Zeyu was only trying to make a joke. He never expected the system to deem it a successful bluff that was downright unnatural. But upon hearing he'd earned so many points at once, Xu Zeyu couldn't care less about science. He was ecstatic. "Didn't you say 500 points could redeem a skill for getting rich quick? Redeem it now. I want to get rich quick." "No problem, but you'll have to deal with the trouble right in front of you first." The system's cryptic response left Xu Zeyu utterly bewildered. "What trouble? Don't you dare run. You hit me and now you want to run? The old man, who had been sobbing and begging moments ago, suddenly sprang to life. He grabbed Xu Zeyu's sleeve tightly, eyes wide, shouting at the top of his lungs. Only then did Xu Zeyu grasp what the system meant by trouble. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it!" Witnessing Xu Zeyu's rapidly changing expression, the onlookers shook their heads silently. "Young man, you used to have good luck helping a few elderly folks each year was just a bit of fun. But this year, your luck has run out. Helping this one will probably cost you more than you'd spend on spicy snacks. Why bother?" Xu Zeyu found himself back in the magistrate's office, dragged in by the old man and his son. Sun Chuanda, seeing Xu Zeyu return, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Xu Zeyu, why are you back?" Xu Zeyu sighed in frustration, "Chief, don't even ask." Ugh. Xu Zeyu recounted his ordeal. The old man and his son, however, clung to their accusation, insisting that Xu Zeyu had knocked the old man down and demanding 20,000 yuan in compensation. Both sides were locked in their own versions of events. The constables understood the situation well, but gathering evidence for such a case was extremely difficult. They all advised Xu Zeyu to just pay up and learn his lesson. Xu Zeyu closed his eyes and remained silent. To onlookers, he seemed resigned to his fate, but in truth, he was communicating with the AI system. "You said you can connect to computers worldwide. Can you pull up the traffic surveillance footage from the moment the old man fell?" The system replied, "No problem, but requesting my assistance requires skill points." Xu Zeyu couldn't help but protest, "But you didn't charge skill points when you helped me upload that video earlier." The system reiterated, "That was a trial run naturally free. Now that it's paid, isn't that perfectly normal?" Xu Zeyu. In the end, Xu Zeyu paid 50 skill points to have the system download the surveillance footage of the elderly man collapsing onto his phone. "What a ripoff!" Xu Zeyu grumbled under his breath. The system ignored his complaints, remaining silent and radiating an attitude that said, "I'm a ripoff artist, what are you gonna do about it?" Xu Zeyu wanted to curse more, but business came first. He was in a hurry to buy gifts and didn't have time to waste at the prefecture office. "Xu Zeyu, you should just pay some compensation," Sun Chuanda advised with obvious resignation. "Pay what you can, and I'll cover the rest." In these times, someone actually dared to help an elderly person. Sun Chuanda thought Xu Zeyu was a decent young man and couldn't bear to see him suffer a major loss. If Xu Zeyu could just cover 1,000 or two, Sun Chuanda would leverage his position to pressure this pair of rogues, father and son, and settle the matter. Little did I expect Xu Zeyu to respond with utter defiance. "I'll gladly do good deeds without expecting anything in return. But asking me to pay compensation? Not a chance. I've got video evidence proving this father-son duo is extorting people. I'm in a hurry, so if you two scumbags stop hassling me, that's fine. But if you keep pestering me, don't blame me for pulling out the evidence and sending you both to the detention center for a few days." Chapter 15. Oh my, this old man is so scared. What if I have a heart attack? The old man made a grotesque face, though truthfully, his deeply wrinkled face already resembled a grimace without any effort. The old man's son sneered coldly, "If you can produce any evidence, I'll kneel down and call you father." Seeing this father-son pair acting like such scoundrels, even the constables couldn't stand it anymore. If given the chance, they'd have loved to grab 2 sacks, pull them over the pair's heads, and give them a good, hard beating. "Sigh, a son like you, who relies on his old man to swindle people for a living. I wouldn't dare claim you as my own." Xu Zeyu knew this father-son duo wouldn't give up until they got what they wanted. He pulled out his phone and projected the video onto the screen in the magistrate's office hall. "Here's the evidence. See for yourselves." Xu Zeyu tapped the newly added video labeled surveillance footage. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the room was glued to the giant screen. Everyone was stunned, including Xu Zeyu himself. The video showed a man and woman completely obscured by pixelation, but their dialogue and sounds instantly made their actions crystal clear. The female constables blushed crimson, wishing they could bury their heads in the ground. The rogue father and son, who had initially believed Xu Zeyu truly had evidence, burst into laughter upon seeing this footage, bending over double. "Haha. So this is the evidence you were talking about, haha." Sun Chuanda's face turned fierce, looking terrifying. Xu Zeyu frantically paused the video and stammered, "Wrong clip. Wrong clip. Sorry, I'll switch it right now." After pausing the video, Xu Zeyu immediately roared at the system, "You bastard. You took 50 of my skill points and messed things up like this? Do you have any professional ethics? Wrong file, my bad. I'll switch it right now." The system replied earnestly, "Can't help it, my creators hoard too many goodies. Downloaded the wrong one by accident. Don't sweat it, okay?" No sooner had the system finished speaking than the large screen lit up again, this time displaying the genuine surveillance footage. In the footage, the old man and his son approached the scene of the incident. Glancing around to survey the terrain and surroundings, the son immediately ducked into a nearby convenience store. The old man, however, sat down on the ground and began wailing loudly. The father and son froze in shock upon seeing their own dramatic performance. They never imagined Xu Zeyu could obtain the surveillance footage so quickly. The speed was utterly unbelievable. They'd encountered people trying to access surveillance footage before, but the process was notoriously cumbersome. Most victims simply paid up to settle the matter. They hadn't even seen Xu Zeyu retrieve the footage this time. How could it already be on his phone? Regardless of where Xu Zeyu got the footage, this video was ironclad proof of their extortion scheme. There was no way they could deny it now. Seeing the father and son cower, Xu Zeyu glanced at them and addressed the old man's son. "Good boy, just call me dad and your father will forgive you." The female constables couldn't help but giggle at Xu Zeyu's playful antics, finding him utterly charming. The old man's son trembled with rage. Had they not been in the magistrate's office, he would have charged at Xu Zeyu to fight him. Chapter 16. The old man proved wiser. Sensing trouble, he clutched his chest and slowly sank into a chair. My heart condition is acting up. Quick, take me to the hospital." Xu Zeyu had no patience left to waste on this father-son duo. After handing the video over to the constables, he left the magistrate's office. Stepping out of the magistrate's office once more, Xu Zeyu let out a long sigh. Damn, what a tight day. Not only did I get hit by a car and end up in the hospital, but I also had to go to the magistrate's office twice. Ugh. That said, Xu Zeyu secretly felt fortunate that misfortune had brought him a game-changing cheat code. The only thing that galled him was the massive debt he owed the system, 500 skill points, which had to be repaid within a year. This imposed a relentless countdown on his life, creating a sense of urgency. But right now, his most pressing concern wasn't that. It was what gift to buy for tonight's visit. Hey, system. Didn't you say I could exchange 500 skill points for a skill that makes me rich fast? Can I redeem it now? Certainly, the system replied with unmistakable pride. With 500 skill points, you may exchange for one of the following 3 skills for rapid wealth accumulation: antique appraisal, jade appraisal, or practical guide to stock trading. Which skill would you like to exchange for? Xu Zeyu scratched his head, then asked after a long pause, "Can you tell me tonight's double color ball lottery numbers?" The system fell silent for a long moment before finally squeezing out a single word: "Get lost." Xu Zeyu ultimately spent his 500 skill points on antique appraisal. After all, Nanjiang City boasted a large antique trading market. He figured appraising antiques would not only bring quick profits but also allow him to buy a decent piece as a gift for his future in-laws, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But when Xu Zeyu arrived at the antique market, he realized just how naive he had been. Glancing around, the cheapest genuine antiques cost thousands, while the priciest ones ran into hundreds of thousands or even millions. He only had a few hundred yuan on him. Buying antiques was possible, but those within his price range were mostly counterfeits sold at street stalls, specifically targeted at those who wanted to appear cultured but lacked the funds. Xu Zeyu's mind was now filled with the antique appraisal knowledge the system had granted him, but without even the most basic capital, how could he possibly start this business? Take a chance, I guess, Xu Zeyu consoled himself. What if I stumble upon a bargain that someone else overlooked? Actually, Xu Zeyu had another option, asking his parents for that 200,000 yuan savings. With that as seed money, Xu Zeyu was confident his appraisal skills would let him make a killing. But the problem was twofold: time was pressing, and he didn't want to casually ask his parents for money. So he could only try his luck. Beep beep. This system is fully equipped with every feature imaginable. Whatever you desire, this system can deliver. The far ahead system kindly reminds you, you may now use the good fortune card. It will grant you extraordinary luck for a fixed period, extremely useful. At the system's prompt, Xu Zeyu's eyes lit up. How many skill points does this good luck card cost? System replied, a 1-minute good luck card costs just 100 skill points. A 1-hour card costs 1,000 points. A 1-day card costs 10,000 points. The longer the duration, the bigger the discount, dear. 10,000 points? That could buy a whole life. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically. A 1-minute card for 100 points? That's ridiculously expensive. The system answered, the creators of this system set the rules. They said that if anyone asks such stupid questions in the future, just tell them, buy it if you want, or get lost. Xu Zeyu nearly choked on his own spit. Last year I bought a watch. What kind of weirdos created this system? Chapter 17. With no other choice, Xu Zeyu finally succumbed to the system's tyranny and obediently spent 100 points to purchase a 1-minute good luck card. Glancing at his remaining 66 points, Xu Zeyu felt like crying. For someone as honest and upright as him, pretending for just a little while was no easy feat, yet, by the end of the day, he'd given all the points he'd earned back to the system. What a miserable life. But now wasn't the time for complaints. He activated the card, yet felt absolutely nothing, not even a hint of impending good fortune. A young man with darting eyes stopped Xu Zeyu and placed a bowl in front of him. Hey, buddy, I've got a rare Yaobiang Tenmaku tea bowl here. I'll sell it to you cheap. Interested? Xu Zeyu glanced at the bowl, and a set of data instantly generated in his mind. Yao Bai's Tenmaku tea bowl, genuine, a rare surviving piece from the Southern Song dynasty, market value over $1 million. The system had not only granted Xu Zeyu knowledge of antique appraisal but also gifted him an eye for recognizing antiques. Simply by scanning an antique, Xu Zeyu could instantly discern its authenticity, a truly formidable ability. Seeing the system confirm this was a genuine piece worth over $1 million, Xu Zeyu's heartbeat quickened. The lucky card had indeed worked. Still, Xu Zeyu forced himself to remain calm, hiding his excitement. How much are you asking for this bowl? The young man patted his chest with great bravado and said to Xu Zeyu, we're both young people. I'll sell it to you cheap. Deal? Just 1,000. Even if Xu Zeyu had 1,000 yuan on him, not to mention he only had 600, he wouldn't agree immediately. Too expensive. 1,000 yuan for an antique? You know what I mean, I know what I mean. Let me be honest, I'm just here to buy a fake antique to show off back home. Paying 1,000 for a fake? I'm not that stupid. Xu Zeyu was certain this young guy had no clue about the bowl's real value. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped a customer like him and tried to sell it for 1,000. So Xu Zeyu felt perfectly justified in driving a hard bargain. Not haggling would have been the strange thing. All right. The young guy gritted his teeth, putting on a show of selling it at a huge loss. I'll let it go for 800. 400. 700. 500. 600. Deal. Xu Zeyu pulled out his wallet and emptied every last bill inside, putting on a pained expression. Look, I've emptied my entire wallet. The young man took the money, handed the bowl to Xu Zeyu, and patted his shoulder. Bro, to be honest, this bowl only cost me 450 yuan. Seeing how sincere you are, I'll only charge you 150. Taking the bowl, Xu Zeyu felt ecstatic inside, though he dared not show any sign of joy. Instead, he sighed deeply. Your brother, could you knock off another 10 bucks? The young man froze. Why do you need 10 bucks off? Xu Zeyu replied reluctantly, public transportation isn't convenient around here. Give me back 10 yuan so I can take a taxi back to school. Young man. In the end, the young man let Xu Zeyu off with 5 yuan. As he put it, making money wasn't easy, and meeting Xu Zeyu was fate. So he'd give him a discount on the 10 yuan, leaving 5 yuan for Xu Zeyu to take the bus. Chapter 18. Xu Zeyu left with the bowl. As he turned away, both men let out a slight smirk, revealing a hint of triumphant mischief. Simultaneously, they silently muttered to themselves, what an idiot. The young man was absolutely thrilled. He claimed the bowl cost him 450 yuan, but in reality, he only paid 50 yuan for it. He'd spotted it at a street stall, thought it was gorgeous, and figured he could easily con some sucker into buying it. Sure enough, he sold it for 600 yuan, making over 10 times his investment. In his mind, if Xu Zeyu wasn't a fool, who could be? He never imagined this bowl wasn't a fake, it was a genuine treasure. Holding the bowl like a priceless treasure, Xu Zeyu immediately headed to the largest auction house in the antique market. As soon as Xu Zeyu entered the auction house, a receptionist approached him with a smile and said, "Good afternoon, sir. Are you here to buy or sell?" Xu Zeyu replied, "I'm here to auction this tea bowl." The receptionist replied, "Sir, please follow me. To auction an item, it must first be authenticated by our auctioneer as genuine." All right. Xu Zeyu followed the receptionist into a spacious room. The receptionist addressed a woman inside, "Sister Huang, this guest wishes to auction an antique." Xu Zeyu glanced at the woman and couldn't help but admire her inner charm. Although Xu Zeyu had confirmed his romantic relationship with Li Lin, this didn't prevent him from appreciating other beautiful women. As Xu Zeyu himself put it, it was a man's nature. If he couldn't even enjoy looking at beautiful women, could he still be considered a man? This woman was truly remarkable. While her face might not be as beautiful as Li Lin's, she exuded an air of grace and nobility from head to toe. Such an aura wasn't something just anyone could possess. It was clear this beauty's family background was no ordinary affair. The woman smiled at Xu Zeyu. "Good day, sir. I'm Huang Yuyan, manager of Huang's auction house. What would you like to auction?" Xu Zeyu snapped back to reality and handed the bowl to Huang Yuyan. "Manager Huang, I'd like to auction this Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl." "A Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl? What a joke." A man in his 60s in the room snorted coldly. "You young punk didn't even bother to find out what kind of place our Huang's auction house is. You actually dared to bring a fake here to fool us? You must be blind as a bat. You're the one with blind dog eyes." The moment Xu Zeyu spat out those words, the system reacted, beep beep. System alert, you are insulting yourself. This constitutes a severe warning. Refrain from such foolish behavior henceforth, or corresponding points will be deducted. Deduct points? Xu Zeyu was startled and promptly shut his mouth, not daring to utter another word. Faking it to earn skill points was hard enough for him, he certainly didn't want the system docking his points. Huang Yuyan, however, remained remarkably composed. Seeing Xu Zeyu so agitated, she smiled calmly and said, "Sir, you really can't blame our appraiser. As everyone knows, there is only one known Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl in existence, and it's not even in China, it's housed in a museum in Japan. Anyone would naturally suspect the suddenly appeared Yaobian Tenmaku bowl is a fake, wouldn't they?" Though Huang Yuyan's words were polite, they unmistakably conveyed one message: this bowl was fake. If Xu Zeyu weren't desperate for cash, he wouldn't have bothered selling it here. But now he desperately needed the money, so he had to prove the bull's authenticity through action. You don't believe this bull is real? Fine, I'll prove it to you. Turn off the lights. Close the windows. Chapter 19. Fake is fake, no amount of effort will make it real. If this bull is confirmed genuine, I'll eat my own live on stream. The veteran appraiser declared Xu Zeyu's Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl a fake with unwavering certainty. Xu Zeyu snorted coldly, if this bowl is fake, I'll eat live on stream. For now, please cooperate and close the windows and lights. Huang Yuyan didn't believe the bowl was genuine either, but out of courtesy to the guest, he complied with Xu Zeyu's request, closing the windows and turning off the lights in the appraisal room. Xu Zeyu activated his phone's flashlight, picked up the teapot from the table, poured tea into the Yao by Tenmaku bowl, then switched off the flashlight. A miraculous scene unfolded. In the darkened appraisal room, the Yao Byung Tenmaku tea bowl shimmered with star-like brilliance, dazzlingly luminous. The sensation was like lying on a mountain meadow on a summer night, gazing up at a dazzling starry sky. A universe within a bowl. Huang Yuyan, who had remained composed throughout, gasped in astonishment, her expression shifting instantly. It was indeed a Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl. The elderly appraiser stared blankly at the bowl, muttering to himself, how could it be real? How could it be? The Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl was legendary in antique circles. Both Huang Yuyan and the veteran appraiser knew its most distinctive trait: when filled with tea, it glowed with starlight in the dark. As the lights came back on, Xu Zeyu looked at the old appraiser with a playful smirk and chuckled, old man, guess you can livestream eating now, huh? No way. I need to re-examine it. The veteran appraiser refused to concede defeat, grabbing the antique dating device from the lab and scanning the bowl. When the veteran appraiser saw the final results, he was utterly dumbfounded. The bowl was actually over 700 years old. No matter how reluctant the old appraiser was, facts were facts, genuine couldn't be fake. Facing Xu Zeyu's questioning gaze, he looked at Xu awkwardly, at a loss for words. Huang Yuyan, however, remained composed. She offered Xu Zeyu a gentle smile. Sir, I apologize for our appraiser's impulsive behavior earlier. I hope you won't hold it against him. To show our sincerity, we'll only charge you half the auction commission for this Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl. What do you say? Xu Zeyu wasn't the type to hold a grudge, especially given Huang Yuyan's generous offer. I, Xu Zeyu, am known for my magnanimity and respect for elders. Considering your advanced age, I'll let this slide. The system's voice instantly chimed in Xu Zeyu's mind. Beep beep, successful face slap. System assessment, intermediate level. 1 face slap instance, 2 show-off instances. Total, 30 points. You now possess 96 skill points. Keep it up, buddy. The old appraiser nearly choked on his own fury. You call that respecting elders and showing magnanimity? Who was just moments ago screaming at me to eat? Still, the old appraiser knew he'd been rude first. He couldn't blame Xu Zeyu entirely for his sharp retorts. Seeing Xu Zeyu let it go, Huang Yuyan smiled and said, Mr. Zhou, right? We'll auction this bowl here. The reserve price is 5 million huaxia currency. We'll sell it within a week. What do you think? Xu Zeyu scratched the back of his head awkwardly. The timing isn't the issue, I understand that. The problem is I need cash now. Could you advance me 1 million yuan? Chapter 20. If Huang Yuyan were just an ordinary auction house manager, she wouldn't have the authority to do this. But this auction house belonged to her family, so she readily agreed, no problem. Let's sign the contract now. Then give me your account details, and I'll transfer 1 million to you immediately. Xu Zeyu was overjoyed. Thank you, Manager Huang. When Xu Zeyu saw his bank card, which had held mere pennies, suddenly show 1 million yuan, the ecstasy surging through him was beyond imagination. Money! I finally have money! Ha ha! Walking halfway home, Xu Zeyu burst into a wild laugh, looking up at the sky with pure joy. This drew strange glances from the people around him. What kind of lunatic is this? To be so young and already driven mad by money, how pitiful! Xu Zeyu couldn't care less about others' opinions. With 1 million in his pocket, he felt much more confident. I need to buy gifts right away. I heard Lin's parents like jade Buddha pendants. I'll go to the mall and buy them a pair. Xu Zeyu only knew how to appraise antiques, not jade. So he chose the most reputable jade shop and spent 100,000 yuan on a jade Buddha pendant and a jade guanyin pendant. Men wear guanyin, women wear Buddha, that much Xu Zeyu understood. He only spent 100,000 yuan on the gifts because he felt giving something too expensive on their first meeting wouldn't be appropriate, while something too cheap might be looked down upon. 100,000 yuan worth of gifts should be just right? Carefully packing the 2 pendants away, Xu Zeyu happily called his girlfriend, Lin. I've bought the gifts. Give me your address, and I'll come over right now. Okay. I'll send you my home address on WeChat. Come over yourself, I'll wait for you at the door. Lin's tone sounded a bit low, but Xu Zeyu was in such a good mood that he didn't notice. As soon as he received the address from Lin, Xu Zeyu hailed a taxi and set off. When Xu Zeyu arrived at Lin's doorstep, he was once again profoundly stunned. It was an incredibly luxurious villa. To put it simply, the land area alone was dozens of times larger than his own home. Through the wrought iron gates, Xu Zeyu glimpsed the villa's beautifully landscaped garden and the shimmering outdoor swimming pool. Witnessing the villa's opulence, Xu Zeyu understood even more profoundly why Li Lin's father had looked at him with such cold indifference. He and Li Lin truly belonged to two different worlds. Had they not attended the same university, their paths would never have crossed in this lifetime. A wave of defeat washed over Xu Zeyu once more, dragging his spirits down. Beep beep. Final system notification. This system is all-powerful and supremely formidable. As its user, how can you let minor setbacks and frustrations bring you down, tarnishing this system's lofty image? If you're this fragile, this system will immediately seek another host. You might as well just die. The system's words barely lifted Xu Zeyu's spirits. Then he saw Li Lin standing at the villa entrance, smiling at him. Zeyu, you're here. Xu Zeyu nodded, instinctively taking Li Lin's hand. Yes, Lin, I'm here. Holding his girlfriend's hand, Xu Zeyu's heart instantly felt calmer, his frustration swept away. With such a wonderful girlfriend standing firmly by his side, what reason did he have to hang his head in despair? The system was right, he was a superhuman who couldn't even be killed by a car crash. His future in-laws were just two eyes and a mouth, not some kind of monster. What was there to be scared of? Chapter 21. Following Li Lin into the Li residence, Xu Zeyu took a closer look at the villa. To say he wasn't impressed would be a lie. From the layout to the decor and furnishings, every detail radiated the family's wealth and refined taste. In the past, Xu Zeyu would have looked up in awe and exclaimed, "Holy crap, this is so luxurious." But the Xu Zeyu of today was different. In just one day, he'd experienced things most people never would, and he'd earned his first big payday. His confidence soared. He believed that soon enough, he too would be able to afford such a luxurious villa. Why envy others? As they walked, Xu Zeyu's demeanor had subtly shifted. He himself hadn't noticed, but Li Lin sensed it. Li Lin was quite surprised. She always felt that her boyfriend seemed a bit different after the car accident, but she couldn't quite put her finger on exactly what had changed. In any case, she found this change rather pleasant. Change was change, and that was that. Entering the main living room of the Li family villa, Xu Zeyu saw Li's father and an elegantly refined middle-aged woman. This woman bore a striking resemblance to Li Lin, and Xu Zeyu assumed she must be Li Lin's mother. Uncle, aunt, hello. Xu Zeyu greeted them with neither subservience nor arrogance. Mrs. Li gave a faint, cold snort, while Mr. Li nodded and said to Xu Zeyu, "Please, have a seat." Xu Zeyu sat down and took out the two jade pendant boxes. "Uncle, aunt, these are my gifts to you. Small tokens, but I hope you'll accept them." These days even street vendor goods come with rather fancy packaging. Li's mother picked up one of the jade pendant boxes with apparent indifference, casually opened it, and her eyes narrowed slightly. As a wealthy matron, her discernment was sharp. She instantly recognized the jade pendant as genuine. Xu Zeyu expected Mrs. Li's opinion of him to shift, but instead her expression darkened further. "Xu Zeyu, is it? I thought you were a bit strapped for cash, but at least honest. Never imagined you'd use Lin's money to buy gifts and prop up your own image." Hearing his wife's words, Mr. Li immediately picked up another jade pendant to examine it, his brow furrowing as well. "These two pendants are worth at least 100,000 yuan. Xu Zeyu, do you really think this was necessary?" Misunderstood by Li Lin's parents, Xu Zeyu was furious and about to explain when Li Lin spoke up first. "Dad, Mom, Zeyu didn't use my money." "Didn't use your money?" Mrs. Li sneered. "If he didn't use your money, then how could his poor teacher parents afford to buy such expensive gifts for you? Besides, even if his parents could afford such an expensive gift, it's clearly just to curry favor with us to get us to approve of you two being together. They'll recoup that money quickly. That's what your parents are planning, right?" Mrs. Li's deductive reasoning made her seem like a female version of Conan, leaving Xu Zeyu trembling with anger. If not for Li Lin's sake, Xu Zeyu would have exploded in rage long ago. For Li Lin's sake, Xu Zeyu forced himself to suppress his anger and said coldly, "Aunt, if you look down on me, I have nothing to say. But please take back what you just said about my parents." "Did I say something wrong?" Mrs. Li sneered. "We've seen plenty of people like you trying to climb the social ladder. Every one of you puts on this act of not caring about money. Ha! You want to have your cake and eat it too. You're something else. Shut up." Xu Zeyu could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet and roared, "So you think having money makes you superior? Does wealth grant you the right to trample others' dignity and insult their parents? Shall I tell you this, I just made at least 5 million at the antique market and I've already advanced 1 million to buy gifts for you." Beep beep. System notification. This speech was delivered with natural ease and genuine emotion, judged as high level. Fooled 2 people twice, rewarded with 100 skill points. Total skill points, 196. The system praised enthusiastically. "Remember to use this approach more often in the future, the rewards will be substantial." Get lost. Stop talking in that sarcastic tone, I hate it. Xu Zeyu snapped at the system, which promptly shut up. Li Lin had never seen Xu Zeyu lose his temper like this before. She froze in shock. Was this really the Xu Zeyu she knew? Mr. and Mrs. Li were equally stunned that Xu Zeyu would dare snap at them. Mrs. Li then let out a cold chuckle. Blow, keep blowing. You've already advanced 1 million, spent 10,000 on gifts, where's the remaining 90,000? What would you say if I could produce 900,000? With the mask off, Xu Zeyu's tone naturally soured. He had genuinely wanted to respect Li Lin's parents. But after showing them his utmost sincerity, they not only treated him like dirt but also humiliated his own parents. Why should he respect them now? If elders want respect, they must act like elders. To accuse him of coveting their money upon meeting, even insulting his own parents if not for Li Lin's sake, Xu Zeyu might have lashed out. If you can produce 900,000 yuan, I'll call you uncle, Mrs. Li sneered. If you can't produce 900,000 yuan, you can get the hell out of here right now. Dad, Mom, you can't do this. Li Lin's face drained of color as she grabbed Xu Zeyu's arm. Though she didn't know where Xu Zeyu's money came from, she didn't believe he could actually earn that much. His earlier words were surely just hot air, spoken out of pride. She couldn't stand by and watch her parents tear her and Xu Zeyu apart. Seeing her daughter's pale face, Mrs. Li became even more convinced Xu Zeyu was bluffing. She gave a cold chuckle. What? Can't you come up with it? Xu Zeyu gently patted Li Lin's arm, his gaze fixed on her with unwavering certainty. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Looking into Xu Zeyu's eyes, Li Lin noticed for the first time that her usually playful and carefree boyfriend looked incredibly handsome when he was serious, radiating a sense of security. All right. As if compelled by some unseen force, Li Lin nodded, no longer trying to stop Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu faced Li Lin's parents directly, his gaze holding not a trace of hesitation. If I can come up with the 900,000 yuan, you won't have to call me uncle. Just don't stand in the way of me and Lin. Mrs. Xu nodded coldly. Fine. If you can come up with 900,000 yuan, I won't stand in your way. Chapter 22. Seeing Mrs. Li had spoken her mind, Xu Zeyu pulled out his phone and showed her today's mobile banking transfer records. Her mother glanced at the screen, her face frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? She gasped. Mr. Li glanced at it too, his expression turning grave as he stared at Xu Zeyu. Where did you get this money? Xu Zeyu replied coldly, I already told you earlier. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. 90,000 yuan is quite substantial for most people, Mr. Li said slowly. But for our Li family, it falls far short. I won't be unreasonable. I'll give you 2 years. If you can achieve the financial standing of our Li family within that time, I won't stand in the way of your relationship with Lin. Dad, you're deliberately making things difficult. Li Lin was so upset she was on the verge of tears. 2 years? Without relying on grandfather's decades of accumulation, and just you alone, forget 2 years, even 20 years wouldn't be enough to match the Li family's current financial standing. Don't conflate my affairs with yours. Mr. Li remained unmoved by his daughter's tears. Lingling, I'll be frank, the eldest son of the Chen family in Qinzhou met you last time and expressed great interest in you. The Chens have already called, saying they'll come to propose in a couple of days. If you're willing to marry into their family, they'll offer our Li family 10 billion yuan in assets as a dowry. You must understand, our entire family's combined assets amount to only 10 billion. 10 billion? Ha, so the rich want to sell their daughters now. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but sneer. Xu Zeyu, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't compare you to the Chen family's eldest son, there's simply no comparison. But you risked your life to protect my daughter. I believe you genuinely care for her, which is why I'm offering you a fair chance to compete. Ignoring Xu Zeyu's sarcasm, Mr. Li continued, if you can earn 10 billion within 2 years, I'll marry my daughter to you with great pomp and circumstance. But if you fail, I'll have no choice but to marry her to the Chen family's eldest son. In short, do you dare accept this fair chance to compete? 2 years, 10 billion yuan? Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Zeyu agreed. I accept. In the past, Xu Zeyu would have slunk away in defeat. 10 billion in 2 years? What a joke, he couldn't even scrape together 100,000 in that time. But things were different now. He had an incredibly powerful system. Just wandering around outside could net him millions. 10 billion? That was just a matter of doing it a few more times. Xu Zeyu was confident, but Li Lin's face turned ashen. Zeyu, you silly goose. I rarely promise you anything, but when I do, haven't I always delivered? Xu Zeyu gently scraped Li Lin's nose with his finger and smiled faintly. Then let's start with a small, achievable goal, say, making 1 billion? Giggle. Hearing Xu Zeyu mimic a certain Chinese tycoon, Li Lin couldn't help but laugh through her tears. But then worry crept back in. 2 years, was that really feasible? Xu Zeyu nodded firmly. 2 years? No problem. Li Lin couldn't fathom where Xu Zeyu drew his confidence from, but witnessing him generate an extra million within a single day, she found herself trusting him. Seeing the young couple had clarified things, Father Li continued, to avoid offending the Chen family, I'll send Lin abroad for her studies these next 2 years.
Xu Zeyu, this is the greatest concession I can make. Whether you can marry my daughter depends entirely on you. 2 years apart? Both Xu Zeyu and Li Lin paled.
Yet Xu Zeyu quickly realized that if Mr. Li spoke truthfully, a family capable of casually offering a 10 billion yuan dowry was not one to be trifled with.
Sending Lin Lin abroad was undoubtedly the best delaying tactic.
After a moment's thought, Xu Zeyu nodded firmly. 2 years it is. Seeing Xu Zeyu grasp the situation so quickly, a flicker of approval passed through Mr. Li's eyes. Mr. Li judged people differently than Mrs. Li. He saw this young man as someone willing to risk his life for his daughter and confront his own parents for her sake, a man of principle and loyalty. The only mismatch was the gap in their social standing. That was precisely why Mr. Li had set such a high bar for Xu Zeyu, hoping he would back down. Unexpectedly, not only did the kid not back down, he charged headlong into the current. This earned Xu Zeyu even more respect in his eyes. Of course, he had given Xu Zeyu an opportunity. Ultimately, it would depend on whether the young man was just boasting or truly capable of delivering. He had already agreed. If Xu Zeyu failed, his daughter would have no grounds to blame her father for breaking up a couple, right? Xu Zeyu left without even eating dinner, for he had no appetite left. Li Lin had confirmed her departure for the next day. After bidding her farewell, he reluctantly left. He had wanted to see her off at the airport, but the Li parents disapproved, so he had to let it go. Stepping out of the Li residence, Xu Zeyu exhaled deeply. From now on, it's all about making money. He'd swing by the antique market again to redeem another lucky card. Beep beep. System notification. To enhance game difficulty and entertainment value, the good luck card can only be redeemed once every 2 months. You have already redeemed it. Please try again in 2 months. The system's voice chimed in promptly, infuriating Xu Zeyu into cursing. Game difficulty my ass. Fun factor my ass. You damn system, you're messing with me. System replied, beep beep, cursing the system is useless. Since you accepted the system, you must accept its rules. The creator said, if users have complaints about the system rules, tell them, play if you like, or get lost. Xu Zeyu. Even without the lucky card, Xu Zeyu still possessed the antique appraisal skill. Eager to make money, he headed straight for the antique market. He soon realized that even if these antiques had any profit margin at all, it was minuscule. If he relied on buying and selling these antiques to make money, it would take him ages to earn 1 billion. Forget it. Better wait until that bowl gets auctioned off in a few days. Once he has a big chunk of cash, he'll figure out his next move. Even with his antique appraisal skill, Xu Zeyu wasn't familiar with the ins and outs of the antique business. He planned to use the days before his bowl went under the hammer to thoroughly research the antique market and formulate a solid strategy, the only way to make real money. He understood the principle that sharpening the axe doesn't delay the woodcutting. Knowing he couldn't get fat in one bite, Xu Zeyu calmed down. After grabbing a quick bite, he returned to his dorm to get some proper sleep. After a day of running around, he was utterly exhausted. But the moment he stepped into the dorm, his roommate Qian Kai immediately shouted at him, "Hey, third brother. Let's hit the student street for some late-night snacks. I just hooked up with a girl, and she brought her roommate along. I need wingman ASAP." Chapter 23. If this had been yesterday, Xu Zeyu would have jumped at the chance. But today, he had no interest whatsoever. All he wanted was sleep, go find big brother and second brother. I'm seriously exhausted. Xu Zeyu's dorm had 4 roommates, ranked from old 1 to old 4 based on birth date. Xu Zeyu was the third, Qian Kai was the fourth. When Xu Zeyu mentioned him, the second brother, Yufeng, who was holding a copy of the Decameron, responded with lukewarm enthusiasm, I'm not much of a talker. I tend to offend people when I open my mouth. Better not ask me to be your wingman. The eldest, Chang Zhoming, chuckled, of course I'm coming too. But there are 4 girls in their dorm. If only 2 of us show up, wouldn't that be rude? We should at least send 3. Qian Kai glared anxiously at Xu Zeyu. Hey, third brother, this concerns my lifelong happiness. More like your lower body happiness, I'd say. Second brother Yufeng suddenly blurted out, nearly choking Qian Kai, if you're not going, just shut up and stop messing with us. Third brother, if you're my brother, step up. Fed up with Qian Kai's pestering, Xu Zeyu finally relented, fine. I'll go. Ha! I knew you'd be the best, third brother. Yufeng beamed with delight. Let's go. I've got a date with them at the delicious food stall on Student Street. As gentlemen, we can't be late. Xu Zeyu, Chang Zhoming, and Qian Kai walked out of the school gates together and arrived at the student street outside campus. Like many campus streets, this one was packed with cheap knockoff clothes, electronics, and the enticing aroma of grilled food and street stalls. Xu Zeyu and his friends arrived at the agreed-upon delicious street food stall, just as the 4 girls Qian Kai had invited from their dorm arrived. Come on, sit down. Qian Kai greeted everyone warmly, smiling as he asked one of the girls, Shanshan, what would you like to eat? Xu Zeyu glanced at the girl named Shanshan. She was okay looking, but nowhere near as beautiful as his girlfriend Lin Lin.
The thought of not seeing Lin for 2 whole years starting tomorrow sent another wave of gloom over Xu Zeyu.
No one noticed Xu Zeyu's mood. They ordered their food and soon chatted away, laughing and joking. Chen Kai truly lived up to his reputation as a ladies' man. The girls he'd just met were soon laughing heartily at his jokes, making the atmosphere lively and cheerful. The girls in Shanshan's dorm knew Chen Kai had his eye on her, so they naturally stepped in as wing women, striking up conversations with Cheng Zhoming and Xu Zeyu. When a girl approached him, Xu Zeyu, out of a sense of dorm camaraderie, gave her a few perfunctory replies. Once the food and drinks arrived, everyone ate and chatted, shifting their focus away from the gloomy Xu Zeyu.
Those girls over there are pretty decent looking. If I could get my hands on one, haha. Bro, you wouldn't actually want all 4, would you? Can you even handle that? It's not about whether I can, it's about whether I want to, ha. The vulgar banter from the rowdy group at the next table made every student at Xu Zeyu's table frown. The girls, especially, looked disgusted. Shanshan couldn't help but mutter under her breath, bunch of trash. Damn it. Who the hell are you calling trash? The short, dark-skinned thug slammed his fist on the table, storming over to their table with a menacing glare. Though Qian Kai and the others were furious, they dared not provoke the thugs. Qian Kai quickly stood up, his face plastered with a forced smile. Sir, sorry, you misheard. My girlfriend was just saying there's a pile of trash on the floor. Smack. Qian Kai's face took a solid slap from the dark-skinned guy, leaving half his cheek swollen. You think I'm deaf? The thug's face twisted with rage, ready to strike Qian Kai again, when suddenly another voice spoke calmly, trash. The thug turned his head towards Xu Zeyu, glaring viciously. You calling me trash? I'm not calling you one piece of trash. Xu Zeyu glanced at the thugs behind Black Brother and said calmly, I'm calling your whole gang trash. Beep beep. Pretend successful. Since this gag is outdated, the system deemed it low level. 14 people were fooled, granting 14 skill points. Total skill points, 210. The system's voice chimed in, leaving Xu Zeyu stunned again. That worked? He snorted. Better to have some points than none. The more, the better. Xu Zeyu's words stunned everyone present. Boss Cheng Zhoming's face twitched violently as he screamed inwardly, third brother. Don't you think this mess is big enough already? The usually composed Cheng Zhoming immediately rushed forward, his face plastered with a forced smile. Brother, my roommate's just in a bad mood today. Don't take it personally. Brother Black froze for a second before snapping out of it, his rage boiling into a cold sneer. Bad mood? Do you take me for a fool? Before the words had even faded, Black Brother grabbed a glass beer bottle and swung it viciously toward Xu Zeyu's head. Old 3, watch out. Qian Kai and Cheng Zhoming shouted simultaneously, trying to pull Xu Zeyu away. But neither succeeded. Xu Zeyu had already stepped forward to meet Black Brother head-on. Thud. Before Brother Black's bottle could land on Xu Zeyu's head, Xu Zeyu's fist slammed into the triangular area below Brother Black's throat, near his collarbone. Ah! Black Brother clutched his throat in agony, his eyes rolling back, face contorted in spasms. He tried to scream but no sound came out. Xu Zeyu's strike was brutal, a direct hit to a vital spot delivered with tremendous force. Had Xu Zeyu been any heavier, Brother Black would likely have collapsed to the ground already. Seeing their leader struck, the gang of thugs immediately swarmed forward, hurling beer bottles at Xu Zeyu. Facing 9 attackers at once, Xu Zeyu relied on sheer courage and the pent-up anger from his ordeal at the Li residence earlier. In one frenzied burst, he knocked down 4 of them each with a single punch to the throat. Though he took down 4, the beer bottles from the remaining 5 struck Xu Zeyu's shoulder and head, leaving him covered in blood. Though Xu Zeyu had mastered Wing Chun, his skill remained at a beginner's level. He couldn't possibly reach the realm of a grandmaster like Yip Man, who could take on dozens alone. Taking on 4 at once was already impressive, defeating 9 in one go was impossible. Die! The thugs fought with no regard for life or death, striking without restraint. They lunged at Xu Zeyu with broken beer bottles. Xu Zeyu dodged the vital areas, but he was still slashed until he was covered in blood. Already seething with anger today, Xu Zeyu now found himself covered in blood from these punks' attacks. A primal fury ignited within him. Want me dead? A cold glint flashed in Xu Zeyu's eyes. You're the ones who'll die. Chapter 24. Bang. Splatter 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 splatter. Ignoring the countless cuts from shattered beer bottles, Xu Zeyu swung his fists with lightning speed, each strike aimed at vital points. In one relentless burst, he knocked the remaining 5 thugs to the ground. Staring at Xu Zeyu, covered in blood and standing beside the fallen thugs, Cheng Zhoming and Qian Kai wore expressions of utter disbelief. Was this really the same Xu Zeyu they knew, the one who couldn't even pass the long-distance running test? Xu Zeyu himself hadn't imagined he'd ever become such a force to be reckoned with. It felt like a dream. Both his parents were teachers, and they had raised him to be a good boy who never got into fights. He had always been a good boy, never causing trouble. But today, first, he was in a foul mood. Second, these thugs were blatantly bullying them because they were students. Not only had they slapped his roommate, but they were clearly planning to keep attacking.
Xu Zeyu had always despised bullies who picked on students, but without the means to fight back, he could only swallow his anger.
Now that he had the means, what good would his abilities be if he let these punks bully him and his classmates?
As the system would put it, he was destined to be the man who stood before the world and looked cool.
How could he be afraid of a few punks? But the price of fighting was steep. Not to mention anything else, the blood pouring from his body was probably enough to cover a woman's annual menstrual flow. It hurt. Third brother, watch out.
Before Xu Zeyu could react, Chen Kai had already positioned himself behind him. Xu Zeyu spun around to see Black Brother lunging at them with a broken beer bottle, his face twisted in fury. Splatter! Chen Kai was stabbed in the back by Black Brother, blood spurting all over Xu Zeyu's face. Fourth brother! Xu Ze roared, kicking out with his foot. Thud! Hegu was kicked squarely in the midsection, instantly curling up like a cooked shrimp as he doubled over and collapsed to the ground.
Boss, call an ambulance.
Clutching the blood-soaked fourth brother, Xu Zeyu immediately shouted at Boss Chang Zhongming.
Without needing Xu Zeyu's instruction, Boss Chang Zhongming had already dialed 120 for emergency services. But before the ambulance arrived, the police car pulled up. A female constable with a stern expression and short, ear-length hair jumped out of the police car with a dozen officers and approached Xu Zeyu's group. What happened here? The female constable addressed the food stall owner, who glanced at the thugs on the ground and hesitated to speak. Humph. The female constable snorted coldly. If you don't talk, you won't be setting up this stall anymore. I'll talk.
The owner whined, recounting the entire incident.
The female officer stared at Xu Zeyu in surprise. It was hard to believe that Xu Zeyu alone had taken down all 10 thugs on the ground. But astonishment aside, business must be taken care of.
Stepping before Xu Zeyu, she stated calmly, I'm Zhong Yue, captain of the city constabulary. Young man, please accompany us for a statement.
Xu Zeyu nodded. I can give a statement, but my friend is seriously injured. I'd like to take him to the hospital first. Is that okay?
Xu Zeyu assumed the female constable would surely make an exception, but to his surprise, Zhong Yue refused without hesitation. No.
Xu Zeyu grew angry. It was just a fight, not some capital crime. Are you afraid I'll run? How can a constable be so unreasonable?
Zhong Yue shot Xu Zeyu a scornful glance. Personal feelings are personal feelings.
The law is the law.
If you cared so much about your classmate, why would you start trouble? He's injured, and you bear primary responsibility.
What kind of bull is that? Xu Zeyu flared up even more. If you constables were any good, would you let these thugs bully students and women on campus? My roommate got hurt. You useless constables are the ones primarily responsible.
Well said. The surrounding students watching the scene immediately burst into applause. Many of them or their friends had suffered harassment from these thugs and naturally despised them. Xu Zeyu's furious outburst voiced what they dared not say to the constables themselves, earning him continuous applause. The system's voice chimed in, beep beep, performance successful. This was a genuine, spontaneous display of emotion.
System rating, intermediate. 30 people affected. Reward, 300 skill points. Total, 510 skill points.
However, the system kindly reminds you, performing in front of constables carries risks.
Be cautious about backfiring. Zhong Yue had never encountered such a defiant student before. Her expression turned cold. Got a problem with us? Let's go to the constabulary bureau and talk about it.
Xu Zeyu enjoyed a free police car tour around the city, landing at the magistrate's office for the third time that day, truly unmatched. The constables who had seen Xu Zeyu that morning stared at him in astonishment, utterly speechless. Does this guy think the constabulary is an amusement park? Besides, even going to an amusement park once a day was excessive 3 times? Was he just not getting his fill? Zhong Yue was out on assignment during the day and hadn't heard about Xu Zeyu's third visit. She dragged Xu Zeyu into the interrogation room, flung the statement book onto the table, and eyed him with a playful glint. Now, if you have anything to say, go ahead. In the police car, Xu Zeyu had already calmed down, speaking in his usual tone. The street stall owner said everything he needed to. I'll just add a few details he left out.
Zhong Yue recorded his statement meticulously. When Xu Zeyu finished, she put down her pen. Xu Zeyu, you're free to go.
If those thugs didn't suffer serious injuries, your actions were self-defense.
You won't face any criminal or civil liability.
Of course, if someone was seriously injured, you still can't escape the charge of excessive self-defense.
That's it?
Xu Zeyu hadn't expected Zhong Yue, who had seemed so cold-hearted earlier, to simply let him go now. He was somewhat surprised.
Zhong Yue raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. What? You want to spend a few days in the detention center? Fine.
I'll add a charge of publicly defaming a people's constable.
No, I'm leaving right now.
Captain Zhong, goodbye, or rather, I hope I never see you again.
Bye.
Xu Zeyu bolted immediately, fearing that if he lingered, the unpredictable, cold-faced female constable might actually throw him in jail.
That would be disastrous.
As soon as he left the precinct, Xu Zeyu hailed a taxi to the hospital while calling Chang Zhoming to inquire about old Fort Qiankai's injuries. Learning that old Fort's injuries weren't serious and he'd been bandaged up and returned to the dorm, Xu Zeyu finally relaxed. If old Fort had really been hurt, Xu Zeyu would never have peace of mind for the rest of his life. Back at the dorm, seeing Qiankai sprawled on the bed like a turtle, Xu Zeyu felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "Fourth brother, I'm sorry." Qiankai bared his teeth and chuckled. "Why's my buddy saying this? Honestly, I'm the one who dragged you into this mess. If you say sorry again, then I'll be the one saying sorry to you, right? You bastard." Xu Zeyu laughed and cursed under his breath. Now that old Fort was okay, he flopped onto the bed and was fast asleep in no time. What could he do? Today's events had been bloody eventful enough. The next morning, Xu Zeyu was still fast asleep when he was suddenly roused by the eldest brother, Cheng Zhoming. Third brother. Third brother. Bad news, the school just issued a campus-wide notice. You've been expelled. Chapter 25. Expelled? Xu Zeyu shot away, his face flushing with anger. Why? The school says you engaged in misconduct, fighting with off-campus thugs causing severe disruption. That's why they expelled you. Cheng Zhoming was both furious and frantic. It's all our fault. We shouldn't have dragged you out last night. Qiankai, the fourth guy, scrambled to get out of bed. The fight was our business. You can't take the fall for this alone. Let's go see the principal. No need. Xu Zeyu had calmed down. I'll go see the principal myself and figure out what's going on. Don't worry, if I can't handle it alone, I'll come to you guys for help later. If we all show up together right away, the principal might think we're just causing trouble, which would be counterproductive. Cheng Zhoming and Qiankai agreed with Xu Zeyu's reasoning and nodded. Third brother, you go check it out first. We'll wait for you in the classroom. Xu Zeyu walked out of the dorm, not even bothering to wash his face before heading straight for the principal's office. When he first heard about his expulsion, Xu Zeyu had assumed it was because of the fight. But upon reflection, he realized the matter wasn't that simple. Even the authorities had ruled it self-defense. What grounds did the principal have to expel him? Moreover, the fight clearly involved all three of them from the dorm. Yet the principal expelled only him. The leader and the fourth guy faced no consequences. Wasn't the principal clearly targeting him? Xu Zeyu believed he had never wronged the principal. If the principal was targeting him like this, there must be some hidden, unsavory reason behind it. If Xu Zeyu had truly made a mistake, he would accept the punishment without a word of complaint. But if the principal was using this incident to frame him, he refused to accept it. At 8 in the morning, Principal Hu Qinghua sat leisurely at his desk, brewing a pot of Dehong Pao tea, ready to savor his morning brew. A knock sounded at the door. Hu Qinghua called out, "Come in," and a student entered. Hu Qinghua frowned slightly and asked the student, "Which department are you in? Why aren't you in class at this hour?" "Principal, I'm Xu Zeyu," Xu Zeyu replied politely. "I'd like to ask why I was expelled." After all, the other party was the principal. Before getting to the bottom of the matter, Xu Zeyu felt he should show the principal the respect he deserved. "So you are Xu Zeyu?" Hu Qinghua snorted coldly, glaring at Xu Zeyu with obvious disgust. "As a student, you got into a fight with street thugs off campus, smashing the tables, chairs, and tableware of a food stall owner. The impact was extremely negative. Was expelling you the wrong decision?" Feeling the contempt in the principal's eyes, Xu Zeyu's anger flared instantly. He was now even more certain the principal was targeting him, using this incident as an excuse to punish him. Xu Zeyu had initially considered calmly explaining his side of the story, but it seemed pointless now. Even the authorities ruled it self-defense. Did the principal think their judgment was flawed? Xu Zeyu's tone grew sharp, his voice naturally rising. Seeing Xu Zeyu dare to shout back, the principal was furious beyond control. "I don't care how the authorities rule. You are a student of my school, and you must abide by my rules. Fighting with thugs and tarnishing the school's reputation, isn't that reason enough for expulsion?" Xu Zeyu retorted instantly. "So if thugs beat us up, we're supposed to just take it? Is that what makes us your good little students?" The commotion quickly drew teachers from nearby offices. They rushed over, eager to see which student had the audacity to shout back at the principal. Seeing teachers gathered outside the door and windows, whispering and pointing, Hu Qinghua felt his dignity as principal severely challenged. He slammed his fist on the desk. "I'm the principal. I expel students when I say so. Get out of here now, or I'll have security throw you out." Xu Zeyu, equally enraged, slammed both hands down on Principal Hu's desk. "You're the principal. You should be the one considering the students' well-being. Making such a big deal out of nothing, destroying a student's future with a single word. Do you even deserve to be called a principal? Get out!" Hu Qinghua roared, his voice thunderous. "Teachers outside, call security immediately. Throw this guy out." Seeing the principal was serious, Xu Zeyu's mind raced. His eyes caught the computer on the desk, and inspiration struck. "System, quickly check this computer for anything unsavory." The system's voice instantly echoed in Xu Zeyu's mind. "What kind of compromising material are you looking for?"
Embezzlement? Bribery? Or, that other stuff? Xu Zeyu was in a hurry and had no patience for the system's banter. Just get me anything that can be used against this guy. Got it. 50 skill points deducted. The moment the system finished speaking, Xu Zeyu's remaining skill points dropped to 460. With a series of sharp beeps, within a mere 2 seconds, the system had extracted every single piece of compromising material from the principal's computer and stored it in Xu Zeyu's mind. Xu Zeyu scanned through the data in his mind, a cold smile spreading across his face. Principal, I advise you to calm down and rescind my expulsion. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Hu Qinghua laughed bitterly in rage. You, a mere student, trying to act big in front of me? Are you out of your mind? Xu Zeyu replied with playful mockery, my mind is perfectly clear. My words stand. If you don't rescind the expulsion and apologize to me, you won't be principal for much longer. Seeing Xu Zeyu still acting so boldly in front of the principal, the teachers outside the door shook their heads repeatedly. Has this kid lost his mind? Or does he have some powerful connections? Competing with the principal over connections? Don't you know our principal has powerful connections too? This kid must have no connections. How could the principal dare to expel him so directly without checking his background? The teachers murmured among themselves, but none held much hope for Xu Zeyu. Just as the teachers had said, Hu Qinghua had investigated Xu Zeyu before expelling him and knew Xu Zeyu had no connections whatsoever. He genuinely couldn't fathom where Xu Zeyu got his confidence from. Spotting the security guards approaching, he snorted coldly, throw this troublemaker out. Starlight Hotel, room 1202. Just as 2 security guards were about to move in, Xu Zeyu's muttered words made their faces turn pale. They shouted, stop. You two, get out first. Everyone watching outside, clear out now. The guards were utterly baffled, but when the principal ordered them to leave, they turned and walked out without a word. The teachers outside still wanted to watch the spectacle, but they dared not offend the principal. They had no choice but to suppress their burning curiosity and leave the principal's office. Hu Qinghua immediately slammed the door shut and turned to stare intently at Xu Zeyu. How did you know? Chapter 26. Xu Zeyu chuckled. What do you think, principal? If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Who'd have thought someone your age would still be in such good shape? Enough. Hu Qinghua's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Had they been in a secluded place, he might well have acted on it. Xu Zeyu snorted coldly. Principal, I couldn't care less about your dirty little secrets. I've never done anything to you. Why would you want to harm me? Because you had the misfortune to cross Zheng Chuan, young master of the Zhang family, and his mother, Mrs. Zheng, Hu Qinghua retorted. Even if you manage to get past me, something far more terrifying awaits you soon enough. That's not your concern, principal. Xu Zeyu snorted. Issue a public notice revoking my disciplinary action and include an apology. Otherwise, the entire school will see you with your pants down. I agree. Hu Qinghua gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered, but even if they did, he'd have to swallow the pain. With this kid holding his secrets, he dared not cross him. Well then, I'll be heading back to class. Xu Zeyu opened the principal's office door and strode out with deliberate confidence. The moment Xu Zeyu stepped out of the principal's office, a young woman with an elegant demeanor hurried by, leading a group of students. Xu Zeyu paused in surprise. Teacher Yang, what brings you here? Zeyu, are you okay? Ms. Yang's fresh, delicate face was filled with concern. Did you clear things up with the principal? Ms. Yang was Xu Zeyu's ancient Chinese teacher and also their homeroom advisor. Having just graduated, she was close in age to her students. Both beautiful and gentle, she was deeply beloved by them. Upon hearing Xu Zeyu had been ordered to withdraw, she rallied the class. Combined with Zeyu's already strong popularity, a large group of classmates followed her over. Seeing Teacher Yang and his classmates so concerned for him, Xu Zeyu felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Thank you, Teacher Yang. Thank you, everyone. I'm fine. Hearing Xu Zeyu was unharmed, Teacher Yang visibly relaxed. Glad you're okay. Let's get back to class. Xu Zeyu nodded. Alright, let's go. The teachers who had been closely watching the situation saw Xu Zeyu striding out so confidently and immediately began whispering among themselves again, no way. Is he really okay? Not sure, but he seems fine. When the announcement revoking the disciplinary action and apologizing to Xu Zeyu was released, the teachers who had witnessed the office confrontation were stunned. This kid is seriously badass. Yelling at the principal, slamming the desk, even showing off in front of him, and he's still fine? I'm impressed. His classmates were equally astonished, staring at Xu Zeyu with puzzled expressions. They had been skeptical about Xu Zeyu's claim of handling it, but now it seemed he really had. And getting the principal to publicly apologize? That was some serious face-saving. At that very moment, the familiar beep of the system echoed in Xu Zeyu's mind. System notification, principal's humiliation successfully executed. Face-slapping success. System assessment, intermediate level. Number of individuals humiliated, 19. Number of individuals face slapped, 1, skill points increased, 200. Total skill points, 660. Xu Zeyu felt no joy at gaining skill points. Sitting at his desk, his mind was consumed by thoughts of his girlfriend, Li Lin. Had she boarded the plane by now? The mere thought of Li Lin made Xu Zeyu's heart ache. Earning 10 billion yuan in 2 years even for Wang Xikong, the son of the wealthiest man in the country, this goal would be challenging. But no matter how difficult it was, he would fight tooth and nail to earn the money. For himself, and more so for Lin Lin. As for Mrs. Zhang and her son, the young master who had been scheming against him all along, if he ever found the chance, he would exact his revenge thoroughly. Before, even if he'd harbored such thoughts, he lacked the means. But now, armed with a game-changing advantage, it would be a waste not to use it. Making money could wait, there was plenty of time for that. But revenge was urgent. Xu Zeyu didn't like to let grudges linger overnight. Unless absolutely necessary, he would settle scores the very same day. Xu Zeyu turned to the system and asked, "Hey, system, do you have any tricks up your sleeve for messing with people? I've told you before, this system is omnipotent." "If it's omnipotent, how could it lack tricks to mess with people?" the system replied proudly. "I think it's high time I properly explained all the functions this system possesses. Otherwise, you'll keep asking endlessly, and that's really annoying." The moment the system finished speaking, a holographic image instantly materialized in Xu Zeyu's mind. This holographic image resembled a mobile phone system, featuring numerous folders with text labels beneath them: martial arts, science technology, arts culture, life skills, yin-yang divination. Everything Xu Zeyu could conceive of was here, and even things he hadn't thought of were included. Particularly striking was a folder labeled Advanced Circle Cross Techniques. Holy crap! You've got way too much here. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but curse under his breath, his eyes wide in astonishment. Seeing Xu Zeyu's astonished expression, the system gloated, "Pretty impressive, huh?" "Impressive." Xu Zeyu praised sincerely. "But with so many options, I can't even look through them all. Recommend something. What's the fastest way to mess with someone without leaving a trace?" "Yin Yang Feng Shui, of course," the system replied. "But you don't have enough skill points to learn it yet. I suggest using one-time skill cards instead. Open the skill card folder to see all the available options." Xu Zeyu opened the skill card folder, and a dazzling array of cards immediately caught his eye. Including the good luck card he'd used last time, this folder contained hundreds of one-time skill cards. Luck card, stamina card, spirit card, this one it is. Xu Zeyu quickly scanned through them and finally selected a card. "System, how do I use this card?" "Bad luck card?" the system replied. "Using this card is simple, just silently think of the person's name and appearance, then tap the card. The bad luck card has a default duration of 1 hour and costs 100 skill points. Are you sure you want to exchange it?" "Of course." Xu Zeyu silently visualized Zheng Chuan's name and appearance before tapping the bad luck card. He hadn't known young Master Zheng's name before, but he had the principal to thank for that information. 2 beeps sounded, and the misfortune card vanished instantly from Xu Zeyu's sight. Immediately after, the system's prompt echoed, "Deducted 100 skill points. Remaining 560 points. Misfortune card officially activated. Please wait. Target is experiencing misfortune." At the same time, at the Zhang residence, Zheng Chuan had just woken up and reached for his phone, charging on the nightstand to check the time. Hot. The moment he touched the phone, he felt something was wrong. It was too late to drop it. Crack. The phone suddenly exploded, tearing open his palm. Chapter 27. Damn Samsung Note 7. Zheng Chuan flung the phone to the floor, but it was too late. The pungent smell of burnt flesh filled his nostrils. The searing pain in his palm was unbearable, bringing tears to his eyes. Fearing his hand would turn into a roasted pig's trotter, he leaped off the bed, dashed into the bathroom, wet the soap, and quickly rubbed it onto his nearly scorched hand. When he was little and burned his hand, his mother always did this. The soap became slippery when wet. After rubbing it a couple of times, it slipped from Zheng Chuan's palm and fell to the floor. Zheng Chuan scrambled to retrieve it, but in his haste, he didn't see where he was stepping. The moment he turned, his foot landed squarely on the slippery bar. Zheng Chuan lost his balance and lunged forward, hurtling toward the bathtub. Thud! Poor Zheng Chuan's bandaged nose slammed hard against the bathtub's edge, blood gushing out in a sudden spurt. Ah! Zheng Chuan's agonized scream drew Mrs. Zhang and the housekeeper, old Wang, who rushed into the bathroom of Zheng Chuan's bedroom one after another, only to be stunned by the sight. Zheng Chuan lay stiff on the floor, his nose collapsed, blood covering his face. He moaned weakly, "Ambulance, quick, ambulance." Mrs. Zhang immediately called for an ambulance, then fetched gauze to bind her son's nose, stemming the flow of blood. "Hang in there, son. The ambulance will be here soon." Zheng Chuan had no strength left to speak, responding only with faint whimpers. Seeing this, Mrs. Zhang felt her heart ache unbearably. Her son was her entire world. She would have taken his injuries upon herself if she could. But now that it had come to this, all she could do was wait for the ambulance to arrive. The ambulance arrived surprisingly quickly. 20 minutes later, the butler, old Wang, rushed in with 2 medical personnel. Our young master is here. One of the medical staff addressed Mrs. Zhang. Ma'am, please step aside. We need to get the patient onto the stretcher. Yes, yes. Mrs. Zhang finally stood up, stepped out of the bathroom, and made room for the medical staff to carry her son away. As luck would have it, the soap's color blended almost perfectly with the bathroom floor tiles. Mrs. Zhang hadn't noticed it lying there, but she also hadn't stepped on it. She walked safely out of the bathroom. The medical staff entering the bathroom weren't so fortunate. They hadn't seen the soap either. The first one stepped right on it, instantly losing his balance and lunging forward. Ah! The medical staff member let out a cry of pain, their entire weight crashing down on Zhang Chuan. Immediately after, everyone heard 2 more distinct sounds. Thud. Ah! Poor Zhang Chuan, crushed by the medical staff, suffered a worsening injury to his nose. The pain was so intense he passed out. Seeing her son in this state, Mrs. Zhang let out a heart-wrenching scream. Son. Xu Zeyu, who was in class at school, couldn't focus on the lesson. Bored, he fiddled with his phone and soon came across a post on the Nanjing City Forum. Spoiled rich kid suffers misfortune, concussion and broken nose. Alongside the text, the post featured photos of Zhang Chuan in the hospital. Without the caption, Xu Zeyu wouldn't have recognized the mummy-wrapped figure as yesterday's arrogant Zhang Chuan. Serves him right. Xu Zeyu felt a surge of satisfaction. He didn't pity Zhang Chuan one bit. The real sympathy should go to the innocent victims crippled by Zhang Chuan's recklessness. The system's voice chimed in just in time. Beep beep, misfortune card effect expired. Target's bad luck has ended. Xu Zeyu hadn't previously thought much of the system's capabilities. But now, seeing it actually deliver on its promise defying the heavens, he found himself intrigued. Hey, system, he asked, if I have enough skill points, can I make anyone I want suffer misfortune? Not necessarily. All powers in this world are bound by certain rules. You can't just will the earth to destroy itself and expect it to happen, right? For instance, the misfortune card operates on the principles of yin-yang feng shui. Naturally, it works on ordinary people. The system patiently explained, but yin-yang feng shui isn't invincible. If the target possesses protective charms or similar items, the misfortune card loses its effect. In other words, as long as you pinpoint the system's weakness. Oh my god, how did I just reveal my own Achilles heel? The system sensed it was being deceived and toyed with by Xu Zeyu, growing furious. Are you doing this on purpose? Xu Zeyu sighed helplessly. Why would I look for your weaknesses? To make life harder for myself? And you call yourself omnipotent? Turns out you're just full of hot air. Did I ever say I was omnipotent? I only claimed to be omnipresent, didn't I? Omnipresence and omnipotence are 2 entirely different concepts, you know. The system shamelessly twisted the truth. Anyway, just stick with me. I'll make sure you live high on the hog money galore, any chick you want, yours for the taking. Enough, enough. Right now, I just want to make money. Nothing else matters. Xu Zeyu grunted. Do you have any knowledge about running an antique shop? I want to use the money from that bowl auction to open an antique dealership. Don't you think you're looking down on me? What knowledge don't I have here? The system boasted. 100 skill points for a complete package of antique trading knowledge. Interested? Xu Zeyu nodded. I'll take it. Got it. As soon as the system finished speaking, the number on the left side of Xu Zeyu's mind remained negative 10,000, while the number on the right changed from 560 to 460. Simultaneously, Xu Zeyu's mind filled with a wealth of new knowledge all about the antique trade. How to run an antique shop, how to make money, how to deal with customers, and so on. Not bad, not bad. This is useful stuff. Had ha. Xu Zeyu didn't feel the slightest bit of regret about spending skill points, because he discovered earning them wasn't particularly difficult. Though his current methods were still very crude and limited, at least he could earn points. Earning back 10,000 skill points shouldn't be too hard. Ha! Armed with this knowledge and the skill of antique appraisal, Xu Zeyu was brimming with confidence. Give me a lever, and I can lift the entire earth. If you're given a dozen women, can you create a whole nation? The system responded with a haunting retort, making Xu Zeyu's eyes widen in shock. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Shut up! Shouted at by Xu Zeyu, the system snorted. I am humanity's greatest invention, unmatched throughout history. Xu Zeyu retorted, if you're so amazing, can you do one thing? The system replied with disdain, is there anything I can't do? What is it? Spit it out. Xu Zeyu, can you make yourself shut up right now? System. Chapter 28. At the hospital, Mrs. Zheng paced anxiously outside the emergency room, waiting for the doctor's verdict. Amid her anxious wait, the indicator light outside the ER finally went dark. The moment the door opened, Mrs. Zheng rushed forward, urgently asking, Doctor, how is my son? The doctor replied calmly, the concussion is fine, nothing serious. As for the broken nose, we've treated it, it's not too bad. However, we still recommend getting plastic surgery in Korea. Otherwise, it might look a bit off. Mrs. Zheng finally exhaled in relief.
Anything money could fix wasn't a problem, solutions were all that mattered. As Mrs. Zhang accompanied Zheng Chuan into the ward, her phone rang. Mrs. Zhang answered, her expression turning icy.
Hu Qinghua, did you expel that penniless student who offended my son? Mrs. Zhang, I'm sorry. That kid has something on me.
I can't take action, Hu Qinghua replied helplessly.
I'm truly sorry. You'll have to find another solution.
Humph. What a useless fool. Mrs. Zhang hung up without another word to Hu Qinghua. As for retaliating against Xu Zeyu, she planned to wait until she returned from taking her son to Korea for plastic surgery before dealing with him. Just then, a Taoist priest suddenly barged in uninvited. Why is there lingering black mist in this ward? It seems someone here is destined for bloodshed today. The Taoist radiated an intense aura of malevolence, making anyone who looked at him feel deeply uncomfortable. Mrs. Zhang shot him a disgusted glance. You charlatan. Get as far away from me as possible, or I'll have my bodyguards throw you out. Heh, the Taoist replied with an eerie smirk. A charlatan, you say? Madam, you lost your father in your youth, your husband in middle age, and you had a sister who died in infancy.
Would you say I'm wrong?
Mrs. Zhang's face twitched violently as she stared at the Taoist in disbelief.
How do you know?
Mrs. Zhang couldn't help but be astonished. The other events might have been deliberately researched by this Taoist priest, but the death of her sister was such a private matter that no one else could possibly know. She was too young when her sister died and only learned of it from her mother. Heh, I saw it in your face, of course, the Taoist chuckled darkly. This lady has an exceptionally hard fate. Not only does she bring misfortune to her father and husband, but also to... At this point, the Taoist fell silent, his gaze shifting toward the unconscious Zheng Chuan on the bed. Mrs. Zhang's heart lurched. She immediately bowed deeply to the Taoist. Master Taoist, I was rash earlier.
May I ask your name?
The Taoist smiled. Heh, those who have renounced the world have no names.
Just call me Taoist Xianshan. Master Xianshan, I have only this one son.
Today, he suffered a bloody calamity out of nowhere.
Is there any way you could help my son ward off this disaster?
Mrs. Zhang's face was now beaming with smiles, a complete contrast to her earlier demeanor. Money is no issue as long as my son is kept safe and sound.
No problem, no problem. Master Xianshan produced a pendant.
The pendant itself was a triangular black cloth pouch containing a protective amulet specially crafted by this humble monk. As long as this amulet is worn by your son, the evil energy will dissipate.
I guarantee he will awaken immediately.
Master Xianshan handed the pendant to Mrs. Zhang. You must place it on him yourself. Mrs. Zhang took the pendant and, half believing, half doubting, fastened it onto Zheng Chuan's body. Though Master Xianshan had demonstrated his skill, Mrs. Zhang hadn't witnessed his magical prowess firsthand, so she didn't fully trust him. The doctor had explained that her son's unconsciousness was due to the anesthetic, and he wouldn't wake until around 3 p.m. at the latest.
This Xianshan Taoist claimed the amulet alone could awaken him. Was that even possible?
Even though she was skeptical, Mrs. Zhang hung the pendant on Zheng Chuan. Then something miraculous happened. Zheng Chuan's eyes fluttered open, and he regained consciousness.
Mom, my nose. Zheng Chuan's first concern was his own nose.
Mrs. Zhang hurriedly reassured him. The doctor said it's fine, so don't worry.
Just rest well. Tell me if you want anything to eat. I'm not hungry. Zheng Chuan noticed the pendant around his neck and reached to remove it. What is this thing? It's hideous. Don't touch it.
Mrs. Zhang quickly held her son's hand. This is the protective amulet Master Xianshan gave you. Mrs. Zhang recounted the earlier events, leaving Zheng Chuan wide-eyed. He never believed in such nonsense, but his mother wouldn't lie to him. It seemed this Taoist priest was actually quite capable. Still unconvinced, he challenged Master Xianshan. If you're so powerful, why did you say dark energy clings to me? Then tell me, where did this dark energy come from? Master Xianshan extended his hand, made a few calculations, and chuckled. Yesterday you offended someone whose name contains the character you. That penniless student. Mrs. Zhang's usually pretty face twisted into a hideous grimace. I was thinking of leaving him alone for now, but it seems I was far too merciful. Zheng Chuan gritted his teeth in fury. So it was that little bastard.
Mom, I'll cripple him. Very well. I'll have someone cripple that bastard immediately.
Mrs. Zhang picked up her phone, sent a text to a certain number, then retrieved her checkbook and pen. She wrote down a figure and handed it to Master Xianshan. Master Xianshan, thank you for the protective amulet for my son.
It's a small token of my gratitude. 1 million?
Master Xianshan chuckled. With such sincerity, madam, I shall bestow an additional protective amulet upon you. Master Xianshan pulled another protective amulet pendant and a business card from his cloth pouch, handing them to Mrs. Zhang. Madam, this amulet will safeguard you and your son from bloodshed and calamity. Should it ever ignite spontaneously, it means the amulet has been overwhelmed by a powerful attack and lost its efficacy. Remember to call me immediately. Mrs. Zhang immediately fastened the pendant around her neck, tucked away the card, and expressed her gratitude to Master Xianshan. Thank you, Master.
I truly can't thank you enough. Green mountains remain unchanged, and flowing waters endure forever. We shall meet again someday, ha. Master Xianshan smiled and left the hospital room. Zheng Chuan hurriedly asked his mother, Mom, who were you just talking to? Your Uncle Li, of course. A cold smile touched Mrs. Zheng's lips. In Nanjiang City, those targeted by your Uncle Li rarely meet a good end. Hearing that his Uncle Li was about to intervene, Zheng Chuan's mummy-like face twisted into a cold sneer. Tell Uncle Li this, I'll make that brat kneel before me and beg for mercy. Chapter 29. Xu Zeyu had no idea he'd been targeted by villains once more. Right now, he was eating in the cafeteria with his boss, Zheng Zhongming. He was buried in his meal when he suddenly heard classmates around him pointing and whispering, Hey, that's Xu Zeyu. He's got some serious clout. The principal personally issued an apology notice to him. Looks like this kid's got some serious connections. Not just powerful, he's also a badass fighter. Didn't you hear? Last night he took down 10 thugs single-handedly. So cool. Those thugs on Student Street bully us all the time, but only this guy had the guts to stand up to them. Good fight. Listening to his classmates and alumni gossip, Xu Zeyu felt utterly helpless. He'd only been protecting his roommate and standing up for himself, never expecting it to make such a splash. Chang Zhongming stared at Xu Zeyu in astonishment. Third brother, I never knew you were such a fighter. Look at you, you can't even pass the long-distance run test. Were you just playing dumb all this time? Xu Zeyu gave a sheepish chuckle. You could say that. I just couldn't be bothered to run, it's not that I can't do it. But that wasn't the strangest part. What was odd was that despite getting slashed so many times yesterday, you look completely unharmed today. Chang Zhongming pointed at Xu Zeyu's arm. Look for yourself, even the scars have faded. Your recovery speed is just too fast. Xu Zeyu couldn't explain it either, so he just made up an excuse. I'm not really sure. Maybe those guys didn't cut very deep yesterday. Who says they weren't deep? The system in Xu Zeyu's mind retorted indignantly. If I hadn't healed you, do you think you'd recover this fast? Hearing the system admit its role, Xu Zeyu asked with renewed interest, so as long as I don't die, any injury will heal automatically, no matter how severe? Are you stupid? Asking that, the system retorted with contempt. Have you forgotten how you survived? As long as I have enough points, I can even bring you back from the dead. Of course, as always, it requires points. My points weren't deducted. Xu Zeyu checked his balance. Could it be that only resurrection required points, not healing? The system chuckled. This was your first injury. The auto-heal was part of your newbie welcome package. Starting next time, minor injuries cost 100 points, major injuries 1000 points. If you don't have enough points? Sorry, you'll just have to die. Then I'll create a new account and start over. Xu Zeyu retorted irritably, I'm just an ordinary person. How could I get so badly injured? In the past, sure, it wasn't so easy to get critically injured. But have you forgotten what our ultimate goal is? To dominate, the system explained. What happens to those who show off the most? They get struck by lightning. If even lightning can strike you, how could you not get critically injured easily? Xu Zeyu couldn't help but roll his eyes wildly, utterly speechless. But thinking about it, he used to hate pretentious people too. Anyone who dared to put on airs in front of him would get cursed out. Now that he was about to put on airs in front of others, they'd definitely be annoyed. Getting cursed it would be the mildest outcome. If he ran into someone with a narrow mind, they might very well kill him. He really didn't want to put on airs, but was he really a choice? Of course not. He had no choice. To stay alive, he had to put on a show. And the consequence of putting on a show was constantly offending people. The consequence of constantly offending people was, naturally, the constant risk of getting hurt. Forget it. Accept your fate. Xu Zeyu resigned himself to the reality with utter helplessness. If not for the system, he would have been dead long ago. Since the system had granted him a second chance at life, he naturally owed it a debt. Xu Zeyu disliked stirring up trouble, so he secretly resolved, once he repaid the system's 10,000 skill points, he would live honestly from then on, a good kid who didn't put on airs. The system instantly read Xu Zeyu's thoughts and sneered inwardly. You've already stepped onto this path of no return and now you want to turn back? Good luck with that. You must be Xu Zeyu. A girl dressed in exaggerated fashion suddenly walked up beside him, her face twisted in a cold sneer. I thought that toad trying to eat swan meat would be handsome, but turns out a toad is just a toad. Seeing someone challenge Xu Zeyu, a crowd of students instantly lit up, eager for a spectacle. Xu Zeyu's brow furrowed instantly. Ma'am, he said in a low voice, I don't believe we've met. Frankly, even if I were that toad, I wouldn't fancy a swan plastered in hormone-laden cosmetics like you. Auntie? Hormone-laced cosmetics? Ha ha. Xu Zeyu's scathing remark sent the surrounding students into fits of laughter. The girl's already pale face turned even whiter. Xu Zeyu. I'm warning you, don't you dare set your sights on my cousin Li Lin. You penniless bum isn't worthy of her. My aunt sent her to study in the States just to prepare her mentally. You actually think you still have a chance? Get lost. Xu Zeyu growled, his eyes reddening. For Lean's sake, I'll let this slide for now. If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for being rude.
Li Lin was Xu Zeyu's deepest wound. This girl had the nerve to come here and rub salt in it. He considered himself generous for not hitting her. Miao Yaya hadn't expected Xu Zeyu to yell at her like that. Her spoiled brat temper flared instantly. You dare be rude to me? Go ahead, hit me. Hit me. If you don't, you're a bastard. Smack. The sharp crack of a slap echoed through the room, stunning everyone present. Miao Yaya clutched her face, staring at Xu Zeyu in disbelief. You dare hit me? Go ahead, try hitting me again. Smack. Xu Zeyu slapped Miao Yaya across the other cheek, leaving both sides of her face swollen like a monkey's butt. Some people just ask to be hit. You've taken despicable to a whole new level. Xu Zeyu snorted. Don't think I won't hit women. You're an insult to the female gender. I could have just cursed you, but you had to push me. Now you know I'm skilled in both words and blows. Ha ha. The crowd laughed until their sides ached. Combining insults with blows, this Xu Zeyu was simply hilarious. No, this guy was a straight-up comedy powerhouse. Though Miao Yaya's cheeks were swollen on both sides, no one pitied her. She came over out of nowhere to flaunt her superiority, spouting nonsense like ugly toad and poor schmuck. A woman that's self-righteous deserved a beating. Fuming, Miao Yaya grabbed her phone and dialed the police. Then, still seething, she yelled, Xu Zeyu, don't you dare leave if you've got the guts. Xu Zeyu shrugged indifferently. I haven't even finished my meal. Why would I leave? Damn it, my food's getting cold. Ha! The students burst into laughter again, leaving Miao Yaya seething with fury. Keep pretending. Just wait till the constables arrive, then we'll see how you get out of this. Chapter 30. Beep beep. Face slap successful. System classification, low level. Number of people deceived, 215. Number of people face slapped, 1. Current skill points, 676. The system's voice chimed in. Xu Zeyu felt quite satisfied. He'd just been being himself, not putting on any act, and unexpectedly earned skill points, a nice bonus. Now, the entire cafeteria had lost all appetite for eating, eagerly waiting to watch the spectacle unfold. Had it not been for this expulsion incident, Xu Zeyu would have remained completely unknown at school. Miao Yaya, on the other hand, was quite the talk of the campus. Coming from a wealthy family and possessing good looks, she had no shortage of admirers. But this woman always had her sights set on the stars. Many boys threw themselves at her, yet she never gave a single one the time of day. But she was also quite cunning. Even when she wasn't interested, she wouldn't reject them outright. Instead, she kept them dangling in limbo. She'd give them glimmers of hope, making them believe they still had a chance, which only drew more suitors to her. Now, seeing this popular girl get slapped twice across the face by Xu Zeyu, a brutal act of violence sent the crowd of onlookers into a frenzy. Not many dared to strike Miao Yaya. Such a spectacle wasn't something you witnessed every day. Who dared to hit our Yaya? Before the constables could arrive, a group of boys charged forward, their aggressive stance making their intentions clear. Many immediately recognized the leader of the group of boys and gasped in hushed surprise, it's Li Yongchang, president of the school's taekwondo club. I heard Li Yongchang is a third-degree black belt. Xu Zeyu is in for a world of trouble this time. But I've also heard Xu Zeyu is a real fighter, he can take on 10 punks at once. Pfft, how could street punks compare to a professional black belt in taekwondo? Third-degree black belt? Xu Zeyu immediately asked the system, hey, system, between my beginner-level Wing Chun and this so-called third-degree black belt, who's actually stronger? No brainer, the third-degree black belt is stronger. The system replied with obvious exasperation. It's not even about technique. How could that crappy taekwondo compare to our Chinese martial arts? The point is, third-degree black belt is the highest rank among newcomers. You can't even match their physical strength alone. Brute force trumps skill, you're no match for them. Our Chinese martial arts? Xu Zeyu immediately asked upon hearing this. So your creators are Chinese? Ahem. You should focus on your own situation. This is your final beginner-level friendly reminder. You have two options to resolve this. 1. Upgrade your skills. 2. Use the bad luck card. The system promptly changed the subject. It's up to you. If you run into trouble later, figure it out yourself. Come back to me only after you've thought of a solution. I won't remind you again, okay? Your reminders are useless. I already know that. Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes, his thoughts snapping back to reality. Seeing that so-called third-degree black belt in taekwondo, Li Yingchang, approaching with such a large group, Cheng Zhongming turned pale with fear. Third brother, we should run now and find the school's discipline office to handle this. It's fine. Xu Zeyu remained utterly calm, for he already had a plan. Seeing her enforcers arrive, Miao Yaya immediately burst into tears. Yingchang, that jerk hit me, what? Li Yingchang adored Miao Yaya. He was usually so gentle he feared hurting her even when holding her hand. Now, seeing her face swollen from the beating, it felt like a direct slap across his own face. You bastard. I'll beat you to death.
Li Yingchang roared, lunging toward Xu Zeyu. Hold on. Xu Zeyu bellowed. Li Yingpiao, huh? Got the guts to face me on the stage for a fair fight? Li Yingpiao? Li Yingchang froze. My name is Li Yingchang, not Li Yingpiao. Oh. Xu Zeyu froze too. Prostitute, he stammered. It just slipped out. Ha ha. The onlookers hadn't thought much of it at first, but after Xu Zeyu's explanation, everyone got it and couldn't help but burst into laughter. This Xu Zeyu is such a wisecrack, that mouth of his is absolutely priceless, haha. Only then did Li Yingchang realize he'd been tricked by Xu Zeyu. His face flushed with rage as he swung his fist viciously. You're asking for it. Ah. Li Yingchang's fist flew out viciously, but before it could land on Xu Zeyu, Xu suddenly let out a piercing scream, collapsed to the ground, and began convulsing violently. Everyone, including Li Yingchang, froze in shock. Everyone knew Li Yingchang was formidable, but even he hadn't imagined he could strike someone from a distance. Just as the crowd was wondering what had happened to Xu Zeyu, a cold voice suddenly rang out. What's going on? Who just called the police? Zhong Yue approached with several constables. Glancing around, she spotted Xu Zeyu sprawled on the ground and frowned. Xu Zeyu, why is it always you? Xu Zeyu struggled to his feet and approached Zhong Yue with a pitiful expression. Captain Zhong, it's one thing for that woman to insult me, and another for her to threaten to arrest me. But now she's brought her boyfriend and a whole gang to beat me up. You have to stand up for me. Put. Ha! This guy is just too pathetic. The onlookers were laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. Xu Zeyu's mouth was truly unmatched in its combat prowess. Li Yingchang and Miao Yeye instantly understood why Xu Zeyu had been lying on the ground earlier, and they were so furious they were practically grinding their teeth. Li Yingchang trembled all over, while Miao Yeye stormed up to Zhong Yue, shouting, Officer. I was the one who called the police. Don't listen to this penniless brat's nonsense. Look at both sides of my face, this bastard hit me. Poor little brat? Hearing this, Zhong Yue's already cold expression turned even colder. Is that how you usually refer to anyone less wealthy than your family? Zhong Yue had hit the nail on the head. Deeply influenced by her aunt, Miao Yeye looked down on anyone poorer than her, habitually referring to them as that poor bastard or this poor schmuck at home. Of course, she usually maintained a more polished image in public. Earlier, she'd been seeking revenge against Xu Zeyu, and now, after getting slapped twice by him, her frustration and anger had caused her to lose all restraint and speak without thinking. The moment Zhong Yue's expression darkened, Miao Yeye instantly realized she'd gone too far and quickly backtracked. Anyway, this guy slapped me twice, so I called the cops. Then my friend got so angry he brought a whole bunch of people to help. Before they even started fighting, this guy just flopped down on the ground himself. Zhong Yue turned to Xu Zeyu and demanded, Xu Zeyu, is what she said true? Captain Zhong, I'm innocent. Xu Zeyu protested loudly. My roommate and I were just eating here when this woman came over, started cursing at me, and even asked me to hit her. Captain Zhong, tell me, how could there be such a shameless woman who begs others to hit her? Chapter 31. Caught off guard by Xu Zeyu's counterattack, Miao Yeye's face turned green. You're lying. I never asked you to hit me. How could I not? Xu Zeyu turned to the students nearby. Everyone, please testify for me. Did this woman just say to me, go ahead and hit me? Hit me, and if you don't hit me, you're a bastard. Xu Zeyu spoke the truth, and the students nodded in unison. Officer, Miao Yeye did indeed say that. Hearing Xu Zeyu and the students' testimony, combined with Miao Yeye's earlier arrogant attitude of constantly calling him a poor schmuck, Zhong Yue roughly understood what had happened. She then turned to Xu Zeyu and demanded, in one sentence, did you hit her or not? Xu Zeyu naturally denied it. I'm all for helping others, but this kind of favor? No thanks. So this woman slapped herself twice, then called the cops and took it out on her boyfriend. I just wanted to be a quiet pretty boy enjoying lunch when some woman suddenly shows up demanding you hit her and starts causing trouble. Tell me, am I not the one who got screwed over? Put. She hit herself? Ha! Xu Zeyu sure has the nerve to lie through his teeth. Respect. Miao Yeye was nearly choking on her own rage. Seeing Xu Zeyu testifying to the onlookers, she yelled at the students watching the commotion, you all saw it. Tell the constable right now that bastard Xu Zeyu slapped me twice. If Miao Yeye had spoken calmly, perhaps someone might have come forward to testify. But the moment she opened her mouth, she started yelling as if everyone owed her something. Recalling the vile insults she'd hurled at Xu Zeyu earlier, everyone felt she deserved it. Who would be willing to testify for her now? I didn't see anything. I was eating the whole time. When I came over, Miao Yeye's face was already like that. I don't know who hit her. Miao Yeye was so furious she nearly choked on her own blood. She couldn't understand she was rich and beautiful, so why wouldn't anyone stand up for her? Zhong Yue wasn't foolish enough to believe Miao Yeye had hit herself to frame Xu Zeyu. But without witnesses, she certainly wouldn't pursue the matter. Xu Zeyu, you're Miao Yeye, right? No witnesses. Do you have any physical evidence? Physical evidence? Miao Yeye wasn't stupid either. After glancing around, she shouted at Zhong Yue, the cafeteria surveillance. Officer, why don't we just check the surveillance footage? Review the footage? Zhong Yue nodded. Fine, let's check the footage. The moment they heard about checking the footage, everyone held their breath for Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu, however, remained completely calm. He addressed the system. Hey, system. Can you delete that footage? Are you kidding me? The system replied with obvious contempt. 50 points. Cash on delivery. The moment the system finished speaking, the number on Xu Zeyu's right instantly changed from 676 to 616, while the left remained at negative 10,000. Done. It's taken care of. The surveillance footage was retrieved quickly. Zhong Yue opened it, then handed it to Miao Yeye. See for yourself. Miao Yeye watched the footage, replaying it over and over, her face blank with confusion. How is that possible? It must have been deleted by someone. It has to be. Zhong Yue snorted. Xu Zeyu has been here the whole time, from earlier until now. Who would help him delete the footage? Besides, the timing in the video is perfectly consistent, there's no sign of editing at all. Do you think we're blind? Miao Yeye's face twitched violently. This was just too bizarre. Her face had clearly been struck, yet why did the surveillance footage only show them arguing? Why was there no footage of Xu Zeyu hitting her? Is that all? Zhong Yue shot Miao Yeye a glance. Miss Miao Yeye, next time you and your classmates have a little argument, don't bother calling the police. We constables aren't neighborhood committee ants, we don't have to manage whether you all get along. This was the first time Miao Yeye had suffered such a major setback. How could she just let it go? She grabbed Zhong Yue's arm and yelled, I don't care. You have to arrest Xu Zeyu today. My uncle is good friends with your chief. If you don't arrest him, I'll make sure the chief gives you a hard time. Seeing Miao Yeye's brazen attitude, the students were utterly shocked. Who dares act so brazenly these days? Are you trying to make the chief uncomfortable in his position, or do you just want to stir up more trouble for your own uncle? Zhong Yue's expression turned icy as she snapped, one more word, and I'll have you booked for obstructing official duties 2 days in the station for you. Zhong Yue still carried a certain police presence. Though Miao Yeye flashed a look of resentment and anger, she reluctantly released Zhong Yue's arm after being scolded. Just as Zhong Yue turned to leave, Xu Zeyu shouted, Miss, please wait. Oh, no Captain Zhong, hold on. What do you want now? Zhong Yue shot Xu Zeyu a withering glance, thinking, don't think I don't know you did it just because there's no video evidence. I haven't settled the score with you yet. What else do you want? Xu Zeyu adopted a pitiful expression. Captain Zhong, you can't just handle Miao Yeye's case and ignore mine. I was beaten up by Miao Yeye's boyfriend, apparently he's a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo. My injuries are serious. I need to file a report that Liang Pio hit me. Liang Chang was furious. It's Liang Chang. Xu Zeyu declared with righteous indignation. Captain Zhong, see? He admitted it himself, it was Liang Chang. Ha! The students burst into laughter. This Liang Chang was simply too adorable, a textbook example of all brawn and no brains. If Liang Chang had a brick in his hands right now, he'd smash it into Xu Zeyu's face without a second thought. That bastard. He's a complete scoundrel. Zhong Yue really didn't want to deal with this kind of student dispute. Besides, she was certain that Xu Zeyu, that little rascal, was making things up. So, she said impatiently, Xu Zeyu, don't waste my time. If you have evidence, bring it out. If you don't have evidence, then shut your mouth. Evidence? Xu Zeyu pointed at the phone in Zhong Yue's hand. Didn't you just get the surveillance footage? Just watch it and you'll see. Caught off guard, Zhong Yue immediately grabbed her phone and fast-forwarded to the relevant footage. In the footage, Liang Chang swung his fist high and punched Xu Zeyu, who immediately collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. Zhong Yue replayed the footage several times. She realized that from that camera angle, she could only see Liang Chang's fist coming forward, not whether it actually made contact. Even if other angles existed, it would be difficult to discern clearly. Xu Zeyu's timing had been precisely. Liang Chang's fist had come within inches of his chest. Even if the blow hadn't connected, it would have appeared as if it had. After watching the footage, Zhong Yue turned to Liang Chang and said, Liang Chang, right? You're suspected of intentional assault. Please come with us. Officer. I didn't hit him. I'm truly innocent. Innocent. Liang Chang was led away in handcuffs, his cries of protest still echoing through the cafeteria hall. The students couldn't help but silently give Xu Zeyu a thumbs up. He got away with hitting someone, yet the one who didn't hit anyone ended up getting arrested. Xu Zeyu is seriously awesome. Xu Zeyu chuckled to himself, just about to dig into his meal, when Zhong Yue coldly declared, Xu Zeyu, you're coming back to the precinct with me. Chapter 32. At the magistrate's office, Liang Chang desperately protested his innocence, refusing to admit guilt. But the video evidence was in the constable's hands, virtually irrefutable proof. Unless Xu Zeyu recanted his testimony himself, Liang Chang couldn't wriggle out of this no matter how hard he tried. But would Xu Zeyu retract his testimony? Of course not. Xu Zeyu had set Li Yingchang up. Why would he retract his own confession? Sitting in the interrogation room, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. He'd been summoned 3 times yesterday and again today, more frequent visits than his trips to the cafeteria. Zhong Yue, sitting across from Xu Zeyu, spoke with solemn seriousness. Xu Zeyu, one question, how do you want to resolve this? Do you want him to pay compensation, or what? Compensation? I'm not short on small change right now. Xu Zeyu tilted his head in thought. Simple, have Li Yingchang record an apology video to be posted on the school forum, and that'll settle it. An in-person apology is fine, but demanding a video apology? That's going too far, Zhong Yue countered. Xu Zeyu, you know exactly what happened here. Don't push it. Xu Zeyu paid no heed to Zhong Yue's words, snorting, overstepping? That jerk wanted to beat me to death for his girlfriend. If you hadn't shown up in time, do you think he'd have stopped at just one punch? Is demanding a public apology after assaulting someone overstepping? How about I punch you in the chest and just apologize to you in person? Would that be acceptable? As he mentioned her chest, Xu Zeyu inadvertently glanced at Zhong Yue. Oh my goodness, holy moly, that's the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Zhong Yue hadn't expected Xu Zeyu to be so brazenly lecherous, staring at her with that kind of look. Her expression instantly turned cold. Xu Zeyu, what are you looking at? Xu Zeyu snapped back to attention, sitting up straight with eyes fixed forward, the very picture of a righteous gentleman, like the legendary Lu Xiaowei. Seeing Xu Zeyu putting on such a show, Zhong Yue couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth turn up slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Alright, stop pretending. I'll say it again, this isn't a big deal. Just have him apologize in person. Zhong Yue had already mentioned it twice. If Xu Zeyu still refused, it would be a direct snub, fine. But unexpectedly, while Xu Zeyu agreed, Li Yingchang refused. He hit my girlfriend. I didn't beat him to a pulp just because I'm polite. And now you want me to apologize to him? No way. Xu Zeyu, standing beside Zhong Yue, chuckled. Captain Zhong, don't blame me this time. See? He's not giving you any face at all. Zhong Yue was also getting annoyed. Even if Li Yingchang hadn't actually hit Xu Zeyu, he still started the fight. An apology was the least he could do. For this guy to refuse to apologize was simply outrageous. Zhong Yue snorted coldly. Fine, you won't apologize? Xu Zeyu, what did you say earlier? Xu Zeyu immediately feigned agony. My chest hurts so badly. I don't know if my nerves got damaged too. The pain radiates up to my neck, I can't even move it. I need to go to the hospital for a full checkup. Officer, could you please have that Li Yingchang guy deposit 20,000 yuan into my medical account first? Li Yingchang gritted his teeth in fury, but he wasn't stupid. Xu Zeyu was clearly trying to scam him. If he actually fell for the setup, 20,000 yuan wasn't a small sum. The real issue was the magistrate's office's stance. Captain Zhong clearly wanted him to apologize. If he refused, he'd definitely have to cover the medical expenses. 200 or even 2,000 yuan. Li Yingchang might have swallowed that pill, treating it as money spent to avoid trouble. But 20,000 yuan? If apologizing could save him that 20 grand, then he'd have to apologize. Xu Zeyu, I'll deal with that bastard once we're back at school. Li Yingchang cursed inwardly, then composed himself, forcing a neutral expression as he addressed Xu Zeyu. Classmate Xu Zeyu, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I'm a generous guy. You admit your mistake, and I'll forgive you. Xu Zeyu patted Li Yingchang on the shoulder and chuckled. We'll still be good classmates and fellow alumni, right? My ass. Li Yingchang had already mentally cursed Xu Zeyu's entire lineage 18 times over. But now, he could only remain silent, silently rejecting Xu Zeyu's words. Seeing the matter resolved, Zhong Yue produced a settlement agreement for both to sign, thus closing the case. Li Yingchang left immediately after signing. Xu Zeyu lingered in the office, watching Zhong Yue process the paperwork. Curiosity piqued, Zhong Yue asked, Xu Zeyu, why are you still here? Don't you have to return to school for classes this afternoon? Xu Zeyu shrugged helplessly. I'd love to go back to school, but if I return now, I'm afraid Li Yingchang will beat me up. Zhong Yue. In the end, Zhong Yue and Xu Zeyu left the magistrate's office together. Xu Zeyu headed back to school, while Zhong Yue changed out of her police uniform into civilian clothes to clock out. She had the afternoon off. As they walked out of the precinct together, Zhong Yue was about to head to the parking lot to ride her electric scooter home when Xu Zeyu suddenly rubbed his stomach and said to her, Captain Zhong, I haven't had lunch yet. Zhong Yue rolled her eyes at Xu Zeyu. I dropped everything to handle your mess after getting that call. I haven't even had lunch yet. Xu Zeyu chuckled. Well, that works out perfectly. You can treat me to lunch. Zhong Yue froze. Why should I treat you? Xu Zeyu retorted, because you're the one who made me skip lunch by dragging me here for questioning. Xu Zeyu's cheekiness had finally gotten the better of Zhong Yue. It was just a meal she could afford it. There's a small, affordable restaurant tucked away in the alley across the street. Let's go. Hee hee, sure. Xu Zeyu was thrilled to have a free meal and trotted along behind Zhong Yue.
Viewed from behind, Zhang Yue had a remarkably toned figure. This woman must have trained in martial arts. Her figure was simply impeccable. Xu Zeyu acted just like this when he was with Li Lin. He'd often comment on every pretty girl they passed, claiming it was because he had an eye for beauty. But as his girlfriend Li Lin would say, that beauty referred to the beauty of other women. Otherwise, how else would he have found such a gorgeous girlfriend himself? Now that Li Lin wasn't around, Xu Zeyu naturally felt even more unrestrained. He wasn't being fickle. What was wrong with admiring beautiful women? It was a man's nature, his nature. Before he knew it, Xu Zeyu had followed Zhang Yue into a narrow alleyway. Zhang Yue suddenly stopped. Xu Zeyu nearly stumbled headfirst into her, but managed to catch himself just in time. What's going on? What's going on? You should be the one asking that. Zhang Yue pointed to several burly men blocking the alley entrance ahead. Xu Zeyu, they're probably here for you, right? Chapter 33. After me? Xu Zeyu muttered under his breath, glancing at the burly men ahead, tattooed arms, steel pipes, and clubs in hand. I'm just an upstanding citizen and model student. How could I possibly have caused this kind of trouble? Clearly, it's you, the constable, who stirred up trouble. They're here to settle the score. No way. I can't let this female constable drag me down. Run. The moment Xu Zeyu turned around, he spotted several more burly men emerging from the other end of the alley. These burly men, their faces covered in fleshy bulges, were staring straight at him, their expressions twisted into meaningful grins. Xu Zeyu's heart sank instantly. Holy crap, why are they grinning so lecherously? Could these guys be here to rob men? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he instinctively moved closer to Zhang Yue. He felt no shame whatsoever about wanting to flee earlier, yet now expecting Zhang Yue to help. She was a constable, not him. In a situation like this, it was only natural for her to take charge. The burly men on both sides slowly closed in, their gazes turning lecherous as they stared at Zhang Yue. Heh, who knew Xu Zeyu had such a gorgeous girlfriend? First, we'll take Xu Zeyu down. Then we'll take turns tormenting his girlfriend right in front of him. Ha! Xu Zeyu hadn't expected these men to actually be targeting him. His brow instantly furrowed. But he knew Zhang Yue would definitely intervene. So he shouted loudly, Captain Zhang. This has nothing to do with you. You leave first. I'll cover your retreat. Cut the crap. Stop pretending in front of me. Zhang Yue yanked Xu Zeyu aside and addressed the group. I'm Zhang Yue, captain of the city constabulary. I don't care what grudge you hold against Xu Zeyu, your actions are illegal. I formally warn you, leave immediately, or don't blame me for being harsh. Whoa, captain of the constabulary? How terrifying. Ha! Think you can get away with that? You're no mercy. The burly men didn't buy a word of Zhang Yue's threat. One of them immediately swung an iron pipe, aiming straight for her head. Looking for trouble. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yue's eyes. Before the pipe could fully descend, she swiftly raised her leg and delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest. With a thud, the burly man, who looked to weigh over 150 pounds, was sent flying by her kick, crashing into his comrades. Attack! The other thugs swung their steel pipes and iron rods at Zhang Yue and Xu Zeyu. Zhang Yue instinctively tried to shield Xu Zeyu behind her, but Xu Zeyu charged headlong into the group of thugs behind them. Only then did Zhang Yue recall that Xu Zeyu was also a formidable fighter capable of taking on 10 men. She chuckled to herself, then focused her attention on dealing with the enemies in her own direction. Seeing Xu Zeyu charging toward them, the men grinned savagely, overconfident. Before their smugness could fully manifest, Xu Zeyu had already closed the distance, unleashing a flurry of punches. Only then did the men realize the danger. While the others managed to react, the one at the very front was caught completely off guard. Xu Zeyu's fist slammed into the collarbone just below his throat. Ah! The man felt as if his throat was about to snap, the pain unbearable. He frantically dropped the iron bar, clutching his throat with both hands as he collapsed to the ground in agony. His companions ignored him, continuing to swing their iron bars at Xu Zeyu. Instead of retreating, Xu Zeyu advanced, closing in on the burly men at lightning speed, leaving their iron rods nowhere to strike. This narrow alley was perfect for Wing Chun's close-quarters combat. Trapped in Xu Zeyu's clinch, the men were utterly frustrated. But if they didn't strike, Xu Zeyu would close in further. They had to strike. But if they did strike, hitting Xu Zeyu was uncertain. Hitting their own comrades was guaranteed. Xu Zeyu, however, had no such reservations. The moment he closed the distance, he unleashed a flurry of punches toward his opponents. Thud! Xu Zeyu's punches were cunningly placed. Each landed squarely on vital areas like soft spots or throats, instantly neutralizing his opponents. No choice. Xu Zeyu only had basic Wing Chun skills now, relying on technique to strike vital points and take down opponents. Had he mastered advanced Wing Chun techniques, he'd be at the level of a martial arts grandmaster. Then, it wouldn't just be about hitting vital points. A single punch anywhere on an opponent's body could shatter bones and snap tendons. Even with only the foundational skills, and aided by the advantageous terrain, Xu Zeyu took down all 5 burly men in under a minute.
He thought he'd acted swiftly and was about to assist Zhang Yue when he found her already standing behind him. A mocking smile flickered across her cold face. Xu Zeyu, your Wing Chun is quite impressive. Pretty good? You think I'm just messing around? Xu Zeyu was furious, but when he saw the twisted steel pipe on the ground, he swallowed his anger. To bend a steel pipe like that, this woman's fighting prowess was terrifying. He'd been so smug, but compared to Zhang Yue, his own moves were mere play, not real fighting. Ignoring Xu Zeyu's stunned expression, Zhang Yue made a call. Soon, a group of constables arrived and handcuffed the men. Even having a meal was such a hassle. Sigh. Zhang Yue sighed helplessly, looking up at Xu Zeyu. Now, it's your turn to treat me to dinner. Xu Zeyu nodded repeatedly. It's just a meal. I always feed beggars who come to my door anyway. Fine, forget I said anything. Let's eat, let's eat. Xu Zeyu and Zhang Yue had barely finished their meal when the interrogation concluded. These guys were security guards from the city's largest security firm, Weilong Security. They'd been hired to cause trouble for Xu Zeyu. Their employer's sole demand was to break Xu Zeyu's legs and bring him back. Nothing else. Weilong Security? Hearing the company's name, Zhang Yue's frown deepened. This so-called security firm was actually a criminal syndicate, merely using a legitimate business front to avoid being swept up in crackdowns. While they took on legitimate business on the surface, they were more often involved in illegal activities. They operated with extreme caution, backed by professional lawyers who laundered their crimes and taught them how to evade punishment. Unless evidence was ironclad, it was nearly impossible to convict them. However, it was said that Weilong Security didn't take on ordinary jobs. Their minimum fee was at least 200,000 yuan. Zhang Yue shot Xu Zeyu a glance, utterly baffled by what this sharp-tongued college student could possibly be worth 20,000 yuan. Xu Zeyu, have you offended someone recently? Offended someone? Xu Zeyu immediately thought of young Master Zhang, his expression turning grim. Besides that spoiled brat, who else could it be? Chapter 34. Xu Zeyu bitterly recounted yesterday's events, though he omitted the system's existence, nearly stating he'd narrowly escaped death. After hearing Xu Zeyu's account, Zhang Yue's expression shifted from surprise to mockery. So you're the one who got rid of that disgusting Wu Bing? Pretty impressive. That wasn't my doing. That Zhang Dashi has committed countless misdeeds and offended people. Wu Bing was merely a lackey helping him commit atrocities, so he got his just deserts. Xu Zeyu put on an innocent expression. You have to understand, they confiscated my phone yesterday. Even if I had the traffic intersection surveillance footage, I wouldn't have been able to upload it. Oh really? Zhang Yue snorted. But when you were falsely accused of hitting an elderly person yesterday, you somehow got your hands on the surveillance footage first thing. And today, that crucial segment showing Miao Yeye getting slapped mysteriously vanished from the footage. Don't tell me you had nothing to do with any of this. Xu Zeyu was secretly stunned. This female constable's mind was truly meticulous. If she didn't know exactly how he tampered with the footage, she'd probably have arrested him already. But who could possibly understand the system? Those who haven't used it couldn't even begin to imagine. Kid, now you see the benefits of the system, huh? Ha ha. Upon reading Xu Zeyu's thoughts, the system's artificial voice chuckled smugly. Get lost, this doesn't concern you. Xu Zeyu couldn't be bothered to engage with the synthetic voice. He was too busy dealing with Zhang Yue. Captain Zhong, don't you law enforcement officers insist on evidence? You can't just make things up without proof. Zhang Yue snorted twice, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Xu Zeyu, I won't say more. That Weilong Security Company isn't someone to mess with, and neither is that Zheng Chuan, the young master. You need to be careful. Stick to crowded places, and don't wander around at night unless you have to. I believe they won't be so brazen as to attack you in broad daylight. Knowing Zhang Yue was genuinely warning him, Xu Zeyu understood the situation well enough. He nodded earnestly. Got it. Thanks, Captain Zhang. I'll head out now. Oh, wait, I think I forgot to do something. Seeing Xu Zeyu's expression, she knew he'd taken her words to heart. Since she couldn't shadow him around the clock, she didn't press further. Alright, go ahead. If you remember what it was, you can tell me later. Got it. Xu Zeyu walked away. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Zhang Yue couldn't help but chuckle softly. You little rascal, don't think I don't know you have the skills to manipulate surveillance. Don't let me catch you red-handed, or I'll have you spend a few days in the detention center reflecting on your actions. Miss, it's time to settle the bill. The owner approached, smiling warmly at Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue rolled her eyes. It suddenly hit her what Xu Zeyu hadn't done. Damn it! You said you'd treat, but you just walked off without paying. That little jerk. By the time Xu Zeyu remembered, he was already back at school. Oh crap, I totally forgot to pay. Ahem. But forgotten it was. Xu Zeyu decided to stick with his amnesia act for now. He'd deal with it when he saw Zhang Yue next. Xu Zeyu thought he'd be safe back at school, but just as he was heading to class, Li Yingchang blocked his path. Xu Zeyu, I'll beat the crap out of you, you bastard. Whoosh. Li Yingchang launched a powerful, vicious kick straight at Xu Zeyu. If that kick connected to his midsection, Xu Zeyu would have been knocked flat on the spot. Xu Zeyu wasn't that stupid. He dodged it immediately. Li Yingchang, if you've got the guts, let's have a tournament match in the school auditorium in a month. If you hit me now, you'll end up back in the constable's office later. A tournament in a month? Li Yingchang froze for a second, then looked at Xu Zeyu with contempt. You think you can beat me in a month? We'll see about that. On the stage, it's just a friendly spar. Even if you hurt me, the constables won't say a word. Xu Zeyu snorted. You're not so cowardly that you can't even give me a month, are you? Li Yingchang retorted, don't think I don't know you're trying to bait me. It won't work. But I'll give you a month. Just don't hide when the time comes. Seeing Li Yingchang agree, Xu Zeyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He truly didn't believe that a month of hard training wouldn't allow him to master new martial arts skills. If he dared chase him, Xu Zeyu vowed to beat the hell out of that bastard Li Yingchang. Relax, Xu Zeyu snorted. My class is right here. Unless I'm so scared of you I drop out myself, how could I run away? Not only will I not run, I'll post on the school forum and have the entire student body and faculty bear witness at Xu Zeyu challenging you. Xu Zeyu's confidence made Li Yingchang feel uneasy. He couldn't help but think this guy was way too sure of himself. But Li Yingchang was equally confident in himself, so he agreed without much thought, fine. 1 month from now, in the school auditorium ring. See you there. Xu Zeyu, whoever runs is a little dog. The moment Xu Zeyu's challenge to Li Yingchang hit the forum, the entire school erupted. Until yesterday, Xu Zeyu had been a complete nobody. No one outside his own class knew who he was. But after last night's solo showdown with a gang of thugs on Student Street, today's dramatic reversal where the principal first expelled him only to apologize and retract the decision, followed by his rampage in the cafeteria, Xu Zeyu had become a household name. As the president of the Taekwondo club, Li Yingchang, with his looks reminiscent of a Korean oppa, was immensely popular among girls. He was the ideal boyfriend for many female students and enjoyed undeniable fame. One was a rising star who had just made a name for himself, while the other was a long-established heartthrob. The clash between these two was bound to attract attention. Quick-witted students with some cash on hand set up betting odds, secretly encouraging others to place wagers. Betting on Xu Zeyu to win paid 3-1, while betting on Li Yingchang paid 1.5-1. The bookie's clear bias toward one side was obvious. Xu Zeyu remained unaware of this until returning to the dorm that evening, when Chang Zhongming approached him with a mysterious look. Third brother, he asked, got any confidence you can beat Li Yingchang? Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes at him, of course I'm confident. Why else would I be here asking for a beating? Good. Chang Zhongming grinned, turning to Qin Kai slumped on the bed and Yufeng reading in his bunk. Money, money. We're betting on third brother to win. Bet on me to win? What do you mean? Xu Zeyu asked, thoroughly puzzled. Chang Zhongming explained the betting odds, leaving Xu Zeyu seething with anger. Bet 100,000 on me. Bet on me to win. Chapter 35. 100,000 yuan? The entire dorm was stunned. Third brother, you're not joking, right? Where did you get that kind of money? Seeing their astonished expressions, Xu Zeyu explained, don't worry, my money is perfectly legitimate. I made it trading antiques. Chang Zhongming pressed further, since when did you start dealing in antiques? Xu Zeyu looked at Chang Zhongming with a faint smile, did you ever see me practicing Wing Chun before? If I can do Wing Chun, what's so strange about me dealing in antiques? Chang Zhongming. That's how college life goes. Those with a social life vanish at night, while those without spend all day cooped up in the dorm. Originally, Qian Kai, the seasoned veteran in Xu Zeyu's dorm, had the most vibrant social life. But he'd gotten injured yesterday and now had to stay put in the dorm. Chang Zhongming already had a girlfriend and often went out to have fun. But today, worried Qian Kai would be bored, he stayed in the dorm to keep him company. Yufeng was a total bookworm, obsessed with novels like The Pillow Book, The Moonwind Mirror, and The Silver Plum Vase. He spent all day sprawled in bed reading that kind of stuff. Xu Zeyu usually went out with Li Lin, but now that she was gone, his heart felt suddenly empty. Lin must still be on the plane, right? He hoped she had a safe journey. Xu Zeyu had a phobia of flying. He'd rather endure an extra dozen hours on a train than board a plane. As he put it, if a train accident happened, there was still a chance to survive. But if a plane crashed, the odds of making it out alive were about as likely as winning the lottery. He was insecure by nature and hated that feeling of being suspended in the air with no way down. 2 years, 10 billion. Thinking of Li Lin, he recalled the wager he'd made with her father, and a wry smile touched his lips. It sounded easy enough, but putting it into practice was another story. 10 billion yuan, that's not $10. You can't just earn it on a whim. But then again, with this system, anything really was possible. With nothing else to do, Xu Zeyu browsed through the system's functions, various skills, and cards once more. Among the quick money skills, besides antique appraisal, there were jade appraisal, stock trading techniques, and more. Other money-making skills existed too, though they weren't as fast. Xu Zeyu also knew that even the quick money skills required luck to actually turn a profit. No matter how skilled you are at antique appraisal, where in the world are there enough antiques waiting for you to buy and sell? No matter how powerful your jade appraisal skills were, there was only so much raw jade available. You couldn't possibly make $1 billion in one go. As for stock trading, China's stock market has always been a place where dragons enter and earthworms emerge, where the wealthy enter and the poor exit, where tigers enter and kittens emerge. Unless Xu Zeyu possessed extraordinary luck, amassing 10 billion yuan swiftly through the stock market was simply impossible. No choice for now, I'll start with antiques and leave the rest to fate. I wonder how much my bowl could fetch. Xu Zeyu was still pondering the bowl when Huang Yuyan's call came through. Mr. Xu Zeyu, we've decided to auction your Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl the day after tomorrow at 8 p.m., with a reserve price of 5 million huaxia currency. We welcome you to attend in person and witness how your own antique is sold. Huang Yuyan's voice was melodious and distinctly feminine, leaving Xu Zeyu feeling utterly delighted. Thank you, Sister Huang. I'll definitely be there. Huang Yuyan gave a soft chuckle. Alright, then. Be here at 7:30. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the auction house. Bye. Bye. After hanging up with Huang Yuyan, Xu Zeyu exhaled deeply. Finally, the auction begins? Soon I'll be a millionaire too. Ha! Zheng family living room. A man with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a face radiating menace sat before Mrs. Zheng, his expression grave. Sister-in-law, I'm truly sorry. My 10 brothers botched the job. This man was none other than Li Haolong, CEO of Nanjiang City's Weilong Security Company. Having failed to apprehend Xu Zeyu today, he had come to the Zhang residence specifically to explain the situation to Mrs. Zheng in person. After hearing Li Haolong's explanation, Mrs. Zheng's brows furrowed. How could that kid have a girlfriend who's a constable? I've investigated. His girlfriend is the Li family's heiress. She was just forced by her family to break up with him yesterday and has left China. Did you guys get it wrong? Li Haolong sighed helplessly. I pulled strings to check with the authorities. That Captain Zhong Yue really doesn't seem to be Xu Zeyu's girlfriend. But seeing how intimate they were over dinner, it's hard to say for sure. My 10 men are in deep trouble this time. I can't intervene to save them right now. They'll just have to stay in the detention center a few more days. It's fine, Long. This really isn't your fault, Mrs. Zheng snorted. If anyone's to blame, it's that bastard's damn good luck that my son didn't run him over. Seeing Mrs. Zheng's furious expression, Li Haolong hesitated before finally speaking up. Sis, don't blame me for butting in, but Xiao Chuan can't keep causing trouble like this. Something bad is bound to happen sooner or later. Li Haolong, I don't need you telling me how to raise my son. Mrs. Zheng flared up at the mention of this. If it weren't for Xiao Feng's father saving you back then, would you even be where you are today? Li Haolong knew he was truly meddling where he didn't belong. With a helpless, bitter smile, he said, Sis-in-law, I shouldn't have said anything. I won't mention it again. Humph. Mrs. Zheng snorted. No need for further words. Keep a close eye on that kid. At the first chance, make his life miserable. If you handle this for me, you'll no longer owe the Zheng family anything. Li Haolong replied, Sis, you're talking nonsense. If anything else comes up, feel free to come to me. Rest assured, unless that kid never leaves campus for the rest of his life, he won't escape my grasp. Xu Zeyu remained unaware that Li Haolong had him firmly in his sights. He diligently followed Zhong Yue's advice: stick to the 3 points: classroom, cafeteria, dormitory. Avoid secluded areas and never leave campus unnecessarily. That way, no one would dare openly target him on campus. But as Li Haolong had pointed out, Xu Zeyu couldn't stay locked inside the school forever. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tonight was the auction for Xu Zeyu's rare Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl. He absolutely had to attend. Holding onto a sliver of hope, Xu Zeyu also believed that his basic knowledge of Wing Chun provided him with some self-defense skills. With this thought, he stepped out of the school gates. The moment Xu Zeyu stepped outside and stood at the bus stop waiting for a bus, a student-looking figure near the school gate flashed a cold smile and immediately pulled out their phone. Chapter 36. Xu Zeyu was still waiting for the bus when several thug-like figures approached from the side, apparently also intending to board. Xu Zeyu already disliked thugs, and seeing these ones moving closer to his spot, he proactively stepped aside. The punks didn't react much, seemingly genuinely waiting for the bus. Xu Zeyu kept his distance, minding his own business, and waited for the bus. The number 21 bus he was waiting for pulled up. The punks didn't move, so Xu Zeyu assumed they weren't taking this route and started walking toward the bus. Ahead, a fashion-conscious girl was checking her makeup in a mirror even as she boarded. Just as Xu Zeyu was about to step on, he glanced up and caught sight of her mirror. His expression turned grim. Behind him, one of the thugs suddenly drew a dagger, glaring menacingly ahead. And right in front of that thug? Wasn't that himself? Swish! The thug thrust the dagger towards Xu Zeyu's waist. If it connected, it could easily pierce his kidney and kill him. Fortunately, Xu Zeyu saw the thug draw the dagger. The moment the dagger shot out, he darted to the side, forcing the thug to stab at thin air. Die!
Rage surging through Xu Zeyu, he slammed a fist into the thug's soft spot. Crack! Xu Zeyu's furious punch struck the thug's lowest rib, snapping it clean in two. Finish him off. The other thugs drew their daggers and lunged at Xu Zeyu. This time, Xu Zeyu was ready. Striking first, he delivered punches to their vital points before they could fully attack. Whether it was the nose, throat, or soft underbelly, Xu Zeyu's strikes were decisive and ruthless, defeating his enemies in one fell swoop. Xu Zeyu had endured constant bullying from petty thugs throughout elementary, middle, and high school, leaving him seething with hatred towards such scum. These punks lacked the skill to make big money or the guts to pull off major crimes, so they bullied the weak instead. Xu Zeyu had long wanted to teach such scum a lesson. Today, these thugs had come for his life, so Xu Zeyu showed them no mercy. As the thugs lay sprawled on the ground, Xu Zeyu felt unsatisfied. He immediately charged forward, delivering several kicks until they coughed up blood. The man watching from afar picked up his phone again, his gaze venomous. Boss Long, they failed. Xu Zeyu beat them all up. No problem. Keep watching them. Li Haolong's voice was icy cold. Since he dared to show up, I'll take his life. Zhong Yue arrived quickly in her police car. Seeing the scene, she wasn't the least bit surprised. After instructing her officers to take the men away, Zhong Yue turned to Xu Zeyu with a helpless sigh. Xu Zeyu, didn't I tell you to stay put when you're not on duty? Xu Zeyu looked equally exasperated. I had a reason I absolutely had to come out today. Seeing Xu Zeyu's exasperated expression, Zhong Yue suddenly offered, where are you going? I'll drive you there. Call me when you're ready to come back and I'll pick you up. Really? Xu Zeyu's eyes lit up as he unhesitatingly climbed into the police car. Alright, take me to the auction house at the antique market. The auction house at the antique market? Zhong Yue was quite surprised. Are you going to tonight's auction for the Yaobian Tenmaku Tea Bowl? I heard a lot of foreigners are coming, it's going to be quite lively. Why are you going to join the crowd? Xu Zeyu shrugged and chuckled, well, that bowl is actually mine. I commissioned the auction house to sell it. Blow, keep blowing. Zhong Yue, driving the car, looked skeptical. I'll tell everyone that bowl was sent for auction by my husband. Xu Zeyu chuckled. My dear wife, once that bowl sells, let's find a room to celebrate. Smack! Zhong Yue suddenly whipped her head around and smacked Xu Zeyu square in the eye. After taking Zhong Yue's punch, Xu Zeyu's eye instantly turned black and blue, making him look like a panda. Ah! Xu Zeyu yelped, yelling at Zhong Yue, what the hell are you doing? Zhong Yue retorted coldly, I hate men like you who take advantage of women the moment they open their mouths. Xu Zeyu gritted his teeth in anger, you're the one who said your husband sent that bowl to be auctioned. That bowl really is mine, how is this my fault? Keep blowing your own horn. I don't buy it. It was no wonder Zhong Yue didn't believe him. The bull's reserve price was 5 million yuan. Did Xu Zeyu look like he had that kind of money? Xu Zeyu never expected her to believe him anyway. Fuming, he retorted, fine, don't believe me. But why beat me up like this? One eye's all black and blue, how am I supposed to show my face tonight? Oh, one eye black and the other white, that asymmetry really is unsightly. Zhong Yue thought for a moment. Fine then. Xu Zeyu immediately demanded, what do you mean, fine? Xu Zeyu let out another wail as Zhong Yue landed a punch on his other eye. Through the rearview mirror, Xu Zeyu saw his own reflection and began crying in frustration. Now they were symmetrical, both eyes black and swollen. He was a real panda now. Damn, he looked great. Zhong Yue snorted coldly. Think you can take advantage of me? If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think this constable is easy to push around? Seeing Xu Zeyu being taken away by Zhong Yue's car, the guy monitoring him reported again, Boss Long, Xu Zeyu's been taken away by the constable. Got it. You don't need to handle the rest. I'll take care of it. Li Haolong hung up and set off with meticulous preparation. Due to the auction, the antique market was especially bustling tonight. Since Zhong Yue was driving a police car, she parked outside the market. Xu Zeyu, get out. There are plenty of people here, and patrol officers too. You'll be fine. Call me before you head back, and I'll come pick you up. Xu Zeyu had intended to thank Zhong Yue, but remembering the black eyes she'd given him, he merely grunted twice. See you, he muttered before stepping out of the car. He dares to sulk at me? Watching Xu Zeyu storm off, Zhong Yue's lips curved into a faint smile. This kid, he's got some spirit. Xu Zeyu stepped into the antique street market and was instantly stunned by the bustling scene. No way? Selling antiques is this lively? Truthfully, the street wasn't usually this lively. Xu Zeyu hadn't felt anything special about it during his last visit. The key was tonight's auction item, the Yaobian Tenmaku Tea Bowl. It was the finest antique this auction house had handled in the past year, and its actual value far exceeded the low reserve price. That's why so many people had come to witness tonight's auction. Rumor had it that only one such bowl remained in the world, housed in a museum on the island nation. This newly discovered piece was the second surviving example. Antique enthusiasts from all over had flocked to the event, embracing the mindset that even if they couldn't afford to buy it, they could at least witness its splendor.
Observing the bustling scene, Xu Zeyu felt a surge of excitement. With so many buyers present, this piece was bound to fetch a high price. Excited, Xu Zeyu arrived at the auction house 10 minutes early as agreed. Huang Yuyan wasn't at the entrance, so he stood nearby waiting. To hide his unsightly dark circles, Xu Zeyu had spent 50 skill points healing his injuries, restoring his eyes to normal. No sooner had Xu Zeyu's eyes healed than 2 security guards approached, impatiently barking at him. What kind of random people are here to gawk? Get lost. Chapter 37. Being kicked out by the security guards, Xu Zeyu was displeased. What's wrong with me standing here? How am I bothering you? The 2 security guards weren't actually busy. Those with auction credentials entered using their passes, while those without qualifications wisely kept their distance, staying as far away as possible. Xu Zeyu, however, was the only person lingering here who clearly lacked such credentials. These guards, accustomed to seeing wealthy individuals come and go, had grown accustomed to feeling superior. The sudden appearance of a penniless youth naturally triggered an inexplicable sense of superiority within them, prompting their harsh rebuke. Usually, it was others barking orders at them. Today, they finally had the chance to bark at someone else. How could they not flaunt their power? When Xu Zeyu dared to talk back, the slightly heavier of the 2 security guards glared at him. I told you to get lost. Why all the nonsense? This isn't a place for a poor kid like you. Get out of here now, or don't blame us for being rude. Xu Zeyu was a man of principle. Even when greeting the school janitor, he would offer a polite hello, never looking down on others based on their occupation. He understood a fundamental principle of life: look down on others, and those more capable will look down on you in return. Now look at this, 2 security guards actually blocking my way, telling me to get lost. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I wonder who gave you such confidence, making you think you can just tell people to get lost? The slimmer bodyguard sneered. Ha! We treat other guests with respect, but you? A penniless kid just here to gawk? Think we'd give you the courtesy? Dream on. The verbal sparring between the 2 guards and Xu Zeyu drew a crowd of onlookers. While people thought the guards were being pretty rude, Xu Zeyu really didn't look like he was there for the auction. He was decked out in knockoffs and cheap brands. His entire outfit and shoes probably weren't worth $200. The guards were right to kick him out, but their attitude was way too harsh. You think I can't get you fired with a single word? Xu Zeyu declared with an air of arrogance. I didn't want to look down on you, but you're not worth my respect. I'll make sure to tell Manager Huang later, get rid of you too. Xu Zeyu was certain Huang Yuyan would agree. Firing 2 lowly security guards with no connections was a mere trifle to her. How did Xu Zeyu know they had no connections? Who the hell would be a security guard if they had connections? Ha! The 2 guards burst into uncontrollable laughter, as if they'd heard the funniest joke ever. Who do you think you are? Talking about telling Manager Huang to fire us? Are you her husband or something? If you can get Manager Huang to fire us, we'll kneel down and call you sir. If you can't, stop pretending and get the hell out of here. The 2 guards' attitude was downright nasty, but the onlookers were already used to such behavior. Even dogs know to bully the weak. With the auction house backing them, it was no surprise these guards were yelling at people who had neither money nor influence. People were just curious, where did Xu Zeyu get the confidence to think Manager Huang would fire these 2 guards? Was this kid just putting on airs? Heh, I'd say he's probably just messing around. Embarrassed by the guards yelling, he knows Manager Huang is busy but is deliberately talking big here. Manager Huang is here. Someone shouted, and all eyes turned toward the auction house entrance. Huang Yuyan wore a red slit cheongsam today, her hair elegantly pinned up, revealing a captivatingly fair neck that stirred an urge to kiss it. Her delicate curves accentuated by the crimson gown made her figure appear even more alluring, leaving many men drooling with desire. What's going on? Seeing Xu Zeyu blocked at the entrance, seemingly arguing with the security guards, Huang Yuyan's expression instantly turned cold as she questioned the 2 guards. The 2 guards, assuming Huang Yuyan was upset about a disturbance, immediately bowed and scraped before her. Manager Huang, it's like this. This penniless kid was standing at our auction house entrance, damaging our reputation. We asked him to leave, but he refused and started arguing with us. Hee, the guy even claimed to know you and wanted you to fire us. How could you possibly know someone like that? We naturally had to kick out such a shameless blighter who'd tarnish your reputation. Did he say he wanted to fire you? Huang Yuyan asked, somewhat surprised. The 2 men nodded. Yeah, who does he think he is? Humph. Alright, you 2 can get lost. I'll have finance settle your salaries for this month. After saying this, Huang Yuyan didn't even glance at the 2 security guards. Instead, she walked up to Xu Zeyu and smiled slightly. I'm sorry, Mr. Xu. It was my mistake. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you. All the onlookers were stunned, while the 2 security guards turned ashen-faced, trembling all over. What just happened? What just happened? How could Manager Huang possibly have a friend like this penniless kid? That doesn't make sense. No, wait, this kid must be loaded and just pretending to be broke. Rich folks love playing these games nowadays. Damn it all. The onlookers watched the two bewildered security guards with pity. Serves you right for being blind, for talking trash, for bullying people. Seeing Huang Yuyan's sweet smile, Xu Zeyu's frustration vanished instantly. It's fine, it's fine. I just arrived early. It's not your fault. Yes, Mr. Su, please come in. Huang Yuyan escorted Xu Zeyu into the auction house with utmost courtesy, leaving everyone speechless. Whispers spread through the crowd. Judging by Huang Yuyan's demeanor towards Xu Zeyu, this young man was clearly more than just her friend. He seemed to be a major client. It was no wonder those two security guards got kicked out for offending such a VIP. The two security guards were left speechless with regret. They had thought Xu Zeyu was just putting on a show in front of them, never expecting him to be this impressive. The moment Xu Zeyu stepped into the auction house, the system's voice chimed, beep beep, face slap successful. System determines low level. Add 100 points. Total skill points, 726. Xu Zeyu glanced over the number on the right had indeed changed to 726. He dismissed the system's notification, his full attention now fixed on Huang Yuyan. Huang Yuyan wore a cheongsam. Xu Zeyu towered over her, and as they walked side by side, he couldn't help but catch glimpses of things he shouldn't see. I have a girlfriend. I can't let my mind wander. No, no. Xu Zeyu desperately tried to maintain the appearance of a proper gentleman, refusing to glance sideways. Yet, a voice inside him kept whispering, Xu Zeyu, if there's something to see, just look. Why pretend to be so proper? No sooner had the voice faded than the system's contemptuous tone echoed, it's just looking, not doing anything else. Are you even a man? If you won't even look, what's the point of having eyes? Chapter 38. Shut up. Infuriated and humiliated, Xu Zeyu immediately yelled at the system in his mind, of course. Huang Yuyan couldn't possibly hear him. Mr. Su, our Huang's auction house has prepared a private viewing room for you. Your antique will be the grand finale of tonight's auction, the last item. There are other pieces up for bid before it. Huang Yuyan, seemingly oblivious to Xu Zeyu's furtive glances, continued with a smile, if you're interested, you can bid freely on anything under 8 million. I see. All right. Xu Zeyu nodded. Thank you, Sister Huang. You're welcome. Huang Yuyan led Xu Zeyu into a private auction room furnished with a sofa and a table, upon which sat fruit and tea snacks. Of course, there was also a microphone for bidding. A transparent glass wall faced the room, offering a clear view of the auction floor below. This was a VIP room. The regular auction seats on the first floor were worlds apart in terms of treatment. No wonder everyone strives to make big money. Wealth truly brings privilege. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Such treatment was beyond his wildest dreams before, yet now it was within arm's reach. And this was only the beginning. What kind of treatment would he receive if he earned tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions in the future? Xu Zeyu couldn't help but start to look forward to it. Earning $1 billion in 2 years had once felt like a forced goal, but now he turned that pressure into motivation. To give his girlfriend a good life, he had to work harder and harder and harder. His girlfriend came from a wealthy family. Without sufficient capital, how could he possibly have the face to marry her daughter? Lilin, wait for me. I will. Just as Xu Zeyu was thinking about his girlfriend, Huang Yuyan entered again. Xu Zeyu looked at her with surprise. Sister Huang, is there something else? Huang Yuyan smiled faintly. Well, I'm quite curious about the origin of this bowl. Could you tell me where it came from? Of course, if you feel it's inconvenient, you don't have to say. Nothing's inconvenient, Xu Zeyu replied. It's like this. Xu Zeyu recounted the entire encounter with the young man that day. Huang Yuyan listened with a look of utter bewilderment, then furrowed her brow. Mr. Su, if you don't want to tell me, just say so. But this story you're spinning is just too far-fetched. Xu Zeyu knew Huang Yuyan had misunderstood. And she was right, no one would believe such an outlandish tale unless they'd witnessed it firsthand. Walking into an antique market and randomly bumping into some idiot who voluntarily hands you a treasure? Only a fool would believe that. But Xu Zeyu couldn't very well attribute it to the lucky card's magic. With a sigh, he said, I swear every word is true, Sister Huang. If you still don't believe me, there's nothing more I can say. Seeing Xu Zeyu's earnest expression, Huang Yuyan hesitated, unsure whether to believe him. Her intense interest stemmed from the fact that anyone with basic antique knowledge knew such a Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl was utterly unique. Yet Xu Zeyu had found one exactly the kind of discerning eye the Huang family desperately needed. She was eager to recruit Xu Zeyu as the Huang family's treasure appraisal consultant. Next month marked the annual antique exchange fair in Huaxia. Having an expert appraiser at such an event would guarantee profits. The Huang family held considerable standing in Nanjiang City, but Nanjiang was merely a quasi-second-tier city, still far behind China's first-tier cities and the capital, Yanjing.
Consequently, the Huang family struggled to attract top-tier appraisers, as the best were snapped up by major cities and prestigious antique merchant families in Yanjing and Shanghai. Finally encountering someone with Xu Zeyu's discerning eye, Huang Yuyan found herself unable to trust him. That inner conflict was something only she could truly understand. Above all, an appraiser must be trustworthy. She wouldn't dare hire someone of questionable character. Well, she thought to herself, I'll just observe him for a few days. Prioritizing safety above all else, Huang Yuyan decided against hiring Xu Zeyu for now. Mr. Xu, I must take my leave.
Should you require anything, please inform the attendant at the entrance. Xu Zeyu nodded. All right, Sister Huang. Goodbye. Xu Zeyu sat down and began eating and drinking with casual ease. The food in the VIP room was truly delicious, leaving Xu Zeyu wanting more. What Xu Zeyu didn't know was that Huang Yuyan was watching him through the surveillance feed. Seeing Xu Zeyu wolfing down his food with both hands, Huang Yuyan couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. This kid. Still, his uninhibited eating actually put Huang Yuyan at ease. People who ate like this usually weren't the scheming type. If one had to pinpoint a flaw in such a person, it would be a tendency to take harmless little advantages. At exactly 8 o'clock, the auction commenced. Xu Zeyu was solely focused on how much his prized item might fetch, showing no interest in the other auction items. He kept eating and drinking, paying no attention to the bidding going on outside, no matter how loud it got. Whenever Xu Zeyu was about to finish the fruit and snacks on his table, the waitress would promptly bring a fresh serving. This made him marvel at how attentive Huang's auction house truly was. Little did he know that after each delivery, the waitress would roll her eyes. The guests in the other private rooms weren't anything like Xu Zeyu. They hadn't even finished one serving, yet this guy had polished off 5. The waitress knew she couldn't afford to offend the guest in the private room, so she dared only grumble inwardly, stuff yourself until you're bursting, then see if you don't get a stomachache. Humph. As the auction reached its penultimate item, Xu Zeyu suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed intently on the ancient wooden inkstone displayed on the auction podium. Huang Yuyan noticed Xu Zeyu's unusual focus and furrowed her brow slightly. That kid seems fixated on that inkstone, but it doesn't look particularly special. Huang Yuyan, who held all the auction catalogs, knew this inkstone was merely a Qing dynasty antique, nothing more. The reserve price for this wooden inkstone was 300,000 yuan, and fetching 600,000 would already be quite impressive, a significant difference compared to the prices of several previous antiques. Why did Xu Zeyu show no interest in the earlier antiques, yet take such a keen interest in this ancient wooden inkstone? Huang Yuyan couldn't fathom the reason, for Xu Zeyu saw not only the age of the antique inkstone but also its composition. If it were merely an antique, its price would cap at 600,000 yuan at most. But the material of this ancient wooden inkstone was extraordinary. Forget its value as an antique, the raw material alone was worth millions. Chapter 39. Anyone else would have to examine it up close and go through great lengths to determine the inkstone's material. But Xu Zeyu didn't need to. With his antique appraisal skill, a single glance from afar was enough. All the information about this antique would be reflected in his brain as electronic data, more accurate than any machine. Therefore, it was perfectly normal that Xu Zeyu could discern the secrets of this inkstone while others could not. Seeing Xu Zeyu's serious expression, Huang Yuyan called over her family's veteran appraiser, Old Zhong. Have you studied that inkstone yet? Old Zhong was the very man who had bet Xu Zeyu he could eat Xiang live on stream. Hearing his boss ask, Old Zhong answered earnestly, I've studied it. It's an antique from the Qing dynasty. That's what the seller told us when we bought it. No problem. All right. Huang Yuyan was savvy in business, but her eye for antiques was average at best. This field required not only years of practice but also innate talent. Huang Yuyan knew she lacked that gift, so she trusted whatever her appraiser said. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that Xu Zeyu's gaze was unervingly intense, compelling her to watch him closely. She wanted to see whether Xu Zeyu would actually bid on this wooden inkstone. This antique wooden inkstone from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty had a reserve price of 300,000 yuan, with a minimum bid increment of 10,000 yuan. The auctioneer was a young woman with a beaming smile and a sweet, infectious voice. No sooner had she announced the reserve price than someone shouted, 350,000, 36,000, 38,000, 40,000. In less than a minute, the antique wooden inkstone had been bid up to 400,000 yuan. Of course, the bidding grew quieter, with only 2 or 3 people left in the running. When the bid reached 500,000, no one called out again. The attendees at this auction weren't fools. This antique wooden inkstone was worth 60,000 at most. Pushing the price higher wouldn't yield much profit. Just as everyone thought the antique wooden inkstone would be sold off, Xu Zeyu suddenly spoke up, 510,000. This inkstone truly had something extraordinary about it. Huang Yuyan's eyes lit up instantly. Seeing no further bids, she called out with a hint of malicious glee, 550,000. Xu Zeyu slammed the table in frustration and shouted, 600,000. Huang Yuyan felt awkward continuing to tease Xu Zeyu. If he found out about this, they wouldn't even be able to remain friends.
She'd made him spend an extra 100,000. She'd just deduct 100,000 from his commission later.
60,000, going once. 60,000, going twice. 60,000, going 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer's hammer fell decisively, and the ancient wooden inkstone was now Xu Zeyu's.
Seeing Xu Zeyu dancing with joy in the private room, practically doing an elephant dance, Huang Yuyan suddenly felt she hadn't fleeced him enough. He must have made a killing. If she'd known, she would have fleeced him even more.
Who asked him not to tell her the truth? Humph. Finally, it was time for his Yao Bian Tenmaku tea bowl. Xu Zeyu immediately sat down quietly, his eyes fixed intently on the auctioneer's chest. Oh, wait, on his tea bowl. The bowl's position happened to align perfectly with the girl's chest, a completely accidental sight. Ahem. The grand finale antique we're auctioning today is this Yao by Tenmaku tea bowl.
As is widely known, legend holds that 2 such bowls exist, one vanished in the chaos of war, while the other is preserved in a museum on the island nation. The auctioneer said with a smile, whether today's Yao by Tenmaku is the 3rd bowl or the one lost in war, well, that remains unknown.
All you need to know is that this bowl is genuine.
Now, witness the charm of this Yao by Tenmaku tea bowl with your own eyes.
The auction hall lights instantly dimmed, plunging the entire space into pitch black darkness. Yet soon, astonished onlookers noticed sparks of starlight emanating from the bowl.
In the blink of an eye, the bowl was covered in sparkling starlight, transforming the entire auction hall into a miniature, vast starry sky.
My goodness! Absolutely stunning.
If anyone had previously doubted the bowl's authenticity, this display left no room for doubt.
Beautiful, absolutely breathtaking. The lights came back on, revealing the gleaming eyes of the auction's distinguished guests.
The auctioneer, sensing the moment was right, smiled faintly. Yao Bian Tenmaku tea bowl.
Starting bid, 5 million. Bidding increments, 20,000.
Originally, the minimum bid increment was 100,000, but this auctioneer knew how to read the room. Seeing the intense focus in so many eyes, he spontaneously decided to raise the increment by 100,000. The moment her words fell, a voice bellowed, 6 million.
6,600,000. 7 million. 8 million. 10 million.
Watching the price of the bowl he'd acquired by chance rocket skyward, Xu Zeyu was completely stunned. He knew his bowl could fetch a decent price, but when it actually hit 10 million, his heart couldn't help but pound wildly.
10 million, 10 million. And the auction was still going, the price climbing higher. 11 million. 12 million.
Xu Zeyu felt his heart was about to burst.
He deeply regretted not bringing his quick-acting heart medicine today.
If he were to drop dead from the sheer excitement, that would be quite the spectacle. Xu Zeyu knew the highest price paid for this bowl was 20 million, and he was eagerly anticipating his own bowl fetching such a sky-high price. But by the time the bidding reached 15 million, only 2 voices remained. What surprised Xu Zeyu was that one of the bidding voices sounded vaguely familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. Who could it be? Xu Zeyu was puzzled, but he couldn't be bothered to care. As long as the bidder paid up, he couldn't care less who it was. The other voice was rough and coarse, clearly belonging to a rough and tumble sort. Had it not come from the VIP lounge, one might have mistaken the speaker for a laborer. The two continued bidding for a while longer, until finally, the piece was purchased by the familiar voice at 16 million.
16 million. Add that ancient wooden inkstone to it, I'm rich. Rich. Ha!
Xu Zeyu roared with laughter, his smug expression reminding Huang Yuyan of a male monkey triumphantly claiming a beautiful female.
She rolled her eyes in exasperation. What a money-ignorant fool. Chapter 40. The auction concluded. Xu Zeyu stepped out of the private room, intending to find Huang Yuyan and then sit back to collect his payment.
But the moment he exited, he bumped into 2 people he'd hoped to avoid.
You? Li Yuan frowned. What are you doing here?
Xu Zeyu finally recognized the familiar voice from earlier. Who else could it be but the father of his girlfriend, Li Lin? The thought of Li Lin's father snatching his bowl left Xu Zeyu with a twisted expression.
What are you doing here? What am I doing here? What's so strange about that? Before Li Yuan could respond, his wife Chen Mialian snorted coldly. You really know how to flatter yourself. I bet you're here to work, aren't you? Think whatever you want. Xu Zeyu knew this woman harbored a prejudice against him and couldn't be bothered to explain. He'd told them the truth, believe it or not. Just as Xu Zeyu turned to leave, Chen Mialian called out, You hit my niece, and now you just walk away? Xu Zeyu shot her a playful glance and chuckled, If you're not satisfied, go ahead and file a report with the constable's office. You! Chen Mialian nearly choked on her anger, but she truly had no recourse against Xu Zeyu. Li Yuan frowned and turned to his wife, With all these people watching, don't make a scene here. Humph. To save face, Chen Mialian reluctantly swallowed her anger. We'll settle this tomorrow. The Li couple headed toward the auction house manager's office. Xu Zeyu trailed behind them, strolling leisurely and whistling non-stop, infuriating Chen Mialian to the point she wanted to beat him senseless. Why was this kid so annoying? Wherever she went, he followed. Xu Zeyu snorted dismissively. He knew the couple disliked him, but did they think he cared? You don't like me? Fine, I'll make sure you don't like me either. What's that gonna do? Bite me.
With other customers present, Chen Malian held her tongue.
But once they entered the manager's office, her patience snapped.
She snapped at Huang Yuyan. Miss Huang, how come anyone can just walk into the manager's office at your family's auction house?
Huang Yuyan looked surprised. Mrs. Li, is there a problem with who comes in here? Chen Malian pointed at Xu Zeyu and shouted, how did this brat get in here? Isn't he just working for you? Xu Zeyu continued whistling, acting as if Chen Malian wasn't talking about him.
His indifferent attitude only made Chen Malian angrier.
Huang Yuyan was a shrewd woman and instantly sensed the tension between them.
But as a businesswoman, she naturally wouldn't meddle in customer disputes. She smiled faintly and said, Mr. Su isn't here to work for me. He's also a customer here.
He's really a customer here?
Chen Malian looked utterly astonished.
Does he have money to buy things? Of course he does. Huang Yuyan replied with a smile. That Yao Bian Tenmiku tea bowl you acquired? That was entrusted to us for auction by Mr. Su. Hearing Huang Yuyan's words, even Li Yuan's expression changed this time. The Yao Bian Tenmiku tea bowl is yours? Where did you get something so valuable? Xu Zeyu snorted. Didn't I tell you guys that day?
I wandered around the antique market and ran into a guy selling bowls. He thought it was a fake, so I snagged it for just under $600.
Still spouting nonsense. Li Yuan was furious, refusing to believe Xu Zeyu could have such luck. You think you're some kind of reincarnated lucky star, strolling around and casually raking in tens of millions? Same as before, believe it or not, it's up to you. Xu Zeyu was clearly annoyed with his future in-laws, his tone uncharacteristically blunt. The million I used to buy your gifts? That was an advance from manager Huang. Oof. Gifts? Huang Yuyan froze slightly, but she maintained her professional composure with a smile. I can confirm that.
Mr. Xu Zeyu did indeed advance 1 million from me that day, claiming he needed it urgently. The Li Yuans didn't trust Xu Zeyu, but they believed Huang Yuyan wouldn't help and deceive them, so they dropped the matter.
Sis Huang, let's sign the contract. Cash for goods, right? Chen Malian couldn't wait to get out of there. She just wanted to settle the deal and leave. All right. Huang Yuyan gave a slight smile and handed the prepared contract to the Li Yuans for their signatures. After Li Yuan signed the contract and paid, Huang Yuyan carefully packaged the tea bowl and handed it to the couple. Take care, you two. After the Li couple left, Huang Yuyan couldn't help but tease Xu Zeyu with a playful look. You're quite the character, aren't you? Even the Li couple's daughter isn't safe from your advances. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but silently admire Huang Yuyan's sharpness. In just a few sentences, she'd figured out the entanglement between him and the Li couple. He didn't feel like elaborating, so he simply said to Huang Yuyan, Manager Huang, please settle the accounts and hand over my items and money. All right. Huang Yuyan pulled out the ledger. The auction brought in 16 million. After deducting the 10% commission, that leaves 14.4 million. Subtract the 1 million you advanced, and we're down to 13.4 million. The antique wooden inkstone was 600,000. So, I need to pay you 12.8 million. Check if that's correct. Xu Zeyu nodded. Correct. Transfer the funds to my account. All right. Huang Yuyan promptly transferred the funds via her phone, then asked Xu Zeyu with genuine curiosity, why did you insist on buying that antique wooden inkstone? With your discerning eye, you couldn't have misjudged it. You want to know? Xu Zeyu chuckled. Fine. I don't have any use for that antique inkstone anyway. I'll sell it to you at a discount 2 million. How about it? Huang Yuyan rolled her eyes. You bought it for 600,000 and now want to sell it to me for 2 million without explaining why? Do you take me for a fool? Xu Zeyu held the antique inkstone in his hand and chuckled. If you trust me, I guarantee you won't lose out. So, are you in or out? Xu Zeyu looked at Huang Yuyan with intense seriousness, his eyes radiating complete sincerity. Huang Yuyan had been in business since she was 16 and had seen countless people, but this was the first time she'd encountered someone with such a clear gaze. As if by some unseen force, she nodded, I'll take it. Just as Huang Yuyan was about to transfer another 2 million yuan to Xu Zeyu, the appraiser old Zhong beside her urgently protested, Manager Huang, don't fall for this kid's tricks. I've authenticated this antique inkstone, it's genuinely just an ordinary Qing dynasty relic. Your eyesight's failing, yet you still dare call yourself an appraiser? Xu Zeyu snorted. Old man, did you forget how badly you misjudged that last time just because I didn't make you eat on livestream? Mentioning that only made old Zhong's face flush crimson as he scrambled to save face. This time I'm absolutely certain that bowl isn't worth 2 million. If I'm wrong, I'll kneel down and call you grandpa. Good grandson, watch closely then. Xu Zeyu suddenly grabbed the fruit knife on the table and began scraping furiously at the outer layer of the ancient wooden inkstone. Chapter 41. You're insane. Old Zhong nearly had a heart attack. Scraping off that layer of ancient ink would render the antique worthless. Xu Zeyu shot old Zhong a sidelong glance and snorted, it's my antique. What business is it of yours? Old Zhong nearly choked on his words at Xu Zeyu's remark, his eyes rolling dramatically. Seeing old Zhong so enraged, Huang Yuyan couldn't help but giggle. Her smile radiated feminine maturity and charm, nearly causing Xu Zeyu to scrape his own hand in frustration. Old Zhong was furious, snapping, "Fine, it's your antique. Do whatever you want with it." Xu Zeyu leisurely scraped away the ancient patina covering the surface of the antique wooden inkstone, revealing its original color. It must be said, the inkstone looked rather unattractive with its outer layer scraped off. Yet old Zhong's eyes were glued to it, utterly transfixed. How is this possible? This is 1,000-year-old agarwood. Xu Zeyu chuckled. And it's agarwood shaped like an inkstone. Would you say it's worth 2 million? Worth it? Absolutely worth it. Old Zhong was visibly shaken, slapping his forehead hard. How could I not have thought of this? How could I not have thought of this? Xu Zeyu replied, it's perfectly normal you didn't think of it. Who in their right mind would risk ruining an antique by scraping off that layer of ancient ink just for the sake of it? True. Ha ha. Old Zhong beamed with a radiant smile. It was clear this appraiser genuinely loved antiques. Even though this piece wasn't his, he was genuinely delighted. But Xu Zeyu's next words instantly dampened his spirits. Good grandson, hurry up and kneel down to call me grandpa. Old Zhong's face flushed crimson. He wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. How embarrassing. Absolutely mortifying. Huang Yuyan handled the situation more smoothly. She immediately spoke up, Mr. Xu Zeyu, old Zhong was indeed in the wrong. But for my sake, let's just let this go, okay? I'll buy this antique inkstone back for 2.1 million. How does that sound? Xu Zeyu responded with remarkable magnanimity, I said 2 million, so 2 million it is. A man keeps his word. As for Manager Huang's face, I'll certainly save it. This matter is settled. But if you ever dare question my judgment again, I'll make you kneel live on camera, eat, and call me grandpa. Having narrowly escaped punishment twice, old Zhong silently vowed, this time, I'd rather die than cross this kid again. I've been getting the short end of the stick. But seriously, how did this kid have such an eye for quality? To clearly identify the raw timber quality of this ancient wooden inkstone from such a distance, what incredible insight. Old Zhong suddenly understood why Huang Yuyan had been fixated on Xu Zeyu. If Xu Zeyu, with his uncanny eye for antiques, were to become the Huang family's appraiser, their antique business would be a surefire moneymaker. At this thought, old Zhong felt his spirits sink once more. If Xu Zeyu became the Huang family's appraiser, wouldn't that mean he'd be out of a job? Xu Zeyu's account had just gained another 2 million, bringing his total earnings this time to 14.8 million. Combined with the remaining 900,000 from a few days ago, his savings had reached a staggering 15.7 million. But suddenly, Xu Zeyu felt a pang of regret. Why had he just agreed to forego that 100,000 yuan? You wanted to play dumb, but that was 100,000. 100,000. Xu Zeyu's heart ached, his flesh ached, it hurt like hell. The system snorted, that was a spectacular failure at pretending. True pretending doesn't sacrifice your own interests, that's not pretending, that's being a fool. Xu Zeyu finally understood what it meant to pretend so badly he ended up looking foolish. Oh well, live and learn, consider it a 100,000 yuan lesson in pretending. Just as Xu Zeyu was about to leave, an auction house staff member rushed in, addressing Huang Yuyan, Sis Huang, there's trouble outside. You need to go check it out immediately. Alright. Hearing trouble, Huang Yuyan immediately dashed out. Xu Zeyu was just about to leave and followed her out of the manager's office. They rushed to the main entrance and saw a burly man blocking Li Yuan and his wife. The two sides were engaged in a heated argument. The auction house security guards stood cautiously nearby, ready to intervene if necessary. Both parties were clients of the auction house. The security guards dared not intervene, yet feared someone might get hurt if the fight escalated. They could only watch helplessly. They hadn't even left the auction house yet. If any safety issues arose, the auction house would be held fully responsible. Huang Yuyan frowned and said in a low voice, Mr. Li, what are you trying to do? The man addressed as Mr. Li boomed at Huang Yuyan, I intended to gift this Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl to a very distinguished elder, but Mr. Li snatched it away at auction. Now I wish to repurchase it at the original price, yet Mr. Li refuses to give me face. Poof. Xu Zeyu recognized the voice. This Mr. Li was none other than the burly man who had earlier competed with Li Yuan for his own antique. While Xu Zeyu disliked the Li Yuan couple, this Mr. Li's behavior, refusing to bid higher yet demanding to buy the auction item back at the original price, was downright overbearing. Xu Zeyu detested such bullying types. He couldn't help but shout, who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? If you have the money, just bid for it. If you can't afford it but still want someone else's item, expecting them to give you face? Do you think you're some pretty boy or heartthrob who gets by on looks? Xu Zeyu's sharp tongue had the surrounding crowd stifling their laughter, though no one dared to laugh out loud. Instead, they all looked at him with strange, pitying eyes. Xu Zeyu sensed something was off, yet fear didn't stir within him. We're all human. I've already died once, who's afraid of who? A turtle fears a hammer. Ha! Boss Lee couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yet his smiling face looked even more hideous than when he was serious, utterly grotesque. Kid, what's your name? If you've got the guts, say it. Huang Yuyan immediately shielded Xu Zeyu behind her, calmly addressing Boss Lee. Boss Lee, the young man doesn't know any better. Surely you're not petty enough to hold a grudge against a kid? Chen Miaolian suddenly sneered coldly. He's already in his 20s. How could he still be so immature?
Seeing Chen Miaolian suddenly stab Xu Zeyu in the back, the onlookers all silently felt sorry for him.
She's helping you, and you kick him while he's down? What kind of woman is that? She's heartless.
Huang Yuyan also secretly despised Chen Miaolian's character, but she had no time to dwell on it now. Her sole focus was protecting Xu Zeyu. After all, Xu Zeyu's antique appraisal skills were crucial to the Huang family's future prospects.
She absolutely couldn't let anything happen to him.
Mr. Li's smile was forced. Manager Huang, I believe Mrs. He is correct. Everyone in Nanjiang City knows what kind of man I, Li Haolong, am. If this kid dares to put on airs in front of me and make me lose face, how could I possibly continue operating in Nanjiang City if I let him off?
You're Li Haolong, owner of Weilong Security? Xu Zeyu's expression instantly turned icy upon hearing the name. Sorry, but I'll give face to anyone except you. Chapter 42. Beep beep. Posing successful. That was quite the imposing and domineering display. System rating, intermediate. Number of people, 22. Bonus points, 220. Total points, 946.
The system's notification echoed in Xu Zeyu's mind, but he couldn't think of anything else. He just glared viciously at Li Haolong.
Enemies meeting always ignites fierce hatred.
Li Haolong had tried to kill him time and again, pushing Xu Zeyu's rage to its peak. First, ambushing him in that alley. Second, having someone stab him with a dagger at the bus stop. This was a blood feud now. Had Xu Zeyu had the means, he would have sought revenge at this bastard's doorstep long ago. Now that this bastard had actually crossed paths with Xu Zeyu here, there was no way Xu would show him any mercy.
He tried to kill me, why would I fear him now? You're Xu Zeyu?
Li Haolong froze in surprise. He hadn't expected Xu Zeyu to appear here.
Hadn't his men reported that the constables had taken him away?
He'd even dispatched numerous men to stake out the prefectural office entrance, waiting for Xu Zeyu to emerge so they could hack him to a pulp. Needless to say, all the men he'd stationed there had wasted their time. Everyone was stunned by Xu Zeyu's words. Who could have imagined that after learning Li Haolong's identity, Xu Zeyu would still dare to challenge him? What a bold move! Who is Li Haolong? He's the notorious gang leader of Nanjing City. Even members of Nanjiang City's 3 major families wouldn't dare provoke this guy lightly. Just look at how brazen he was to block Li Yuan and his wife. That alone shows how arrogant he is. Yet Xu Zeyu, this obscure young upstart, dares to show such disrespect to Li Haolong? Who gave him the nerve? So you remember my name? Xu Zeyu snorted coldly. Mr. Li Haolong, since you recall my name, you should understand why I refuse to give you face. Fine, very fine. Li Haolong chuckled eerily, his face twisted into a menacing grimace that distorted his otherwise passable features. Kid, if you survive a month, I'll write my name backwards. Then I'll be waiting for you. Xu Zeyu retorted coldly. Don't think just because you're a thug, everyone has to fear you. Evil men may fear other evil men, but heaven fears none. Ask the heavens who have they ever spared? People like you aren't without retribution, it's just not yet time. You'll see. In the past decade, Xu Zeyu was undoubtedly the first person to openly confront Li Haolong. Everyone silently gave him a mental thumbs up, though they also worried for him. Li Haolong's reputation wasn't built on empty claims. Over the past decade, anyone who crossed him either met a violent end or vanished without a trace. His notoriety was well established. Xu Zeyu looked like just an ordinary young man. Could he possibly be a match for Li Haolong? Xu Zeyu, remember to sleep with your eyes open tonight. Close them, and you might not see tomorrow's sun. Ha ha. Li Haolong laughed several times before turning and leaving. To make such a threat in public showed just how arrogant Li Haolong was. Huang Yuyan frowned, her tone tinged with reproach. Xu Zeyu, you were far too impulsive. Had you not provoked him to the point of no return, given our Huang family's standing in Nanjiang City, he wouldn't have dared to act recklessly. Sis Huang, I appreciate your concern, but the situation between us isn't as simple as you think. Even if I hadn't provoked him today, he'd still be determined to destroy me. The outcome would be the same. Xu Zeyu retorted, if the outcome is the same either way, why should I fear him? All right. Huang Yuyan sighed helplessly, silently praying that Xu Zeyu would be protected by divine favor. Chen Miaolian shot Xu Zeyu a withering glance and snorted, ignorant and arrogant. You'll have your day of tears. Xu Zeyu sneered, ha! At least I'm better than you, woman. You can't even raise your voice when someone blocks your path and forces you to buy or sell. You! Chen Miaolian tried to retort, but Li Yuan cut her off. Let's go. Don't stoop to a child's level. Getting the items home is the priority.
Just as Li Yuan and his wife turned to leave, a young man suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Xu Zeyu by the arm. Gotcha! Finally found you. Spill it. How much did that Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl fetch at auction? I don't care how, but you're giving me half. Everyone was stunned by the young man's outburst. What on earth was going on? Witnessing this scene, Chen Nelian seemed to find a new source of amusement.
She sneered sarcastically, I thought this kid had actually stumbled upon a treasure.
Turns out that bowl belongs to someone else.
Huang Yuyan stared at Xu Zeyu in astonishment, eager to understand what was happening.
If Xu Zeyu hadn't authenticated that bowl, she'd seriously reconsider hiring him as their family's appraiser.
Xu Zeyu abruptly slapped the young man's hand away, snorting, You sold me the Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl, it's mine now.
Why should I share the money with you? You're ripping me off. The young man, both flustered and furious, blurted out, Why didn't you tell me it was real when you bought it? If you'd told me it was genuine, I wouldn't have sold it to you. The onlookers finally understood the situation and burst into laughter. Huang Yuyan also smiled wryly.
She had initially thought Xu Zeyu hadn't been truthful about the bowl's origins, but it turned out he had been telling the whole truth. The Li Yuans were dumbfounded. Xu Zeyu hadn't deceived them at all, they'd simply refused to believe him. Seeing the young man's ridiculous display, Xu Zeyu snorted, You didn't tell me it was real when you sold it to me either. I thought it was fake when I sold it to you. How was I supposed to know it was real?
By this point, the young man was nearly in tears. But the more he tried to cry, the more others wanted to laugh. Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes at him and said, You tried to sell me a fake for 600 yuan? Did you think I was stupid? You delivered it to my doorstep yourself. If it wasn't the real thing, why would I spend 600 yuan on your bowl? No way. He only paid 600 for that bowl? Li Yuan and his wife's expressions were priceless. They'd shelled out 16 million for it, and that kid got it for just 600? 600! Those who attended the auction were equally stunned. What incredible luck Xu Zeyu had. Just casually browsing and stumbling upon an antique worth tens of millions, truly enviable. But everyone knew the real reason was Xu Zeyu's keen eye. Anyone else would have spotted this Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl as a fake too. It defied all common sense in the antique trade. Huang Yuyan no longer doubted Xu Zeyu's appraisal skills. No matter the cost, Xu Zeyu must become the Huang family's appraiser. Chapter 43. Huang Yuyan understood what a skilled appraiser meant to an antique auction house. Why had the great antique families of the provincial capital and Yanjing become dynasties in the antique trade? Wasn't it because their founding generation had laid a solid foundation with a master appraiser? If she could lure Xu Zeyu over, Huang Yuyan was prepared to offer any bargaining chip within her power. Bro, I'm begging you for the sake of those $5 I gave you for the bus fare, just give me a share of the money. The young man was sniveling and teary-eyed, looking utterly pitiful, practically clinging to Xu Zeyu's leg. I lost both my parents when I was little. My sister raised me with great difficulty, but now she's got cancer. We desperately need money. Alright. Stop cursing your own family over a little cash. Xu Zeyu was the type who couldn't resist someone's pleas, and this guy really was his lucky charm. Giving him some money was just accumulating a little virtue for himself. Not too much, just 200,000. Deal? 200,000. The young man was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. Yes, absolutely. Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer it to you. Xu Zeyu pulled out his phone. The young man immediately gave him an account number, and Xu Zeyu transferred the 200,000 yuan. Seeing the 200,000 yuan actually appear in his account, the young man excitedly threw his arms around Xu Zeyu and planted a kiss on his cheek. Bro, you're like my own brother. The guy planted so many kisses all over Xu Zeyu's face that it was covered in saliva and snot. Xu Zeyu was so annoyed he stomped his foot. Get out of here. You're disgusting. Ha ha. The young man laughed as he walked away. My real brother. My sister is gorgeous. I'll definitely introduce her to you next time, haha. With your looks? If your sister looks like you, I'd be having nightmares. Xu Zeyu grumbled helplessly. Just then, Huang Yuyan suddenly turned serious and addressed Xu Zeyu. Mr. Xu, I know you're quite wealthy now, but I'm still sincerely inviting you to be our antique appraiser at Huang's auction house. As long as the salary is within our budget, you name your price. What do you say? Hire me as an antique appraiser? Xu Zeyu hadn't expected Huang Yuyan to bring this up so suddenly and froze in surprise. Xu Zeyu had originally planned to earn enough capital to open his own antique shop, aiming to make $1 billion within 2 years. He hadn't considered becoming an appraiser at all. But with Huang Yuyan extending this invitation in front of so many people, refusing would surely embarrass her. That was Xu Zeyu tough on those who pushed him, but even tougher on those who treated him well. During their first meeting, Huang Yuyan had agreed to advance him 1 million yuan, something unthinkable from any other auction house manager. This was a huge favor for Xu Zeyu. This time, with just one word from him, 2 security guards were fired on the spot. Huang Yuyan had given him ample face. With such a debt of gratitude and respect owed to her, how could Xu Zeyu possibly refuse Huang Yuyan in front of everyone? Seeing Xu Zeyu's hesitation, Huang Yuyan knew she was close to success. She deliberately brought up the matter in front of so many people precisely because she understood Xu Zeyu's character. Anyone else, even if they'd made over 10 million, would never consider splitting 20,000 with that young upstart. 200,000 yuan was no small sum. She had earned it through her own skills and business dealings, why should she share it? Yet Xu Zeyu had handed over 200,000 yuan to that young man without hesitation. Clearly, he was someone who remembered favors and couldn't resist a plea. Now, all she needed to do was add a little fuel to the fire, and she was confident Xu Zeyu would agree. Mr. Xu, if going full-time is too much of a burden, how about this? You could simply serve as our Huang family's honorary appraiser. Old Zhong would remain our primary appraiser for day-to-day work, and you'd only need to step in when we have major deals. Regardless of whether big deals come through, you'd still receive your monthly salary. What do you say? Huang Yuyan's offer was exceptionally generous. Major deals only came around once every 2 or 3 months, and there was little work otherwise. Getting paid for doing nothing, where else could you find such a sweet deal? With Huang Yuyan offering such terms, it would be downright rude for Xu Zeyu to refuse. He nodded. All right. Huang Yuyan finally exhaled in relief, offering Xu Zeyu a faint smile. Mr. Xu, how come you didn't even ask about the salary? Xu Zeyu replied sincerely, I'm just an unknown nobody. You trust me enough to offer this position, so naturally, I trust you too. People couldn't help but silently admire his character. When given a peach, he returned a plum. Xu Zeyu's integrity was truly beyond reproach. Well, thank you then, Huang Yuyan said. I'll go talk to my grandfather now and have him step in to resolve the grudge between you and Li Haolong. This is my personal matter. No need to trouble Sister Huang. When Xu Zeyu brought up this incident, the anger on his face was plain for all to see. Only then did Huang Yuyan realize the irreconcilable rift between Xu Zeyu and Li Haolong. With a sigh, she said, all right, just be careful. The onlookers, finding no spectacle left to watch, dispersed one by one. The Li Yuans also departed, their expressions shifting between gloom and uncertainty as they walked away, lost in their own thoughts. Xu Zeyu paid them no mind, going about his business. After everyone had dispersed, Xu Zeyu remained behind. Huang Yuyan couldn't help but smile. Mr. Xu, is there something else you'd like to discuss with me? Yes. Xu Zeyu nodded. Sister Huang, here's the thing. I want to open my own antique shop. Since you're in this line of work, I'd like to consult you on some details. Heh, that's easy enough, Huang Yuyan chuckled. You plan to invest 10 million as capital and use the rest as working capital, right? Xu Zeyu replied, Sister Huang, you're amazing, you even know my plans. You're the sharp one here, Huang Yuyan countered. You've never run an antique shop before, yet you already understand how to allocate capital wisely. That's impressive. Go ask any of the shop owners in this antique market when they first started, every single one of them wanted to pour every last penny into their business. Xu Zeyu chuckled sheepishly. I've been studying antique trading lately. Just book knowledge, Sister Huang. Please forgive my ignorance. Never mind that, Huang Yuyan chuckled, gesturing toward the door. Come by any time tomorrow afternoon. It's too late today, don't keep your girlfriend waiting too long. My girlfriend? Xu Zeyu glanced in the direction Huang Yuyan had pointed and froze, then called out to the woman outside the door, What are you doing here? Chapter 44. This woman was none other than the female constable, Zhong Yue. After finishing her shift, she changed into casual clothes and drove over. She'd expected Xu Zeyu to call her after finishing his business, but when she arrived at the antique market and found no call, she walked over just in time to see him confronting Li Haolong at the entrance. Faced with Xu Zeyu's actions, Zhong Yue couldn't decide whether to scold him or admire him. Her rational mind warned her that this kind of confrontation was bound to cause trouble. Yet why did she feel a surge of satisfaction watching Xu Zeyu humiliate Li Haolong? Zhong Yue had assumed Xu Zeyu would emerge soon, but by the time the crowd dispersed, he was still chatting with Huang Yuyan. She stepped forward on her own, yet Xu Zeyu still failed to notice her. Xu Zeyu's blatant disregard annoyed Zhong Yue. You're so busy chatting with that beauty, you probably forgot I was coming to pick you up, huh? Not at all. Ahem, I was just about to call you. Xu Zeyu would never admit he'd genuinely forgotten. Fine, let's go. Zhong Yue didn't plan to call him out. Her job was just to get him back to school safely. She couldn't be bothered with anything else. If Xu Zeyu was so cocky he dared to berate Li Haolong to his face, why should she bother with him? Only then did Xu Zeyu turn to Huang Yuyan. Sis Huang, I'll come back tomorrow afternoon. Why aren't you leaving? Still staring at her chest? Zhong Yue's sudden remark nearly made Xu Zeyu cringe. Damn it, I wasn't looking. And even if I was, what business is it of yours? Mind your own. Zhong Yue's remark had the immediate effect of making Xu Zeyu feel uncomfortably exposed, like a guilty thief. Sister Huang, I'm off then. Bye. Watching Xu Zeyu flee in disarray, Huang Yuyan couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. That silly boy. Having been in business for over a decade, what kind of men hadn't Huang Yuyan seen?
She'd noticed Xu Zeyu stealing glances at her earlier, but she hadn't called him out on it.
She knew Xu Zeyu was just acting on natural male instincts, not some shameless scoundrel. She wasn't some naive young girl who'd mistake a man's gaze for lecherous intent. Over the years, she'd grown accustomed to dealing with all kinds of people full of insincerity and pretense. Xu Zeyu was the first person who made her genuinely want to be friends. Making friends with someone of such genuine character could only be a positive thing. The only question was whether Xu Zeyu could survive the test of Li Haolong. As thoughts of Xu Zeyu and Li Haolong's feud crossed her mind, Huang Yuyan snapped her fingers. Almost in the same instant, a woman with cold, expressionless eyes appeared silently beside Huang Yuyan. Huang Yuyan addressed the woman, known as Xiaomo, follow them discreetly.
Ensure they reach their destination safely.
Xiaomo nodded at Huang Yuyan, got it, Sister Huang. Xu Zeyu got into Zhong Yue's car. Zhong Yue adjusted the rearview mirror, ready to drive off, when she suddenly gasped as if discovering something astonishing. Xu Zeyu, how did your dark circles disappear so quickly?
Mentioning the dark circles was a mistake.
The moment they came up, Xu Zeyu clenched his teeth in anger. Humph.
Seeing Xu Zeyu still sulking, Zhong Yue didn't press the issue further and drove off. After work, Zhong Yue wasn't driving a police car this time, but a red Ford Focus, clearly a model favored by women. Inside the car, Zhong Yue remained silent, and Xu Zeyu said nothing either. The two sat in an awkward silence all the way home. It wasn't that they didn't want to talk, but rather that they didn't know what to say. Before coming, Zhong Yue had intended to warn Xu Zeyu to be extremely cautious around Li Haolong. Yet she discovered this young man was utterly fearless, like a newborn calf unafraid of dragons. All her warnings instantly became meaningless. Zhong Yue knew Li Haolong would stop at nothing to eliminate Xu Zeyu. While she could protect him this time, the next encounter might be another story. Xu Zeyu didn't know what to say either. He just felt that this female constable, Zhong Yue, was cold on the outside but warm-hearted, always considering others. He was deeply grateful to her. Of course, he'd be even more grateful if she hadn't smashed his eye black. As they drove along, Zhong Yue suddenly noticed a black motorcycle tailing their car. Her brows furrowed, someone following them? However, the motorcycle maintained a reasonable distance and didn't seem intent on causing trouble, so Zhong Yue didn't pay it much mind. Given her skills and status, few in Nanjiang City would dare openly provoke her. Zhong Yue refocused her attention just as her car approached an intersection. Their direction had a green light, so Zhong Yue didn't need to stop and drove straight through. Suddenly, a large truck surged out from the right, violently ramming into their vehicle. Damn it! Zhong Yue's face turned pale with fury, while Xu Zeyu was so terrified his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. The truck appeared to be running a red light, but both knew full well it was targeting them. To be precise, it was targeting Xu Zeyu. Its timing was calculated perfectly. No matter how quick Zhong Yue's reflexes, there was no way to dodge it. Damn it, what should we do? Seeing the truck was just a second or two away from smashing into them, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but let out a desperate howl in his heart. If only time could freeze for 2 seconds. Beep beep. System adjusting time. Time has been paused for 2 seconds. The moment the system's voice sounded, the truck abruptly halted, no longer advancing forward. Zhong Yue and Xu Zeyu stared in stunned disbelief. Not only the truck, but everything around them had frozen in place. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The second hand of Zhong Yue's watch emitted an incredibly faint sound, one so subtle that both of them could actually hear it moving. 2 seconds passed in an instant. Zhong Yue's car finally crossed the intersection, and the large truck continued its forward momentum, only it didn't collide with Zhong Yue and Xu Zeyu's vehicle. Boom! The truck that had missed Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue's car was instead smashed head-on by another truck charging up from behind. The oncoming truck slammed straight into the side of the first truck, sending it careening sideways in a spectacular, brutal collision. Zhong Yue brought her car to a halt, quickly exited, and walked toward the overturned truck. Still shaken, Xu Zeyu got out immediately, at a loss for words. A man crawled out from the overturned cab, his head and face covered in blood. To onlookers, the truck driver was clearly in dire straits and needed an ambulance immediately. But as soon as Zhong Yue approached the driver, she raised her foot without a word and delivered a kick straight to his chest. Chapter 45. In Xu Zeyu's eyes, Zhong Yue was an extremely rational constable. The first time they met, she had told him to obey the law. But what was she doing now? What on earth was she doing? How could the situation change so drastically in an instant? Speak! Who ordered you to ram us with this truck? Zhong Yue demanded, promptly delivering a series of punches and kicks to the man's body with friendly precision. And Zhong Yue's technique was highly professional, hitting spots that caused excruciating pain without leaving any visible marks. Of course, Zhong Yue kept one hand free to film the whole thing on her phone. Stop hitting me! I'll talk! I'll talk! The guy screamed in agony, unable to endure it any longer. He finally confessed, it was Big Head from Weilong Security Company. He gave me 100,000 yuan. Please stop hitting me. Weilong Security again. Though she'd expected it, hearing his confession still made Zhong Yue grit her teeth in fury.
Li Haolong, you're completely out of control. After a moment's pause, Zhong Yue pressed on, you hit someone. Aren't you afraid of going to jail?
The man whimpered with a mournful face, we earth-moving truck drivers all have insurance.
If anything happens, the insurance company will cover it. We're used to driving like this. If an accident happens, no one will think it was intentional. Please stop hitting me, please stop.
Having nearly lost her life moments ago, hearing his words only infuriated her further.
Bursting with rage, Zhong Yue vented her fury by beating him senseless.
She silently vowed to root out this cancer from Nanjing City or else she'd rather quit being a constable. Watching the scene from afar, Xiao Mo, who had been following Xu Zeyu's car on her motorcycle, picked up her phone and dialed Huang Yuyan. Sis Huang, I think I can come back now. In the end, Zhong Yue took the truck driver back to the precinct for questioning, while Xu Zeyu hailed a taxi back to campus. As for how Zhong Yue would handle the matter, Xu Zeyu couldn't care less. He knew that even if she took statements, she wouldn't be able to touch Li Haolong.
If Li Haolong were that easy to deal with, would he have been running rampant in Nanjing City for all these years?
Xu Zeyu felt that seeking revenge against Li Haolong could only be done by his own hand. The old him certainly couldn't, but now he possessed a system capable of freezing time itself. Who did he have to fear? The thought of the system made Xu Zeyu immediately check his skill points. What he saw shocked him. The left side still showed a negative 10,000 points, while the right side's skill points were 0.
What the hell? System, where are my points? Xu Zeyu panicked. You're so shady. You wiped out all my skill points without a word. How am I supposed to play like this? Ripping you off?
Have you never heard that time is money, time is life? The system retorted with utter contempt.
I froze the entire world for 2 seconds, saving both your life and that female constable's. I deducted less than 1,000 points from you, and you call that ripping you off? Normally, 10,000 points wouldn't even buy a single life. Faced with the system's retort, Xu Zeyu was instantly speechless.
Indeed, without the system's god-tier skill just now, he and Zhong Yue would have been either dead or severely injured.
Exchanging 926 points for 2 lives? Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Sorry for misunderstanding you, ha. Xu Zeyu gave an awkward chuckle. Then tell me, under normal circumstances, how many skill points would it cost to stop time for 1 second? Not much, not much. Stopping time for 1 second costs only 500 points. The 2 seconds we stopped earlier cost 1,000 points. Since you're pretending to be a newbie, the system will give you a discount. We won't deduct those few dozen points you were short on. The system said very generously. Besides the time stop function, there's also a time rewind feature. 1 second back costs 1,000 points. Welcome to the system's time shop. Your humble server is at your service. Though Xu Zeyu thought 500 points and 1,000 points were a bit pricey, compared to these god-tier abilities, it was practically nothing. If he ever encountered an earthquake or car accident, being able to rewind time by several seconds would let him perfectly avoid such disasters. Mind-blowing. This system is absolutely mind-blowing. After basking in his triumph for a moment, Xu Zeyu suddenly realized something. Wait, why weren't the computer network connection and time manipulation functions highlighted in the system interface? The system chuckled, those are the system's hidden black technologies. You'll have to discover and unlock them yourself. To put it simply, there's nothing this system can't do, only things you haven't thought of yet. Really? Xu Zeyu's face suddenly twisted into a malicious grin. If you're so awesome, can you kill yourself? System. Crash. Li Haolong's furious fist slammed down, shattering the flimsy wooden table. Useless. All of you are useless. Li Haolong's henchmen stood before him, trembling in fear, not daring to utter a word. Today's operation against Xu Zeyu had completely failed. No wonder the boss was furious. But they felt they couldn't take all the blame for this. Xu Zeyu was just too damn unnerving. First, there was the bus attack. To this day, they still couldn't fathom how Xu Zeyu had sensed someone sneaking up behind him. Then the police car took Xu Zeyu away. They assumed he was being taken for questioning, so they waited outside the precinct the whole time. Who the hell knew that Constable was Xu Zeyu's friend and never even brought him into the precinct in the first place? But the most baffling incident was the third one. They even pulled up the surveillance footage, hoping to understand why that highly skilled veteran driver would roll his car. But what stunned them was seeing Xu Zeyu's car just moments before it was about to be hit suddenly vanish from the center of the intersection as if teleported, appearing a considerable distance away. They desperately wanted to explain to their boss that it wasn't their incompetence, but Xu Zeyu's sheer weirdness. But they knew that if they actually tried to explain it that way, their boss wouldn't just refuse to listen, he'd get even angrier. Do you think I'm an idiot? Can't you come up with a better excuse to fool people? Li Haolong knew anger was useless. After calming down, he pondered how he could finally kill Xu Zeyu to vent his hatred. Initially, his involvement with Xu Zeyu had been merely to help the Zhang family. Now, however, dealing with Xu had become his own personal mission. If Xu Zeyu went unpunished, Li Haolong's reputation and authority in Nanjing City would suffer severe damage, something he absolutely refused to allow. Therefore, Xu Zeyu must die. Chapter 46. His girlfriend, Li Lin, had been gone for several days. Xu Zeyu desperately wanted to contact her, but he had no way to reach her. Messages sent to both her old QQ and WeChat accounts vanished without a trace, receiving no replies whatsoever. Xu Zeyu suspected Li Lin had been taken in hand by her family overseas, otherwise, she wouldn't have ignored every single message. With no other options, Xu Zeyu had no choice but to throw himself into work and earn money. 2 years later would be his graduation year. Whether he would be the one to humiliate them with a billion-dollar fortune or be humiliated himself would all depend on these next 2 years. Huang Yuyan told Xu Zeyu to come back in the afternoon, so he had no choice but to wait until then. With morning classes ahead, Xu Zeyu headed to the classroom after breakfast. Both his parents were teachers, and they had instilled in him from childhood the importance of being a model student. Skipping class was not the behavior of a good student. Even if he couldn't bear to be in class, he had to sit there, even if his thoughts were already a million miles away. Today's English class found Xu Zeyu even more distracted, his mind wandering off, filled entirely with thoughts of Li Lin, Gu Dong, and Huang Yuyan. His English teacher, Wu Danny, was a stylish blonde beauty, though she was actually a Chinese woman with dark eyes and yellow skin. Why blonde? Dye, of course. During class, Wu Danny spoke nothing but English, and Xu Zeyu couldn't understand a word she was saying. Yet she seemed convinced her lessons were lively and engaging, spitting saliva as she talked. If it weren't for her striking looks, which drew a crowd of lecherous classmates, the truancy rate would likely be even worse than in other classes. Xu Zeyu, however, held no fondness for Wu Danny. He always felt that as a Chinese person, dyeing her hair blonde like a lioness was overly Western obsessed. Even in everyday conversation, she constantly peppered her Chinese with random English phrases, exuding an inexplicable air of superiority. She always acted like she was a cut above everyone else, bossing students around as if she were some kind of queen. For a teacher like this, Xu Zeyu had only one word for her: get lost. Ha! Seems I miscounted the characters. Whatever. The core message is still get lost, so no mistake there. Xu Zeyu, please repeat the key point I just mentioned. Wu Danny's voice carried a hint of disdain. Xu Zeyu froze upon hearing his name. The rest was all English before finally standing up. Ms. Wu, what did you need me for? I don't understand English. If we can handle this in Chinese, let's avoid English whenever possible. Put. Ha ha. The students couldn't hold back their laughter, bursting into loud guffaws. Wu Danny was so furious her golden hair nearly stood on end. This is an English class. But we're Chinese. I'll say it again, this is an English class. But we're Chinese language majors. Why do we need to learn so much English? Ha ha. The students burst into laughter again, making Wu Danny's face turn green with fury. Xu Zeyu, if you don't want to attend class, you can get out. Oh, as long as you don't count this as an absence and don't fail me, I'll leave immediately. Xu Zeyu's mind wasn't on the class at all today. He kept thinking about his girlfriend Lin and was in a terrible mood. He just wanted to quietly be a handsome guy, but this foreign devil Wu Danny kept calling on him for no reason. Was she trying to rub her existence in his face because he was too good looking? Xu Zeyu had guessed right. Earlier, Wu Danny had noticed all the male students staring at her during class except Xu Zeyu. She was so beautiful, her voice so melodious, and her teaching so polished. It was one thing for jealous female students to ignore her lectures, but for male students to do the same? Unacceptable. She was the idol of the entire school. Every teacher beamed at her, every student treated her with utmost respect. How could this class produce such an oddball? Wu Danny, who was used to being fawned over, observed Xu Zeyu for quite some time. More than half the class had passed, and he hadn't even glanced at her once. It was simply outrageous. Finally pushed to her limit, Wu Danny found an excuse to call on Xu Zeyu. To her shock, not only did he refuse to admit fault, but he actually talked back to her. This was the last straw. You don't want to attend class, yet you don't want to fail? Xu Zeyu, you're dreaming. No matter how pretty you think you are, you can't beat how pretty you actually are. Xu Zeyu blurted out. Wu Danny thought he was complimenting her and was basking in the flattery when he added, you're clearly Chinese, yet you have golden hair. Besides lions, who could possibly be prettier than you? Ha! The students burst out laughing again. That Xu Zeyu really had a sharp tongue. Xu Zeyu, you son of a. Wu Danny exploded like a lit fuse, grabbing a book from the desk and hurling it at Xu Zeyu. Thwack! Xu Zeyu casually caught the book, flicked it back, and it landed precisely on the lectern. Miss Huan, don't throw away your food. With a student like this in your class, I can't teach. Wu Danny shouted angrily at the students. Either you make him leave, or I'm out. You decide. The students were stunned. What era was this? A teacher resorting to such threats was utterly unbelievable. One student had offended her, and now she wanted the entire class to isolate that student? This approach was downright inhumane. Ms. Wu, please calm down. Xu Zeyu didn't mean it, right? Class monitor Lian Xiaowan, a bespectacled bookworm, tried to placate the teacher first. Then she turned to Xu Zeyu, just apologize to the teacher, okay? I'm begging you. Class president, don't blame me for not giving you face.
This woman's arrogance is all because of nerds like you who let her get away with it, Xu Zeyu snorted.
So what if she knows a little English? Big deal. I can even recite Shakespeare's sonnets in English. Ms. Wu, can you do that? I'm asking you, can you? I can't do it, and you can? Wu Danny froze, staring at Xu Zeyu skeptically. You're just bragging, right? You're just an English teacher after all. Your English isn't even as good as mine. Xu Zeyu declared confidently. Wanna bet? If I can't recite it, you can punish me however you want. Whatever you say, I'll do. If you tell me to get lost, I'll be gone without a word. But if I can recite Shakespeare's sonnets in English, you have to say to me in front of the whole class, bro, I was wrong. How about it? Chapter 47. The English teacher's skills aren't as good as Xu Zeyu's? Holy crap, that's some serious swagger. Bro, I was wrong, that's the key part, ha. The class erupted in excitement, loving the drama. Ms. Wu, bet Xu Zeyu he's bound to lose.
His English test scores are decent, but I've never heard him speak English.
Don't be scared of him. Exactly, Mr. Wu. Show this cocky kid who's boss. Teacher Wu, you won't lose. We're all rooting for you.
Seeing the students rallying behind her so enthusiastically, Wu Danny felt quite pleased with herself.
As Xu Zeyu's English teacher, how could she not know his spoken English level?
That guy can barely string together a complete sentence without stumbling. There's no way he could recite a Shakespearean sonnet.
And above all, she was the teacher. How could she possibly back down from a student's provocative challenge? If she backed down today, how could she ever show her face in this classroom again? Without a second thought, Wu Danny accepted. Xu Zeyu, I'll do as I please.
But you said it, the whole class can be witnesses.
Don't try to back out if you lose. Of course not. Xu Zeyu was brimming with confidence. So, what's the deal? Do I pick the poem, or do I just recite whatever I feel like? Seeing Xu Zeyu so cocky, Wu Danny got crafty. I'll find one online. You memorize the specific poem I pick. Whatever. Xu Zeyu declared arrogantly. Just wait till I show you what I'm capable of. You really think you're such a great teacher? Put. The whole class burst out laughing. Only class monitor Zhang Yusen, worried things might get out of hand, tried to intervene. Ms. Wu, Xu Zeyu, really? This is going too far. Mind your own business.
Wu Danny snapped at Zhang Yusen, who obediently shut up and settled for being a spectator. Wu Danny quickly googled an article and smirked. Xu Zeyu, you recite Shakespeare's Sonnet 18.
If you can actually do it, I'll call you brother, so what? Humph. Sonnet 18? Fine, no problem. Cough cough, give me a minute to recall it. Xu Zeyu cleared his throat and closed his eyes.
Xu Zeyu claimed he was recalling it, but in truth, he was negotiating with the system. Hey, as a user of this system, you wouldn't be so stingy as to not even give me one English poem, would you?
I'd gladly give you this English poem for free, the system replied, but your spoken English is so terrible, you couldn't recite it even if I did. If you had any points left, just 100, I could boost your English to expert level. But you're out of points. What do you suggest we do now? That's not fair. I just put on a show in front of the whole class. Why won't you give me points? Xu Zeyu retorted angrily. Did you embezzle them? The system rolled its eyes at him.
Having no human form, it could only express its disdain for Xu Zeyu through words.
You only pulled off half the act. If you can't back it up, it's not showing off, it's bragging. Where would bragging get you points? Just 100 points. You won't even give me 100? Xu Zeyu persisted, having realized the system wasn't entirely inflexible.
Like yesterday, he clearly didn't have enough points, yet the system still froze time for 2 seconds and didn't make him pay the shortfall. So Xu Zeyu figured that if he pestered it relentlessly enough, the system would eventually get fed up and give in. Sure enough, the system replied with obvious irritation, give me a good reason, and I'll give you 100 points. Of course, you'll have to repay double the points to the system afterward.
Reason?
Xu Zeyu thought for a moment before saying, all for the sake of showing off.
Isn't that reason enough? Do I need any other? All for the sake of pretending? Ha! My creators adore that excuse. They approve lending you 100 points for your act. This is a one-time exception. Beep beep, your English proficiency has now reached expert level. That poem is yours too. You may continue your performance.
The moment the system's voice faded, Xu Zeyu's mind was flooded with a wealth of English knowledge. This knowledge felt as though it had been branded onto his soul innate, requiring no effort to learn. Seeing Xu Zeyu still resting with his eyes closed, Wu Danny couldn't help but sneer, Mr. Xu Zeyu, if you can't recite it, don't force yourself. Teacher Wu is magnanimous and won't hold it against you. All you need to do is apologize to me obediently.
May I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate.
Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date.
Xu Zeyu opened his eyes and began reciting the poem in English with deep emotion. Many in the class didn't understand what Xu Zeyu was reciting, but they were startled by his professional demeanor. No way! He actually knows it by heart? Or is he just winging it? Probably not. Didn't you see how Ms. Wu's face changed? Wu Danny's face had indeed turned as pale as paper. How could this be? This poem was written in Middle English. Even many English experts couldn't recite the original text. How could this kid possibly know it by heart? Even if Wu Danny remained skeptical, the undeniable evidence forced her to concede. Xu Zeyu not only recited it flawlessly but did so with such feeling that even those who didn't understand the language found his delivery truly magnificent. Many girls in the class gazed at Xu Zeyu with stars in their eyes, their faces aglow with admiration. A true genius. A real genius. Listen. Can you feel the love in it? The girls majoring in Chinese literature at Huaxia University were particularly poetic and appreciated the beauty of language, so they were all captivated by Xu Zeyu's poetic aura. Moreover, Xu Zeyu's voice was incredibly magnetic, and this magnetic quality infused his recitation with an indescribable charm. Handsome. Absolutely gorgeous. The poem ended swiftly, leaving the entire classroom utterly silent, so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. Many were completely immersed in Xu Zeyu's poetry. It took a while for everyone to snap back to reality, then they erupted into enthusiastic applause. Great! Well done! Xu Zeyu, we love you, wow! Thank you all for your support. Xu Zeyu grinned, bowing his fist in a fist salute to the class. Then, he turned to Wu Danny with a mischievous smile. Little Wu, aren't you going to come apologize to your big bro? Wu's sister. Hearing Xu Zeyu use that nickname, Wu Danny felt as if something had suddenly blocked her chest, leaving her gasping for breath. Xu Zeyu, you. Wu Danny struggled for ages to finish the sentence after you, then suddenly went black in the eyes. She'd fainted from sheer anger. Chapter 48. Several girls rushed forward to support the fainted Wu Danny. Some pinched her nose, others fetched hot water, and it took quite a while before they finally roused her. The moment she regained consciousness, her eyes narrowed in such intense resentment as she glared at Xu Zeyu, as if she wanted to skin him alive and tear him limb from limb. Xu Zeyu hadn't expected Wu Danny's emotional resilience to be so fragile, and he couldn't help but inwardly gasp in surprise. He wasn't the type to disrespect teachers or betray his heritage. On the contrary, both his parents were educators, and he despised students who disrupted classes. But today's situation really wasn't his fault. He hadn't provoked Wu Danny at all, yet this teacher Wu had chosen to pick a fight with him. Alright, arguing with a teacher was wrong. He absolutely couldn't let his parents find out about this. Otherwise, he wasn't sure if that childhood specialty dish, stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork, might make a comeback. Seeing Wu Danny regain consciousness, the girls helped her up. Zhang Yusen asked with concern, Teacher Wu, should we escort you back to your dorm to rest? Wu Danny hummed in response and nodded, seemingly too weak to speak. The girls then helped Wu Danny out of the classroom and escorted her back to the faculty dormitory. Beep beep. Face slap successful. System verdict, intermediate level. 50 people deceived, 1 person humiliated. Reward, 510 skill points. Additional stun effect from face slap grants 50 extra points. Total skill points, 560. After deducting double repayment for the previously borrowed 100 points, 460 points remain. The system's notification sounded, leaving Xu Zeyu speechless. Extra points for knocking the target unconscious? Yes, the system replied. Fainting the target grants 50 points. Making them vomit blood grants 100 points. Driving them insane grants 150 points. Making them jump off a building grants 200 points. Xu Zeyu finally understood this system wasn't just a leading the pack feature, it was a full-on prank system. The more thoroughly you tormented your opponents, the more it revved up, doling out ever greater skill point rewards. Just how depraved and bored must someone be to create such a system? Thankfully, he was the one using it. If he were the one being used, he'd be cursing like mad. Regardless, he was the beneficiary here. He still needed this system to rake in $1 billion over the next 2 years, so better not badmouth it. Thanks to Xu Zeyu's antics, the class was effectively cancelled. The students of Class 1, Year 3, Chinese language major, began chatting among themselves. Zeyu, you really got Professor Wu worked up. Won't the school come after you? Probably not. Haven't you forgotten what happened last time? The principal personally apologized to Zeyu. Who'd dare cause him trouble now? I will. A sharp command echoed from the doorway. The students instantly fell silent, sitting stiffly in their seats as if Xu Zeyu didn't exist. If there was anyone Xu Zeyu feared in this school, it was undoubtedly teacher Yang Mei. Ms. Yang wasn't just Xu Zeyu's ancient Chinese teacher, she was also their homeroom advisor, responsible for managing this entire class. Ms. Yang was delicate and graceful, kind to her students, so everyone respected this beautiful and gentle housekeeper-like figure. Xu Zeyu also held deep respect for this housekeeper sister.
To name just one example, when the principal had tried to expel him last time, Teacher Yang had rallied a group of students to come to his aid. Any other teacher looking out for themselves would never risk offending the principal like that. Seeing Teacher Yang fuming, Xu Zeyu immediately backed down, approaching her meekly. Teacher Yang, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Next time, no matter what Teacher Wu says to me, I won't provoke her. Just as Yang Mei was about to explode, Xu Zeyu's swift apology deflated her anger completely. She could only feign indignation and glare at him. If you do this again, I'll give you a low rating on your conduct assessment. Teacher Yang, you can trust me. I promise there won't be a next time. Xu Zeyu made a solemn vow, and only then did Jiang Mei leave. Seriously? That's it? He practically groveled like a grandson. That's harsh enough punishment, right? Besides, Teacher Wu was partly to blame too. It wasn't all Xu Zeyu's fault. The students murmured among themselves, but Xu Zeyu pretended not to hear. He yawned, laid his head on the desk, and began conserving his energy. He still had to visit Huang Yuyan's auction house that afternoon to research opening an antique shop, all mental work that demanded full mental energy. After finishing class that afternoon, it was already around 4 o'clock. Xu Zeyu hurried out of school, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the Huang's auction house at the antique market. He might act tough in front of Li Haolong, but Xu Zeyu wasn't brainless. Knowing someone was plotting against him, would he really stroll out of the school gates at a leisurely pace? That would be suicide. Hailing a cab right after leaving campus was the most convenient option. At least the other side wouldn't know his destination, preventing a carefully orchestrated accident like the one last night. Sure enough, the moment Xu Zeyu left, someone immediately reported the news to Li Haolong. Upon hearing the news, Li Haolong snorted coldly, "Kid, you can run, but you can't hide. I don't believe you won't return to school tonight." Thus, Li Haolong stationed over 20 thugs at the school entrance, waiting to ambush Xu Zeyu the moment he returned. In the manager's office of Huang's auction house, Huang Yuyan was leisurely sipping tea with Xiao Mo. Huang Yuyan took an elegant sip of tea and smiled. "Xiao Mo, that kid should be arriving soon. Are you sure you weren't seeing things last night? Impossible to be mistaken." "I was already serious, but now I'm dead serious. I didn't even blink. I clearly saw his car about to be hit, yet he dodged the accident as if teleporting. It was unbelievable. Surviving something like that might explain why he dares to challenge Li Haolong." Huang Yuyan chuckled. "If he can handle it himself, then it's none of my business. By the way, what do you think of him? Like a child, impulsive, reckless. People like that easily stir up trouble. Don't get too close, it'll only bring endless headaches. So that's how you see him." Huang Yuyan smiled faintly. "If he knew your opinion of him, he'd probably be pretty hurt, huh? Ha! Someone's coming outside. Must be that kid. You should hide for now." Chapter 49. Xu Zeyu knocked on the manager's office door. Huang Yuyan called out, "Come in," and he pushed the door open. "Mr. Xu, please have a seat." Huang Yuyan gestured invitingly, and Xu Zeyu sat down in the spot where Xiao Mo had been sitting earlier. "Thank you, Sister Huang." Tea sets were already arranged on the table. Huang Yuyan poured Xu Zeyu a cup of tea and smiled slightly. "Mr. Xu, since you call me Sister Huang, I won't hesitate to call you Zeyu." Xu Zeyu nodded repeatedly. Yeah, Sister Huang, no need to be so formal with me. He. Zeyu, here are the items you requested. I've prepared everything for you." Huang Yuyan handed Xu Zeyu a set of documents. After glancing at them, Xu Zeyu was stunned. "Sis Huang, this is 3 months' salary paid in advance." Huang Yuyan smiled faintly. "This shop has a prime location within our antique market. I took the liberty of purchasing it for you. However, it would be best if you hired your own staff. I won't overstep my bounds there." "Thank you. Truly, thank you so much, Sister Huang." Xu Zeyu was deeply grateful. A shop with such prime location wasn't just about money, it was something money couldn't buy. Without Huang Yuyan's help, Xu Zeyu could only rent some corner shop here if he wanted to open an antique store, let alone buy one outright. Xu Zeyu had done his research. Even the cheapest antique shop in Nanjing City's market cost hundreds of thousands, and this one was definitely over $1 million. Worse, it was a case of priced but not for sale. The owner simply wouldn't budge. Xu Zeyu never imagined Huang Yuyan would pull such a huge favor for him. He was at a loss for words to express his gratitude. Huang Yuyan chuckled, "It's no big deal. Helping you actually helps me too. This shop is close to my auction house. If you find any good pieces in your shop, you can sell them directly to me. Why let the profits go to outsiders?" He. Xu Zeyu scratched the back of his head awkwardly, inadvertently glancing at Huang Yuyan's figure once more. Huang Yuyan seemed to have a particular fondness for kipayos. Today, she wore a form-fitting white short-sleeved qipao. The snug fabric perfectly outlined her exquisite curves. Mesmerizing. Absolutely mesmerizing. "I need to tell you something," Huang Yuyan abruptly interrupted Xu Zeyu's appreciation of beauty.
Next month, our provincial capital, Qinzhou, will host the annual antique exchange fair. Dealers from all over the country, even overseas, will attend. If you want to open an antique shop, you could source a batch of goods there. With your appraisal skills, you'd definitely make a fortune. An antique exchange fair? Xu Zeyu perked up at the mention. Is that why Sister Huang was so eager to hire me for this event?
Huang Yuyan nodded. Every year our Huang family attends, but we never manage to snag any good finds. If old Zhong can spot something, so can everyone else. There's hardly any profit to be made.
So, Zeyu, this time it's all on you. Oh, I see. No problem, heh.
Xu Zeyu had absolute confidence in his antique appraisal skills. After all, this was a power bestowed upon him by the all-powerful system. With such an opportunity, whether it was to help Huang Yuyan or to make money for his own antique shop, he was definitely going.
After Xu Zeyu agreed, Huang Yuyan outlined some key points about the upcoming market.
This antique exchange market was hosted by the China Antique Merchants Alliance.
Held annually, it rotated among provinces, with Dongyang province hosting this year.
The rules were straightforward: free trade and auctions. The event lasted 3 days. The first 2 days featured free trade, while the third day was dedicated to exchange auctions. However, both the free trade and exchange auction were tiered. That is, they were differentiated based on the value of the antiques and the status of the merchants. Those with capital of 1 million or less are classified as Tier 1, 1 million to 5 million is Tier 2, 5 million to 10 million is Tier 3, 10 million to 50 million is Tier 4, and over 50 million is Tier 5. Merchants with higher net worth could shop in lower tier sections, but those with lower net worth were barred from higher tier areas. There, everyone's worth was measured purely in money, utterly transparent. Xu Zeyu clicked his tongue in surprise. Thankfully, his current funds placed him in Tier 3, not too shabby. After hearing Huang Yuyan's explanation, Xu Zeyu gained a general understanding of this antique exchange market and prepared to take his leave. Sis Huang, it's almost 6 o'clock.
I won't keep you from dinner. If you have any questions, we can connect by phone or WeChat. Huang Yuyan chuckled. I almost forgot I have a client dinner meeting. Why don't you come with me? We'll be late if we don't leave soon. Xu Zeyu felt a bit awkward. Sis Huang, this is your client. Wouldn't it be awkward for a stranger like me to tag along? We're all in the same circle now. You might even become one of her clients someday. Building connections is crucial for business. Huang Yuyan looked at Xu Zeyu intently. I'll ask you one more time, are you coming? With Huang Yuyan extending such an invitation, Xu Zeyu could only nod. Alright, I'll go. Xu Zeyu got into Huang Yuyan's car and noticed the driver was a woman. Xu Zeyu hadn't met this driver before, but she recognized him because this driver was none other than Xiao Mo. Without needing any instructions from Huang Yuyan, Xiao Mo drove straight to their destination. During the ride, Xu Zeyu asked Huang Yuyan many questions about the antique business. Huang Yuyan answered everything she knew, sharing all she could with him. Xu Zeyu listened intently and humbly absorbed the knowledge, though his attention occasionally wandered for a split second. It was impossible not to be distracted. Huang Yuyan's figure was simply too captivating. Half an hour later, the car pulled up at Nanjing City's most luxurious hotel, the Tiandi Grand Hotel. The three of them got out of the car, entered the hotel, and made their way to the reserved Plum Blossom private room. Inside sat a man and a woman. The man, in his early 40s, sported a crew cut and looked very sharp. The woman was around 30, reasonably attractive, though her heavy makeup made her face appear somewhat unnatural. Spotting Huang Yuyan, the man glanced at her with a barely perceptible lecherous look. He stood up, smiling broadly as he extended his hand toward Huang Yuyan. Miss Huang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Huang Yuyan responded politely, extending her hand to shake his. Mr. Chen, welcome. Just as Huang Yuyan tried to withdraw her hand, Mr. Chen suddenly gripped it tightly. She shook it twice with force but couldn't pull free. The guy was clearly taking liberties. Huang Yuyan frowned, about to demand he release her, when Xu Zeyu suddenly stepped in front of Mr. Chen. With a cheerful smile, he grasped Mr. Chen's other hand. Mr. Chen, right? Long time no meet. Before Mr. Chen could react, he felt his hand clamped as if in iron tongs. The pain made him yelp in agony. Chapter 50. Hearing Mr. Chen scream, Xiao Mo and his bodyguard rushed in simultaneously. Seeing Mr. Chen's hand gripped by Xu Zeyu, the bodyguard immediately swung a punch toward Xu Zeyu's temple. Xu Zeyu was merely holding Mr. Chen's hand, yet the bodyguard's punch aimed to take Xu Zeyu's life. How ruthless! Xu Zeyu's eyes flashed with coldness. Though he wasn't a match for this bodyguard, he could at least dodge. Before Xu Zeyu could dodge, a seemingly delicate yet incredibly strong hand seized the bodyguard's wrist. It was Xiao Mo who had acted. The atmosphere in the private room grew awkward. Huang Yuyan quickly interjected with a smile. Mr. Chen, my sworn brother heard me say you're a highly capable big boss and was quite impressed. He got a little too excited. Please don't take offense. Zeyu, let go of Mr. Chen's hand. I already did. Xu Zeyu released his grip, wearing an innocent expression. Mr. Chen, unable to take advantage of the situation, quickly withdrew both hands, wincing in pain. He knew perfectly well Xu Zeyu had done it on purpose. He long despised the boy, but with Huang Yuyan speaking up, he couldn't very well turn hostile in front of her. He forced a hollow chuckle. It's fine, it's fine. Ah Bao, this doesn't concern you. You can step outside. Yes, boss. Bodyguard Ah Bao shot Xu Zeyu a cold glance before following Xiao Mo out of the private room. Huang Yuyan and Xu Zeyu sat down together. The food and drinks arrived shortly after. Huang Yuyan smiled at Xu Zeyu. Zeyu, let me introduce you.
Mr. Chen Lixiao is the younger brother of the Chen family patriarch in Xinzhou City, the second master of the Chen family.
He's in the same line of work as us. The Chen family of Xinzhou?
Hearing this, Xu Zeyu immediately recalled the matter Li Yuan had brought up.
The Chen family's eldest son was willing to pay 10 billion yuan in dowry to marry Li Lin.
Their demand that he earn 10 billion yuan in 2 years was essentially comparing him to the Chen family's eldest son.
This second master was the eldest son's uncle. If the uncle behaved like this, the eldest son couldn't be much better. Though he'd never met the eldest son, Xu Zeyu's impression of him was already abysmal.
Of course, the second master of the Chen family was merely the trigger. The main reason Xu Zeyu disliked the eldest son was because the bastard was stealing his woman. Anyone who dared to compete with him for a woman was nothing but a bastard. Seeing Xu Zeyu's pensive expression, Chen Lixiao assumed he was stunned by his own status and gloated. Zeyu, is it?
Miss Huang and I are good friends.
Since you're her sworn younger brother, feel free to ask for anything you need.
Within Dongyang province, there's nothing this second master Chen can't handle. Damn it, wasn't I supposed to be the one putting on the act? How did he beat me to it?
Xu Zeyu was thoroughly annoyed, but adhering to his principle of no fight without provocation, he chose not to confront Chen Lixiao. After all, this Mr. Chen heir was a client of Huang Yuyan.
Unless it was a matter of principle, Xu Zeyu wouldn't provoke conflict like he had earlier, putting Huang Yuyan in a difficult position. He understood that much.
Since everyone was saying they'd look out for him, Xu Zeyu politely thanked second master Chen regardless. Then he focused solely on eating. With Xu Zeyu silent, the woman beside Chen Lixiao remained oblivious to her surroundings, engrossed in her phone. Thus, the private room became a private conversation between Chen Lixiao and Huang Yuyan.
While eating, Xu Zeyu was actually listening to their conversation.
It wasn't that Xu Zeyu was eavesdropping, rather, they were discussing the antique business, and he wanted to learn. Though Chen Lixiao wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue, he was quite capable in business.
Listening to their conversation, Xu Zeyu picked up a fair amount of knowledge.
Xu Zeyu grasped the gist. This Chen second master wanted to secretly start a large antique dealership behind the Chen family's back, using the family's resources to make money for himself. But he couldn't do it openly, so he sought Huang Yuyan as a partner. Huang Yuyan would invest 1/3, while he would put up 2/3. Huang Yuyan would handle all operations, and profits would be split evenly. According to second master Chen, if Huang Yuyan invested 20 million yuan and he put in 40 million, the business would earn at least 3 million yuan monthly on average. They'd recoup their investment in under 2 years and start turning a profit in the 3rd year. This seemed like a golden opportunity for Huang Yuyan. It was practically Chen Urge handing her money. But Xu Zeyu noticed the greedy, lecherous glint in Chen Lixiao's eyes as he stared at Huang Yuyan.
That's why Xu Zeyu didn't believe Chen Urge was genuinely offering her money.
His true intentions lay elsewhere. Xu Zeyu expected Huang Yuyan to refuse, but unexpectedly, she suddenly said, Zeyu is preparing to open an antique shop, and he's already found a location. If Mr. Chen wants to make money, partnering with my sworn brother Zeyu guarantees you'll rake in a fortune.
Miss Huang, are you rejecting me? Chen Lixiao's face darkened with displeasure. Don't say I'm not giving you face, but at Zeyu's age and with his looks, does he look like someone who knows how to do business? Infuriated by Chen Lixiao's contempt, Xu Zeyu retorted coldly, even if he's no good at business, he's still better than certain lecherous old men with ulterior motives. How dare you speak to me like that?
Chen Lixiao slammed his fist on the table, eyes blazing. If it weren't for Miss Huang's sake, believe me, I'd throw you out in a heartbeat.
I don't believe you. Go ahead and try.
Xu Zeyu was never one to shy away from a fight. As the other man slammed the table and glared, Xu Zeyu leapt to his feet, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to fight. If the other guy wanted to be tough, he'd be tougher.
Zeyu, sit down. Huang Yuyan bellowed.
Xu Zeyu had no choice but to obediently plop back into his seat. He wasn't afraid of anyone who treated him harshly, but when someone was kind to him, he truly felt at ease. Seeing Xu Zeyu settle back down, Huang Yuyan finally picked up her wineglass and smiled at Chen Lixiao.
Mr. Chen, young people are hot-headed. Don't take it personally. I'll drink 3 shots as punishment.
Tonight they were drinking Maotai. Though the cups were small, downing 3 shots of high-proof Maotai in one go was no easy feat for the average person.
Huang Yuyan downed all 3 in one go.
Her face flushed crimson like a ripe apple, adding a touch of drunken charm that made Chen Lixiao swallow hard.
Miss Huang, you can really hold your liquor, heh.
Business deals may fall through, but friendship endures. Since you don't wish to cooperate this time, we'll just postpone it.
Next time, perhaps. Come, let's drink.
Once we finish these cups, all tonight's unpleasantness will be forgotten, haha.
Alright, Mr. Chen, let's drink.
I'll toast you.
Huang Yuyan raised her glass again, offering a toast to Chen Lixiao.
Seeing Huang Yuyan take the initiative, Chen Lixiao was naturally delighted. Excellent.
Miss Huang is refreshingly straightforward. Bottoms up.
Chen Lixiao was delighted, but Xu Zeyu was anything but. Lao Si, the veteran in Xu Zeyu's dorm, always had one saying on his lips: if the woman doesn't get drunk, the man has no chance.
What was this guy up to, trying to get Huang Yuyan drunk? Xu Zeyu knew exactly what was going on. Humph. I'll show you. I'll show you.
Xu Zeyu fumed as he addressed the system. System, exchange me a bad luck card.
I'm going to ruin this bastard. Chapter 51. As you wish.
Bad luck card, 100 points, effective for 1 hour.
Target begins experiencing misfortune.
The moment the system finished speaking, the number on the right side of Xu Zeyu's mind instantly dropped by 100, leaving him with 360 points. Chen Lixiao had just happily downed a glass of wine, then picked up a piece of fish and began eating it with relish. But his expression quickly changed. Clutching his throat with one hand, he coughed violently several times. Cough, ugh.
Huang Yuyan immediately asked with concern, Mr. Chen, did a fishbone get stuck in your throat?
Chen Lixiao nodded repeatedly, unable to speak. Talking was too painful. The fishbone was neither too big nor too small, neither soft nor hard. It had lodged itself perfectly in his throat. People often use the phrase a fishbone stuck in the throat to describe extreme discomfort.
Now Chen Lixiao truly had a fishbone lodged there. Only those who've experienced it know the agony.
Use vinegar. I heard vinegar can soften fish bones. The woman who'd been silent all along finally spoke up, then grabbed the vinegar bottle from the table and poured it straight into Chen Lixiao's mouth. The entire bottle emptied, yet the bone remained lodged in Chen Lixiao's throat, still causing him agony.
If the bone isn't hard, try rice.
Huang Yuyan quickly called out to the waitress outside the door, hey, bring in a bowl of rice fast.
Okay. Half a minute later, the waitress entered carrying a bowl of rice.
Without waiting for anyone else to act, Chen Lixiao grabbed the bowl and shoveled a mouthful of rice into his mouth.
The rice went down, but the bone remained. Worse still, the bone seemed to dig deeper, threatening to choke Chen Lixiao.
2 bodyguards rushed in to see what was happening, only to find the fishbone lodged in his throat. They were helpless.
Huang Yuyan and the other woman panicked. No, we have to get him to the hospital immediately. I can't breathe.
Chen Lixiao's face was deathly pale, his hands clutching his throat tightly.
He truly looked as if he might die at any moment. What should we do? What should we do?
Facing other troubles, Huang Yuyan was always calm and collected, but in this situation, she was utterly helpless, her eyes red with panic.
Ahem, Xu Zeyu cleared his throat twice, then hesitantly said, I do have a solution. It'll definitely work, but it's a bit disgusting. What does it matter now? Disgusting or not, just tell me. Huang Yuyan snapped. Hurry up, what's the plan? Alright, I'll tell you. Xu Zeyu seemed to steal his resolve, gathering his courage. Feed him some poop.
Make him feel nauseous, and he'll throw up.
Guaranteed to work.
You! Everyone froze in shock. No one expected Xu Zeyu to suggest such a thing.
At the mention of being fed feces, Chen Lixiao's eyes widened in horror, and he voiced his vehement opposition.
But the others couldn't care less about anything else. They just wanted the fastest way to solve his problem. Bodyguard Ah Bo immediately carried Chen Lixiao into the public restroom. Soon after, the restroom echoed with Chen Lixiao's exaggerated retching sounds. Standing outside the stall door, the others shuddered at the unimaginable scene inside. What immense courage must Chen Lixiao have mustered to actually swallow that? Chen Lixiao emerged shortly after, his face still pale but his spirits noticeably lifted. Needless to say, the fish bone had indeed been expelled. When Chen Lixiao shot him a venomous glare, Xu Zeyu took it as gratitude. Patting his chest, he boasted, I told you feeding him works wonders.
See? It came out. Back home, some guy tried it once and didn't get it up.
Had to shove down a few more mouthfuls.
Ugh.
Chen Lixiao vomited violently once more, until there was nothing left. Even the acid from his stomach came up.
Ah Bao glared at Xu Zeyu with venom and snapped coldly, shut up, okay? Fine, I won't say another word. Xu Zeyu said with obvious resentment. If it weren't for me teaching you this feeding method. Wah!
Chen Lixiao, who had just started feeling better, vomited violently several more times and actually passed out.
Xu Zeyu immediately shouted frantically, this is bad. Hurry, take him to the hospital. To the hospital. Oh, and whatever you do, don't tell the doctor he passed out from eating. Abeo and Chen Lixiao's woman rushed him to the hospital. As the three of them left, Huang Yuyan couldn't help bursting into laughter, shaking with mirth. Ha ha, Zeyu, don't tell me you didn't do that on purpose. Ha ha ha. Xu Zeyu quickly averted his wandering gaze and declared innocently, Sis Huang, don't get the wrong idea.
I really didn't mean it, I swear.
Huang Yuyan finally stifled her laughter. Alright. Whether it was intentional or not doesn't matter. We didn't finish dinner properly.
Let's find another place to grab something to eat. The three of them found a small restaurant and continued drinking and chatting.
With no outsiders present, Xiao Mo sat down to eat with them. Huang Yuyan treated her as one of their own, not an outsider at all.
Xiao Mo, however, focused solely on her own meal, not uttering a word and not touching a drop of alcohol. She didn't drink because she was a bodyguard. She had to stay alert at all times. Xu Zeyu also ignored her presence, drinking glass after glass with Huang Yuyan.
They drank and chatted.
After a few drinks, Huang Yuyan casually asked a question, and Xu Zeyu proceeded to recount the events between himself and Li Lin. When she heard Xu Zeyu planned to earn $1 billion within 2 years, even the usually silent Xiao Mo lifted her head, looking at him with curiosity.
She couldn't fathom where Xu Zeyu got his confidence. Was it really just his exceptional skill in antique appraisal? Anyone in the antiques business knew that even with the sharpest eye, making big money still depended on luck, like that bull Xu Zeyu had stumbled upon last time. Without luck, sharp eyes could only bring in small profits. Earning 10 billion within 2 years was impossible. But that was Xu Zeyu's business, and Xiao Mo couldn't be bothered to care. Xu Zeyu never had much of a tolerance for alcohol. Combined with Huang Yuyan's preference for baijiu, he soon became completely drunk, slumped over the table like a dead fish. Huang Yuyan was also buzzed, but her mind remained clear enough to suggest to Xiaoma, he's too wasted to go back to school. Find a hotel nearby and get him a room. Okay. Xiao Mo checked her phone and found a hotel called Suiyuan Hotel just 500 meters away. Let's take him there. Xiao Mo hoisted Xu Zeyu out of the small restaurant and carried him to the back seat of the car. Huang Yuyan sat beside Xu Zeyu. Since it was only a 500-meter drive, Huang Yuyan didn't bother buckling Xu Zeyu's seatbelt. The moment Xiao Mo started the car, Xu Zeyu's limp body slumped toward Huang Yuyan, his entire face pressing against the front of her seat. Chapter 52. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Huang Yuyan's face, already flushed from drinking, turned even redder. Damn it! Huang Yuyan scolded playfully, but it did little good. Instead of moving away, Xu Zeyu buried his face even deeper, snoring softly. This infuriated Huang Yuyan to the point of gritting her teeth. Xiao Mo, give me a hand. Got it. Xiao Mo, who was driving, reached back with one hand and yanked Xu Zeyu aside. Seeing Xu Zeyu sleeping like a dead pig, Huang Yuyan, who had been about to curse him out, swallowed her words. Lingling, wait for me. I promise, Xu Zeyu mumbled in his sleep, reaching out to grasp Huang Yuyan's hand. Huang Yuyan didn't pull away, letting Xu Zeyu clasp her hand tightly in his. Looking at Xu Zeyu's slightly handsome face, Huang Yuyan smiled faintly. Kid, 2 years and 10 billion? I'd love to witness that miracle with my own eyes. At 2 in the morning, several shadowy figures gathered near the school gate, yawning incessantly. What time is it? Why isn't Xu Zeyu back yet? You ask me? Who should I ask? Maybe he went back to the dorm when we weren't looking? No way. We kept our eyes on him the whole time, no way we'd lose sight of him. I had a student check his dorm. That guy wasn't back before midnight, he definitely isn't there. These guys were hired by Li Haolong as thugs. They'd been lurking by the school gate all night, waiting to attack someone. But Xu Zeyu vanished without a trace all night long, leaving them shaking with frustration. He probably won't be coming back. Let's go. We can't leave. If he comes back now, it's the perfect time to attack, no witnesses around. That'll make it easier for us to dodge blame. Fine, let's wait a bit longer. I'm so tired. That night, Li Haolong's entire gang of thugs waited and waited at the school gate. By the time they all fell asleep, Xu Zeyu still hadn't returned. In the dead of night, Xu Zeyu woke up groggily, parched from drinking too much. Only then did he realize he was sleeping in a hotel. After a moment's recollection, Xu Zeyu guessed Huang Yuyan had brought him to the hotel, though he had no memory whatsoever of the attack. He climbed out of bed, grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the minibar, and gulped it down. Just as Xu Zeyu was drinking, the sound of a key turning in the lock suddenly came from outside the door. The sound was faint. Had he been asleep, he wouldn't have heard it. But he was awake now, and with the door in plain sight, he immediately clenched his fists. Even a fool would know a burglar was coming. Because Xu Zeyu had been brought here, the chain lock on the inside of the door hadn't been secured, and the thief easily opened it. The thief wasn't tall, with a stiff and thin build, skinny as a rail yet remarkably agile. The thief hadn't noticed Xu Zeyu. He tiptoed in silently, closed the door quietly, and chuckled to himself. What kind of idiot doesn't lock the door when sleeping in a hotel? Saves me a lot of trouble. Xu Zeyu snapped irritably. Who do you think you're calling stupid? The thief jumped as if electrocuted, his hair standing on end as he spun around. You. Only then did Xu Zeyu get a clear look at the thief's face, fair features, with particularly bright, lively eyes. If she dressed up properly, she'd be quite pretty. Xu Zeyu thought a boy was pretty? No, Xu Zeyu's orientation was perfectly normal. This thief was a woman. What, me? Xu Zeyu snorted. Are you going to surrender peacefully, or do I have to arrest you and hand you over to the authorities? The female thief put on a mournful face and pleaded with Xu Zeyu, "Sir, seeing how dashing and charming you are, please be magnanimous and let me go." Charming and dashing? Xu Zeyu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. You mean dashing and charming, right? This thief doesn't seem very well educated. Xu Zeyu didn't even pause to consider, for those with higher education, making a living is relatively easier. How many would choose to become thieves? The thief nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, dashing and charming. You're so well educated, sir. Don't hold it against this little girl who barely finished school. Please let me go, I'll never do it again. You stole from me and even called me stupid. If I don't turn you over to the authorities, wouldn't that make me even more foolish? Xu Zeyu's parents were both teachers, so they had instilled in him a strong sense of right and wrong from a young age. While minor transgressions might be forgiven, he absolutely refused to tolerate illegal acts like theft. Big brother, I really can't go to the magistrate's office. My parents died when I was young. My sister struggled to raise me, but now she has cancer. Our family desperately needs money. The young thief pleaded incessantly, tears and snot streaming down her face, looking as pitiful as could be. Why does this sound so familiar? Xu Zeyu felt he'd heard this exact line somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it just yet. Of course, the main reason was that the female thief's actions had distracted him. Sir, if you're willing to let me go, I'll. As she spoke, the female thief reached for the buttons of her own shirt, undoing them one by one. Rape. Molestation. Help! Help! The female thief suddenly screamed loudly, then roughly tore a piece of her clothing. What the hell? Xu Zeyu froze in shock. This plot twist was way too abrupt. Her screams quickly drew nearby tenants and hotel security. A crowd swarmed the room, trapping Xu Zeyu inside. Seeing the thief's disheveled, pitiful appearance, the crowd instantly boiled over with anger. She's only 17 or 18, right? How could he do this to her? He's a beast. No, worse than a beast. Take him to the constable's office. Yes, send him to the magistrate's office. Xu Zeyu knew he was utterly defenseless now, so he didn't bother arguing. Once they reached the magistrate's office, the constables would review the hotel surveillance footage and everything would become clear. Seeing the crowd surge toward Xu Zeyu, the female thief couldn't help but sneak a sly grin at him, chuckling inwardly, "This dashing, charming playboy brother, I'll be off first, heh." Just as the female thief planned to slip away in the chaos, 5 constables suddenly appeared, blocking her path. Who called the police just now? Hearing that familiar voice, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Captain Joan, must you be this dedicated? Why are you patrolling in the middle of the night? Chapter 53. It wasn't that Xu Zeyu felt guilty about his actions, but rather that he'd been dealing with constables constantly these past few days, either at the magistrate's office or on his way there. He was a law-abiding citizen. After all, how could he be running to the magistrate's office day in and day out? If word got out, people would think he committed some crime. And the last person Xu Zeyu wanted to run into was Zhong Yue. That female constable probably couldn't stand the sight of him anymore. He genuinely didn't want to cause her any more trouble. Sure enough, the moment Zhong Yue spotted Xu Zeyu, surprise flashed across her face. Xu Zeyu? Why is it always you? Xu Zeyu shrugged helplessly. I didn't want to come either. Maybe it's just my unlucky streak lately, I keep getting into trouble. Sigh. Glancing around at the crowd, some even filming with their phones, Zhong Yue feared the situation would escalate. She waved her hand, "Whoever called the police, take them both in." Thus, Xu Zeyu and the female thief were both hauled into the police station in the dead of night. The female thief screamed the whole way that Xu Zeyu had tried to assault her. Xu Zeyu said nothing and made no defense, which greatly surprised Zhong Yue. Are you admitting it? Xu Zeyu shot the female thief a contemptuous glance before turning to Zhong Yue. Captain Zhong, do you really think I'd be so desperate I'd even look at this underdeveloped flat-chested girl? Beep beep. Pretend successful, add 40 points. I won't waste words on the rest, heh. The system chuckled wickedly. Who knew your taste in women matches my creator's preferences? System will add another 100 points as encouragement. Xu Zeyu nearly choked on his laughter. These system creators were truly bizarre, even their rules were utterly peculiar. Xu Zeyu finally got it. As long as you play to their strengths, you can earn points without even pretending. Princess Taiping? The female thief froze for a moment. When she snapped out of it, she was furious, gnashing her teeth and flailing her arms. Who the hell are you calling Princess Taiping? Who the hell are you calling Princess Taiping? Xu Zeyu smirked. Then prove it. If you can prove you're not Princess Taiping, I'll admit my guilt. The female thief glared at Xu Zeyu, wrapping her clothes tightly around herself. Don't even think about it, you creep. Though neither Xu Zeyu nor the thief had spoken the truth, Zhong Yue could tell from their demeanor that Xu Zeyu hadn't done anything to the girl. If he really had, the girl wouldn't be wearing such a defiant expression. After all this commotion, she and her men had been played by this little brat. This realization made Zhong Yue furious, and she began scheming about how to make that damnable little girl suffer.
Of course, Xu Zeyu, the instigator of this whole mess, wasn't exactly a saint either. Why else would he keep getting himself into trouble with the authorities? Both of them deserved a lesson. When it came time to give statements at the magistrate's office, Xu Zeyu finally revealed the truth. Zhong Yue gave him a half smile, half sneer. Xu Zeyu, that little girl didn't tell it that way. She said you called for an emotional chat companion, then spotted her beauty, lust got the better of you, and you tried to force yourself on her. Put. Xu Zeyu spat. I already said, how could I possibly fancy that flat-chested girl? Even if I wanted to find a woman, I'd have to find someone like. Xu Zeyu instinctively glanced at Zhong Yue before promptly turning his head away, maintaining a solemn expression as if nothing had happened. That bastard. Zhong Yue couldn't possibly miss the meaning behind Xu Zeyu's earlier glance. She was so furious she wanted to beat him senseless. Zhong Yue always presented herself with an icy demeanor, yet she found herself losing her temper easily whenever she encountered Xu Zeyu. This guy was truly her natural nemesis. Though she desperately wanted to teach Xu Zeyu a lesson, she was a constable. Every action had to be grounded in the law. Xu Zeyu, do you have any evidence to prove your innocence? Proving my innocence? Isn't that precisely what constables are supposed to do? Xu Zeyu retorted. Surely you constables aren't only trained to prove others guilty, not innocent? If I can prove my own innocence, what use are you constables then? Xu Zeyu. Zhong Yue was on the verge of losing her temper. I'm telling you this very seriously, if you can't prove your innocence, you'll be staying at the magistrate's office for 48 hours. Fine. Xu Zeyu sighed in resignation. The hotel surveillance will prove that girl is the thief. She pried open the door, leaving clear marks on the lock. Plus, you can take my phone to the mobile provider and check the call records. I never made any calls to emotional chat services. That girl's full of lies. Only you idiotic constables would believe her. Say that again? Zhong Yue's knuckles cracked as she clenched her fists. At the thought of Zhong Yue bending iron pipes, Xu Zeyu finally shut up obediently. Seeing Xu Zeyu's insolent mouth finally shut, Zhong Yue stood up. I'll go get that witness's statement. You just wait. Fine. With Zhong Yue telling him to wait, Xu Zeyu had no choice but to wait. He had no idea how long he waited, but eventually Xu Zeyu drifted off to sleep. Only when Zhong Yue slammed a stack of documents onto the desk did the noise jolt him awake. You can go now, Zhong Yue said coldly. You don't realize how dangerous you are for crossing Li Haolong? Sleeping in a hotel? Think you're immortal? Realizing Zhong Yue was actually concerned for him, Xu Zeyu felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Thank you, Captain Zhong. Tonight was an accident. It won't happen again. Goodbye. Xu Zeyu stepped out of the interrogation room to see the female thief pleading with the constable. Officer, you really can't arrest me. I lost both my parents when I was young. My sister raised me with great difficulty, but now she has cancer. Our family desperately needs the money. That line again? Is that the trendy excuse now? Xu Zeyu shook his head, too lazy to bother with the thief, and walked away. By the time Xu Zeyu returned to campus, it was already past 5 in the morning. Only a few early morning joggers dotted the otherwise deserted streets. Xu Zeyu walked into campus without a care, his destination obvious. A figure leaning against a roadside tree glanced up at Xu Zeyu with bleary eyes before nudging a companion beside him. Hey, that guy just now looked like Xu Zeyu. Go check it out. What the hell are you looking at? Shut up, I'm trying to sleep. His companion growled angrily before rolling back onto the grass and snoring loudly. Fine, I didn't see anything either. Snore, snore. Li Haolong and his dozen or so henchmen had waited all night for Xu Zeyu, only to find every last one of them sound asleep when he finally returned. Chapter 54. Li Haolong was furious. He'd mobilized a massive force to ambush Xu Zeyu, only to find them all fast asleep. Not a single hair on Xu Zeyu's head had been touched. Embarrassing. Utterly embarrassing. Li Haolong could certainly wait patiently. His men would find an opportunity to kill Xu Zeyu sooner or later. But every day Xu Zeyu lived meant another day of humiliation for him. It felt like sitting on pins and needles, making it impossible to find peace. Since his men were useless, he'd hire assassins instead. Moreover, Li Haolong felt hiring assassins would be more straightforward, no loose ends to tie up. Even if the constables wanted to cause trouble for him, they wouldn't have a chance. China had no organized assassin guilds, but that didn't mean assassins couldn't be found within its borders. For someone like Li Haolong, finding an assassin was no difficult task. He opened his computer and logged into a seemingly ordinary website, entering his username and password. After successful login, the computer's webcam automatically activated, capturing Li Haolong's face. Facial recognition confirmed. Name, Li Haolong. Level, bronze. The website's interface abruptly changed, displaying Li Haolong's identity information. Ignoring his own details, Li Haolong filled out an electronic form with Xu Zeyu's information, uploaded Xu Zeyu's photo, and clicked send. 2 minutes later, the web page displayed a complete profile for Xu Zeyu, with a price tag of 100,000 yuan beneath his photo.
Li Haolong clicked confirmation.
An electronic voice immediately announced, deposit of 10,000 yuan deducted.
Mission officially activated. Complete within 7 days. The moment the voice finished, the special web page vanished, reverting to its original appearance. Closing the laptop, Li Haolong couldn't help but let a cold smile spread across his face. A worthless life, worth only 100,000 yuan. You little bastard, just wait until I finish you off. Xu Zeyu remained oblivious to becoming a hitman's target.
He continued his routine of dormitory classroom cafeteria, occasionally studying the system or learning the antique trade, living a fulfilling life.
He was now eagerly awaiting next month's trip to the antique exchange market with Huang Yuyan.
He planned to help her while also sourcing his own inventory, preparing to officially open his shop. The system nagged incessantly, accusing Xu Zeyu of neglecting his studies and prioritizing money over his studies, of only thinking about making money instead of pretending to be someone else. Xu Zeyu simply ignored the system's nagging and did his own thing.
He wasn't one to put on airs anyway. With a way to make money, why would he go around pretending to be something he wasn't? 3 days passed in this peaceful manner.
That morning, Wang Cici, the class life committee member, walked in and announced cheerfully to the entire class, everyone, after the second period ends, there will be a school-wide donation drive.
Make sure to bring cash. A donation drive, a student immediately protested. Who needs donations now? Haven't we had any earthquakes or anything lately? Shut up, you jinx.
Wang Cici explained, a girl in the history department has leukemia and needs 500,000 yuan for treatment. Her family started a crowdfunding campaign but only raised about 100,000 yuan. They came to the school hoping for assistance. To ensure fairness, donations will be collected on site Alipay, WeChat red envelopes, and QR codes are all accepted. Upon hearing Wang Cici's explanation, the students all nodded in understanding. Oh, I see.
No problem, we're all alumni.
Whatever we can afford is a gesture of goodwill.
Donations? While others didn't hesitate, Xu Zeyu began to agonize.
In the past, he wouldn't have hesitated at all, he'd just donate 100 yuan, after all, his means were limited. But now, with his net worth in the tens of millions, donating a mere 100 yuan just wouldn't make sense.
But donating tens of thousands seemed a bit excessive.
It wasn't that he was stingy with money. It was just that when everyone else was donating 100 or 200, throwing down tens of thousands would clearly look like he was trying to show off. Although Xu Zeyu desperately needed to show off to earn points, he felt this kind of showmanship was best avoided. They were all fellow alumni, why pretend to be something you're not? If he truly wanted to help that classmate, he should transfer the money discreetly. With that thought, Xu Zeyu immediately asked someone which class the girl was in and headed straight for her classroom. The history major was also a junior. Despite her illness, she persisted in attending classes, so Xu Zeyu found her right away. Yan Wenjun was quite a pretty girl with big eyes, but her illness had left her extremely thin, pale, with sunken eyes, and looking utterly haggard.
Xu Zeyu was naturally a compassionate person, and seeing Yan Wenjun in this state stirred his sympathy even more. Are you Yan Wenjun? I'm your fellow student. Xu Zeyu didn't want to tell Yan Wenjun his name because he genuinely just wanted to help without anyone knowing who he was.
He planned to donate a large sum, and having his name known would cause trouble.
Not to mention, if the school kept asking for donations, how could he possibly just give 100 or 200? Xu Zeyu wasn't opposed to donating, but nowadays too many donations were dubious.
He certainly didn't want his money squandered by unscrupulous people only to be called foolish.
As for this donation? Seeing Yan Wenjun's condition with his own eyes, how could it possibly be fake? Moreover, Xu Zeyu had already inquired about her.
Yan Wenjun was a diligent, studious, cheerful, and optimistic girl with impeccable character. A classmate like this was worthy of his support.
Hello, classmate. What brings you here? Yan Wenjun didn't mind Xu Zeyu not revealing his name.
She offered a gentle smile, her features as radiant as a flower, though her gauntness now made her look pitifully thin. Xu Zeyu spoke sincerely, the whole school is about to donate to you.
I feel awkward doing it in front of so many people.
Give me your bank account now, and I'll transfer it directly to your phone.
Embarrassed to donate in front of everyone?
Yan Wenjun assumed Xu Zeyu felt his contribution was too small, hence the awkwardness. She smiled at him.
It's fine.
Whether it's 5 or 10 yuan, it's the thought that counts.
No need to feel bad. I'm already grateful you're helping me. Don't worry about it.
Xu Zeyu knew Yan Wenjun had misunderstood, but he couldn't be bothered to explain.
I need to get back to class. Just send me your bank account number, quick.
Sure.
Yan Wenjun pulled out her phone and gave Xu Zeyu her bank account number.
Xu Zeyu immediately transferred the money to Yan Wenjun's account, then turned and walked away.
Don't tell anyone this money came from me. If you still need more, remember to call me.
Xu Zeyu dashed off at top speed, telling her to call him but then running away without even giving her his number.
Seeing Xu Zeyu's frantic state, Yan Wenjun couldn't help but laugh out loud.
She muttered to Xu Zeyu's retreating back, don't worry, I won't tell anyone.
Besides, I don't even know your name, heh. Her phone vibrated, signaling that Xu Zeyu's transfer had arrived. She was curious just how much Xu Zeyu had donated that he was being so secretive, repeatedly instructing her not to tell anyone. When she finally checked her phone, she was stunned. 100,000 yuan. Chapter 55. 100,000. Only then did Yan Wenjun understand why the boy hadn't even told her his name and had repeatedly asked her not to tell anyone. If that boy had really donated 100,000 yuan in front of the entire school's faculty and students, how shocking would that scene have been? Yan Wenjun's eyes instantly welled up. Though Xu Zeyu had vanished from her sight, she still stared intently in the direction he'd disappeared, murmuring to herself, "What a good person." After the second class ended, the entire school gathered on the playground, organized into lines by class and major. Teachers and students, we have gathered today to raise funds for Yan Wenjun, an outstanding student in both character and academics. Unfortunately, Yan Wenjun has been diagnosed with leukemia. Principal Hu Qinghua personally took to the podium and delivered a solemn yet deeply moving speech, urging everyone to contribute. Had he not known about Hu Qinghua's shady dealings, Xu Zeyu would surely have joined his classmates in applauding this caring principal. But having seen through Hu Qinghua's true colors, Xu Zeyu now felt nothing but disgust toward him. While others applauded, he didn't even bother lifting his hand, instead humming lazily to himself. It must be said that Hu Qinghua possessed an exceptionally shrewd bureaucratic mind. Even for this donation appeal assembly, he had arranged for news media to cover the event. Originally, the donations only required each class to collect contributions from every student. But Hu Qinghua demanded that every student line up in order, organized by department into 16 rows, to make their donations sequentially. The advantage of this method was obvious, it looked great on camera. Just imagine, over 3,000 students marching in perfect order, each taking their turn to deposit money into the donation box. What a spectacular sight! Reporters wanted big news, and Hu Qinghua wanted capital for his own promotion. Everyone was happy to see such a scene. The students didn't object. Such a large-scale donation did indeed feel like a proper donation drive. Principal Hu Qinghua led the effort, directly depositing 6,000 yuan into the donation box. The reporters' cameras immediately focused on him, their flashes popping incessantly. Several reporters immediately thrust microphones toward him, asking in unison, "Principal Yao, 6,000 yuan is no small sum. You just handed it over like that? That's nearly a month's salary, isn't it? What prompted you to donate such a large sum?" Facing the cameras, Hu Qinghua wore a benevolent smile. 6,000 yuan is my monthly salary, and it is indeed substantial. I live frugally and avoid waste in daily life. But this donation isn't wasteful, it's saving the life of our own student. No amount of money is too much for that. My personal financial capacity is limited, so this is all I can contribute. I sincerely hope Yan Wenjun recovers soon. What a wonderful principal! Reporters on the scene remarked with deep emotion. Look around, teachers are also generously contributing, some giving 1,000, others 5 or 600. The principal and teachers are setting an exemplary model for the students, truly embodying the ideals of scholarly excellence and moral integrity. Hu Qinghua was pleased with the reporters' coverage, his face beaming with happiness until he spotted Xu Zeyu. A fleeting look of venom flashed in his eyes. He desperately wanted to deal with Xu Zeyu, but as mere principal, Xu held the leverage. Hu was powerless to act. Unable to confront Xu Zeyu himself, Hu Qinghua pinned his hopes on Zhang Dashi eliminating Xu Zeyu. But when young Master Zhang ended up with a broken nose and fled to Korea for plastic surgery, Hu Qinghua had no choice but to swallow his anger. However, Xu Zeyu seemed to have no intention of provoking him. Days passed without his scandal being exposed publicly, so Hu Qinghua temporarily put the matter out of his mind. But today, Xu Zeyu appeared before him, making it impossible to ignore. Xu Zeyu glanced at Hu Qinghua, his expression blank, as if nothing had ever happened. Yet Hu Qinghua couldn't shake the feeling that Xu Zeyu's gaze held mockery and scorn. The rage made him want to kill Xu Zeyu on the spot. I'll endure it for now. Just wait until young Master Zhang returns. You'll pay dearly. Xu Zeyu, like the other students, donated 100 yuan. No one noticed him except Yan Wenjun, who stood amidst the crowd. It was him. Yan Wenjun was thrilled. She desperately wanted to thank Xu Zeyu in person, but knowing he preferred to stay low-key, she suppressed the urge. Instead, she turned to the teachers nearby and asked, "Who was that student from the Chinese department wearing a white t-shirt and black jeans? Does any of you recognize him? You mean Xu Zeyu? He's a junior in our department's class 1. Yang Mei, the junior year advisor for the Chinese major, smiled faintly. Yan Wenjun, why do you ask? Nothing, I just thought he was quite unique. Yan Wenjun offered a casual excuse, but unexpectedly, Yang Mei continued, yes, he is quite special, heh. Yan Wenjun said no more, silently committing the boy's name and appearance to memory. Yan Wenjun didn't suspect Xu Zeyu had ulterior motives toward her. If people had helped her before, it was likely because of her beauty. But now, with her appearance changed, anyone still willing to assist her must truly have a kind heart. Many boys had pursued Yan Wenjun before, but she had never accepted any of them. Yet the moment they learned she had leukemia, they vanished without a trace. Comparing the two men, the difference in their character was starkly evident. Yan Wenjun even thought that if Xu Zeyu asked her to be his girlfriend, she would accept without hesitation. But she understood that Xu Zeyu hadn't even revealed his name to her. That meant he genuinely wanted to help her, expecting nothing in return. The donation process took over an hour to complete. The cash donations alone totaled 350,000 yuan. Combined with the 100,000 yuan from the crowdfunding campaign, the total reached 450,000 yuan. The notary from the bank deposited the money into the crowdfunding account on the spot. These funds would be transferred directly to Yan Wenjun's medical account and used solely for her treatment. This was Yan Wenjun's own request. She wanted all donors to see that her money was genuinely spent on treatment, not some alleged fundraising scam. Should her treatment unfortunately fail, she also wished for any remaining funds to be allocated to other leukemia patients in need. Such a compassionate young woman who wouldn't want to help her. The donations concluded, but one final ceremony remained, inviting the top donors to the stage to share a few words. Principal Hu Qinghua had devised this as nothing more than a publicity stunt to save face. What Xu Zeyu never expected was that the person called up to speak the top donor was none other than Miao Yeye, his sworn enemy. Chapter 56. Many had witnessed Miao Yeye's true colors. Someone had posted a video of her arguing with Xu Zeyu online, drawing a torrent of angry comments from netizens, every nasty insult imaginable. That someone like her could become the student representative for the donations left the students with only one thought: money really talks. Still, some believed Miao Yeye's actions were an attempt to salvage her reputation. Objectively, she had helped students in need, so this gesture wasn't entirely bad. They decided to wait and see what she had to say. Miao Yeye stepped onto the podium, strutting like a proud peacock. "Hello everyone, I'm Miao Yeye from the Fine Arts Department. Today I donated 10,000 yuan. This amount is nothing to me, it's like skipping a few clothes purchases. But for students facing financial hardship, it's a timely help. I find this deeply meaningful." As soon as the words left her mouth, the less perceptive didn't think much of it, but the more sensitive students immediately picked up on the underlying meaning. First, her family is wealthy, very wealthy. The price of a single dress for her can help a classmate. Second, her aid was a lifesaver, a mountain of kindness. A leopard never changes its spots. Xu Zeyu snorted dismissively, waiting to hear what else Miao Yeye would say. The principal and teachers standing beside Miao Yeye also sensed the unusual tone. Some teachers wore displeased expressions, while Hu Qinghua alone wore a broad smile, as if he hadn't picked up on the subtext at all. Miao Yeye continued, "Recently, many alumni shared a video online of me arguing with Xu Zeyu. Lots of classmates criticized me for being rude and looking down on people just because I'm rich. I'm making this official statement: yes, I am wealthy, but I only look down on people based on who they are. Take Xu Zeyu, someone who only donated a measly 100 yuan. Yet he dares to pursue my cousin, who's worth over 100 million. What's wrong with me looking down on a toad like that?" Xu Zeyu knew this woman wouldn't say anything nice when she took the stage, but he never imagined she'd attack him in such a public setting, disregarding the school's reputation. With that level of intelligence, is going to get him in trouble big time. Ha! Damn it, so what if I'm rich? So what if I only donated $100? What gives you the right to look down on people? The students who had donated erupted like a boiling pot, instantly furious. Regardless of whether reporters were present, they began shouting curses. Seeing the situation escalate, Hu Qinghua rushed to the front of the stage and explained, "Everyone, please calm down. Miao Yeye was only referring to Xu Zeyu, who argued with her. She meant no offense to anyone else. Principal, if donating 10,000 yuan gives someone the right to publicly humiliate others on stage, I'd rather die of illness than accept her money." Yan Wenjun suddenly spoke up. Though her voice wasn't loud, she was close enough to the podium that the microphone carried her words across the entire playground. "Good. Well said, Yan Wenjun." The students erupted into thunderous applause, cheering Yan Wenjun on. Miao Yeye's face flushed red with fury, then drained pale as she glared viciously at Yan Wenjun, momentarily speechless. Seeing Miao Yeye humiliated, Xu Zeyu felt even more certain that helping Yan Wenjun was absolutely the right thing to do. This girl was sensible and beautiful. If not for the torment of her illness, she probably wouldn't have accepted anyone's help. Ah, it truly was a case of beauty being cursed with a short life. Why couldn't it have been Miao Yeye who got leukemia instead? The system's voice chimed in with a sinister tone. "System user, with enough skill points, cursing others is a breeze. A curse for a fall costs 200 points. A curse for that unspeakable disease? 500 points. Curses for leukemia or cancer? Flat rate 5,000 points. You don't have enough points right now, haha." Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes. He'd only said it offhand, he wasn't that heartless. Miao Yeye and him were just trading barbs basically, they were arguing. Was it really worth it? He wasn't some protagonist from a fantasy novel where a single glare or insult could trigger bloodthirsty vengeance.
Seeing Yan Wenjun stir up the entire student body, Hu Qingwei immediately turned stern. He sternly reprimanded, Yan Wenjun, mind your words and actions.
Is this how you treat classmates who helped you?
Facing the principal, Yan Wenjun remained unapologetic, arguing his case, Principal, I've said it before, I'm grateful to everyone who helped me.
Xu Zeyu also assisted me. I can't just let Miao Yaya insult him here just because she paid more.
I have a serious illness and need help, but that doesn't mean I'll grovel to whoever offers the highest price.
Good. Well said.
The students' shouts grew louder.
Some even yelled, Yan Wenjun still needs 50,000 yuan. Let's all donate more. Great. I'll donate another 100. Me too. Miao Yaya's expression completely changed. She'd never met anyone like Yan Wenjun who refused to bow to money.
She had given her so much money, yet instead of helping her, she went and helped Xu Zeyu.
How outrageous.
The thought sent Miao Yaya into a rage, her spoiled brat temper flaring up instantly. Fine.
If you're so principled, then refuse everyone's donations.
You're nothing but a hypocritical trying to save face and grab fame.
Miao Yaya's outburst was captured on camera, prompting Hu Qingwei to frantically yell, don't film that part. Don't film it.
Hu Qingwei was beside himself with panic.
He'd meticulously orchestrated this spectacular show. How had it turned into this? Yes, it was all Xu Zeyu's fault. If he hadn't provoked Miao Yaya, how could this have happened? Damn it all.
If Xu Zeyu knew the principal was cursing him under his breath right now, he'd just shrug his shoulders innocently, my fault? The atmosphere on stage reached a fever pitch with Miao Yaya's words, and the students immediately erupted in a torrent of abuse. Miao Yaya,
your whole family are ES. Sorry, my dog wasn't leashed properly and ran out barking everywhere. Please forgive us. Miao Yaya trembled with rage.
Just as she was about to grab the microphone and trade insults with the entire student body, a bank employee suddenly rushed over, shouting, Mistake!
Mistake! The top donor isn't Miao Yaya, she donated 10,000 yuan. Someone else transferred 100,000 yuan via mobile banking. 100,000. Not just the others, even Miao Yaya was stunned. It wasn't that she couldn't afford 100,000 yuan, she just couldn't bring herself to part with it. If it weren't for this speech, she wouldn't have donated 10,000 yuan in the first place. Miao Yaya was deeply skeptical. She couldn't imagine anyone willingly spending 100,000 yuan to help complete strangers. Even for someone she knew, 100,000 yuan wasn't something you just handed over on a whim. Did you get this wrong? Miao Yaya demanded of the bank staff. Who transferred 100,000 yuan?
Just as Yan Wenjun was about to remind the bank staff they couldn't disclose the information, the quick-tongued employee blurted out the name, a transfer of 100,000 yuan via mobile banking at 7:43 a.m.
Account holder, Xu Zeyu. Chapter 57. Who? Xu Zeyu? Are you guys out of your minds? Hearing Xu Zeyu's name sent Miao Yaya into a tailspin.
If it had been Zhao Zeyu, Jian Zeyu, Sun Zeyu, or Li Zeyu, she wouldn't have cared. Why did it have to be Xu Zeyu?
There's no mistake. The bank clerk declared emphatically. He's our bank's super VIP. How could we possibly get it wrong? Others might not know what a bank's super VIP meant, but Miao Yaya knew without at least 5 million yuan in deposits, one simply couldn't become a bank's super VIP. How could he be that wealthy? Could it be my cousin gave him the money? Miao Yaya wondered aloud, though she knew it was impossible. Her cousin's family was wealthy, but they couldn't possibly have given her cousin that much money. Which meant, all this money was Xu Zeyu's own. Xu Zeyu?
Every student who knew Xu Zeyu turned their gaze toward him, their eyes filled with shock. This wasn't 10 or 100 bucks, it was 10,000.
Xu Zeyu was thoroughly annoyed. These bank employees were way out of line, they didn't understand confidentiality at all. He was going to file a complaint.
Well, truth be told, Xu Zeyu was actually quite pleased with himself. All these people staring at him, some in surprise, some with envy, gave his vanity a little boost.
Is having vanity a bad thing? Bull, who says that? Xu Zeyu certainly didn't.
Hu Qingwei's face twitched violently, but he forced himself to smile in the calmest tone possible. So it turns out Xu Zeyu is the classmate who donated the most. Helping others while staying humble, truly a role model for all of us. Now, let's give Xu Zeyu a warm round of applause as he comes up to share a few words with everyone. Clap. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Xu Zeyu had intended to stay low-key, but now he had no choice.
He might as well embrace the spotlight for once.
Yan Wenjun is a genuinely kind person, that's the only reason I chose to help her. We should all contribute according to our means. I was simply doing what I could to support a fellow student.
Xu Zeyu walked onto the stage, not even glancing at Miao Yaya.
He spoke calmly, 100,000 yuan isn't a huge sum for me. Compared to classmates who scrimped and saved to donate 100 yuan, I feel ashamed that my contribution seems small.
But kindness can't be measured by money. My heartfelt generosity is equal to everyone else's, wouldn't you agree?
Xu Zeyu's words ignited another wave of applause. Everyone clapped heartily, giving him thumbs-up gestures. Here we have two classmates making donations. One gives 100,000 yuan with quiet humility, while the other gives 10,000 yuan with downright arrogance. Their character stands in stark contrast. As for Xu Zeyu's claim that 100,000 yuan wasn't much, everyone simply ignored his slightly pretentious remark. Miao Yaya had called Xu Zeyu a penniless toad, but if she donated less than him, didn't that make her worse than a toad? Teachers around them shot Miao Yaya strange looks. Clearly, Xu Zeyu had just slapped her in the face and it stung. Love can't be measured by money? Give me a break. If you hadn't donated 100,000 yuan, would you even have the right to stand here spouting off? Miao Yaya felt like she was about to spit blood. How could she not know Xu Zeyu was targeting her? But he hadn't mentioned her by name once. If she insisted on making a fuss, wouldn't she just be slapping herself in the face? Yet letting it go was impossible. The humiliation burned so fiercely she wanted to tear Xu Zeyu limb from limb. But now she was powerless to do anything, forced to watch Xu Zeyu bask in triumph while grinding her teeth in fury. Beep beep. Love can't be measured by money. Spending 100,000 just to say that? Well said, so pretentious. This time you pulled it off naturally, effortlessly, radiating class even in modesty. Textbook perfect system rating, advanced. The system's admiring voice echoed in Xu Zeyu's mind. Subtle showboating is the deadliest, it slaps people in the face so hard it hurts. You've outshone over 3,000 people while humiliating just one. By the creator's basic rules, you should gain over 15,000 points. But, pause. The system added regretfully, additional rules apply. The single instance cap for skill points is 5,000. Therefore, your total skill points from the showboating now stand at 5,500. Holy! Xu Zeyu roared in fury. You just ripped me off over 10,000 points in one go. You guys are totally crooked. The system immediately adopted an icy tone. I'm afraid I can't help you with that. The creators set the rules this way. If you don't want to play, once you've repaid the 10,000 points, the system will find another player to level up. Fine. I'm scared of your rip-off shop. Do whatever you want with the points. Xu Zeyu couldn't argue with the system and had to give in. It was like mobile networks beyond China Telecom, China Mobile, and China Unicom. There were no other options. No matter how exploitative they are, you still have to pick one of these three and play by their unfair rules. If you can't resist, you just have to quietly accept it. That was Xu Zeyu's helpless mindset right now. At least he still had 5,500 points, not bad. He could trade them for some advanced skills. Damn it! Wasn't it supposed to be 5,500 points? Why are there only 500 left? Xu Zeyu glanced at the number on the right side of the system interface and cursed furiously. The system replied mechanically, check the left side. Your debt to the system is now down to 5,000 points. What's the problem? Xu Zeyu, can I not pay it back right now? System, no. Xu Zeyu. The time Xu Zeyu spent conversing with the system was practically negligible in the real world. No one knew he was talking to it. Xu Zeyu, thoroughly exasperated by the system, composed himself once more. Facing the frantic flashes of the journalists' cameras, he bared his teeth and struck an incredibly tacky peace sign pose. After the donation ceremony ended, Miao Yaya slipped away without a word. She hadn't gotten her revenge this time, but next time would be different. She refused to believe Xu Zeyu wouldn't have his downfall someday. As the crowd dispersed, Yan Wenjun approached Xu Zeyu and bowed deeply with genuine sincerity. Xu Zeyu, thank you. Stop. Seeing Yan Wenjun bow, Xu Zeyu hurriedly reached out to steady her. In his flustered attempt to support her, his hand landed where it shouldn't have. Yan Wenjun stiffened as if electrocuted, her face flushing crimson. She shot Xu Zeyu a glare that was both playful and reproachful. Xu Zeyu was so flustered he nearly cried, scrambling to explain, I really didn't mean to. Yan Wenjun snapped, shut up. I really didn't mean to. You still dare to say that? Fine, I won't say another word. Don't be angry. Xu Zeyu apologized repeatedly. Take good care of yourself. If you need more money for medical expenses, remember to call me. I'll go now. Goodbye. Xu Zeyu started to flee in panic, but Yan Wenjun called out, hey. Xu Zeyu halted, turning back to face Yan Wenjun awkwardly. Is there something else? Seeing Xu Zeyu's flustered state, Yan Wenjun couldn't help but burst out laughing. How am I supposed to call you if you don't give me your number? My memory's terrible. Xu Zeyu gave Yan Wenjun his number and added her on WeChat before leaving. Watching Xu Zeyu walk away, Yan Wenjun's lips curved into a bright smile, that goofball. Besides Yan Wenjun, another pair of eyes watched Xu Zeyu from afar, filled with icy coldness. Chapter 58. Walking toward the cafeteria, Xu Zeyu couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of terrifying eyes were fixed on him. He glanced back several times, but never saw anyone. Could it be that I've been so absorbed in studying the antique business lately that I'm hallucinating? Xu Zeyu chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued walking toward the cafeteria. Food is as essential as iron and steel. Skip a meal and hunger gnaws.
Especially for a glutton like Xu Zeyu. Oh, no, a foodie, how could he possibly skip a meal? Leader Chang Zhongming approached, slapped Xu Zeyu on the shoulder, and chuckled, "Third brother, you've been keeping it under wraps. No wonder you've been buried in antique books lately, turns out you're already a boss in the antique business." Xu Zeyu shrugged and grunted, "I told you guys I was planning to open an antique shop. You just didn't believe me. Nothing I could do about that. Now you believe me." Chang Zhongming sighed. "Who'd have thought out of the four of us in this dorm, you'd be the first to make it big? You really can't judge a book by its cover." Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes at Chang Zhongming and retorted irritably, "What's wrong with my face?" Chang Zhongming chuckled, "Nothing's wrong with it. It's a face of wealth and prosperity, a face of wealth and prosperity, haha." Chang Zhongming's father was a shrewd businessman, and Chang Zhongming inherited his father's gift for words, though without the same mercenary air. In Xu Zeyu's eyes, the eldest brother was steady, articulate, and a reliable brother. Fourth brother Qian Kai was a notorious womanizer, male, female-loving, and self-proclaimed expert at picking up girls. His biggest ambition at school was to date every famous beauty on campus. As for the second brother, Yufeng, he was a bookworm and a quiet type, or more accurately, a quiet yet passionate type. Usually quiet, he occasionally made a splash, and when he did, it was startling. These were the four roommates of Xu Zeyu, each with a distinct personality, yet their bond was unbreakable. Qian Kai's injuries hadn't fully healed yet, so Chang Zhongming and Xu Zeyu had to bring him meals. As the two entered the cafeteria together, they instantly drew countless stares. "That's Xu Zeyu. Wow, so handsome and rich. Does he have a girlfriend?" Rumor has it his girlfriend is Li Lin, a third-year music major and Miao Yeya's cousin worth over 100 million. Miao Yeya mentioned Li Lin's family sent her abroad to break them up. Sigh, the gap is just too wide. No wonder Miao Yeya keeps picking fights with Xu Zeyu. Personally, I think Xu Zeyu's a decent guy. So what if he's rich? Does that give him the right to look down on people? For trash like Miao Yeya, I've got just one word for her. Listening to the whispers around him, Xu Zeyu felt a complex mix of emotions. Of course, he could only put on a calm facade as he followed the leader to the window to get their meals. "Master, I only ordered 3 yuan worth of pork belly. You gave me way too much." Xu Zeyu exclaimed in surprise, staring at the overflowing plate of braised pork belly. The portly chef at the cafeteria counter chuckled. "Kid, you're a genuine soul. I saw this morning's donation ceremony, you're no ordinary guy. Donating 100,000 yuan on the spot? What's a little extra braised pork to me?" "Thanks, chef." Xu Zeyu didn't beat around the bush, carrying his plate of braised pork straight back to the table to eat. After finishing their meal, Xu Zeyu packed another portion to take back for Lao Si. They walked out of the cafeteria together toward the dorms. Halfway there, a frail young man stumbled and fell, his entire body crashing toward Xu Zeyu. "Hey, watch where you're going." Xu Zeyu reached out to steady him, only to forget he was holding the takeout. In his haste, he accidentally spilled the soup all over the guy's face. Qian Kai particularly enjoyed sour and spicy soup, which was precisely what Xu Zeyu had packed for him. The plastic bag of soup splashed onto the young man's face, the spiciness making him yelp in pain. "Ah! I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Xu Zeyu quickly wiped the soup off the young man's face with his hands, while Chang Zhongming helped him up. When Chang Zhongming reached the young man's waist, he suddenly felt a hard object. Its shape resembled a dagger. "Third brother, watch out." Chang Zhongming's first instinct was that this young man was targeting Xu Zeyu. He shouted immediately and tried to pull the dagger from the young man's grasp. A cold gleam flashed in the young man's eyes as his vicious intent became clear. He swiftly drew the dagger first, slashing Chang Zhongming's wrist. Blood gushed instantly from Chang Zhongming's wrist, a truly terrifying sight. Had the young man's target not been Xu Zeyu, it wouldn't have been his arm that was slashed, it would have been his throat. Xu Zeyu was at least a beginner in Wing Chun. While taking on a dozen opponents might be difficult, one-on-one, most people wouldn't stand a chance against him. More crucially, the intelligence the young man had received about Xu Zeyu made no mention of his Wing Chun skills, so he hadn't been particularly wary. Crucially, witnessing his roommate's wrist slashed bloody in the attempt to save him ignited Xu Zeyu's fury. Burning with rage and fighting spirit, he launched a reckless punch straight at the young man. Just as the young man's dagger was about to pierce Xu Zeyu's chest, Xu Zeyu's fist slammed into the young man's throat. Against an ordinary opponent, Xu Zeyu would have aimed his punch slightly lower, avoiding a fatal strike. But his opponent was a ruthless assassin. His strike was merciless. Thud! Snap! The assassin let out a piercing scream, clutching his throat tightly with both hands. He staggered back 2 steps before collapsing with a thud. Even if he didn't die, it would take him a while to catch his breath. Xu Zeyu still wasn't satisfied. He charged forward and stomped on the man repeatedly. "You tried to kill me. You tried to hurt my dorm leader." The assassin lay bleeding profusely from the head, writhing like a dead dog on the floor. "Third brother, stop. You'll kill him." Chang Zhongming shouted at Xu Zeyu while dialing the police. A branch of the constabulary was located near the university.
After the call, several constables arrived quickly, taking Xu Zeyu, the assassin, and several eyewitnesses away. Because the murder was so heinous, Xu Zeyu and the assassin were quickly transferred to the city magistrate's office. The case fell into the hands of Zhong Yue, the captain of the constabulary. Zhong Yue knew why Xu Zeyu had gotten into trouble, but the other constables were clueless. Seeing Xu Zeyu at the precinct again, the constables rolled their eyes in unison. Seems this guy really treats the precinct like a playground, a little trip every 3 days, a big one every 5. Does he even regard us constables as officers anymore? Chapter 59. Zhong Yue quickly pieced together the entire sequence of events, proving Xu Zeyu had acted in self-defense. Moreover, she discovered that the man who had tried to kill Xu Zeyu was no ordinary criminal. He had at least 10 murders to his name in Huaxia. In other words, this guy was a professional hitman on the precinct's most wanted list. That professional assassin had been beaten to the brink of death by Xu Zeyu. Zhong Yue couldn't tell if Xu Zeyu was genuinely skilled or just incredibly lucky. Had his roommate not shielded him, it was doubtful Xu Zeyu would have escaped unscathed. Regardless, Xu Zeyu survived. Moreover, he had severely wounded a wanted professional assassin on behalf of the authorities, earning him a major merit. Xu Zeyu, you may leave now, Zhong Yue said calmly. But I suggest you be more careful in the future. Alright, thank you, Captain Zhong. This female constable genuinely cared about him, and Xu Zeyu wasn't the type to be ungrateful. Of course, he had to thank her. But Zhong Yue noticed Xu Zeyu seemed distracted, and she shook her head helplessly. This kid probably truly believed he was powerful enough to fear no assassin, which was why he dismissed her warnings. As a constable, she had fulfilled her duty to warn him. If he chose to ignore it, there was little else she could do but let him be. Xu Zeyu was genuinely distracted, his mind consumed by the injuries of his dorm leader, Cheng Zhongming. The moment he stepped out of the magistrate's office, he rushed straight to the hospital to visit Cheng Zhongming. At the ward door, just as Xu Zeyu was about to push it open, he overheard the doctor telling Cheng Zhongming, "Your tendons have been severed. It's extremely serious. We need to operate immediately. If you're lucky, you might regain 70 to 80% of function. If not, this right hand will likely be ruined. You need to prepare yourself mentally." What? Cheng Zhongming's face paled. My hand might be crippled? No matter how seasoned Cheng Zhongming was, he was still just a third-year college student. Faced with this situation, he was completely overwhelmed. If his right hand became disabled, what would become of his future life? The thought of it made Cheng Zhongming shudder. How could this happen? Outside the door, Xu Zeyu clenched his fists so tightly his teeth ground together. He already felt terribly guilty for dragging Cheng Zhongming into this mess. If Cheng Zhongming's hand were crippled, that would be a debt of gratitude he'd have to carry for the rest of his life, one he could never repay. Owing an unpayable debt was one thing, but what would become of Cheng Zhongming? Just then, a voice echoed in Xu Zeyu's mind, "Hey, it's just a minor incident. Is it really worth getting so worked up?" Xu Zeyu suddenly remembered he possessed a life-saving system. He hurriedly asked, "You have a solution?" "You bet," the system boasted, sounding incredibly cocky. "I can ascend to heaven, descend to earth, reshape the world, and fly through the skies. Who cares about your powers? Spit it out." Xu Zeyu cut the system off abruptly. The system huffed and said, 50 points flat. Xu Zeyu replied bluntly, "No problem. I just need to hold the wound, and the boss's injuries will heal naturally, right?" "Correct," the system acknowledged. "But I warn you, you have only 500 points left. Without backup skill points, you could be finished at any moment." "Shut your mouth, you jinx." Xu Zeyu snorted, ignoring the system's warning as he pushed open the door and entered the hospital room. Cheng Zhongming was in immense pain. Just then, Xu Zeyu entered, sat beside him, and naturally grasped his injured wrist. With a faint smile, he said, "Boss, someone as good as you will definitely be fine. I know you're just comforting the patient, but I must tell you seriously, his injury requires immediate surgery. Any delay increases the risk of losing this arm." The male doctor in his 30s said sternly, "No more delays. Pay the surgery fee and get him operated on immediately." Cheng Zhongming's own face twisted into a bitter smile. "Third brother, no need to comfort me. I'm prepared for this. Don't take it to heart either. If I'd been the one in danger back then, you'd have saved me too, right?" Xu Zeyu felt deeply moved, squeezing Cheng Zhongming's injured wrist even tighter. "Your arm is fine. Could the doctor really have misdiagnosed it?" "Impossible," the male doctor snapped angrily. "Our hospital has the best equipment in the city. Misdiagnosis is out of the question." As Xu Zeyu held Cheng Zhongming's wrist, Cheng suddenly felt a warm, soothing sensation at the wound site. He could even feel the arm, whose tendons had been severed by the dagger, rapidly regaining its normal function. He wiggled his fingers a few times and discovered they were remarkably flexible, with no movement restrictions whatsoever. "It works!" Cheng Zhongming abruptly pulled away from Xu Zeyu's grasp, flipping his wrist several times in ecstatic delight. "It really works! Don't do that! The doctor urgently cautioned as he saw Chang Zhongming unwrapping the bandage on his wrist, but it was of little use. In no time, Chang Zhongming had completely removed the bandages. He rotated his wrist again apart from a distinct scar. There was no issue with movement whatsoever.
Chang Zhongming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, I'm really fine.
The doctor was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, impossible.
Our equipment is the best in the city. How could it have malfunctioned? Xu Zeyu knew perfectly well the machines were accurate.
Seeing the doctor's bewildered expression, he offered reassurance. Even the most advanced scientific instruments can malfunction.
Don't worry about it. Let's go. I'm checking out of this hospital. The smell here is unbearable.
Chang Zhongming didn't want to linger a moment longer, afraid the doctor might come back and insist on surgery.
The doctor could do nothing about it. Since the man's hand didn't require surgery, how could he stop him from leaving?
Xu Zeyu settled the medical bill, and the two walked out of the hospital together, heading to the bus stop.
Seeing Chang Zhongming so happy, Xu Zeyu also smiled, genuinely pleased for his boss.
Chang Zhongming felt like he was in a dream, muttering to himself, "Third brother, thank goodness you came. Otherwise, they really would have dragged me off for surgery just now. It's so strange before you arrived, my wrist hurt like hell, and I really couldn't move it. But as soon as you showed up, it was fine. You wouldn't happen to have some kind of special ability, would you?" Xu Zeyu flashed him a toothy grin and chuckled, "You read too many fantasy novels."
Like that's possible? The bus arrived. Chang Zhongming boarded, only to find Xu Zeyu still standing there. Startled, he asked, "Third brother, aren't you going back to school?" Xu Zeyu smiled.
"I've got some things to take care of.
You go ahead. Alright, stay safe."
No sooner had Chang Zhongming finished speaking than the bus pulled away.
The moment the vehicle disappeared, Xu Zeyu's smile vanished instantly, his gaze turning icy. Sending people to kill me, nearly crippling the boss's hand. Li Haolong, it's time to settle this score. Chapter 60. Weilong Security Company was located in a prime area with excellent transportation links. Surrounded by supermarkets, banks, and small hotels, it had everything one could need.
Those unaware of Weilong Security's true nature might assume the company's thriving business allowed it to afford such prime office space. But anyone familiar with Li Haolong's background knew this 16-story office building wasn't leased, it belonged to Li Haolong outright. The original owner had been at odds with Li Haolong, yet inexplicably sold the building to him before vanishing from Nanjing City with his entire family. According to Li Haolong, the wealthy businessman took the money and went abroad to develop his business, no longer involved in Nanjing City. Those privy to the truth, however, understood that the entire family had fallen victim to Li Haolong's machinations. Once in Li Haolong's hands, forcing someone to sell him their office building was no big deal. Even with Li Haolong's brazen arrogance and long list of misdeeds, no one in Nanjing City dared touch him. The late patriarch of the Zhang family, one of Nanjing City's three major clans, was Li Haolong's sworn brother. As long as Li Haolong didn't commit the crime personally, the Zhang family could leverage their connections to smooth things over for him. Li Haolong might be arrogant, but he was always cautious when committing heinous acts, never setting himself up for trouble. Even if there were witnesses but no physical evidence, it wouldn't matter. Those who dared cross him faced retaliation, even if they were constables. Thus, over time, no one in Nanjing City dared provoke this gang leader. For years, he'd even spoken loudly in front of members of the other two major families. That night, when he stopped Li Yuan and his wife, that was precisely his intention. But, that kid named Xu Zeyu dared to cross him, publicly humiliating him in front of everyone. How could this be tolerated? He'd thought this kid would be easy to deal with, but the brat kept dodging his men's snipers time and again. Left with no choice, he had to seek out a professional hitman. He thought, this time it should be settled, right? Li Haolong, waiting in his office for news, finally received a reply after 3 days. He opened an email. He clicked it open to find just a few lines. Mission fail. You may choose to renew the contract. No deposit is required for the second contract, but the mission level has been raised to 200,000. Proceed? This professional hitman website service was so considerate, leaving no room for complaint. Yet Li Haolong found it hard to believe how could even professional assassins fail to take out that kid? After a moment's thought, Li Haolong clicked confirm among the two options below the email. The message vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. This time, you're dead. Li Haolong cursed viciously, then leaned back in his chair and exhaled a long breath. Meanwhile, in the lobby of Weilong Security Company, a young man who still looked boyish approached the entrance and casually walked inside. 2 security guards flanked him, blocking his path with a hostile tone. Do you have an appointment? The young man retorted, your boss is eager to see me. He'd be thrilled I came, why would I need an appointment? The 2 guards eyed him suspiciously. One said, what's your name? I'll call our boss to confirm. Asking for my name, huh? The young man chuckled. My name is Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu? You're Xu Zeyu? The 2 guards' expressions changed dramatically as they stared at Xu Zeyu in disbelief. Xu Zeyu was now a household name at Weilong Security. Many had seen his photo or met him in person, and even those who hadn't heard his name were familiar with it.
This kid was too cocky, daring to disrespect their boss like this? He was practically asking for trouble. Just as they were about to report the situation via walkie-talkie, Xu Zeyu acted. Thud. Thud. Xu Zeyu's fist struck left and right, slamming into the guards' ribs and knocking them flat on the ground instantly.
With Xu Zeyu striking at such close range and hitting their vulnerable spots, the agony they felt was unimaginable. Xu Zeyu always kept his personal grudges separate from his professional duties and rarely took it out on the innocent. But when it came to the men from Weilong Security, he never felt they deserved sympathy.
Li Haolong had committed so many heinous acts his subordinates couldn't possibly be unaware.
It was even possible that some of them had personally carried out these crimes. Knowing full well that Li Haolong was a villain, they still worked for him.
Xu Zeyu never considered such people innocent. Thus, facing these two guards, Xu Zeyu showed no mercy, taking them down without hesitation.
With that, Xu Zeyu strode confidently into Weilong Security Company. The moment he stepped into the lobby, 4 men with menacing expressions charged toward him.
You little punk! Think you can cause trouble here? You're asking for it.
These 4 men were bare-chested, covered in tattoos, left side dragon, right side tiger. The only thing missing was a Mickey Mouse on their shoulders.
Xu Zeyu's parents were both teachers, and he'd been raised believing that anyone with tattoos was a delinquent. Combined with the genuinely menacing looks on these guys' faces, Xu Zeyu didn't bother with pleasantries.
He stepped right up to confront them.
Thud!
Xu Zeyu took a few punches from them, but he also landed blows to their soft spots and lower abdomens, sending them crashing to the ground. The 4 hadn't expected Xu Zeyu to strike with such precision, nor did they anticipate his complete disregard for his own safety. His moves were pure desperation. Thus, they were unfortunately caught off guard. Xu Zeyu touched his chest where he'd been punched and hissed sharply through clenched teeth, "Getting beaten up really sucks, cough cough."
Xu Zeyu didn't push further inside, knowing Li Haolong would appear any moment.
Given how much face Li Haolong valued, Xu Zeyu had stormed into his stronghold and attacked his men. There was no way he'd just hide.
Sure enough, within 3 minutes, Li Haolong appeared with over a dozen henchmen wielding clubs.
His gaze flickered between Xu Zeyu's icy stare and the fallen subordinate on the ground, causing Li Haolong's face to twitch.
How many years had it been? How many years since anyone dared to provoke him so blatantly? Yet this kid kept pushing his limits time and again. But this suited him just fine. The brat usually hid away at school, but now he'd come right onto his turf, much easier to deal with. Surveillance cameras are everywhere here.
The footage will prove that this kid started the provocation. Even if I beat him to a pulp, it'd be excessive self-defense at worst.
With that thought, Li Haolong bared his teeth. Xu Zeyu, you came here looking for death. I won't hold back. Go! Chapter 61.
At Li Haolong's command, a dozen thugs wielding clubs lunged toward Xu Zeyu. Everyone had expected Xu Zeyu, being so bold and standing his ground, to fight back. But the moment they moved, Xu Zeyu immediately turned and ran.
Come on, hit me! Xu Zeyu taunted as he fled, infuriating Li Haolong to the point of near vomiting blood. Chase him! Cripple him!
The thugs gave chase, following Xu Zeyu out of the hall and toward the main gate. As they reached the entrance, Xu Zeyu suddenly spun around and swung a punch at them.
Thud!
Using the entrance's layout to his advantage, Xu Zeyu unleashed 7 or 8 punches in rapid succession, knocking down the 2 enforcers charging at the front. Those behind him swung their clubs viciously at Xu Zeyu.
He took 2 blows to the arm before finally managing to turn and continue his escape. The pursuers wouldn't let him go, continuing their chase.
Thus, a scene unfolded on the highway, 1 man running, a dozen chasing.
Seeing so many people chasing 1 man, someone immediately grabbed their phone and called the police. Hello, emergency services?
Xu Zeyu, unaware of the call, kept running. He only knew the basic skills of Wing Chun, so he couldn't handle a dozen opponents at once. But taking them on one by one was still manageable. He was confident that as these chasers kept running, some would inevitably fall behind. After chasing him for several hundred meters, the guy leading the pack saw Xu Zeyu about to be caught and grew excited. You little punk, see how much further you can run. I was a long-distance running champion back in the day.
Xu Zeyu stopped dead in his tracks, appearing completely spent.
He quickly closed the gap, his face twisted into a savage grin.
You little punk, die.
With that, the bully swung his stick down hard, aiming for Xu Zeyu's head. Xu Zeyu suddenly turned around, a faint, cold smile curling his lips.
Oh, is that so? Damn it, I fell for it.
The bully instinctively glanced back and saw his partner dozens of meters behind him. He instantly realized he'd run too far ahead. But he'd already swung his club. Turning back to flee was impossible now, so he kept swinging at Xu Zeyu.
Alone, Xu Zeyu effortlessly dodged the blow.
He swiftly closed the distance and drove a fist into the man's midsection.
Put!
The guy collapsed to the ground, his stomach churning so violently he nearly vomited bile. His body curled up like a boiled shrimp, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. This is all the fault of that long-distance running champion. Ignoring the fallen man, Xu Zeyu picked up the wooden stick and swung it forcefully backward. Crack! Another thug's head was struck by the club, his eyes crossing like a rooster's before he collapsed unconscious. A large group had chased him out, yet within moments, Xu Zeyu had taken down 4 of them. Li Haolong's men were furious, screaming, "Kill him!" Xu Zeyu brushed the dust off his hands and taunted them with a loud shout, "Come on, hit me! If you've got the guts, stop running! If you've got the guts, catch me! Got the guts? Then stop running! You think I'm as dumb as you?" He kept taunting them as he ran, infuriating them to no end. But they really couldn't catch Xu Zeyu. Talk about infuriating. They chased and chased, only to suddenly lose sight of Xu Zeyu at a crossroads of interconnected alleys. "Ha! Where'd he go? Let's split up and search. Call each other if you find him. We've got to take this kid down." While they were still searching everywhere for Xu Zeyu, he had already turned around and sprinted back to Weilong's security company. Not only did those guys never expect it, but even Li Haolong himself hadn't anticipated Xu Zeyu daring to show up at the door. So when he saw Xu Zeyu appear before him, he froze for a moment before breaking into a toothy grin. "Heh, kid, you're smart and gutsy. If you hadn't crossed me, I'd actually consider taking you on as an apprentice. Even if I hadn't crossed you, I wouldn't take a scumbag like you as my disciple." Xu Zeyu said coldly, "You're not worthy. You're not worthy. TSK. That was flawless acting, cool and domineering. System verdict, advanced level." The system's voice echoed in Xu Zeyu's mind, one instance of acting like a pro rewarded with 50 skill points. "Ha!" Li Haolong roared with laughter. "Kid, you've got guts. But people with guts usually die fast." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Haolong lunged forward, driving a fist straight toward Xu Zeyu's chest. Li Haolong's strike was lightning fast, carrying a fierce wind that alone signaled its immense power and brutality. Xu Zeyu had always thought Li Haolong was merely ruthless at most, a tough gang leader. Only now did he realize this Li Haolong was actually a martial arts master. Xu Zeyu should have realized that if Li Haolong lacked genuine skill, he would have been eliminated by his enemies long ago. How else could he have remained so arrogant in Nanjiang City for so long? But it was too late for Xu Zeyu to grasp this truth. Li Haolong's fist slammed toward him. Xu Zeyu didn't even have time to dodge before the blow connected squarely with his chest. Thud! Xu Zeyu's body flew several meters before crashing to the ground. He spat blood, his face drained of color. Damn it! Xu Zeyu struggled to rise, but he realized Li Haolong's punch had been devastatingly powerful. It likely damaged his internal organs, causing excruciating pain with every movement. Another mouthful of blood gushed out. Li Haolong walked over to Xu Zeyu, a savage grin spreading across his face. "You little punk! I used to be a Shaolin disciple. Thinking you could take me on with your half-assed skills? You're just asking for humiliation. Heh, what can you do to me?" Xu Zeyu propped himself up with one hand, forcing himself to sit upright. He looked at Li Haolong with a mocking expression. "At worst, I'll get charged with provocation and disorderly conduct. A few days in jail, that's all. But if you dare kill me here, do you think the constables will let you off? Heh, killing you is unnecessary. But crippling you? I doubt the constables would say a word." Li Haolong slowly raised his foot, letting out a sinister chuckle. "Tell me," he said, "which leg or arm should I crush?" Before he could finish, Li Haolong's foot slammed into Xu Zeyu's right knee with brutal force. Almost simultaneously, Xu Zeyu rolled sideways, dodging the blow. As he did so, he snatched up an iron pipe dropped by one of the thugs earlier and swung it viciously at Li Haolong's supporting ankle. Li Haolong hadn't anticipated Xu Zeyu, who'd just taken his punch, still having the strength to fight back as if he hadn't been hurt at all. He reacted, but his raised leg hadn't yet come down, making it extremely difficult for his supporting leg to respond. One foot stomped down while the other attempted to leap upward, a split-second reaction most people couldn't possibly execute. Xu Zeyu's steel pipe struck Li Haolong's supporting ankle bone. A sharp crack echoed as the bone snapped cleanly. Chapter 62. Li Haolong let out a piercing scream, a testament to the brutal force of Xu Zeyu's strike. Strike while the iron is hot. Xu Zeyu scrambled to his feet and swung the steel pipe at Li Haolong's shoulder. Though Xu Zeyu had come to fight, he didn't intend to kill. He held back, aiming for the shoulder instead of the head. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Li Haolong. Even with one leg injured, Li Haolong's supporting leg remained planted firmly. His other leg shot up, kicking straight at Xu Zeyu. Thud! Xu Zeyu was sent flying again, his body slamming violently into the wall as another mouthful of blood spurted out. Li Haolong's kick was too powerful, instantly rendering Xu Zeyu incapable of further combat. Had Li Haolong not hesitated to kill in public, Xu Zeyu would likely have been finished with a single strike. As a half-baked practitioner, he was no match for a true martial arts master. Li Haolong's earlier punch had already left him gravely wounded. It was only by using the 50 points he'd just earned to have the system heal himself that he'd found the strength to launch his surprise attack. Now, with not a single skill point left, healing was impossible.
He could only watch helplessly as Li Haolong limped toward him, his eyes filled with cruel, savage fury. "Kid, I bet you won't be able to make a comeback this time." Facing the enraged Li Haolong, Xu Zeyu showed no fear, only fury. "You scum! If you've got the guts, kill me fair and square. What kind of man are you, always trying to ambush me?" "Ha, kid, I don't understand what you're saying. All I know is you came here to cause trouble." Stepping before Xu Zeyu, Li Haolong bared his teeth in a vicious grin. "Originally, I only planned to break both your legs. But now I've changed my mind. I'll cripple both your hands too, turning you into a complete invalid." With that, Li Haolong reached out, fingers splayed, and lunged for Xu Zeyu's shoulder. He'd trained in martial arts and knew that crippling someone's limbs wasn't about breaking bones, it was about searing their tendons. Broken bones might heal, but severed tendons meant the limbs were essentially beyond repair. Li Haolong hated Xu Zeyu to the core, but unable to kill him in public, he resorted to the cruelest means to deal with him. Xu Zeyu frantically shouted at the system, "Hey! If you don't step in now, this Xu Zeyu account is done for. I warned you. You didn't even save any backup skill points. Serves you right. Fine, let it be ruined. This account was just starting to level up anyway. I'll just find another one and start over." The system responded with utter indifference, infuriating Xu Zeyu into a rage. "You heartless bastard, standing by and letting me die." With the system refusing to help, Xu Zeyu could only wait in despair for his limbs to be crippled, mentally cursing the system's entire family 10,000 times over. As for how he cursed the system's entire family, Xu Zeyu couldn't be bothered to think about that now. Originally, Xu Zeyu had come intending to beat the crap out of Li Haolong, vent his anger, and then slowly find an opportunity to kill the guy. But he hadn't expected Li Haolong to be such a tough fighter, throwing a wrench in his plans. Now, before he could even vent his anger, he was about to die. This just wasn't right. In novels, didn't the protagonist always get the system? And weren't protagonists supposed to be super tough, immune to death, not even spitting up a single drop of blood? How come he was spitting up so much blood and getting beaten to a pulp? Xu Zeyu thought gloomily that he might have gotten a fake system. Just as Xu Zeyu was sinking into despair, Zhong Yue's icy voice cut through the air. "Li Haolong, if you don't stop right now, I'll shoot." At the entrance to the hall, Zhong Yue stood holding a gun, its barrel pointed directly at Li Haolong. Li Haolong glanced at the female constable and noticed her gaze was unwavering, not a trace of fear or pretense. He believed that if he continued his assault, she would genuinely fire her weapon. Though Li Haolong was ruthless in his dealings and had crossed paths with constables before, he never openly broke the law. Even today, when Xu Zeyu had humiliated him, he had forced himself to suppress his rage and lowered his hand. "Captain Zhong, is it? Your gun seems to be pointed at the wrong person. This kid came here to attack me, I was only acting in self-defense." "Whether it's self-defense isn't for you to decide," Zhong Yue retorted coldly. "Now, you're all coming with me to give statements. Li Haolong, if you have any evidence that might help your case, bring it along." "Fine." Li Haolong felt he was in the right, and the surveillance footage here could prove Xu Zeyu had provoked him first. He cooperated fully. "I can hand over the footage first, but my foot is injured. I need to go to the hospital for diagnosis and treatment." "I'm injured too." Xu Zeyu barely finished the sentence before coughing up a mouthful of blood. "I need to go to the hospital too." With that, Xu Zeyu collapsed unconscious. Watching the unconscious Xu Zeyu, Zhong Yue shook her head and sighed inwardly, "That fool doesn't know when to quit." At the hospital, Li Haolong completed his examination. The bone was indeed fractured, but it wasn't serious. With his physical constitution, he should recover within a month. Xu Zeyu was in critical condition. He had suffered extremely severe internal injuries, drifting in and out of consciousness. The doctors couldn't predict when he might regain full consciousness. With no other choice, Zhong Yue proceeded to take Li Haolong's statement first. Li Haolong had little to conceal about the incident. He simply stated that Xu Zeyu had a grudge against him and had foolishly come looking for revenge. As for how he ambushed Xu Zeyu? Not a word. Whoever brought that up would be a fool. Zhong Yue had reviewed the surveillance footage herself, there was no question about it. This time, Xu Zeyu had truly brought this upon himself. There was nothing more to say. Even if Xu Zeyu had any justification, he shouldn't have gone so far with surveillance in place. There was no turning back now. If Xu Zeyu hadn't regained consciousness, it might have been different. But once he came to and couldn't produce evidence in his favor, prison awaited him. Zhong Yue didn't ask any further questions, she left immediately after inquiring. Knowing he held all the cards, Li Haolong saw no urgency in killing Xu Zeyu just yet. Once Xu Zeyu was behind bars, he could simply send a message to his men inside. Ha! If he'd known this would happen, Li Haolong wouldn't have hired the hitman a second time. But it was fine. As long as Xu Zeyu was dead, he could write off that 200,000 yuan. Money was no object to him. Li Haolong never imagined that Xu Zeyu's rampage against his entire security company would leak out, and the rumors only grew more outrageous.
The most outrageous rumor claims Xu Zeyu single-handedly knocked out every security guard at Weilong Security, even beating Li Haolong himself to the ground. Li Haolong was beaten to the ground by Xu Zeyu, his face trampled and one leg severely injured. Had the constables not arrived in time, he might have lost the other leg as well. As for Xu Zeyu, he collapsed from exhaustion and lost consciousness, though overall, he should be fine. The moment this rumor spread, the upper echelons of Nanjiang City were left speechless and utterly stunned. A single thought now dominated their minds: if Xu Zeyu survived this ordeal, he would inevitably become a figure as formidable as Li Haolong, perhaps even more so. Chapter 63. These guys were fed nothing but false information. Had they known it was Xu Zeyu who had been beaten unconscious, they probably wouldn't have thought that way. Of course, even knowing Xu Zeyu had suffered internal injuries, they still held him in high regard. For nearly a decade, no one had dared challenge Li Haolong, the local kingpin. Xu Zeyu was the first in 10 years. To be precise, he was the first in a decade to survive such a direct provocation against Li Haolong. Everyone admired Xu Zeyu's skill, but even more so his courage. Given time, this kid would surely become formidable provided he could survive this ordeal. Unaware of all this, Xu Zeyu slowly regained consciousness. The first face he saw upon opening his eyes was Huang Yuyan's, her expression tense. "Sis Huang." Seeing Xu Zeyu awake, Huang Yuyan finally exhaled in relief. "Are you feeling better? Is it serious?" Xu Zeyu currently had no skill points. If he did, his injuries could have been healed for just 50 points. Injured like this, Xu Zeyu felt utterly devastated inside. Honestly, he desperately wanted to fake it. Unfortunately, Huang Yuyan was his friend, and pretending wouldn't work on her. Otherwise, he'd be trying to get skill points right now to fix his injuries effortlessly. Facing Huang Yuyan's concern, Xu Zeyu forced a faint smile. "Thanks, Sister Huang. It's nothing serious. Your injuries aren't serious, but your troubles are mounting." Zhong Yue entered the room and addressed Xu Zeyu coldly. "Xu Zeyu, you are now suspected of provoking trouble, fighting, and causing bodily harm. The evidence is conclusive. Do you have anything to say?" "Conclusive evidence?" Xu Zeyu froze. "What evidence?" Seeing Xu Zeyu still playing dumb, Zhong Yue grew even angrier. She tossed the tablet at him. "See for yourself." Xu Zeyu opened the tablet and saw the surveillance footage of himself starting the fight. Seeing the footage, Xu Zeyu relaxed slightly and chuckled. "Besides this video, the rest of the evidence is just witness statements from their security company, right?" "That's all." Zhong Yue nodded. "Isn't that enough?" "Heh, I get it now," Xu Zeyu said. "Captain Zhong, I'm still recovering from my injuries. Once I'm discharged from the hospital, I'll report to the Constabulary Bureau. You can go back now. Don't worry, I won't run away." "Humph." Zhong Yue snorted in displeasure and turned to leave. The moment Zhong Yue left, Huang Yuyan smiled sweetly and asked, "Is she your friend?" "Not really. We've only met a few times." Xu Zeyu flopped back onto the bed, lazily stretching his limbs. "Sis Huang, why do you ask? You might not see it, but I can sense it. She cares deeply about you." Huang Yuyan chuckled. "Cold on the outside, warm on the inside. This Captain Zhong is quite the person. You should ask her if she has a boyfriend." "Enough, enough. That woman's violent. Anyone who dates her better watch out if she gets too excited. Your bones could turn into steel pipes and get broken in minutes." Xu Zeyu grumbled. Just thinking about how this woman had given him those panda eyes made Xu Zeyu feel deeply annoyed. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from outside the door. "Got the guts to say that again? Say it then. This woman's a violent maniac." Seeing Zhong Yue walk in from outside, her face twisted in a cold sneer as she stared at him, Xu Zeyu was instantly dumbfounded. "Why aren't you gone yet? What did I just say? Oh my chest hurts so much, I'm dying." Xu Zeyu quickly pulled the sheet over his head, bracing himself for the blow. "Xu Zeyu, no need to hide. I'll remember this. We'll settle it once your injuries heal," Zhong Yue snorted. "I only came back to tell you I don't trust you. Before you leave the hospital, 2 constables will be stationed outside your door. Don't even think about running." With that, Zhong Yue left the ward once more. Xu Zeyu speculated that this time, Zhong Yue must have truly left. "Can't trust me, so you hire people to watch me?" Xu Zeyu sneered dismissively. "Whatever. Humph." Huang Yuyan smiled faintly. "Zeyu, this is where you show your ingratitude. Captain Zhong says she's monitoring you, but she's actually protecting you. You probably don't know what rumors are circulating outside. You've made Li Haolong lose so much face he won't let you off easily." Xu Zeyu asked in surprise, "What kind of rumors are out there?" "It's like this." Huang Yuyan relayed the rumors circulating outside to Xu Zeyu. He listened, his expression growing increasingly stunned. "Who started this? Am I really that formidable? That's precisely why you must be extra cautious." Huang Yuyan's expression suddenly turned grave. "Whoever spread this rumor clearly wants to use you as a pawn to push Li Haolong further toward killing you. Now you're not just facing Li Haolong as an enemy, there's also someone scheming behind the scenes, trying to eliminate you.
Hearing this, Xu Zeyu's brows furrowed deeply. Another enemy? Who could it be?
Just as Xu Zeyu pondered who else might want him dead, a man in his 50s and a young man in his early 20s entered the hospital room together. Their designer clothes and air of arrogance made it clear they were no ordinary people.
Xu Zeyu didn't recognize these two men, but Huang Yuyan exclaimed in surprise, "Dad, little brother, what brings you here?" Only then did Xu Zeyu realize they were Huang Yuyan's father and younger brother. Huang Yuyan's father, Huang Jianqing, wore a grim expression as he sternly reprimanded his daughter, Xiao Yan. "This is utterly unacceptable. I've never interfered with the auction house affairs. When you told me you'd found a highly skilled antique appraiser, I didn't question it. But I never imagined the person you hired would be such a reckless troublemaker who doesn't know his place." Troublemaker? Hearing Huang Jianqing's assessment of him, Xu Zeyu nearly exploded with rage. Of course, if not for Huang Yuyan's sake, he would have cursed out loud already. But Xu Zeyu held his tongue, only for Huang Yuyan's younger brother, Huang Chang, to start kicking him while he was down. He's just some poor kid who got lucky. Even if he made over 10 million selling antiques, it doesn't change the fact he's a penniless loser. Sis, this guy's clearly putting on a show to scam you. Don't fall for it. Shut up. The usually refined Huang Yuyan suddenly exploded, snapping at her brother. I'm not blind. I can see for myself. I don't need a good-for-nothing like you, who only knows how to eat, drink, gamble, and chase women, telling me what to do. Seeing Huang Yuyan defend him so fiercely, Xu Zeyu felt deeply touched. Sis Huang, you're truly my real sister. But Sister Huang could only scold her brother. How could she possibly get past her father? It was clear her father was furious about her offending Li Haolong. He likely wanted Sister Huang to distance herself from him. Xu Zeyu wondered, faced with her father's pressure, would Sister Huang abandon him? Chapter 64. Shut up yourself. Seeing his daughter openly protecting Xu Zeyu, Huang Jianqing flew into a rage. Everything else was negotiable, but this matter was non-negotiable. Fire that boy immediately and publicly declare you have no connection to him whatsoever. Otherwise, you can leave the Huang family yourself. The Huang family has no use for a foolish girl who doesn't know her place. Faced with Huang Jianqing's tirade, Huang Yuyan remained expressionless, her voice icy. Is this your own decision, or grandfather's? Huang Jianqing's face twitched slightly before regaining its composure. Does it make any difference? There is, Huang Yuyan said slowly. Our grandfather is the head of the family. His word is final. If this is his decision, then he should speak for himself. It is indeed my wish. I had your father speak to you to spare you embarrassment. I thought you would understand. I didn't expect you to understand, yet remain so stubborn. A white-haired old man entered, his expression serene as he looked at Huang Yuyan. Xiao Yan, do you remember our family's guiding principle? Harmony brings prosperity. Make friends, not enemies for the family. Huang Yuyan answered calmly. And then, grandfather? Then what? Old Huang's tone remained utterly calm. This kid crossed Li Haolong, and behind Li Haolong stands the Zhang family. Word is he also offended Mr. and Mrs. Li Yuan of the Li family. Given the Zhangs and Li's connections, this kid has essentially pissed off every big shot in Nanjiang City. Do you really think we should risk antagonizing the entire city over some troublemaking brat? Huang Yuyan was about to say more, but Xu Zeyu spoke up. Old man, in your view, life is just a series of deals. Everyone has their own bargaining chips, right? Old Huang regarded Xu Zeyu with interest, then let out a cold chuckle. You're right. Our Huang family is in business. Business is business. You're not worth our protection. Grandfather, he is worth it, Huang Yuyan declared earnestly. Just 1 year, grandfather. Give me 1 year, and I'll prove his worth. No need. Old man Huang refused flatly. I'll say it again, if you insist on continuing to work with this boy, I'll disown you as my granddaughter. Huang Yuyan fell silent. Choosing between her family and Xu Zeyu was a decision she simply couldn't make. Truthfully, after all these years navigating the business world, she'd never encountered a young man like Xu Zeyu before, capable, loyal, and not greedy. Such a partner was undoubtedly the best. She truly believed that with just 1 year, she could prove Xu Zeyu's worth to the Huang family. But her grandfather wouldn't give Xu Zeyu a single chance. What was she to do? Should she stubbornly continue working with Xu Zeyu and break ties with her family? Or should she abandon Xu Zeyu and give up the hope of expanding and strengthening the family business? Xu Zeyu wasn't so arrogant as to expect Huang Yuyan to abandon her family for him. The fact that she was willing to go this far for him was already remarkable. Xu Zeyu didn't want to put Huang Yuyan in a difficult position, so he prepared to speak up and draw a line with her himself. Unexpectedly, Huang Yuyan suddenly said, Grandfather, father, I've decided to continue working with Xu Zeyu. I'll return the Huang family auction house to you. I've set aside some personal savings, so I won't starve. Xu Zeyu was stunned, and old Huang was utterly incredulous. Xiao Yan, what are you saying? Why? Huang Jianqing erupted in fury. Xiaoyan, have you lost your mind? No, I'm perfectly clear-headed. All these years I've managed the family business. If I may toot my own horn, I single-handedly built up the auction house in Nanjiang City. Huang Yuyan replied calmly, in the past, whatever grandfather said went even when we disagreed, I followed his lead. But this time, I'll make my own decision. I'll prove to you all that my choice today is the right one. The old man had made his stance so absolute because he was certain his eldest granddaughter would never abandon the family for Xu Zeyu. The third generation of the family was hopeless, but the eldest granddaughter was the only promising one. The old man couldn't bear to drive her out of the family. Little did he know his coercion would backfire, only strengthening Huang Yuyan's resolve to partner with Xu Zeyu. Huang Yuyan had never liked her grandfather's domineering ways or his tendency to measure everything in terms of money. Xu Zeyu's situation was merely the spark that ignited her resolve. Huang Yuyan was a woman of strong convictions yet deeply emotional. By pushing her to the edge of a cliff, the patriarch sought to force her submission. Her only choice was to leap. To many, choosing an outsider over family seemed utterly incomprehensible. Yet for a woman as extraordinary as Huang Yuyan, it was perfectly natural. Hearing Huang Yuyan's words, Xu Zeyu was deeply moved. He gripped her hand firmly and nodded at her. Sister Huang, rest assured. I won't let you down. Huang Yuyan's face was pale, but she still gave Xu Zeyu a faint smile. Of course I believe you. Ha! Ha! Old Huang laughed bitterly. Xu Zeyu, is it? I'll be damned if I don't see what kind of talent you have that makes little Yin hold you in such high regard. Facing the old man's sarcastic taunts, Xu Zeyu chose to counter directly, Old geezer, with your narrow-mindedness and limited vision, no wonder the Huang family can only thrive in Nanjiang City. I hope you live to be 100, watch me and Sister Huang expand our business worldwide, and then die of sheer frustration. Put. A woman's stifled laughter suddenly echoed from outside the door. Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes dramatically. That female constable still hasn't left? What on earth is she up to? Zhang Yue had intended to leave, but seeing the hostile intent of the Huang family members, she stayed put. She even blocked all their bodyguards outside the door as a precaution. As a result, she witnessed the spectacular scene, truly a show worth watching. Old Huang's face flashed through shades of green, white, black, and purple faster than a chameleon could change colors. Fine, fine. Let's see what kind of waves you can stir up in Nanjiang City. Jianqing, Xiaoqiang, let's go. Old Huang was seething with rage. He feared if he didn't leave immediately, Xu Zeyu would provoke a heart attack in him. But just as he took 2 steps, a mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth. Pfft. Beep beep. Made someone spit blood. Added 100 skill points. Friendly reminder, respecting elders and caring for the young is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. Avoid angering the elderly unnecessarily. Xu Zeyu's mind instantly gained 100 skill points, delighting him immensely. As for the system's subsequent lecture about respecting elders and caring for the young, Xu Zeyu dismissed it as hypocritical posturing and ignored it entirely. He'd initially found the system's hidden conditions for skill points rather twisted, but seeing that pompous old man choke on his own rage, Xu Zeyu suddenly understood the creator's intent. You despicable old geezer? I'll make you spit blood. What's gonna stop you? Chapter 65. Seeing her grandfather spit blood, Huang Yuyan cried out in panic, Grandpa! Don't call me grandfather! Old Huang was fiercely protective of his reputation. Since Huang Yuyan had chosen to leave the family, he naturally refused to acknowledge her as his granddaughter. He barked at her, then stubbornly straightened his back and walked away without looking back. Huang Jianqing followed the old man out, while Huang Chang glanced back, baring his teeth at Xu Zeyu with a savage grin. Kid, don't blame me for not giving my sister face. Watch your back when you're walking alone, huh? I'm not afraid of Li Haolong, so why would I fear a rich third generation like you who only knows how to shoot his mouth off? Xu Zeyu declared proudly. Unless you can match me and fight your way to Li Haolong's lair alone, then get the hell out of my sight before you embarrass yourself. If Huang Chang didn't have such thick skin, he'd probably be spitting blood right now. Who was the one shooting their mouth off just now, huh? It was clearly you who kept shooting your mouth off, okay? But Xu Zeyu had a point, leaving Huang Chang speechless. Xu Zeyu dared to take on Li Haolong one-on-one. Did Huang Chang dare? No way. So when Xu Zeyu said that, Huang Chang could only roll his eyes wildly before storming off in a huff. If he stayed any longer, he'd end up like his grandfather, pissed off to death by this kid who was all talk. Seeing Huang Yuyan's heartbroken expression, Xu Zeyu suddenly felt he'd been too harsh earlier. After all, they were Huang Jie's family. Sis Huang, I'm sorry. It's fine. They were the ones who crossed the line first. It's not your fault. Huang Yuyan forced a smile. Zeyu, Sister Huang has 20 million. Starting today, I'm the other owner of your shop. You don't mind, do you? Xu Zeyu nodded vigorously. No problem. With Sister Huang at the helm, I'm confident we'll surpass the Huang family within 2 years. Xu Zeyu wasn't bragging, he had to achieve this goal. The Huang and Li families stood as 2 of Nanjing City's 3 major clans. If he couldn't surpass the Huangs within 2 years, how could he possibly fulfill his promise to earn 1,000,000,000 yuan and marry Linlin within that time frame? Huang Yuyan understood Xu Zeyu's meaning and saw the resolve in his eyes. She nodded approvingly. Right. Zhong Yue entered once more and addressed Xu Zeyu. Just now I saw you cursing someone with such vigor. Looks like your injury is almost healed, right? Are you ready to give your statement? Sure, let's get started. Xu Zeyu replied casually. Earlier, Xu Zeyu hadn't dared to record the statement because he lacked skill points. Now that he had 100 skill points, everything could proceed according to the original plan. Seeking out someone to fight in a place with surveillance cameras? That's just plain stupid. Xu Zeyu wasn't stupid, he'd already planned his cover-up. The only slight hiccup was that he hadn't been able to beat Li Haolong, he'd nearly been knocked out by him. But it wasn't a big deal. Now he could finally get back on track. Xu Zeyu spent 50 skill points to fully heal his injuries, reserving the remaining 50 to deal with the surveillance issue. Of course, before tackling the surveillance, he had to record his statement first. Seeing Xu Zeyu agree so readily, Zhong Yue couldn't help but glance at him curiously a few times before asking, what exactly happened? You tell me the whole story yourself. All right. At this point, Xu Zeyu's expression suddenly became intensely agitated. That Li Haolong is nothing but scum. All I did was have a verbal altercation with him at the auction house last time. First, he sent his security company thugs to kill me. When that failed, he hired assassins to take me out. He nearly crippled my roommate's hand in the process. Captain Zhong, you know about this, right? I only know about the hitman. Who hired him? I don't know. Don't ask me, Zhong Yue snorted. So what happened next? I suspected him, so I went to confront him. But when I arrived at his security company, several of his men collapsed suddenly. The moment they saw me, a mob swarmed me, screaming threats and attacks. I was chased through the streets by those guards until I finally circled around and shook them off. I couldn't let it go, so I went back to confront Li Haolong. That bastard flew into a rage and attacked me first. With my back against the wall, I had no choice but to defend myself. Xu Zeyu felt utterly wronged. As he spoke, he pouted with a look of deep injustice. You saw what happened later, Captain Zhong. I couldn't even beat him. If you hadn't arrived in time, he would have crippled me. You're saying those people didn't fall because you hit them, they just collapsed on their own? Zhong Yue was utterly amazed by Xu Zeyu's nerve. Even with video evidence staring him in the face, he had the audacity to lie outright. That's some seriously thick skin. Zhong Yue had expected Xu Zeyu to feel embarrassed, but she underestimated his nerve. That's right, I didn't hit them. As for how they fell down, I really have no idea. Xu Zeyu stated with absolute certainty. Xu Zeyu. Zhong Yue was nearly boiling over with rage. She flung the tablet at him. The surveillance footage is right here. You saw it yourself just now. How dare you spout such nonsense? Xu Zeyu picked up the tablet and calmly opened the video. Simultaneously, he mentally communicated with the system. Hey, system. Process this video and the original surveillance file exactly as I just said. 50 points are yours. No problem. The system agreed readily. The video Xu Zeyu opened immediately changed, leaving Zhong Yue staring wide-eyed. Xu Zeyu's figure was nowhere to be seen in the surveillance footage. Instead, the two security guards at the entrance had inexplicably collapsed to the ground, their faces contorted in agony. Soon after, the security guards in the lobby met the same fate, no one had touched them, yet they collapsed on their own. Moments later, Li Haolong arrived with a large contingent of security guards, charging toward the entrance. Only then did Xu Zeyu appear at the entrance, knocking out the two guards in self-defense. The footage ended there, as the subsequent events unfolded on the street, and Li Haolong couldn't provide any street surveillance. However, an earlier police report matched Xu Zeyu's recent statement. He had been chased by Li Haolong's group of men. As for the final stage of the fight between the two, Li Haolong did not provide any footage. Zhong Yue hadn't initially thought much of it, but now it seemed necessary to request it from Li Haolong. Of course, Zhong Yue's current state of shock was beyond words. She had long suspected Xu Zeyu possessed some special ability to manipulate surveillance footage, though she remained clueless about the exact method. With a sigh of resignation, she stated, "Wait here. I'll go to Li Haolong's company to check the original surveillance footage files." Chapter 66. When Zhong Yue presented Xu Zeyu's confession and the video footage to Li Haolong felt like he'd been punched in the gut. How could this be? This video must have been tampered with. This guy is making baseless accusations. Seeing Li Haolong so agitated, Zhong Yue realized he'd truly been set up by Xu Zeyu this time. Had she not seen the original footage, she might have suspected Li Haolong was putting on an act. But having seen the original footage, she knew Xu Zeyu had come to provoke him. That's why she believed Li Haolong had genuinely been set up. Of course, Zhong Yue felt no sympathy for Li Haolong whatsoever.
She simply needed to handle this professionally and do what had to be done. Mr. Li Haolong, to ensure the integrity of the evidence, I recommend you accompany us back to your company to retrieve the original surveillance footage files.
Li Haolong nodded. Alright, let's go. Li Haolong followed Zhong Yue back to the security company.
After retrieving the original files from the monitoring room, he was even more stunned. The original video files in the surveillance room were identical to the footage on Zhong Yue's tablet.
Li Haolong was speechless for a long moment, utterly at a loss for words. Who would have thought even you, Li Haolong, could be caught off guard? Seeing Li Haolong's stunned expression, Zhong Yue secretly gloated inwardly. Outwardly, however, she remained calm as she stated, Mr. Li Haolong, since your video fails to prove that Mr. Xu Zeyu initiated the provocation, and Xu Zeyu has accused you of initiating the attack, I now request you to provide the subsequent footage. Do you have any objections? Li Haolong desperately didn't want to hand over the footage of their one-on-one confrontation, but he had no choice but to comply.
Had Zhong Yue not followed him, he could have claimed the later footage was corrupted. But with Zhong Yue and a group of constables in tow, he had no grounds to refuse. It's right after this.
You can extract it yourselves. Zhong Yue captured the footage of their final confrontation, and the constables watched with intense curiosity. Li Haolong was undoubtedly a legendary figure in Nanjing City.
They were eager to see how this Xu Zeyu had managed to beat the legendary Li Haolong into such a state. When they saw the footage, the constables were instantly stunned. From the very start, Xu Zeyu had been at a disadvantage. Yet in the critical moment, he feigned severe injury to feign weakness, lulling his opponent into a false sense of security before delivering a devastating blow. Had Li Haolong not been so formidable, Xu Zeyu might very well have defeated him.
Ruthless, this Xu Zeyu is a ruthless man.
Only Zhong Yue noticed Xu Zeyu's move after he stood up swinging his baton straight at Li Haolong's shoulder. A mocking smile touched her lips. This kid really just came looking for trouble, not to fight to the death.
But you've seriously underestimated Li Haolong. How could someone who's been running wild in Nanjing City for years not have self-defense skills?
Seeing Xu Zeyu's move, Zhong Yue became even more convinced that Xu Zeyu had come looking for a fight.
If Xu Zeyu hadn't come looking for trouble, how could he possibly hold back when someone was trying to take his life? Though she thought this privately, Zhong Yue certainly wouldn't voice it aloud.
Since Xu Zeyu had managed to frame Li Haolong with evidence, Zhong Yue didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. She'd gladly use this chance to teach Li Haolong a lesson.
That guy was too arrogant, a veritable cancer in Nanjing City.
Any chance to eliminate him was worth taking, and if nothing else, she'd use this opportunity to give him a taste of his own medicine.
Xu Zeyu's recent actions presented a golden opportunity. After intercepting the video, Zhong Yue turned to Li Haolong and asked, Mr. Li, do you still intend to press charges against Mr. Xu Zeyu for provoking trouble? Li Haolong wasn't stupid. He knew all the evidence that had once been in his favor had now turned against him. He could only shake his head. I won't press charges. Zhong Yue replied, very well, I'll take my leave then. Should any further matters arise, Mr. Li, please contact our precinct first. Regardless of who holds the moral high ground, such incidents must be handled by constables, not private force. Wouldn't you agree?
Zhong Yue's words were clearly a warning to Li Haolong. If you had evidence before, you could argue Xu Zeyu initiated the conflict. But now that you've lost your evidence and haven't reported it to the police, I have reason to suspect you acted intentionally.
Li Haolong remained silent. Zhong Yue didn't expect a response.
After delivering her warning, she turned and left with her men.
The moment Zhong Yue was gone, Li Haolong slammed his fist into the computer in the surveillance room. Bang!
The monitor shattered instantly, sparks flying everywhere. Li Haolong's eyes burned with savagery. Xu Zeyu, Zhong Yue, both of you are dead. At the hospital, Xu Zeyu desperately wanted to leave his ward, but doing so now would be far too conspicuous.
The doctor's diagnosis was severe impact to his liver, heart, and lungs, requiring a week of hospitalization for observation. He could be transferred to the ICU at any moment. If he walked out of the hospital casually now, wouldn't that be telling everyone his injuries were fake? Whether it was putting on a show or scamming Li Haolong, he absolutely couldn't leave the hospital now. So he decided to stick around. He could afford the expense for now. If push came to shove, he'd just stick it to Li Haolong and make him foot the bill. Seeing Xu Zeyu was stable, Huang Yuyan chatted with him a while longer before smiling. Zeyu, Sister Huang needs to head back to handle some matters. I can't stay with you for now. Once things are settled, I'll come find you to discuss our next steps. All right.
Xu Zeyu nodded. Sis Huang, take care. Xu Zeyu felt deeply guilty about the rift between Huang Yuyan and her family. But since things had come to this, he didn't press further. When he made big money later, he'd share more with Sister Huang as compensation. As Huang Yuyan stepped out of the ward, her bodyguard, Xiao Mo, followed closely behind. Is it worth it? She asked calmly.
If I say it's worth it or not worth it, wouldn't that make me just like my grandfather? Huang Yuyan smiled faintly.
There's no such thing as worth or not worth.
Do what you want to do.
You can't live your whole life just for the sake of worth. It's rare that I've found a partner like Xu Zeyu.
I trust my own judgment. Alright, let's go. Pack your things. Starting today, you'll be accompanying me to start over. After hearing Huang Yuyan's words, Xiao Mo said nothing more, her face deep in thought. Huang Yuyan left, and the hospital room fell silent. Only Xu Zeyu remained, along with an invisible, intangible, yet audible system that was as eccentric as it was system-like. Just as Xu Zeyu was about to chat with the system about those boring system creators, a nurse rolled in with a cart and said expressionlessly to Xu Zeyu, "Time for your shot." Shot? Xu Zeyu had dreaded injections since childhood. He shook his head repeatedly. "Nurse, could you please tell the doctor we won't be getting the shot?" "Then go tell the doctor yourself. This shot's going in." The nurse snapped, turning away to hook up the foredrip. Xu Zeyu shuddered, his eyes fixed on the nurse's hand holding the syringe. Suddenly, as if discovering a new continent, his heart skipped a beat. How could a nurse's hand look like this? Chapter 67. Xu Zeyu read voraciously books, TV shows, manga. His interests spanned genres. Romance, sci-fi, detective stories. He devoured them all. He especially loved detective anime like The File of Young Kindaichi and Detective Conan. In his free time, he also played deduction games, like judging a person's identity and hobbies based on their movement habits or clothing style. He was afraid of needles, so he kept staring at the nurse's hands, and he actually spotted something wrong. The skin at the base of her thumbs was extremely rough, even calloused, and both hands were the same. Such roughness on both palms could only result from frequently handling tools for manual labor. Xu Zeyu also noticed that the calluses were only on the web of her hands, not as pronounced on her fingers or other areas. All signs pointed to one conclusion: these hands were shaped by years of gripping daggers or guns. She was an assassin. Xu Zeyu's conclusion sent a chill down his spine. The assailant likely hesitated to act recklessly due to the two constables outside the door, choosing instead to disguise herself as a nurse and attempt assassination. As the nurse was about to finish administering the foredrip, Xu Zeyu quickly thought on his feet and exclaimed in feigned surprise, "Huh? Another nurse giving injections?" The nurse instinctively turned to look. Seizing the moment she turned her head, Xu Zeyu delivered a swift kick to her midsection, sending her flying backward. Hearing the commotion, the two constables rushed in. The fallen nurse scrambled to his feet, swiftly knocking both officers to the ground with two thuds before fleeing. The constables' faces turned ashen. They wanted to chase but dared not. Their mission was to protect Xu Zeyu. If they chased after her now, what if the assassin had accomplices who burst in and killed Xu Zeyu? Xu Zeyu reacted quickly, grabbing his phone and dialing, "Hello, Captain Zhong? A female assassin disguised as a nurse just tried to kill me and ran out. Your two men are too afraid to chase her because they're protecting me. Send more people immediately. I'm at the hospital entrance. I'll handle it." Zhong Yue replied sternly. Hearing this, Xu Zeyu understood the female officer's intent and volunteered details: about 5 feet 3 inches, hair no longer than shoulder length, under 30 years old. Very pronounced calluses on both thumbs. Chest size, a hem, if not padded, probably a C-cup. Got it. Zhong Yue's eyebrows shot up in fury. Those assassins were utterly brazen. They just dealt with one this morning, and now another appeared. They clearly held no regard for the Nanjing City constables. This incident had unfolded right under their noses. If that assassin escaped now, it would be a direct slap in the face to the constables. "You lot, get out of here immediately. As far away as you can." Zhong Yue barked orders to her men. Though confused, the constables obeyed promptly, retreating to a spot where Zhong Yue couldn't see them. Zhong Yue remained alone at the hospital entrance, silently observing every woman matching Xu Zeyu's description as they exited the main gate. She wasn't wearing a police uniform, her men were. That's why she'd ordered them to stay hidden. If the female assassin spotted the constables hiding, it would cause Zhong Yue a major headache. With so many people in the hospital, finding the female assassin would be nearly impossible. Even if she did locate her, the assassin could simply grab any random person as a hostage, and Zhong Yue would have no choice but to release them. Given that, it was better to pretend she didn't know about the assassin. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about the assassin hiding, and she'd have more time to observe. 5 minutes later, a woman dressed in the height of fashion emerged from the hospital entrance. To the average person, there was nothing unusual about this woman. But Zhong Yue was no ordinary person. She was the top graduate of her class at the Provincial Police Academy, no contest. Whether it was criminal psychology, combat skills, forensic techniques, or any other related discipline, she consistently ranked at the top of her class. There was no doubt that her powers of observation were exceptionally keen. The woman matched Xu Zeyu's description. Without her high heels, she stood around 5 feet 3 inches, with hair just grazing her shoulders, and appeared to be about 25 years old. She wore a bright red dress, topped with a wide-brimmed straw hat, dark sunglasses covering her eyes, and carried a black Gucci shoulder bag. Zhong Yue noticed this woman for 2 reasons. First, she perfectly matched Xu Zeyu's description. Second, it was her distinctive gait. Her stride was remarkably even, each step as if measured with a ruler. Ordinary people could never walk with such perfect uniformity, only those who had undergone military or specialized training could achieve it.
This woman had likely undergone training relatively recently, as she hadn't yet completely shed that distinctive gait. A woman matching Xu Zeyu's description with such distinctive gait, it couldn't be anyone else. They passed each other as if nothing had happened. Then, Zhong Yue suddenly drew her gun, coldly pointing it at the woman's back. Freeze! Hands up! I'm a constable. Seeing the gun, the surrounding crowd scattered in panic. Yet the woman in red stood utterly still, reluctantly raising her hands. Because she knew a gun was pointed at her back. The female assassin was apprehended. Zhong Yue checked the constable network and was left speechless once more. This female assassin was even more ruthless than the one captured that morning, having committed at least 20 murders in China. Needless to say, this woman was also a professional assassin. 2 professional assassins fell into Xu Zeyu's hands within a single day. One couldn't tell whether Xu Zeyu was incredibly lucky or incredibly unlucky. Chief Sun Chuanda was equally speechless. Pressing his hand to his forehead, he gave a bitter smile. Captain Zhong, congratulations. You've earned another merit. It seemed as long as Xu Zeyu was still alive, this matter wouldn't end. Zhong Yue frowned deeply. Or rather, as long as Li Haolong was still alive, this matter wouldn't end. No wonder Xu Zeyu was so furious he went straight to kill him. But to be fair, the kid really is something. Sun Chuanda chuckled. All we can do now is watch and provide covert protection for him. Maybe we'll get a chance to take down Li Haolong. Protect him covertly? Zhong Yue shot Sun Chuanda a look. How exactly do you plan to do that? You can't exactly have plainclothes officers tailing him around the clock, can you? Sun Chuanda regarded Zhong Yue with a half smile. I do have a solution that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. The only question is whether you'll agree to it. Zhong Yue asked casually, what's this brilliant plan? Sun Chuanda chuckled, you pretend to be his girlfriend. That way, you can keep an eye on him at all times. What do you think of that? Zhong Yue responded to Sun Chuanda's proposal with 3 words, delivered with remarkable directness and bluntness, like hell. Chapter 68. Sun Chuanda was an ambitious chief constable who had always aspired to create a peaceful society free of crime. He had been working tirelessly toward that goal. But after arriving in Nanjiang City, he discovered that the city had become deeply unsettled due to the presence of Li Haolong. This guy appeared law-abiding on the surface, but in reality, he committed every conceivable crime. He was deeply despised, yet people were powerless against him. Several constables had sacrificed their lives trying to find evidence against Li Haolong or confronting him directly. This only fueled Sun Chuanda's growing fury toward Li Haolong, while also making him increasingly cautious. Not one to act recklessly, he refused to confront Li Haolong head-on without sufficient certainty. Moreover, his own men had been intimidated by Li Haolong. No one dared to investigate Li Haolong's affairs anymore, leaving Sun Chuanda isolated and helpless until Zhong Yue appeared. Zhong Yue was a righteous constable who despised evil, possessing exceptional professional skills and proving to be an invaluable ally. Precisely because of this, Sun Chuanda was even more reluctant to let Zhong Yue take unnecessary risks. They had been waiting for an opportunity, and Xu Zeyu's arrival finally gave them hope. This kid might seem reckless, but he was actually meticulous. Had it not been for the information asymmetry, not knowing Li Haolong was a martial arts master, Li Haolong would have been soundly beaten this time without leaving any evidence. But judging by the current situation, Xu Zeyu wasn't exactly coming out worse for wear either. The doctor said Xu Zeyu had suffered severe internal injuries, but looking at him, he seemed completely unharmed. On the contrary, Li Haolong had genuinely broken a leg and wouldn't recover for at least a month. More importantly, Xu Zeyu had shattered Li Haolong's arrogant dominance in Nanjiang City. As long as Xu Zeyu remained alive, Li Haolong would stay in a state of humiliation, unable to raise his voice. By keeping a close eye on Xu Zeyu, Li Haolong would eventually show his weaknesses. Zhong Yue also wanted to find Li Haolong's Achilles heel, but pretending to be Xu Zeyu's girlfriend? No way. She hadn't really minded it at first after all, who was Xu Zeyu to call her a violent woman? Zhong Yue knew she was violent, but that didn't mean Xu Zeyu could just say whatever he wanted. Take fat or ugly women, for example. They could get fatter or uglier, but could you call them fat or ugly? Of course not. So, Zhong Yue had Xu Zeyu firmly on her bad side now. Wanting her to pretend to be his girlfriend? Dream on. Even though Zhong Yue was thoroughly fed up with Xu Zeyu, she still admired the guy. If the midday assassination attempt could be chalked up to luck, the afternoon one was pure skill. Under those circumstances, Xu Zeyu not only exposed the assassin's identity and evaded the attack, but also managed to memorize the assassin's distinguishing features, something far from ordinary. Add in the previous car accident and those strange surveillance videos, and Zhong Yue suspected Xu Zeyu must have some hidden secrets she just hadn't uncovered yet. No big deal about impersonating Xu Zeyu's girlfriend, she could just keep watching him. She didn't have to pretend to be his girlfriend. This thought lifted Zhong Yue's spirits considerably. I'll go to the hospital.
Even if I can't take down Li Haolong this time, I'll use Xu Zeyu to make him pay dearly. Li Haolong lay in bed, gritting his teeth in fury. He'd believed this time he could legally and openly eliminate Xu Zeyu, yet not only had he failed to kill Xu Zeyu, he'd ended up being the one framed. He couldn't fathom what was wrong with his company's surveillance footage. How could Xu Zeyu's presence vanish at the crucial moment? Little did he know that as long as Xu Zeyu got his hands on any related footage, the system could freely edit the videos or block people from appearing in them. Of course, the system could only make alterations to existing footage. It was incapable of adding a person to the video. Just as Li Haolong was stewing in frustration, a call came in with no caller ID displayed. Li Haolong answered casually, asking irritably, "Who is this?" "The 2 assassins you hired were my men." A strange, electronically synthesized voice came through the phone, impossible to tell if male or female. The second assassination attempt on Xu Zeyu also failed. So soon? Li Haolong had expected the second attempt to be delayed for some time. He hadn't anticipated the other side completing it within a single day, though unfortunately, it had failed. Shocked, Li Haolong pressed on, "What brings you to call me? Aren't we supposed to communicate online?" "Our organization wants to gather specific intel on that kid," the voice replied. "A guy who dodged 2 hitmen in a single day must have skills we don't know about. We're reassessing his threat level and want to hear what you know. Rest assured, you just provide the information. We'll handle the 3rd hit ourselves, no charge." Such a generous offer naturally delighted Li Haolong, who proceeded to disclose everything he knew about Xu Zeyu. But after listening for a while, the other party found none of it useful. Only after Li Haolong finished speaking did he ask, "Anything else?" Li Haolong racked his brain but couldn't think of anything else of value. Reluctantly, he replied, "Nothing else." "Alright, thank you for the information, Mr. Li. Should you have any further requests, feel free to visit our website." With that, the other party hung up. It was clear they wouldn't make another move against Xu Zeyu until they had sufficient certainty. Li Haolong felt thoroughly frustrated himself. Yet upon reflection, Xu Zeyu really was an oddball. Whether it was the truck crash or the assassination attempt, the kid seemed to have luck that bordered on the unbelievable. After much deliberation, Li Haolong could only attribute it to sheer luck. The fact that the assassin organization dared not touch Xu Zeyu for now didn't mean Li Haolong was afraid of the kid. He would continue to have people keep tabs on him. As soon as an opportunity arose, he would make sure that kid was dead. No sooner had Li Haolong hung up that another call came in. Li Haolong answered, and the caller got straight to the point. "Mr. Li Haolong, this is Zhang Yue. I just spoke with Mr. Xu Zeyu. He originally intended to sue you for defamation and intentional assault. However, considering he also broke your leg, he's decided not to press charges on the condition you compensate him 1 million yuan. Compensate Xu Zeyu 1 million? Li Haolong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He came here to cause trouble, broke my ankle, and now he wants me to pay him 1 million? Why doesn't he just die? Chapter 69. Zhang Yue said earnestly, "Mr. Li, all the evidence currently points against you. I think it's better to avoid trouble. Don't you agree? If Mr. Xu Zeyu insists on taking this to court, the waste of money and time is secondary. The main issue is the severe damage it will cause to your personal reputation. I think you should give this serious consideration." Hearing Zhang Yue's words, Li Haolong calmed down. He had to admit, Zhang Yue made a compelling case. While he wasn't afraid to face Xu Zeyu in court, the evidence clearly stacked against him. Intentional injury without causing serious harm wasn't a major offense, but if it went to court, he'd likely have to settle with money in the end. If he ended up paying compensation after a court ruling, he'd suffer even greater humiliation. Even paying Xu Zeyu 10,000 yuan would mean admitting defeat, a loss of face he couldn't afford. Weighing the costs and benefits, Li Haolong gritted his teeth and spat out, "Fine, 1 million it is. This matter ends here. Captain Zhong, give me an account number. I'll transfer the money directly to you. The rest is for your constables to handle." With that, Li Haolong hung up the phone in a huff. Soon after, Xu Zeyu received the 1 million yuan transferred from Zhang Yue. He chuckled to himself, "Getting someone to pay me after I beat them up? That feels great, haha." Zhang Yue rolled her eyes and snorted, "So you finally admit you hit someone? I never said anything, ha." Xu Zeyu flatly denied it, leaving Zhang Yue powerless to respond. Zhang Yue wasn't concerned about that. What mattered to her was something else. "Xu Zeyu, you were so aggressive when you went to confront him earlier. Why are you backing down now just because he paid up?" Xu Zeyu explained, "My injuries aren't serious. Even if I sued, I couldn't get him jailed. Better to retreat to advance. Taking his money might make him think I'm a greedy little guy, so he'll look down on me even more. That gives me breathing room. I won't have to constantly watch my back, fearing someone will come to kill me." Upon hearing Xu Zeyu's explanation, Zhang Yue couldn't help but fall silent. She had to admit, Xu Zeyu made a compelling case. She hadn't expected Xu Zeyu to be willing to endure such humiliation and hardship. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind until she heard his next words. Of course, being able to earn 1 million so easily would be absolutely fantastic. Zhong Yue. That evening, several major events unfolded in Nanjing City.
The first major event was that Li Haolong and Xu Zeyu, who had caused such a huge commotion that morning, suddenly fell silent. Neither side uttered a word, and beyond themselves, no one knew the exact circumstances. However, Li Haolong's demeanor made it clear he wouldn't openly pursue Xu Zeyu for the time being. In the past, he would have already threatened to kill Xu Zeyu. The second major event was Huang Yuyan, the exceptionally talented third-generation member of the Huang family, relinquishing control of the Nanjing Huang's auction house. She announced her departure from the Huang family to partner with Xu Zeyu.
The third major event was the arrest of two class of domestic fugitive murderers by Nanjing City Police.
This nationwide sensation earned high praise for the Nanjing City Police Department's capabilities, leading to Zhong Yue's immediate promotion to deputy chief of the Nanjing City Police Bureau. Everyone knew the first and second events were connected to Xu Zeyu, but only a select few realized the third major event was also linked to him.
Regardless, after today, Xu Zeyu's name had officially made a splash in Nanjing City. When did Li Haolong become so easygoing? After all that Xu Zeyu did to him, he actually swallowed his pride. At the Li residence, Chen Mielian, the mother of Xu Zeyu's girlfriend Li Lin, was seething with indignation. Li Yuan shot his wife a glance and replied coolly, "Whether Li Haolong decides to deal with Xu Zeyu is none of your business. Don't forget, it was Xu Zeyu who saved us last time. Whether we accept him or not, we still owe him a favor. Why be polite to this toad trying to eat swan meat? He only saved us to curry favor with Lin Lin. Who needs his gratitude?" Chen Mielian snorted. "I spent all afternoon spreading the news that Li Haolong got beaten by Xu Zeyu. I thought he'd fly into a rage and take Xu out, so Lin Lin would stop thinking about that brat. But Li Haolong didn't lift a finger. It's infuriating." "You fool!" Li Yuan flared up at his wife's words. "I wouldn't have minded if you tried to take Xu Zeyu down, but why did you have to provoke Li Haolong? Did you really think he'd be so easy to manipulate?" Chen Mielian paused, then dismissed the concern with a shrug. "He probably doesn't even know I was the one stirring the pot." Buzz. Li Yuan's phone vibrated. He answered it, and Li Haolong's cold laughter came through the line. "Li Yuan, what a fine job you two have done." Li Yuan's heart sank. He instantly realized Li Haolong had discovered his wife's scheming. Still, he refused to admit it. "Mr. Li, that sounds rather out of the blue." "What do you mean, great things?" "Ha! Don't play dumb with me." Li Haolong sneered. "Those who took money to spread rumors for you are all in my security company now. Some had their tongues cut out, others had all 10 fingers chopped off. I taught them a lesson showing them who not to mess with and what money not to earn." Li Yuan's face twitched violently. He knew Li Haolong had uncovered the truth, denying it now was futile. Bowing his head, he confessed, "Mr. Li, my wife acted foolishly in a moment of blind rage. Her hatred for Xu Zeyu drove her to this desperate measure. We'll compensate you 10 million for the damage to your reputation." "No need. Hand over that Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl, and our grievances are settled. Otherwise, your Li family can forget about doing business in Nanjing City." Li Haolong's tone brooked no argument. Clearly, he was determined to possess that antique. Under normal circumstances, Li Yuan wouldn't have feared Li Haolong so much. After all, the Li family held considerable influence in Nanjing City, and Li Haolong wouldn't dare act recklessly. But this time, the Li family had truly acted dishonorably, giving a ruthless man like Li Haolong the moral high ground. When Li Haolong flew into a rage, few in Nanjing City dared to cross him. After some thought, Li Yuan gritted his teeth and made his decision. "Fine. This Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl is yours. Consider it our apology. I hope you won't pursue this matter further, Mr. Li." Naturally, Li Haolong sneered. "But if you ever try to exploit me like a fool again, I won't be as accommodating as I was today. Goodbye, Mr. Li Yuan." Chapter 70. Li Haolong was a terrifying and ruthless madman, yet he possessed remarkable rationality. Madness and rationality seemed contradictory, yet on Li Haolong, they were not at all. This man acted with madness, yet never left himself vulnerable. That was his most troublesome trait. When reason prevails, he'll reason with you. When reason fails, he'll resort to force. Most crucially, Li Yuan and his wife held no moral high ground in this matter. If both sides were to confront each other head-on, very few would be willing to stand by the couple. Thus, they reluctantly handed over the Yao by Tenmaku tea bowl purchased at auction for over 10 million to appease Li Haolong's fury. After handing over the Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl, Li Yuan and his wife remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chen Mielian couldn't bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer and snapped angrily, "It's all Xu Zeyu's fault." "Shut up, you stupid woman." Li Yuan snapped angrily. "Could you at least ask me before making decisions?" Shouted at by her husband, Chen Mielian continued muttering to herself under her breath, but dared not let him hear what she was saying. Watching his wife's thoughtless behavior, Li Yuan felt utterly helpless. Without this Yaobian Tenmaku tea bowl, he'd have to scour the antique market again for a birthday gift for old Master Chen.
The old master Chen Li Yuan referred to was none other than the patriarch of the Chen family, one of the four great families of Qinzhou City.
In 2 months, this venerable elder would celebrate his 80th birthday, an occasion to which all the prominent families of Dongyang province would send gifts.
The Chens weren't merely one of the four major families, they were the foremost among them.
Their influence extended far beyond Dongyang province, reaching deep into the nation's power structures.
Gaining the favor of the Chen patriarch meant smooth sailing throughout Dongyang province, with benefits too numerous to list. Thus, no one wished to miss this opportunity to curry favor with him on his birthday. It was common knowledge that the Chen family had built their fortune on antiques, and the patriarch himself was an avid collector.
Consequently, everyone considered presenting antique pieces as gifts. Li Haolong's intense desire for this Xiaobian Tenmaku tea bowl stemmed from his intention to present it as a birthday gift to the patriarch.
Now that Li Haolong had taken the bowl, Li Yuan had not only lost over 10 million yuan but also had to scramble to find a new gift. This was truly a predicament.
Why don't we just bring Linlin back? Chen Miaolian snorted.
I see old Master Chen adores Linlin.
Having her marry his grandson would be far better than any gift. Honey, I said, you wouldn't seriously consider giving that Xu Zeyu brat another chance, would you? Don't you know your daughter's temperament?
Li Yuan snorted. If you push her, she'll kill herself just to prove a point. My suggestion is merely a delaying tactic. In 2 years, Xu Zeyu might find a new girlfriend, or Linlin might forget about that penniless kid. Anything could happen.
The only thing impossible is him earning $1 billion. If he could really make $1 billion in 2 years, he'd be a genius. What if I married Linlin to him then? Li Yuan glanced at his wife. But do you think that's possible?
Chen Miaolian immediately flashed a triumphant smile. How could that be?
My husband's the smart one, heh.
Li Yuan muttered to himself. Next month there's an antique exchange fair in Qinzhou City. Let's go try our luck there. Xu Zeyu hadn't expected Li Yuan to head to the antique exchange fair in Chen City. He himself was currently preparing for the fair and the opening of his own antique shop, diligently studying all knowledge related to the antique business. The system had provided all the knowledge about the antique trade, but it was merely a set of theories. He had to thoroughly study them first before figuring out how to apply the theories in practice. Though Li Haolong could strike at any moment, Xu Zeyu couldn't be bothered with that now. He had no idea when Li Haolong might strike, and if he spent all his time guarding against Li Haolong's dirty tricks, he'd never get anything done. Hadn't he dodged Li Haolong's previous attacks despite being unprepared? Of course, if he had enough skill points, he wouldn't have to worry at all. 10,000 skill points could buy him back a life. If he had a few 100,000 points, he could strut up to Li Haolong and bellow, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you killing me." But unfortunately, he currently had 0 skill points. He'd used them all up. He desperately wanted to earn skill points, but opportunities to fake it didn't come every day, and he wasn't good at pretending. So, 2 days later, his skill points remained at 0. The system couldn't stand it anymore, constantly nagging in Xu Zeyu's mind. "Xu Zeyu, go out and have some fun. If you don't go out, you're either stuck in class or holed up in the dorm studying how to run an antique business. How are you supposed to fake it?" "Shut up," Xu Zeyu snapped impatiently. "I'm studying business precisely so I can bluff with confidence. Once I'm loaded, anyone who tries to show off in front of me will get a slap across the face, then I'll dump hundreds of thousands or even millions on them to shut them up. That'll feel amazing." How utterly vulgar. The system sighed in dismay. The true art of putting on airs is mastering it without money. You only know the crudest method, throwing around wealth. That's pathetic. If we use the cultivation tiers from fantasy novels, you're still just a lowly apprentice. Hearing the system mention cultivation tiers, Xu Zeyu, who had just been about to take a break, paused. Intrigued, he asked, "So tell me, besides apprentice, what other tiers are there?" The system replied with great seriousness, "This classification comes from one of my creators. He said the levels of putting on airs, from lowest to highest, are divided into 8 tiers, apprentice, then master, king, emperor, god, saint, and finally, revered. At the revered level, even a glance, a gesture, or a single smile can be used to put on airs. It's like dominating the heavens, the earth, and the air itself." Xu Zeyu nearly laughed himself silly, thinking these creators were a bunch of weirdos. He couldn't help but ask, "Hey, where are your creators now? I'd love to meet them in person." "You'd be better off not meeting them in person," the system replied suddenly, its tone turning grave. "Because they've all gone to meet their maker." Xu Zeyu's heart sank. What happened? The system explained, "The creators said they'd tell you when you've gained enough strength. For now, don't meddle in anything. Just focus on earning skill points to enhance your power. When the time comes for you to know, the system will inform you." The less the system revealed, the deeper Xu Zeyu's doubts grew. His confusion stemmed from this: if the system possessed the power to resurrect the dead, how had these creators perished? Surely they hadn't all died of old age at once? Just as Xu Zeyu was pondering these questions, his phone rang. "Xu Zeyu? It's Chu Qianxian." "Chu Qianxian?" Xu Zeyu froze for a moment before recalling the girl he'd once pursued all those years ago. Chapter 71. Xu Chanshan was the daughter of the principal at the school where Xu Zeyu's parents taught. Both Xu Zeyu and she attended that school, even in the same grade, though different classes. Xu Chanshan was exceptionally beautiful, the undisputed campus beauty back then. Though still in high school, she had countless admirers, students from her own school, other schools, and even beyond. However, Xu Chanshan was also very selective. Every suitor had been rebuffed, not a single one had succeeded. In her own words, she was only interested in extraordinary geniuses who could change the world. If you weren't a graduate student at top universities like Shuemu or Yinjing, or even higher, don't bother approaching her, she wouldn't give you the time of day.
Once Xu Chanshan laid out her criteria, everyone fell silent.
These weren't criteria for finding a boyfriend, they were blatant excuses for not wanting one.
A graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal match.
As a high schooler, Xu Zeyu had secretly harbored feelings for this campus beauty. Yet he knew he wasn't her type, so he wisely avoided the embarrassment of rejection.
Despite her high standards, Xu Chanshan had an easygoing nature.
Xu Zeyu's parents were colleagues with her father, and since they were in the same grade, they had some interaction, maintaining a cordial acquaintance.
Later, Xu Chanshan went to Yenjing University while Xu Zeyu attended Nanjian University. The gap between them suddenly widened considerably, and they lost touch. He never imagined Xu Chanshan would actually call him now. "Shanshan, how did you get my number?" Xu Zeyu chuckled. Xu Zeyu was quite pleased to hear from his former classmate, the beauty. "Of course it's my dad asking your dad, hee." Xu Chanshan laughed heartily. "My classmate and I are in Nanjing City right now. We heard you're here too, old friend, and wanted to invite you over for a visit. Will you grace us with your presence?" "When the school beauty invites, of course I'll come." Xu Zeyu laughed. "Where are you?" "I'll be right over." Half an hour later, Xu Zeyu met Xu Chanshan and her classmates at Ningdian Coffee House downtown. Xu Chanshan was still as beautiful as ever, or rather, even more so. The Xu Chanshan from high school had been somewhat green, but now, after 2 years of university in Beijing, she had matured and her aura had improved. What surprised Xu Zeyu was that the classmate Xu Chanshan mentioned was just one person, and a guy at that. A guy was fine. Xu Zeyu didn't mind, since he was just a classmate of Xu Chanshan's too. But when he appeared, Xu Zeyu clearly sensed hostility from the male classmate beside Xu Chanshan. The guy practically glared at him with disdain. How could he not notice? Xu Zeyu was that kind of person. Treat him well, and he'd treat you better. Treat him poorly, and he wouldn't care who you were. So the moment he spotted Xu Chanshan, he sat down across from her, pretending not to notice the guy. He smiled directly at Xu Chanshan and said, "Old classmate, it's the middle of the semester. How come you have time to come back?" Xu Chanshan chuckled. "My cousin's getting married and insisted I come back as her bridesmaid. She said it'd rub off some of Wenkuxing's literary genius. No choice but to come back." "I see," Xu Zeyu replied, finally feigning notice of the other boy. "Is your friend here for the wedding too?" "No, I'm here to accompany Chanshan," the boy replied curtly. "We're good friends. I almost forgot to introduce you to," Xu Chanshan laughed. "This is my classmate, Su Hongming. And this is..." As for that trash student from a trash university, I couldn't care less about his name. Su Hongming shot Xu Zeyu a contemptuous glance. "Shanshan, I really don't get why you'd want to associate with this trash. Aren't you embarrassed to be seen with him? Actually, Nanjian University is a top-tier institution. It's not a trash university, just a notch below Yinjing University." Su Hongming's words were a blatant slap in Xu Zeyu's face. Seeing Su Hongming so aggressive, Xu Chanshan tried to say something nice to Xu Zeyu to ease the tension between them. But suddenly, Xu Zeyu slapped her across the face. Smack! The sharp crack echoed as Su Hongming's face took the full force of the blow, leaving half his cheek instantly swollen. Su Hongming's eyes widened in disbelief. "You dare hit me? Go ahead, try hitting me again." Smack! Su Hongming's other cheek took another blow. Perfect. Now both sides were symmetrical. Su Hongming was completely stunned. He couldn't fathom how this guy could be so brazen as to strike someone in broad daylight. Xu Chanshan shot Xu Zeyu a speechless look. Strangely, she didn't reprimand him at all. Instead, she turned to Su Hongming and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm calling the police." Su Hongming roared, his face already burning with pain, now intensified by rage. Getting humiliated in front of the girl he liked? He couldn't swallow that. Xu Zeyu suddenly spoke up. "I'll compensate you 10,000 yuan. Don't call the police, okay? 10,000 yuan? Even if you paid me 30,000, I'd still call the police." Su Hongming roared, his rage uncontrollable. Xu Zeyu pressed on, "Then I'll pay you 40,000. How does that sound? 40,000? Do you even have that much money?" Su Hongming's attention was instantly captured, and he blurted out the question. "Sure I do." Xu Zeyu chuckled. "If that's not enough, since you're Chanshan's classmate, I'll throw in another 10,000. How about that? 50,000? Su Hongming's heart stirred, but he quickly realized how utterly spineless that would make him. He bellowed, "You slapped me twice. You owe me at least 100,000. Not a penny less. Xu Hongming was just bluffing, convinced Xu Zeyu couldn't possibly come up with 100,000 yuan. To his surprise, Xu Zeyu nodded readily, no problem. Give me your account details, and I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan. Seeing Xu Zeyu genuinely prepared to pay, Zhu Chanqian feared escalating the situation and hurriedly interjected, Zeyu, stop this nonsense. Where would you get that kind of money? Just apologize to Hongming. For my sake, he won't hold it against you. I'm a man. He insulted me, so I hit him. Why should I apologize? That Xu Hongming, give me your account number now. Xu Zeyu seemed utterly unwilling to let Zhu Chanqian mediate, declaring with great magnanimity. Curiosity is human nature, and the onlookers craned their necks, watching the scene with keen interest. They were dying to know if Xu Zeyu would actually fork over 100,000 yuan to compensate Xu Hongming. Xu Hongming froze for a moment, then promptly placed a bank card on the table with a cold sneer. Fine. Since you're willing to pay, then pay. Here's my card. Transfer 100,000 yuan into it. 1 cent less and I'm calling the police. Chapter 72. Xu Zeyu grabbed his phone and quickly transferred the funds. Within a minute, Xu Hongming received the mobile transfer notification. Xu Hongming didn't believe Xu Zeyu would actually give him 100,000 yuan. He only glanced at his phone symbolically, then froze in shock. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 4 zeros, 5 zeros. Holy crap, it really was 100,000 yuan. The surrounding crowd was utterly stunned. This unassuming young man was seriously loaded, slapping someone twice and then handing over 100,000 yuan? Why didn't he come slap me? I'd pay for it. Zhu Chanqian's brows furrowed deeply as she addressed Xu Hongming. Hongming, Zeyu is my classmate too. He was wrong to hit you, but you can't accept this much money from him. Stop this nonsense, give the money back to Zeyu. He slapped me twice. Why should I give him back the money? Seeing a six-figure sum before him, Xu Hongming had no qualms about losing face. If Zhu Chanqian insisted on returning the money, he wouldn't bother with her anymore. After all, the girl hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend anyway. It seemed he couldn't win her over, and he certainly wasn't going to give up 100,000 yuan for a girl he couldn't have. Just as Zhu Chanqian was about to speak, Xu Zeyu suddenly grabbed his phone. Hello, constable? Yes, I've been extorted for 100,000 yuan. I'm at Mingdian Coffee House right now. Get here fast. What? Xu Hongming froze in shock, then assumed Xu Zeyu had reneged. Furious, he snapped, Xu Zeyu, you gave this money willingly. When did I ever extort you? Xu Zeyu sat calmly at his table sipping coffee, legs crossed. Whether it's blackmail or not isn't up to you or me to decide, it's up to the constable. Let's wait until they arrive. Fine. Xu Hongming was furious enough to burst. I'll see how the constable rules when you've beaten my face like this. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, and even those who had intended to leave stayed behind. Everyone was dying to see how this young man, who'd just casually thrown down 100 grand, would deal with his love rival. They didn't know the nature of Xu Zeyu and Zhu Chanqian's relationship, but anyone witnessing this scene would surely assume it was a young couple squabbling over jealousy. The crowd glanced at Xu Zeyu, who remained calm, then at Xu Hongming, who was seething with rage and whose face was swollen like a pig's head. The difference was stark. Clearly, Xu Zeyu was far superior to Xu Hongming. Not only in terms of money, but also in demeanor and handling of situations, Xu Zeyu outshone Xu Hongming. Anyone with eyes could see Xu Hongming had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Xu Zeyu. Unwittingly, Xu Hongming had dug himself a deep hole, yet he sat there foolishly waiting for the constables. The magistrate's office was nearby, and the constables arrived in under 5 minutes. What left Xu Zeyu speechless was why it was always that woman, Zhong Yue, responding to the call. Aren't you the captain of the criminal investigation team? How come you're so free you have to meddle in people's love triangles? Little did Xu Zeyu know that he had become a key focus of the magistrate's office. Any case involving him would naturally be assigned to Zhong Yue for follow-up. What's going on? Zhong Yue maintained a composed expression, pretending not to recognize Xu Zeyu as she conducted the routine inquiry. Who reported this incident? I did, Xu Zeyu replied. Here's what happened. My former classmate Zhu Chanqian invited me for coffee. The guy she brought, Xu Hongming, not only called me trash but also insulted my school. I don't mind being disgraced myself, but I won't tolerate anyone insulting my alma mater. That's why I slapped him. Mr. Xu Hongming, I'm not lying, right? Xu Hongming carefully considered Xu Zeyu's words before nodding. That's correct. Just admit you hit me. But it wasn't just one slap. Hold on, I'm the one who reported it. I'll explain. Xu Zeyu continued. After I slapped Xu Hongming, he got really pissed and yelled at me, you dare hit me? Go ahead, slap me again if you've got the guts. Being the helpful type, I obliged and slapped him again. Xu Hongming, am I lying? Xu Hongming froze again. Something felt off, yet Xu Zeyu's account matched reality. Reluctantly, he nodded, no lies. Xu Zeyu continued, he threatened to call the police, and I panicked. Back in elementary school, I was a model student every single year. How could I let myself get arrested and end up with a criminal record? So I offered to settle it with money. I said 10,000 yuan, but he wouldn't budge even at 30,000. Then I offered 40,000, adding, fine, since we're old classmates, I'll throw in another 10,000. I'm not lying, am I? Su Hongming nodded, no. I gave him 50,000, but he still wasn't satisfied. He yelled, you slapped me twice, you owe me at least 100,000. Not a penny less. Everyone, you were all here watching and listening. I'm not lying, right? Xu Zeyu asked the people around him. Su Hongming was dumbfounded. He finally realized he'd been set up, but Xu Zeyu's trap was just too deep, he never saw it coming. The onlookers chimed in one after another, that's right, I can vouch for this guy, he's telling the truth. The guy who got hit even said he'd call the cops if Su didn't pay every last cent. Everyone was backing Xu Zeyu. He shrugged, feigning helplessness, what choice did I have? I had to transfer him 100,000 yuan first, then call the police. Officer, I admit hitting him was wrong, but he insulted my school first. As a student of Nanjiang University, I'm honored and proud. How could I let anyone insult my school? I knew hitting him was wrong, but I still did it. Now I'm being blackmailed. Sigh. Xu Zeyu let out a long sigh. Anyone unaware might genuinely think he'd been badly wronged. The onlookers, however, were already laughing themselves silly, nearly rolling on the ground. Sneaky. That guy is just too sneaky, haha. Su Hongming pointed at Xu Zeyu, speechless for a long moment. If Xu Zeyu had slandered him, he would have fought back. But every word Xu Zeyu uttered resonated with both himself and the crowd around him, leaving Su Hongming utterly unable to counter. Wanting to argue but unable to, Su Hongming felt a lump in his throat, suffocating him with frustration. Seeing his state, Xu Zeyu said with feigned kindness, alright, Su Hongming, here's the deal. You give me back the 90,000 yuan, and I'll let you keep the remaining 10,000 as compensation for medical expenses, nutritional costs, and emotional distress. I won't press charges for extortion, and you won't press charges for intentional injury, okay? Su Hongming couldn't contain his rage any longer and bellowed, 10,000 yuan for beating my face like this? You're pushing it too far. Put. If it weren't for Chanshan's sake, do you really think your face is worth 10,000? Xu Zeyu addressed the crowd. Folks, I'll pay 10,000 who wants me to slap them twice? Chapter 73. I'm all for it. Me. For slaps? No problem. The crowd around me shouted loudly, grinning from ear to ear. They knew Xu Zeyu was joking, of course. No one seriously thought he'd actually pay 10,000 yuan to slap someone. Xu Zeyu then turned to Zhong Yue and said, Officer, I'd like to ask what's the legal penalty for slapping someone twice? Zhong Yue replied, according to Article 43 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, assaulting others or intentionally causing bodily harm shall be punished with detention for 5 to 10 days and a fine of 200 to 500 yuan. For minor offenses, the punishment shall be detention for less than 5 days or a fine of less than 500 yuan. Only then did Xu Zeyu turn around, feigning a conciliatory tone as he addressed Su Hongming. Mr. Su Hongming, you decide, do you want 10,000 yuan or strict enforcement of the law? The choice is yours. Su Hongming gritted his teeth in fury, grinding them almost to dust, his eyes bulging with rage. He desperately wanted to punch Xu Zeyu, but he knew it was impossible. After much hesitation, Su Hongming reluctantly picked up his phone and said angrily, give me your card number. I'll transfer 90,000 yuan back to you. Xu Zeyu pulled out his bank card and placed it on the table. Su Hongming transferred 90,000 yuan back to Xu Zeyu, then strode out of the coffee shop. Move aside. Move aside. Ha ha. The people around them burst into laughter. They never imagined that coming out for a cup of coffee could lead to such a ridiculous situation. With Su Hongming gone and the spectacle over, the crowd dispersed. Zhong Yue gave a cold snort. Xu Zeyu, looks like what happened the other day still hasn't made you realize how serious this is. Xu Zeyu shrugged helplessly at Zhong Yue. Captain Zhong, if you can protect me, send more people. If you can't, then so be it. I can't hide forever, can I? Xu Zeyu's words gave her pause. Zhong Yue realized he had a point and decided against pressing further. Just be careful. And you have female classmates with you, don't drag them into this mess. With that, Zhong Yue turned and walked away. The moment she was gone, the system's voice echoed in Xu Zeyu's mind, beep beep. Face slap successful. 1 person slapped, 29 spectators participated. System assessment, intermediate level. Rewarding 300 skill points. Audience participation in face slapping gets points too? Xu Zeyu's eyes lit up. You never mentioned that before. Better late than never. The system chuckled. This is one of my hidden features. The creator said, enjoying something alone is less satisfying than sharing it with others. When you do it alone, only you get the satisfaction. But when the public joins in the embarrassment, everyone gets to enjoy it. Naturally, such public participation in shared amusement comes with extra skill points. Xu Zeyu was thoroughly impressed by the system's bizarre hidden features. Zeyu, Homing is my classmate. By offending him like this, aren't you afraid of offending me?
Xu Chanshan blinked her eyes at Xu Zeyu, her playful expression tinged with a hint of mischief, utterly adorable.
Come on, you don't even like him. He's the one who keeps clinging to you, Xu Zeyu snorted. You didn't call me for coffee, you wanted me to help you ditch him, right? You see right through me, hee hee. Xu Chanshan chuckled.
I told him you were my super close classmate just to make him jealous and back off.
Who knew the guy had such a small heart? Sigh. I knew it, I'm destined to be the scapegoat. Xu Zeyu quipped self-deprecatingly. Alright, I've already shooed him away for you. You can head home now. You're just trying to get rid of me? Xu Chanshan feigned indignation. After all, I was the school beauty you guys all chased back in the day. You have this golden opportunity to treat me to a meal right in front of you and you don't even appreciate it? Xu Zeyu snorted. Enough already. When did I ever chase you? If Principal Chu found out, he'd make life miserable for my parents. Is my dad really that scary? Hee hee, Xu Chanshan chuckled. I think he's actually pretty nice to all the students who try to pursue me.
Xu Zeyu gave a dry laugh. He called them to the principal's office for an hour-long ideological session.
That's really nice, huh? Ha ha. Xu Chanshan, ha.
In the end, Xu Zeyu did treat Xu Chanshan to lunch.
Afterward, he personally escorted her to the bus heading back to her hometown.
Only after the bus departed did Xu Zeyu leave the station. Sitting on the bus, Xu Chanshan couldn't help but smile to herself. That kid hasn't changed a bit. Xu Zeyu believed he was just an ordinary classmate from the next class and a colleague of her parents in Xu Chanshan's eyes. Little did he know that his significance to her went far beyond that. Once, when Xu Chanshan was off campus, she encountered several street thugs. The boys who claimed to like her all backed away, but Xu Zeyu stepped forward, risking a beating to protect her. From that moment on, she felt Xu Zeyu embodied a sense of security, a reliable friend she could depend on. Later, Xu Zeyu came to see Xu Chanshan. He made a few casual, puzzling remarks before abruptly leaving. Curious, Xu Chanshan followed him and saw Xu Zeyu casually toss a letter into a trash bin. Xu Chanshan picked up the letter. It was undoubtedly a love letter, one that its author hadn't had the courage to send. Naturally, Xu Chanshan didn't dwell on it. She just smiled casually and tucked the letter away. Later, they both went off to college. Xu Zeyu never confessed his feelings, and they gradually lost touch. Xu Zeyu found a girlfriend, Linlin, and gradually stopped thinking about Xu Chanshan. But Xu Chanshan never forgot that brave boy until today, when they met again. But Xu Chanshan could sense that some things had changed. Casually transferring 100,000 yuan to someone, and the female constable warning him to be careful, this was highly unusual. Xu Chanshan even wondered if Xu Zeyu had gotten involved in some illegal scheme to make money. Though her curiosity was piqued, her sharp wit told her it was best not to ask. If Xu Zeyu wanted to tell her, he would. If he didn't, prying would only embarrass him. Xu Chanshan, why are you overthinking this? Xu Chanshan chuckled to herself. The man you'll marry someday needs to be a genius, at least a graduate student from Yenjing University or Shuimu University. Xu Zeyu doesn't even come close, hee hee. At the same moment, Xu Zeyu stepped out of the station and boarded a bus, which pulled away immediately. Being the main gate of the bus terminal, this stop was extremely crowded. The entire bus felt like a human sardine can. Accustomed to crowds, Xu Zeyu initially paid it no mind. But then he suddenly noticed a sharp-nosed, monkey-cheeked guy up ahead using a razor blade to scrape the zipper of a young woman's bag beside him. Just as Xu Zeyu hesitated over whether to intervene, a middle school boy suddenly shouted, "Thief!" Chapter 74. The teenager's cry instantly startled everyone on the bus. The young woman whose bag had been slashed immediately grew alert, clutching her bag tightly. Seeing her bag slashed beyond recognition, she gritted her teeth in fury, yet dared not speak up. The thief acted as if nothing had happened, hands tucked into his pants pockets, whistling casually with utter nonchalance. The other passengers, relieved it wasn't them, pretended not to notice the thief. They continued their journey, though each instinctively clutched their belongings tighter. Xu Zeyu had heard about such incidents online before, but this was his first time encountering one in person. Although his parents had always taught him to courageously fight against the ugly phenomena in society, Xu Zeyu had always had his own way of thinking. When confronted with a thief, it wasn't that he didn't want to help the victim, he simply dared not. These days, if you stopped a thief, you'd likely face retaliation from the thief and their accomplices. If you were capable enough to injure the thief, you'd likely end up in court and facing fines. Want someone to testify that you acted bravely? Sorry, but the victim might also fear retaliation and likely won't vouch for you. Mind your own business. While this reflects people's fear of trouble, the bigger reason is that thieves in this society know the law inside out, understanding exactly how to use it to protect themselves. If they get caught and taken to the authorities, they'll be out in a few days at most.
If you disrupt their scheme, you face two fates: retaliation from them, or getting beaten yourself and ending up in court for assault and damages. So Xu Zeyu didn't blame the crowd's indifference. Beneath many cold facades lay hearts as passionate yet helpless as his own. Only that untainted middle schooler could be so impassioned. Xu Zeyu could only silently hope the boy wouldn't face retaliation. But judging by the thief's demeanor, he didn't seem intent on retaliation, so Xu Zeyu didn't dwell on it much. The next stop arrived. Realizing he couldn't steal anything on the bus anymore, the thief prepared to get off. But as he stepped off, he suddenly yanked the teenager down with him. The teenager pulled out, shouted urgently, "What do you think you're doing? What do I want?" The thief's eyes flashed with malice. "You ruined my plan. What do you think I want? Guys, come on. Take this kid down." At the thief's shout, four rough-looking guys emerged from beside the bus stop. They surrounded the teenager with vicious expressions. Terrified and at a loss, the youth shouted, "If you make any more trouble, I'll call the police." "Ha, you reminded us," the thief chuckled. He and his companion pulled out masks and covered their faces. "Now the cops won't recognize us, right?" Passengers on the bus scrambled to pull out their phones. Some dialed emergency services, others posted updates on social media. Not a single soul dared to intervene. The woman whose bag had been slashed panicked, shouting at the bus driver, "Driver, hurry up and drive. Otherwise, those thieves will come after me." Everyone else not caring is one thing, but that kid helped you, and you just ran off thinking only of yourself? You're a piece of trash. Walking past the woman, Xu Zeyu coldly hurled the insult at her before getting off the bus. After being cursed at by Xu Zeyu, the woman's face flushed red and then turned pale. After thinking for a while, she shouted loudly, "You're just a keyboard warrior who can only talk big. If you're so brave, why don't you do something about it?" The woman likely sought to salvage her pride, attempting to paint Xu Zeyu as someone just like her to justify her own cowardly escape. Unfortunately for her, she was disappointed. Ignoring her, Xu Zeyu stepped out of the car and shouted at the group, "Stop it. Don't pick on a kid. If you've got the guts, take it out on me." "Ha, another punching bag. Come on, guys, beat him up." The thief yelled, and the five of them charged at Xu Zeyu together. After the fight at the security company, Xu Zeyu's skills hadn't improved much, but his combat experience had grown significantly. He now faced enemies with greater confidence. 5 petty thugs? No words needed. Beat M. The thief brandished a razor blade, slashing straight for Xu Zeyu's face. Xu Zeyu twisted the thief's arm behind his back with a backhand grab. Snap. Ah! The thief let out a piercing scream, nearly fainting from the pain. His accomplice immediately rushed to help, but Xu Zeyu casually shoved him away, sending him crashing into his partner. The accomplice reached out to help, only to have his palm sliced open by the blade in the thief's hand, blood gushing out. Ah! With 2 taken care of, Xu Zeyu stepped forward to confront the remaining 3. Thud! Xu Zeyu delivered a series of clean, powerful punches to the ribs of the remaining 3, knocking them all to the ground. In less than 30 seconds, Xu Zeyu had taken down the thief and his 4 accomplices, leaving the onlookers speechless. This young man is incredible. But this is trouble, right? The constables will definitely arrest him. Distracted by the commotion, the bus driver lost his nerve to continue driving. Instead, he and the passengers witnessed this shocking scene together. They silently admired the young man's skill, yet also shook their heads. They suspected it wouldn't be the petty thieves ending up in the magistrate's office, but this young man. "You little punk, you're asking for it," the thief whose arm had been twisted off roared furiously. "We may be thieves, but we're still protected by the law. You've injured us, and I'll make you pay until you're bankrupt." "A thief who knows the law, huh?" Xu Zeyu sneered. "Since I'm paying anyway, I might as well beat you worse. I can afford it." With that, Xu Zeyu turned to the passengers on the bus and bellowed, "Anyone want to beat these thieves? Come on up. If anything happens, just pin it on me. The law doesn't punish them. Many of the constables won't bother you. As long as you don't kill anyone, paying a little compensation is no big deal." Beep beep. Forced impersonation successful. System classified as low level. 50 individuals impersonated. Earned 50 skill points. Total skill points 350. The system's voice automatically chimed in, reporting the count. "A little compensation is no big deal? Look at this setup, cough cough." Though Xu Zeyu's words sounded like a spoiled brat bullying others, the crowd found them strangely comforting. Yet they still hesitated. If we really hurt someone, wouldn't the constables arrest us? Seeing their hesitation, Xu Zeyu pondered briefly before chuckling, "You're just getting off the carriage and accidentally stepping on them. The constables won't arrest you, don't worry, heh heh." Chapter 75. Pretty sneaky, but I like it, ha. With Xu Zeyu's prompting, all the passengers disembarked and surged forward like a tidal wave. Damn it! The thief and his buddies cursed under their breath. They'd planned to lie low and wait for the constables, but seeing the crowd surge toward them, they scrambled to their feet in terror. But just as they tried to rise, the surging crowd crushed them back down.
All kinds of shoe soles stomped on their faces, chests, and bodies. Those soles carried everything: spit, gum, unidentifiable yellow slime. The crowd was thrilled to be able to beat the arrogant thieves senseless. Even the woman who had just been robbed stomped on them several times with her high heels, making the guys howl in pain. Had they not curled into a ball, shielding their heads and vital areas, they likely would have been crushed. After the crowd surged past, the 5 men lay filthy on the ground, barely conscious, tears streaming down their faces. They silently wondered if they'd forgotten to check the almanac before leaving home today. How else could they have been so unlucky as to encounter such a demon? Such a major incident quickly drew nearby patrol officers. The moment they recognized Xu Zeyu, they immediately called Zhong Yue without a word. They dared not handle Xu Zeyu's case. Xu Zeyu wasn't just a minor celebrity in Nanjiang City anymore, he was a notorious figure at the police station. He seemed to get restless if he didn't stir up trouble there every few days. Word had it that Zhong Yue had already been called out once during lunchtime. How much time had passed since then, and yet he'd gotten himself into trouble again? Zhong Yue responded swiftly, rushing over immediately. After hearing the details, Zhong Yue was utterly speechless. The thieves lay on the ground, filthy and grumbling, barely conscious. Seeing the constables arrive, the one whose hand Xu Zeyu had twisted off forced himself to stand, his face twisted with grief and anger as he declared, "It was this kid. He used violence to break my hand and injured my partner. Not only that, he incited the entire bus full of passengers to beat us up. Don't frame us. We were just about to get off the bus." Exactly. We never even saw anyone lying on the ground. With everyone denying involvement, the thief sighed in frustration. Their business can wait. But this kid twisting my arm, that much is true, right? It was self-defense. Xu Zeyu protested innocently. I stood my ground. 5 of you charged at me alone. Of course I had to protect myself. Officer, if you don't believe me, check the bus station surveillance. You said yourself to come at me if you've got the guts, the thief fumed. You dare say it wasn't you? Xu Zeyu chuckled. I told you to go eat, did you go? Thief. The thief, unable to gain any advantage, finally resigned himself to his misfortune and shouted loudly, forget it, forget it. Consider us bitten by a dog today. We won't press charges. Let's go. Just as the thieves turned to leave, Xu Zeyu suddenly declared, you might drop the charges, but I never said I would. The thief turned back, glaring at Xu Zeyu with teeth gritted, his face twisted in bitter rage. We've accepted our bad luck, what more do you want from us? Xu Zeyu turned to the woman who'd been robbed and said, I'll ask you one more time, do you want to press charges against these thieves? If you're afraid of trouble, you can choose not to press charges. But next time someone steals from you, there might not be anyone else standing up for you. The woman cautiously glanced at the thief, who glared at her with such ferocity it sent a chill down her spine. At that moment, the middle school boy stepped forward, his voice filled with unexpected courage. Don't be afraid of them, sister. They're just a bunch of cowardly thieves who bully the weak. If honest people like us stand together, they wouldn't dare to mess with us. The boy's voice still carried a hint of childish innocence, yet his resolute tone moved everyone present. Before encountering this youth, they might have justified their indifference with excuses like, that's just how society is, or everyone else ignores it. But after witnessing this courageous youth, they suddenly realized all those excuses were just that, excuses. They felt ashamed of themselves. The boy was right. If everyone were brave enough, would these thieves dare to act so brazenly? His courage infected those around him. If a child wasn't afraid, what were they afraid of? I'll testify this guy's a thief. I testify too. I testify too. Surrounded by the concerned crowd, the woman clenched her lips tightly before finally nodding. He is a thief. He slashed my handbag with a blade. With the victim's testimony secured, Zhong Yue waved to her officers, take them away. The constables rushed forward and cuffed all the thieves. The other thieves protested loudly, I didn't steal anything. Why are you arresting me? Zhong Yue snorted, I suspect you're part of an organized gang. Take them back for questioning. All the thieves were shoved into the police van. The crowd let out a collective sigh of relief and cheered loudly. These thieves were habitual criminals on this bus route, having terrorized passengers for who knows how long. People had dared to be angry but not to speak up. Now that they'd been apprehended, how could people not applaud? The bus driver honked his horn repeatedly and bellowed, are you still getting on? If not, I'm leaving. Here we come. People boarded the bus again. Xu Zeyu and the young man also tried to get on, but suddenly heard Zhong Yue's cold voice behind them, you two stay here. Zhong Yue wanting to keep me behind was understandable after all, ID caused trouble for her again. But why was she keeping this boy? Xu Zeyu glanced at the youth curiously, noticing his face twisted in helpless despair, as if he'd committed some grave offense. Zhong Yue walked over and spun the youth's frail frame around. What are you doing here, you little brat? Ha! Xu Zeyu quickly interjected, Captain Zhong, how can you treat a young hero who dared to fight evil like this? I'm disciplining my brother. You shut your mouth. Zhong Yue's thunderous roar startled Xu Zeyu, leaving him stunned for a moment before he recovered, he's your brother? The boy hung his head low, as if he'd done something wrong, and whispered, "Sis, I just couldn't stand by and watch.
Catching thieves is the constable's job. What business does a weakling like you have meddling in this?"
Zhong Yue's eyes suddenly reddened.
"If something happened to you, what would your mother and I do?"
Seeing his sister so upset, the boy quickly apologized. "Sis, I won't do it again."
"Better run." Seeing Zhong Yue's murderous glare, Xu Zeyu tried to slip away unnoticed. But her icy voice cut through the air. "You little punk, dare to run? Think I won't throw you in jail for 48 hours? Chapter 76.
With no other choice, Xu Zeyu stayed behind to listen as Zhong Yue lectured her younger brother, Zhong Kaixian. After giving him a thorough scolding, Zhong Yue finally addressed Zhong Kaixian. "You just focus on your studies from now on.
Unless I come looking for you, you're staying put at school. Don't you dare go anywhere."
"All right." Zhong Kaixian replied with obvious resignation.
"Sis, I'm heading back to school then. Go on." Zhong Yue waved him off.
Zhong Kaixian, relieved as if granted a pardon, immediately boarded the next bus and left.
As soon as Zhong Kaixian was gone, Xu Zeyu turned to Zhong Yue and asked, "Captain Zhong, why did you keep me here? This whole thing was your brother's doing.
If not for me, he'd have gotten beaten up, started doubting society, and then his entire worldview would have collapsed."
"And the world would end?" Zhong Yue shot Xu Zeyu a fierce glare. "I'll handle my own brother.
You just mind your own business."
"You kept me here just to say that?" Xu Zeyu was puzzled. "Is there something else?"
"Yes." Zhong Yue regained her composure. "I just got word that the 2 assassins sent to kill you both died en route to the provincial prison. Likely the assassin organization sent someone to eliminate witnesses."
"I was about to call you to warn you to be careful when you got into trouble again." "What do you mean, got into trouble again?"
Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes.
"This is me and your brother acting heroically to rid the world of scum, okay?"
Zhong Yue snorted.
"Cut the nonsense. You've caused them to lose 2 assassins in a row. That organization will likely send even more skilled killers next.
Whether you accept our constable's round-the-clock protection is entirely up to you."
"No thanks.
I can't have you guys protecting me forever," Xu Zeyu replied.
"I survived the last 2 assassination attempts without any protection. I'm still alive and kicking. I believe I'm a pretty lucky guy."
"Whatever you say," Zhong Yue replied.
"Hope your luck holds out."
Xu Zeyu flashed Zhong Yue a peace sign and chuckled. "Don't worry, heh."
Zhong Yue left, and Xu Zeyu hitched a ride back to campus with her.
After all, it wasn't his first time riding in a police car. He was used to it. Not far from the bus stop, a stunning foreign woman with blonde hair and striking features watched Zhong Yue and Xu Zeyu depart. A faint smile touched her lips. "That kid's got some potential," she thought. "But his skills are nothing special, far below those 2 C rankers. How could they have failed to take him out?
Never mind.
I'll handle this myself." This foreign woman was named Medusa, a name drawn from Greek mythology. Medusa, the snake-haired woman anyone who gazed into her eyes would turn to stone. As an S-rank assassin for the organization, this woman possessed eyes as deadly as Medusa's own. Thus, the organization gave her the codename Medusa. As for her real name, even she had forgotten it. Her mission in China had 2 objectives. First, eliminate the 2 assassins who had been captured after failing their assignment. Second, uncover Xu Zeyu's background, kill him if possible, or devise another plan if he couldn't be eliminated. After observing him all day, she concluded that beyond being cunning and devious, Xu Zeyu was pitifully weak in combat. Thus, she decided to eliminate him as well. Xu Zeyu had caused her organization to lose 2 assassins consecutively, severely damaging their reputation. His death was non-negotiable. Xu Zeyu remained oblivious to the fact that Medusa, the S-class assassin from that organization, had him in her sights. He was happily riding back to school in the police car, eager to continue researching his antique business. He always pursued perfection in everything he did, and this antique business was crucial to his money-making plans for the next 2 years. He had to make it flawless. Xu Zeyu had barely returned to his dorm when a knock sounded at the door. "Excuse me, is Xu Zeyu here?"
"That's me."
Xu Zeyu stood up and glanced at the unfamiliar foreign girl. He was instantly captivated by her beautiful eyes. "Who are you?" Xu Zeyu suddenly felt his mind grow hazy. He desperately tried to clear his thoughts, but no matter how hard he struggled, it was futile.
"What the hell is going on?"
"You've been hypnotized," the system stated abruptly, its tone serious.
"That woman is a master hypnotist. You've fallen under her spell."
"Hypnosis? Holy!" Xu Zeyu couldn't help but curse under his breath. "What the hell does she want? She wouldn't be planning to hypnotize me, lure me to some deserted place, and drain my pure yang energy, would she? You've read too many strange tales. Of course she wants to kill you. What else did you think?" The system replied with obvious irritation. "I ran a system search on her. This woman goes by the alias Medusa. Like those 2, she's an assassin from an overseas organization called the Darknet Killers. Her profile shows she specializes in hypnosis and takes pleasure in torturing her targets before killing them.
She probably didn't kill you immediately because of that. You even have intel on assassin organizations? Impressive.
Xu Zeyu found himself increasingly impressed by this system.
Sure, it liked to show off, but damn, it had the credentials to back it up. Of course. Any data connected to the network is within my reach. Flattered by Xu Zeyu's praise, the system proudly declared, with me here, she won't be able to hypnotize you. But if you expose her now, she'll wring your neck in an instant. Don't doubt me, I'm not exaggerating. This woman is an S-class assassin. She has the skills. Holy, an S-class assassin. Xu Zeyu's soul shuddered. He immediately ordered the system, redeem a bad luck card for me right now. Hurry. Heh, you're quite clever. Bad luck card exchanged successfully. Target is currently experiencing misfortune. The moment the system's voice faded, the skill point count in Xu Zeyu's mind plummeted from 350 to 250. The sight nearly made Xu Zeyu spit blood. But now wasn't the time to fret over such trivialities. With an S-class assassin at his doorstep, who had time to worry about whether the number was 250, though Xu Zeyu and the system had exchanged so many words, making it seem like a lot of time had passed, in reality, the time outside during their communication was almost negligible. At that moment, Xu Zeyu still wore a blank expression, his state indistinguishable from being hypnotized. Medusa beamed at him, her smile radiant. Xu Zeyu, I'm your online friend. I'd like to take you out for a stroll. Come with me. Sure. Xu Zeyu could only continue pretending to be hypnotized as he followed Medusa. Though Xu Zeyu didn't know what a hypnotized person actually looked like, the system told him to just act like those hypnotized people on TV. Medusa's plan was simple: hypnotize Xu Zeyu, take him to a deserted place, and then kill him however she pleased. Medusa possessed a twisted fetish for torturing and killing her targets. With someone as easy to handle as Xu Zeyu, she intended to savor every moment of the pleasure. Chapter 77. Medusa earned her codename precisely because her signature skill was eye hypnosis. In mythology, Medusa could turn people to stone with a single glance. This Medusa, however, could hypnotize anyone with just one look. Only those with inner strength as formidable as hers could possibly evade her hypnotic gaze. It was through this method that she hypnotized the constables escorting the convoy and then killed the two assassins who had failed their mission. By the time the constables regained consciousness, the assassins' throats had already been crushed. They remained unaware of when the killings had occurred. Confident in this infallible skill, Medusa strolled boldly to find Xu Zeyu, utterly unconcerned about being discovered. Medusa had successfully assassinated kings and chieftains in small African nations despite their heavy security. Xu Zeyu's school and dormitory offered no such defenses. If she couldn't kill Xu Zeyu here, she might as well die. With smug satisfaction, Medusa approached the dorm entrance when a thread-like object suddenly dropped from above. She casually reached out to catch it. Sizzle! The crackling sound of electricity jolted Medusa's massive frame. She flung the fallen wire away in alarm. Staring at her palm, now blackened by the shock, Medusa grimaced and muttered angrily, "Even electrical wires fall off? These dorms in China are way too safe." Seeing Medusa hadn't been electrocuted into unconsciousness, Xu Zeyu felt a pang of disappointment. But upon reflection, it made sense. A killer like her, trained under such rigorous conditions, wouldn't be easily knocked out by ordinary household electricity. Only high-voltage current might stand a chance. Muttering under her breath, Medusa continued walking forward, with Xu Zeyu following close behind. Xu Zeyu had just been muttering about high-voltage electricity when, shortly after leaving the dormitory building, they spotted a large transformer outside. A cold smirk crossed his mind. Just you wait, woman, you won't get away with this." Xu Zeyu firmly believed in the power of the bad luck card. Zheng Xuan was living proof. As they neared the base of the high-voltage transformer, Xu Zeyu instinctively slowed his pace, fearing he might get caught in the crossfire. Medusa never imagined Xu Zeyu had used the bad luck card on her, so she kept walking forward. The moment Medusa reached the transformer's base, it suddenly exploded with a thunderous boom. Sparks flew everywhere, and the wires connected to the top of the transformer scattered in all directions. True to her reputation as an S-class assassin, Medusa reacted with lightning speed, leaping backward to avoid the falling wires. Unfortunately, she couldn't see behind her. Her backward leap landed her squarely on a watermelon rind, throwing her off balance. Had there been nothing behind her, her agility would have allowed her to brace her hands on the ground before falling, regaining her balance. But a trash can stood directly behind her. Before she could react, her head slammed into it with a loud thud. The trash can toppled over, spilling its contents: watermelon rinds, banana peels, apple cores, and all sorts of disgusting things straight onto her face. Littering Chinese college students really have no manners. Medusa wiped the mess off her face only to discover it was covered in blood. Only then did she realize what she just wiped off was a sanitary pad soaked in filthy blood. Madonna was furious, retching violently. Ugh, ugh. Xu Zeyu chuckled to himself, but he kept up the act of being hypnotized, standing completely still. Medusa stood up.
Though she hadn't suffered any real physical harm, she was utterly disgusted. After finally cleaning herself up, Medusa walked back to Xu Zeyu and said, "Let's go." "All right." Xu Zeyu continued following Medusa forward, his mind already racing with thoughts of what misfortune awaited her next. While Xu Zeyu was still pondering the possibilities, a car idling by the roadside suddenly started up with a whine. With a loud thud, it slammed into Medusa, sending her flying. "Are you okay?" A woman in her 30s scrambled out of the car and rushed toward Medusa. Medusa's strength was undeniably formidable. Had anyone else been hit by that car, they would have been either killed or severely injured. Medusa managed to stand up, though she coughed up a mouthful of blood as she did so. Seeing Medusa so badly injured, the female driver was terrified out of her wits. "Ma'am, do you need a ride to the hospital?" Medusa wiped the blood from her mouth and muttered weakly, "Is this how you Chinese people park your cars everywhere?" The driver hadn't expected Medusa to demand money like most Chinese victims after a collision. Instead, she asked this question, prompting the driver to reply casually, "I was delivering things to my daughter. There was too much to carry, so I parked right under the dorm building. Also, I just got my license yesterday. I'm so sorry, really sorry." "Alright, I won't make a fuss about it." Medusa waved her hand dismissively, staggering over to Xu Zeyu. She forced a smile. "Xu Zeyu, let's keep going." Xu Zeyu mechanically replied, "Okay," though inside he was already laughing his head off. The misfortune card's effect lasted 1 hour. Medusa had been reduced to this state in less than 10 minutes. With 50 minutes remaining, Xu Zeyu genuinely wondered if she could endure it. Ha ha. Xu Zeyu's only worry was that Medusa might fly into a rage and recklessly try to kill him, then he'd be in deep trouble. Truthfully, Xu Zeyu didn't understand Medusa. As long as there was a sliver of hope, she would spare his life, keeping him alive for her amusement, to toy with in torment. The psychology of a twisted individual was something ordinary people could scarcely fathom. The two continued walking until they reached the track outside the soccer field. Boys were scattered in small groups, some here, some there, kicking a ball around the field. Due to constant use by students, Nanjiang University's soccer field lacked grass, appearing barren, nothing but dirt and sand. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind swept through, lifting a swirl of paper scraps, white plastic bags, and sand. Medusa, likely still dazed from the car accident, reacted slowly and was instantly blinded by the sand. Just as she reached up to rub her eyes, a shout rang out nearby, "Watch out!" Before Medusa could react, a football whizzed past and smacked her squarely on the head. A boy hurried over, apologizing profusely, "I'm so sorry, I'm really sorry." "No problem." Medusa said this calmly, then suddenly lost control and roared, "With your lousy footwork, no wonder Chinese soccer is so terrible." Smack! Another soccer ball smacked Medusa in the head, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Dorm wiring hanging loose, high-voltage transformers exploding, students littering watermelon rinds everywhere, parents parking haphazardly with terrible driving skills, and soccer players who only aim to kick the ball at people's heads. What a bunch of terrible players. At that moment, Medusa had only one thought: Chinese universities were absolutely terrifying. Chapter 78. Medusa now desperately wanted to flee Nanjiang University immediately, drag Xu Zeyu to a deserted place, and slowly torture him to death. Only by savoring his demise like a meal, chewing him over and over, could she quench the hatred burning in her heart. Eager to leave, Medusa ignored the others and waved at Xu Zeyu. "Xu Zeyu, let's go." Xu Zeyu nodded, "Alright." They walked for another minute, just stepping out of the campus gates when a water truck blared its horn and sprayed Medusa, soaking her completely. She looked like a drenched chicken. Grit, grit. Standing frozen in place, Medusa's teeth chattered with grinding fury. Her frustration was pushing her to the brink of a rage-fueled breakdown. She had completed every difficult mission before without fail. But this time? A task that should have been a breeze had left her looking like a complete mess. "Endure it. I'll endure it." Medusa forced her frustration down, waving casually at an approaching taxi. The cab pulled up beside them. Medusa climbed in first, about to motion for Xu Zeyu to join her, when suddenly a bus slammed into the rear of the taxi with a loud thud. The rear of the cab took a vicious hit, sending the vehicle jolting forward violently. Before Medusa could fasten her seatbelt, her head slammed into the stainless steel mesh partition, sending a swirl of stars dancing before her eyes. The taxi driver flew into a rage. Without checking on Medusa's condition, he stormed out and confronted the bus driver. "Are you blind? How the hell are you driving?" The bus driver retorted just as fiercely, "What the hell are you doing? Is this some random spot to pull over? You're speeding like a maniac, stopping whenever you feel like it. You deserve to get hit. Your whole family. Come on. Who's afraid of who?" Medusa couldn't be bothered with the taxi driver and bus driver hurling insults at each other's families. She struggled to her feet, wiped the blood from her forehead, and tried to crawl out of the car. China was terrifying. Not just its universities, but even its street sweepers, taxis, and buses were terrifying. She feared she might get killed before even getting Xu Zeyu to his destination. So she decided to cut her losses and kill Xu Zeyu outright. Seeing Medusa prepare to exit, Xu Zeyu's heart sank. This woman is going to make her move.
What should I do? You bus driver think you're so tough? Go ahead and run me over. The taxi driver shouted defiantly. Enraged, the bus driver slammed the accelerator. Go ahead, don't dodge. The taxi driver hadn't expected the bus driver to actually ram into him. Terrified, he immediately swerved out of the way. Boom! The suddenly accelerating bus slammed into the rear of the taxi again. Medusa had just stepped one leg outside the door when the vehicle took the full brunt of the impact, sending her flying through the air along with the car. Medusa rolled several times on the ground, her body scraping raw and bleeding profusely. Worse still, her head slammed repeatedly against the ground. Blood streamed down her face, blurring her vision so badly she couldn't even make out where Xu Zeyu was. It seemed constables were approaching. Let them come. Who's afraid of who? The two drivers continued their heated argument. Medusa, the direct victim, heard the constables approaching. Ignoring her own injuries and her failure to kill Xu Zeyu, she turned and fled. Seeing Medusa flee in panic, Xu Zeyu finally let out a long sigh of relief. He shouted after her, "Hey, Medusa, why were you running? Didn't you want to take me to a hotel? Come back. Hurry back." Hearing Xu Zeyu's clear voice, Medusa's heart sank. Suddenly realizing something, her expression changed wildly. "I've heard that in China, there's a kind of magic called demonic arts that's incredibly powerful. That kid must know demonic arts. Anyone who crosses him is doomed. No wonder those two guys, who were clearly stronger than him, failed." Medusa gritted her teeth in fury. She desperately wanted to turn back and finish Xu Zeyu off, but she was already terrified out of her wits. He'd been reduced to this state in less than 20 minutes. Who knew what other terrifying tricks the kid had up his sleeve? So this kid knew her secrets all along. He never fell under her hypnosis, instead, he'd outmaneuvered her. How insidious. Chinese universities were terrifying. Chinese vehicles were terrifying. But who knew Chinese people could be even more terrifying? China was terrifying. She swore never to set foot in China again for the rest of her life. Watching Medusa vanish swiftly into the crowd without a backward glance, Xu Zeyu finally relaxed completely. Despite his earlier bravado, he'd been terrified inside. Thankfully Medusa had been scared off, otherwise he truly wouldn't have known what to do. Xu Zeyu shouting Medusa's name at the last moment wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but the result of careful consideration. Having tormented Medusa so thoroughly, yet still being able to utter her name, only served to deepen the aura of mystery surrounding this S-class female assassin. In other words, Xu Zeyu had put on a show before the assassin, terrifying her into submission so she'd never dare come after him again. Given the current situation, Xu Zeyu reckoned that neither the assassin nor her organization would send anyone to kill him again until they figured out his true capabilities. Constantly guarding against assassination attempts was exhausting and impossible to prevent entirely. A temporary lull was welcome. Once his own abilities and skills improved, he'd feel more confident handling such sudden threats. Of course, this was merely Xu Zeyu's speculation. The actual situation remained unknown to him. Fortunately, events were unfolding in the direction he hoped. An hour after the bad luck card took effect, Medusa disheveled, and barely clinging to life sent a file back via her phone before collapsing unconscious on a hotel bed. Earlier, when she plugged in her charger, the hotel outlet had leaked electricity. The data was swiftly uploaded to the dark web organization system. The file contained the following. Xu Zeyu, Chinese national, age 23. Personal combat skill level, D rank. Specialties, sorcery, hypnosis resistance. Capable of inflicting dreadful misfortune curses. Overall rating, S rank. Eliminating this individual carries excessive risk. Unless absolutely necessary, he should not be prioritized as a target. No one questioned the authenticity of this file, as it was submitted by Medusa, the dark web organization's top assassin who had never failed a mission. If even Medusa couldn't kill Xu Zeyu, it would be even harder for anyone else to take him down. At its core, the dark web is a business. When the cost outweighs the reward, they no longer care about saving face. As they put it, failing to eliminate an S-rated target is no disgrace. Some people in this world simply cannot be killed. Xu Zeyu hadn't expected his bluff to work so well. After this incident, he felt more strongly than ever that accumulating skill points was the most crucial means of self-preservation. If he had tens of thousands of points, even if he truly encountered Medusa, he could simply freeze time for several seconds. That brief window would be more than enough to eliminate an assassin. Earning more skill points was now his most urgent task. So, run for your life, or rather, keep up the act, Xu Zeyu. Chapter 79. Zheng Chuan returned from his plastic surgery in Korea. Korea truly lived up to its reputation as a plastic surgery powerhouse. Zheng Chuan's nose looked completely untouched, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Occasionally, he'd sniffle a couple of times, and others would just assume he had a runny nose. The moment Zheng Chuan returned, he contacted Li Haolong to ask if he'd dealt with Xu Zeyu. When Li Haolong admitted failure, Zheng Chuan remained silent, but Mrs. Zheng exploded on the spot. Li Haolong, Do you think just because Chuan's father is dead, you can treat us like fools?
Mrs. Zheng's words cut deep, causing Li Haolong's face to twitch violently. He might not be much in other respects, but he valued loyalty deeply and was certainly not the kind of person Mrs. Zheng described. Zheng Chuan's father had saved Li Haolong's life, and Li Haolong had always been deeply indebted to him. For the past 10 years, he had handled every shady business the Zhang family had. But that's how favors work. Beyond risking his life for the Zhangs, Li Haolong had long since repaid Zheng Chuan's father's debt of gratitude. Yet Mrs. Zheng still believed he owed her family. Li Haolong, too, valued loyalty. Even if Mrs. Zheng was difficult to deal with, he had no choice but to endure it. Killing this kid didn't necessarily require violent means, other methods could be used. Knowing reason wouldn't work with this mother-son duo, Li Haolong suggested, the brat got lucky, sold an antique for over 10 million and partnered with that Huang woman, Huang Yuyan, to open an antique shop. Let's find a way to strip him bare again, make him beg on his knees. Then whether we kill him or skin him alive, it'll be entirely up to us.
Zheng Chuan found the plan sound, while Mrs. Zheng sneered coldly, so you've actually thought of a way?
Of course I do, Li Haolong chuckled.
Huang Yuyan offended her grandfather, and you know how much clout he holds in Nanjing's antique trade. For her to dare open an antique shop with Xu Zeyu in Nanjing? She's asking for trouble. Even if the Huang family patriarch doesn't confront them directly, I have my own ways. Just station a few men outside their shop every day. Scare away anyone who dares to buy from them, make sure they can't close a single deal. After hearing Li Haolong's plan, Mrs. Zheng finally nodded. Has that kid's shop opened yet? Not yet. He's probably planning to stock up at the antique exchange fair in Qinzhou City in 2 weeks. Let them buy their inventory first. Li Haolong chuckled darkly. Once they've poured all their money in and realize they can't sell a single piece, that kid will finally understand our power. Ha! Xu Zeyu remained unaware of the scheme Li Haolong and Mrs. Zheng were hatching against him. His mind was entirely focused on this trip to Qinzhou City. The success of his antique shop hinged entirely on this trip to Qinzhou. Of course, Xu Zeyu was a model student who never skipped class. Even though his mind was already consumed by his business, he still insisted on attending lectures daily. As he put it, learning enriches the soul. Well, truth be told, the main reason was fear of his teacher parents finding out. If they did, he'd be in for a world of trouble at home. Especially his strict father. When he got angry, it was terrifying. Sometimes Xu Zeyu even dreamt about it. So Xu Zeyu never dared skip class, dutifully playing the role of the model student. Why isn't Mr. Wu here yet? At 8:05 a.m., Xu Zeyu and his classmates sat in the classroom, exchanging curious glances. Mr. Wu was famously dedicated to his work. Even when he needed to take time off, he would always inform the students in advance, let alone skip class without reason. 5 minutes into class today, Mr. Wu still hadn't shown up, highly unusual. Just then, a classmate who was always late burst in, panting heavily. Bad news, he gasped. Mr. Wu's electric bike scraped a car in the parking lot, chipping the paint. The owner stopped him and won't let him leave until he pays for the damage. He scratched someone's car, the students murmured. If that's the case, wouldn't paying compensation be enough? The student replied, but the problem is, that guy wants teacher Wu to pay 10,000 yuan. It's pure extortion. That's outrageous. Let's go check it out. About 30 students from the class marched out in force toward the parking lot. Standing up for their teacher and fighting injustice, that's the kind of spirit they craved. 2 minutes later, they arrived outside the parking lot, where their teacher Wu and the car owner were still arguing. Mr. Wu, bespectacled and scholarly, was arguing until his face turned crimson, looking every bit the useless bookworm. The other party was a stylishly dressed young man, looking cocky and arrogant, full of himself. As he argued with teacher Wu, he held his head high, exuding an air of superiority. Just as the students were about to step in to back Mr. Wu, the young man suddenly lashed out with a slap. Smack! The sharp crack of the slap echoed clearly, heard by everyone present. Not only that, but the slap knocked off Mr. Wu's glasses, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He seemed badly hurt. That's outrageous. How could he hit someone? Charge! Take this kid down! Filled with righteous indignation, the students surged forward, surrounding the young man. Seeing so many students approaching, the young man showed no sign of fear. Instead, his face twisted with contempt. Think you can intimidate me with numbers? Save it! Do you even know who I am? Whoever you are, you must apologize for hitting someone. You're not leaving without an apology. The students argued heatedly, their voices rising with anger. Several hot-headed boys looked ready to fight at the slightest provocation. I'm the son of your principal. My name is Hu Yaoliang. Your principal, Hu Qinghua, is my father. The young man calmly revealed his identity, then looked at the students with a taunting expression. You were just about to beat me up, weren't you? Come on, come and hit me. Upon hearing Hu Yaoliang's revelation, the students fell silent. University differs from elementary or secondary school.
Elementary and secondary education fall under compulsory education, where principals lack the authority to expel students. Universities, however, possess significant autonomy. If a student seriously offended the president, expulsion could happen in the blink of an eye. This Hu Yaoliang was acting so brazenly on campus precisely because he relied on being the president's son. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Teacher Wu sighed helplessly to the surrounding students. "I'll handle this myself. Everyone, please return to class. Oh, and my glasses fell on the floor. If anyone sees them, please pick them up for me." Class monitor Zhang Yusin crouched down to retrieve them, but Hu Yaoliang suddenly kicked out, crushing both her hand and the glasses beneath his foot. "See if you dare scratch my car, 4 eyes." Snap. Ah! Zhang Yusin screamed in agony. Not only was her hand crushed underfoot, but shards of broken glass pierced her skin, instantly drenching her hand in blood. Chapter 80. Beat the hell out of that bastard. Beat him. The students were all furious. The girls immediately helped Zhang Yusin up and tended to her wound, while the boys charged forward, eager to beat Hu Yaoliang. They'd truly reached their limit. Even if it meant offending the principal and risking expulsion, they were going to beat the hell out of this bastard. Youth was like that, hot-blooded and impulsive. When they saw injustice, they fought back, heedless of the consequences. Just then, Xu Zeyu suddenly shouted, "Everyone, calm down. I'll handle this. I promise you'll be satisfied." Xu Zeyu was quite popular in the class. His call for calm immediately quieted the students, who wanted to see what solution Xu Zeyu could offer that would satisfy everyone. Seeing so many people wanting to beat him up, Hu Yaoliang was actually a bit scared. But when Xu Zeyu got everyone to back off, he felt these students were still afraid of him, and his courage grew again. "I bet you guys don't dare hit me. You're a smart student. What's your name?" "My name is Xu Zeyu," Xu Zeyu replied with a faint smile. "Actually, I'm here to resolve this issue. As long as you're willing to agree to a few conditions I propose, everything can be negotiated." Seeing Xu Zeyu's amiable demeanor, Hu Yaoliang dismissed him as a pushover, specifically, the kind who craved attention. He sneered contemptuously, "What conditions? Spit 'em out. First, apologize to Teacher Wu and compensate her for medical expenses and emotional distress. Second, apologize to my female classmate and compensate her for medical expenses and emotional distress." Xu Zeyu chuckled. "We're students, we always handle things reasonably. Reason my ass." Hu Yaoliang was livid, and a slap flew towards Xu Zeyu. Smack! Hu Yaoliang's slap missed Xu Zeyu's face. Instead, Xu Zeyu's hand landed squarely across Hu Yaoliang's own cheek. You dare hit me?" Hu Yaoliang stared at Xu Zeyu in utter shock, his face frozen in disbelief. He was the principal's son, after all. This kid was just a student, how dare he strike him? "I told you, we're students. We always act reasonably," Xu Zeyu said, his face still calmly smiling. "But you're unreasonable. I have no choice but to be unreasonable too. You tried to hit my face, so naturally I had to hit yours." The stinging pain on his face and, more crucially, the humiliation of being struck made Hu Yaoliang seethe with rage. "You're asking for it." Smack! Hu Yaoliang swung again to slap Xu Zeyu, only to be struck first by Xu's own blow. Everyone was stunned. They never imagined Xu Zeyu would go from reasoning with someone one moment to resorting to violence the next. Could it be that violence was the reason he wanted to explain? The incident between Teacher Wu and Hu Yaoliang drew a large crowd. Besides Xu Zeyu's classmates, numerous teachers and passers-by had gathered. With so many people gathered around, the scene was quite a spectacle. Realizing he couldn't beat Xu Zeyu, Hu Yaoliang resorted to intimidation, shouting furiously, "What's your name? If you've got the guts, tell me your name. Did I knock you dumb, or were you always this stupid?" Xu Zeyu shot Hu Yaoliang a contemptuous glance. "I told you ages ago my name is Xu Zeyu. I knew you'd eventually blab it to your dad, but I'm not scared. When your dad shows up, he'll just make you apologize to us." "You believe that?" "Like hell I do." Hu Yaoliang immediately grabbed his phone and dialed Hu Qinghua. The moment the call connected, he burst into tears. "Dad, one of your students hit me. I'm in the parking lot." "Yes, come right now." After hanging up, Hu Yaoliang glared at Xu Zeyu with a vicious expression. "Kid, you're dead meat." Xu Zeyu chuckled coldly. "Last time your dad tried to expel me, but he didn't have the guts. Honestly, at Nanjiang University, Principal Yao can touch anyone except me. That's not pretending?" The crowd couldn't help but roll their eyes, thinking this kid should have been struck by lightning. But then again, Xu Zeyu's words reminded them that last time he'd nearly been expelled, yet nothing came of it. Everyone suspected he must have some powerful connections. Hu Yaoliang didn't believe a word of it. Gritting his teeth, he spat, "Just you wait and see. Who dares bully my son?" Principal Hu Qinghua hadn't even arrived yet, but his furious voice already echoed through the room. Hu Yaoliang was the apple of their eye, their precious treasure. They never even scolded him, let alone hit him. Now to hear someone had hit their son and within the school grounds, how could he not be furious? Just you wait, kid, you won't get away with this." Hu Yaoliang clutched his face, now flushed red as a monkey's but, snarling viciously.
Xu Zeyu remained utterly calm, chuckling darkly. Threats won't work. I wouldn't dare bully anyone else, but you? I'll make an exception. Ha!
Hu Qinghua stormed over, his rage boiling over. But when he saw Xu Zeyu, he froze in place.
Xu Zeyu, you hit my son? That's me, Xu Zeyu chuckled. Principal Hu, you sure have a fine son.
Hu Qinghua gritted his teeth in fury, but with Xu Zeyu holding the upper hand, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Let's just forget about this.
Liang, let's go. Dad, you're the principal. Why are you afraid of a student? Hu Yaoliang erupted, shouting loudly. He dared to confront you openly. Expelling him is just a word from you. Shut your mouth.
Hu Qinghua snapped, his face turning an alarming shade of dark red. I said we're dropping this matter.
Do you hear me?
Hu Yaoliang had never seen his father this fierce before.
Only then did fear creep in. He lowered his head and muttered, Fine. Principal, you really intend to leave like this? Xu Zeyu said coldly. You won't even ask what outrageous thing your son did before walking away?
Hu Qinghua was beyond furious. His voice dropped to a low rumble.
Xu Zeyu, you've already beaten my son's face to this state. What more do you want?
My answer remains the same, apologize to teacher Wu and Zhang Yusen, Xu Zeyu retorted coldly. Our teacher Wu was struck by your son, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. When Zhang Yusen bent down to retrieve teacher Wu's glasses, your son trampled both her hand and the glasses.
Her hand was lacerated by the shards, bleeding profusely. And you refuse to offer even an apology? You're so heartbroken over your son's bruised face? Your son's precious, but our teacher Wu and Zhang Yusen are just trash, is that it?
Xu Zeyu's voice grew louder and louder, culminating in a demand. If your son doesn't apologize today, how can you, as the principal, expect to set an example? What face, what qualifications do you have left to serve as our school's principal?
Chapter 81.
No matter how despicable a person may be, as long as they haven't completely lost face, they will always be mindful of maintaining appearances. Undoubtedly, if Hu Qinghua wished to retain his position as principal, no matter how displeased he felt, he had to respond to Xu Zeyu's interrogation. With so many students and teachers watching, even if he wanted to protect his son, he still had to maintain appearances.
Liang, Hu Qinghua demanded with a grim expression, is what Xu Zeyu said true?
Hu Yaoliang had been spoiled by his parents since childhood. After entering society, he spent his days mingling with a group of spoiled brats, developing a lawless personality. In his eyes, bullying others was perfectly normal, but being bullied himself was unacceptable.
So when Hu Qinghua asked if the incident was true, he offered no denial. That four-eyed toad is your subordinate. What's wrong with me hitting him? That girl picked up his glasses, and I stomped on them. What's the big deal? Do these students think they can turn the tables on me? Smack! Smack!
Hu Qinghua fiercely slapped his son twice across the face and barked, apologize to teacher Wu and Zhang Yusen right now. Hu Yaoliang had never been struck by his father before.
The sudden double slap left him stunned. Dad, what the hell is this? Apologize!
Hu Qinghua roared again, making Hu Yaoliang shudder. Reluctantly, he turned to Mr. Wu and Zhang Yusen and apologized, I'm sorry. Mr. Wu, who was always quick to avoid trouble, saw Hu Yaoliang actually apologizing to him and immediately said it was fine. Zhang Yusen stared at her blood-soaked hand, tears streaming down her face, saying nothing. Regardless, Hu Yaoliang had finally apologized, so Xu Zeyu decided not to press the issue with the father and son any further.
Principal who stands by justice, not favoritism. He truly is a good principal.
Xu Zeyu's words were clearly meant as praise for Hu Qinghua, but to Hu Qinghua, they sounded like nothing less than sarcasm. He ignored Xu Zeyu entirely and barked at his son, get that car moving.
Go wherever you're going.
With the Hu Qinghua father and son gone, the crowd dispersed. Before leaving, however, they all cast a few more glances at Xu Zeyu, wondering privately what kind of background this student had that even the principal feared him. Little did they know that Principal Hu Qinghua's apprehension stemmed from Xu Zeyu holding the key to his downfall. The classmates in the classroom all gave Xu Zeyu a thumbs up and burst into laughter. Zeyu, you rock. That spoiled brat deserved to be put in his place. Teacher Wu expressed her gratitude. Zeyu, thank you.
But won't you get into trouble for offending the principal like this? Xu Zeyu chuckled, don't worry, it'll be fine. Ms. Wu, you should take the day off and rest at home. Teacher Wu shook her head. I'm fine. Let's go back to class. Beep beep. Pretending successful, system rated, basic. Humiliation successful, system rated, intermediate. Total points added, 100. Total points, 350.
On the way back to class, the system's voice echoed in Xu Zeyu's mind again. After observing you for this period, you're not skilled at pretending, but you excel at humiliating others. Keep up the good work and improve your pretending skills to match your level of humiliating others.
Xu Zeyu paid little heed to the system's nagging, though its assessment of him was spot on.
He was stubborn by nature. If something grated on his nerves, he had to intervene. If someone humiliated him, he'd retaliate without hesitation.
Anyone who dared to bully his family, friends, teachers, or classmates would meet the same fate as Hu Yaoliang.
As for pretending, that was never his forte, so he felt his act came off as stiff and unnatural. Still, he believed that with more opportunities down the road, he'd gradually become more adept and comfortable with it.
The moment Xu Zeyu returned to class, his phone vibrated. He quietly silenced the call and sent a quick WeChat message. "Sis Huang, I'm in class. What's up?"
Huang Yuyan replied promptly, "A new antique shop opened today.
Apparently it's run by a branch family of some prominent Yanjing clan.
They've invited all antique shop owners in Nanjing City to bring their appraisers and join the festivities."
"Then you go. Why are you bothering me? Did you forget you're my only appraiser now?" Huang Yuyan sent a pouty emoji.
Xu Zeyu's heart softened, and he agreed, "I'll be right over." Xu Zeyu took a leave of absence and headed straight for the newly opened shop in the antique market. The shop was quite large, and the opening ceremony was bustling and grand.
Xu Zeyu was puzzled. It made sense to invite fellow dealers to add to the festivities, but why did they need to bring appraisers? Seeing Xu Zeyu's puzzled expression, Huang Yuyan chuckled. There are two ways for an antique shop to quickly establish itself.
The first is to stock only rare treasures, ensuring no other shop can match your quality. The second is to have an appraiser who's more skilled than any other shops, someone who never makes mistakes. That way, people will naturally prefer doing business with you. Huang Yuyan explained only this much, and Xu Zeyu immediately understood. "Sis Huang, they want to trample all of Nanjing City's appraisers underfoot, give us a taste of our own medicine, and then make themselves look all high and mighty?" "Exactly." Huang Yuyan nodded. "So now you understand why I insisted on bringing you here?" Xu Zeyu chuckled. "They want to step on us? We can use this chance to step on them instead to build hype for our upcoming antique shop."
"Is that what you mean, Sister Huang?" Huang Yuyan beamed with approval. "Zeyu, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You're sharp."
"You bet." Xu Zeyu felt a small surge of pride. "Rest assured, Sister Huang, I'll make sure everyone sees us in a whole new light."
Huang Yuyan smiled faintly. "I have every confidence in that. Cousin, I'd be willing to believe he slept with you. Otherwise, how could you be so foolish?"
A young man with a smug grin approached, his tone insolent.
Huang Yuyan's brows furrowed involuntarily. She snapped sternly, "Huang Jin, what nonsense are you spouting? Isn't that exactly what happened?" Huang Jin flashed a lecherous grin. "I guarantee you, that little bastard is just a freeloading pretty boy. He wants to get cozy with you so he can get both your money and your body." Smack! Huang Yuyan delivered a vicious slap across Huang Jin's face, her voice icy. "Huang Jin, if you've got the guts, run the auction house well and prove you're better than me. If you don't, shut your filthy mouth." Huang Jin didn't bat an eye after the slap. He turned to Xu Zeyu instead. "You little punk, don't tell me you haven't thought about it. I'm warning you, even if my cousin left the Huang family, she's not the kind of woman someone like you can just casually hit on." "I did think that. So what?" Xu Zeyu took Huang Yuyan's hand affectionately, shot Huang Jin a scornful glance, and added, "None of your damn business." Chapter 82. Xu Zeyu had expected Huang Jin to fly into a rage at his provocation. Instead, Huang Jin seemed utterly unfazed, bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha! So it is. Cousin, even the most capable third-generation member of the Huang family has such poor taste." "Ha!" Huang Yuyan replied coolly. "Huang Jin, I'll say it again, I've severed ties with the Huang family. If you're capable, outdo me in business. If you can't, no matter how much you try to smear me, you'll always remain a good-for-nothing." "Heh, then let's just wait and see." Huang Jin shot them a mocking glance before turning to leave, leaving Xu Zeyu utterly bewildered. "Sis Huang, what's going on?"
Huang Yuyan sighed softly. "First, let go of my hand.
Then I'll explain."
"Oh, heh, I was just trying to get under his skin earlier."
"Sis Huang, don't take it personally." Xu Zeyu chuckled. "You were trying to provoke him? More like you deliberately tried to grab my hand." Huang Yuyan shot Xu Zeyu a withering look, but didn't dwell on the issue.
She briefly explained the earlier situation.
Huang Jin was Huang Yuyan's cousin.
They had once competed within the family for control of the auction house, with Huang Yuyan ultimately prevailing and Huang Jin being ousted. Ever since, Huang Jin had harbored resentment, constantly scheming to reclaim control of the auction house.
But Huang Yuyan's competence was undeniable.
She had run the auction house with such efficiency that Huang Jin had no chance to make a comeback, causing his resentment toward her to deepen.
When Huang Yuyan fell out with the family, Huang Jin immediately seized control of the auction house.
He deliberately came to flaunt his power and slander Huang Yuyan, venting his pent-up resentment. Xu Zeyu's attempt to provoke him with this incident only confirmed Huang Jin's slander, which naturally delighted him. After his show of arrogance, the despicable man naturally departed, thoroughly satisfied.
"So that's how it was." Xu Zeyu snorted. "A petty man's triumph. Sis Huang, rest assured.
With me here, our shop will surpass theirs in no time."
Huang Yuyan smiled faintly. Enough. I know you're capable. Ha! By the way, the main event is about to begin.
The newly opened antique shop was called Antique Elegance. What Xu Zeyu hadn't expected was that the person in charge of this antique shop was also a woman, not much older than him. To Xu Zeyu, her looks were average, nothing special, but certainly not unattractive. Her demeanor, however, bore a striking resemblance to Huang Yuyan's, likely because they were both formidable women. A wireless microphone hung from the corner of the woman's mouth as she spoke with a smile. "My name is Su Yanan. Welcome to the opening ceremony of our antique charm shop, fellow dealers from Nanjing City. They say competitors are natural enemies, and that couldn't be truer. So, this enemy of yours is here to cause trouble for everyone right from the start." Su Yanran possessed a pleasant voice and an approachable demeanor, so no one took her jest seriously. Instead, they all responded with warm smiles. Of course, everyone acknowledged the truth in the saying competitors are rivals. While they maintained polite appearances, the real competition would play out in their actions. Since everything came down to skill, no one would nitpick over what someone said at their grand opening. Seeing the crowd's indifference, Su Yanran continued with a laugh, "I truly am here to cause trouble, don't doubt me. I have 3 antiques here, and I guarantee every single one is genuine. Now, I challenge every antique dealer in Nanjing City, whoever can authenticate these 3 pieces and provide an appraisal will own them. Of course, if you can't identify them, well, that good? It must be incredibly difficult to authenticate them. Otherwise, who would be so foolish as to hand out money to others? She really is here to cause trouble. This is clearly bullying our Nanjing antique trade because we have no one. No one's stupid." The moment Su Yanran said that, everyone understood her meaning. Xu Zeyu chuckled, "Sis Huang, this woman's sharp. Displaying goods and pitting appraisers against each other, she's pulled off both tricks." Huang Yuyan smiled and nodded. The wealthy families of Yanjing have deep pockets. Of course, they're not comparable to small-town antique shops like ours. I believe that besides you, no one in Nanjing City could authenticate these 3 antiques. Hee, Sister Huang, you flatter me. Xu Zeyu said it with a smile, but his heart held not a shred of modesty. This drew a muffled grunt from Xiao Mo, the bodyguard standing nearby, expressing her displeasure at Xu Zeyu's brazenness. Though Huang Yuyan held Xu Zeyu in high regard, Xiao Mo saw nothing special about him. Perhaps he did possess a modicum of skill, but was he truly worth Sister Huang risking a falling out with her own family? Only Xiao Mo was paying attention to Xu Zeyu. Everyone else's eyes were fixed on Su Yanan. "What is it? Let's see." "I refuse to believe no one can tell what it is." The crowd shouted loudly, but Su Yanran showed no sign of urgency, her face still bearing a calm smile. "The items are already set out. This is the first one." Only then did the crowd notice 3 items covered in red cloth on the long table behind Su Yanan. She pulled the cloth off the first one, revealing a dark, ancient-looking wooden tray. Placed right in the center of the tray was a stone the size of an adult's fist, quite conspicuous. All eyes turned to the large stone, expressions turning solemn. "What kind of stone is this? Besides being big, it looks just like any ordinary rock to me." Precisely because it looks so ordinary is it so difficult to appraise, right? Both the antique shop owner and the appraiser were completely stumped upon seeing this stone. "No matter how you look at it, this is just the most ordinary stone imaginable. Can we get a closer look?" many people asked Su Yanran. You may even touch it, but one at a time." Su Yanran smiled. "Of course, if you can't identify it even after getting a closer look, I hope your shops will consider joining our Su Family Antique Merchants Alliance." Antique Alliance? What ambition! That must be her real motive, right? People finally saw Su Yanan's sharp teeth, but the trap was right there. Whether to fall into it was up to them. "If you're afraid, you certainly don't have to jump." Su Yanran's move was ruthless, yet no one could do anything about it. When her shop displayed antiques, no one dared step forward to appraise them. Exactly the shocking effect she craved. The once bustling scene fell into an eerie silence. Su Yanan swept her gaze across the crowd and laughed. "What? Not a single shop in all of Nanjing City can authenticate the treasures in our store?" Chapter 83. Su Yanran even resorted to goading them, but clearly, these were all seasoned veterans. Without certainty, they wouldn't foolishly fall for her trick. Even if they lost face, it would be the entire Nanjing antique trade's reputation at stake. They weren't about to risk looking that foolish. Seeing no one took the bait, Su Yanran called out directly, "Mr. Huang of Huang's auction house. I hear your family runs the largest antique dealership and auction house in all of Nanjing City. Surely your appraisers must be exceptionally skilled?" This woman was cunning. Knowing that embarrassing everyone wouldn't hurt, she focused her attack on Huang's auction house. Huang Yuyan turned to Xu Zeyu with grave expression. "Zeyu, this woman is a true prodigy in business. If we ever deal with her, we must be extremely cautious." Huang Yuyan had complete faith in Xu Zeyu's antique appraisal skills, but since he had never engaged in business or interacted with society, she felt compelled to issue this warning. "Not only can you look, but you can also touch them, and one at a time. That woman Su Yanran is so wicked." Xu Zeyu's focus was completely out of sync with everyone else's. It was unclear whether others were wicked or if he himself was the wicked one.
Hearing Huang Yuyan's warning, Xu Zeyu finally snapped back to reality.
He understood Huang Yuyan was teaching him how to read people and guard against others. Grateful, he nodded, got it, Sister Huang. Su Yanan fixed her gaze directly on Huang's auction house, instantly making Huang Jin's face flush with embarrassment. He desperately wanted to berate Su Yanan, but she was beaming with smiles and even praising his house's appraiser. No matter what, he couldn't just lash out at her. Yet admitting defeat was a loss of face he couldn't bear. After a moment's thought, Huang Jin suddenly smiled. Miss Su, actually, the most skilled appraiser in all of Nanjiang City isn't one of our Huang family's appraisers. It's that gentleman over there, Mr. Xu Zeyu. The moment Huang Jin uttered these words, all eyes turned towards Xu Zeyu in the direction he pointed. Many had heard of Xu Zeyu rumored to be incredibly formidable, having even taken down Li Haolong's old lair. The incident left Li Haolong reeling, caught between ecstasy and agony, unable to escape his predicament. Yet few knew about Xu Zeyu's expertise in antique appraisal, and even fewer had actually seen him in person. So when they caught sight of Xu Zeyu, curiosity gripped them all. So young? Is he even qualified? He's the top appraiser in Nanjing City? You've got to be kidding me. Everyone expressed skepticism. After all, in the antique trade, the older the appraiser, the more skilled they tend to be. Like traditional Chinese medicine, while innate talent matters, experience is equally crucial. No one would take a young appraiser in his early 20s seriously, no matter how gifted he might be. Seeing the skepticism, Huang Jin chuckled again, don't doubt it. My cousin insists he's the best appraiser around. She even argued with my grandfather to work with him, choosing to leave the Huang family rather than let him go. Tell me, isn't that impressive? Ha ha. Hearing Huang Jin's words, everyone wore thoughtful expressions which quickly turned to scornful sneers. So after all that talk, he's just some pretty boy who hooked up with Huang Yuyan. Humph, all I can say is humph. These people didn't care if Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan heard them, their contempt utterly obvious. That bastard. Xiao Mo seethed, her fists clenching so hard they cracked. She wanted to punch Huang Jin right then and there. Huang Yuyan and Xu Zeyu, however, remained completely unfazed, utterly unruffled. Xu Zeyu even stood up, adopting the air of a grand master. He's right. Compared to you appraisers who don't even dare step forward to authenticate, I truly am the most skilled appraiser in all of Nanjiang City. Xu Zeyu activated his mockery mode, and the crowd instantly erupted like cats with their tails stepped on, yelling, Xu Zeyu, if you're so great, step up and prove it. All you do is talk big, anyone can do that. Ignoring the furious crowd, Xu Zeyu walked straight up to Su Yanan and chuckled, is what you said earlier true? If I can authenticate this antique and give its estimated value, it's mine? Su Yanan nodded repeatedly, smiling faintly. We business people value integrity above all. What I said earlier was, of course, true. But you'll need the skill to take it. Look, no one else dares to step forward. Su Yanran's words were clearly pouring fuel on the fire, but Xu Zeyu wasn't afraid of offending anyone. Those guys looked down on him, even calling him a pretty boy. Why should he give them any face? So Xu Zeyu followed Su Yanran's lead, don't compare me to that bunch of blind fools. Of course they can't handle it. Xu Zeyu's words pushed the conflict to its peak. Almost all the antique shop appraisers instinctively banded together, spitting venom at Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu, show us what you're really made of. If he can authenticate it, I'll call him Grandpa. Huang Jin sat smugly, ready to watch the spectacle unfold. Only old Zhong, the appraiser beside him, shook his head and sighed, these guys are in for trouble. While others didn't know Xu Zeyu's capabilities, old Zhong knew them all too well. If Xu Zeyu hadn't shown mercy, he'd be eating right now. Seeing old Zhong's expression, Huang Jin's face changed instantly, is this guy really that good? Old Zhong nodded, his expression complex. All I can say is, Miss Huang has an eye for talent. Even with old Zhong's endorsement, Huang Jin remained unconvinced. Oof. I'll see for myself just how formidable this fellow truly is. Hearing Xu Zeyu's bold declaration and seeing his unwavering confidence, Su Yanran couldn't quite gauge his true capabilities. She smiled and said, Mr. Su, right? You may begin your appraisal. No need for appraisal. This 1,000-year-old agarwood tea tray is mine. Xu Zeyu casually tossed the stone from the tray onto the floor and picked up the wooden tray itself. Su Yanran's face twitched, and she was speechless for a long moment. The crowd stared in stunned silence, their mouths agape. While everyone's gaze was fixed on the large stone, only Xu Zeyu had noticed the tea tray holding it. No wonder he'd called them blind, they truly were blind. After a moment, someone still couldn't swallow their pride and protested, Su Iran is just trying to trick us. She didn't even tell us the tray was the antique we were supposed to appraise. She never specified whether the stone or the tray was the antique. As others chimed in with counter-arguments, the original complainers fell silent. Yeah, she only said to appraise an antique, never specified whether it was the stone or the tray. Who else can we blame for our own blindness? Chapter 84. Regardless, Xu Zeyu had identified the true antique, this 1,000-year-old agarwood tea tray, effectively restoring some pride to Nanjing City's antique trade. Su Yanran's face twitched slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Mr. Su, you haven't given your appraisal yet.
Xu Zeyu chuckled. If auctioned, the reserve price would be 20 million.
The final bid depends entirely on the buyer's enthusiasm.
Now then, may I take this tray? Su Yanran felt a pang of regret, but she nodded nonetheless. This agarwood tray is yours.
It wasn't that Su Yanran was being generous, rather, she realized that even if someone could recognize the tray as a genuine antique, they might not know its material or true value.
She never imagined Xu Zeyu would instantly recognize the agarwood material and so accurately estimate its worth.
She conceded defeat wholeheartedly. Consider this, even the Su family's top appraisers had spent considerable time using modern instruments to finally confirm the tea tray's true material. Yet Xu Zeyu had identified it with just a few glances without even touching it. Such appraisal skill was truly astonishing. Having secured this tea tray and gained 20 million yuan without lifting a finger, Xu Zeyu still wasn't satisfied. His gaze immediately shifted to the second and third pieces of red cloth. Startled, Su Yanran hurriedly blocked his line of sight, her face plastered with a flattering smile. Mr. Su, I'm thoroughly impressed by your appraisal skills and humbly concede defeat. I'll take these two antiques back myself to prevent you from snatching them up again.
He. Is that so? Xu Zeyu seemed reluctant to let it go. He turned to Su Yanran and said, do you have any other antiques in your collection that others might overlook? Bring them all out, I'll take them all.
Put.
Ha ha. Watching Su Yanran's face turn from pale to crimson, the crowd burst into laughter.
She'd intended to humiliate him, only to be humiliated herself. What a bitter taste, bitter as hell.
Being assigned to open up a market in a city proved Su Yanran's undeniable capability.
After a brief moment of dazed confusion, she quickly regained her composure and smiled faintly. Mr. Su, you're too kind.
This time, I admit defeat.
I had assumed all antique appraisers in Nanjing City were like them, but I never imagined there could be someone as skilled as you, Mr. Su.
Don't compare me to them, Xu Zeyu declared with an air of superiority. Are they even worthy? We're not worthy? Damn! How arrogant!
The crowd seethed with righteous indignation, yet not a single soul dared step forward to challenge Xu Zeyu.
Xu Zeyu's skills were undeniable.
They were no match for him and could only be looked down upon.
Besides, they'd mocked and looked down on Xu Zeyu plenty before. He was just returning the favor. Xu Zeyu had humiliated them, and they couldn't even retaliate. How frustrating. Beep beep. Humiliation successful. System assessment, intermediate level.
Humiliated 60 individuals.
Humiliated 60 individuals. Gained 1200 skill points, total 1550 points. Seeing his skill points surge by over 1,000, Xu Zeyu was overjoyed.
The more skill points he had, the more skills he could unlock, and the more ways he had to protect himself.
Xu Zeyu found himself increasingly wishing he could pull off even more impressive show-offs anytime, anywhere. But Xu Zeyu knew it was just wishful thinking. Showing off like that was something that happened by chance, not something he could force. When an opportunity comes along, I'll take it, if not, no big deal. Now that Su Yanran had backed out, Xu Zeyu happily retrieved the agarwood tea tray, his face beaming with satisfaction. Sis Huang, our shop hasn't even opened yet, and we've already made a profit. Huang Yuyan was pleased too, nodding approvingly. Zeyu, I always believed in you. But Su Yanran's last remark was clearly a diversion, a ploy to pit you against the entire antique appraisal community in Nanjing City. How could you fall for it? Sis Huang, you think if I hadn't offended them with that last line, they wouldn't hate me? The outcome would have been the same either way, so why bother pretending?
Xu Zeyu shrugged helplessly.
Besides, didn't you tell me to make a name for myself? This time, our reputation in Nanjing's antique circles should be loud enough, huh?
Huang Yuyan smiled without comment, while Xiao Mo snorted coldly and rolled her eyes, expressing her disdain for Xu Zeyu.
Meanwhile, Su Yanran continued with the opening ceremony duties, ribbon cutting, firecrackers.
After completing these formalities, she delivered some standard platitudes about working together to create a brilliant future. But by now, such words held little meaning.
The main event was over. Who cared about her rambling now? With the antique-themed opening ceremony concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed.
What had been meticulously planned as a grand show of superiority had instead ended with her own humiliation.
Yet Su Yanran remained intensely excited.
Seeing Xu Zeyu about to leave, she immediately stepped in front of him with a faint smile.
Mr. Xu Zeyu, would you be interested in joining the Su family in Yanjing as an antique appraiser? The annual salary would definitely exceed 8 figures. 8 figures? At Su Yanran's words, everyone's expression shifted. A 10 million yuan annual salary?
That surpassed what many small and medium-sized enterprise owners, or even CEOs and presidents, earned. Most would have jumped at the chance.
Yet Xu Zeyu showed no sign of excitement. Su Yanran quickly added, the salary is secondary. The real point is that the Su family is the largest antique merchant family in all of China, even Asia. With your skills, you'd shine brightly in our family. Your future is limitless. Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Xu Zeyu replied with a smile. But no matter how promising the future, I'd still just be an employee, wouldn't I? Caught off guard by Xu Zeyu's question, Su Yanran was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she finally said, "Aren't you the appraiser Miss Huang hired?" "I was before, but not anymore," Huang Yuyan replied with a smile. "Now we're partners. Our shop is right over there." "I see," Su Yanan said, sounding a bit disappointed. "Mr. Su, if you ever change your mind, our family's door will always be open to you." Xu Zeyu nodded. "Thank you for your appreciation, Miss Su. We'll have plenty of opportunities to work together in the future. If your family has any more antiques that need appraising before gifting them away, feel free to come find me." "Ha!" Huang Yuyan couldn't help but laugh out loud, her body swaying slightly as she did so. Xu Zeyu nearly drooled at the sight. Irresistible. Absolutely irresistible. Chapter 85. Xu Zeyu seized the chance to tease Su Yanran again, leaving her thoroughly embarrassed. Huang Yuyan, ever the smooth talker, quickly interjected, "Zeyu just likes to joke around, Miss Su. Don't take it to heart. We'll definitely have plenty of chances to work together in the future. If you ever have any antiques you can't identify, just let us know. Since Miss Su holds Zeyu in such high regard, he'd be more than happy to help." "Right, Zeyu?" Xu Zeyu nodded. "Absolutely. Though I'll still charge for the appraisal. Any problem money can solve isn't really a problem," Su Yanran chuckled. "Your word is enough. Drop by for tea sometime." Huang Yuyan smiled, "We certainly will." These two women shared many similarities, so they didn't need to be overly direct. Mutual understanding sufficed. After all, Su Yanan had the Su family backing her. Huang Yuyan didn't want to offend Su Yanan too badly, so she was doing her a favor. Su Yanran's invitation for tea signaled her acceptance of their favor. The two women understood each other implicitly. Xu Zeyu wasn't stupid, but he disliked this roundabout way of communicating, so he chose to play dumb. What needed to be done was done, and what needed to be said had been said. Xu Zeyu had scored a 20 million yuan antique and returned to school in high spirits. Xu Zeyu was happy, but the entire Huang family was not. Nanjiang City was small enough that Xu Zeyu's performance at Su Yanran's antique shop opening ceremony quickly spread. Even if Huang Jin hadn't mentioned it, the Huang family couldn't possibly have been unaware of the news. When they heard Su Yanran had offered Xu Zeyu an 8-figure annual salary in the Su family's name to become their appraiser, the entire Huang family nearly collapsed inwardly. Had they known Xu Zeyu was truly that talented, they would have kept him even if it meant offendingly how long. They understood perfectly well what an exceptional appraiser meant to an antique family. But this exceptional appraiser, who should have belonged to the Huang family, had been turned away and deeply offended by them. Their regret was unbearable. In the Huang family's grand hall, a conference table held old Huang, his 2 sons, 3 grandsons, and 1 granddaughter, all sitting in silence. When it comes to discernment, Xiaoyan truly has the best eye. After a long while, old Huang sighed, "Even though Xiaoyan has left the Huang family, she still carries our blood. I believe if the family shows enough sincerity, she might return. And if she comes back, Xu Zeyu should follow, right? Dad, the question is, how much sincerity counts as sincerity?" Huang Jianwan, the second son, frowned. "She's my sister. Let my brother handle this." Eldest brother Huang Jianqing snapped bitterly, "I won't handle this. When we drove Xiaoyan away, you never mentioned she was my daughter. Now you want her back, and suddenly she's my daughter?" Huang Jianwang immediately retorted, "It wasn't me who wanted to kick Xiaoyan out, it was." "Enough!" Old Huang roared, his face darkening. "Xiaojin, you go apologize to your sister yourself and deliver my message. If she's willing to return, the Huang family's auction house in Nanjiang City will be considered my advance dowry to her." Huang Jin's face twitched violently, her teeth grinding audibly. The auction house hadn't even warmed in his hands yet, and now not only did he have to hand it over, but it would permanently become his cousin's asset. How could he possibly swallow his pride? 200 million. That auction house was worth 200 million. But this was grandfather's decision. He could only grit his teeth and agree, "Yes, grandfather. I know you're upset." Old Huang said earnestly, "But you must understand our Huang family is in the business of making money. As long as the entire clan profits, what do the temporary triumphs and setbacks of any one individual matter? That brat Xu Zeyu nearly made me spit blood, yet I still brought him into our Huang family. Try to see the bigger picture." "Understood, grandfather. I'll go now." Huang Jin forced a smile, stood up, and turned to leave. No one noticed the flash of pure venom that flickered in his eyes the moment he turned away. After class, Xu Zeyu walked out of school, heading to the Grand Hotel for dinner. Earlier, Huang Yuyan had called, saying the Huang family wanted reconciliation and had sent Huang Jin to apologize. Originally, Xu Zeyu had no intention of responding. But when he thought about Huang Yuyan, who had been expelled from the Huang family because of him now having the chance to return, and being invited back at that, Xu Zeyu reluctantly agreed to go along. Xu Zeyu understood why the Huang family had suddenly changed their stance, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. So now you know how formidable I am? Humph. Huang Yuyan's car was waiting at the school gate. As soon as Xu Zeyu stepped out, he got in, and the car headed toward the Tiandi Grand Hotel, where Huang Jin had arranged to meet them. On the way to the hotel, Huang Yuyan shared the Huang family's gesture of goodwill. Grandfather said he was willing to give me back the Huang's auction house I used to run. From the radiant smile on Huang Yuyan's face, Xu Zeyu could tell she still longed to return home. With that, Xu Zeyu said no more, simply listening. As they neared the hotel, Huang Jin called, "Sis, are you almost here? Where are you now?" "We're already on Tiandi Avenue and will be there shortly." Huang Yuyan hung up and smiled at Xu Zeyu. That kid must have gotten a scolding from grandfather. His attitude just now was much better, hee. Xu Zeyu gave a slight smile but said nothing. Still, he couldn't shake a strange feeling, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what was off. The car soon pulled up to the entrance of the Tiandi Hotel. Xiao Emo dropped them off at the main gate before driving to the parking lot. The moment Huang Yuyan and Xu Zeyu stepped out, a taxi suddenly sped up from behind and slammed into them with vicious force. "Watch out," the hotel security guard shouted, but it was already too late. Damn it! Xu Zeyu realized he couldn't dodge in time. The collision was imminent. What could he do? In a split second, Xu Zeyu shouted at the system, "Freeze time for 1 second." In that instant, the car halted half a meter behind Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan. Seizing the moment, Xu Zeyu grabbed Huang Yuyan and threw himself sideways with her, both crashing to the ground. As he fell on top of Huang Yuyan, Xu Zeyu instinctively glanced toward the taxi. The driver's terrifying expression was frozen in time, looking especially ferocious. 1 second passed, and the car continued its forward momentum, plowing several meters before finally coming to a halt. Holding Huang Yuyan, Xu Zeyu felt a lingering sense of dread. If he hadn't spent 500 points to freeze time for that 1 second, they would have been slammed by the taxi. Even if they hadn't died, they would have been seriously injured. Chapter 86. Ouch, that hurts. Huang Yuyan cried out in a delicate voice. Xu Zeyu quickly braced himself with both hands, trying to climb off her. But in his nervousness, his arms accidentally landed on an inopportune spot on her body. Ah! Huang Yuyan shrieked again, her face flushing crimson as she glared angrily at Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu sprang up instantly, waving his hands frantically. "Sis Huang, I really didn't mean it." He'd intended to help her up, but after this incident, he didn't dare extend a hand. He was such a pure soul, yet lately, for some reason, his hands kept wandering everywhere. It must be because fourth brother, that old pro, has corrupted me. It must be. Luckily Qian Kai didn't know about this. Otherwise, he'd probably grumble, "So it's my fault?" Huang Yuyan managed to stand on her own. It wasn't too bad, but Xu Zeyu had been so rough when he tackled her that he'd twisted her ankle. "Are you guys okay?" "I was driving the taxi and accidentally hit the gas instead of the brake." The taxi driver scrambled out of the car, his face tense with worry. If Xu Zeyu hadn't seen that guy's vicious face earlier, he would have believed the driver was innocent. But he had seen it, so he couldn't possibly believe this guy had acted unintentionally. But without evidence, he couldn't accuse the other party of anything. Of course, Xu Zeyu wasn't about to let the guy off the hook either. He refused to believe this guy had no weaknesses at all. No big deal. Huang Yuyan was the magnanimous type. Even with a sprained ankle, she wouldn't make a fuss. If it were anyone else, they'd have been clinging to this taxi driver by now. Forget it. First, let's get a full physical at the hospital. As long as you're okay, as long as you're okay. The taxi driver flashed a relieved smile, and Xu Zeyu snorted coldly to himself, "What a convincing act." Huang Yuyan pulled her phone from her bag, intending to call Huang Jin, only to discover it was broken. "Ugh, I'll have to buy a new phone." "Phone? Phone?" A sudden flash of insight struck Xu Zeyu, as if he discovered something. He promptly pulled out his own phone, feigning helplessness. "Sis Huang, mine's broken too." "Hey, mind if I borrow your phone to make a call?" "No problem, right?" "Sure." The taxi driver pulled out his phone. Just as he unlocked it, he suddenly realized something was off and tried to snatch it back, but it was too late. Xu Zeyu was quick as lightning, snatching the taxi driver's phone away. "Give it back!" The driver roared, lunging at Xu Zeyu. But he was no match for Xu Zeyu. After confirming there was something wrong with the guy's phone, Xu Zeyu didn't hesitate to punch him squarely in the solar plexus, knocking him flat on the ground. "Zeyu, what are you doing?" Huang Yuyan gasped in shock. "Why are you hitting him?" "Sis Huang, do you recognize this number?" Xu Zeyu opened the call log, shook his head, and handed the phone to Huang Yuyan. Huang Yuyan glanced at the top entry in the call log and froze. Though people rarely memorize phone numbers nowadays, Huang Yuyan remembered this number vividly. The owner had just called her moments ago. Checking the call time, it was precisely after the owner of that number had called her. Coincidences do happen in this world, but Huang Yuyan didn't feel this was one. In an instant, Huang Yuyan's expression turned icy cold as she dialed the number without hesitation. The call connected quickly, and Huang Jin's voice came through urgently. Did you get it done? My dear brother, I'm afraid I've disappointed you. Huang Yuyan said coldly. This matter isn't over between us. With that, Huang Yuyan hung up immediately and handed the phone to Xu Zeyu. It's recorded. Call the police. Xu Zeyu nodded. All right. Whenever a case involved Xu Zeyu, Zhong Yue would always rush to the scene immediately. After hearing Xu Zeyu's statement, Zhong Yue took both the driver and Huang Jin away. Xu Zeyu and Xiao Mo accompanied Huang Yuyan to the hospital to have her foot examined. After confirming no serious injury, they applied some ointment and wrapped it lightly with gauze. No sooner had Huang Yuyan's foot been bandaged than Zhong Yue called. She spoke slowly, Miss Huang, I'm sorry to say the taxi driver has turned the tables. He claims you paid him to stage this whole tragic love story and refuses to admit he took money from Huang Jin to run you over. As for that phone recording you provided, Huang Jin explained he was waiting for another friend's call and momentarily distracted, so he casually asked if the job was done. In other words, the recording evidence you presented isn't conclusive. What? Huang Yuyan, usually gentle and composed, suddenly erupted in anger. That bastard has the nerve to accuse me of framing him? Let him sue me. Zhong Yue interjected, he said the family needs you now. He knows you harbor resentment toward him, but since we're all family, he won't press charges. He hopes you can return to the family with peace of mind. Dishonorable. Shameless. Huang Yuyan's fury reached its peak, yet she was powerless against Huang Jin. After stewing in anger for a while, Huang Yuyan finally addressed Zhong Yue, Captain Zhong, thank you for your trouble. You're welcome. Call me if you need anything. Just as Zhong Yue hung up, old man Huang arrived at the hospital with his entire family. His face filled with remorse, he said, Xiaoyan, Grandpa truly wants you to return to the family. If you have any grievances, just tell Grandpa. Xiao Jin, come here yourself. Huang Jin approached Huang Yuyan, her face etched with remorse. Sis, I shouldn't have embarrassed you in front of everyone this morning. I know I was wrong. You can do whatever you want with me, there was no need for this. As he spoke, Huang Jin even knelt before Huang Yuyan. Huang Yuyan trembled with rage, fixing her gaze on old man Huang. Grandfather, do you truly believe this was my own scheme to make myself look pitiful? Old Huang replied, Xiaoyan, until the truth is uncovered, I won't say I believe you or Xiao Jin. But if you truly feel Xiao Jin has hurt your feelings, I can expel him from the family. Fine, grandfather. Then expel Huang Jin from the Huang family. Huang Yuyan suddenly smiled, though to the Huang family, that smile seemed eerily sinister and terrifying. If you truly expel Xiao Jin from the Huang family, I promise to bring Xu Zeyu back to the Huang family and dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the clan's development. Chapter 87. The entire Huang family, including old Huang, immediately fell silent. They hadn't anticipated that even after making such a lowly concession, Huang Yuyan would still refuse to relent. Huang Yuyan remained silent, her face frozen in a cold smile as she watched the family. After a long moment, old Huang finally spoke, Xiaoyan, is there truly no middle ground? Grandpa, don't blame me for being heartless, but he really tried to kill me just now. Huang Yuyan suddenly shouted angrily, tears streaming down her face. If Xu Zeyu hadn't reacted in time, both of us would be lying in the hospital or the morgue right now. You want me to pretend nothing happened and continue living under the same roof with him? I can't do it. Huang Yuyan's uncle, Huang Jinwang, snapped angrily, don't play the victim. This whole thing was clearly staged by you, wasn't it? You scheming. Shut up. Old Huang cut off his youngest son, then shook his head helplessly. Xiaoyan, it seems you're determined not to return to the family. I won't force you. But if you ever change your mind, you'll always be welcome back. With that, old Huang waved to his family. Let's go. The Huang family departed, leaving Xu Zeyu thoroughly puzzled. Hadn't the Huangs come specifically to bring Huang Yuyan back? How had things turned out like this? Could it be that old man Huang had truly been fooled by Huang Jin's lies? Huang Jin was grandfather's favorite grandson. From childhood onward, grandfather had groomed him as his successor. Huang Yuyan suddenly spoke up. To grandfather, I was merely a capable outsider, someone who could marry out at any moment. Grandfather understood this perfectly well, he simply couldn't bear to drive Huang Jin away. In other words, Huang Jin was his lifeline, while I was at best a money-making tool. His choice had long been made. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but chuckle. He never imagined the reason was this. But upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Business families placed immense importance on succession. As a woman, no matter how capable Huang Yuyan might be, she could never take charge of the family enterprise. Choosing Huang Yuyan might have led to the Huang family's prosperity, but then they'd be without a capable heir. What would they do then? The Huang family wasn't without other grandsons, but the other two were only good at eating, drinking, and carousing. They were incapable of achieving greatness, falling far short of Huang Jin's caliber. If they abandoned Huang Yuyan, the Huang family wouldn't perish, they'd simply never achieve greatness. Thus, after weighing both options, old man Huang had no choice but to abandon Huang Yuyan. What about your father? Why didn't he say a word? Xu Zeyu was baffled. Huang Yuyan was clearly Huang Jianqing's daughter, yet at this critical moment, Huang Jianqing didn't dare utter a single word. Huang Yuyan laughed bitterly with self-mockery. My father and brother are cut from the same cloth. As long as they have money to spend on debauchery, it holds no special meaning to them. No matter how capable I am, their pocket money won't increase by a single penny. Heh, that's just how my family is. It was clear Huang Yuyan had truly given up on the Huang family. Xu Zeyu hurriedly comforted her, Sis Huang, a family like that isn't worth staying in. Let's grow our business together. There'll be plenty of great men chasing after you later. Once you're married. Once I'm married, you'll just kick me out without a second thought? Huang Yuyan snapped angrily. Xu Zeyu, don't even think about it. Xu Zeyu scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. That's just what you said, Sister Huang. I never said anything. If you want to partner with me in business, we could do it for a lifetime, hee hee. Really? Huang Yuyan fixed Xu Zeyu with a piercing stare, her eyes so bright they made Xu Zeyu's skin crawl. He couldn't shake the feeling she harbored some ulterior motive. But he knew it was just his own overactive imagination, so he nodded decisively, of course it's real. Pinky swear. Deal. Their pinkies hooked together. Huang Yuyan pressed her thumb against Xu Zeyu's thumb before laughing. Zeyu, you'll be working for your sister Huang for life, haha. Watching Huang Yuyan's childlike smile, Xu Zeyu suddenly thought, with a boss this beautiful, gentle, and with such a killer figure, working for her a lifetime? Hell no, spending my whole life with her would be fine too. Ugh, why was he thinking such wicked thoughts again? Damn it, he must be influenced by old 4 again. Around 7 in the evening, Xiaomo took Huang Yuyan home, and Xu Zeyu headed back to school on his own. Passing by the school playground, Xu Zeyu saw a large group of people in taekwondo uniforms practicing sidekicks while walking along the track, chanting ho, ho, ha, in perfect unison. Watching these guys train with such precision, they actually looked the part. No doubt about it, these guys were from the taekwondo club. Seeing them reminded Xu Zeyu that his showdown with Liang Chang was only a week away, yet his Wing Chun skills were still at a beginner level. Although he still had 1,050 skill points to upgrade his Wing Chun to intermediate level, he was reluctant to spend them. After nearly being crippled by Li Haolong last time, Xu Zeyu dared not spend all his skill points at once. Had he not possessed those skill points today, he and Huang Yuyan would have been struck by the car. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't part with his skill points. Better hurry up and leave. If he ran into Li Yingchang later, another confrontation might erupt. Xu Zeyu was a peaceful, friendly kid who never started trouble. Conflicts he could avoid, he avoided. Fine, it all boiled down to his current weakness and limited skill points. Otherwise, he would have already gone to challenge the dojo. Poof. Just as Xu Zeyu was about to leave, he suddenly heard Li Yingchang berating his taekwondo club students. You call this training? Not a shred of dedication. Taekwondo isn't some flashy Chinese martial art where all that matters is looking good. If you can't handle the grind, don't bother learning taekwondo. Had he not heard that last line, Xu Zeyu would have walked away without a second thought. But Li Yingchang had to go and spout that utterly pointless, hate-inducing nonsense. Xu Zeyu wasn't having it. Li Yingpiao, are you Chinese or Korean? Did Chinese martial arts ever do anything to you? Why are you belittling them to elevate taekwondo? Xu Zeyu was the type of patriotic hothead who didn't show it normally, but when provoked, his fiery spirit erupted. Li Yingchang's words were the perfect spark, instantly igniting the fiery patriotism within Xu Zeyu. The moment he heard the nickname Li Yingpiao, Li Yingchang knew Xu Zeyu had arrived. He sneered coldly, you coward. If you've got the guts, face me one-on-one right now. Let's see if your hyped-up Chinese martial arts are really stronger than taekwondo. Chapter 88. Damn your sharp tongue. Xu Zeyu silently cursed himself, yet his words showed no retreat. I don't claim to represent Chinese martial arts, I've only scratched the surface. But you? Can you say you represent taekwondo? If you can, fine, I challenge you right now. You're just afraid of losing and embarrassing your so-called Chinese martial arts, aren't you? I really don't understand your mindset. It's clearly a sham, yet you treat it like a sacred treasure and fantasize about it. Ha! Li Yingchang sneered. If you dare challenge me, I naturally dare claim to represent taekwondo. I'm an officially recognized third-degree black belt in taekwondo. Very well. As an amateur practitioner of Chinese martial arts, I formally challenge you, Xu Zeyu declared. But I have one condition. What conditions? Li Yingchang just wanted to beat Xu Zeyu senseless right then and there. So whatever condition Xu Zeyu proposed, as long as it wasn't too unreasonable, Li Yingchang would agree. But Xu Zeyu only said this, since you're representing taekwondo, this is an official sparring match. If you lose, you must admit in front of all the spectators that what you just said was bull. But you'd have to beat me first. Li Yingchang was supremely confident. He didn't find Xu Zeyu's condition unreasonable at all. In fact, he thought it was fair and just. To be fair, I have a condition too. If you lose, you have to learn taekwondo from me and call me master. Li Yingchang's condition was clearly meant to humiliate Xu Zeyu. He expected Xu to refuse, but to his surprise, Xu readily agreed. No problem, deal. I'll post on the school forum right now to gather interested students as witnesses. You go find the student council head to open the school indoor gym. At 8:30 sharp, we'll settle this on the stage of the school indoor gymnasium. Alright, Xu Zeyu, don't you dare back out this time. Run my ass. Whoever runs is a bastard. After trading a few verbal jabs, they went their separate ways. Xu Zeyu was making such a big deal out of it because he wanted to put on a show. Even if he was forcing it, the more people showed up, the more skill points he'd get. He was definitely going to spend 1,000 points upgrading his Wing Chun skills. How could he not cash in on this opportunity? Upon learning Xu Zeyu's reasoning, the system expressed its approval. A youth who doesn't put on airs is a wasted youth. Xu Zeyu, you finally wised up. Xu Zeyu snorted. Enough talk. Here's 1,000 points, exchange them for the intermediate Wing Chun skill. Got it. The system responded promptly. Instantly, 1,000 skill points vanished from the right side of Xu Zeyu's mind, leaving only 50 remaining. Simultaneously, Xu Zeyu felt every bone, muscle, and even cell in his body undergoing a transformation. Though outwardly unchanged, his inner self underwent a qualitative leap. Xu Zeyu could clearly sense that the power behind his fist now was absolutely no weaker than Zhong Yue's. It might even surpass hers. If forced to quantify it, Xu Zeyu estimated his punch now carried the force of 500 jin. Was this the transformation brought by the intermediate skill of Wing Chun? Xu Zeyu was overjoyed. The feeling of power surging through him was exhilarating. Even without the system's confirmation, Xu Zeyu knew victory was his today. But defeating Li Yingchang wasn't the goal, it was merely a means to an end. The ultimate objective was still to show off. So Xu Zeyu immediately pulled out his phone and posted on the school forum. The post claimed that while teaching Taekwondo, Li Yingchang had insulted Chinese martial arts. Xu Zeyu declared he was fighting for the honor of Chinese martial arts, thus moving up their scheduled their scheduled fight. The campus was full of patriotic souls. Upon hearing that Li Yingchang had insulted Chinese martial arts, these patriots were filled with righteous indignation and rushed to the gymnasium to cheer for Xu Zeyu. Of course, Li Yingchang also had his fair share of fans, especially brainless female fans who adored Korean oppas. To be fair, Li Yingchang was undeniably more handsome than Xu Zeyu, especially compared to the girls in groups like XO. How could Xu Zeyu possibly compete in looks? Thus, a large crowd of angry young men and a large crowd of brainless female fans all poured into the school's indoor gymnasium. With many more spectators joining in, the gym quickly became packed to the rafters. So many people couldn't find seats that they stood along the sides. Go Xu Zeyu, the angry youth squad shouted loudly. Defeat Taekwondo. Show the might of our Chinese martial arts. Li Yingchang's fans weren't to be outdone, chanting in perfect unison, Go Yingchang, you're the most handsome. The two sides traded barbs back and forth. Even before Xu Zeyu and Li Yingchang had begun their match, their supporters were already locked in a war of words and a battle of volume. Niao Yeye was there too. Li Yingchang had specifically invited her. But even if Li Yingchang hadn't invited her, she would have come upon hearing the news. Her hatred for Xu Zeyu was so intense she could practically bite her teeth to dust. Nothing would make her happier than seeing Xu Zeyu beaten to a pulp. Amidst the roaring waves of sound, Xu Zeyu and Li Yingchang arrived. Knowing the duel was about to begin, the entire gymnasium fell silent. Xu Zeyu reveled in the spotlight, feeling a bit giddy. No wonder so many people craved attention in crowded places. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Student Council President Lin Yushi, a beautiful and vibrant young woman, naturally attended given the event's significant impact on campus. Seeing both combatants present, Lin Yushi addressed them. Friendship comes first, competition second. I hope you spar respectfully and don't damage the bonds between classmates. I have no interest in men, and I certainly have no feelings for him. The moment Xu Zeyu uttered these words, the entire crowd burst into laughter. Haha. Li Yingchang didn't bother arguing with him. He believed men should prove themselves through strength. A smooth-talking guy like Xu Zeyu wasn't worthy of being his opponent. His only reason for accepting Xu Zeyu's challenge was to beat him up in broad daylight. Lin Yushi was utterly speechless at Xu Zeyu's antics and could only continue. In any case, this is a sparring match, not a fight to the death. Everyone should exercise restraint and stop at the right moment. Now, is there anything you'd like to say to our fellow alumni who've come to watch? Of course we do. Li Yingchang took the microphone from Lin Yushi, radiating confidence. Fellow students, accepting Xu Zeyu's challenge so hastily was partly driven by my own personal desire. I love Taekwondo, and I want to showcase this art like martial art in its purest form, inspiring more people to fall in love with it. Tonight, let's see what happens. After Li Yingchang finished, Lin Yushi handed the microphone to Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu, what about you? Why did you suddenly challenge Li Yingchang? Is it really just to vindicate Chinese martial arts, as the school forum posts claim? Of course not. Xu Zeyu took the microphone and replied with solemn earnestness, Chinese martial arts are profound and vast. I've only scratched the surface and can't represent them.
but I deeply admire Chinese martial arts. Seeing this guy spouting nonsense about them on the playground really pissed me off. I just wanted to beat him up.
Chapter 89. Ha! I knew this guy was a goofball. Many onlookers had either witnessed or heard about Xu Zeyu's confrontation with Miao Yeyet in the school cafeteria. They thoroughly enjoyed his unapologetic style of shaming people. Spectators never mind the scale. The bigger the showdown, the better. And compared to Li Yingchan's lofty justifications about promoting Taekwondo, Xu Zeyu's reasons were undeniably more relatable. You bring up Chinese martial arts? I just don't like you and want to beat you up. What's the big deal? Got a problem? Come at me.
Lin Yushi hadn't expected Xu Zeyu to be so brutally honest, laying bare his true feelings. She froze for a moment before breaking into a smile.
Xu Zeyu, you're such a joker. Alright, I won't say more.
Both of you, remember it's a deal only if you nod your head.
Of course, I'll go easy on him.
At most, I'll just give him a good thrashing, make him look a bit worse for wear, but I won't hurt him. Xu Zeyu said casually, infuriating Li Yingchang to the point of fury. Xu Zeyu, I hope your skills match your big mouth.
Wing Chun, Xu Zeyu. Please instruct me.
Xu Zeyu struck a Wing Chun starting stance, and everyone felt a thick wave of pretentiousness wash over them.
Wing Chun Xu Zeyu? Why not just say you're Yip Man? But the crowd didn't dwell on it.
All they wanted now was to see the fight. Though the match had been moved up a few days, it didn't dampen the crowd's fervent anticipation. The betting board for the odds on the two fighters remained open, and many placed last-minute wagers, delighting the student bookie who grinned from ear to ear. So besides the spectators and fans of both sides, those who had placed bets were also watching intently, secretly hoping their chosen fighter would emerge victorious. Seeing Xu Zeyu assume his starting stance, Li Yingchang returned the Taekwondo greeting, third-degree black belt in Taekwondo, Li Yingchang. With the greetings exchanged, Lin Yushi, the head referee, raised her microphone and bellowed, 3, 2, 1, go. The moment Lin Yushi finished speaking, Li Yingchang, already brimming with pent-up energy, launched his attack. A sweeping kick came crashing down towards Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu dodged, and Li Yingchang stomped his foot down on the ground with a loud thud, clearly demonstrating the immense power behind that kick. Failing to land the first strike, Li Yingchang unleashed a flurry of dazzling Taekwondo leg techniques at Xu Zeyu. It must be said, Li Yingchang possessed some skill. His Taekwondo moves were quite spectacular, stunning the entire audience in the gymnasium.
Li Yingchang is so cool. Yeah, Taekwondo really is awesome. Look, Xu Zeyu doesn't even have a chance to counterattack. That kid dared to challenge our Appa Li Yingchang? Kick him to death. If Li Yingchang could hear these comments, he'd surely be delighted. But right now, he couldn't care less about the crowd's chatter. He had been certain he'd knock Xu Zeyu down within 10 moves. That's why he unleashed his signature combo kick right from the start, aiming for a swift, decisive victory to create a stunning, instant kill effect. But now, 20 moves had passed. Not only had he failed to defeat Xu Zeyu, he hadn't even grazed the hem of his opponent's clothes. Panic seized him. How could this kid be this skilled? This is my signature move. Facing Li Yingchang's relentless barrage of kicks, Xu Zeyu dodged with remarkable ease. He had now advanced to the intermediate level of Wing Chun skills. If converted to Taekwondo strength, it was roughly equivalent to a 6th-degree black belt. If he wanted to defeat his opponent, he could have done so long ago. To Xu Zeyu, Li Yingchang's flashy leg techniques were riddled with holes. He could take him down with a single move. The reason he kept dodging was that he wanted to use Li Yingchang as a sparring partner. Although Xu Zeyu had mastered intermediate Wing Chun skills, his real-world combat experience was limited. He wanted to find opportunities to hone his abilities. In today's peaceful society, fighting is illegal, making such training opportunities rare. More importantly, finding a sparring partner who genuinely wanted to beat him to a pulp was no easy feat. His last sparring partner, Li Haolong, nearly beat him to death. It was far too dangerous. Xu Zeyu genuinely didn't want to train with someone as brutal as Li Haolong. Therefore, someone like Li Yingchang, a sparring partner he could easily overpower, was the perfect match. If Li Yingchang knew Xu Zeyu's true intentions, he'd be furious. Fortunately, he remained unaware, attacking Xu Zeyu with utmost seriousness and intensity. Whoosh! Li Yingchang unleashed another 30 leg strikes, drawing cheers from his brainless female fans. But many sharp-eyed observers clearly sensed something was off. After over 50 moves, Li Yingchang hadn't even managed to knock a single hair off Xu Zeyu. This just wasn't right. Hey, buddy, I want to bet on Xu Zeyu to win. Get lost, the betting window's closed. Similar conversations whispered through the stands as Xu Zeyu and Li Yingchang's duel raged on. How could this be? How come I still can't land a single blow on this kid? Li Yingchang had been kicking non-stop for 5 minutes and was clearly running out of steam. In martial arts novels, some characters can fight for 7 days and 7 nights straight. Whether others believe it or not, Li Yingchang certainly didn't at that moment. Fighting someone was incredibly draining. He was already exhausted after just 5 minutes, 7 days and nights. Li Yingchang had assumed Xu Zeyu must be equally drained, but when he stopped attacking, he saw Xu Zeyu standing there, not even breathing heavily or panting. Stunned, he thought, how is that possible? Seeing Li Yingqiang pause, Xu Zeyu froze in surprise. Hey, why did you stop? That acrobatic display was quite the spectacle. Keep going. Circus act? You call my taekwondo a circus act? Li Yingqiang was furious, roaring in anger. Xu Zeyu, if you've got the guts, don't dodge. Who stands still and lets you hit them in a fight? You're shameless. Xu Zeyu shook his head repeatedly, sighing with apparent disappointment. I thought you were something special, but you're just weak. Since you can't even land a hit, I won't bother dodging. Li Yingqiang's eyes lit up instantly. You really won't dodge? With all these classmates watching, would I go back on my word and slap my own face? Xu Zeyu snorted. Your shamelessness is your problem. I won't stoop to your level. Ha! The audience burst into laughter again. Xu Zeyu's mouth seemed far more formidable than his fighting skills. Li Yingqiang really is something. He's already been burned by Xu Zeyu's sharp tongue, yet he still engages in verbal sparring with him. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Fine. Then take this. Enraged and humiliated, Li Yingqiang unleashed his inner fury, channeling all his strength into a single strike. He spun around and delivered a vicious roundhouse kick aimed straight at Xu Zeyu's chest. So this is all Taekwondo's got. Xu Zeyu narrowed his eyes slightly, shifted his stance, and slammed a fist straight into Li Yingqiang's instep. Chapter 90. People often say you can't fight City Hall because the force of the legs far surpasses that of the arms. Anyone with common sense knows you never pitch your fists against someone's legs in a fight. Yet here was Xu Zeyu, deliberately punching straight at his opponent's foot. Wasn't this suicide? Nearly everyone thought Xu Zeyu had made a foolish move. Even Li Yingqiang felt that way. But what happened next left everyone utterly speechless. Thud. Xu Zeyu's fist slammed squarely into Li Yingqiang's soul with blinding speed, striking and withdrawing in an instant. Ah! Xu Zeyu's hand was fine, but Li Yingqiang let out a wail, collapsing instantly to the ground. Clutching his foot, he rolled around in agony, sweat pouring down his face. Li Yingqiang felt a searing pain radiating from his foot straight to his core, agonizing beyond endurance. What the hell was going on? Could they be putting on a show? Impossible. Li Yingqiang was a man who valued his reputation above all else. How could he possibly humiliate himself like this? After a moment of shock, everyone accepted the reality. Li Yingqiang had truly been defeated by Xu Zeyu with just one punch. After a long moment, Li Yingqiang gritted his teeth to endure the pain and struggled to his feet. Xu Zeyu, you cheated. What's in your hand? How else could you possibly have such immense strength? Can't beat me, so you try to smear me? That's pretty low, Xu Zeyu snorted. Or maybe you just can't handle losing. With that, Xu Zeyu spread his fingers wide and held his hands high. Everyone here can be my witness. I wasn't holding anything in my hands. Impossible. A fist couldn't possibly match the strength of a thigh. Li Yingqiang stubbornly insisted Xu Zeyu was cheating. Xu Zeyu sneered coldly, you learn a bit of Korean Taekwondo and think you're invincible, recklessly slandering your own nation's martial arts. In truth, you're nothing but a pitiful frog at the bottom of a well. Chinese martial arts are profound and vast. I've only scratched the surface, yet it's enough to handle you. And you still think I'm cheating? Unbelievable. I refuse to accept this. Li Yingqiang roared furiously. You must have cheated. The item isn't in your hands, it must be hidden on your person. Still not convinced? Fine, I'll show you. Xu Zeyu stripped down to his underwear with unabashed boldness, leaving only his boxers on. This sent waves of female screams rippling through the crowd. You pervert. Disgusting freak. Even Li Yingqiang hadn't expected Xu Zeyu to prove himself this way. He was instantly dumbfounded, speechless. Lin Yushi immediately turned her face away, flushed crimson. This guy is such a jerk. Xu Zeyu didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. He grinned at Li Yingqiang and said, just my underwear left. Still wanna see? But I'm afraid you might feel inferior. Shameless. Disgusting. Li Yingqiang's female fanatics screamed in outrage, while Xu Zeyu's supporters cheered. So sleazy. But I like it, haha. Li Yingqiang was both furious and enraged. He knew he'd truly lost. His rage boiled over, turning his face an unnatural crimson. You pfft. Li Yingqiang was so enraged he coughed up blood and instantly fainted. The student council had prepared thoroughly. To prevent any injuries during the duel, the school nurse was already on standby. The moment Li Yingqiang collapsed, the school doctor rushed forward to examine him. After the initial examination, they breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing serious, just fainted from anger. Pfft, a hack like you dares to act so cocky. Taekwondo? Nothing but foreign trash. Xu Zeyu declared with swagger. Mark my words, Xu Zeyu, any Taekwondo practitioner who dares set foot on our campus will get beaten to a pulp. Xu Zeyu, you rock. I've had it with those Taekwondo guys for ages. Yeah, beat them all. The angry students cheered Xu Zeyu on, shouting wildly. The system's voice chimed in, beat beat, face slap successful. System assessment, intermediate level. Effective face slap count, 500. Additional effects, stun and blood spitting. One-time skill point reward cap 5,000 points. Total skill points 5,050 points. 5,000 points. Seeing his skill points instantly jump to 50-50, Xu Zeyu was overcome with wild joy. With 5,000 skill points, he could upgrade so many skills. Suddenly remembering something, Xu Zeyu urgently shouted at the system, "Hey! Don't you dare deduct my skill points. I'll earn more and pay you back later." Got it. The system responded with a casual snort, saying nothing more. And so the duel concluded, cementing Xu Zeyu's fame throughout the campus once more. Especially his line, "I'm afraid you'll feel inferior if you see it," which quickly became campus slang. Wealthy, decent-hearted, somewhat amusing, and a touch sleazy, that was how Nanjing University alumni described Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu didn't care about others' opinions. All that mattered to him was whether he'd pulled off the act successfully and earned those skill points. Undoubtedly, this act of pretending was a resounding success, and that was all that mattered. 5,000 skill points. Xu Zeyu lay on his bed, grinning with delight. He fantasized about how many new skills he could learn with all those points, becoming a rich, handsome guy, marrying the beautiful and wealthy Linlin, and reaching the pinnacle of life in no time. Buzz. Xu Zeyu, lost in his sweet dreams, picked up his phone and saw a transfer notification. His bank account had just received 100,000 yuan. What was going on? Just as Xu Zeyu was about to open his mobile banking app to check the sender, Yan Wenjun suddenly sent a WeChat message, "Xu Zeyu, my surgery failed. The doctor says I have at most 2 weeks to live, so the remaining money holds no meaning for me anymore. I'm returning the money you donated to me, and the rest will go to the Huaxia charity organization. Thank you, thank you. Thank fate for letting me meet you at the end of my journey, kind soul. I heard you and your girlfriend were forced apart. My final wish is that true love conquers all." After reading Yan Wenjun's message, Xu Zeyu's mind instantly conjured the image of that young woman, battered by illness yet resilient and optimistic, and his thoughts began to race. She's dying? Though Xu Zeyu himself had nearly died, death always felt distant to him. Now this girl was dying, and Xu Zeyu found it hard to accept. In her 20s, her life had only just begun. I should go see her. All traces of sleepiness vanished as Xu Zeyu climbed out of bed, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Nanjing City Cancer Hospital. Chapter 91. In a dimly lit private room on the 16th floor of the hospital's inpatient ward, Yan Wenjun lay in bed, gazing at the moon outside the window. Tears slipped silently down her cheeks. Though she had prepared herself for the worst, hearing the doctor deliver her death sentence still sent her reeling into despair. So many dreams remained unfulfilled in her life. She didn't want to die. Yet fate was so cruel she had no choice but to accept it. Why hasn't he replied to my message? Could he be ignoring me? After sending the text to Xu Zeyu, she still held on to a sliver of hope that he might respond, that he might chat with her. She was a girl of both beauty and talent. Before her illness, she had many admirers, but none of them met her standards. In her eyes, they were all shallow, unreliable, self-important, and self-centered. Xu Zeyu was the first boy who gave her a special feeling. It wasn't because he gave her 100,000 yuan, but because he was a kind-hearted person who could consider others. Modest, low-key, and unassuming, had the bank employee not betrayed him, he wouldn't have wanted anyone to know about his 100,000 yuan donation. Had Yan Wenjun spent more time with Xu Zeyu, she would have discovered he was the complete opposite of her expectations: arrogant, domineering, and pretentious. Of course, Xu Zeyu's two starkly contrasting attitudes depended entirely on who he was dealing with. He was easygoing with his own people, but when it came to enemies, he'd beat you without a second thought. As she thought about Xu Zeyu, Yan Wenjun couldn't help but recall the scene of that guy ambushing her that day, and a blush spread across her face. She knew he hadn't meant it and hadn't wanted to make a fuss about it. But he'd kept apologizing over and over. What a fool. But she only had 2 weeks left to live. If she could have just one more year, she'd truly want to fall in love with that guy, to mark her life with a moment free of regrets. Click. A soft click sounded as the hospital room door unlocked. Yan Wenjun thought a nurse had arrived, but suddenly spotted a man's figure. Startled, she quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. A thief? Yan Wenjun's heart raced with panic, then she dismissed the thought. What thief would be so desperate as to steal in a cancer hospital? The man's figure moved slowly toward Yan Wenjun, as if careful not to wake her. He walked with extreme caution, his footsteps barely audible. This man, naturally, was Xu Zeyu, who had come to visit Yan Wenjun. Seeing Yan Wenjun's haggard face, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Despite having met her only twice, Xu Zeyu felt deep sympathy for this young woman. It was clear she was a kind and exceptionally talented person. A pity that beauty is often short-lived. How could someone so young have fallen ill with this disease? Don't thank me, I haven't really done anything for you. Xu Zeyu sat down beside the bed, speaking to himself regardless of whether Yan Wenjun could hear him. I came to see you, to chat, but I didn't expect you'd be asleep. Hearing Xu Zeyu's voice, Yan Wenjun's heart began to pound wildly. He came to chat with me? Damn it, why did I pretend to be asleep? Yan Wenjun was both angry and anxious, not knowing what to do. Keep pretending to sleep. If Xu Zeyu leaves, I'll definitely regret it. But if I wake up now, won't that prove I was faking it? What to do? What to do?
As Yan Wenjun hesitated, Xu Zeyu suddenly noticed a notebook on the bedside table, with a pen tucked inside. It seemed she had been jotting something down.
What was she writing about?
Xu Zeyu casually picked up the notebook and glanced inside, then froze. It was a diary filled with her neat handwriting detailing her feelings over the past few days.
Monday. Another gloomy, oppressive day. How annoying. What was he doing?
I heard he stood up for our teacher and classmates today and beat up the principal's son.
What a righteous person. Tomorrow is my surgery. I hope it goes well. Even if I can't be his girlfriend, I want to be his good friend. The surgery has to be successful. I heard he beat up Li Yongchang tonight, the guy who always wanted to pick a fight with him and even stripped down completely. How hilarious. Ha! Too bad I'll never see him again. Should I call him to say goodbye? Better not. He'd think I'm begging for his pity. No, I have to call him. I need to hear his voice. Otherwise, I'll leave this world with regrets. I texted him, but he didn't reply. Probably, he just wanted to help me. He doesn't have any special feelings for me, right? I wish I could live one more year and have a passionate romance with him. He already has a girlfriend. How shameless.
Yan Wenjun dared not open her eyes, so she didn't know Xu Zeyu was reading her diary.
Xu Zeyu trembled inwardly as he read.
Though he felt no romantic attraction toward this girl, only sympathy and pity, he never imagined he'd become her emotional anchor.
I can save her. I will cure her.
Xu Zeyu suddenly remembered he still had over 5,000 skill points.
Wouldn't 5,000 points be just enough to treat leukemia?
The system's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. To save a girl you've only met twice, you'd be draining nearly all your skill points. If danger strikes again, you're dead.
Xu Zeyu, have you thought this through?
Don't regret it when you face peril and have no points left.
I might regret it later, but I won't now, Xu Zeyu declared.
All I know is that if I don't save her because of some potential danger I might or might not face, I'll live with that guilt for the rest of my life. Are you saving her because you like her? The system pressed on. Once she recovers, she'll surely become quite beautiful.
I bet you're secretly smitten, you shy guy. Can I skip answering that? Xu Zeyu snapped. You're way too nosy, system. I'm trying to save someone, are you going to help or not?
No problem, the system replied nonchalantly.
The skill points are yours. Play however you like. I'm just making a suggestion.
But the method for treating leukemia is rather peculiar. It requires not only holding hands, but also some intimate contact.
Like, kissing. What did you say?
Xu Zeyu's eyes widened in shock.
You're not messing with me, are you?
There's no way that kind of treatment exists.
Chapter 92. Well, the system's skill points are actually a very special kind of energy.
If you exchange them for things like bad luck cards, you don't need to use them directly on the target because that energy has already transformed into something else. The system explained, but if you need the skill points to exert their direct effect, you must have direct physical contact with the other person.
For instance, when you treated your dorm leader's hand, didn't you need to press on the injured area? That does seem to be the case.
Xu Zeyu froze for a moment, but then shook his head.
No way. Can't you think of another way? The system replied, leukemia is a systemic disease affecting the entire body. This approach is actually quite restrained. Other methods exist, but are you sure you want to try them? First tell me what the method is.
Directly merging yin and yang, uniting the spirits and flesh of two people. That yields the best therapeutic results. Xu Zeyu remained silent for a long while before finally saying, forget it.
Let's use another method. Oh, and how long would it take? The system replied, 1 minute. If you want to save her, hurry. Leukemia can kill at any moment.
All right. Xu Zeyu took a deep breath, as if gathering resolve, though he was merely calming his nerves. Once he'd composed himself, he addressed Yan Wenjun, who was still asleep. I can cure your illness, but the method is rather unusual.
I need to kiss you for 1 minute. If you wake up, don't think I'm molesting you. You idiot.
She's asleep, what's the point of telling her? The system snapped.
Hurry up. Hurry up. If you don't treat her soon, it'll be too late. Why do I feel like you're more impatient than I am? Am I? I don't think so. Treat her or not, humph.
Hearing Xu Zeyu's words, Yan Wenjun, who was pretending to sleep, felt a sudden jolt in her heart.
He can cure my illness? By kissing me for a minute? What kind of treatment is that? Is this guy trying to take advantage of me?
Yan Wenjun quickly dismissed the thought, silently mocking herself. In this sickly state, who would want to take advantage of me?
I'm just imagining things.
As Yan Wenjun pondered why Xu Zeyu would choose such an odd method to treat her, she suddenly felt her hands grasped by a pair of warm, large palms. Then, her lips were covered. Startled, Yan Wenjun's eyes snapped open in alarm, her face frozen in shock. Xu Zeyu, thinking she was trying to push him away, pressed his entire body against hers, pinning her hands even tighter to prevent her from screaming. Yan Wenjun made muffled sounds of her face still frozen in shock, yet showing no sign of resistance. She couldn't care less whether Xu Zeyu was taking advantage of her or not. This was her first kiss, how could she treat it casually? Xu Zeyu was too tense to feel anything else besides his nerves. This bed-dunking move felt downright thuggish, and Xu Zeyu felt embarrassed himself, constantly worrying someone might burst into the ward, his heart pounding with anxiety. Yan Wenjun, however, was utterly relaxed. During this process, she slowly closed her eyes again, as if drifting into a beautiful dream. She only felt an incredibly subtle shift happening within her body. This transformation swiftly dissolved the torment of illness that had plagued her for days, replacing it with a feeling of pure bliss, like being bathed in a gentle spring breeze. This feeling was truly wonderful. As Yan Wenjun's body relaxed, Xu Zeyu's own tension gradually eased. What had once felt forced now flowed naturally, like true lovers. Beep, beep. System alert, 5,000 skill points have been exhausted. If you don't log off now, your remaining 50 points will also be lost. The system's warning startled Xu Zeyu. He quickly released his grip and jumped off the bed. 1 minute? Already? TSK, and you say you don't like her? It's already been 2 minutes. The system chuckled wickedly. That girl likes you too, you know. Keep it up. Keep going my ass. We clearly agreed on 1 minute. You're screwing me over again. If Xu Zeyu still didn't realize he was being played by the system, he'd be an absolute fool. The system chuckled wickedly. My bad? It's just the two of you who can't bear to part. Ha ha. Xu Zeyu gritted his teeth in fury, but he couldn't do a damn thing about this bastard system. He had no choice but to swallow his anger. Yan Wenjun opened her eyes and smiled at Xu Zeyu. Zeyu, thank you. You really didn't need to comfort me like this. I know my illness won't get better. Xu Zeyu broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly explained, I wasn't trying to take advantage of you. I was genuinely treating your illness. Go see the doctor for a follow-up tomorrow morning, you'll be fine. Stop overthinking this. I've got to go now. With that, Xu Zeyu turned and bolted, as if fleeing a crime scene after committing some misdeed. Watching Xu Zeyu flee in disarray, Yan Wenjun couldn't help but giggle. That guy. Lying back in bed and gazing at the moon outside the window, Yan Wenjun suddenly felt her body had improved significantly. She didn't think anything was wrong, attributing it at most to her earlier good mood. Alright, time to sleep. Sweet dreams, hope I dream of him. Just as Yan Wenjun was about to drift off, her phone buzzed with a WeChat message. After tomorrow's follow-up check confirms everything's fine, you must insist it was a misdiagnosis. Don't tell anyone I cured your illness. It was a message from Xu Zeyu. Yan Wenjun smiled faintly and sent back a playful emoji. Xu Zeyu knew Yan Wenjun wouldn't blab, he'd just been reminding her. Seeing her reply, he finally sent a message, good night. Good night. The next morning, Yan Wenjun woke up and stretched lazily. The nurse entered and stared at Yan Wenjun in astonishment. Miss Yan, you look even better than I do today. If you weren't staying in this ward, I'd never believe you have leukemia. Hearing the nurse's words, Yan Wenjun suddenly recalled what Xu Zeyu had told her last night. Her expression turned strangely complex. Could it be true? She had never believed kissing Xu Zeyu could cure leukemia, otherwise, every leukemia patient would be lining up to kiss him. Yet today, her physical condition felt better than ever. Could this be a deathbed recovery? After a moment's thought, Yan Wenjun addressed the nurse, I need a follow-up examination. Chapter 93. The results came back quickly. Everyone except Yan Wenjun, who had braced herself, was stunned. The doctor compared the two sets of test reports, muttering to himself, how is this possible? How could this be? Seeing the doctor's stunned and bewildered expression, Yan Wenjun knew Xu Zeyu had been telling the truth, he really had cured her leukemia. Though the idea of kissing curing leukemia sounded like an Arabian Nights fairy tale, it had happened to her. She couldn't help but believe it. Doctor, am I really okay? Yan Wenjun felt as if she were in a dream, repeatedly asking the doctor. After a long moment, the doctor nodded with great difficulty. Miss Yan, I'm terribly sorry. It appears we misdiagnosed you. Misdiagnosis? Yan Wenjun's father's eyes widened in fury, his expression murderous. You incompetent quacks. Dad. Yan Wenjun cut her father off. As long as I'm okay, isn't that something we should be happy about? Yes, as long as you're okay. As long as you're okay. Yan Wenjun's parents embraced their daughter simultaneously, bursting into tears. Only those who have truly experienced the feeling of losing and then regaining something, as Yan Wenjun's parents did, can truly understand what they are going through right now. The doctors were quite embarrassed. They had braced themselves for scolding and even physical blows, but Yan Wenjun proved remarkably reasonable. He even managed to calm his parents down. This left the doctors deeply grateful. While money can't truly compensate for what happened, our hospital still wishes to return your medical fees and offer additional compensation to make up for the emotional distress caused by our misdiagnosis. No, thank you. I know you don't want this either. Yan Wenjun was a kind-hearted girl, especially since the fault clearly lay elsewhere. She would never accept a single penny from the doctors or hospital.
As long as I'm okay, that's the best news you could bring me today. Thank you for your care during this time. I'm ready to be discharged. And then, never to be seen here again.
Yan Wenjun's radiant smile, as bright as sunshine, touched the hearts of the doctors and nurses. They processed her discharge paperwork and personally escorted her and her family out of the hospital. Standing at the hospital entrance, Yan Wenjun looked up at the morning sun in the sky and couldn't help but spread her arms wide and shout, "Ah, I'm fine. I'm fine." After a moment of elation, Yan Wenjun was ushered into a taxi by her parents, ready to head home. Yan Wenjun immediately pulled out her phone and sent Xu Zeyu a message, "Zeyu, I'm out of the hospital." Xu Zeyu was en route to Qinzhou City when he received the message. He replied, "Congrats. Get some rest." He added a smiley face at the end. Yan Wenjun replied immediately, "So, are we good friends now?" Xu Zeyu, "Yep, good friends. For life." Xu Zeyu added that last line because he knew Yan Wenjun had feelings for him. Plus, last night he'd been tricked by the system into using a kiss to cure her illness, which could easily deepen her misunderstanding. Being good friends was fine, but becoming girlfriends wasn't an option, not because Yan Wenjun wasn't good enough, but because he already had a girlfriend. He absolutely couldn't go around flirting with others. While Xu Zeyu secretly fantasized about having multiple partners and expanding his harem, this was China, a monogamous society. Such thoughts were permissible, but acting on them would surely earn him a beating from his parents. Though Yan Wenjun felt a twinge of disappointment, she still replied to Xu Zeyu's message with a smile, "Sure, best friends forever." Girlfriend? Seeing Xu Zeyu typing so earnestly, Huang Yuyan beside him couldn't help but ask with a laugh. At the mention of girlfriend, Xu Zeyu's expression darkened. Lin hasn't contacted me. I have no idea how she's doing now. Oh, I'm sorry. Huang Yuyan apologized to Xu Zeyu, who merely shrugged it off with a casual smile, "It's fine. I'm used to it." The car fell into a heavy silence, made worse by Xiao Mo's reserved nature behind the wheel. But Huang Yuyan was a woman who was very attuned to others' emotions. Noticing Xu Zeyu's low spirits, she took the initiative to change the subject, bringing up the antique business. The two chatted all the way to Qinzhou City. The antique exchange market wouldn't actually start for another 2 days. Huang Yuyan had come early because she wanted to visit some of her former clients. In business, capability matters, but connections matter just as much. Strength provides the foundation, while connections add the finishing touches. When your capabilities are somewhat lacking, connections can provide timely support. If you lack capability, what the hell are you doing in business? The three booked 2 rooms at the Suyuan Hotel in Qinzhou City. After settling into their rooms, just as Huang Yuyan was about to head out to visit her former clients, a call came in. Chen Li Xiao. Glancing at the number, Huang Yuyan gave a wry, resigned smile before answering. "Second Master Chen, I was just about to call you myself. I didn't expect your call to come first." A deliberately cheerful laugh came from the other end. "Miss Huang, I'm the local big shot here. It's bad enough I didn't pick you up, how could I let you call me? I've reserved the Rose Suite at the Bafan Hotel. I hope you'll grace me with your presence for lunch." "All right." Huang Yuyan wanted to decline, but she simply couldn't refuse. She had no choice but to bring up Xu Zeyu. "I'll come with my sworn brother Xu Zeyu. We're partners now. I can't just leave him here alone." "I've heard about that, heh?" Chen Lixiao chuckled. "Miss Huang, I admire your courage to build something from scratch. I was actually hoping to discuss a partnership with you. Since he's your partner, he's my partner too, of course he should come along." "Excellent. I'll be right over. See you shortly." Huang Yuyan hung up the phone and turned to Xu Zeyu in astonishment. When did Chen Lixiao become so magnanimous? "I thought the moment he heard your name, he'd never want to see us again." That's exactly the kind of person who gets bold when he sees an opportunity. Xu Zeyu snorted. "Besides, this is his turf. He's not afraid of me. He's probably already plotting how to take me down." Humph. Xu Zeyu was right. Chen Lixiao had indeed prepared to eliminate Xu Zeyu. How dare that bastard trick him into eating? If he didn't avenge this, what face would Chen Lixiao have left to roam around Qinzhou City? Though his fame couldn't hold a candle to his elder brother Chen Lizhong or his father, Old Master Chen, that was only because their reputations were too overwhelming, not because his own was lacking. Setting aside his father and elder brother, just the name Second Master Chen alone commanded respect. Who in Chen City wouldn't give him face? Now that Xu Zeyu had come, if he didn't give him a proper welcome, wouldn't people say he lacked hospitality? Chapter 94. Huang Yuyan led Xu Zeyu and Xiao Mo to the second floor of the 8 Directions Hotel. They immediately spotted the Rose private room, as Chen Lixiao's bodyguard, A Bao, and another guard stood right at the entrance. "Miss Huang, Mr. Xu, please come in." A Bao politely opened the door. Huang Yuyan and Xu Zeyu entered the private room, while Xiao Mo remained at the doorway. The host was entertaining guests, and as bodyguards, they were bound to stand guard at the entrance. It was their duty. As Huang Yuyan and Xu Zeyu entered the private room, they noticed 2 other individuals besides Chen Lixiao.
The presence of others wasn't unusual. Networking was crucial in business circles. Introducing contacts to each other was perfectly normal. Coincidentally, one of these individuals was someone they recognized: Xu Zeyu, the proprietor of Nanjing City's antique shop. The other was a man in his 20s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a perpetually cheerful smile. Yet the moment Xu Zeyu saw him, an inexplicable sense of distaste washed over him. He couldn't shake the feeling that the man's smile couldn't mask the cold, calculating glint in his eyes. As Huang Yuyan and Xu Zeyu approached, Chen Lixiao rose immediately, chuckling as he introduced them. "Miss Huang, allow me to introduce you to Xu Zeyu of the Xu family from Yanjing. She recently arrived in our Dongyang province to expand her business. Miss Xu, this is Miss Huang, a prominent antique dealer from Nanjing City, and her business partner, Xu Zeyu." The incident where Xu Zeyu had been outmaneuvered by Xu Zeyu in Nanjing City had only circulated within that city and hadn't reached Qinzhou City. Therefore, Chen Lixiao was unaware that Xu Zeyu and Xu Zeyu knew each other. Xu Yanran also pretended not to recognize them. With a smile, she stood up and shook hands with Huang Yuyan and Xu Zeyu. "Miss Huang, Mr. Xu, hello." "Hello." Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan shook hands with Xu Yanran in turn. Since she was pretending not to know them, they saw no reason to initiate a connection. Chen Lixiao continued the introductions. "Miss Huang, Mr. Xu, this is my eldest brother's eldest son, Chen Xinrui. Hearing I was hosting guests, his father sent him along to meet Miss Xu and Miss Huang." Ha! The eldest son of the Chen family. Xu Zeyu finally understood why this guy had always rubbed him the wrong way. Turns out he was the bastard who tried to buy his girlfriend Lin with 10 billion. Chen Xinrui stood up, smiling as he shook hands with Huang Yuyan. "Miss Huang, nice to meet you." Chen Xinrui didn't sense Xu Zeyu's hostility. He didn't even glance in his direction. After shaking hands with Huang Yuyan, Chen Xinrui sat back down. Don't be fooled by his smiling face. Chen Xinrui was actually incredibly arrogant. If Huang Yuyan hadn't been a beauty, he wouldn't have bothered to shake her hand at all. As for Xu Zeyu, he couldn't care less. Just some small-town shopkeeper not worthy of shaking hands with him. Fortunately, Xu Zeyu hadn't extended his hand first, otherwise, it would have been awkward. Of course, even if the guy had offered his hand, Xu Zeyu wouldn't have shaken it. Seeing Chen Xinrui so blatantly ignore Xu Zeyu, Huang Yuyan's expression darkened instantly. Chen Lixiao quickly chuckled. "Xiao Rui's a bit of a loner, so my brother sent him out to accompany me. Don't take it personally, okay? Sit down, please." With Chen Lixiao speaking up like that, if Huang Yuyan kept harping on it, she'd just look petty. With no other choice, Huang Yuyan pulled Xu Zeyu down to sit. To her surprise, Xu Zeyu showed no sign of displeasure whatsoever. Instead, he wore a broad smile, quite out of character. She knew Xu Zeyu's temperament well. For him to remain unruffled after being so blatantly ignored was truly strange. Little did Huang Yuyan know that behind Xu Zeyu's smile, his mind was already plotting how to get back at Chen Xinrui. That bastard dared to steal his girlfriend? He'd make him pay. Only 50 points left. Otherwise, I'd throw a bad luck card at this guy. Humph. Xu Zeyu silently plotted how to keep pretending to earn points so he could finish off Chen Xinrui. But judging by the current situation, it wasn't going to be easy to keep up the act. The dinner commenced, and host Chen Lixiao proved quite competent, chattering nonstop to liven up the private room's atmosphere. But he kept steering the conversation around Huang Yuyan and Xu Zeyu, occasionally touching on his nephew, completely sidelining Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu couldn't be bothered with Chen Lixiao, focusing solely on stuffing his face. "The Chen family's footing the bill? I'll eat them out of house and home. Humph. Country bumpkins are country bumpkins acting like starving ghosts who've never eaten before. What a disgrace." Chen Xinrui shot Xu Zeyu a sidelong glance, her face still plastered with a smile, though it now carried a condescending sneer and mockery. Huang Yuyan finally couldn't hold back. But Xu Zeyu grabbed her hand and smiled faintly. "Young Master Chen, why come to a restaurant if you won't eat? Did you come to eat?" Mentioning eating was the last thing anyone wanted. The moment it came up, Chen Lixiao, who had been animatedly boasting moments before, turned green in the face. "Mr. Xu, please don't talk about such disgusting things during a meal." Xu Zeyu shrugged helplessly. "Second young Master Chen, I was eating the whole time. It was your nephew who steered the conversation in this direction. What could I do?" Chen Lixiao suppressed his anger and shot Chen Xinrui a look. "Xinrui, don't disturb Mr. Xu's meal." Though Chen Xinrui didn't hold his uncle in high regard, he still had to save face in front of outsiders. So he merely snorted coldly and said nothing more. Xu Zeyu continued stuffing his face with gusto, infuriating Chen Lixiao to the point of silently cursing Xu Zeyu to get diarrhea from overeating. Regardless, a rare moment of quiet settled over the private room. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Bodyguard Ah Bao called out loudly, "Young master, some guests from Nanjing City say they want to come in and offer a toast." "Let them in," Chen Xinrui called out. The door opened, and several of Xu Zeyu's acquaintances walked in. "Xu Zeyu, what are you doing here?" Entering were Mrs. Zhang Chuan and his son, and the Li Yuan couple.
Seeing Xu Zeyu seated at the table, each of their expressions darkened.
Zheng Xiao, is your nose okay? Xu Zeyu stood up grinning, eyeing Zheng Chuan up and down. Not bad, can't tell you've had plastic surgery. You're asking for it.
Zheng Chuan's face twisted into a vicious expression, looking like he wanted to kill someone.
Xu Zeyu chuckled, young Master Wang, you wanna ram me again? Come on, hit me.
When it came to scum like Zheng Chuan, Xu Zeyu had no qualms about pouring fuel on the fire, determined to drive him to his grave. Seeing her son about to lose control, Mrs. Zheng suddenly interjected, young Master Chen, you probably don't know who Xu Zeyu is, do you? Heh, it's because of him that your intended bride, Li Lin, refused to marry into the Chen family and fled all the way to the United States.
Chapter 95. The 80th birthday of Old Master Chen was approaching. Families large and small across Danyang province would purchase gifts for the old patriarch, hoping to at least make a favorable impression.
Having heard from Li Haolong that Old Master Chen favored antiques, Mrs. Zhang brought Zheng Chuan to Qinzhou City to select a fine antique as a birthday gift for the patriarch. Mrs. Zhang, lacking expertise in antiques and feeling those in Nanjing City weren't up to par, followed the crowd to Qinzhou City. It served a dual purpose, buying a birthday gift and networking at the same time.
Mr. and Mrs. Li Yuan arrived in Qinzhou with identical motives. Both families were quite familiar with young Master Chen, so they contacted him.
Young Master Chen invited them to join him, never expecting to run into Xu Zeyu here.
Enemies meeting only intensified their animosity. Zheng Chuan, upon seeing Xu Zeyu, immediately lost control of his rage and wanted to start a fight. Mrs. Zhang, however, was more cunning and crafty.
Knowing this was enemy territory, she swiftly redirected the hostility toward young Master Chen.
Sure enough, upon hearing that Li Lin refused to marry him because of Xu Zeyu, Chen Xinrui's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a deep, dark gloom. Uncle Li, is what Mrs. Zhang said true?
You told me back then that Lin wanted to pursue advanced studies in the United States and would return to marry after graduating in a couple of years.
That.
Mr. and Mrs. Li Yuan nearly strangled Mrs. Zhang.
But since the truth was out, Li Yuan could only explain, Lin and Xu Zeyu were indeed dating.
I didn't want her to marry young Master Chen with such a gloomy face, so I suggested she go abroad to clear her head.
It doesn't have to be 2 years. She can come back whenever she's ready. Hearing Li Yuan's explanation, Chen Xinrui's face lit up again. Good. Very good. So this Xu Zeyu is just some toad trying to eat swan meat, is he? Xu Zeyu shot back, young Master Chen, if I'm a toad, then you're nothing but a golden fly bullying others with your family's influence. All flash and no substance. This kid really doesn't know when to quit.
Seeing Xu Zeyu dare to confront even Chen Xinrui, Mrs. Zhang, Zheng Chuan, his mother, and Chen Mielian all wore expressions of schadenfreude.
Only Li Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Su Yanran seemed to grasp the situation, watching it all unfold with a smile.
She found herself growing increasingly impressed by Xu Zeyu.
The guy's got guts, but he sure doesn't know when to back down, haha.
Infuriated by Xu Zeyu's outburst, Chen Xinrui's eyes flashed with fury as he barked coldly, Ahu!
Break this guy's legs and throw him out.
The bodyguard standing outside with Chen Lixiao's bodyguard, A Bao, stepped inside.
Huang Yuyan's face turned pale as she screamed, Xiao Mo.
Xiao Mo tried to rush in, but A Bao blocked her path, speaking calmly, Miss Xiao Mo, don't force my hand. Just as the bodyguard named Ahu moved forward, Huang Yuyan stepped in front of Xu Zeyu and declared loudly, Second Master Chen, you're the one hosting today.
Chen Lixiao understood the implication behind Huang Yuyan's words.
Feeling awkward, he turned to Chen Xinrui and pleaded, Xiao Rui, at least give your uncle some face. Uncle, I've already given you face today, Chen Xinrui replied coldly. You know very well that if this were outside, this guy wouldn't just lose his legs, his tongue would be gone too. If you keep nagging, don't blame me for not giving you face.
Ahu, move.
Chen Xinrui's father, Chen Lizhong, was the family heir, but Chen Xinrui didn't hold this uncle in the slightest regard. He only put on a show in front of outsiders privately, he couldn't care less about this uncle. Now that Xu Zeyu had provoked him, how could he possibly show his uncle any respect?
Huang Yuyan nervously stepped in front of Xu Zeyu, her voice trembling. Don't hurt Zeyu.
Seeing Huang Yuyan so anxious, Xu Zeyu realized she genuinely considered him family. Deeply touched, he pulled her behind him, Sis Huang, don't worry.
It'll be fine.
Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Su Yanran suddenly smiled.
Young Master Chen, I wonder if you'll grant me the courtesy of respecting my face?
Chen Xinrui hadn't expected Su Yanran to intercede for Xu Zeyu.
He couldn't help but ask, Miss Su, what exactly is your relationship with Xu Zeyu?
If you two are truly close, I can only guarantee I won't cause him trouble today. If you're merely casual acquaintances. Chen Xinrui stopped there, but his meaning was crystal clear. He would certainly grant Su Yanran's request, but it depended on the nature of her relationship with Xu Zeyu. If they were merely ordinary acquaintances, it would be unreasonable for Su Yanran to expect him to show leniency.
Su Yanan smiled.
Mr. Xu Zeyu is the antique appraiser our Su family intends to hire.
What?
Everyone except Huang Yuyan and Chen Lixia was stunned.
The Xu family of Yanjing was one of the 7 great families of China.
Not only did they have antique shops across China, but they also had them worldwide.
Calling them giants in the global antique industry would be no exaggeration. Yet Xu Yanran was now saying the Xu family intended to hire Xu Zeyu as an antique appraiser? What did that imply? Antique appraisers were different from ordinary employees.
While regular bosses might scold their staff, antique shop owners treated appraisers with utmost respect, fearing they might jump ship. Especially those with exceptional discernment, they were the very talent major antique houses and families sought to recruit. A skilled appraiser could single-handedly prop up an antique business dynasty in a second-tier city, or even a first-tier metropolis. Others might not grasp the significance of Xu Yanan's request to hire Xu Zeyu, but Chen Lixiao and Chen Xinrui understood perfectly. Since Xu Yanran had spoken, Chen Xinrui had no choice but to concede. Very well then.
Miss Xu, thank you.
Xu Zeyu smiled faintly. I can owe you a favor, but I can handle today's matter myself.
I'd rather not owe you over such a trivial matter. He was nothing but a parasite living off his family's influence, someone Xu Zeyu truly didn't take seriously.
Hearing Xu Zeyu's words, everyone's faces twitched violently.
Has this kid lost his mind? How dare he say such things? Huang Yuyan was also frantic with worry.
She desperately wanted to check if Xu Zeyu had a high fever. Why was he spouting such nonsense?
After the initial shock, Chen Nelian, Mrs. Zhang and her son, and Chen Lixiao were thoroughly gleeful.
Kid, you thought you could play the hero? Just wait till Chen Xinrui gets his hands on you, ha.
Miss Xu, you heard what this fool said. Don't blame me for not sparing your face this time.
Chen Xinrui snapped back to her senses, her rage turning to a bitter laugh.
Ahu, break both his hands along with his legs.
Chapter 96. Seeing Ahu approaching, Xu Zeyu patted Huang Yuyan's shoulder and smiled at her.
Sis Huang, don't worry. I'll be fine. In the past, Xu Zeyu truly wouldn't have been a match for this Ahu.
But now, having reached intermediate level proficiency in Wing Chun, he held this Ahu in utter contempt. Advanced Wing Chun practitioners were martial arts masters, while intermediate practitioners were comparable to ordinary experts. If he couldn't even handle some rich guy's bodyguard, he might as well just go ahead and kill himself. Chen Xinrui had complete faith in Ahu's strength. Seeing Xu Zeyu still trying to reassure Huang Yuyan, he sneered coldly, "Heh. If you can walk out of this private room standing upright, I'll spell my name backwards." Before Chen Xinrui could finish speaking, Ahu had already launched a kick straight at Xu Zeyu's kneecap. The kick was swift and powerful. A clean hit would have shattered Xu Zeyu's leg. But Xu Zeyu was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. Such a kick wouldn't hurt him at all. Everyone thought Xu Zeyu was finished.
Huang Yuyan couldn't even bring herself to watch.
Then, in the next instant, they all heard a distinct crack of bone shattering.
Snap!
A piercing scream erupted, but it wasn't Xu Zeyu's.
It was the bodyguard, Ahu.
Before Ahu's foot could connect with Xu Zeyu's kneecap, Xu Zeyu's counterattack struck first, landing squarely on Ahu's own knee. Ahu was mid-kick, and combined with the force of Xu Zeyu's counterkick, the two impacts collided violently. It was no wonder Ahu's kneecap shattered. Hearing Ahu's screams, Abao tried to rush in, but Xiaomo stopped him. "Don't force my hand." Though Xiaomo was a woman, martial artists naturally possessed an imposing presence that commanded respect without needing to raise their voice. Even without direct combat, one could gauge an opponent's strength and make comparisons based on their gaze and habitual movements. If it came to blows, Abao might not actually defeat Xiaomo, plus Chen Lixiao hadn't called him in, so he had no choice but to stand outside for now. Of course, this method of gauging an opponent's skill wasn't suitable for Xu Zeyu. Had Ahu been prepared, he wouldn't have been so easily injured by Xu Zeyu's single strike. But Xu Zeyu didn't look like a martial artist at all, and Ahu had been caught off guard. Seeing Xu Zeyu dispatch Chen Xinrui's bodyguard Ahu with such ease, everyone was baffled once more. How could this kid be so formidable? Only then did Zhang Chuan recall the incident at the hospital last time, when his own bodyguard had been completely disoriented by Xu Zeyu, even getting his nose broken. Apart from Ahu's pained whimpers, the private room fell into a deathly silence. Xu Zeyu stepped before Chen Xinrui, a cold smile playing on his lips.
"Young Master Chen, it seems your name can now be written backwards." Watching Xu Zeyu advance relentlessly, Chen Xinrui felt a chill run down his spine. But this was Chen family territory. He believed Xu Zeyu wouldn't dare harm him unless he'd lost his mind. So, putting on a brave front despite his fear, he puffed out his chest and shouted, "Xu Zeyu, you think you can hit me?" Huang Yuyan finally snapped out of her daze and cried urgently, "Zeyu, don't do anything rash." Earlier, when Ahu tried to hit Xu Zeyu had acted in self-defense.
With the constables arriving, it could be explained away. But if Xu Zeyu dared to hit Chen Xinrui now, the trouble would be far beyond ordinary.
"Sis Huang, relax. I know my limits." Xu Zeyu first signaled Huang Yuyan not to worry, then turned to face Chen Xinrui with intense focus. "Young Master Chen, if I let this slide, does that mean our scores are settled?"
Hearing Xu Zeyu's words, Chen Xinrui assumed he'd cooled off and grown afraid. He sneered savagely, "Forget it?
Fine. First, kneel down and kowtow to me in apology. Then obediently call Li Lin back. If you truly love her, I'll return her to you once I've had my fill and throw in a cheap son for good measure. Ha! Oh no! Huang Yuyan, who knew Xu Zeyu best in the private room, paled visibly. But it was too late for her to intervene. Thud! Xu Zeyu suddenly grabbed Chen Xinrui by the collar and slammed him hard against the wall, knocking Chen Xinrui's glasses off his face and onto the floor. Chen Xinrui felt as if his internal organs had been jolted out of place. With a gurgle, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xu Zeyu now possessed intermediate-level Wing Chun prowess. His physique had been systematically enhanced to meet the demands of that skill level, granting him a raw explosive force of at least 500 Jin. Slammed against the wall by a force of 500 pounds, how could Chen Xinrui possibly escape serious injury? Chen Lixia was dumbfounded, frozen in place, even forgetting to call for his bodyguards. Mrs. Zhan was utterly speechless, muttering to herself, "Madman. Absolute madman." She had initially thought her son was seeking revenge after suffering such a great injustice. But now, seeing this man dare to beat up Chen Xinrui, she instantly changed her mind. No wonder Li Haolong was terrified of him. This guy acted without restraint, completely defying logic. Huang Yuyan wanted to intervene, but she knew her words would be useless now. Whatever happens, happens. It was all up to Xu Zeyu to handle now. You dare hit me? Chen Xinrui stared at Xu Zeyu in utter disbelief, both shocked and furious. He never imagined this seemingly backgroundless brute, armed only with brute strength, would dare lay a hand on him. Unbelievable. Xu Zeyu looked at Chen Xinrui with a mocking expression, chuckling darkly. You wanted to break my arms and legs. What's wrong with me hitting you back? I'm the eldest son of the Chen family. Money is no object to us. Chen Xinrui bellowed, his face contorted with rage. You're just some penniless, powerless fool who doesn't know his place. I cripple people like you every single year. I'll just pay them off if I have to. With a worthless life like yours, how could you possibly compare to me? Then today I'll teach you a lesson in respect. Smack! Smack! Xu Zeyu delivered 2 more slaps to Chen Xinrui's face, leaving him bleeding profusely from the mouth. Xu Zeyu, you bastard, go ahead and kill me. Smack! Xu Zeyu, I'll slaughter your entire family. Smack! Smack! Xu Zeyu, I'll. Smack! Xu Zeyu had no idea how many slaps he'd landed, continuing until Chen Xinrui was barely clinging to life, too weak even to speak. Only then did he release Chen Xinrui back into his seat. Chen Xinrui slumped like a dead dog. The anger in his eyes had vanished, replaced only by terror. This man is a madman. Truly a madman. Young Master Chen, now that's more like it. What's the harm in sitting down and talking things out? Xu Zeyu said with a smirk. Now, tell me, are you planning to call the police next, or get your family to come seek revenge? But let me tell you, I couldn't care less what method you choose. I've told you before, I don't give a damn about you. Chapter 97. I never took you seriously. Xu Zeyu repeated this phrase twice. The first time, people thought he was putting on an act. But after the second time, no one doubted his sincerity because he was genuinely fearless. Let me ask you this, among everyone present, who dared grab young Master Chen and beat him like that and deliberately aimed for his face? The saying goes, never strike a man's face. But Xu Zeyu cared nothing for such code of honor. He slapped that face hard. This was making mortal enemies. Chen Lixio had been preparing to retaliate against Xu Zeyu, but seeing how ruthlessly he fought, he temporarily shelved his plans for revenge. This guy was a complete madman, not someone you'd want to mess with. Beep beep. Impersonation successful. System verdict, advanced level. Number of impersonated individuals, 9. Number of slapped faces, 1. Skill points gained, 500. Total points, 550. The system's voice chimed in. Xu Zeyu had only acted in anger just now, yet unexpectedly earned points. It seemed the art of putting on airs was everywhere in life. After setting down the barely conscious Chen Xinrui, Xu Zeyu turned to Su Yanran with a smile. Miss Su, if you're willing to smooth this over for me, I'll agree to become your Su family's antique appraiser. Of course, it'd be part-time, we'd each stick to our own work. But whenever you have antiques you can't appraise, just call me. Pay whatever you think is fair. How'd you like those terms? Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes in unison, at a loss for words. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Didn't you slap that guy so hard it stunned? Why are you suddenly begging for help and protection now? But they also understood, though Xu Zeyu had struck with brutal force, he'd calculated his escape route all along. His scheming was undeniably meticulous. Now it all hinged on whether Su Yanan would accept the gambit Xu Zeyu had laid out. If she did, then young Master Chen would truly have no choice but to swallow his pride and keep his injuries quiet. The question was, would Su Yanran agree? All eyes turned to Su Yanan, awaiting her decision. Huang Yuyan was so nervous her palms were damp with sweat. Everyone had expected Su Yanan to deliberate carefully, but to their surprise, she made her decision swiftly. Mr. Xu Zeyu, I accept your terms. Welcome to the Xu family.
Su Yanran extended her hand, Xu Zeyu extended his, and they shook hands, exchanging smiles.
Xu Yanran's smile was easy and natural, while Xu Zeyu's seemed somewhat forced.
Xu Zeyu had merely gambled on Su Yanran's innate business instinct to pursue profit.
When the rewards far outweighed the risks, businesspeople dared to take any chance.
Moreover, for Su Yanran, this wasn't even a risk at worst, she'd merely offend the Chen family.
But did Su Yanan fear offending the Chen family?
Seeing Su Yanran make her decision so swiftly, everyone finally understood, Su Yanran didn't hold the Chen family in high regard either. Come to think of it, if even Xu Zeyu didn't hold Chen Xinruwei in high regard, how could Su Yanran possibly regard the Chen family as anything special? Pfft, Chen Xinruwei coughed up another mouthful of blood and passed out completely. Chen Lixiao knew they'd suffered a crushing defeat today. The man knew when to cut his losses and immediately barked at his bodyguard, "Abao, call an ambulance." And just like that, a perfectly good luncheon came to an abrupt end. Mrs. Zhang and her son, along with Li Yuan and his wife, found an excuse to slip away. They knew this incident must be buried deep within them, no one could speak of it.
The Chen family certainly wouldn't speak of it, they wouldn't even report it to the police. The Chen family would never let outsiders know about the humiliation of their eldest son being humiliated by some nobody. As for how the Chens would exact their revenge, that was a matter for the future. If any of them in Nanjiang City dared to breathe a word of this incident, the consequences were all too clear. The four exited the Grand Hotel, made their way to the parking lot, and only breathed a sigh of relief once they were seated in the car. Mrs. Zhang shot Li Yuan and his wife a venomous glance. Li Yuan, look at the kind of boyfriend your daughter has chosen. I refuse to believe the Chen family will let this slide. Mrs. Zhang's words sent a chill down Chen Nialian's spine.
But Li Yuan immediately shot back coldly, "Nobody's stupid.
I'd say it's your Zheng family who's going to suffer. If you hadn't gone and stirred up trouble between them, would young Master Chen have ended up beaten like this by Xu Zeyu?" Mrs. Zhang's heart skipped a beat. She realized he was right. She had indeed intended to use Chen Dashi to teach Xu Zeyu a lesson, never expecting Xu Zeyu would turn the tables and teach Chen Dashi a lesson instead. Panic-stricken, Mrs. Zhang felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She had no more patience for bickering with the Li couple and drove away immediately. Now, there was only one thing left for her to do, distance herself from this incident and placate the Chen family's anger. After Mrs. Zhang left, the Li couple's hearts were far from calm. This whole affair had started because of their daughter, and they had concealed the fact that Li Lin had a boyfriend. No matter what, they couldn't escape responsibility. But with events having unfolded as they had no choice but to follow Mrs. Zhang's lead. Ironically, Xu Zeyu, the instigator of this whole mess, felt no psychological burden whatsoever. He joined Su Yanan, Huang Yuyan, and Xiao Mo at another upscale restaurant to continue their meal. He was full, but the three women were not. Especially Xiao Mo, who had been standing by the door the entire time and hadn't eaten a bite. It would have been one thing if Xiao Mo was genuinely hungry and could eat, but Xu Zeyu, who had eaten so much earlier, began wolfing down his food again as soon as they started eating. This made Xiao Mo roll her eyes repeatedly. "Weren't you just full a moment ago?" Xu Zeyu's mouth was stuffed full as he mumbled, "Hitting people takes a lot out of you, Xiao Mo." After they were full, Su Yanran and Xu Zeyu discussed the current state of the Xu family. Overall, the Xu family was doing quite well in China. Previously, they had focused primarily on business in major first-tier cities, but now they were discovering that the market for antiques was growing in second-tier cities too. So they had begun expanding into these smaller markets, with Nanjing City being just one stop along the way. Expanding into second-tier cities inevitably clashed with local antique dealers' interests. Though the Xu family was powerful and influential, smaller towns might not bow to them. Necessary measures were required, which explained their previous stunt. The problem was, her attempt to intimidate Nanjiang backfired spectacularly. Instead, Xu Zeyu delivered a stunning show of force that left her utterly humiliated. Fortunately, Xu Zeyu had now agreed to become the Xu family's antique appraiser, rendering all previous issues moot. As they spoke, Su Yanan suddenly asked, "Zeyu, I was wondering, do you know anything about foreign antiques?" Su Yanran felt their relationship had grown quite close, so she adopted a more intimate tone, addressing him directly by his first name. "Foreign antiques?" Xu Zeyu nodded. "Any antique won't escape my keen eye." Had anyone else said that, Su Yanran would have dismissed it as bragging. But coming from Xu Zeyu, she believed it. From the way he had just dealt with Chen Xinruwei, Su Yanan could tell that although Xu Zeyu usually seemed carefree and playful, he was utterly serious when it mattered. He would never joke about something like this. Seeing Xu Zeyu's confidence, Su Yanran nodded happily. "That's great. With you here, all those foreign antiques at the upcoming antique exchange market will be ours." Chapter 98. In the VIP ward of Qinzhou City First Hospital, Chen Xinruwei lay in bed, an oxygen mask covering his mouth. Electronic monitors sat beside the bed. It looked pretty serious, but the readings on the monitor showed Chen Xinruwei's vital signs were stable. Apart from remaining unconscious, everything was normal. Outside the ward, a stern-faced man in his 50s addressed the doctor. "How is my son's injury?" The doctor replied, "Mr. Chen, all test results are in.
Your son's injuries are not serious, but he will need some time to recover.
As soon as he wakes up, you can take him home.
A month of rest should see him fully recovered." Hearing his son was out of serious danger, Chen Lizhong breathed a slight sigh of relief.
"All right, thank you, doctor."
The doctor said, "You're welcome, Mr. Chen.
The care here is top-tier intensive monitoring. There shouldn't be any issues. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "All right."
Chen Lizhong nodded, and the doctor departed. The moment the doctor was gone, Chen Lizhong's expression darkened instantly. "Xu Zeyu, I don't care whose coattails you're clinging to now. You've put my son in this state. Don't even think about leaving Qinzhou City alive." Seeing his older brother radiating murderous intent, Chen Lixiao couldn't help but shiver. The reason his elder brother earned their father's trust wasn't just his mastery of business dealings, he also handled other matters with ruthless efficiency and cunning. In business, if an opponent was no match for the Chen family, Chen Lizhong would crush them completely, leaving no room for mercy. If he could destroy their family and ruin their lives, he would spare no one in their household. Though Chen Lixiao was somewhat of a playboy, he knew he himself was incapable of such ruthlessness, which is why he harbored deep respect and fear for his brother. Now, seeing his nephew beaten so badly while accompanying him to entertain guests, Chen Lixiao felt deeply uneasy. "Brother, This isn't your fault. It was my decision to send you with Xiao Rui to meet that woman from the Xu family that led to this incident." Chen Lizhong spoke slowly. "Right now, the only one we can't touch is that woman from the Xu family. But everyone else involved in this matter, not a single one of them should be spared." Chen Lixiao was puzzled. "Brother, what can I do? I'll handle Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan myself. You deliver the message to the other two families." Chen Lizhong's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The trouble was started by that sharp-tongued woman from the Zheng family. Make her hand over 1/3 of the Zheng family's assets, and this matter will be settled.
As for the Li Yuans, tell them their daughter must marry Xiao Rui within a week. Otherwise, they'll face the consequences.
Except for Su Yanran, whom he couldn't afford to offend, Chen Lizhong intended to exact revenge on everyone involved in his son's injury.
"Understood. I'll handle it immediately."
Chen Lixiao, eager to redeem himself, promptly turned and left to carry out his orders. Chen Lizhong picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Old Tong, handle something for me." Xu Zeyu remained unaware that the Chen family had already hired someone to deal with him in secret.
Even if he knew, he wouldn't care.
He'd survived 3 assassination attempts from the international assassin organization's dark web, and even Medusa, the top assassin of the dark web organization, had been scared off by him. Why would he fear the schemes of ordinary people? Honestly, it was the Chen family who should be avoiding him. If they dared provoke him, he'd save up skill points to send them a daily dose of bad luck cards, making sure every member of their family met the same fate as Chen Lixiao.
Let them eat every day. Humph. Ignoring the Chen family's retaliation, Xu Zeyu spent the past 2 days accompanying Huang Yuyan and Su Yanan on client visits. Su Yanan had far more connections than Huang Yuyan.
By bringing Huang Yuyan and Xu Zeyu along to client meetings, Su Yanan was effectively helping them expand their networks and business opportunities.
Su Yanan was a woman of considerable skill, and Huang Yuyan was no slouch either.
With these 2 women in charge, Xu Zeyu found himself largely sidelined. Most of the time, the 2 women handled the client conversations while Xu Zeyu yawned incessantly, wanting to leave but not daring to.
There was no way around it. Huang Yuyan insisted he tag along to learn how to deal with clients' experience you couldn't find in any textbook.
Xu Zeyu genuinely wanted to succeed in business, but dealing with people, especially these lecherous businessmen, was something he truly couldn't get used to. If he could, he'd never want to see Huang Yuyan subjected to others' leering glances during business talks. But people's eyes were their own, he couldn't stop them from looking. Besides, he'd occasionally catch himself glancing over too, swallowing hard before reminding himself he had a girlfriend. Sister Huang saw him as a close friend and younger brother. He absolutely couldn't let his eyes wander.
After 2 days of shopping, Xu Zeyu was bored to death.
In contrast, the 2 sharp, capable women found common ground in their collaboration, practically itching to become sworn sisters on the spot.
Su Yanan suggested, "Sister Huang, why not join our Xu family business alliance?
I can't promise everything, but at the very least, all the business in Dongyang province will be yours."
Huang Yuyan smiled faintly. "Even if I were willing, Zeyu wouldn't agree. He's a man aiming to earn 1 billion yuan in 2 years. How could he possibly join your Xu family?"
The Xu family business alliance was actually a means for the Xu family to swallow up smaller antique dealers. Once a dealer joined the alliance, they had to source their goods through the Xu family's channels. This meant they'd inevitably be squeezed by the Xu family, drastically reducing their profits. The only benefit is that the antiques supplied by the Xu family business alliance are absolutely guaranteed in quality, sparing merchants the trouble of dealing with fakes. Once, when a merchant bought a fake antique, the Xu family alliance bought it back at 10 times the price and compensated the merchant with another antique of equal value.
From another perspective, the Xu family merchants alliance's reputation was absolutely beyond reproach.
Even so, many still refuse to join the Su Family Merchants Alliance, as no one wants to be fleeced by middlemen.
Ordinary merchants were already reluctant to join, how much more so Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan?
Su Yanan was merely stating her intentions, conveying her goodwill was sufficient.
Since Huang Yuyan refused, Su Yanan saw no point in pressing the matter further.
After the four finished dinner together, they prepared to rest well, ready to go on a shopping spree starting tomorrow. Su Yanran focused on the high-end market, but Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan targeted the mid to low-end segment. Consequently, their primary energy was directed toward the free trade market in the coming days. Xu Zeyu had barely settled into bed when Su Yanran called him back up.
Zeyu, an old client wants us to sing at Moon Nightclub. Let's go.
Su Yanran sighed helplessly. It was an established client, impossible to refuse. Xu Zeyu reluctantly climbed out of bed, grumbling, fine.
Singing? People pay to sing, but singing costs me my life. Just ask yourselves if you're scared, huh? Chapter 99.
Moon Nightclub was one of the finest nightclubs in Chen City, with shockingly high prices. Even the smallest private room started at 18,888 yuan. Even though Xu Zeyu was now worth tens of millions, seeing the price list here still made him inwardly gasp.
No wonder people used to call these high-end entertainment venues money pits.
That description seemed spot on. But since someone else was picking up the tab tonight, he didn't mind. He figured he might as well see what the place was like.
Amidst the neon lights and dimly lit colored lamps, the entire nightclub was shrouded in an ambiguous aura.
In the main hall, rows of tall, leggy beauties in matching blue stewardess uniforms and tall, handsome guys in steward uniforms stood facing each other, ready for selection.
Xu Zeyu was stunned. Holy crap.
Xu Zeyu knew these were the nightclub's princes and princesses, but he'd never seen such high-caliber ones before.
He couldn't be bothered with the male hosts. His gaze immediately fixated on the female hosts. Any one of these princesses would easily be campus queens or department beauties at any university. Their looks, their figures, those long, white legs, wow. Noticing Xu Zeyu staring intently at the princesses, Su Iran's client, Su Tonghai, chuckled, Mr. Su, would you like me to order a princess to accompany you for singing and drinking? Xu Zeyu shook his head repeatedly, no need. I have work tomorrow. Getting drunk would only cause trouble. Su Tonghai chuckled again, saying nothing more, and led Su Iran and her group to the private room he had reserved. The private room was lavishly decorated in gold and splendor, with excellent soundproofing. The moment Xu Zeyu stepped inside, he felt as if he'd entered another world. Expensive places really are different. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but silently marvel. Rich people sure know how to live it up. Just look at the snacks, fruits, beer, and drinks laid out on the table. That alone tells the story. Ordinary KTV rooms only offered low-end fruits like oranges, watermelon, or cherry tomatoes, and their drinks were cheap bottles costing just a few yuan. But in this KTV room, all the fruit was imported. Whether it tasted good or not, who knew? But it was definitely expensive. The beer alone was at least 20 yuan a bottle at market price. Besides beer, there were 2 bottles of foreign liquor Xu Zeyu didn't recognize, probably equally pricey. Let's put it this way, if Xu Zeyu were paying out of his own pocket, he'd never dream of ordering any of this stuff. But since someone else was picking up the tab, Xu Zeyu wasn't about to hold back. No sooner had Xu Zeyu sat down than 2 long-legged hostesses entered from outside. They stood before Su Tonghai and Xu Zeyu with warm smiles, their voices sweet as honey as they bowed their heads in greeting. Good evening, gentlemen. Though dressed in stewardess uniforms, certain areas were deliberately revealing. Xu Zeyu felt his mouth go dry, his nose growing hot as if he might get a nosebleed. They did that on purpose. Absolutely on purpose. Compared to Xu Zeyu's rookie reaction, Su Tonghai clearly cut a figure as a regular at these nightclubs. The moment the princess bowed, he shoved a thick stack of $100 bills straight into her uniform. Haha, your tip. Thanks, boss. The hostess stood up, smiling as she tucked the money away. The hostess standing before Xu Zeyu, however, remained bent over with her head down, refusing to rise. Xu Zeyu grew impatient, nearly shouting rise, himself, no need to be so polite, you can stand up now. He. Su Tonghai walked over and stuffed another large wad of 100 yuan bills into the princess's clothes. Only then did she stand up, smiling sweetly at Su Tonghai. Thank you, boss. Only then did Xu Zeyu realize what was happening, and he was instantly speechless. Damn it! So they want tips. They won't get up without them. Su Tonghai sat down beside Xu Zeyu, patted his shoulder, and chuckled, Brother Su, these princesses don't get any base salary here. If you don't tip, they actually have to cover the nightclub's clothing and management fees out of their own pockets every month. Alright. Xu Zeyu had only been to KTV a couple times with classmates, so naturally he didn't know the ins and outs like Su Tonghai did. Even if he did, he wouldn't spend money on hiring hostesses to drink with him. His parents scrimped and saved daily to build his nest egg for marriage. He hadn't even begun to repay them yet. How could he squander money recklessly? Had he known Su Tonghai had ordered a hostess for him, he would have declined outright. But now that she was here, he felt awkward saying anything more. Ah well, these girls working the nightlife had it tough enough. Besides, it was Su Tonghai's money anyway, who cared?
Su Tonghai proved himself a shrewd businessman. While ostensibly inviting Su Yanan for singing and drinks, his primary goal was business negotiations.
Huang Yuyan and Xu Zeyu couldn't join their conversation, so it turned into Huang Yuyan, Xu Zeyu, and the two hostesses singing together.
The two hostesses were lively, not only singing, drinking, playing rock paper scissors, and rolling dice with Xu Zeyu, but also dragging Huang Yuyan into the fun.
Huang Yuyan didn't mind and joined in the fun with the two princesses.
Once their discussions were mostly concluded, Su Yanan and Su Tonghai joined the group. Though the group was small, the atmosphere in the private room was quite pleasant.
Over an hour later, a young woman carrying a tray of drinks entered the room, smiling as she addressed the group. Gentlemen, would you like to try our nightclub's newly imported spirits? You can sample the flavors first, it's complimentary.
The liquor promoter was dressed in a crisp, red strapless bodycon dress that barely covered half her thighs.
Xu Zeyu glanced at the saleswoman, then quickly turned his head away. Tricks, he thought. Nothing but tricks.
He dared not look back her way. If he did, he feared his nose might actually start bleeding. Most nightclubs and KTVs frown upon door-to-door liquor sales. For someone to pitch here, at such a high-end venue, this foreign liquor distributor must have serious connections, perhaps even the owner's own business. Since she'd made the effort to come in person, whether out of respect for the owner or for the sake of this attractive saleswoman, he'd at least take a sip even if he didn't buy.
Alright, I'll give it a try. Pour me a glass.
As soon as Su Tonghai finished speaking, the saleswoman eagerly poured him a glass. Sir, please try it.
Su Tonghai took a sip and nodded. This liquor tastes pretty good. See? I told you. The saleswoman beamed, turning to Xu Zeyu. How about you try a glass too, sir? Since drinking it didn't mean he had to buy it, Xu Zeyu nodded, thinking it was a waste not to try it. Give me a glass. Certainly.
The saleswoman smiled as she picked up the bottle and poured Xu Zeyu a glass.
Perhaps nervous while pouring, the saleswoman accidentally dipped her finger into the wine. Xu Zeyu didn't seem to mind and downed it in one gulp. His expression immediately turned horrified. This wine is poison. Chapter 100.
Xu Zeyu felt as if something had lodged in his throat, a suffocating sensation, while his head throbbed as if it would split open. If he could see his own unnaturally crimson face, he would know he wasn't just poisoned, he was poisoned with a deadly toxin.
Zeyu! Su brother!
Su Yanran, Huang Yuyan, and Su Tonghai rushed over simultaneously. Seeing Xu Zeyu's horrifying state, they immediately grabbed their phones to call an ambulance. The female saleswoman turned ashen with fear and turned to flee, only to be grabbed by Xiao Mo, who had rushed in upon hearing the commotion.
The saleswoman screamed frantically, "It's not my fault! It's not my fault!" No sooner had the commotion begun than several young men resembling security guards burst through the door, bellowing, "What's going on here?" Though poisoned, Xu Zeyu remained fully conscious and instantly realized someone was trying to frame him. Normally, it took ages to see security when something happened, but here they arrived immediately. Something was definitely off. Anyone daring to ambush him wouldn't get away with it. System, hurry up and neutralize this poison. Xu Zeyu urgently commanded the system. The system responded lazily, poison neutralization, 300 points. Beep beep. Poison neutralized. You have 250 points remaining. Damn it, another 250. Xu Zeyu muttered under his breath, rising from the sofa as if nothing had happened. The dark bruises on his face had vanished. Seeing Xu Zeyu unharmed, his people all breathed a sigh of relief. But the men across from them looked as if they'd seen a ghost, their faces frozen in shock. Their expressions made it clear this incident was undoubtedly connected to them. One security guard reacted quickly. Seeing Xu Zeyu was unharmed, he immediately plastered on a smile. "Sir, what happened just now? You scared us to death." Xu Zeyu ignored him, turning coldly to Huang Yuyan. "Sister Huang, call the police." "Yes." As Huang Yuyan reached for her phone, the security guard suddenly bellowed, "What do you think you're doing?" As he yelled, he lunged toward Huang Yuyan's phone. Xu Zeyu knocked the guy to the ground with a single punch. The other guards, enraged, surged forward only to be taken down by Xu Zeyu in 2 or 3 swift moves. Xu Zeyu was now practically a martial arts expert. If he couldn't handle a few unarmed security guards, he might as well give up. Su Tonghai wasn't stupid. Seeing this scene, his entire face twisted into a frown. Su Yanran, ever the sharp one, quickly figured it out. These men were after Xu Zeyu. Otherwise, why would Su Tonghai be fine after drinking, while Xu Zeyu seemed poisoned by it? And the moment Xu Zeyu mentioned calling the police, these thugs flew into a rage as if their tails had been stepped on, which only made the whole thing more suspicious. But was Xu Zeyu really poisoned? Just as Huang Yuyan was about to dial the number, a man in his early 40s with a prominent scar across his face entered. He spoke slowly. "I think it's best you don't call the police. It won't do any good. At most, this woman will get arrested and then mysteriously die in prison." The others didn't recognize the man, but Su Tonghai's expression changed instantly. "Mr. Hu. If Li Haolong was the local tyrant in Nanjiang City, then Hu Hai, owner of Moonlight Nightclub, was Qinzhou City's undisputed kingpin. Beyond the Moon Nightclub, every other nightclub in Qinzhou was either owned by him or had him as a shareholder. To have such extensive control over so many nightclubs speaks volumes about his background and capabilities. This backing wasn't just official connections, it included extremely powerful social influence. Hu Hai didn't need to seek powerful social connections, he himself was the powerful connection others relied on. He controls the entire nightclub entertainment industry in Qinzhou City, providing livelihoods for countless idle thugs. A single word from him that someone had crossed him meant that person would struggle to survive 3 full days in Qinzhou City, unless they were even more powerful than he was. Of course, he wouldn't dare provoke someone more powerful than himself. That's the survival strategy of people like them. Su Tonghai was merely a businessman. Facing a figure like Hu Hai, who wielded influence across both legitimate and underworld spheres, he dared not breathe a word. Seeing Huang Yuyan still reaching for her phone to call the police, Su Tonghai quickly grabbed it. Let Boss Hu finish speaking first. Seeing the main player emerge, Xu Zeyu showed no trace of fear. He coldly asked, "Is that a suggestion or a warning?" Hu Hai stared at Xu Zeyu with surprise, for the young man's reaction was far beyond his expectations. Most people would either fly into a rage and call the police or cower under his intimidating presence. Xu Zeyu showed neither. Therefore, Hu Hai asked with genuine interest, "Is there a difference between a suggestion and a warning?" "There is," Xu Zeyu replied. "If it's a suggestion, you'd better explain the whole situation clearly. After that, we'll see what needs to be done. If it's a warning, I'm sorry, but I won't accept it." Hu Hai was flanked by 2 henchmen who looked like Grim Reapers. Seeing Xu Zeyu actually putting on airs in front of their boss, they were about to charge forward and teach him a lesson, but Hu Hai stopped them. "Young man, you're quite interesting, and you're very bold. I don't know who gave you this courage, or if you have the skills yourself. But let me tell you this, every young man who's been arrogant in front of me has disappeared." "Ha, ha." Xu Zeyu sneered coldly. "If I hadn't been arrogant, would you have poisoned me? Since you intend to kill me with poison, why waste words? Sister Huang, call the police. XX poison." At the mere mention of that name, Huang Yuyan, Xiaomo, Su Yanan, and Su Tonghai's expressions instantly turned ashen. No wonder Xu Zeyu was so furious. Who wouldn't be enraged after someone laced their drink with poison? Huang Yuyan's face turned ashen with rage. She nodded immediately. "All right. I told you, calling the police won't help." A sinister smile suddenly spread across Hu Hai's face. "Xiaofang, they're planning to arrest you. You know what to do, right?" The saleswoman named Xiaofang turned deathly pale, trembling all over. Yet she still nodded, her voice quivering. "I know." No sooner had she spoken than the woman suddenly shoved the fingers of her free hand into her mouth. Within mere seconds, just like Xu Zeyu before her, her face flushed crimson. She collapsed to the ground, her body convulsing violently several times. Her legs stiffened, her head tilted to the side. She was dead. How ruthless! Xu Zeyu felt no pity for the woman who had nearly poisoned him. He simply hadn't anticipated Hu Hai's control over her reaching such terrifying levels. A surge of rage welled up within him. "You scum who toy with human lives, you'll meet a miserable end sooner or later." Chapter 101. Plenty have cursed me, but in the end, they all died while I lived on just fine. Perhaps accustomed to insults, Hu Hai remained utterly unfazed by Xu Zeyu's furious tirade, wearing a faint smile. "Now, do you still intend to call the police?" Xu Zeyu finally understood why Hu Hai was so brazen. He was utterly fearless. Xu Zeyu also grasped the truth. If he were poisoned to death, at most this woman would be pushed forward to take the fall, while Hu Hai would walk away unscathed. Damn it! How despicable! "Zeyu, let's go." Su Yanan's expression was equally grim, but she knew there was no point in pursuing this matter further. Even though the Su family was a prominent clan in China, on the turf of these local thugs, she, Su Yanan, was powerless. When they chose to give her face by addressing her as Miss Su, she could do nothing to them. These fellows weren't like respectable business families who feared the Su family's retaliation, so they acted with utter impunity. Xu Zeyu understood this well, but he still had to put on a show. "Mr. Hu, right? What goes around comes around. Heaven spares no one. Remember that. You'll have plenty of time to reflect on it when karma catches up with you. Let's go." The system's voice chimed immediately. "Beep beep, bluff successful. Pulling off a cultured act with poetry? Full marks for that. Bluffed dozens of people, reward, 500 points. Total skill points, 750. Countless people had tried to show off in front of Hu Hai, and he couldn't care less. Those stronger than him, he tolerates. Those weaker, he deals with effortlessly. But Xu Zeyu showing off in front of him? He wouldn't let that slide. But this was his turf, and with a woman from the Su family of Yinjing present, he couldn't act directly. As Xu Zeyu's group departed, one of Hu Hai's 2 henchmen asked, "Boss, should we send other brothers to take him out?" Hu Hai glanced at the fallen security guards, then at the lifeless Xiaofang. "This kid seems capable," he remarked coolly. Not only did he survive the poison, he even recognized it. No rush to settle this. First, find someone to investigate his background. Get the facts straight before we move. Don't let us be caught off guard like today. Seeing his men weren't taking it seriously, Hu Hai added, anyone who dares cross the Chen family won't be that simple. Xu Zeyu and his group returned to their rooms at the Suiyuan Grand Hotel. Along the way, Su Tonghai kept apologizing to Su Yenran and Xu Zeyu. Su Yenran gave a wry smile, Mr. Su, this really isn't your fault. We never expected things to turn out like this. We're here now. You should head back. Rest assured, our business dealings will continue as before. With no other recourse, Su Tonghai nodded. I'll head back then. After Su Tonghai left, Xu Zeyu, Huang Yuyan, and Su Yenran exchanged glances, each remaining silent. Hu Hai had no grudge against Xu Zeyu, so tonight's poisoning attempt against him seemed utterly inexplicable. Yet even a fool could tell the Chen family was pulling the strings behind the scenes. The silence hung heavy because no one knew what to say. After a long pause, Xu Zeyu finally sighed helplessly. Miss Su, I think you should follow Sister Huang's example and hire a bodyguard. If you ever face danger, at least someone will be there to protect you. Su Yenran shot Xu Zeyu a glare and snorted, you nearly poisoned yourself to death, and you still have the nerve to worry about my safety. By the way, how come you're fine after being poisoned? That woman laced her nail polish with poison, planning to slip it into my drink. My nose is pretty sensitive, I caught a strong almond-like scent, so I didn't drink it. Xu Zeyu shrugged nonchalantly. But I wasn't entirely sure, so I pretended to drink it to trick her. Turns out she really did poison me. This excuse had been prepared the moment Xu Zeyu returned. He couldn't very well tell others he possessed a system that made him immune to all poisons, could he? Hearing Xu Zeyu's explanation, Su Yanan, Huang Yuyan, and Xiao Emo exchanged knowing glances. Xu Zeyu knew the matter was successfully covered up. Huang Yuyan, still shaken, looked deeply concerned. Zeyu, let's stay in crowded places these next couple of days. As soon as the exchange market ends, we'll head straight back to Nanjing City. Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen. Suiran picked up her phone and dialed a number. Uncle Yen, I've run into some trouble. Send me 5 bodyguards. After finishing her call, Su Yenran lowered her phone and teased Xu Zeyu, you said I didn't have bodyguards? You'll see mine soon enough. Less than an hour later, Xu Zeyu indeed saw the bodyguards Su Yenran had arranged. Dressed in black suits and leather shoes, they wore sunglasses at night, Bluetooth earpieces hanging from one ear, the only thing missing was a gun holster. Seeing these 5 men who looked exactly like the bodyguards of wealthy people in movies, Xu Zeyu was speechless. He finally understood why Su Yenran refused to bring bodyguards out. While they certainly keep her safe, they also make her look like some kind of rare animal way too flashy. Seeing Xu Zeyu's speechless expression, Su Yenran smirked. So now, do you still think I need bodyguards? Xu Zeyu chuckled awkwardly. That's entirely up to you. Ha ha. With the Su family's 5 bodyguards in place, Huang Yuyan finally felt at ease. Xu Zeyu, however, hadn't worried at all, for he'd witnessed the system's incredible power once more. Resurrecting the dead, manipulating time, cursing others, neutralizing all poisons, these abilities were simply leagues ahead of any other system. As long as he had enough skill points, he had nothing to fear. After narrowly escaping death once more tonight, Xu Zeyu finally grasped the critical importance of skill points. In the past, he'd either put on airs or do so unconsciously. To earn more points, he resolved that from this day forward, he would consciously put on airs, seizing every single opportunity to do so. If there was a chance to show off, he absolutely had to do it. If there wasn't a chance, he'd create one just to show off. With an inexhaustible supply of points, he could enhance his strength and unlock all sorts of game-changing abilities. Then, whether it was the Zhang family in Nanjing City, Li Haolong, or the Chen family in Hu Hai in Qinzhou City, anyone who dared to provoke him would be dealt with. After making up his mind, Xu Zeyu lay down on his bed, ready for a good night's sleep. But then his phone rang. Xu Zeyu answered, and immediately a woman's hysterical roar filled the line. Xu Zeyu, where the hell have you hidden my daughter? This was the first time Xu Zeyu had received a call from this woman, but he recognized her voice instantly. His expression darkened. What are you saying? Didn't Lin Lin go abroad? Chapter 102. The caller was Lin Lin's mother, Chen Melian. Hearing Xu Zeyu's counter-question, she erupted like a barrel of gunpowder, unleashing a torrent of abuse. She did go to the US. I had her brother keep a close eye on her, dropping her off at school every day, picking her up, making sure she never had a chance to make a call. But today, she ran away on her own. She'll definitely contact you. Tell me where she is, now. No wonder Lin Lin hasn't called me, so that's why. If Chen Melian were standing before Xu Zeyu right now, he wouldn't hesitate to slap her across the face. This woman would stop at nothing to tear them apart. She'd gone completely mad. But no matter how furious Xu Zeyu felt, he was powerless. Chen Melian was Lin Lin's mother. Once he calmed down, he couldn't bring himself to lay a finger on her. What he couldn't understand now was, since Lin Lin had already run away, why hadn't she called him?
Chen Mialian continued her tirade on the other end. Xu Zeyu, if it weren't for you, Lin would have married into the Chen family long ago, become the young mistress of the Chen household. How could she have run away? You money-grubbing, blind woman. Are you so desperate for cash that you'd trade your own daughter for it? Xu Zeyu snapped back before slamming the phone down. No sooner had Xu Zeyu hung up than his phone rang again. Xu Zeyu assumed it was Chen Mialian calling to berate him again and was about to block her number when he realized it was an international call. Lin. Xu Zeyu answered eagerly, his voice trembling with excitement. Lin, is that you? Are you okay? Zeyu, I'm fine. What's wrong with you? Why are you asking that? Lin's voice sounded calm, as if nothing had happened. Had Xu Zeyu not just received Chen Mialian's call, he would have been fooled by Lin. Hearing her feigned lightness, Xu Zeyu felt a pang of sorrow. Lin, your mom just called me. She said you ran away and demanded to know where you went. Lin, I'm sorry. It's my fault for being useless and unable to take care of you. Don't blame yourself. It's my parents who are too power-hungry. Lin's voice carried obvious sobs. Zeyu, they said because you hit young Master Chen, they've offended the Chen family. If I don't come back to marry young Master Chen, the Chen family will destroy our Li family. Woo, I don't know what to do. I had no choice but to run away. What? Hearing this, Xu Zeyu's rage boiled over. Were they forcing him to kill that scumbag Chen Xinruwei? Anger aside, Xu Zeyu's current situation left him no standing to challenge the Chens. Even if he injured Chen Xinruwei and found the Xu family of Yanjing as his backing, the Chen family might keep quiet on the surface but would never truly let him off the hook. Lin marrying Chen Xinruwei was part of her revenge against Xu Zeyu. Changing the Chen family's mind was impossible unless Chen Xinruwei died or became a eunuch. Knowing Xu Zeyu could be terrifying when enraged, Lin hurriedly said, Zeyu, rest assured. I absolutely will not return to marry that Chen young master. Don't do anything rash. If the Chen family pushes us too far, I'll have my parents temporarily leave the country to avoid trouble. Everything will be fine. Seeing Lin so concerned for him, Xu Zeyu was deeply moved. As long as you don't marry that scumbag Chen Xinruwei, I'll do whatever you say. As the two clung to each other, engrossed in their phone conversation, a nurse-like woman pushed a hospital supply cart to Chen Xinruwei's room. Since Chen Xinruwei's bodyguard Ahu had his leg broken by Xu Zeyu, two other bodyguards were now protecting Chen Xinruwei. Having recognized the nurse before, the bodyguards let her enter the room without much questioning. Inside the room, Chen Xinruwei had regained consciousness. He had originally planned to return home to recuperate, but his injuries were not yet fully stabilized and required further observation, so he remained hospitalized. Now fully conscious, Chen Xinruwei's eyes burned with a fierce, vengeful glint as he plotted his retaliation against Xu Zeyu. He had heard that his father was marrying Lin upon her return. The moment Lin arrived, he would take her in every conceivable way, film it, and send the video to Xu Zeyu. He would make Xu Zeyu wish he were dead. Nothing less would quench the hatred burning within him. Lost in his vengeful thoughts, Chen Xinruwei was startled back to reality when a nurse entered and coldly announced, "Time for your injection." Lost in his thoughts, Chen Xinruwei only snapped back to reality when the nurse's needle pierced his arm's vein, sending a sharp sting through him. What's wrong with you, woman? Why does this hurt so much? The nurse suddenly smiled sweetly and said, really? It'll stop hurting soon. What did she mean? Before Chen Xinruwei could process it, darkness engulfed his vision and he passed out. Seeing Chen Xinruwei unconscious, the nurse picked up a sharp scalpel from the medical cart, her eyes gleaming with savagery. Chen Xinruwei, you piece of trash! You defiled my sister and drove her to jump to her death. Today, you came here willingly. I'll make you wish you were dead. Splatter. The nurse slashed down, and Chen Xinruwei was instantly drenched in blood. At midnight, a post appeared on the Qinzhou City forum, instantly igniting the entire internet. The post detailed Chen Xinruwei's brutal physical and psychological torment of a female college student, driving her to mental collapse and suicide by jumping off a building. It was accompanied by numerous photographs as evidence. Without these starkly real, dark photos, no one would believe such a cruel and twisted individual could exist in this world. In an instant, Chen Xinruwei became the target of online outrage, facing a torrent of condemnation from netizens. But this was only the beginning. Subsequently, the poster claimed to have avenged the female student by personally castrating the pervert Chen Xinruwei, again providing several photos as evidence. Seeing these sickening images, many cheered in satisfaction, while others found it excessively brutal and insisted everything should be resolved through legal channels. The online debate raged fiercely, but the poster vanished from the internet without a trace. After finishing his call with Lin, Xu Zeyu fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until Su Yanan called him with the shocking news that he was jolted awake. What? Chen Xinruwei was castrated? Xu Zeyu was completely stunned, unable to process it for a moment. He had been thinking that only killing Chen Xinruwei or turning him into a eunuch could permanently solve Lin's troubles. Little did he know his wish had come true. Holy crap, was he dreaming? Chapter 103. Even though the Chen family acted swiftly to take down the post, news of Chen Xinrui's situation spread like wildfire. Gossip about prominent families spread like wildfire, and before long, everyone knew. In stark contrast to the uproar outside, the Chen household was eerily quiet. The patriarch and his son, Chen Lizhong, stood solemnly by the bedside. The old man shook his head helplessly. Chen Lizhong addressed Chen Xinrui, who lay motionless. "I've dealt with that female nurse and the 2 negligent bodyguards. As for Xu Zeyu, he can't be killed just yet. Son, is there anything you wish to do?" Chen Xinrui, who had been staring at the ceiling like a corpse, finally shifted his eyes upon hearing his father's words. He murmured, "Dad, I'll avenge myself. Leave Xu Zeyu and Li Lin, that adulterous pair, for now. I'll deal with them after Li Lin returns from abroad." "Humph. I'll make them understand messing with me, Chen Xinrui, is a game they can't afford to play." As the words left his lips, Chen Xinrui's gaze turned terrifyingly fierce. That very night, Chen Lizhong called the Li Yuan couple. He didn't mention Chen Xinrui's accident, only stating his son no longer wished to marry Li Lin. He demanded the Li family pay 300 million yuan as compensation for the incident where Chen Xinrui had been beaten by Xu Zeyu. Though heartbroken, the Li Yuans reluctantly handed over the 300 million, at least ensuring the Chen family wouldn't pursue the matter further. Losing a third of their fortune overnight, Chen Mielian seethed with hatred toward Xu Zeyu. "This is all Xu Zeyu's fault. Even if young Master Chen can't marry Lin Lin, I'll never let her marry that bastard Xu Zeyu. Achoo! Damn it, who's cursing me?" Xu Zeyu sneezed and woke up leisurely. He glanced at his watch and saw it was almost time, so he climbed out of bed. Huang Yuyan and the others had also gotten up. After the 4 of them ate breakfast together, they arrived at the antique exchange market in Qinzhou City accompanied by 5 stylish bodyguards. This antique exchange market in Qinzhou City was bustling with activity, something Xu Zeyu and his group felt the moment they stepped inside. The place was packed with people, so crowded it felt like being crushed. While it was doubtful anyone could miscarry from being jostled, it was entirely possible to get pregnant from the crush. The entire market was divided into 5 zones: east, west, south, north, and central, each categorized by budget. Those with less than 1 million yuan were classified as Tier 1 and could only trade in the east zone. Those with 1 to 5 million were in Tier 2, trading in the west zone. The third tier, from 5 million to 10 million, trades in the south zone. Fourth tier, 10 to 50 million yuan, trading in the north zone. Over 50 million yuan falls into Tier 5, trading in the central zone. High-tier merchants could trade in lower-tier districts, while low-tier merchants were restricted to their own district and the next lower tier. This stark division by capital was brutally transparent. Xu Zeyu sold the Agarwood tea tray back to Xu Yanan for 20 million, bringing his total assets to over 36 million. Combined with Huang Yuyan's assets of over 20 million, they barely qualified for the 5th tier, allowing them to trade in any district. However, Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan headed straight to the east and west zones to sweep up bargains, while Xu Yanran immediately entered the central zone. This alone revealed the positioning and gap between the two parties. With Xu Zeyu's eyes that could see through any antique, their shopping spree was astonishingly fast. Whether genuine or fake, regardless of price, Xu Zeyu instantly assessed each item, buying what was worthwhile and discarding the rest. Huang Yuyan's eyes were blurry from the strain, but her heart was bursting with joy. With Xu Zeyu's talent, it would be hard not to make money. In less than half a day, Xu Zeyu had acquired goods worth nearly 10 million yuan and was preparing to transport them back to Nanjiang City. The Huaxia Antique Merchants Alliance offered impeccable service. Any transaction exceeding 5 million yuan qualified for complimentary shipping. The first batch of goods to showcase their inventory was secured, and someone needed to oversee their placement. Huang Yuyan took Xiaomo with her and traveled back to Nanjing City with the transport vehicles. It was only a little over 2 hours' drive, so they could make it back that same evening. As soon as Huang Yuyan and Xiaomo left, Xu Zeyu headed to the central district to find Xu Yanan and take a look at the high-end goods available there. As soon as Xu Zeyu reached the entrance of the central district, 2 security guards stopped him. "Sir, please present your access pass." Only then did Xu Zeyu realize Huang Yuyan had taken his pass. He reached for his phone to call Xu Yanan, but she called him first. "Xu Zeyu, where are you?" Xu Zeyu replied, "I'm at the entrance. Sister Huang took my pass, so I can't get in. I'll come out to meet you right away." Xu Yanan hung up immediately and rushed out. Xu Yanran presented her own pass and addressed the guards. "He's my appraiser. I'm bringing him in." Xu Yanran's pass was a diamond VIP. She had shown it once before when she entered, and the 2 guards remembered it well. "We're truly sorry, Miss Xu. We didn't know he was with you. Please come in, sir." Xu Yanan immediately grabbed Xu Zeyu's hand and ran while saying, "Xu Zeyu, hurry. There's an antique inside that many people are interested in, but no one can make up their minds. You have to go see it." Seeing Xu Yanran so completely disregarding her image, Xu Zeyu knew the antique inside must be extraordinary. Otherwise, Xu Yanran wouldn't be this excited. So Xu Zeyu became even more curious what kind of antique could possibly make Xu Yanran so excited. The 2 entered the central exhibition hall. Xu Zeyu glanced casually at the antiques displayed around him and was instantly speechless. He'd thought his and Huang Yuyan's 50 million was already impressive, but here, every single antique was priced at 20 or 30 million, with some even carrying price tags in the hundreds of millions. Damn, rich people really have too much money to burn, spending fortunes on things you can't eat, can't use, and can only look at. Xu Zeyu muttered bitterly to himself, completely unaware that without these rich folks with money to burn, his antique appraisal skills wouldn't earn him a dime.
Xu Zeyu soon spotted the antique Su Yanan had her eye on and couldn't help but gasp, holy crap! 200 million!
Su Yanran had thought Xu Zeyu was stunned by the artifact itself, but instead he was marveling at the price. She rolled her eyes, forget the price.
Quick, tell me if the 7 treasure glass lotus lamp is genuine. Is it worth that much? It wasn't just Su Yanran, the crowd gathered around the antique was equally curious. The 7 treasure glass lotus lamp was truly exquisite. Even in broad daylight without any light source, it still emitted a serene, multicolored glow that was pleasing to the eye and calming to the soul. No wonder Su Yanran was so taken with it.
If it were only a few million, these wealthy individuals wouldn't hesitate to take the risk and buy it even if it turned out to be a fake.
But 200 million? Even Su Yanran wasn't that generous. The Su family appraiser brought by Su Yanran had examined it, and his conclusion matched the others. He couldn't determine its authenticity.
Seeing how highly Su Yanan regarded Xu Zeyu, the seasoned Su family appraiser couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. Miss Su, where did you find this charlatan?
Chapter 104.
It's only natural for anyone to feel repelled, disgusted, and verbally hostile towards someone who suddenly appears and threatens their livelihood.
Master Wang of the Su family was no exception. In the field of antique appraisal, those honored as masters possessed undeniable expertise.
Master Wang felt that if he himself couldn't discern the item's authenticity, this young upstart dared to meddle, a blatant sign of disrespect toward his authority.
Xu Zeyu understood the veteran appraiser's feelings.
But understanding was one thing, calling him a con artist right off the bat was another, and it rubbed Xu Zeyu the wrong way.
Xu Zeyu considered himself a reasonable person, yet some individuals refused to engage in reason, opting instead for brute force from the outset. Fine, then don't blame me for not respecting elders.
Heh, you lack discernment yourself, yet you have the nerve to call others charlatans?
Xu Zeyu fired back instantly.
If you're so capable, why not just tell Miss Su whether this antique is genuine?
If you could authenticate it, why would I need to step in?
You. Master Wang was rendered speechless by Xu Zeyu's retort.
Exactly.
If he could really authenticate it, why would Miss Su need to seek out this charlatan?
Bottom line, it all comes down to his lack of skill.
Alright, Su Yanran quickly stepped in as peacemaker.
Master Wang, Zeyu, you're both honored guests of the Su family. Let's not spoil the harmony between us. Master Wang, Zeyu is a man of genuine skill. If you think he's a con artist, doesn't that imply I have poor judgment?
With Su Yanran speaking up like that, Master Wang could only grunt in response and fall silent. With Master Wang no longer grumbling nearby, Xu Zeyu picked up his phone and sent Su Yanran a WeChat message. Miss Su, this antique is genuine.
It's worth at least 300 million yuan, you should buy it.
If you find a wealthy Buddhist devotee, selling it for 400 million wouldn't be a problem. Glancing at Xu Zeyu's message, Su Yanran immediately called out to the Indian antique dealer, I'll take this 7 treasure glass lotus lantern.
Miss Su.
Master Wang stomped his foot in frustration at Su Yanran's swift decision.
This was a 200 million yuan deal. The kid had merely glanced at it, and Su Yanran had snapped it up immediately. How could Master Wang not be anxious? Were it not for the ironclad rule at the antique exchange market that once a price is called, it cannot be retracted, Master Wang would have begged Su Yanran not to buy it. The onlookers, who had been hesitating whether to bid, now gave up hope since someone had already made an offer. Still, they all wondered why Su Yanran had suddenly decided to buy this antique. So they didn't leave, hoping to find an opportunity to ask her later. Experience was paramount in the antique trade, not just one's own, but learning from others' mistakes too. Hearing someone willing to buy this 7 treasure enamel lotus lantern, the short, dark-skinned Indian antique dealer bared a row of yellow teeth. Fine. Cash on delivery. Su Yanran transferred the payment to the Indian dealer.
He picked up the 7 treasure glass lotus lamp, placed it into a box beneath the counter, secured it, then brought it back out.
Here's your item. Take a good look. I'll pack it up for you now. Hold on.
Xu Zeyu suddenly bellowed, his expression turning icy.
Hey, boss. This is China. You think you can pull this kind of dirty trick selling fakes? You really think we Chinese are that easy to fool?
The Indian antique dealer's expression shifted abruptly, but he quickly resorted to bluster, shouting, if you can't afford it, don't buy it.
You bought it and now accuse me of selling fakes?
You were the ones who insisted on purchasing it just now.
What's going on here?
Exactly. This young man is being quite unfair. Master Wang was now convinced Xu Zeyu had misidentified the item and gone back on his word.
Furious, he trembled all over. Miss Su, you see? This kid has really screwed you over. Xu Yanran stared at Xu Zeyu in bewilderment, utterly confused. Zeyu, what are you doing? Xu Zeyu sneered coldly, this guy pulled a fishmonger's trick. You bought live fish, but by the time he packed it and you held it in your hands, it had turned into dead fish. The surrounding big bosses all listened in stunned silence, unable to grasp what Xu Zeyu was talking about, since they never personally went to the market to buy fish or vegetables. The appraisers, however, understood immediately, their expressions turning grim. Bait and switch. Some unscrupulous vendors in the market who sell live seafood often use black bags. These bags are hidden beneath the counter, filled with dead fish, shrimp, and crabs invisible to customers standing on the other side. When a customer selected a live fish, they would place the live seafood into one of these black bags beneath the counter. Then, they would hand the customer a bag containing dead fish instead, a classic case of swapping goods. Experienced customers usually double-check and confront these unscrupulous merchants. Inexperienced customers would simply grab the bag and leave. By the time they turned back, the unscrupulous merchants would deny any wrongdoing, leaving them to accept their misfortune. Now, someone had dared to employ this deceptive tactic at an antique exchange market, instantly enraging the wealthy business owners gathered around. But everything requires proof. All that had just happened was Xu Zeyu's account. Who knew if he was just backtracking and deliberately slandering others? The Indian antique dealer couldn't make sense of the fish sale or bait and switch accusations. Seeing Xu Zeyu take no further action, he assumed Xu lacked conviction. Bolstering his courage, he shouted loudly, "You Chinese do business with such dishonesty? You agreed to buy, then accused me of selling fakes. Outrageous. I'm calling the police." Others turned to Xu Zeyu, murmuring, "Young man, where's your proof? Without proof, you're in for big trouble." This antique exchange market was the largest annual antique trading event in China, attracting not only Chinese merchants but also many foreign traders from around the world. If Xu Zeyu falsely accused a foreign merchant here, it would severely damage the reputation of Chinese merchants. Xu Zeyu sneered coldly, "Proof? That's easy enough. The real antique is right under his counter." No sooner had Xu Zeyu finished speaking than he leapt across the counter with the agility of a monkey. Before the Indian antique dealer could react, Xu Zeyu bent down, retrieved another 7 treasure glass lotus lamp, held it high, and placed it back on the counter. Open your eyes wide and tell me what is this. Chapter 105. Seeing 2 nearly identical 7 treasure glass lotus lanterns displayed on the counter, all the wealthy onlookers instantly flew into a rage. How dare he? This Indian must be tired of living. Call the cops. Arrest him. No, beat him half to death and throw him out. It was rare to see these wealthy merchants so indignant and righteous, proving this Indian merchant had truly enraged them. Since they were in the same business, if this Indian merchant succeeded, any one of them could easily become the next victim. When their own interests are at stake, these wealthy bosses naturally get worked up. Seeing his scam exposed, the Indian merchant's face drained completely white. "I'll sell you the real thing. Don't make trouble. The real one is worth 300 million. 300 million. Ha! 200 million for the fake, 300 million for the real thing? Your counterfeits sure are valuable." Xu Zeyu sneered coldly as he handed the genuine 7 treasure glass lotus lantern to Xu Yanran. "We bought this antique earlier, we're taking it. You scammed us with fakes? Get ready for jail." The antique market doesn't reject fakes or counterfeits, they're one of the main profit sources for dealers. If you choose this line of work, you must accept the losses incurred from poor discernment. Selling fake antiques isn't illegal, and those in the trade don't usually dwell on it. But the Indian merchant's trickery wasn't merely selling fakes, it was outright fraud. To date, few have heard of such schemes in the Huaxia antique market. That Indian merchant dared to use these tactics on Huaxia people, this is intolerable. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the central district supervisor, who immediately alerted the authorities. Constables were dispatched to apprehend the Indian merchant. With so many people present today, the Qinzhou prefecture office had dispatched numerous constables to maintain order, making reporting the incident and making an arrest remarkably convenient. To put it plainly, fraud charges were inevitable, and this was no small matter, involving a staggering 200 million yuan. As the constables led the Indian merchant away, the onlookers, those wealthy locals, immediately swarmed around him. Originally, they had assumed Xu Yanran was the decision-maker, but now they realized Xu Zeyu was the one who had made the call. They turned to him, bombarding him with questions. "Young man, how did you know he switched it with a fake? They look identical." "Exactly. You knew that piece was genuine without even touching it, and you spotted the counterfeit goods in that crate at a glance. That's incredible. How did you figure it out?" Xu Zeyu chuckled. "I'm not telling you. I got ripped off by a crooked merchant once, bought a dead fish and brought it home. My mom nagged me about it for a whole week." Ha ha. Everyone knew Xu Zeyu was joking and didn't take his words seriously. Buying antiques and buying fish are 2 different things. When you buy fish, you at least know it's fish. But with antiques, many people have no idea if what they're buying is actually an antique. What a genius. Exactly. The new generation is pushing the old aside. The wealthy owner and the appraisers couldn't help but marvel. What defines a genius in the world of antique appraisal? Someone like Xu Zeyu. Hey, young man, interested in joining my antique shop as an appraiser? Salary negotiable. I'll not only register your business but give you equity. Are you in? I'll even give you a branch store. Come join us.
These people were all throwing chips at Xu Zeyu, trying to get him to be their appraiser. Xu Yanran wasn't having it. He's the Xu family's appraiser.
You lot can go about your business.
Xu Yanan wasn't afraid to offend people, especially when these guys were trying to poach her talent. At the mention of the Xu family, the crowd's expression shifted to sudden understanding. So he's the Xu family's appraiser. No wonder he's so skilled.
The Xu family appraiser's discernment. I'm truly impressed.
The more Xu Zeyu's exceptional eye was praised, the more Master Wang's face burned with embarrassment. He finally understood why Xu Yanran trusted Xu Zeyu so completely. The man's skills spoke for themselves. How foolish of him to have been so smug and self-righteous, looking down on this young man. Shameful, utterly shameful. He must find an opportunity to learn from this young man. The gap between them was simply too vast.
Not far away, Chen Lizhong watched the entire scene unfold with a calm expression, though his inner shock was immense. This kid's antique appraisal skills were truly unbelievable. If not witnessed firsthand, no one would believe anyone could appraise antiques to such a degree. Xu Yanan truly possessed exceptional discernment. No wonder she thrived within the Xu family despite not being a direct descendant. However, Chen Lizhong narrowed his eyes slightly, a chilling glint flashing within. If the Xu family dared to encroach upon our Chen family's business in Dongyang province, then I needn't show them any more courtesy. Xu Zeyu must die.
Had Chen Lizhong not witnessed Xu Zeyu's formidable antique appraisal skills, he might have genuinely left Xu Zeyu for his son to deal with. But given the current situation, if the Chen family didn't eliminate Xu Zeyu, he would undoubtedly help the Xu family establish a foothold in Dongyang province and eventually swallow up the Chen family, another antique business dynasty. Therefore, he had no choice but to defy his son's wishes and take matters into his own hands. Xu Zeyu remained unaware that his enemy had him in their sights. He was wandering through the central hall, scanning for any antiques that could make him rich overnight. After circling the entire hall, he hadn't selected a single piece. These antiques were exorbitantly priced. Even if he managed to buy one with a tiny profit margin, he'd earn more by taking that money to sweep through the east and west districts instead. Simply put, the best piece had been snapped up by Xu Yanran, and the remaining items offered little profit margin, leaving Xu Zeyu uninterested. Xu Yanran was delighted, but soon a problem arose, causing her to frown. Zeyu, are you sure the 7 treasure glass lotus lantern is genuine? But how can we prove it's authentic? Besides you, it seems no one else can verify its authenticity. Xu Zeyu understood her concern. If she couldn't prove the antique's authenticity, the genuine piece she'd paid 200 million for would be unsellable, left only for her personal collection. Xu Zeyu smiled reassuringly. Miss Xu, rest assured. Whenever you wish to sell it, I'll personally handle the auction and ensure it fetches a premium price. Xu Zeyu's non-committal response left Xu Yanran exasperated. I'm a businesswoman, at least give me some peace of mind. Very well. Since you insist on knowing immediately, I'll conduct an on-site appraisal for you. Xu Zeyu chuckled mysteriously. Find a dark room with no lights. The moment of truth is about to unfold. Chapter 106. The moment Xu Zeyu announced he would appraise the 7 treasure glass lotus lantern, the central hall curator rushed to prepare a darkroom. News spread instantly, drawing the entire exhibition hall crowd to gather around, eager to witness the spectacle. Seeing the crowd gather, the manager thought for a moment, then turned off all the lights in the hall and drew the curtains, leaving only the display case illuminated. Xu Zeyu placed the 7 treasure glass lotus lamp on the display stand. As the spotlight illuminated the artifact, a divine image formed from multicolored light instantly appeared on the ceiling directly above the stand. Sacred, solemn, and reverent, this was the visual impact of the Buddha image, simultaneously imparting a sense of spiritual peace and tranquility. The lights below shimmered like the lotus throne of an ancient Buddha, creating a breathtaking interplay of light and shadow. It was truly beautiful. Immediately, someone recorded a short video with their phone, afraid they might never see such a beautiful image of the Buddha again. Everyone was utterly captivated by the marvel of the Buddha's image until Xu Zeyu put away the 7 treasure glass lotus lamp. Only then did the crowd express their lingering admiration. Miss Xu, would you sell it for 300 million? I'll offer 350 million. I'll give 400 million. Xu Yanran hadn't even mentioned selling it yet, and these guys were already starting to bid. Who among those active in the central district wasn't a billionaire tycoon? This extraordinary antique was a first for them. Their hearts raced at the sight of such a treasure, and they began bidding without hesitation. They had admired this piece before, but without an authentication, they dared not make a purchase. Now that Xu Zeyu had authenticated the 7 treasure enamel lotus lantern as genuine, they were willing to pay an extra 200 million without hesitation. Of course, Xu Yanran had no intention of selling. Everyone, I'm taking this 7 treasure glazed lotus lantern home as a gift for my great uncle. You can stop bidding now, hee hee.
With Xu Yenran having spoken, the crowd reluctantly ceased bidding. They couldn't help but think only the Xu family, with their deep pockets, could find such a skilled appraiser. To authenticate such a rare antique, it was truly enviable, even a little infuriating. With that thought, someone immediately asked Xu Zeyu with a hint of jest, "Master, I wonder how much the Xu family pays you? Maybe I could offer more." Since the question was asked, Xu Zeyu answered casually, "Money is no issue for me. I owe Miss Xu a huge favor. I hate owing people favors, so I had to agree to her request." Among all these wealthy individuals present, every single one was filthy rich. Yet Xu Zeyu declared money was no issue in front of them. His act was so over the top it was almost laughable. Yet strangely, no one suspected Xu Zeyu of putting on airs. They all believed his words were genuine. For an exceptionally skilled treasure appraiser like Xu Zeyu, earning tens of millions annually was a breeze. Beep beep. The act succeeded. The system rated it as intermediate. 80 people were deceived. Reward, 800 skill points. Total skill points, 1550. The system had added more points to his account. Xu Zeyu grinned widely, thoroughly pleased. Turns out, pretending isn't that hard after all. Xu Zeyu continued accompanying Xu Yenran through the central district, deliberately browsing the stalls of foreign merchants. When it came to foreign antiques, Master Wang was practically blind. At best, he could determine whether an item was genuinely antique. As for their origins, value, and such, he knew nothing about any of that. Xu Zeyu, however, seemed to know it all. With a single glance at an antique, he could recount its origin, value, and even its authenticity, leaving everyone in awe. As they walked, not only Master Wang but also several other antique dealers and their appraisers followed along. Foreign antiques were always their weak point. Many antique dealers had to rely on local appraisers when sourcing goods abroad, which was quite troublesome. If they encountered a dishonest appraiser who played both sides, it would be like handing money directly to foreigners. Thus, aside from the Xu family and a handful of merchants with overseas connections, most Chinese dealers avoided foreign trade altogether. Of course, avoiding foreign trade didn't mean they lacked interest, it simply meant they lacked the capability. Today, with an appraiser well versed in foreign antiques offering a free, on-site demonstration of how to authenticate them, how could they pass up this opportunity? Occasionally, someone suspected Xu Zeyu was putting on airs, taking advantage of their lack of knowledge. They'd throw a sharp question or two his way. Xu Zeyu answered immediately, and his responses were well-reasoned and logical, leaving them speechless. By the end, every appraiser in the room held nothing but admiration for Xu Zeyu. They addressed him as Master Xu and were practically begging to become his disciples. The wealthy attendees were filled with regret. If only they could have cultivated a relationship with Xu Zeyu, getting him to owe them a favor. Alas! Xu Yenran was the most delighted of all, convinced she had struck an incredibly lucrative deal. She had initially assumed Xu Zeyu was merely on par with the most skilled appraisers in their family. But now it was clear that Xu Zeyu possessed an expertise in authenticating foreign antiques that even their family's master appraisers lacked. Therefore, Xu Zeyu was the most formidable. Simply resolving the issue with the Chen family's eldest son had secured Xu Zeyu's services for the Xu family. This deal was truly a hundredfold profit. Xu Yanan felt somewhat embarrassed, though. She had agreed to handle the Chen family's eldest son for Xu Zeyu, confident that her Xu family's reputation would suffice. She hadn't anticipated that Xu Zeyu would be poisoned that very night. If not for Xu Zeyu's quick thinking, he would have lost his life. She should find time to speak with her great-uncle or uncle at home, instructing the Chen family to cease troubling Xu Zeyu. Otherwise, should anything happen to him, the Xu family would bear the consequences. The afternoon passed quickly. After Huang Yuyan and Xiao Mo finished arranging the goods, they ate dinner and set off for Qinzhou City that very night. With Xu Zeyu's help, they saved significantly on costs, so Huang Yuyan decided to purchase another truckload of goods. Zeyu is truly impressive. When I used to source goods myself, a truckload like this would have cost me at least a third more. Huang Yuyan couldn't help but marvel. Yenran mentioned that Zeyu had bought an antique for her that afternoon, paid 200 million for it, and she refused to sell even when someone offered 400 million. To make 200 million in one go, a skilled appraiser really is invaluable. Xiao Mo knew Huang Yuyan's musings were undoubtedly about her grandfather's lack of discernment. This was Huang Yuyan's private and family matter. Xiao Mo never pried or interjected. However, regarding Xu Zeyu, Xiao Mo had her own perspective. Xu Zeyu was indeed capable, but he was far too prone to offending people. I just worry that Sister Huang might get dragged into trouble because of him. Huang Yuyan chuckled. He's actually quite easy to get along with. What he can't stand is when people are too nice to him. He just can't handle it. He doesn't start trouble himself, but if someone provokes him, well, he can't be blamed for offending them. Xiao Mo snorted. Sis Huang, now that you see him in a favorable light, I won't say more. Their car exited the highway and merged onto the provincial road. As the car rounded a bend, Xiao Mo suddenly spotted a figure lying on the road about 5 or 6 meters ahead. She slammed on the brakes. Chapter 107. Squeal. The
The tires screeched, leaving a long trail of friction marks on the asphalt, grinding to a halt just half a meter short of the fallen figure. It was only because Xiao Mo wasn't driving fast. If she had been, she would have run right over him.
What's going on? Why is someone lying in the middle of the road? Huang Yuyan frowned. I'll go check. Don't get out. Her bodyguard instincts kicked in instantly, warning her something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Bang!
A sudden, explosive crack echoed from the tire, jolting both Xiao Mo and Huang Yuyan inside the car. Without a second thought, Xiao Mo unbuckled her seatbelt, bolted out the door, and kicked the figure lying on the ground. The man held a steel rod with a sharp tip, resembling a spear. It was this rod that had punctured the tire. The man scrambled to his feet, attempting to fight back, only to be sent flying by Xiao Mo's kick. He rolled several times on the ground before passing out, a testament to the sheer force of Xiao Mo's kick.
Sister Huang, call the police now.
Xiao Mo realized someone was ambushing them and urgently told Huang Yuyan to report it.
Just as Huang Yuyan picked up the phone, several cars approached from ahead. Their high beams blasted directly at their vehicle, blinding them.
Not only were they blocked from the front, but several vehicles had also cut off their retreat from behind.
Over 20 men, looking like demons, got out of the vehicles. Leading them was a young man with a lean build and an evil aura radiating from his face. The young man addressed Huang Yuyan and Xiao Mo. If you don't want to die right now, don't call the police. Rest assured, you're not our target. Just come with us quietly, and you'll be fine. Huang Yuyan was sharp. She instantly grasped their intent, her expression turning pale. You want to kidnap me to threaten Zeyu? Miss Huang, I won't say a word about this matter.
The young man grinned, baring his teeth.
And you must be Miss Huang's bodyguard?
I'm sure you're capable of fighting your way out.
But taking Miss Huang with you? That's impossible. So, ladies, please come with us. Xu Zeyu was dining with Su Yanran and a group of big bosses. Though Su Yanran was the actual boss, those executives showed Xu Zeyu far more enthusiasm, making Su Yanran feel a touch of jealousy. Zeyu, why do I feel like you're the boss here? Xu Zeyu chuckled. Miss Su, you wouldn't be jealous of me too, would you? Ha ha. Su Yanran feigned anger, huffing, stealing the boss's thunder?
Punish yourself with 3 shots of liquor, and I'll forgive you.
Xu Zeyu stuck out his tongue and shook his head repeatedly. My drinking tolerance is terrible.
If I down 3 shots in one go, I'll pass out instantly.
Su Yanran then called out to the other bosses, Master Su can't drink anymore. Whoever takes his place owes them a favor. What a rare opportunity. I'll do it, haha. There are 3 cups, right? I'll have one too. Everyone knew Su Yanran was joking, and they were happy to play along. The atmosphere in the private room instantly grew lively. That was until Xu Zeyu received a call. Hello, Sister Huang, have you arrived? Xu Zeyu, is that you?
A sinister voice came from the other end. If you want your sister Huang to live, come alone to the only abandoned flour mill on the eastern outskirts of Qinzhou City within the hour. Of course, if you're afraid of dying, you can skip it and call the police instead. But let me tell you, there are plenty of brothers here waiting to have their fun with your sister Huang, haha.
The caller didn't waste any time with Xu Zeyu, hanging up immediately after speaking. Xu Zeyu's eyes instantly turned icy, and the entire private room's atmosphere grew as cold as ice. Everyone was sharp. Even without Xu Zeyu saying a word, they could see something was terribly wrong from his expression. The others didn't dare pry, but Su Yanran immediately asked with concern, what's wrong? Someone wants me dead but can't get their hands on me, so they kidnapped Sister Huang. Xu Zeyu stood up, ready to head for the door. Su Yanran grabbed his arm and said earnestly, Zeyu, let me handle this. Even though this isn't our Su family's territory, we still have many connections we can leverage.
Miss Su, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't risk Sister Huang's life, Xu Zeyu replied.
Besides, if they want to kill me, wouldn't they expect the Su family to come to my aid?
Xu Zeyu's words left Su Yanran speechless, for every point he made was undeniable.
Rest assured, I'll be fine. With those parting words, Xu Zeyu exited the hotel private room. The moment Xu Zeyu left, the others in the private room immediately began asking questions in a flurry. Miss Su, what exactly is going on? Who did Master Su offend? The Chen family. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Su Yanran's eyes. If Zeyu gets through this unscathed, fine. But if anything happens to him, I won't let the Chen family off easy.
The moment they heard Xu Zeyu had crossed the Chen family, the big bosses who had been considering helping him immediately fell silent.
Su Yanran had only just arrived and might not know the Chen family's terrifying power, but they certainly did.
No matter how promising Xu Zeyu might be, they wouldn't risk offending the Chens to help him. It was only human nature, nothing more to say. Xu Zeyu hailed a taxi and headed straight for his destination. On the way, Xu Zeyu forced himself to calm down and carefully considered his next move. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with a good solution. So he closed his eyes and immediately summoned the system. System, do you have any good suggestions? Good suggestions exist, but my advice is to handle this yourself. Pretending is a grave offense against the heavens, and you could be struck by lightning at any moment. You must learn to navigate various challenges and not rely solely on the system for everything. The system replied with solemn seriousness.
The system is omnipotent, you're familiar with most of its functions.
There are no unsolvable problems, only system users who don't know how to solve them. You're so intelligent, study the system's capabilities thoroughly, and you'll definitely figure something out.
Alright.
Xu Zeyu had no choice but to resume studying the system, focusing on the functions of its various cards: luck card, bad luck card, chaos card, sleep card, hypnosis card, and
holy crap, they have all these?
how depraved must the creators of this system be?
Xu Zeyu couldn't help but curse aloud, then suddenly fell silent, deep in thought. Perhaps this approach was worth a try. Chapter 108.
After having the taxi driver point out the location of the abandoned flour mill from a distance, Xu Zeyu got out and walked toward it on his own. As he walked, Xu Zeyu addressed the system: if you can hack into a computer with an internet connection, then surely you can control a phone with internet access too.
Open the camera on the target phone, right? That's certainly no problem, the system replied. I can control any phone within 100 meters of me that's connected to the internet.
Xu Zeyu said, alright, I'll spend 50 points now.
Take a look inside and see what's going on. Okay, the system replied.
Instantly, Xu Zeyu's mind transformed into a multi-angle, all-around 3D surveillance feed. From this view, it was clear that many people inside hadn't turned off their phones and were even holding them in their hands. Through the 3D surveillance in his mind, Xu Zeyu saw 20 people inside, 5 of whom were playing with their phones. The system used these 5 phones to see everything inside clearly. The flour mill was extremely spacious, with several dim yellow lights hanging overhead.
Huang Yuyan and Xiao Mo were tied to chairs in a large open area. Presumably assuming the mill's surroundings were unoccupied, their mouths remained uncovered. Huang Yuyan seemed unharmed, but Xioma was beaten to a pulp.
A thug was punching and kicking Xioma, shouting as he beat her, "You damn, you kick me.
I'll teach you to kick me." Xiao Mo endured the beating without uttering a word, which only infuriated the man further. You stubborn. Not a sound. You think I won't strip you naked right now and have everyone take turns with you? We'll see if you can keep quiet then.
Though Xu Zeyu and Xiao Mo had barely exchanged words, she was still someone he knew. Moreover, she'd been kidnapped because of him. Seeing her in this state, Xu Zeyu's eyes widened in shock, and rage surged through him. That bastard.
Xu Zeyu forced himself to calm down and began executing his rescue plan.
He unlocked his phone and crept toward the flour mill's entrance. The mastermind behind this kidnapping was Zhao Qing, one of Hu Hai's 12 enforcers. Among these 12 enforcers, Zhao Qing wasn't the most skilled fighter, but he was sharp-witted. He handled many of Hu Hai's shady affairs and had never failed. So whenever Hu Hai had a shady problem to solve, Zhao Qing was his first call. He glanced at his watch and called out to the others, "Everyone stay alert.
That kid should be here soon." One of his men asked, "Brother Qing, what if the kid doesn't show up?" Doesn't show up? Zhao Chang let out a sinister chuckle.
Then these 2 girls are yours to play with.
Just make sure to dispose of them properly afterward.
At Zhao Qing's words, the dozen or so men instantly fixed their eyes on Huang Yuyan, their mouths watering greedily, bodies aflame with lust.
Just then, faint voices drifted in from outside. Not in a place like this, right?
The voice belonged to a woman, followed by a man's. Don't worry, there's hardly anyone around here.
Ha. No, not here.
The sounds from outside only made the already aroused men even more restless. Zhao Qing frowned and ordered 2 of his men, "Go out there and chase them away."
Got it. The 2 men, desperate to watch the live show, sprinted away.
They'd expected to witness something that would set their blood boiling, only to find a fool outside watching movies on his phone.
Damn it, get lost.
The 2 men yelled at the young man, who just smiled back at them.
Alright, I'll be right out. Within moments, Zhao Qing's 2 henchmen returned.
Some idiot came out to the suburbs in the middle of the night to watch a movie on his phone.
We kicked him out. A young man?
Zhao Qing couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this whole situation. After all, no sane person would do something so inexplicable. Even with his sharp wit and cunning, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Just then, the door swung open. Their target had arrived. Seeing Xu Zeyu arrive, Huang Yuyan was overcome with emotion. "Zeyu, whether you come or not, they won't spare me.
You must leave now."
Even though Huang Yuyan was in grave danger herself, she was still thinking about Xu Zeyu's safety. Deeply moved, Xu Zeyu replied earnestly, "I won't leave until I get you out safely." Hearing Xu Zeyu's words, Xiao Mo's eyes lit up slightly as she began to reassess this young man.
Xu Zeyu wasn't foolish.
He knew coming here meant facing grave danger.
This was a matter of life and death.
Even if Xu Zeyu hadn't come, it would have been perfectly understandable. Others might have criticized him for cowardice, but they wouldn't have said much more. Yet he had come, vowing to get Sister Huang out. Only then did Xiao Mo understand why Sister Huang held this young man in such high regard. Sister Huang had said this young man valued loyalty and righteousness.
At first, Xiaoma had dismissed it, for in this day and age, loyalty was the most unreliable and the most valuable thing.
Now, she finally trusted Sister Huang's judgment. Sister Huang hadn't misjudged him. The rest depended on whether Xu Zeyu truly had the ability to rescue them.
Ha! You think you can take them away?
Zhao Qing sneered.
With just you alone?
Oh, and I hear you're quite skilled. Better play it safe just in case.
Go. Got it, Shenggu.
Zhao Qing's henchman, Go, waved a dagger menacingly near Huang Yuyan's face and grinned savagely at Xu Zeyu. You little punk, we're about to break your legs. If you dare fight back or dodge, don't blame me for accidentally slipping.
Seeing such despicable tactics, Xu Zeyu's expression turned icy. He barked in order, attack. Thud. Thud.
The distinct sound of two daggers piercing flesh echoed. Go could scarcely believe that a dagger had driven deep into his vital organs from behind. Zhao Qing reacted swiftly, dodging slightly after sensing danger, yet still took a stab to his lower abdomen. Staring in disbelief at the men who had betrayed him, he roared, Xiaofu!
Akai! Have you lost your minds?
Xiaofu, his face twisted with murderous intent, lunged at Zhao Qing with another dagger. Zhao Qing responded without hesitation, slashing back at Xiaofu with a reverse hand thrust.
Thud!
The blade sliced through the junction of Xiaofu's neck and shoulder, spraying blood across Zhao Qing's face. Meanwhile, the man named Akai swiftly cut the ropes binding Huang Yuyan and Xiao Mo after stabbing Go to the ground.
Xu Zeyu immediately shouted, Xiao Mo, take Sister Huang and get out of here now.
Zhao Qing, clutching his abdomen with one hand, snarled with a savage expression, kill them all.
Not a single one should be spared. Chapter 109.
6 or 7 men immediately lunged at Huang Yuyan and Xiao Mo. The man called Akai blocked their path, but his 2 companions were killed by their comrades. Xu Zeyu wanted to rush in to help, but a dozen others blocked his path, preventing him from getting through.
Sis Huang, get back!
A cold gleam flashed in Xiao Mo's eyes. With a casual flick of her foot, she hooked a dagger lying on the ground and seized it in her hand. The 6 or 7 men swung their daggers at Xiao Mo, but she deftly countered with her own blade.
A clanging cacophony of metal echoed through the air.
Within a minute, all 6 or 7 attackers lay defeated at Xiao Mo's feet. Xiao Mo was already quite skilled. Had it not been for Huang Yuyan, Zhao Qing's gang would never have stood a chance of capturing her. Now, driven to the edge, she fought with utter ruthlessness. On the other side, Xu Zeyu was fighting bare-handed against a dozen or so men. Even without weapons, Xu Zeyu fought ferociously, sending his opponents reeling. His intermediate-level Wing Chun skills were equivalent to those of a near-elite master. These petty thugs, even armed with knives, were no match for Xu Zeyu. With a series of crisp, precise moves, short-range power, close-quarters pressure, and elbow strikes, Xu Zeyu took them down one after another. In less than a minute, all 10 thugs lay pinned to the ground.
Heh, not bad. Pretty impressive.
Zhao Cheng bandaged his wound with cloth, grinning savagely at Xu Zeyu, Huang Yuyan, and Xiao Mo.
But do you really think you can escape?
Zhao Qing's hand now held a homemade short crossbow, its bolt aimed directly at Huang Yuyan.
Guns were banned in China.
Even those who occasionally managed to obtain homemade firearms dared not carry them openly, as possession was a serious crime.
Thus, many turned to crossbows as substitutes.
Lightweight and portable, yet deadly effective, the crossbow was the perfect weapon for brawls, assaults, and silencing witnesses. Zhao Qing was also very clever. Knowing the crossbow might not hit Xu Zeyu and Xiao Mo, he aimed it at Huang Yuyan instead. If they wanted to save Huang Yuyan, they would have to shield her with their own bodies. As for catching the crossbow bolt barehanded, Zhao Cheng believed that was something only a fictional elite soldier could achieve, utterly impossible for these two. So Zhao Cheng pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The bolt flew straight toward Huang Yuyan, its tip aimed directly at her chest. Seeing Xiao Mo instantly shield Huang Yuyan with her body, a cruel, savage grin spread across Zhao Cheng's face. This was precisely the effect he wanted. Once he injured one using this method, he was absolutely confident he could handle the other. Just as the bolt was about to strike Xiuma, Xu Zeyu suddenly shot out his arm. His fingers snapped out, grabbing the bolt mid-air. The arrowhead was a mere 5 centimeters from Xiuma's chest. How was that possible? Zhao Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he'd seen a ghost. Even his martial arts master couldn't catch an arrow barehanded. How could Xu Zeyu possibly manage it? This defies science. Zhao Qing stood dumbfounded, while Xu Zeyu wiped a cold sweat from his brow. At his current level, he certainly hadn't reached that realm. But by freezing time for a single second, he'd managed to snatch the crossbow bolt in the blink of an eye. Close call. Xiao Mo, get Sister Huang out of here fast. I'll handle this guy. Xu Zeyu snapped the crossbow bolt in half with a satisfying crack, pulling off a cool little move. Then, Xu Zeyu handed his phone to Huang Yuyan. Sis Huang, call Su Yanan and have her send reinforcements. Xiao Mo had been beaten for quite some time and was in poor physical condition. Staying here would only slow Xu Zeyu down, so she nodded, be careful yourself. Huang Yuyan knew staying wouldn't help either. She added one last instruction to Xu Zeyu, don't push yourself. Once we're out of here, you leave too. I will. Xu Zeyu replied, his full attention now fixed on Zhao Qing. He could sense that Zhao Qing was a truly terrifying individual. Xu Zeyu considered using a card on Zhao Qing, but the system informed him that cards were ineffective against someone with such formidable mental willpower.
Though the system claimed omnipotence, omnipotence didn't equate to omnivolence.
Had he not previously hypnotized Zhao Qing's 2 henchmen with 2 hypnosis cards and caught Zhao Qing off guard to kill him, wounding Zhao Chang would have been far from easy.
Moreover, after being wounded, Zhao Qing nearly bandaged himself and didn't flee. That proved he had absolute confidence in dealing with them. For Huang Yuyan's safety, Xu Zeyu couldn't flee. He had to stall Zhao Chang until Huang Yuyan and Xiao Mo were safe. Zhao Chang watched Xu Zeyu with keen interest, letting out a sinister chuckle. "Kid, you've got some skills, both clever and agile. You managed to get your people out. But you're my target today. Those 2 women escaping won't change a thing. Kill you, and my mission's complete."
Zhao Qing tossed aside the short crossbow in his hand, reclaimed his dagger, and began advancing toward Xu Zeyu. Before he even reached them, Xu Zeyu felt himself locked in the grip of an intense killing intent. Swish! Zhao Qing's dagger slashed out fast and vicious. Xu Zeyu dodged urgently, the blade slicing through his clothes, tearing open a gash. Before Xu Zeyu could react, Zhao Qing's dagger swung again, each strike aimed precisely at his vital points. Where Li Haolong's techniques leaned toward brute force, Zhao Qing's dagger skills were devious and deadly. One moment of inattention, and Zhao Qing could end Xu Zeyu's life with a single strike. Xu Zeyu dared not lose focus, yet even with his utmost concentration, the gap in combat technique and weaponry left him stretched thin. If it were a fistfight, Xu Zeyu might not lose, but his opponent wielded a dagger. When the gap in strength between 2 opponents is vast, a dagger holds little sway. Yet when opponents were evenly matched, a dagger could suffocate an adversary. Swish! Zhao Qing relentlessly pursued Xu Zeyu, driving him back relentlessly until he was cornered against the wall. With nowhere left to retreat, the dagger would slit his throat. Damn it, what now? Seeing no escape, Xu Zeyu steeled himself and resolved to fight to the death. Swish! Zhao Qing's dagger plunged downward toward Xu Zeyu's shoulder. Xu Zeyu bellowed at the system, "Freeze for a second." Simultaneously, he delivered a vicious punch aimed squarely at Zhao Qing's throat. Zhao Qing felt a flash before his eyes. Xu Zeyu's fist had appeared before him in an instant too late to dodge. Crack! Thud! Xu Zeyu's fist slammed into Zhao Qing's throat, while Zhao Qing's dagger pierced Xu Zeyu's shoulder. Both men staggered back several steps simultaneously. This couldn't be. Clutching his throat with both hands, Zhao Qing's eyes bulged like those of a dead fish. His larynx shattered, his throat constricted as if something had lodged inside. The terrifying suffocation swiftly robbed him of consciousness, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 110. Xu Zeyu watched Zhao Qing collapse on the ground, gasping for breath. He had believed that as an intermediate-level Wing Chun practitioner, his strength should be enough to dominate Dongyang province. Yet here he was, beaten like this, utterly humiliated. It seemed intermediate Wing Chun wasn't enough. He'd have to reach the advanced level to truly dominate Dongyang without equal. Sigh. This battle cost Xu Zeyu a total of 1,250 points. Earlier, he'd spent 50 points to have the system observe the flour mill's situation. Then, he'd used 200 points to acquire 2 hypnosis cards, which he'd used to put Zhao Qing's 2 henchmen to sleep, a move that proved crucial. Finally, he activated the time freeze function twice, halting time for 2 seconds each time, which allowed him to narrowly defeat Zhao Qing. Blood seeped steadily from his shoulder, and his body was drained of strength. Xu Zeyu collapsed against the wall, utterly exhausted. Xu Zeyu briefly considered spending 50 points to heal himself, but quickly dismissed the idea. Several people had died here, and the constables would surely ask questions later. It was best to leave things as they were. Xu Zeyu didn't know if Zhao Qing was truly dead, nor did he have the energy to care. If Zhao Qing had died by his hand, Xu Zeyu could only say, "Serves him right." In that moment, Xu Zeyu couldn't have held back. If he had, it would have been him who died. At least it was finally over. The constables arrived swiftly. Su Yanran and Huang Yuyan followed them to the scene, where they found Xu Zeyu unconscious from severe blood loss. The Dongyang Prefecture office swiftly concluded the case. Zhao Chang and his accomplices had kidnapped Huang Yuyan for ransom. Xu Zeyu, acting in self-defense to rescue her, had killed Zhao Chang and was found not guilty. All of Zhao Qing's surviving accomplices were locked up, awaiting their final judgment. Needless to say, a long prison sentence awaited them. In the chief's office of the Dongyang City Magistrate's office, a middle-aged constable with a square jaw, thick eyebrows, and commanding presence smiled gently at Zhong Yue sitting across from him. "Yue, you seem quite concerned about this kid, huh?" Zhong Yue replied with solemn seriousness, "Instructor, I won't hide anything from you. Those 2 professional assassins from the dark web were both targeting Xu Zeyu." Xu Zeyu was their target? The moment the words dark web hitmen were uttered, the middle-aged constable Luo Shiping's brows knitted tightly together, a murderous intent welling up within him. Years ago, Luo Shiping had offended someone who hired hitmen to kill him. He survived, but his wife was murdered by those assassins. After extensive investigation, Luo Shiping learned this assassin organization was called the Dark Web, with branches worldwide. Whenever a client needed an assassin, they would dispatch the nearest operative to complete the job. Yet despite knowing of the Dark Web's existence, Luo Shiping could never pinpoint the location of their branches, let alone their headquarters. To avenge his wife's murder, Luo Shiping had spent years covertly investigating Darknet's activities within China, yet made little progress. When Zhong Yue reported capturing 2 assassins, Luo investigated and confirmed they were Dark Web operatives. Overjoyed, he instructed Zhong to transport them to the provincial capital. But the assassins died en route, dashing Luo Shiping's hopes once again and leaving him furious. Now, hearing that Xu Zeyu had become a target of the Dark Web, Luo Shiping instantly fell deep in thought. After a long moment, Luo Shiping finally spoke. Yue, given the situation, you'll need to keep a closer eye on Xu Zeyu from now on. Those assassins won't give up so easily. Little did Luo Shiping know that Medusa, the Dark Web's top assassin, had long been intimidated by Xu Zeyu. No one would come looking for trouble with Xu Zeyu anytime soon. Zhong Yue nodded. I will, instructor. But I'm curious who did Xu Zeyu off this time to end up in this mess. Zhao Qing is one of the 12 enforcers under Hu Hai, the biggest scourge in Qinzhou City. Judging by this, it seems he must have crossed Hu Hai. Luo Shiping said, but I heard Xu Zeyu actually offended the Chen family. Hu Hai is merely acting on their behalf. These things aren't exactly secrets, but even if you know the Chen family hired hitmen, you have no proof. Luo Shiping sighed helplessly. These guys have money they can make ghosts grind mills. Crimes they orchestrate from the shadows are nearly impossible to trace back to them directly. I understand that. Zhong Yue nodded, her face equally resigned. Xu Zeyu really knows how to stir up trouble. He provoked Li Haolong in Nanjiang City, then the Chen family and Hu Hai in Qinzhou City, and now he's facing assassination attempts from the Dark Web. It's a miracle he's still alive. Ha! Luo Shiping suddenly chuckled. Maybe this guy's got some crazy good luck. Everyone who messes with him ends up unlucky. Zhong Yue gave a half-hearted chuckle, unconvinced. Let's hope so. Meanwhile, in another office in Qinzhou City, Chen Lizhong and Hu Hai sat together sipping tea. But clearly, neither looked particularly pleased. My apologies, old Hu. I'm the one who dragged you into this mess, Chen Lizhong said, lifting a cup of tea. Please accept my apology on my behalf to Zhao Qing and his brothers. Hu Hai accepted the cup, then slowly poured its contents onto the tea set. Zhao Qing is dead. Xu Zeyu shattered his larynx with a single punch, suffocating him to death. Let this tea be his memorial. Chen Lizhong tried to say more, but Hu Hai gave a faint smile. Old Chen, no need for words. This incident isn't your fault. I underestimated him. If I'd sent one more capable man, this wouldn't have happened. Next time, I won't give that brat another chance. Thanks, old Hu. Chen Lizhong nodded, his gaze icy. No matter the cost, I want that brat dead. Stealing his son's woman, injuring his son, and indirectly causing his son's castration, such hatred wasn't easily endured. Besides, this matter concerns the Chen family's honor. As long as Xu Zeyu lived, the Chen family would bear that shame. Therefore, no matter the cost, Xu Zeyu must die. Xu Zeyu had no idea how long he'd been unconscious until a phone call jolted him awake. Who the hell is this? Shut up. He grumbled as he picked up the phone, ready to yell at the caller, when Li Lin's voice came through. Zeyu, I finally don't have to marry that so-called Chen young master. I'm so happy. Lin, how did you find out? The moment he heard Li Lin's voice, Xu Zeyu perked up instantly, sitting up in bed and leaning against the headboard. Well, it's like this. Li Lin explained the situation. It turned out her brother had found her at a classmate's house and told her that their parents had compensated the Chen family with 300 million yuan. The Chen family had finally agreed to stop forcing her to marry Chen Dashi. However, Li Lin added that because of the trouble Xu Zeyu had caused, their family had lost 300 million yuan. Her mother was furious and still wouldn't let her come home. Her mother had issued an ultimatum: if Xu Zeyu couldn't earn 10 billion yuan within 2 years and compensate the Li family with 300 million yuan, and if Li Lin dared to marry Xu Zeyu, her mother would take her own life. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but snort and roll his eyes, muttering to himself, that hateful woman really knows how to make demands. Chapter 111. Regardless, his girlfriend Lin couldn't return for now. The 2-year agreement still stood, though Xu Zeyu's required assets had risen from 10 billion to 13 billion. After hanging up and cursing under his breath, Xu Zeyu lay back down to sleep. That's when Huang Yuyan walked in. Zeyu, you're awake? How do you feel? Is it serious? Huang Yuyan fired off the questions in one breath, her concern evident. Xu Zeyu chuckled. Just my shoulder wound hurts like hell. Everything else is fine. That's good. Huang Yuyan exhaled slightly. The doctor said you lost too much blood and need proper rest. The wound itself is fine. Xu Zeyu replied, his expression darkening. Sis Huang, I've dragged you into this mess. Once we get back to Nanjiang City, you mustn't wander around recklessly. The Chen family, Hu Hai, I'll settle the score with them.
First the poison attack, then kidnapping Huang Yuyan to lure her into a trap. Having narrowly escaped death twice, Xu Zeyu's spirit had been tempered into steel. The ruthlessness hidden within his character had been fully unleashed. Likely Haolong, Hu Hai acted with utter recklessness, caring not a whit about how many lives he destroyed to achieve his goals. Had Xu Zeyu not rescued Huang Yuyan this time, she would have died without a doubt. Xu Zeyu despised men like Li Haolong and Hu Hai most of all, for they could harm his closest family and friends at any moment. After witnessing the Chen family and Hu Hai's modus operandi, Xu Zeyu saw no possibility of reconciliation with them. Though the Chen family and Hu Hai were two formidable entities, Xu Zeyu feared them not, for he possessed the system. One day, Xu Zeyu would crush them beneath his feet, leaving them no chance to harm him or his loved ones. After a day of rest, Xu Zeyu's body had largely recovered. His system-enhanced body possessed remarkable vitality and powerful self-healing abilities, even without using skill points for recovery. After dinner, Xu Zeyu could move about freely, though he still avoided using his arms. Seeing Xu Zeyu like this, Xu Yanan finally relaxed. Thank goodness. I was worried you wouldn't be able to attend tomorrow's auction. Xu Zeyu grumbled, "Hey, boss, I'm injured like this, and you still won't give me time off? Trying to squeeze every last drop out of me? That's too much." Xu Yanran shrugged helplessly. What choice do I have? Tomorrow's auction features foreign antiques. Those foreigners guarantee every piece is genuine, but who knows what those genuine pieces are worth? Without you there, I feel completely lost. Fine, I'll go tomorrow, Xu Zeyu conceded. But let's get one thing straight, you can't drag me around all day. I've got my own business to run, I don't have that kind of time. Here's the deal, I'll do 4 appraisals for you each year, free of charge. For anything else, I charge a 5% appraisal fee. And don't bother me with deals under 60 million. Xu Zeyu made his terms crystal clear, for free appraisals a year would serve as repayment for Xu Yanran's favor. For the rest, Xu Yiran had to at least let him earn 3 million yuan, otherwise he wouldn't help. Favors were favors, business was business. Xu Zeyu kept them strictly separate. Hearing this, Xu Yiran felt awkward. Zeyu, I couldn't resolve the Chen family matter for you. I even caused you to get injured yesterday. You don't owe me anything. I'm just glad you helped me. I'll still pay you your full salary. Whether you helped me is one thing, Xu Zeyu replied. Whether you were willing to help is another. Since you offered, even if you couldn't, I'll honor my promise to you. True friendship is about trust. If every favor needs to be accounted for, there's no real friendship left. Upon hearing Xu Zeyu's words, Xu Yanan froze in her tracks. Born into a business family, she had been raised with a merchant's mindset, always weighing the ratio of effort to reward in everything she did. She had calculated that the benefits Xu Zeyu brought to the Xu family far outweighed the risks of offending the Chen family, which was why she had helped him. Yet she never imagined that Xu Zeyu would only assist her because she was willing to help him and considered him a friend. This realization made Xu Yanan feel a pang of shame. Her family had no shortage of money, yet they calculated every penny, nitpicking over every expense. Ironically, it was someone like Xu Zeyu who had little money who valued friendship more. She didn't know what to say. Now she began to understand why Xu Zeyu had chosen to partner with Huang Yuyan. Huang Yuyan treated him with genuine kindness, free of any ulterior motives, so he gave her his wholehearted devotion. Whereas she only showed him kindness selectively, so he only showed her kindness selectively in return. This man appeared reckless and impulsive, yet he was shrewder than anyone. The difference was that he calculated emotions, while others calculated money. Unbeknownst to her, certain ingrained notions in Xu Yanran's life were slowly beginning to shift and change. After stretching a bit, Xu Zeyu was about to head back to his room to rest when an unexpected visitor arrived. Xu Zeyu, you look in pretty good spirits. As she spoke, Zhong Yue playfully slapped Xu Zeyu's shoulder twice. The sudden pain made Xu Zeyu yelp in pain. Ah! Zhong Yue quickly let go, her face filled with apology. Sorry, I forgot you were injured. Xu Zeyu glared at her fiercely, snapping, why are you here? What do you want? Because of you, of course. Zhong Yue retorted just as irritably. It's bad enough you're playing such dangerous games in Nanjiang City, but now you're doing it in Qinzhou too. Director Ding fears you might not make it back alive, so he sent me to protect you. Truthfully, no one had ordered Zhong Yue to do this. She simply felt that since she was already here, she might as well stay an extra day to ensure Xu Zeyu returns safely to Nanjiang City. She couldn't quite explain why she was doing this. After much thought, she concluded it was probably because she considered this brat a friend. Really? Xu Zeyu stared at Zhong Yue, his face brimming with disbelief. Director Ding really sent you? Seeing Xu Zeyu eye her skeptically, Zhong Yue felt like she'd been caught red-handed and was lashing out in embarrassment. She snapped, you don't believe me? Fine, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Alright, Captain Zhong. I'm worried assassins might come for me. Please stay and protect me, okay? Xu Zeyu offered her a way out, and Zhong Yue finally nodded. Don't worry. With me here, you'll be fine. Ha! Instructor's calling. What's up? Zhong Yue answered Luo Shiping's call, her brow furrowing. What? Over a dozen foreign businessmen kidnapped? You want me to help solve the case? Alright, I'm on my way. Chapter 112. Zhong Yue was an elite graduate of the police academy and Luo Shiping's star pupil during his time as an instructor there. That's why Luo Shiping summoned her immediately upon receiving the report. As an officer in the constabulary department and since Nanjing City's precinct was subordinate to Qinzhou City's precinct, seeking Zhong Yue's assistance was entirely procedural. After receiving the call, Zhong Yue hurried off. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. She said she'd come to protect me, huh? Put. Xu Zeyu paid no mind to where Zhong Yue went. Only when he lay in bed watching online TV did he suddenly catch a breaking news flash. Breaking news, 12 foreign businessmen in this city have been kidnapped. Constables have located the kidnappers' hideout. However, with hostages in their custody, the constables dare not take direct action. The kidnappers demand a 10 billion yuan ransom and demand a vehicle to transport them out of the city. They've given the police only 1 hour to prepare. After that, they will kill one hostage every 10 minutes. The news was delivered by a foreign journalist. In China, only foreign journalists dare to report live from police crime scenes. If it were a domestic reporter, they would have been chased away by the constables long ago. The reason was simple: if the kidnappers were watching TV, they could learn everything about the situation outside through the broadcast. Therefore, journalists were strictly prohibited from live reporting at the scene of a kidnapping. But this time, the victim was a foreigner. The foreign reporter insisted on live coverage under the banner of public right to know and freedom of the press. The Qinzhou constables had no choice but to let her have her way. Mainstream TV stations dared not broadcast it, but online media had no such reservations and aired it immediately. Xu Zeyu, who had always enjoyed watching constables apprehend criminals, watched intently. Then he spotted a familiar figure, Zhong Yue. She wasn't in her police uniform at that moment, but instead wore a form-fitting outfit reminiscent of a female secret agent from the movies. A middle-aged constable was talking to her, and she nodded as she listened. Though the shot was fleeting, the observant Xu Zeyu instantly realized Zhong Yue was likely heading out on a special mission, something involving stealth infiltration or reconnaissance. His brow furrowed. Zhong Yue was quite skilled. Xu Zeyu estimated she was on par with his current abilities, which was impressive. But if the kidnappers could abduct 12 foreign businessmen at once, they must have significant manpower and be extremely brutal. No matter how capable Zhong Yue was, she was still alone. As a constable, if she encountered the kidnappers and they used the hostages as leverage, things could turn dire. Zhong Yue had once told her younger brother that catching criminals was the constable's job, and ordinary people like them shouldn't get involved. Xu Zeyu wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs either, but seeing how Zhong Yue was likely heading into danger, he suddenly felt a pang of worry. Why does this woman have to be so stubborn? Seriously. Xu Zeyu grumbled inwardly. He wanted to refuse, but felt guilty about it. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, since you came all the way here today to protect me, I'll help you this once." Xu Zeyu immediately grabbed his phone and dialed Zhong Yue's number as he walked. Xu Zeyu's hunch proved correct. Zhong Yue was preparing to enter the building to scout the terrain and see if there was any chance to rescue someone. She was confident in her skills. Most operatives probably weren't any better than her. Luo Shiping had given her some instructions, and just as Zhong Yue was about to depart, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was Xu Zeyu and answered, "Xu Zeyu, I'm on a mission right now. I saw you on TV. I guess you're about to scout the interior, right?" Xu Zeyu cut her off. "I can help you, but you'll have to wait for me to get there." "Xu Zeyu, don't mess around." Zhong Yue snapped. "I'm not messing around." Xu Zeyu cut her off again, his tone forceful. "I'm highly skilled in hacking. As long as there are cameras inside, I can use them to see what's happening." Zhong Yue never doubted Xu Zeyu's hacking skills, having witnessed 2 bizarre incidents involving surveillance firsthand. She had asked Xu Zeyu about it before, but he hadn't mentioned it. This time, however, he volunteered the information. It seemed he genuinely wanted to help. At this thought, Zhong Yue's expression softened. "We can't wait too long, 20 minutes max. Head over from the Bafan Hotel. If there's no traffic and you drive as fast as possible, you should make it in time." "Alright, I'm on my way." Xu Zeyu hung up the phone and was already at the hotel entrance. A taxi pulled up in front of him. Xu Zeyu asked the driver, "Sir, I need to get to Xinguang department store within 15 minutes. Can you manage that?" The driver, his face covered in stubble, grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "As long as your heart can handle it, my car can outrun a plane." Xu Zeyu. Hacker friend? Luo Shiping frowned. "Yue, our police computer techs tried it. Those kidnappers cut the network cables. The cameras can't connect to the internet. Even if your hacker friend shows up, it won't do much good. Others might be useless, but Xu Zeyu is different." Recalling how Li Haolong's downloaded USB videos could be tampered with, Zhong Yue's confidence grew. If he claims he can help, we must wait for him no matter what. Chief, bringing in someone outside the force? Are you kidding me?
Feeling humiliated by Zhong Yue's suggestion, the cyber tech officer fumed. Without an external network connection, controlling the cameras is impossible. That's common knowledge even middle schoolers know.
So the hacker friend you mentioned is Xu Zeyu.
Luo Shiping ignored the cyber tech officer and turned to Zhong Yue.
Yue, are you certain Xu Zeyu has a solution?
Zhong Yue nodded firmly, no problem. Truthfully, Zhong Yue wasn't entirely sure either. But faced with doubt, she had to project confidence.
She'd wait until Xu Zeyu arrived.
Seeing her insistence, Luo Shiping nodded.
Alright, we'll wait 20 minutes for him.
Luo Shiping didn't believe Xu Zeyu could help, but he trusted Zhong Yue. She had always struck him as cool-headed, objective, and observant, not the type to trust someone without reason. If Zhong Yue trusted Xu Zeyu so much, he might as well wait an extra 20 minutes. Of course, while waiting for Xu Zeyu, he made other preparations. If Xu Zeyu couldn't help, at least the police wouldn't be caught completely unprepared. The kidnappers had given only 1 hour. As the primary officer in charge of this operation, he had to cover all bases and minimize any potential oversights.
They didn't wait long. 8 minutes later, a taxi pulled up to the scene at breakneck speed. As it pulled up, the cab executed a stylish drift, looking incredibly cool. Xu Zeyu stepped out of the cab, his head heavy and his legs light, walking as if he were drunk. Holy crap, this car really can keep up with a plane. I felt like I was about to fly. Chapter 113. The driver flashed another toothy grin at Xu Zeyu. Hey, sir, wanna take my card? Life's all about the chase. You're the first passenger who made me feel like driving a cab is actually meaningful.
Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes so hard they nearly popped out. Alright, driver.
How much? The driver chuckled. No need to thank me. I'm in a good mood today, this ride's on the house. Gotta go, the traffic cops are catching up. See ya, buddy.
A long escaped Xu Zeyu's lips as the taxi shot away like an arrow.
Only 2 minutes later did the wail of the traffic police siren echo through the air.
Xu Zeyu ignored the commotion, forcing his head to stop spinning before approaching Luo Shiping and Zhong Yue.
I'm here. Not late, right? 10 minutes.
Luo Shiping glanced at his watch, satisfied with Xu Zeyu's speed.
Xu Zeyu, right? Let me brief you on this building's layout. No need, Xu Zeyu replied.
Let me assess the situation inside first. Once I have a clear picture, give Captain Zhong a pair of miniature wireless earpiece walkie-talkies. I'll direct her actions. At this moment, Xu Zeyu had already linked the system to the building's security cameras, gaining a crystal clear view of the interior. Even if the external network cables were severed, as long as the local network remained within 100 meters of the system and power wasn't cut, the system could still control the cameras inside. That was the system's true strength. Xiao Mao, the cyber tech cop who had already found this whole operation dubious, grew even more irritated at Xu Zeyu's actions.
He spat out, "Chief, this is pure recklessness."
Seeing Xu Zeyu act so casually, Luo Shiping also found it reckless and glanced at Zhong Yue again.
Zhong Yue understood Luo Shiping's meaning and replied calmly, "Instructor, going in alone would be like walking blindfolded anyway.
Since Xu Zeyu says he can guide us, let him take the lead.
It can't be worse than me just wandering in blindly." Luo Shiping considered this. If Xu Zeyu knew nothing and was merely here to play tricks, how could he possibly describe the situation inside and guide them?
At this thought, Luo Shiping nodded.
Alright, let's get moving.
Xu Zeyu picked up his phone, about to pretend to activate surveillance when he spotted a pair of VR goggles beside the command desk computer.
He pretended to connect his phone to the goggles and slipped them over his head. You can do that? That works?
Xiao Mao was instantly baffled, completely at a loss. But then he shook his head firmly, dismissing the idea of monitoring cameras without an internet connection. Impossible.
Absolutely impossible. Xu Zeyu paid no mind to the guy's shock.
He turned directly to Zhong Yue, who was preparing for action. Captain Zhong, all hostages are on the 5th floor in the office. There are 16 hostage takers inside, armed with knives.
Besides these 16, 2 are stationed outside the office door, wielding homemade short crossbows.
Additionally, 2 more are positioned at the stairwell and elevator entrance. Seeing Xu Zeyu describe the situation inside in such detail, Xiao Mao's eyes widened. He wanted to argue but couldn't think of what to say. He'd almost accused Xu Zeyu of lying, but quickly swallowed his words.
No one would be foolish enough to lie at a police operations scene. Lying offered no benefits and could land you in jail. Which meant, this kid could actually see inside. Hearing Xu Zeyu's report on the interior, Luo Shiping frowned. This won't be easy. The slightest disturbance could endanger the hostages.
Now that you've surveyed the layout, you can take a small team inside.
Captain Zhong, there's an open window on the east side of the 5th floor.
You can enter there, then move around to the south electrical panel and cut off all power except for the cameras.
Xu Zeyu explained, they won't see you and will definitely turn on their phones or flashlights.
When they do, just shoot the ones holding phones. Hearing Xu Zeyu's operational plan, Luo Shiping's face twitched uncontrollably.
This guy is ruthless, always telling people to shoot. Luo Shiping quickly recalled the case report he'd seen today about Xu Zeyu. Linking that with Su's ruthless decisiveness just now, Luo realized Xu Zeyu was truly a formidable figure. The report detailed how Xu Zeyu had taken a dagger to the chest in a suicide move against Zhao Qing, only for Zhao Qing to have his throat crushed by Xu Zeyu's fist. Xu Zeyu wasn't just ruthless toward others, he was ruthless toward himself too. But Luo Shiping only paused to reflect on that for a moment. Once the real operation began, to ensure the hostages' absolute safety, they had to open fire. Without delay, Luo Shiping waved to the SWAT team standing by. "Captain Wu, you come over. Work with Director Zhong Yue to rescue the hostages. Follow Director Zhong Yue's commands in all matters." Having apprehended 2 assassins from the dark web organization, Zhong Yue had since been promoted to Deputy Director of the Nanjing City Police Department. Thus, Luo Shiping had every right to address her as Director Zhong. Yet even with her rank, the SWAT team members remained skeptical. A woman? And were supposed to take orders from her? How much authority could a bureau chief from a lower-level bureau possibly have? How could our SWAT team possibly take orders from her? The SWAT team had already voiced discontent when Luo Shiping initially sent Zhong Yue alone to investigate, as such missions were typically their domain. Now that Zhong Yue wasn't going in but was leading the operation directly, their discontent only deepened. Luo Shiping's expression darkened as he barked, "What time is it now, and you're still throwing tantrums? Obey orders, saving lives is paramount. Anyone who refuses to comply will be suspended immediately and kicked out." Luo Shiping wasn't just the chief of the Qinzhou Prefecture Police Bureau, he was also the deputy director of the Dongyang Provincial Police Department, their direct superior. His words silenced the SWAT team, even those harboring grievances dared not speak further. "Let's go," Zhong Yue said without further ado. The team donned their miniature wireless earpiece radios and immediately sprinted toward the office building. The others followed close behind, quickly disappearing from view. These modern miniature wireless earpiece walkie-talkies were incredibly convenient, a cotton soft earpiece tucked into the ear, a button-sized microphone clipped inside the collar. Unless someone specifically looked for them, they were virtually invisible. Of course, by the time they began their operation, that annoying foreign female reporter had already been invited to have tea elsewhere. Zhong Yue and the SWAT team members were equipped with miniature cameras. Cyber cop Xiao Mao could see everything they saw through the cameras on their bodies. Zhong Yue led the team to the east side of the building. Looking up, she didn't see the open window Xu Zeyu had mentioned. She couldn't help but ask, "Zeyu, all the windows on the 5th floor are closed." "There aren't any open ones." Xu Zeyu replied, "It's the window you're looking at. That's the one. It looks closed, but it's not locked from the inside. You can push it open." Chapter 114. Xiao Mao's view was mirrored in Xu Zeyu's mind, for he had hacked into Xiao Mao's computer network moments ago. He had linked all surveillance feeds together, projecting them directly into his own consciousness. The more surveillance feeds he processed, the heavier the load on his brain became. Yet he dared not let his guard down for a moment. Xu Zeyu felt nothing for the 12 kidnapped foreign businessmen. People died every day in every corner of the world. He wasn't the savior, how could he possibly care about all that? His sole concern was Zhong Yue's safety, and he happened to be the one who could guarantee it. That was all. Since Xu Zeyu claimed the window could be opened, the group sprang into action. Special Police Captain Wu Qitao snorted disdainfully under his breath, preparing to climb up first to lower a rope for Zhong Yue. But suddenly, Zhong Yue leaped upward, her hands hooking onto the air conditioner unit frame on the 1st floor. Then, like a nimble monkey, she swung her arms, flipped mid-air, and landed on the unit. Click! Although Zhong Yue made some noise, it was barely audible, certainly inaudible to anyone on the 5th floor. After landing on the 1st floor, Zhong Yue used the same method to leap onto the air conditioner units on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, leaving everyone watching utterly speechless. That agility! She seems to be just as good as our captain. Zhong Yue's agility instantly won over the SWAT team members. Even Captain Wu Qitao dared not underestimate her in the slightest. Already on the 5th floor, Zhong Yue cautiously reached out and pushed the window that appeared closed. Sure enough, it opened. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors all had security grills, but fortunately, the 5th floor didn't, saving them a lot of trouble. This time, Xiao Mao was completely speechless. From their vantage point, they couldn't see the east side of the building at all. If Xu Zeyu hadn't actually seen it on the surveillance feed, he wouldn't have known there was a window there, let alone that it wasn't fully closed. Being able to control the camera without an internet connection, that kind of hacking skill was undeniably impressive. Zhong Yue quietly slipped through the window into the 5th floor hallway, casually lowering the rope so the team members below could climb up. The SWAT team exchanged glances without speaking. Captain Wu Qitao was the first to grab the rope and climb up. The others silently followed behind him, ascending together. 10 officers, including Zhong Yue, infiltrated the 5th floor. Following Xu Zeyu's plan, they located the electrical panel and prepared to cut the power. Zhong Yue paused. "Zeyu, you said to cut all power except for the surveillance. How am I supposed to know which circuit controls the cameras? Xu Zeyu had already had the system identify the specific circuit breaker. Without hesitation, he replied, "Don't flip the switch on the far right. Turn off all the others." Zhang Yue didn't question how Xu Zeyu knew. Without another word, she flipped all the other switches down as instructed. Instantly, the entire floor plunged into darkness except for the faint red glow of the surveillance cameras. What's going on? A power outage? Chaos erupted among the kidnappers in the office. They frantically turned on their phone flashlights, illuminating the space. "No, wait, it might be the police," someone among the kidnappers suddenly shouted. "Half of you stay here and keep one phone lit for illumination. The other half come with me to guard the door. Old 6, Old 7, you two go check the direction of the electrical panel." Needless to say, the one reacting instantly was the leader of this gang of kidnappers. Seeing the hostage taker's swift response, Xu Zeyu's expression darkened. "Captain Zhong, situation update. 8 hostage takers are now at the door, 8 remain inside the office. Those guarding the stairwell and elevator haven't moved, and 2 others appear to be heading toward the electrical panel." No sooner had Xu Zeyu finished speaking than Luo Shiping received a call from the kidnappers. "Officer, are you playing games with us? You tell us to prepare the money, yet you send SWAT to deal with us?" Luo Shiping's face twitched slightly, but he responded immediately, flatly denying the accusation. "That's not true. We're not worried about the money. We're only concerned about the safety of our foreign friends. Rest assured." "Ha, good to hear it." The leader grinned, baring his teeth. "If I catch any suspicious movements now, don't blame us for starting to kill." The man was brief. After issuing his warning to Luo Shiping, he hung up. Luo Shiping's hands trembled slightly, unsure what to do. Pulling Zhong Yue and the others back was the wisest choice. Once the money was handed over, the foreign hostages should be safe. These guys were likely after money they wouldn't risk aggravating their crimes by killing. But if he retrieved Zhong Yue and the others, handing over 10 billion in cash for their release if word of this leaked out, it would be a monumental disgrace for the Chinese police force. While the hostages' safety was paramount, Luo Shiping was truly unwilling to accept this outcome. As he hesitated over what to do, Xu Zeyu had already vanished. Luo Shiping froze in surprise. "Where's Xu Zeyu?" Xiao Mao answered. "Xu Zeyu ran over that way. This is reckless." Luo Shiping was both furious and anxious. He immediately shouted into his walkie-talkie, "Xu Zeyu, what are you doing?" "Of course I'm going to help." "I still have a plan," Xu Zeyu said. "Don't worry, officer, I wouldn't risk my life like this." "Stop right there. I'll order them back immediately." Luo Shiping bellowed in fury, but Xu Zeyu paid him no mind. "Officer, sorry, but I've already taken control of the communication network. They won't hear your orders." Luo Shiping was stunned. He immediately shouted at Xiao Mao, "Contact Zhong Yue and Wu Qito immediately. Tell them to come back right now." Xiao Mao looked utterly distressed, his eyes brimming with tears. "Chief, not only can I not reach them, but I've also lost contact with the surveillance on their phones." "Use their phones." Luo Shiping shouted again. Xiao Mao burst into tears. "You forgot they're not allowed to carry phones during missions." "Damn it!" Luo Shiping exploded with rage, itching to strangle Xu Zeyu on the spot. But now he was in too deep to back out. All his hopes rested on Xu Zeyu. "That damn kid better not screw this up. When he gets back, I'll skin him alive." While Zhong Yue hesitated over whether to retreat, Xu Zeyu immediately said, "Captain Zhong, don't worry. I'm already on my way. I've got a way to handle those 2 guys without giving ourselves away. Trust me." Chapter 115. Hearing Xu Zeyu was on his way, Zhong Yue assumed Luo Shiping had summoned him and didn't question it. "All right. But what should we do next?" "You guys retreat back and hide. Don't let those 2 guys spot you. Come pick me up on your way," Xu Zeyu instructed. "It's fine if they open the circuit breaker. We'll just close it again later." "All right." Upon receiving Xu Zeyu's command, Zhong Yue waved to the others, and they all retreated back to the window. Zhong Yue lowered the rope. Xu Zeyu tossed aside his VR goggles, grabbed the rope, and climbed up in just a few swift strokes. The SWAT team watched in stunned silence once more. "This guy's got some serious skills. Where did he come from?" "No idea." The SWAT officers murmured among themselves as Xu Zeyu reached their position. Because he hadn't used skill points to heal, Xu Zeyu's knife wounds hadn't closed. The force of pulling the rope had caused the cuts to reopen instantly, blood pouring freely. Zhong Yue couldn't help but frown. "Your wound. This is nothing." Xu Zeyu gave a chuckle, though the smile felt a bit off-putting. Xu Zeyu wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs, but he also wasn't one to abandon a task halfway. Since he'd offered to help, he intended to see it through. 300 skill points remained in the system, more than enough to resolve this situation. Seeing Xu Zeyu charge into action despite his injury, the SWAT team members were deeply grateful and impressed regardless of whether he could actually help. His determination and courage earned their respect. "Stay here. I'll call you over once I've handled things on my end." With that brief instruction, Xu Zeyu sprinted toward the electrical panel.
Soon, the lights on the entire floor flickered back on, and the hostage-takers breathed a slight sigh of relief.
They were only after money.
If police really forced their way in, someone might get killed and they certainly didn't want to die.
Who would choose death when they could get their money safely?
Damn it was just a tripped circuit breaker.
The two who flipped the switch muttered under their breath. A building this big tripping a breaker? What a shoddy construction job.
They immediately called their boss to report everything was under control. Their boss breathed a silent sigh of relief. Good, no problems. As the two kidnappers turned to leave, a man's voice suddenly echoed behind them. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Could you help me with directions? Hair stood on end across their bodies.
They spun around to see a young man standing there, his shoulders soaked through with blood, grinning eerily at them.
Ghost!
The pair nearly died of fright, but before they could react, their heads grew heavy, and then everything went black. Staring at the two men standing before him like puppets, Xu Zeyu flashed a toothy grin.
You're going to do as I say, got it? Both nodded simultaneously, their faces expressionless. Understood.
Remember, keep your expressions natural.
Smile.
Xu Zeyu smiled faintly, and the two returned his smile. Yes, we understand.
Before Xu Zeyu could give further instructions, Zhang Yue and the others were getting impatient. Finally, Xu Zeyu messaged them, I've taken care of those two. Now I'm preparing to infiltrate as a hostage. You can come over. Leave one person by the circuit breaker. The rest of you quietly surround the office without alerting the kidnappers. I'll notify you when I'm ready. Alright, stay safe.
Though Zhang Yue was still confused about what Xu Zeyu was up to, they had no choice but to follow his lead. The SWAT team members were equally baffled, completely clueless about Xu Zeyu's reckless scheme. They desperately wanted to question his plan, but Luo Shiping had ordered them to follow Zhang Yue's lead, and Zhang Yue was following Xu Zeyu's orders. So they had no choice but to obey Xu Zeyu. This arrangement suited them just fine.
If anything went wrong, Zhang Yue and Luo Shiping would take the fall.
At worst, they'd get a scolding, no big deal. The kidnapper leader was a guy named Lu Xinghao. This guy was incredibly clever, a cunning scoundrel since childhood. He gathered a group of fellow idlers from his hometown, all dreaming of striking it rich overnight, and trained them to become kidnappers just like himself.
Their hometown revered martial arts and had a fierce, rugged culture, so each of them possessed formidable fighting skills.
Lu Xinghao was practically a martial arts master himself, exceptionally skilled in combat. Lu Xinghao led his gang on a rampage from the southwest to the southeast. Hearing that an antique exchange fair was being held in Qinzhou City, attracting many foreign merchants, they set their sights on these foreign businessmen.
Tonight, these 12 foreign merchants were dining at a hotel.
As soon as they stepped out after dinner, they were abducted.
The constables tracked them down and finally surrounded them in this office building.
Lu Xinghao showed no fear, directly negotiating terms with the constables, demanding a staggering 1 billion yuan. If this deal went through, he'd take 1 billion for himself and let his brothers split the remaining 9 billion.
Lu Xinghao believed he and his crew could then retire from their criminal life.
As Lu Xinghao was dreaming of striking it rich, two of his men returned with a young man whose face was etched with panic.
Sixth brother, seventh brother, what's going on?
Lu Xinghao asked, noticing the unexpected extra person.
Old Six chuckled. Boss, this guy claims he's the small-time boss of another company in this office building.
He was working overtime when he stumbled upon us and hid. Tried to escape during the blackout, but we caught him red-handed. I stabbed him in the shoulder.
Ha!
Xu Zeyu immediately feigned extreme fear, his voice trembling.
Boss, my family has money. Please don't kill me. Give me a bank account, and I'll have my dad transfer the money to you right away. No one turns down extra cash, and another hostage meant more leverage.
Lu Xinghao nodded, take him inside first. We'll deal with him later.
Got it.
Old Six and Old Seven escorted Xu Zeyu into the office and casually shut the door behind them. Lu Xinghao didn't suspect anything and continued waiting for the constables to deliver the cash. Seeing two more men escort a hostage inside, the others didn't bat an eye and went back to their business. After tossing Xu Zeyu onto the floor, Old Six stood guard at the doorway while Old Seven approached his comrades, launching into his usual stream of crude, vulgar banter. There were 8 criminals here, and I had 3 on my side. Xu Zeyu calculated the balance of power in various possibilities, but found he couldn't figure it out no matter how he tried. He had no choice but to take a gamble. Through the surveillance feed in his mind, Xu Zeyu saw Zhang Yue and her team subdue the 4 kidnappers guarding the stairwell and elevator entrance. They were now preparing to advance, and he was satisfied with their efficiency.
Captain Zhang, have you arrived?
Though Xu Zeyu saw them arrive, he deliberately asked again since he wasn't wearing his VR goggles.
Zhang Yue immediately replied, we're here, ready to go.
Good. Xu Zeyu's voice was barely audible. The hostage-takers were chatting, none noticing his command, order them to release the circuit breaker.
The moment it's released, move in. Handle the interior. Under no circumstances allow anyone from outside to breach the perimeter. Chapter 116. Got it. Zhong Yue shouted into the walkie-talkie toward the SWAT officer stationed at the circuit breaker. Xiao Gang, cut the power. Got it. The SWAT officer named Xiao Zhang flipped the switch, plunging the entire floor back into darkness. Now! Zhong Yue outside the office and Xu Zeyu inside shouted simultaneously. The assault commenced inside and out at the same moment. Lu Xinghao reacted with lightning speed, about to charge back into the office to seize the hostage only to find the door locked. Damn it! Lu Xinghao saw a large group of figures, then heard a bang of gunfire followed by his men's agonized screams. The 8 hostage-takers inside hadn't even grasped what was happening. Just as they reached for their phones, the sound of daggers piercing flesh and their comrades' screams echoed around them. 2 hostage-takers collapsed instantly. One particularly quick hostage-taker had just pulled out his phone when a figure lunged viciously at him. Bang! A fist smashed the kidnapper squarely between his eyebrows, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Chaos erupted in the darkness, followed by another wave of screams from the office, which quickly faded into silence. In less than 30 seconds, all 8 kidnappers were taken down. Zeyu, are you okay? Hearing no more movement inside, Zhong Yue called out anxiously. Xu Zeyu's voice came from inside, I'm fine. Turn on the lights. Okay. Zhong Yue called out again. Xiao Zhang, turn on the lights. The entire floor lit up, and the office door swung open. It was Xu Zeyu who opened the door. The wound on his shoulder had worsened, half his shoulder drenched in blood. Yet the moment he opened the door, he flashed a smile at Zhong Yue and chuckled, mission accomplished. Seeing Xu Zeyu covered in blood, Zhong Yue and the SWAT team members felt a complex mix of emotions, at a loss for words. He was just a bystander, why did he push himself so hard? Could it be? Everyone instinctively glanced at Zhong Yue. Right, this female constable was a beauty. Unaware that everyone now saw her as Xu Zeyu's girlfriend, Zhong Yue glared at him sternly. Enough talk. We're heading back to the hospital for bandaging. Now. I'm not leaving now. If someone's out to kill me, I'll be dead without your protection. He. Xu Zeyu's words sounded like a joke, but they weren't entirely playful. Someone in Xinzhou City wanted him dead. In his current state, without bodyguards by his side, he dared not return alone. Zhong Yue considered it and nodded. All right. Once the instructors come in, I'll take you away. Their conversation was nothing out of the ordinary, but to those with ulterior motives, it looked like nothing short of flirting. Public displays of affection like this were simply too much. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to voice it aloud, they'd just keep it to themselves. After confirming Luo Shiping's side was secured, the group entered the office and froze in shock. Besides the 12 foreign hostages bound and gagged, 10 kidnappers lay sprawled on the floor. Some had been stabbed, others knocked unconscious by fists. How on earth had Xu Zeyu managed to knock them all out single-handedly, using both a dagger and his fists? And earlier, when he said he'd taken care of those 2 guys, how exactly did he manage that? The others desperately wanted to ask Xu Zeyu how he'd managed it, but seeing how badly injured he was, they felt it would be inappropriate to make him speak further. Of course, even if they had asked, Xu Zeyu wouldn't have told them he was actually 3 against 8 and that he'd ambushed them. As for those 2 hypnotized men, once they lost their usefulness, Xu Zeyu knocked them out too. Inside the office, the ones who hadn't been knocked out lay sprawled on the floor, moaning pitifully, half dead and utterly miserable. Outside the office, those shot but not yet dead screamed even louder. A couple of unlucky ones had been shot dead outright. The SWAT team paid no attention to these casualties, instead focusing on cutting the ropes binding the hostages. A couple of the foreign merchants were bawling their heads off, probably cursing how terrible the public security in Huaxia was, though most of them still expressed gratitude to the constables. A busty foreign woman threw her arms around Xu Zeyu, thanking him while passionately planting a kiss on his lips. Seeing Xu Zeyu's bewildered expression, the SWAT officers couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha. Luo Shiping soon arrived with a large contingent of constables. Those still alive among the fallen were all handcuffed, while the 2 who had been beaten to death were simply loaded onto the hospital's body transport vehicle and taken to the morgue. Noticing Luo Shiping's murderous glare, Xu Zeyu feigned dizziness and leaned heavily against Zhong Yue. Captain Zhong, I feel lightheaded. Could you take me back? Take you home? Luo Shiping snorted coldly. More like take you to jail. Seeing Luo Shiping suddenly explode, everyone froze in confusion. What's going on? Why is Chief Luo so furious? Xu Zeyu spoke weakly, even if you're sending me to prison, you'll have to wait until my injuries heal first. Zhong Yue hurriedly asked, Instructor, what's going on? Luo Shiping snorted, this guy is nothing but a bastard. Luo Shiping recounted the earlier incident, and only then did everyone realize that Xu Zeyu had been acting on his own initiative during the command. Luckily nothing went wrong. If it had, the trouble would have been immense. No wonder Director Luo was so furious, how could he not be? That said, Xu Zeyu's command earlier was flawless. No one else could have pulled it off like that. The constables and hostages emerged unscathed, while Xu Zeyu single-handedly took on 10 men, pulling off what seemed an impossible mission. After pondering, Wu Qitao addressed Luo Shiping, Director, Mr. Xu Zeyu has indeed performed a meritorious act. If he hadn't done that, I'd have arrested him already. Luo Shiping snapped. So this time, your merit offsets your fault. I won't arrest you, but I won't give you a medal for bravery either. If there's a next time, don't even bother asking me. Xu Zeyu said with utter disdain. I'm worth millions. Do you think I'm bored enough to risk my life for nothing? If it weren't for Captain Zhong's face, you couldn't drag me here even if you carried me in a sedan chair. Plenty of people want my help, but I don't help just anyone. The surrounding constables couldn't help but gasp. Wow, this Xu Zeyu is something else. He dares to confront the deputy director of the provincial police department? He's got some nerve. The system beeped, acting successful. System assessment, intermediate level. Number of people deceived, 33. Reward, 330 points. Total skill points, 430. Warning again, don't try to impress constables unless you need to. Trouble. Luo Shiping had only intended to teach Xu Zeyu a lesson to deter him from future recklessness and then consider absorbing him into the constable system. But Xu Zeyu proved to be such a stubborn character that Luo found himself both amused and exasperated. You're quite the little rebel, aren't you? Just as Zhong Yue was about to intercede on Xu Zeyu's behalf and escort him out, Luo Shiping's phone suddenly rang. Luo Shiping glanced at the caller ID and his expression darkened. How could this be? Wasn't that guy dead? Chapter 117. The call came from the very same number belonging to the kidnapping ringleader he'd seen moments ago, the one who'd been shot dead and carried away by the hospital morgue staff. He never expected a call from that number now. A call from the dead. If this were a ghost story, something terrifying would surely follow next. But this wasn't a ghost story. Luo Shiping answered the call, and Lu Xinghao's cold, vicious voice came through. Officer, you're quite the piece of work. You lied to me about going to prepare the money, then sent someone to deal with me. I've got nothing more to say. I'll take my punishment. But, tell that young man you pretended to capture Xu Zeyu, right? To watch his back. I might come looking for him anytime. Ha. With that, Lu Xinghao hung up. Luo Shiping immediately shouted to Wu Qitao, Wu, go to the hospital morgue right now. Check what's happening with the body transport vehicle. Yes, Director. Wu Qitao immediately led 6 officers and rushed straight toward the hearse. Zhong Yue looked deeply apologetic and guilty. Xu Zeyu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called your name in public just now. I thought those people were either dead or about to be locked up, so they wouldn't come back for revenge. It's fine, Xu Zeyu replied calmly. I'm not afraid of assassins, so why would I fear a kidnapper? If he doesn't show up, all the better. But if he dares come, I'll kill him again and send him to join his buddies. The constables glanced at Xu Zeyu again, their expressions complex. Before this, they would have thought Xu Zeyu was putting on an act. Who wouldn't fear their enemy's revenge? Especially an enemy lurking in the shadows, like a venomous snake hidden in the grass, waiting for the chance to strike. But they had witnessed Xu Zeyu's cunning and combat prowess firsthand. To take down half a gang of kidnappers single-handedly? They knew they couldn't do it. Perhaps Xu Zeyu was telling the truth. Beep. Feigning successful. System assessment, intermediate level. 24 individuals deceived. Reward, 240 skill points. Total skill points, 670. The system's voice sounded lazily indifferent. I've told you countless times, stop pretending in front of the constables. Fine, do as you wish. You'll soon learn the consequences of putting on airs before them. Xu Zeyu couldn't care less about the system. If there were skill points to earn, why wouldn't he? Wu Qitao returned quickly, his face full of resignation. That guy was shot, but he didn't die. He was faking it earlier. On the way to the morgue, he suddenly went berserk, injured several doctors, and escaped. Knowing the outcome, Xu Zeyu saw no reason to linger. Captain Zhong, take me back to the hotel to rest. I have work tomorrow. By work, Xu Zeyu meant attending tomorrow's auction with Su Yenran and Huang Yuyan. It was the final day of the antique exchange market, and Su Yenran was counting on snagging some prime pieces at the closing auction to make a killing. He couldn't afford to miss it. Luo Shiping gave a perfunctory reminder to be careful. Xu Zeyu nodded, acknowledging the favor, then followed Zhong Yue out. Watching Xu Zeyu's retreating figure, Luo Shiping turned to Wu Qitao beside him and smiled. Little Wu, what do you think of that Xu Zeyu? Wu Qitao looked at Luo Shiping with some confusion. Director, are you thinking of? Luo Shiping replied, with his current abilities, does he have the qualifications to join the unit you graduated from? Only then did Wu Qitao grasp Luo Shiping's intent, his shock palpable. You mean recommend him for the Swift Wolf unit? Wu Qitao couldn't help but be stunned, for he knew what joining the Swift Wolf unit entailed. He had been among the weakest trainees in the Swift Wolf unit, and after graduation, he had gone straight into the SWAT team as a captain. Many of his peers had joined the next tier units in Yanjing. Graduates from those elite units received benefits at least equivalent to Luo Shiping's level. Therefore, joining the Swift Wolf unit guaranteed decent benefits as long as one graduated normally. Typically, Wolf Pack recruits were selected from the top graduates of various police academies, though some positions were filled through recommendations and Luo Shiping happened to hold such authority. It seemed Luo Shiping had taken a liking to the talent. Luo Shiping made no secret of his high regard for Xu Zeyu, nodding in agreement. Yes, this kid not only possesses exceptional hacking skills, but also employs devious and unpredictable tactics that consistently yield remarkable results. Wu Qitao remarked, he certainly handled last night's operation well, but that single incident alone. Last night, he single-handedly rescued 2 women while taking down over 20 men. Among them was Zhao Qing, one of Hu Hai's 12 henchmen, whom Luo Shiping beat to death. The wound on his shoulder was inflicted by Zhao Qing's dagger during their mutual destruction. Luo Shiping's words left Wu Qitao utterly stunned. He killed Zhao Qing? Luo Shiping answered with absolute certainty, yes. In Qinzhou City, Hu Hai was undoubtedly the top target under police surveillance, so his 12 enforcers also drew special attention from law enforcement. Although Zhao Qing was the weakest fighter among Hu Hai's 12 tigers, that was only relative. Wu Qitao knew he wasn't Zhao Qing's match, let alone capable of killing him. Moreover, Zhao Qing was extremely treacherous, the most cunning of the 12 enforcers. Skilled in combat and cunning, such a man had fallen to Xu Zeyu. Just how powerful was this Xu Zeyu? Had someone mentioned this to Wu Qitao yesterday, he would never have believed it. But witnessing how Xu Zeyu had dismantled the kidnapper's deadly trap today, Wu Qitao was convinced. Director, Xu Zeyu certainly has skills, but he seems like a real show-off. If he joined the Wolf Squad with that attitude, he'd probably get beaten to a pulp by the drill sergeant on day 1. Haha, Luo Shiping chuckled. I only wanted to recommend him for enlistment, but I know it's impossible. Just as he said, he's worth millions, he wouldn't be so bored he'd go risk his life with others. Wu Qitao was even more baffled. If he can't possibly enlist, then why did you recommend him for such an elite unit? If he turns it down, he'll be letting me down. Doesn't that mean he'll owe me a favor? A sly grin spread across Luo Shiping's face. Owing me a favor? When I need something done later, won't he just have to do it for me? Ha ha. Seeing his superior's calculated scheme, Wu Qitao couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. But Wu Qitao couldn't shake the feeling that, given Xu Zeyu's stubborn nature, the boss's carefully laid plans might not go as smoothly as hoped. Truthfully, Luo Shiping genuinely intended to send Xu Zeyu to the fierce wolf unit, hoping to forge him into a legendary soldier. Luo Shiping knew the dark web had failed twice with Xu Zeyu and would surely come back for revenge. When assassins clashed with an elite soldier, if Xu Zeyu performed well enough to capture several darknet operatives, then perhaps there would be a chance to avenge his wife. Chapter 118. Zhong Yue brought Xu Zeyu back to the Octagon Hotel. Since Xu Zeyu had slipped out secretly and was covered in injuries, he dared not let Huang Yuyan know and quietly slipped back into their room. On the way back, Zhong Yue had bought disinfectant alcohol and gauze. As soon as they entered the hotel room, she ordered Xu Zeyu, take off your clothes. Okay. Xu Zeyu obediently stripped off his clothes, revealing a shoulder drenched in blood. The sight was so gruesome that Zhong Yue could barely look. Xu Zeyu, don't be so reckless next time. Catching thieves is the constable's job. You're not a constable. Xu Zeyu chuckled. I wasn't planning to intervene at first. But when I saw you heading into danger, I figured I could help, so I went over. Then you guys ran into trouble. Since I'd already stepped in, I figured I might as well see it through. Ouch. Easy there. That's what you get for showing off. Now you know how it feels. Zhong Yue finished bandaging Xu Zeyu's wounds, applying a final firm knot that made him wince and grit his teeth. Xu Zeyu whined weakly, never met such an ungrateful woman. Helping you and getting abused in return. Then what do you want? Zhong Yue shot back, glaring at Xu Zeyu. You want me to marry you or something? Zhong Yue was just speaking off the cuff, but Xu Zeyu was seated while she stood. In a moment of uncontrollable impulse, Xu Zeyu blurted out, fine. Summer hadn't even ended yet, but the air in the room instantly turned icy cold, a bone-chilling chill pressing against Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu instantly realized his mistake. Remembering how easily Zhong Yue resorted to violence, he couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. To his surprise, the chill vanished instantly. Zhong Yue spoke calmly, get some rest. I'll go downstairs and see if there's an empty room next to yours. If there is, I'll book it. That way, if you run into any enemies, I can come protect you right away. Guess I'll sleep soundly tonight, heh. Xu Zeyu flopped onto the bed. Thanks, Captain Zhong. You're welcome. Zhong Yue snorted. You helped me once, I help you once, no one owes anyone anything. So that's how you see it. Xu Zeyu protested. No way. You still owe me this favor. Protecting me is part of your duty as a constable, isn't it? Xu Zeyu wasn't about to let Zhong Yue repay the favor so quickly. It was rare enough for her to owe him one. As for why, Xu Zeyu couldn't say himself. He just didn't want her to. Zhong Yue replied, I'm on leave these 2 days. I'm not officially a constable right now. Xu Zeyu quickly interjected, then I won't need your protection. Just have Su Yenran assign 2 bodyguards to me.
No way, Zhong Yue declared stubbornly.
I said I don't want to owe anyone favors.
If you don't need my protection, I'll consider the favor repaid.
Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes dramatically. How can you be like this? Why not? Zhong Yue countered.
Say I owe you 10,000 yuan. I pay you back, but you refuse to accept it and insist I keep owing you.
Where's the logic in that?
Zhong Yue's logic was so sound that Xu Zeyu was left speechless.
Zeyu, are you in there? Huang Yuyan's voice echoed outside the door. Xu Zeyu hadn't even had time to get dressed yet when he shouted back, I'm here. Hold on a sec. Xu Zeyu hurriedly pulled on his clothes, tossing the blood-stained shirt into the trash bag before opening the door. Huang Yuyan stepped inside.
Spotting Zhong Yue in the room, she paused in surprise before smiling.
So Captain Zhong is here too. Zhong Yue nodded.
I heard he was in trouble, and I happened to be in Qinzhou City.
Out of friendship, I escorted him safely back to Nanjian City. You two talk. I'll be going now. Zhong Yue always wore a cold expression, so Huang Yuyan didn't think much of it. Noticing Xu Zeyu's grim expression, Huang Yuyan asked, Zeyu, what's wrong? Fearing Huang Yuyan might notice something, Xu Zeyu quickly replied, I'm fine, Sister Huang. What did you need? Huang Yuyan smiled faintly.
Well, that man who used to pursue your sister Huang just returned from abroad.
He heard I was in Qinzhou and invited me to Mingshan Tea House for tea, saying he couldn't wait to see me. Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes and snorted impatiently, if a man who likes you wants to see you, why drag me into it? Is the tea house lighting not bright enough that you need me to make it even brighter? Humph, Huang Yuyan chuckled faintly. I wasn't planning to bring you along originally. But since Xiao Mo is injured and resting, I have no choice but to ask you to accompany me. If you feel awkward, just wait for me downstairs in the car. I'll try to come back as soon as possible. Hearing this, Xu Zeyu finally nodded. So you just need me as a bodyguard? No problem, I'll go. Xu Zeyu followed Huang Yuyan out, taking the elevator down from this side. Zhong Yue had just finished checking into her room and was heading up in the elevator from the other side. Unaware that Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan had left, she went straight to her room to rest. Had Zhong Yue known they'd left, she would have followed them. Then none of the awkwardness that followed would have happened. The drive from the 8 Directions Hotel to Mingshan Tea House took only half an hour. Huang Yuyan parked the car and went inside to enjoy tea, while Xu Zeyu lingered in the vehicle, playing with his phone until she returned. Huang Yuyan arrived at the reserved private room, pushed open the door, and finally saw Wu Shihao, whom she hadn't seen in years. Wu Shihao was a man who looked very refined, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His face lit up with a smile the moment he saw Huang Yuyan. Xiaoyan, come, sit down. Huang Yuyan sat across from Wu Shihao and smiled faintly. How have you been abroad? Why did you come back? Wu Shihao shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. Not well. Because I thought of you every single day. If you missed me so much, why did you insist on going abroad back then? Huang Yuyan's smile remained, though it now held a hint of mischief. I didn't want to go either, but my family insisted. They said a merchant family needs an educated person to avoid being looked down upon. Wu Shihao added proudly, now I'm a doctoral advisor at Arndon University in the United States. Little Yen, if you'd been willing to go with me. I've told you before I won't go with you. Huang Yuyan picked up her tea and smiled at Wu Shihao. I'll toast you with this tea instead of wine. Wishing you a bright future. Our paths are different now. Let's not meet again. All right. Wu Shihao picked up his tea with regret and clinked glasses with Huang Yuyan. Seeing Huang Yuyan finish her tea, Wu Shihao suddenly grinned. Xiaoyan, you agreed to meet me this late. You must be willing to spend one night with me before leaving, right? Huang Yuyan's expression darkened instantly. Wu Shihao, you shameless man. Furious, Huang Yuyan stood up, only to feel the world spin violently. She collapsed back into her seat. Seeing Wu Shihao's true colors revealed, Huang Yuyan finally understood. Wu Shihao, you drugged my tea. Chapter 119. Heh, I did slip a little something in there. But it's not lethal, just something to liven things up. Wu Shihao's eyes locked onto Huang Yuyan's body, his mouth watering with desire. Little Yen, with your high standards, I bet no man has touched you these past years, heh. Huang Yuyan gritted her teeth in fury, glaring at Wu Shihao with hatred. Wu Shihao, you weren't like this before. How could you become this way? As she spoke to Wu Shihao, Huang Yuyan reached into the handbag beneath her, unlocked her phone with her fingerprint, and dialed Xu Zeyu's number. His number was her most recent call, so she only needed to press the dial button and then tap the top call record. Of course, she couldn't see the phone, relying solely on touch to navigate the buttons. As for whether the call would connect, she could only leave it to fate. Huang Yuyan's posture, with her hands clasped behind her back, seemed like she was trying to avoid him. This only fueled Wu Shihao's animalistic instincts. Heh, little Yen, I've wanted you for so long, but you never gave me a chance. All these years of regret. Don't worry, little Yan, I'll take good care of you. Ha! Don't come any closer, or I'll scream. Huang Yuyan desperately wanted to shout, but her body felt limp and weak. Her voice held no threat whatsoever, only adding to Wu Shihao's amusement. Go ahead and scream. The soundproofing here is excellent. No one but me will hear you.
Seeing Huang Yuyan's flushed face only made Wu Shihao more impatient. His hands reached out toward her.
Save your energy for later.
You'll have plenty of chances to scream then, ha.
As Wu Shihao's hands closed in on her, Huang Yuyan was nearly in tears. Zeyu, did you even get my call? Huang Yuyan had once liked this man.
Back then, Wu Shihao was a professor at Qinzhou University, young, handsome, and full of charm.
Having seen the ugly faces of businessmen, Huang Yuyan didn't care for them.
She thought Wu Shihao seemed decent, so they started dating. But later, Wu Shihao insisted on going abroad, claiming his family wanted him to pursue further studies overseas. And so, they parted ways. As time passed, Huang Yuyan occasionally thought of this man, though the feeling was no longer as deeply etched in her heart as it once had been. Perhaps she hadn't liked him as much as she had imagined. Coming here tonight, she only wanted to draw a final line under the past. Now, this man dared to try to possess her body through despicable means.
Huang Yuyan's last shred of hope in him shattered completely.
If she were truly violated by this repulsive man, she would be disgusted for the rest of her life. At this moment, only one person filled Huang Yuyan's mind, Xu Zeyu. I won't leave until I get you out safely. Huang Yuyan recalled Xu Zeyu's earnest words from last night, her heart racing with urgency. Xu Zeyu, if you don't come soon, I'll never speak to you again.
Just as Huang Yuyan was on the verge of despair, the door burst open with a loud bang. No doubt about it, Xu Zeyu had arrived.
To locate Huang Yuyan's private room immediately, Xu Zeyu spent 50 points to have the system search the surveillance footage. Thankfully, he made it in time. Before Wu Shihao's hand could land on Huang Yuyan, Xu Zeyu burst in. He grabbed Wu Shihao by the collar, hoisted him up, and slammed him viciously onto the floor. Thud! Wu Shihao crashed to the floor, feeling as if every bone in his body was about to snap.
Seeing Huang Yuyan's distress, Xu Zeyu abandoned further punishment of Wu Shihao.
He swiftly scooped her up and rushed toward the exit. Sis Huang, I'm taking you to the hospital.
No need, Huang Yuyan gasped. It's just sleeping pills. Take me back to the car to rest.
Okay.
Since Huang Yuyan insisted, Xu Zeyu carried her back to the car. Xu Zeyu found it odd if it was just sleeping pills. Why was Huang Yuyan burning up like this?
Back at the car, Xu Zeyu opened the door and placed Huang Yuyan in the back seat, intending for her to lie down and rest. Just as Xu Zeyu was about to let go, Huang Yuyan suddenly wrapped her arms around his shoulders, her eyes unfocused.
Zeyu, I feel so hot. Holy crap. If Xu Zeyu still didn't get it now, he'd be an idiot.
What Huang Yuyan had taken wasn't sleeping pills at all, it was clearly that kind of drug. Their faces were inches apart, and Xu Zeyu could feel the scorching heat radiating from Huang Yuyan's body. Her fresh, delicate features were flushed crimson.
If Xu Zeyu didn't feel anything, he'd be mentally and physically impaired. He didn't consider himself some unshakable gentleman, and he couldn't resist temptation. If Huang Yuyan made another move, he might just go with the flow. But the image of his girlfriend instantly flashed through Xu Zeyu's mind. He shook his head violently and wrenched his hands free from Huang Yuyan's grasp. Sis Huang, I'll take you to the hospital. So hot, so hot? Huang Yuyan was now dazed and delirious, unable to respond to Xu Zeyu's words.
Seeing himself on the verge of witnessing something rather interesting, Xu Zeyu swallowed hard with great difficulty and muttered to himself, System, remove the drug's effects from Sister Huang.
You're such a killjoy. I was looking forward to the show.
The system grumbled, clearly displeased.
Are you even a man? How could you do this? Xu Zeyu snapped fiercely, hurry up. What good is yelling at me? You won't even lift a finger. I can't perform remote healing. The system snorted. Consumes 50 points. Total skill points remaining, 570. Just place both hands on her body.
You're lying to me again. Xu Zeyu had been tricked by the system once before when treating Yan Wenjun and wasn't about to fall for it a second time.
The system snorted, why would I lie?
Treat her or not, it's your call. But she's under the influence of that stuff.
How else can you heal her without touching her? Seriously, I have to press it there?
Seeing the system so certain, Xu Zeyu was dumbfounded.
Can't we use somewhere else?
The system continued to snort, or you could kiss her.
1 minute. You decide. If you still want to change the location, fine. You can just be the antidote yourself. No need for me to waste skill points. Xu Zeyu's mind instantly turned to chaos, utterly paralyzed by the decision.
He knew the system was likely deceiving him, but when it played dirty and threatened to shut down, he was powerless against it.
Xu Zeyu's mind kept cycling through options, yet he couldn't make a decision. Just then, Huang Yuyan suddenly pulled Xu Zeyu toward her, and their bodies collided. Chapter 120. Xu Zeyu's mind went blank instantly, his hands itching to act.
Just as Xu Zeyu was about to lose control, the sweet smile of his girlfriend flashed through his mind.
His hands, poised to act, slowly came to a halt. Time seemed to freeze 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Xu Zeyu couldn't recall how many minutes they'd been in such close contact.
All he knew was that Huang Yuyan had initiated the embrace, and it was she who had let go of him.
Zeyu, I'm sorry. Huang Yuyan seemed to have regained her composure.
She buttoned up her shirt, smoothed her disheveled hair, and spoke calmly, as if nothing had happened.
Oh, it's fine.
Seeing Huang Yuyan so composed, Xu Zeyu felt he couldn't panic either, otherwise he'd seem too immature.
It was just a kiss. Stay calm, stay calm. Huang Yuyan slid back into the front seat, started the car, and drove out of the parking lot. Seeing it end so quickly, the system fumed angrily. Xu Zeyu, you idiot. You blew such a golden opportunity. All my daily schemes to give you chances to take advantage, and you just wasted it. You're not even a real man. Humph.
Next time, I'll set stricter conditions to resolve it.
Let's see how you handle that.
Of course, the system's rant was meant only for itself. Xu Zeyu wouldn't hear a word of it. The entire journey passed in silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Only when they neared the Baifang Hotel where they were staying did Huang Yuyan finally speak up. We talked about it before.
My family didn't approve, and his family didn't either. Later, he went abroad. That's how it ended.
Since Huang Yuyan had brought it up, Xu Zeyu felt compelled to respond. Sis Huang, I know this is your personal matter, but I still think a man who resorts to such despicable tactics as drugging someone is absolutely not worth keeping. Tonight was meant to be my final closure with him, a way to settle my past.
I never expected this to happen. Huang Yuyan sighed helplessly. But if you say I shouldn't take a man like that, then tell me what kind of man should I take? Someone like you?
Xu Zeyu scratched his head awkwardly.
I have a girlfriend. Ha ha ha. Seeing Xu Zeyu's awkward expression, Huang Yuyan couldn't help but burst into loud, unrestrained laughter. You actually took that seriously.
Sister Huang doesn't like guys as green as you.
Don't worry about it.
Xu Zeyu gave a couple of awkward chuckles and said nothing more. The car soon returned to the hotel. After exchanging goodnights, they each went back to their rooms. Lying in bed, Huang Yuyan desperately wanted to sleep, but she tossed and turned, unable to drift off.
Her mind was completely occupied by Xu Zeyu.
Especially when she recalled everything Xu Zeyu had done after she'd been drugged earlier, it left her with an indescribable, inexplicable feeling. It was like being in a state of intoxication. Her consciousness was sharp, she knew everything happening around her, yet she couldn't fully wake up. Clearly, Xu Zeyu was a perfectly normal man, yet he had ultimately restrained himself and not taken advantage of her. Huang Yuyan knew Xu Zeyu often stole glances at her, but she never called him out on it. She had assumed that in her weakened state, Xu Zeyu would inevitably lose control and take advantage of the situation.
She would have accepted it. But in the end, Xu Zeyu didn't cross the line.
Maybe it was because he loved his girlfriend too much, or perhaps this guy was just too decent.
Sigh, what was she thinking? She was already an old maid. He only saw her as an older sister. Stop imagining things. Huang Yuyan pulled the sheets over her head, forcing herself to sleep. Huang Yuyan couldn't sleep, and neither could Xu Zeyu.
He wanted to maintain a long-term working relationship with Sister Huang, but the current situation was just too awkward.
Things had already gotten this far.
Who knew when they might both get drunk again and end up rolling around together? It's perfectly normal for a man to have many women who like him.
Mr. Xu Zeyu, you need to be more open-minded. The system said earnestly, what accomplished man doesn't have a few female friends? What accomplished man would complain about having too many women? Pfft, what would you know, you disembodied system? Xu Zeyu sneered. You can probably only simulate that feeling inside a computer, right? Pfft, you're nothing but a worthless thing, and you dare look down on me? The system unleashed its counter-scorn ability, striking back at Xu Zeyu. I may just be a system, but my creators? Every single one of them is surrounded by beautiful women.
They built me, this magnificent system, precisely to look good.
You don't even have a single woman by your side. Who are you trying to impress?
Xu Zeyu was utterly speechless at this chatty system. This thing seemed overly concerned with his personal life. He couldn't tell if that was a blessing or a curse.
But when it brought up its creators again, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but ask, who are these people? You can't tell me they've all passed away, right? You can tell me about them, can't you?
Oh, them, the system replied. They hail from every corner of the globe, the absolute best in their respective fields. When speaking of its creators, the system's tone turned reverent. Computer science, medicine, feng shui, martial arts, sports, music, every conceivable human endeavor was represented. Out of boredom, these elites of the human world gathered to invent a system that could instantly transform an ordinary person or even a useless one into someone formidable. They wanted to see just how high this system could elevate such an individual.
And that's how I came into being.
The system spoke of its origins with renewed pride. It could be said without exaggeration that I am the crystallization of all human wisdom, and you are the fortunate waste. No, you're slightly better than waste, barely qualifying as ordinary. If you want to know more, I'll tell you once you've made a name for yourself across all of Asia. The system offered you a deal. Once you're strong enough, you'll naturally have to do some favors for your creators.
Right now, you're too weak. Telling you more would be pointless. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but roll his eyes as the system showed off in front of him once again. Still, the system had finally revealed its origins, which somewhat satisfied Xu Zeyu's curiosity. So this system was invented by a group of human elites. No wonder it loves to show off. For those standing at the pinnacle of the world, putting on airs was surely a piece of cake, right? Alright, since they'd chosen him, he'd play along, pretend convincingly, work hard to improve his style and strength. Xu Zeyu was also eager to discover just how high he could climb. Moreover, Xu Zeyu couldn't shake the feeling that the system wasn't making him powerful purely for fun or out of boredom, but for some specific purpose. Until his abilities gained the system's recognition, it would never reveal more. Achieving fame across Asia seemed like a distant dream. First things first, earn that 13 billion yuan and marry Lin Lin. Chapter 121. The next day, when Xu Zeyu saw Huang Yuyan again, her face showed no trace of awkwardness. She probably hadn't given last night's incident a second thought. If Huang Yuyan could let it go, Xu Zeyu certainly couldn't keep dwelling on it unless he had ulterior motives. Did he harbor ill intentions? Of course not. If he had wanted to make a move, he would have been direct last night. Why would he need to think about it? No one else knew what had transpired last night. The group proceeded as planned to the auction venue of the antique exchange fair. As for the extra woman in their group, Xu Zeyu explained she was a constable friend of his who happened to be passing through Qinzhou City. Su Yanran didn't press for details, merely flashing a rather amused smile. The group arrived at Yingtian Auction House, the largest antique auction house in Qinzhou City. Owned by the Chen family, Xu Zeyu would normally avoid such a place. However, since this auction was officially organized by the Qinzhou City government, he didn't mind attending. Just as they were about to enter the auction hall, Huang Yuyan suddenly spotted several figures and her expression changed abruptly. Wu Shihao. Wu Shihao also spotted Huang Yuyan and froze for a moment. He then glanced at Xu Zeyu, his face contorting into a particularly vicious expression. But Wu Shihao wasn't stupid. Even after being struck by Xu Zeyu last night, a blow so severe it made him spit several mouthfuls of blood before he could barely crawl to his feet, he dared not cause trouble now. After all, he had resorted to underhanded tactics first. If he really called the constables, he would be the one in trouble. Moreover, he secretly felt fortunate that his plan had failed last night. His wife had followed him to catch him in the act. She had only seen him, not Huang Yuyan. Otherwise, he would have been in for a world of trouble. Wu Shihao showed no reaction. But beside him, a woman with dyed blonde hair looking well into her 40s, ugly and fat, glared at Huang Yuyan as if she were her sworn enemy. She unleashed a torrent of abuse without restraint. Huang Yuyan, you shameless. You fox spirit. Last night you actually tried to seduce my husband. If you love stealing other people's men so much, why don't you just stand on the street? Her vile tirade turned Huang Yuyan's face deathly pale. Needless to say, this woman was Wu Shihao's wife. Attendees at this auction included prominent figures from across the nation and even abroad. The woman's outburst instantly drew the stares of those around them. Whether Chinese or foreign, people's curiosity about gossip was universal, especially when it involved romantic entanglements. Same world, same gossip. Seeing his wife erupt, Wu Shihao hurriedly tried to placate her. Honey, I told you she just wouldn't leave me alone. I came out to set the record straight, and she'll be gone soon. I love you so much, I'd never betray you. Even if she tried to seduce me, I didn't fall for it, did I? Wu Shihao's declaration made everyone's skin crawl. To make such a confession to a woman who was overweight, unattractive, and over a decade older than him, how shameless could this guy be? Huang Yuyan's heart grew completely cold. Though she'd already despaired of Wu Shihao last night, today she saw his true colors even more clearly. After regaining her composure, Huang Yuyan actually laughed. Wu Shihao, when you told me you were going abroad, I bet it was to marry this woman, right? Oh, and this woman must come from a decent family, huh? Otherwise, why would you abandon me to marry her? Huang Yuyan's words made Wu Shihao's face turn green. Huang Yuyan, don't talk nonsense. You were the one clinging to me all along. My heart belongs only to Aizhu. I love her for who she is, not her family background. Nothing to do with her background? Huang Yuyan's face twisted into a mocking expression. Look at her, she's probably over a decade older than you. She could be your mother. Plus, she's fat and ugly. Unless there's some huge advantage, why would you marry her? Did you grow up lacking maternal love or something? Huang Yuyan's tone was always perfectly calm. Even when pushed to the limit, she maintained this unhurried cadence. Xu Zeyu never imagined Huang Yuyan's sarcastic remarks could be so devastating when delivered in that tone. Not bad, not bad. Had ha. Ha ha. The onlookers burst into laughter, leaving Wu Shihao flushed and speechless. Huang Yuyan was right. Back then, both families had opposed their relationship. In the end, that plump woman had set her sights on Wu Shihao, showering his family with dowry gifts and even sending Wu Shihao abroad for further studies. Wu Shihao had then married that plump woman. Deep down, Wu Shihao had never truly forgotten Huang Yuyan. So when he learned she was in Qinzhou City, he secretly arranged to meet her, which led to last night's events. Wu Shihao thought he'd pulled it off without anyone noticing, but his wife had someone tailing him. As for how his wife knew Huang Yuyan, the reason was simple. How could an ugly, overweight woman married to a man more than a decade younger not thoroughly investigate her husband's past and keep a close watch on him? Wu Shihao had nothing to say, but the fat woman wasn't having it. Huang Yuyan, you just begged to be beaten. You lot, strip that woman naked. See if she dares to seduce other men's husbands again. Yes, Mississippi. Four bodyguards emerged from beside the plump woman and advanced toward Huang Yuyan with menacing intent. Just as Zhong Yue moved to intervene, Su Yanran snapped at the bodyguards beside her, "Protect my sister. If anyone touches her, beat them to a pulp." Huang Yuyan hadn't agreed to the sisterhood oath, but after Su Yanran's words, they were sisters whether they liked it or not. Su Yanran's bodyguards formed a shield in front of Huang Yuyan. The fat woman's bodyguards hesitated, glancing back at their boss. "Miss, should we still proceed? The Zhang family doesn't pay you to be useless trash," the plump woman bellowed. Her hoarse voice, laced with wheezing gasps, truly sounded like a so grunting utterly repulsive. In Qinzhou City, who has the Zhang family ever feared? Attack! Beat her! Just as tensions reached a boiling point, several constables maintaining public order approached. They addressed the group politely, "Honored guests, please spare us the trouble." "Thank you." These constables knew they couldn't afford to offend the people here, but they were law enforcement. If these individuals really came to blows and started a brawl, they would naturally have to take them away. Any sensible person would step back and avoid fighting in front of the constables. But clearly, this plump woman from the Zhang family looked like a pig and fought like one too. She felt wronged by Huang Yuyan and refused to swallow her pride. "The Zhang family has plenty of money. If you constables don't want to lose your jobs, all of you get lost." Her voice was truly unbearable, squealing like a pig, unbearably loud. Xu Zeyu snorted inwardly. Since she sounds so much like a pig, I'll spend 50 points to give her an onomatopoeia card. Chapter 122. Onomatopoeia cards were relatively cheap, costing only 50 points. Their effect was simply to transform a person's voice into that of some animal. As for which animal's voice it would be, that depended entirely on the system user's preference. Needless to say, Xu Zeyu was determined to make this woman's voice sound like a pig's. Seeing the constables still refusing to leave, the plump woman from the Zhang family continued her tirade, "Grunt, grunt, grunt, grunt." This woman was clearly accustomed to cursing, spewing a torrent of insults. By the time she realized what she'd done, she'd already emitted a series of pig-like grunts. The onlookers stared at the plump woman in astonishment, utterly baffled by what had transpired. The plump woman herself realized it too, and cried out urgently, "Grunt, grunt, grunt, grunt." No matter how she tried to change it, her voice remained that of a pig. Ha ha! People were nearly doubled over with laughter. Now it was perfect. Not only did this woman look like a pig, but she sounded like one too. She was practically a pig spirit reincarnated. The plump woman was so flustered she was nearly in tears. Clutching Wu Shihao's hands, she bellowed loudly, grunting and snorting. Wu Shihao wished he could vanish into a hole right then and there. But he knew the most important thing now was to get his wife out of there immediately. "Let's go to the hospital, okay? Just nod if you agree. Don't say anything." The plump woman nodded repeatedly. Wu Shihao then barked at his bodyguards, "Let's go. To the hospital." The couple slipped away with their bodyguard, leaving behind the mocking laughter of the crowd. Wu Shihao felt like dying. Taking his old, ugly wife out in public was embarrassing enough, but now she looked like this? He truly felt life held no meaning for him anymore. Heh, the annoying people are finally gone. No sooner had Xu Zeyu spoken than the three women turned their gaze on him, making him break out in a cold sweat. "Why are you all staring at me like that?" "Nothing." Zhong Yue was an exceptional constable with the sharpest intuition. Having witnessed numerous oddities surrounding Xu Zeyu, she was nearly certain he was responsible for transforming Wu Shihao's wife into this state. Huang Yuyan and Su Yanan also harbored suspicions, but having witnessed fewer peculiarities from Xu Zeyu, their doubts remained unconfirmed. Of course, with the unpleasant person gone, they could finally focus on their business. Watching Xu Zeyu and the three women enter the auction hall, Mrs. Zhang, her son, and the Li Yuans felt deeply displeased. Naturally, they now understood that Xu Zeyu was no longer the man they had imagined him to be. Daring not to provoke him, they could only watch from afar, silently cursing him in their hearts. Each family had paid 300 million yuan in compensation. Even so, they still needed to present gifts for the Chen family patriarch's birthday celebration, which was why they had come. They sought to purchase a fine antique as a birthday gift for the Chen patriarch, hoping to earn more forgiveness. Even if the Chens didn't forgive them, as long as they didn't hold a grudge, they'd be satisfied. Facing the Chen family, they had no choice but to grovel. They were merely families from Nanjing City, while the Chens were a major clan spanning the entire Donyang province, boasting terrifying connections and economic power. Offending the Chens would make it impossible for them to operate outside Nanjing City. How could they ever do business again? Let's go.
The Li Yuans, Mrs. Zhang, and her son also entered the auction hall, though each couple walked separately.
The two families had never been close in Nanjing City to begin with.
After the incident involving young Master Chen, they were now as incompatible as fire and water, with no possibility of reconciliation. Xu Zeyu was unaware they were present. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have acknowledged them, not even Li Yuan and his wife, his future in-laws. Xu Zeyu was currently looking around, taking in the auction house's interior design. He nodded approvingly as he surveyed the space. Sister Huang, the layout here is truly impressive.
It's much better than your auction house. Huang Yuyan replied with a faint smile. It's no longer mine.
Xu Zeyu realized his slip of the tongue and said no more, continuing deeper into the building. In the main hall, another door led to the VIP seating area of the auction hall. A middle-aged man stood beside it, greeting an acquaintance.
Mr. Li, it's been ages. Mr. Wu, congratulations on your success.
Su Yanran and the others didn't recognize the middle-aged man, so they walked straight through the doorway.
As they passed by the man, he suddenly called out, Xu Zeyu.
Xu Zeyu stopped, looking at him with confusion.
You know me? The middle-aged man wore a faint smile. Of course I do. I'm Chen Lizhong, Chen Xinrui's father.
Oh, so you're that scumbag's father.
Xu Zeyu chuckled. What? Trying to stop me from going in?
Since the two sides had already made things public, Xu Zeyu didn't believe Chen Lizhong was stopping him just to discuss Chen Xinrui's moral education.
Naturally, he wouldn't be polite to Chen Lizhong.
If he could provoke Chen Lizhong and make the man lose face, that would be quite satisfying. But Chen Lizhong was past the age where words could provoke him. Even as Xu Zeyu openly called his son scum, he remained utterly calm. You're my guest today, so of course I won't stop you.
I just wanted to confirm things for myself. Now that I have, you may enter. Please come in.
Chen Lizhong's words were polite, but everyone understood the true meaning behind his verification.
He was telling everyone, I've confirmed Xu Zeyu is my enemy.
Now, just wait for my revenge. Having survived multiple assassination attempts and narrowly escaped death, Xu Zeyu's resolve had only grown stronger.
He didn't even care about the Darknet organization anymore. Why would he fret over Chen Lizhong's revenge?
Of course, he wouldn't engage in a verbal duel with Chen Lizhong here, since the other party clearly had no intention of doing so.
Bring it on. Xu Zeyu was ready for whatever tricks he had up his sleeve. Heh, no need to be polite.
Xu Zeyu flashed Chen Lizhong a smirk before stepping through the doors to the VIP seating area. Mrs. Zhang and the Li Yuans witnessed the scene once more, shaking their heads in unison.
Xu Zeyu, what kind of metal is your nerve forged from? How could it be this thick? That's the future head of the Chen family of Qinzhou City. Not only did you humiliate his son, but you're now flaunting your power right in front of him? Do you think you're immortal?
Of course, while they shook their heads, deep down they secretly wished Chen Lizhong would slap that bastard Xu Zeyu to death. That bastard was utterly despicable. If not for him, how would they have lost a third of their family fortune and been forced to grovel and apologize? But judging by the situation, taking Xu Zeyu down wouldn't be easy. Their only hope now rested with the Chen family. They were convinced that with the Chen family's formidable resources, it was only a matter of time before Xu Zeyu was finished. Chapter 123. The Chen family auction house was arranged much like this exchange gathering, with clear class distinctions. Those with capital exceeding 200 million naturally occupied the prime seats. Below them were 5 tiers, 100 million to 200 million, 50 million to 100 million, 10 million to 50 million, and 5 million to 10 million. Su Iran and Xu Zeyu naturally occupied the prime seats, while Li Yuan and his wife could only sit one tier below them.
Li Yuan and his wife happened to catch Xu Zeyu's glance from above.
Xu Zeyu returned their look casually, though the emotions stirred in both parties remained known only to themselves. Though Xu Zeyu hadn't yet earned his first 100 million, he now possessed the standing to occupy a superior seat, a realization that stirred complex emotions within the Li Yuans. Just a month ago, they had looked down on Xu Zeyu, dismissing him as a shameless social climber trying to latch onto their family's status. Now, in just 1 month, this young man had risen far above them in status. They couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictable twists of fate. This incident indirectly proved an ancient adage, better to offend an old man than a poor youth. Had Xu Zeyu not offended the Chun family so grievously, Li Yuan and his wife wouldn't have considered him unworthy of their daughter given his current achievements. But Xu Zeyu had taken things too far. When it came to choosing sides, they naturally sided with the Chens, for they didn't believe Xu Zeyu could ever be on par with the Chen family. The Li couple found themselves in a quandary. Given the current circumstances, they could only proceed cautiously, taking things one step at a time. The auction commenced swiftly, beginning with items carrying relatively low reserve prices. Of course, these low reserve prices were only relative to the items that would follow. Compared to other auctions, today's event was undoubtedly the highest tier of the year. Divided into 5 tiers, the auction items were correspondingly categorized. The lowest tier started at 5 million. Huang Yuyan was quite interested in these low-priced items, while Su Yanran showed no interest whatsoever. The Su family had plenty of such items. Her primary focus this time was the foreign goods being auctioned. With Xu Zeyu by her side, no matter how much she spent, she wouldn't lose out or get ripped off. As for Zhong Yue, she was purely here for the spectacle. Of course, she could also consider it an opportunity to broaden her horizons.
Zeyu, what do you think of this antique? Not great.
The reserve price is 5 million, and any bid will easily reach over 6 million.
Yet this piece is worth no more than 7 million. It's not worth it. What about this one? Not worth it.
Huang Yuyan asked about 3 or 4 more antiques, but Xu Zeyu kept saying they weren't worth it because they truly weren't.
Auctions aren't like regular business.
In regular business, you buy here and sell there, so capital keeps circulating. But at an auction, every dollar you spend is one less dollar you have. When that truly desirable piece comes up for bidding and you don't have the funds, you're going to lose big.
Su Yanran didn't even bother asking. She just sat in her seat yawning constantly. To her, the earlier auctions felt like children playing house, utterly meaningless.
After inquiring about 3 or 4 pieces of antiques, Huang Yuyan also felt a bit annoyed and stopped talking much. But when the 5th antique appeared, Xu Zeyu's eyes lit up. "Sis Huang, we absolutely must buy this one." Seeing Xu Zeyu speak up, Huang Yuyan quickly asked, "It's just a pile of Qin dynasty coins.
What makes them special?"
Xu Zeyu chuckled, "Just buy it.
After you do, give me half the profit." Zhong Yue couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xu Zeyu. "You're being too much. You want Miss Huang to put up the capital, and then you want half the profit?" Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes back at her. "What do you know? This is called equity investment. If you think you can do better, go ahead and try." Zhong Yue didn't argue with Xu Zeyu. She was an amateur and knew she couldn't win against him. The auction commenced.
The antique coin, with a starting bid of 5 million, was quickly bid up to 6,500,000. Anyone knowledgeable in the field understood these coins were worth no more than 7 million yuan at most. 6,500,000 was already an exceptionally high bid. So the bidding stalled. Just as the auctioneer was about to call out 6.5 million for the final time, Huang Yuyan shouted 6.6 million. Whether the bidder truly knew the coin's value or was simply challenging Huang Yuyan, the moment she called out her bid, the other bidder immediately countered with 6.7 million.
Huang Yuyan glanced at her rival in frozen surprise. "Chen Lixiao."
This auction house belonged to the Chen family, but today's items weren't theirs, so Chen family members could bid too. Seeing Chen Lixiao smiling cheerfully in their direction, Xu Zeyu felt an urge to drag the guy back to the bathroom and force-feed him a whole bucket of. Needless to say, this guy was here purely to annoy Huang Yuyan. How despicable.
Huang Yuyan was furious, but since it was an auction, she couldn't stop others from bidding.
So she continued to raise her offer. But no matter how high Huang Yuyan bid, the other party would raise it by 100,000 yuan, clearly determined to prevent her from winning. Back and forth they went, driving the price of a coin originally worth just over 7 million up to 8 million. Hesitating, Huang Yuyan glanced at Xu Zeyu. To her surprise, without a moment's thought, Xu Zeyu shouted 20 million, then fixed Chen Lixiao with a look of contempt and provocation. Xu Zeyu's bid startled even Su Yanran, who shook her head repeatedly. "You've lost your mind."
Huang Yuyan turned pale as she stared at Xu Zeyu. "What are you doing? You don't have to take your stubbornness this far."
Seeing Xu Zeyu suddenly bid 20 million, Chen Lixiao froze for a moment. But then, noticing the contempt and provocation on Xu Zeyu's face, he burst into laughter. "You fool.
Losing over 10 million just for a moment's pride? What if I let you have these coins?" "Ha ha."
Chen Lizhong frowned, sensing something was off. He casually asked the appraiser beside him. The appraiser shook his head repeatedly, stating these items would fetch no more than 8 million.
Anyone paying 20 million would be either insane or foolish. This finally dispelled Chen Lizhong's lingering doubts. 20 million once. 20 million twice. 20 million 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer's hammer fell decisively, and the ancient coins became Xu Zeyu's. Seeing Xu Zeyu's impulsive bid, Su Yanan thought the young man had good taste, but his temperament was still a bit extreme. He needed some serious tempering and refinement. Watching her entire account balance vanish to acquire this pile of antique coins, Huang Yuyan let out a weak grunt, too weary even to speak. Only Xu Zeyu was ecstatic, clutching the coins and laughing heartily. "Sis Huang, we're rich. Shouldn't we be losing money?" Zhong Yue teased Xu Zeyu. "Just look at Miss Huang's expression. I'm the world's foremost antique appraiser. How could I possibly make such a foolish loss?" Xu Zeyu declared smugly. "Do you really think these are ordinary coins? Come on, it's not the antique value of the coins that matters, it's the coins themselves. Miss Su, as a favor to our friendship, I'll let you have these 8 coins. 80 million, take it or leave it." Chapter 124. "Zeyu, this isn't right, is it?" Huang Yuyan looked slightly embarrassed. "How could you rip off Miss Su like this?" Su Yanran giggled. "Sis, why are you still calling me Miss Su?" Huang Yuyan suddenly remembered Su Yanan had called her sister in front of everyone earlier. Feeling quite embarrassed, she replied, "Got it, Yanan." Xu Zeyu understood why Su Yanran insisted on calling Huang Yuyan sister. Firstly, Huang Yuyan shared many common interests with her. Secondly, she undoubtedly intended to use Huang Yuyan's connections to bind Su Yanran to her. Business people were business people, they calculated even their emotions. But for Huang Yuyan, taking Su Yanran as her godsister brought only benefits, no drawbacks. So Xu Zeyu didn't mind either. But emotions were one thing, business another. Xu Zeyu had items to sell, and now it was up to Su Yanran whether she'd buy. "Hey, Miss Su, I'll ask one more time, 8 million? You want it? If not, I'll take it back for re-auction. Don't regret it later. You're trying to sell me something worth over 7 million for 80 million? You'd better tell me what makes it worth that much." Su Yanran huffed. "If you won't explain, how can I possibly buy it?" Xu Zeyu chuckled, "One word, trust me and buy it. You won't lose out. If you don't trust me, then we'll just pocket the profit ourselves." Xu Zeyu played it coy, but Huang Yuyan couldn't stand it anymore. "Zeyu, if this stuff is really valuable, just say so. We're all on the same team here, no need for these games." Alright, I'll tell you." With Huang Yuyan speaking up, Xu Zeyu had no choice but to come clean. These 8 coins were cast from metal found within a meteorite, the only such batch in the world. Histories record that in the 36th year of Qin Shi Huang's reign, a meteorite fell upon Dong Commandery. Inscribed upon it were the words, "The first emperor dies, and the land divides." Deeply troubled, Qin Shi Huang had all the households near the meteorite slaughtered. He then destroyed the meteorite and used its metal to cast coins, believing this would avert heavenly punishment. After finishing his story, Xu Zeyu grinned at Su Yanran. "Miss Su, will you buy it or not? Just say the word. You didn't plan this nonsense in advance, did you?" Zhong Yue retorted. "You haven't even tested the item with equipment, how can you claim these coins were cast from meteorite iron?" Xu Zeyu pointed to his eyes and chuckled, "These eyes of mine are the best instruments. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Xu Zeyu wasn't exaggerating. His eyes were now more accurate than any instrument. With just one glance, all the data of an antique would appear before him. Su Yanan wasn't one to beat around the bush, and she trusted Xu Zeyu wouldn't deceive her. She immediately transferred 80 million yuan to him. "Hand it over." "Got it." Xu Zeyu handed the coin to Su Yanran, then transferred 50 million directly to Huang Yuyan, keeping 30 million for himself. Just as he'd said earlier, Huang Yuyan covered the costs, and they split the profits 50-50. Seeing her 20 million suddenly become 50 million, Huang Yuyan's mind went blank. Is this even possible? Xu Zeyu chuckled. "Of course it is. Sister Huang, when have I ever deceived you?" Zhong Yue, sitting nearby, shook her head repeatedly. While marveling at how quickly antiques could turn a profit, she secretly wondered if Xu Zeyu was pulling the wool over Su Yanran's eyes. Though Zhong Yue knew little about the trade, she understood that authenticating antiques required more than just visual inspection, it demanded hands-on examination and instrument-based testing. How could anyone possess such extraordinary appraisal skills as Xu Zeyu claimed? Of course, she trusted Xu Zeyu wouldn't pull a fast one. The guy might have a sharp tongue, but his character was solid. After mulling it over and still not understanding, Zhong Yue decided it wasn't worth the effort. After all, this was Su Yanran's business. She'd come today just to see the world. Meddling in others' affairs wasn't her style. The auction continued, but Xu Zeyu showed no interest in the subsequent antiques until a jade Buddha with a reserve price of 20 million appeared. Xu Zeyu initially gave it only a cursory glance before dismissing it with a playful smirk. However, he noticed Li Yuan showing keen interest, persistently bidding until the price shot up to 25 million. Though Xu Zeyu held no particular fondness for Li Yuan and his wife, they were still Lin's parents. He could have looked the other way, but since he'd seen it, he felt compelled to lend them a hand. So, after asking Lin for Li Yuan's number via WeChat, Xu Zeyu dialed his. Li Yuan, initially pleased to see Xu Zeyu's name, answered casually, "Hello. This is Xu Zeyu." Xu Zeyu got straight to the point. "That jade Buddha has internal flaws. It's not even worth the reserve price of 20 million. Don't buy it." With that, Xu Zeyu hung up immediately, leaving Li Yuan staring blankly for a long moment until his wife called out, "Old Li, who was that?" "Xu Zeyu." Li Yuan's mood was complicated as he glanced in Xu Zeyu's direction. Xu Zeyu had already tucked his phone away, not even glancing their way. Upon hearing it was Xu Zeyu, Chen Nielian's expression darkened. What did he want? Li Yuan replied, "He said this jade Buddha has internal flaws and isn't worth that much. Don't believe a word he says." Chen Nielian snorted. "That guy's just hoping we fail. Ignore him. Let's keep bidding. A jade Buddha makes the perfect birthday gift." Before Li Yuan could bid, Chen Nielian raised the price, 28 million. Seeing Chen Nielian continue bidding, Huang Yuyan couldn't help but tease, "Zeyu, looks like your future in-laws aren't exactly grateful to you." Xu Zeyu snorted, "I've done what I needed to do. If they want to ruin themselves, that's their problem." At least I can face Lin Lin with a clear conscience.
In the end, the statue was purchased by Mr. and Mrs. Li Yuan for 30 million.
Li Yuan felt a lingering unease, while Chen Miaolian clutched it like a precious treasure, unable to put it down.
The auction continued, finally reaching the highlight that captured Xu Yanran's interest. A gem-encrusted scepter was presented before the crowd. Its stones shone brilliantly, while the scepter itself possessed an ancient, unassuming quality. Flamboyance and simplicity blended perfectly, creating a stunning piece. The auctioneer smiled as he addressed the crowd. This is the scepter once wielded by the Egyptian pharaoh Tutankhamun. It symbolizes both royal authority and divine power, making it extraordinarily significant.
Of course, as a foreign antique, our Antique Dealers Alliance does not authenticate its provenance.
Therefore, the reserve price is relatively low, starting at 50 million, with increments of 1 million.
Foreign antiques. Can you tell if it's real? No one can tell. Few people understand foreign antiques. Amidst the murmurs, Xu Yanran asked with keen interest, Zeyu, is this scepter genuine? How much is it worth? Xu Zeyu snorted in exasperation, those foreign crooks are ing scammers. Half this scepter is real, half is fake. Chapter 125. Half real, half fake? Xu Yanran asked curiously. What do you mean?
Xu Zeyu explained, the main body of the scepter is genuine, but the largest gemstone is fake. And the bulk of this scepter's value comes from that largest gemstone. So, this scepter is only worth half its price, around 100 million yuan. If we could find the real gemstone, it would be worth at least 250 million yuan. Xu Yanran stuck out her tongue and giggled, well, it's still worth 100 million.
Let's bid anyway.
Xu Yanran pressed the microphone and made the first bid, 55 million. Seeing Xu Yanran bid, Chen Lixiu on the other side immediately raised the stakes, 60 million. Xu Zeyu and Xu Yanran's group finally saw clearly this guy was out to get them.
But did Xu Zeyu fear this guy? Of course not. Bring it on. Let's see who can outbid who. 61 million. 65 million. 66 million. 70 million. Seeing the fierce bidding war, a few others occasionally joined in for the excitement, throwing out a bid or two. But for the most part, it was just the two of them going at it. After all, the others lacked the discernment to know the exact value of this antique and dared not bid recklessly. Seeing Chen Lixiu's smug expression, Xu Yanan couldn't help but shout angrily, 100 million. This was already the upper limit for this antique, yet Chen Lixiu still added 1 million without hesitation, 100 million 1 million. 110 million. Xu Yanan shouted angrily once more. Chen Lixiu again added 1 million, 110 million 100,000. Alright, it's yours. Xu Yanran stopped, grinning at Chen Lixiu. Mr. Chen, congratulations, you've just lost 11 million. Chen Lixiu froze for a moment before realizing he'd fallen for Xu Yanran's trick. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Beside him, Chen Lizhong remained calm, remarking indifferently, that woman might be tricking you. Don't get so worked up. Yeah, got it, big bro. Chen Lixiu said this, but he still felt a bit annoyed inside. What rankled Chen Lixiu most was that his family's appraiser knew nothing about authenticating foreign antiques, leaving them at a disadvantage. The pharaoh scepter was thus auctioned off to Chen Lixiu. For the next several antiques, Xu Yanran always made the first bid, and Chen Lixiu would then raise the price. Whenever Xu Yanran bid, Chen Lixiu had to raise the stakes. Sometimes Xu Yanran would fight for an item, other times she'd casually give up, leaving Chen Lixiu baffled. Brother, do they want to buy these things or not? Chen Lizhong explained, they want it, but it's not a must-have. Take that pharaoh's scepter, she definitely wanted it, otherwise she wouldn't have fought you like that. It must be said, Chen Lizhong's reasoning made perfect sense, and indeed, that was the case. Xu Zeyu announced the prices for these foreign antiques. Xu Yanran estimated their value based on these figures and the auction reserve prices. If she thought an item was worth it, she'd bid, if not, she'd pass. Occasionally, Xu Yanran would bid aggressively on items she didn't even like, deliberately driving up the price and making Chen Lixiu, that fool, chase after it. Her goal was to distract the brothers, Chen Lizhong and Chen Lixiu. That way, if she later spotted an antique she truly wanted, they wouldn't bid against her too recklessly. Huang Yuyan conducted business steadily and diplomatically, while Xu Yanran took a more unconventional approach. This was their greatest difference. With only 2 pieces left, Huang Yuyan hadn't secured a single one. She decided to buy something, anything, just to take home. Antique dealers were superstitious about auspicious beginnings. Returning empty-handed was considered unlucky. So no matter what, she had to buy something. The penultimate item was a golden knight's lance, gleaming brilliantly and exceptionally beautiful. The auctioneer announced, this golden knight's lance is said to have been wielded by Joan of Arc. It's forged from mixed metals, not pure gold. Starting bid, 80 million. Bidding begins now. Before Xu Yanran could ask, Xu Zeyu spoke up, that lance is fake. It's worth no more than the value of its metal. I see. Xu Yanran smiled faintly and immediately called out, 100 million. Chen Lixiu promptly countered with 101 million, and that was the end of it.
With Su Yanran not bidding anymore, others certainly wouldn't raise the price, they simply couldn't tell its true value. While there were many foreign buyers at the auction, they primarily came to purchase Chinese antiques. If they wanted foreign antiques, they wouldn't come to China to buy them. So after Chen Lixiao bid 110 million, the entire hall fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Chen Lixiao glanced over at Xu Zeyu and Su Yanran. Seeing Su Yanran laughing so hard she could barely stand up straight, he knew he'd been tricked. His face flushed crimson with anger. That damn woman. Chen Lizhong sighed. Well, it's bought now. As long as it's genuine, it's just a loss. Alright. Chen Lixiao had no choice but to silently accept the reality. Just then, Chen Lizhong received a call, and his expression immediately darkened. What? This antique is fake? The caller was one of Chen Lizhong's foreign friends. He had just been about to warn Chen Lizhong when Chen Lixiao shouted out the bid, leaving him no time to intervene. The foreign friend could only call Chen Lizhong to inform him it was impossible to reveal the forgery on the spot, as auction house rules prohibited it. The foreign friend said helplessly, Chen, I'm truly sorry. I just remembered seeing the genuine version of this gun in a museum in France. Chen Lixiao's face instantly turned as green as a watermelon rind. Fake? 100 million yuan was still within the Chen family's means, but the problem was that this 100 million had been swindled out of them in the most unjust way. Just look at that woman Su Yanran, grinning like that she knew full well this antique was a fake and deliberately set him up. That. I'll kill her. Chen Lixiao's face twisted into a vicious grimace, but all he could do was spew venom. He had absolutely no way to deal with Su Yanran. That's just how people like Chen Lixiao are, even when they're clearly in the wrong, they insist on blaming others. He didn't stop to think, if he hadn't gone out of his way to antagonize others, how could he have been swindled out of 100 million? That woman's eye wasn't that good, it was Xu Zeyu. Chen Lizhong fixed his gaze on Xu Zeyu, narrowing his eyes slightly as he muttered under his breath, this guy can't be allowed to live. Otherwise, our Chen family's business will be swallowed up by the Zus sooner or later. No one knew what Chen Lizhong was truly thinking. The auction continued, and finally, the last antique was brought out. Seeing this final piece, Xu Zeyu's eyes lit up instantly. The crown of Caesar. The real thing, worth at least 400 million. It was a crown, its gold-forged body adorned with dozens of gemstones of varying sizes. Dazzling and resplendent, it shone with breathtaking brilliance. Chapter 126. The auctioneer announced with a hint of excitement, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, tonight's grand finale is a priceless treasure. The China Antiques Alliance guarantees its authenticity. The crown of Emperor Caesar, starting bid, 200 million yuan. Bidding increments, 10 million yuan. Holy cow! A 200 million yuan reserve price. They're robbing us. You just don't get it. They say this artifact itself is incredibly valuable. Any single diamond plucked from the crown is worth millions. Even if you dismantled it and sold the pieces, it wouldn't fetch less than 200 million. That's insane. Xu Zeyu had intended for Su Yanan to acquire this artifact at all costs. But that foolish auctioneer had gone and declared it genuine outright, rendering Xu Zeyu's expertise in authentication largely irrelevant. If it's genuine, even without knowing the exact price, paying an extra 100 million wouldn't be too bad a deal. So there's bound to be fierce competition. Sure enough, the moment the auctioneer announced the bidding open, calls of bids poured in relentlessly. Not only Chinese antique dealers, but foreign collectors and ultra-wealthy enthusiasts also began bidding frantically. 220 million. 230 million. 330 million. When the bid reached 330 million, the frenetic atmosphere in the hall finally began to subside. The auctioneer glanced at the bidders and smiled faintly. 330 million. Any higher bids? 330 million going once. 340 million. Su Yanran called out coolly, casting a taunting glance at Chen Lixiao that nearly made his lungs burst with rage. Chen Lixiao ultimately didn't dare bid again, obediently closing his mouth. This marked his official defeat in today's bidding war against Su Yanran. 340 million, going once. 350 million. A Caucasian man with a high nose bid, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yanran with a smirk. Su Yanran frowned and snorted impatiently, where did this weirdo come from? Thinking he can outbid this lady? I'll crush you. 360 million. Su Yanran expected the foreigner to keep pushing, but to her surprise, he merely chuckled and stopped bidding. This threw her off. What the hell is this foreigner playing at? Su Yanran didn't dwell on it much. In the end, she secured the antique. Though the profit wasn't huge, she still made 40 million, a promising start. Thank you all for visiting China and Xinzhou City. On behalf of the China Antiques Alliance, I hereby declare this antique exchange fair officially closed. We look forward to welcoming you back next year. With the auctioneer's deliberately impassioned speech concluded, the event drew to a close, and the guests began to depart. Chen Mialian held the jade Buddha in her hands, growing more fond of it with each glance. She murmured to herself, this jade Buddha is so exquisite, and we showed such sincerity. Old Master Chen will surely forgive us. But as soon as she uttered those words, Li Yuan recalled Xu Zeyu's warning, and a sense of unease washed over him.
There are plenty of antique appraisers here, right? We should find one to authenticate it.
Outside the auction hall, numerous appraisers from the China Antique Dealers Alliance stood ready. These certified professionals specialized in providing after-sales services for clients. Of course, appraisal fees would be unavoidable.
Chen Mielian shot Li Yuan a glare and snapped, "Old Li, you don't actually believe that kid, do you?"
Li Yuan replied, "It is a gift for old Master Chen. Regardless of whether he's telling the truth, we should have it thoroughly appraised.
That way, we'll have peace of mind." Chen Mielian pondered for a moment before nodding. "Fine. The appraisal fee isn't that much anyway."
They found an appraiser to examine it on the spot, and the results came back quickly. The item was genuine, but the jade Buddha wasn't as pure inside as it appeared on the surface. There were also signs of a crack, likely from a fall. It was fine for now, but if left for too long or accidentally bumped, it could split open. In its current condition, the valuation was capped at 8 million. Li Yuan and his wife were stunned. After a long moment, Chen Mielian snapped out of it and tugged at Li Yuan's sleeve.
"Let's go to the next place and ask."
The appraiser sneered coldly, "Unless the appraisers there are blind, you'll get the same result anywhere.
The machine will show it."
Refusing to accept this, Chen Mielian sought out 2 more appraisers. The results were identical. The item had flaws and was valued at no more than 8 million.
The Li Yuans were utterly devastated.
After all that effort, they'd thought they'd bought a perfect gift, only to discover it was a defective piece. The couple exchanged glances, both thinking of Xu Zeyu at the same time, filled with regret. They finally understood. Xu had warned them out of concern for their daughter. Yet they assumed the worst, only to be cruelly deceived.
It truly proved the saying, "If you don't court disaster, disaster won't find you."
It took the couple quite a while to finally catch their breath. Li Yuan shook his head, patted his wife's shoulder, and said weakly, "Let's go home and talk about it."
As soon as they walked over, they ran into Xu Zeyu's group.
Su Yanin handed the 8 coins purchased at the auction to the Antique Alliance's appraiser. "Please appraise these antique coins for me."
"How much are they worth?"
"How much could they possibly be worth?"
"At most 8 million. Spending 20 million to buy something worth 8 million? Miss Su, your appraiser is quite the expert."
Chen Lixiao, who had deliberately chosen to pass by, couldn't resist the sarcastic remark.
Xu Zeyu immediately fired back, "You, who can stomach eating, should keep your mouth shut.
Probably clogged your brain too, making you spend 100 million on a fake gun."
"Ha!" At the mention of eating, Huang Yuyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Yanran asked with genuine curiosity, "What's the story? Did that guy actually eat?" Seeing Chen Lixiao's face twisted in fury, Huang Yuyan decided to spare him the embarrassment. "It's a long story. We'll talk about it later." Chen Lizhong stared at his younger brother in utter bewilderment. What the hell is going on here? When his brother asked, Chen Lixiao felt like he wanted to die. With so many people around, Chen Lixiao certainly wouldn't expose his own shortcomings. He could only stammer, "It's a long story. Let's talk about it at home." Chen Lixiao couldn't bear to stay any longer, terrified that Xu Zeyu might expose his shameful secret. He turned and fled in a panic. Chen Lizhong, however, remained behind. He was deeply curious why Xu Zeyu showed such intense interest in these cast coins. These aren't ordinary coins. The appraiser casually weighed them in his hand, glanced at them a few times, and shook his head repeatedly. "Do they even need further appraisal?" Xu Zeyu snorted, "I suggest you examine the material composition of these coins with your equipment first." "All right."
Since the client requested it, the appraiser picked up the instrument and re-examined the coin's composition.
The moment the results appeared, the appraiser's expression changed dramatically. "Meteorite iron." "Meteoric iron?" Those still lingering nearby gasped in unison. "Ancient coins cast from meteoric iron. If genuine, each of these 8 coins would be worth at least 20 million. Chapter 127.
Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Li Yuan and his wife felt as if they were in a dream. There was no doubt that Su Yiran's purchase of these ancient coins was Xu Zeyu's idea. Previously, nearly everyone had considered Xu Zeyu a fool for spending 20 million yuan on something worth at most 8 million yuan, all for the sake of a petty dispute. Now, these 8 coins that seemed worth only 8 million had suddenly turned into gold, each one worth 20 million. How could anyone not be stunned? In other words, Xu Zeyu had effortlessly helped others earn the equivalent of 7 ancient coins, a staggering 140 million yuan. Recalling how they had looked down on Xu Zeyu and treated him with contempt and difficulty when he visited their home, Li Yuan and his wife now felt utterly foolish. A single casual business deal of Xu Zeyu's could earn profits equivalent to what it would take them years to make. The stark contrast in their perceptions of Xu Zeyu left Li Yuan both ashamed and deeply troubled, a heavy lump forming in his throat that left him speechless. They had once thought Su Yanran was irrational for antagonizing the Chen family over Xu Zeyu, but now it seemed she was the most rational one. What's the point of saying anything? It's all tears now. Su Yanran was the happiest of all.
Overcome with excitement, she threw her arms around Xu Zeyu and planted a kiss on his cheek without a second thought. Ha! Zeyu, you're amazing. Beyond the 80 million she gave Xu Zeyu, this deal netted her a solid 80 million profit. No wonder she was over the moon. But that wasn't even her greatest joy. What truly delighted her was that Xu Zeyu, knowing full well these ancient coins could turn a profit, had still chosen to share half the opportunity with her. Sharing the wealth, that's what true friends do. To others, Xu Zeyu seemed downright foolish for going half the profits when he could have kept it all for himself. But to Huang Yuyan, this was precisely Xu Zeyu's greatest wisdom. He had entered this venture as Xu Yanran's appraiser. If he had only cared about his own profits and ignored his client, who would dare do business with someone like that in the future? Xu Zeyu might seem to be at a disadvantage this time, but in reality, through Xu Yanran and the surrounding crowd's promotion, Xu Zeyu's character would gain recognition from many people. This would become an intangible resource for future business. Even when millions in profits were at stake, he was willing to share half with his partners. Who wouldn't feel secure doing business with someone like that? Huang Yuyan understood the significance of Xu Zeyu's decision, and her respect for him grew unconsciously. Facing immense wealth without greed, knowing when to advance and retreat well, as for beauty, best not to dwell on that matter. In any case, it was enough for her to know Xu Zeyu was someone she could depend on. After being kissed by Xu Yanran, Xu Zeyu felt quite awkward. Miss Xu, in public, in full view of everyone, please behave yourself. That. Keep your dignity, my ass. I wouldn't give you the time of day, you pretty boy. Xu Yanran instantly switched to a look of disgust. I was just too excited earlier. Even if you were a little dog, I'd still give you a kiss. Okay, that analogy was a bit off. Anyway, thank you. The white man who had competed with Xu Yanran for the crown approached, smiling broadly. Miss, I missed out on that crown earlier. Would you consider selling me these ancient coins instead? I've come all the way to China, you can't let me leave empty-handed, can you? Xu Yanran appraised the man from head to toe before nodding. 8 ancient coins. 200 million for you. All right. The white man smiled. Miss Xu, would you prefer a bank transfer or a cashier's check? Xu Yanran replied, bank transfer. I'll give you my account number. Suddenly, a murderous glint flashed in the white man's eyes. He swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and lunged straight for Xu Yanran's throat. They were too close together. Even with Zhong Yue and Xu Zeyu nearby, they couldn't protect Xu Yanran in time. Xu Yanran stared in terror as the blade approached her throat, her mind going blank. Is this it? Freeze! Xu Zeyu bellowed at the system. Instantly, his points plummeted from 520 to 20. As his points shifted, time itself froze for that split second. Within that frozen instant, Xu Zeyu threw himself over Xu Yanran. When time resumed, the white man's dagger sliced past Xu Zeyu's arm, blood spattering everywhere. The white man froze for a split second, utterly incredulous that even with his A-class assassin skills, he could miss at such close range. His reaction was swift. Failing the first strike, he seized the moment before anyone could react, swinging his dagger towards Xu Zeyu and Xu Yanran, both sprawled on the ground. He knew Xu Yanran's bodyguards had been left outside. Aside from this man, there should be no one left to protect her. But what this white man hadn't anticipated was that besides Xu Zeyu, there was someone even more formidable than Xu Zeyu himself. Thud! Before the white man's dagger could land, Zhong Yue delivered a kick that struck his vulnerable side. Had they fought head-on, the white man might not have been weaker than Zhong Yue. But he hadn't anticipated that the seemingly sweet and lovely Chinese woman would be so ruthless when she fought. Moreover, his attention was entirely focused on Xu Zeyu and Xu Yanran, which is why he fell victim to Zhong Yue's strike. The kick to his ribs sent the white man staggering sideways several steps. Realizing his mission was now impossible, he prepared to flee. But suddenly, Xu Zeyu, who had been lying on the ground, tripped him by grabbing his heel, sending the man crashing back down. Instead of getting up, Xu Zeyu rolled with the momentum, landing on top of the white man and delivering a vicious stomp. The white man rolled away at the last second, narrowly avoiding the blow. But the moment he dodged Xu Zeyu's kick, Zhong Yue charged forward again. Zhong Yue lunged forward, using her body weight to drive her knee down hard against the white man's chest. Snap! The sound of the man's sternum snapping echoed through the air. A piercing scream erupted from his throat before he collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise again. To the panicked onlookers, it felt like an eternity, though the entire exchange had lasted barely 10 seconds. Under the combined assault of Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue, the white male assassin was finally subdued. Only then did the constables responsible for security at the exchange market and Xu Yanran's bodyguards burst in. Seeing Zhong Yue pinning the assassin down with her knee, the constables shouted, "What's going on?" Seeing the assassin was incapacitated, Zhong Yue stood up and presented her constable badge to the officers. "We're on the same side. This assassin is no ordinary threat. I'll call your city bureau chief and have him handle this." Chapter 128. Once the scene settled, Huang Yuyan and Xu Yanran almost simultaneously asked Xu Zeyu, "Are you okay?" Xu Zeyu bared his teeth in a grin. "I'm fine. Piece of cake."
Zhong Yue glanced at Xu Zeyu, her gaze laden with meaning. Just a few days, and you've really stepped up your game.
I didn't even have time to react, and you managed to save someone from the assassin.
Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, I can't exactly tell you I have a system that lets me pause time for a second, blah blah blah. But since Zhong Yue brought it up, Xu Zeyu felt compelled to explain a bit. After that fight with Li Haolong, I trained hard and really improved. Humph! Zhong Yue snorted twice, neither confirming nor denying, and waited for Luo Shiping's arrival. Witnessing that scene, Chen Lizhong finally understood. Zhao Chang, one of Hu Hai's men, had died a just death.
Xu Zeyu's reflexes were simply too quick. Before anyone could react, he'd managed to save Su Yanran from the blade's edge.
An ordinary person wounded like that would have been stunned, unable to react in time. But after being wounded and falling to the ground, the young man immediately counterattacked and pounced, helping the female constable subdue the assassin.
That kind of tenacity is truly terrifying. It seems I must speak with Hu Hai again. If you don't act at all. But if you do act, you must ensure it's flawless.
Otherwise, given this boy's temperament, he might very well seek revenge against Hu Hai and Mai Chen family. The more Chen Lizhong observed Xu Zeyu, the more uneasy he felt, so he quietly slipped away. Luo Shiping arrived with his men shortly after.
After inquiring about the situation, they took the white male assassin away.
Xu Zeyu was also taken to the hospital for wound dressing along the way.
Why is it always you?
The nurse tending to Xu Zeyu's wounds stared wide-eyed. 2 days ago it was a stab wound to the shoulder, today a slash to the arm.
You're one lucky bastard.
Xu Zeyu sighed helplessly.
Like I'm enjoying this?
It's all because my enemies are too ruthless.
Ouch, easy there.
Outside the door, Zhong Yue received a call from Luo Shiping. Yue, is Xu Zeyu okay?
He's fine, Zhong Yue replied. Instructor, have you finished investigating the assassin's background?
We've got it. Luo Shiping's tone turned serious.
You and Xu Zeyu come over here. We'll talk about it properly. Zhong Yue nodded. All right. The two arrived at Luo Shiping's office. Luo personally poured Xu Zeyu a cup of tea, his expression warm. Xu Zeyu, you've distinguished yourself again. This assassin is an A-class hitman from the dark web organization, responsible for at least 40 murders across Asia.
This time, he disguised himself as an antique dealer to get close to Su Yanan and carry out the assassination.
Xu Zeyu asked, Director Luo, couldn't we have discussed this over the phone? Why did you specifically request my presence? Luo Shiping smiled. You've disrupted 3 dark web operations. I'm concerned they'll target you. To protect you, I want to send you to the Fierce Wolf unit and train you into the kind of elite soldier you read about in novels, capable of anything. What do you think? If Xu Zeyu didn't have the system, he would have accepted Luo Shiping's proposal.
But with his system, he could be all-powerful without joining any wolf squad.
Why would he need to enlist?
Besides, joining the Swift Wolf unit would mean grueling training, a waste of time and hassle. With his system, he could simply activate modules to boost his abilities.
Who in their right mind would join the military just to seek punishment? Thus, Xu Zeyu solemnly declined Comrade Luo Shiping's earnest invitation. No thanks.
I believe I'm capable of protecting myself.
Xu Zeyu's casual refusal left Luo Shiping dumbfounded, while Zhong Yue was furious. Xu Zeyu, won't you even ask what the Swift Wolf unit is? With my skills, I couldn't even get in. You have the chance and you don't take it? You're so ungrateful.
Zhong Yue's fury stemmed from a specific reason. The man she admired was currently serving in the Swift Wolf unit. Her exceptional skills stemmed from that man, who had once been her personal combat trainer. He had taken great care of her, teaching her everything he knew. Unfortunately, before she could confess her feelings, he was recruited by the Swift Wolf unit immediately after graduation, while she failed the selection. Ever since, that man and the Swift Wolf unit had become a sensitive chord in Zhong Yue's heart, one that would react at the slightest touch. Today, when Xu Zeyu so bluntly rejected Luo Shiping's invitation, that sensitive chord in Zhong Yue's heart was struck hard, causing her reaction to be a bit more intense.
Xu Zeyu remained oblivious to all this.
His sole focus was on building his business, earning enough to marry Lin Lin. The wolf pack meant nothing to him. If Captain Zhong wants to join, let her go. Whether I'm there or not makes no difference. Besides, I might not be any weaker than those who graduated from there. Xu Zeyu spoke the truth, but to Zhong Yue, he sounded like a braggart addicted to boasting.
She retorted coldly, Xu Zeyu, once your injury heals, we'll have a fight. Say that again after you beat me. Otherwise, eat those words.
Noticing the unusual agitation in the usually icy Zhong Yue, Xu Zeyu scrutinized her up and down, snorting, You're so worked up, could it be your old flame is in the Swift Wolf unit?
Xu Zeyu had hit a nerve.
Furious, Zhong Yue was about to explode when Luo Shiping chuckled.
Since young Su doesn't wish to join the Swift Wolf unit, I shan't press the matter. How about this instead?
Your hacking skills are exceptional.
We'd like to hire you as a hacking instructor for the unit. Surely that's acceptable? Xu Zeyu felt like crying.
He didn't possess any real hacking skills, he'd only cheated through the system.
Yet Luo Shiping took him seriously. After all, this man was a bureau chief, a deputy director of the provincial police department, and likely a leader of the Swift Wolf unit. Xu Zeyu couldn't keep refusing him FaceTime over and over. Whether it was for future business ventures or other endeavors, maintaining good relations with the Constabulary Bureau was essential. If he couldn't cultivate good relations, he certainly couldn't afford to offend them. After pondering, Xu Zeyu could only say, "Director Luo, I'm starting a business and really don't have much time." Time isn't an issue. A sly, fox-like cunning flashed across Luo Shiping's face. "You only need to spare half a day each week for our remote instruction." With the offer laid out so plainly, Xu Zeyu couldn't very well refuse now. Gritting his teeth, he finally nodded. "All right. But you need to give me a month to organize my thoughts. We'll start the lessons after that." Xu Zeyu didn't need a month to organize his thoughts. He wanted to earn points during that time to redeem a computer hacking tutorial from the system. The thought made Xu Zeyu wince. The system was so greedy a basic hacking tutorial cost 500 points? It was outright robbery. Chapter 129. Seeing Xu Zeyu finally agree, Luo Shiping's face broke into a relieved smile. As long as he could bring Xu Zeyu into the Swift Wolf unit, whether as an instructor or a trainee, his cause would become the unit's cause. Others might not know how fiercely the Swift Wolf unit protected its talent, but Luo Shiping knew. He was a former member of that unit himself and still held recommendation quotas for it. If any of those reckless assassins from the dark web dared to come after him again, they'd be walking straight into the Swift Wolf unit's trap. Comrade Xu Zeyu, congratulations on officially becoming a probationary instructor for the Swift Wolf unit. Luo Shiping smiled. The probationary period is 1 month. If everything goes smoothly during that time, the Swift Wolf unit will issue you a credential. Credentials? Xu Zeyu, who had devoured countless military-themed novels, lit up at the mention of credentials. Is this some kind of license to beat people up without consequences? Luo Shiping nearly rolled his eyes, but he nodded nonetheless. As long as you're in the right, unless you cripple or kill someone, the Swift Wolf unit will handle it for you. Of course, if anyone bullies you, feel free to beat them up. Heh, I like that. The thought of soon possessing the ultimate tool for brawling just like the elite soldier protagonists in novels made Xu Zeyu's heart leap with joy. If Li Haolong dared to mess with him again, well. If he'd known about this perk earlier, why did he refuse? Seriously. Don't get too excited just yet. The Swift Wolf unit has extremely strict requirements for talent. To prevent Xu Zeyu from getting too carried away, Luo Shiping issued a warning. "I've seen your hacking skills, no problem there. But if you teach poorly, or if you can't earn the respect of that bunch of military ruffians within a month, you'll be in trouble. Remember, you're not teaching ordinary students, you're training future elite soldiers." Luo Shiping's expression turned stern. "So you'd better bring your A game." Xu Zeyu nodded vigorously. "Rest assured. I don't do things halfway. If I take it on, I'll make it the best." With Xu Zeyu's assurance, Luo Shiping finally relaxed a bit. "You can go now. Joe, give me a call when you're ready. I'll have them arrange the schedule and curriculum." "Alright, we're off. See you later, old Luo." Xu Zeyu's affectionate use of old Luo left Luo Shiping both amused and exasperated. Alright. Go on." After Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue left, Luo Shiping's expression gradually turned cold. "Darknet organization. The blood debt you owe my wife, sooner or later, you'll pay it back with interest." At the same time, at the Darknet organization's Asian branch, dozens of people sat in a room indistinguishable from an ordinary conference room. All eyes were fixed on the large screen mounted on the wall, watching the video playing. The footage captured the entire process of the white man assassinating Su Yanran. Had Xu Zeyu been present, he would have been furious beyond measure. His profile picture was circled in green video marker, making it appear as if a green halo hovered above his head. The video ended quickly. The Japanese man with a small tuft of beard in the conference room's main seat asked in a deep English voice, "Did you all see Xu Zeyu's movements clearly?" The people below shook their heads in unison. One of them spoke up, "Chairman, with Sanchez's skills, it's impossible for him to miss at such close range. To react in time, the opponent would have to be a martial arts master from China. But clearly, that's not the case. We all know Sanchez's skills. Unless it's an S-class assassin, there's absolutely no way he could have saved someone from the blade. That's the strangest part." The Japanese man said solemnly. Headquarters Medusa gave Xu Zeyu an overall S-class rating, but his combat skill rating was D. Yet from this video, his combat skill is at least C to B level. What does this mean? The others remained silent. The Japanese man continued, "It means Medusa's overall assessment of Xu Zeyu is accurate, but their detailed evaluation is flawed. Xu Zeyu is classified as our Darknet organization's top threat. Until we uncover his true capabilities, if you encounter him during a mission, remember to avoid him at all costs." His voice grew louder as he rose to his feet, his expression darkening. "Missions can be completed anytime. To accomplish a mission, one must be prepared to sacrifice their life at any moment. But do not lose your life before the mission is complete, for that would tarnish the reputation of our dark web organization. Understood? The assassins responded in unison, understood. Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue returned to the hotel to find Su Yanran looking gloomy and sullen. Only when Xu Zeyu returned did she manage a forced smile. You're back. Are you okay? Xu Zeyu replied, I'm fine. What about you? Who was that? Why so vicious hiring assassins to kill you? Su Yanran sneered coldly, those good-for-nothing playboys and spoiled brats from the Su family, of course. They can't make money themselves, yet they think I'm getting in their way. I've even fled all the way to Donyang province, but they still won't leave me alone. Only then did Xu Zeyu realize Su Yanran was being targeted by jealous peers within her own family. He thought of Huang Yuyan, then of Su Yanan. These capable women in the business world seemed to find little happiness at home. How pitiful. But this was their family affair, and Xu Zeyu had no desire to get involved. He kept his comments brief, just remember to bring several bodyguards with you from now on. Don't meet with strangers casually. MHM. Su Yanran nodded, a faint smile finally appearing on her face. My great-uncle felt terribly guilty when he heard about the assassins targeting me. I mentioned your situation to him, and he said he'd call the old man from the Chen family. What the Chens do behind the scenes is beyond my grandfather's control, but publicly, they shouldn't bother you anymore. Su Yanran phrased it artfully, essentially telling Xu Zeyu she used her own connections to secure him a favor. Yet the more artfully Su Yanran phrased things, the less Xu Zeyu liked it. He disliked people who treated emotions like transactions. This was precisely where Su Yanan differed from Huang Yuyan. Huang Yuyan made Xu Zeyu feel genuinely cared for, while Su Yanan gave him the distinct impression they were merely conducting a transaction. Of course, Xu Zeyu didn't dwell on it too much. If Su Yanan preferred to operate through transactions, then Xu Zeyu would simply treat her as a business partner. After the antique exchange market concluded, Xu Zeyu and his group finished their meal and prepared to return to Nanjiang City. Just as they entered the hotel lobby, Wu Shihao's wife, that plump woman from the Zhang family, stormed in with over 20 bodyguards. Pointing at Huang Yuyan, she bellowed, that woman. Strip her naked and throw her out onto the street. Anyone who dares to stop me, beat them to death. Chapter 130. Zhang Zhu felt she was truly a woman of ill fortune, that destiny had dealt her an unfair hand. Though born into the Zhang family, one of Donyang province's 4 prominent clans, and as their eldest daughter, she was strangely the least favored. Perhaps it was because her name was poorly chosen. Zhu sounded like pig, so she ended up looking like one. By her teens, she weighed over 100 pounds, and as an adult, her weight never dipped below 200. Not only did she lack a decent figure, but her face was equally unappealing. People looked at her and immediately thought she was ready to pick a fight, so everyone kept their distance. Because of this, Zhang Zhu grew up to be someone who was at times fragile and insecure, at other times arrogant and conceited, nervous and jumpy, very difficult to get along with. Apart from the elders of the Zhang family, no one in the household was willing to deal with this Miss Zhang. Her siblings either mocked her or ignored her completely. Servants avoided her whenever possible, only reluctantly attending to her needs when unavoidable. If even her own family treated her this way, outsiders were even less inclined to engage. Well into her 30s and still unmarried, she spent her days sulking at home, much to her family's despair. Then one day, Zhang Zhu met Wu Shihao and declared she would marry no one else. Wu Shihao wanted to study abroad, and coincidentally, the Su family business was facing bankruptcy. Zhang Zhu's parents offered a dowry of 10 billion yuan, demanding not a single penny from the Su family, to secure Wu Shihao's marriage to Zhang Zhu. Wu Shihao, a money-grubbing scumbag himself, saw his family's modest business worth mere millions. Faced with a 10 billion yuan dowry, he married Zhang Zhu without hesitation, and the couple left for overseas together. Zhang Zhu knew her own limitations well. Always worried about Wu Shihao cheating, she hired someone to keep a constant watch on him. A few days ago, they returned. Zhang Zhu then received a report from her subordinate that Wu Shihao had visited his ex-lover, Huang Yuyan. Zhang Zhu rushed to catch them in the act but failed. She then viciously berated her husband. Zhang Zhu thought the matter was settled, but unexpectedly, she ran into Huang Yuyan, the woman who had stolen her husband, outside an antique auction house. This led to the scene outside the auction house. The thought of her words turning into pig-like grunts in front of her rival made Zhang Zhu feel unbearably uncomfortable unless she stripped Huang Yuyan naked and humiliated her even more. After visiting the hospital where the doctor confirmed her vocal cords were fine, Zhang Zhu began rallying her forces to confront Huang Yuyan. The Zhang family's primary business was hotels, and Huang Yuyan happened to be staying at the Zhang-owned Bafang Grand Hotel. Zhang Zhu tracked down Huang Yuyan's location through the hotel's guest records and rushed over in a flurry. Seeing Huang Yuyan about to leave, Zhang Zhu felt fortunate she'd arrived just in time. Of course, had she known what was about to unfold, she would have turned tail and run on the spot. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhu possessed no such foresight. The moment she spotted Huang Yuyan, she became as fired up as if injected with adrenaline, waving her hand in a sweeping gesture as she prepared to confront Huang Yuyan. Seeing so many people swarm toward them, Su Yanan's 5 bodyguards immediately stepped in, and both sides instantly became entangled in a brawl. Su Yanran's bodyguards were formidable, but Zhang Zhu's side had the numbers advantage.
In the initial chaos, they couldn't immediately focus on Huang Yuyan, allowing Su Yanran's 5 enforcers to quickly surge forward toward Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan. Their mission was clear: seize Huang Yuyan, strip her clothes off, and throw her out. Seeing Huang Yuyan's beauty and figure, the thugs grinned lecherously.
Getting paid to do dirty work? What a sweet gig, hard to come by, haha.
But these thugs were dreaming too big. They'd soon learn that taking advantage of a beauty wasn't so easy. Xu Zeyu's arm was injured, but his legs still worked. Spotting the thugs charging toward him, he kicked out without hesitation. Thud! The thug leading the charge was sent flying by Xu Zeyu's kick, his body hurtling straight out like a cannonball for 5 or 6 meters. Zhong Yue showed no mercy either, striking with extreme ferocity.
As a constable, she despised bullies like Zhang Zhu who exploited their family's influence to terrorize others, along with their lackeys. Snap! 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 In less than 10 seconds, all 4 thugs had either dislocated arms or ankles, writhing on the ground in agony, screaming in pain.
Zhong Yue had trained in the police force's combat techniques, emphasizing one-move takedowns. These thugs were in for a world of pain. The man Xu Zeyu had kicked flying seemed unharmed at first glance. But when he struggled to his feet, blood gushed from his mouth uncontrollably. His internal organs felt as if they were being scorched by fire, the pain unbearable. Needless to say, he had suffered severe internal injuries.
This is too much. Watching the ongoing fight in the hall, Xu Zeyu shook his head. Captain Zhong, what did Director Luo say earlier? Zhong Yue shot Xu Zeyu a puzzled look. Which part are you referring to? The beating part, of course. Xu Zeyu chuckled. Does that mean as long as I don't cripple anyone, he'll handle the fallout for me? Zhong Yue couldn't help but roll her eyes. Xu Zeyu, don't you dare do anything reckless. Xu Zeyu spread his hands helplessly. Captain Zhong, that's where you're wrong. You saw it yourself, it wasn't me acting recklessly, it was that woman.
Why can the bad guys act recklessly, but the good guys can't? Zhong Yue retorted, bad guys who act recklessly face legal consequences.
Good guys who act recklessly don't get away with it. Of course it's not worth it. Xu Zeyu snorted.
These rich villains don't give a damn about the poor. No matter how much trouble they stir up, as long as it's not a crime that provokes heaven and earth, they can always smooth things over.
But good people can't do that.
When they get bullied, they can only report it to the authorities and wait for the law to handle it.
If they act recklessly, they're the ones who end up paying the price. So what do you want to do? Zhong Yue snapped. Do you want to become just like them, ignoring reason and the law? I never claimed to be a good person. If they can bully others with their power, why can't I do the same when the situation allows?
Xu Zeyu bared his teeth in a smirk.
Had ha.
The best way to deal with scum like them isn't waiting for the law to punish them because they don't give a damn about the law. The best way is to fight fire with fire, make them afraid. Xu Zeyu had encountered several lawless individuals like Zheng Dashi, who had run him over Li Haolong, who constantly threatened his life, and Chen Dashi and Hu Hai from Qinzhou City. Xu Zeyu was already an extreme individual, and his recent brushes with death had only amplified his radicalism. Zhang, the young master who ran him over, still roamed free, while Xu himself had narrowly escaped death multiple times. It was clear that normal channels couldn't solve the problem. If normal channels couldn't solve the problem, and he possessed the ability to resolve matters through other unconventional means, why wouldn't he use them? Chapter 131. You're a constable, don't act recklessly. Leave the reckless part to me. Xu Zeyu flashed a toothy grin at Zhong Yue before strolling leisurely toward Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu was still watching the brawl in the hall when someone suddenly stepped in front of her, blocking her view. Her plump face instantly darkened. I know you. You're that Huang Yuyan's lover. You dare show your face here? You're asking for a beating. The arrogant and domineering Zhang Zhu swung a slap toward Xu Zeyu. Zhong Yue had expected Xu Zeyu to strike first, but to her surprise, he didn't move. Instead, he let Zhang Zhu's slap come crashing down. Just as Zhang Zhu's large, fleshy palm was about to strike Xu Zeyu's cheek, he suddenly turned his head away. From other angles, it looked as if he had been struck. Only Zhang Zhu and Xu Zeyu knew the truth. Zhang Zhu hadn't landed a single blow. You dare hit me? Xu Zeyu's eyes widened with fury as he snarled at Zhang Zhu. Although Zhang Zhu had wanted to strike Xu Zeyu, she hadn't actually hit him. Seeing Xu Zeyu's furious expression, Zhang Zhu was instantly bewildered. I didn't even hit him. Before Zhang Zhu could process her confusion, Xu Zeyu suddenly transformed into a ferocious tiger, claws bared, and delivered a series of sharp slaps to Zhang Zhu's plump face. Smack! The slaps rang out so loudly they left Zhang Zhu dizzy and disoriented. After landing over a dozen slaps, Xu Zeyu bared his teeth and sucked in a sharp breath. Damn, she's so fat it's hurting my hand. The pain in her face snapped Zhang Zhu back to her senses. Realizing she'd been struck, she roared in fury, You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm Smack! Smack! Qinzhou City. Smack! The 4 great families. Smack! The Zheng family. Smack! With every word Zhang Zhu uttered, Xu Zeyu landed another slap, until Zhang Zhu's face swelled into a veritable pig's head so puffed up around the mouth he couldn't speak. Only then did the Zhang family's thugs realize their boss was being attacked. They immediately retreated, surrounding Xu Zeyu but dared not advance. Their boss was mere inches away from the enemy. If they made a wrong move, what if the cornered dog lashed out and killed their boss? So these thugs could only shout from the sidelines, "Don't you dare! You little punk, how dare you lay a hand on our young miss? Have you had enough of living? Do you even know who our young miss is?" "I know," Xu Zeyu replied, his face bearing a calm yet chilling smile. "She's from the Zhang family, one of the 4 great families of Donyang province." Several thugs roared angrily again. "You know who she is and still dare to hit our young miss? Heh, what's the Zhang family? Why wouldn't I dare?" Xu Zeyu chuckled darkly. "I've already crossed the Chen family, why would I fear crossing the Zhangs? This hotel belonged to the Zhangs." Seeing Zhang Zhu being attacked, not only her hired thugs but also the hotel security personnel rushed over. The moment they arrived, they heard Xu Zeyu's bragging and nearly choked with rage. Beyond the thugs and security, a crowd of onlookers had gathered. When they heard Xu Zeyu's words, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Good for you, kid. To call out the Zhangs on their own turf, that's some bold acting." The system's voice chimed in, "Beep beep, bluff successful. Even bystanders think you pulled it off, well that's good enough. System rating, intermediate. Number of people bluffed, 66. Reward, 660 points. Total skill points, 680. Seeing the system add points to his account, Xu Zeyu remembered he needed to keep up the act. He continued, Xu Zeyu, put my word out here today, if the Zhang family can lay a finger on me, I'll take your surname." Damn! Zhong Yue had never seen anyone this reckless before. What was Xu Zeyu's problem today? He could have easily diffused the situation, but why did he insist on acting up and making things worse? First he acted tough once, now he's doing it again? Has he gotten addicted to this? The system's voice chimed again, beep beep, bluff successful. System assessment, intermediate level. Rewards as before. Total skill points, 1340. Ha! Basic hacking skills unlocked. Xu Zeyu secretly rejoiced, already scheming how to keep pretending and rack up more points when a swarm of constables burst in. The moment Zhang Zhu saw the constables, she clung to them like they were her saviors. "Officer. He hit me." The constable glanced at Zhang Zhu's battered face and immediately stepped forward, barking at Xu Zeyu, "Sir, you're being accused of intentional assault. Please come with us. I did hit her, but it was self-defense. Didn't you see? They're all her people, and I was alone. If she hadn't hit me first, how could I have dared to fight all of them?" Xu Zeyu put on a look of deep injustice. "Just ask her, didn't she slap me first before I could hold back? Sure, she looks like a pig, but she is still a woman. I never hit women before. Zhang, you tell me, didn't you hit me first? Didn't you hit me first?" Zhang Zhu, flustered by Xu Zeyu's urgency, stammered, "Yes, but..." "See? She admitted it herself. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage." Xu Zeyu declared, "This woman is outrageously arrogant. Just this morning she told your constable colleagues that the Zhang family has plenty of money, and if you constables don't want to lose your jobs, you'd better all get lost. If you don't believe me, go ask the colleagues who were patrolling the antique exchange market this morning." So she's the woman who tried to assault someone outside the antique exchange market this morning, then had her voice turn into a pig's? The moment Xu Zeyu mentioned this, the expressions of those constables turned distinctly peculiar. That bizarre and amusing incident from this morning had already spread like wildfire, and these constables had naturally heard about it. Upon learning this woman was the very person who yelled at the morning patrol officers, they shook their heads repeatedly. "Miss Zhang, we're sorry, but your rank is too high. We're just lowly officers. If we handle this wrong, we'll lose our jobs. Best let the chief deal with you." These constables all shared the same sentiment, they wanted nothing to do with this case. When the Zhang family's women were free, they'd yell at the constables when they needed help, they'd come crying to the constables for justice. Where was the easy money in that? Besides, they knew anyone who dared to strike a Zhang woman must have connections. Best to stay out of this mess and leave the headache to their chief. Chapter 132. Seeing the constables walk away, Zhang Zhu immediately burst into a torrent of curses. "How much tax does our Zhang family pay every year? Don't you know we're the ones who pay your salaries? Your inaction is a waste of our taxpayers' money. I'll file a complaint and have every last one of you fired." Zhang Zhu's outburst only made matters worse. The constables, who had been considering calling their chief, now ignored her completely. They'd never encountered such an arrogant woman before. Let her complain all she wanted, they weren't handling this case anymore. "This big shots case is beyond our handling. Seems even our chief won't help, we'll have to go straight to the provincial bureau chief. Do you have the director's phone number?" "No." "Well, if we don't, there's nothing we can do. Let's go? Let's go." Those constables worked together with such perfect coordination that the people around them couldn't help but burst into laughter.
The louder the crowd laughed, the more Zhang Zhu wanted to spit blood. You don't have the commissioner's number, but I do. Zhang Zhu grabbed her phone and dialed the chief's number immediately. Hello, Uncle Wu. I got beaten up, and your constables won't help. Seeing Zhang Zhu was serious, Xu Zeyu also pulled out his phone and dialed Luo Shiping. Hey, old Luo, I beat someone up. They called the chief. You gotta come over and put in a good word for me. Hey, you said it yourself, as long as I'm in the right, I can beat them up. You'd smooth things over. Does your word mean anything? Oh, you're coming right now? That's good. See you in a bit. Bye. Zhang Zhu hung up, glaring at Xu Zeyu with fury. You're dead meat. Xu Zeyu grinned at Zhang Zhu. We'll see about that. Zhang Zhu seethed with rage, while Xu Zeyu whistled calmly, utterly unconcerned. It made Zhang Zhu's teeth itch. Finally, she thought to herself, once Director Wu arrives, I'll make this bastard pay. Both directors were remarkably efficient, arriving at the Octagon Hotel almost simultaneously. Director Wu was slightly older than Luo Shiping, in his 50s, and exuded more official authority. He didn't seem like the approachable type of leader. However, upon seeing Luo Shiping arrive, the stern expression on Director Wu's face softened into a smile. Old Luo, what's gotten into you? Why the rush? Luo Shiping chuckled. Director, a junior colleague got into a bit of trouble. I came to check on things. And you? Commissioner Wu chuckled. Nothing major. Just came to take a look. Ha! If it had been an ordinary deputy director, Director Wu would have dismissed him with disdain, let alone taken the initiative to greet him. But Luo Shiping was different. He was practically the pre-designated successor to the director position, just waiting for Director Wu to retire. Director Wu understood the higher-ups' intentions well, so he wouldn't dare offend Luo Shiping lightly. After all, even after his retirement, he might still need to call on him for favors in the future. Luo Shiping was equally courteous toward Director Wu, never crossing him. Thus, the two director and deputy director maintained remarkably harmonious relations. But today, their meeting was clearly arranged to mediate the conflict between the two parties. Avoiding confrontation would be difficult. It all depended on how the situation was resolved. The moment they entered the hotel lobby, Zhang Zhu rushed over, sobbing loudly to Director Wu. Uncle Wu, look what this bastard did to my face. Wah! Her face was naturally plump even without being swollen. She still looked chubby. It wasn't actually that bad. As soon as Xu Zeyu uttered those words, everyone burst into laughter again. Commissioner Wu's brow immediately furrowed as he barked sternly, I didn't ask you. Shut up. At Director Wu's sharp rebuke, Xu Zeyu shrugged innocently, alright, rank has its privileges. Guess we can't speak now. Su, keep quiet. Luo Shiping said calmly. Xu Zeyu nodded and immediately fell silent. Clearly, Xu Zeyu was giving face to Luo Shiping, not out of fear of Director Wu. The old Xu Zeyu would have trembled at the sight of such a high-ranking official, stammering incoherently. But he'd noticed his courage growing steadily, his confidence thickening with each passing day. It was obvious this was all an act. The pinnacle of feigning lies in maintaining an air of nonchalance even when standing before a foreign monarch, capable of bragging with the utmost composure. A mere bureau chief? Nothing to fear. Humph. Director Wu snorted coldly, ignoring Xu Zeyu and gesturing for Zhang Zhu to finish her story. Finally, she stopped mentioning the provocation she had instigated and instead claimed she had accidentally encountered her love rival here. After exchanging a few insults, the rival's lover had rushed over and beaten her to this state, painting herself as utterly innocent and wronged. Fortunately, Director Wu wasn't one to take others' words at face value. After Zhang Zhu finished, he turned to Xu Zeyu and demanded, what's your side of the story? Xu Zeyu replied, it happened like this. Xu Zeyu recounted the entire sequence of events exactly as it happened. Of course, he lied about whether Zhang Zhu had actually struck his face, but that detail was insignificant. After finishing his account, Xu Zeyu added, all the surveillance footage is here, and there are plenty of witnesses around. Feel free to investigate. Xu Zeyu's account was coherent and well organized, while Zhang Zhu's was evasive and full of holes. Director Wu was the chief of the constables. How could he not see through the truth? Realizing Zhang Zhu was making unreasonable demands against a tough opponent, with Xu Zeyu and Luo Shiping standing behind him, Director Wu naturally wouldn't push Xu Zeyu too hard. But since the matter had been brought up, he couldn't simply let Xu Zeyu off scot-free. He stated, Xu Zeyu, is that right? Even if Zhang Zhu was at fault first, you shouldn't have resorted to violence. Here's what we'll do, both sides compromise. You apologize to Zhang Zhu and compensate her for medical and nutritional expenses. That will settle this matter. No way. Zhang Zhu persisted, shouting loudly. Uncle Wu, he beat me up like this. I want him sent to jail. My family has money, we can hire any lawyer. I want him to rot in prison. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. If this matter were truly pursued, Zhang Zhu would be the first one arrested. Commissioner Wu's proposal was actually for her own good, framing it as Xu Zeyu's fault so he'd pay compensation and apologize. But this woman, having gained the upper hand, refuses to let it go.
She's determined to destroy Xu Zeyu, and no one can stand by and watch.
But the bystanders were just spectators.
They weren't about to take up Xu Zeyu's cause at most, they'd watch how things unfolded. Director Wu's expression immediately darkened, his brows knitting tightly together. It was clear he harbored significant displeasure toward Zhang Zhu as well, though he likely held back further comment out of deference to the Zheng family's standing. Just then, Luo Shiping leaned close to Director Wu's ear and whispered a few words. "Director, Xu Zeyu." After hearing Luo Shiping's words, Director Wu made his decision on the spot. "Zhang Zhu, stop this unreasonable outburst.
Let's call it quits on this matter. Let's go." Chapter 133.
Seeing that Director Wu had even spared Xu Zeyu from having to pay compensation or apologize, Zhang Zhu widened the eyes hidden beneath her puffy, fleshy cheeks in fury.
"Uncle Wu, why?" "No reason." Director Wu replied calmly. "I'll discuss this with your father.
If you have any objections to my decision, feel free to take it up with him."
Ignoring Zhang Zhu's stunned expression, Director Wu walked over to Xu Zeyu.
He looked him up and down, patted his shoulder, and nodded earnestly.
"Young man, keep up the good work."
Leaving behind this puzzling remark, Director Wu turned and walked away. Luo Shiping flashed Xu Zeyu a smile before turning to follow Director Wu's footsteps, leaving together. Watching her powerful ally walk away, Zhang Zhu looked utterly lost, muttering to herself, "How could this be? How could this be?" Xu Zeyu couldn't be bothered to further crush this woman who was trying to play the victim. He strode confidently out of the crowd and called out to Huang Yuyan and the others, "Sister Huang, Miss Su, Captain Zhong, let's go."
"Okay."
Huang Yuyan and the others approached, with Su Iran's bodyguard bringing up the rear as they departed together. Zhang Zhu's bodyguards could only stare at them as they departed, not a single one daring to make a move.
A single question echoed in everyone's mind: just who the hell was Xu Zeyu? Who was Director Wu? He was the top dog in the Donyang Provincial Police. The top cop patting Xu Zeyu on the shoulder so warmly, telling him to do a good job. Could Xu Zeyu be part of the police force too? With these speculations swirling, everyone found Xu Zeyu increasingly enigmatic. Su Yanran and Huang Yuyan were equally curious. As soon as they stepped out of the hotel, Su Yanran tugged at Xu Zeyu's sleeve and asked, "Zeyu, what did Director Wu mean by do a good job just now?" Huang Yuyan was curious too, but unlike Su Yanran, she wouldn't pester Xu Zeyu with questions. If Xu Zeyu chose to speak, he would. If not, she wouldn't mind. Of course, now that Su Yanran had asked, she perked up her ears, ready to hear the answer. Xu Zeyu didn't answer Su Yanran's question right away. Instead, he turned to Zhong Yue and asked, "Can I talk about this? I can't go into specifics, but I can give you the gist." "Fine, I'll explain." Director Luo asked Xu Zeyu to teach computer classes to the SWAT team. From now on, Xu Zeyu is part of the police academy. That's basically it. You're that powerful? Su Yanran expressed skepticism at first, but she eventually believed it. So you're part of the police academy now. No wonder you were so cocky earlier, you even dared to hit the local big shot's daughter. Put. Even if I weren't part of the academy, I still beat up the Zheng family's son, didn't I? Xu Zeyu declared with swagger. Whoever messes with me gets beaten. Let's see who dares to pick a fight with me now. Humph. Zeyu, I'll need you to keep an eye on your little sister from now on, heh. Su Yanran teased playfully. As the cars arrived, everyone boarded their respective vehicles and headed back to Nanjing City. No sooner had their vehicles departed than a strikingly feminine-looking, seductive man in a distant car lowered his binoculars, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Heh, he murmured, no wonder that brat's so cocky, turns out he's got the provincial police department's backing. But the man's muttering halted, his smile morphing into a terrifyingly sinister grimace. But you killed our brother Zhao Qing. Even if you're a constable, we'll still hunt you down and kill you. Since Xiao Mo was still recovering from her injuries, Zhong Yue drove the car. Xu Zeyu sat in the front passenger seat, while Huang Yuyan and Xiao Mo occupied the back seat. Su Yanran rode in her own vehicle, driven by her bodyguard, while she occupied the back seat. Due to the assassination attempt, the Su family had intensified security for Su Yanran. Beyond her own vehicle, 2 additional cars driven by her bodyguards were deployed. One led the way ahead, while another followed behind, constantly on alert for any unexpected incidents on the road. Within the Su family, this level of security was reserved for the heir apparent. Xu Zeyu and his group rode in the middle car, benefiting from Su Yanran's security detail, which made their journey relatively safer. As they approached an intersection, their lane had a green light while both side lanes displayed red. The scene felt eerily familiar to Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but quip, the Chen family wouldn't be planning to ram us with a truck like Li Haolong did, would they? No sooner had Xu Zeyu spoken than 2 massive trucks suddenly surged from both sides, accelerating straight toward them. Originally, these 2 trucks would have passed each other without issue, but now they were both charging straight at Xu Zeyu's car with no pretense of hiding their intent to kill. Holy! Last time it was 1 truck, now it's 2. The scumbags in the provincial capital sure are more generous than the ones in the countryside. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but curse angrily. Zhong Yue, Xiao Mo, and Huang Yuyan had already turned pale with fear. They couldn't fathom why Xu Zeyu still had the nerve to curse at a time like this. Freeze. 2 seconds. Just as the two trucks were about to smash into Xu Zeyu's vehicle, he roared at the system. Everything around them froze in place, except for his car, which kept moving forward. Noticing the vehicle ahead suddenly halt, Zhong Yue instinctively swerved her car around Su Yanran's vehicle, narrowly avoiding a rear-end collision. The moment she evaded Su Yanran's car, all the vehicles suddenly started moving again. A thunderous crash erupted behind them. Two massive trucks, one on each side, crushed Su Yanran's bodyguard vehicle like a hamburger. The car was instantly pulverized, blood spurting violently from its mangled remains. Su Yanran, Xu Zeyu, and the lead security vehicle all came to a halt. Staring at the crushed wreckage, the blood-soaked interior, and the mangled, unrecognizable corpse, Su Yanran and Huang Yuyan immediately vomited. The others were consumed by rage. This method clearly wasn't used by assassin organizations, but rather by the Chen family or Hu Hai. This meant the attack targeted Xu Zeyu. It was Xu Zeyu who had dragged Su Yanran's bodyguard into this, leading to his tragic death. Though Xu Zeyu himself wasn't at fault, the death stemmed from his bodyguard's presence. Rage now consumed Xu Zeyu's entire being. If the Chen family and Hu Hai wanted to kill him, that was their prerogative. If he died, it would be his own fault for overestimating his abilities. He'd deserve it. But Sister Huang, Xiao Mo, and Zhong Yue were utterly innocent. For the sake of killing him, they were being dragged into this as collateral damage, utterly insane. Had he not possessed the god-defying system, that bodyguard's fate would have served as a warning to them all. Xu Zeyu clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. The Chen family, Hu Hai, I will not rest until you are destroyed. Chapter 134. His rage soon cooled, and Xu Zeyu addressed the system. System, immediately send me real-time surveillance footage from every location within a 200-meter radius that can see this spot. Friendly reminder, street surveillance won't cover the full scope you require. Would you like to connect to satellite HD monitoring? The system prompted. Covering such a large area requires minimal points, just 50 more than standard surveillance. You can connect to satellite HD surveillance? Xu Zeyu nodded repeatedly. Points aren't an issue. Connect immediately. Understood. After deducting 1000 points for the 2-second pause and 100 points for system monitoring, you currently have 240 points remaining. As the system finished speaking, a flood of surveillance footage instantly surged into Xu Zeyu's mind. Xu Zeyu rapidly filtered through the images with his mind, locking onto a strikingly effeminate man. This man was more beautiful than many women, yet the sinister aura radiating from him and the unmistakable malevolence in his eyes made Xu Zeyu deeply uncomfortable. Xu Zeyu focused on this man because he was standing on the balcony of a nearby building, intently watching this direction through high-powered binoculars. Xu Zeyu was almost 100% certain that this guy was the only suspect. As the effeminate man pulled out his phone to make a call, Xu Zeyu addressed the system. System, is there any way to intercept and record the call? Of course, the system replied proudly. But you'll need to pay another 50 points. Without hesitation, Xu Zeyu replied, charge it. I need to record this guy's call. Got it. Recording initiated. The system deducted another 50 points from Xu Zeyu. Soon after, he heard the man speaking with another person. Boss, the operation I planned failed. The car didn't kill Xu Zeyu. That bastard just won't die. Yu Haoyang, return immediately. The other boss said in a deep voice. Didn't you say that guy might be in law enforcement? Since we didn't kill him, you should come back to avoid complications. Understood. Yu Haoyang hung up and prepared to descend the stairs. Protect your boss. I'll be right back. Xu Zeyu instructed Su Yanan's bodyguard before immediately dashing toward Yu Haoyang's direction. Zhong Yue had no idea what Xu Zeyu was up to, but fearing for his safety, she followed closely behind. Still shaken, Sui Ran asked the pale-faced Huang Yuyan, what's Zeyu going to do? I don't know. Huang Yuyan shook her head, frowning. But his expression was terrifying, like he was going to kill someone. Huang Yuyan's hunch was spot on. Xu Zeyu was indeed heading out to kill someone. Having obtained the recorded evidence of Yu Haoyang plotting to kill him, it was only natural for Xu Zeyu to go after him. Yu Haoyang would surely resist. If Xu Zeyu accidentally killed him during the struggle, it would be considered excessive self-defense, at worst hardly a major issue. This grudge must be avenged. The only complication was Zhong Yue following him. Killing Yu Haoyang without leaving a trace wouldn't be easy. Unaware of Xu Zeyu's intentions, Zhong Yue caught up and demanded, where are you going? The mastermind is nearby. Just follow me. Xu Zeyu quickened his pace, and Zhong Yue hastened to keep up. Although Xu Zeyu's current strength was quite impressive, he still fell slightly short compared to Zhong Yue. After all, Zhong Yue was a police academy graduate trained in special forces combat techniques. More importantly, her combat experience far surpassed Xu Zeyu's, making his inferiority to her entirely understandable. Of course, Xu Zeyu's enemy wasn't Zhong Yue, it was Yu Haoyang. No matter what, today he would make Yu Haoyang pay the price. Yu Haoyang's building housed a large hotel. He took the elevator down to the first floor and, upon entering the lobby, spotted Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue approaching him. Yu Haoyang's heart sank instantly, but he quickly regained his composure. Pretending not to recognize Xu Zeyu, he continued walking toward the main entrance. Though Yu Haoyang didn't know why Xu Zeyu was here, he was certain Xu Zeyu didn't recognize him after all. This was their first meeting. With this mindset, Yu Haoyang didn't expect Xu Zeyu to do anything to him, and the two passed each other without incident. But in that instant, Xu Zeyu suddenly called out Yu Haoyang's name in a cold voice, sending a chill down Yu Haoyang's spine. The next moment, Xu Zeyu's fist was already hurtling toward Yu Haoyang's throat. Thud! Yu Haoyang raised his arm to block, but Xu Zeyu's fist slammed into his forearm. The impact sent a wave of pain and numbness through his entire arm, forcing him to stumble back 2 or 3 steps. Damn it! Yu Haoyang never expected Xu Zeyu to show up so quickly. From the start, Xu Zeyu had the upper hand. But Yu Haoyang's skills were no weaker than Zhao Qing's. Though caught off guard by Xu Zeyu's sudden attack, he quickly regained his composure and countered. But Xu Zeyu attacked as if he had no fear of injury, unleashing a barrage of rapid punches toward Yu Haoyang. Thud! Xu Zeyu's relentless assault sent Yu Haoyang reeling back over a dozen steps, leaving him no time or space to counter. Watching Xu Zeyu fight like a madman, Zhong Yue froze in shock. She knew Xu Zeyu's strength had improved, but she had no idea he could become this terrifying when enraged. Yu Haoyang was clearly a skilled fighter, yet under Xu Zeyu's relentless onslaught, he couldn't mount any defense at all. Zhong Yue wanted to intervene, but seeing Xu Zeyu relentlessly pounding Yu Haoyang, she couldn't break through. She could only watch helplessly. Xu Zeyu had truly lost his mind. His thoughts were consumed by the horrifying image of that bodyguard being crushed into a bloody pulp by the car. He even imagined himself, Huang Yuyan, Xiao Mo, and Zhong Yue meeting the same gruesome fate. He was furious, enraged, desperate for release. Killing the mastermind behind this incident was the ultimate outlet for his rage. Thud! Under Xu Zeyu's frenzied assault, Yu Haoyang finally took a punch, a trickle of blood immediately appearing at the corner of his mouth. But this also created distance between them. As Xu Zeyu lunged forward again, Yu Haoyang delivered a vicious kick straight to Xu Zeyu's chest. Thud! Xu Zeyu took Yu Haoyang's kick squarely in the chest, but his hands locked onto Yu Haoyang's ankle joint. As he was kicked backward, Xu Zeyu yanked Yu Haoyang out with force and flung him backward in one fluid motion. Chapter 135. Thud! Yu Haoyang's body slammed into the hotel lobby wall before bouncing back to the floor. Ignoring his internal injuries, he scrambled to his feet. As one of Hu Hai's 12 bodyguards, when had Yu Haoyang ever been this battered, this terrified? He saw Xu Zeyu's bloodshot eyes, the gaze of a wounded beast driven mad by the urge to exact brutal revenge on its foe. Yu Haoyang's courage had been shattered by Xu Zeyu. Even though he was still slightly stronger than Xu Zeyu, he had no desire to continue fighting and wanted to flee. But how could the now enraged Xu Zeyu possibly let him escape so easily? He had barely taken 2 steps when Xu Zeyu lunged at him like a raging tiger. Yu Haoyang couldn't dodge in time. Xu Zeyu slammed into his chest with vicious force, sending his body flying once more to crash into the wall. Thud! As Yu Haoyang hit the floor, spitting out a mouthful of blood, Xu Zeyu executed another spinning kick, driving his foot viciously down toward Yu Haoyang's chest. Had that kick connected, Yu Haoyang would have been either dead or gravely injured. The instinct for survival ignited Yu Haoyang's latent strength. Despite his severe injuries, he mustered every ounce of energy, using both hands to push Xu Zeyu's kick away. He then executed a swift somersault to leap back up. But he only managed to leap up. The next instant, Xu Zeyu, who had landed on the ground, swept his leg out horizontally, knocking Yu Haoyang back down. This time, Xu Zeyu gave him no chance to rise. He immediately sat on Yu Haoyang's chest, unleashing a furious barrage of punches that rained down on Yu Haoyang's face. "You hit me with your car. You hit me with your car." Xu Zeyu's furious curses mingled with the sound of fists striking flesh, blood splattering relentlessly from Yu Haoyang's face. Zhong Yue couldn't bear to watch any longer. She grabbed Xu Zeyu's fist and shouted, "You're going to kill him." Xu Zeyu tried to strike again, but several passing patrol officers burst in, guns drawn at both Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue. "Freeze! Hands up!" Xu Zeyu reluctantly stopped, raising his hands in surrender. Instead of being taken to the police station, Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue were brought to the hotel's conference room. Luo Shiping arrived quickly. As soon as he saw Xu Zeyu, he asked, "Xiao Su, what happened?" "It happened like this." Xu Zeyu suppressed the lingering anger in his heart and recounted the events as calmly as possible. Of course, he omitted the part about how he found Yu Haoyang. He only mentioned glancing around and spotting someone on the rooftop of this grand hotel using binoculars to observe the area. That's why he came to the hotel and happened to run into Yu Haoyang in the lobby, leading to the fight. "Do you have proof it was Yu Haoyang?" Luo Shiping's brows knitted tightly. Without evidence, this situation would become extremely complicated. Xu Zeyu countered, if I had evidence, what do you think would happen to Yu Haoyang? Luo Shiping hadn't anticipated Xu Zeyu having evidence. He stared at Xu in astonishment, as if trying to read his face for signs of deception. After a long moment, Luo Shiping finally said, if there's proof he was the mastermind, he'll never see the outside of a prison cell again. And the Xu family of Yanjing won't let him off either. Very well. Just as Xu Zeyu prepared to produce the evidence, furious shouts erupted from outside. Where is the murderer who injured my men? Why are you constables hiding him? I'll file a complaint against you. Needless to say, Hu Hai had arrived. Luo Shiping personally opened the door and offered Hu Hai a faint smile. Mr. Hu, you're in quite a rage. Humph. Hu Hai snorted coldly. If you saw what Yu Haoyang looks like now, you'd understand why I'm so furious. Instead of delivering the suspect to the magistrate's office, you constables hid him away. I'd like to ask, what exactly are you playing at? Not only had Hu Hai arrived, but the remaining 10 of his henchmen had come along as well. Each of these 10 men glared with eyes wide and filled with murderous intent, radiating an imposing aura. Clearly, they had come to make a show of force. But who was Luo Shiping? He certainly wasn't afraid of Hu Hai and his shady crew. Facing Hu Hai's interrogation, Luo Shiping remained utterly calm. Xu Zeyu will soon be part of our provincial constabulary bureau. Consider him half my colleague. A future bureau officer was the target of a premeditated murder here. We just happened to run into the mastermind behind it and took him down. What's wrong with that? Commissioner Luo, what exactly are you implying? Hu Hai refused to believe the other side had evidence. You're a constable, you can't knowingly break the law and frame innocent citizens like us. If you were truly innocent citizens, there'd be no criminals in this world. Xu Zeyu could no longer bear to listen. He stepped out of the conference room, his icy gaze fixed on Hu Hai and Yu Haoyang. You deserve to die. Xu Zeyu pulled out his phone and played a recorded conversation, causing Hu Hai's face to turn ashen. Boss, the operation I planned failed. The car didn't kill Xu Zeyu. That bastard just won't die. No need to listen to the rest. That first sentence alone was enough to convict Yu Haoyang. And this recording contained not only Yu Haoyang's voice, but Hu Hai's own voice as well. Impossible. Hu Hai found it hard to believe that Yu Haoyang's call had been tapped and secretly recorded. But the evidence was undeniable. There was no point in denying it. Whether the recording was fake could be verified by a technical expert. Denial would be futile. Fortunately, the recording didn't directly implicate him, Hu Hai, as the mastermind. At worst, he could be accused of failing to report what he knew, a relatively minor offense that a lawyer could easily handle. Hu Hai's arrogant demeanor instantly crumbled, replaced by a calm tone. Zhao Qing and Yu Haoyang were close brothers. After Zhao Qing died, Yu Haoyang always wanted to avenge him. I did know about this matter. I also tried to not to act impulsively, but I still couldn't stop her. It's all my fault. Ha, boss Hu, you really know how to put on a show. Xu Zeyu's face twisted with scorn. You know perfectly well why they came after me. Of course, I have no proof, so I won't say more. I'll just tell you this, you'd better kill me quickly, because... Xu Zeyu paused, his gaze icy as he stared straight at Hu Hai. If you don't kill me, I'll kill you sooner or later. Xu Zeyu stood his ground before the formidable Hu Hai, refusing to budge an inch. Both men saw the icy murderous intent in each other's eyes. Needless to say, any possibility of reconciliation between them had vanished. It was a fight to the death. Chapter 136. As Xu Zeyu and Hu Hai glared at each other, Luo Shiping picked up his phone and dialed a number. Wang, take your men to Qinzhou First Hospital and secure Yu Haoyang. Understood, Chief. The voice responded before hanging up and immediately heading out to carry out the order. The moment Hu Hai heard Luo Shiping intended to move against Yu Haoyang, his face darkened, and the 10 henchmen under him shifted uncomfortably, like sitting on pins and needles. Seeing their unease, Luo Shiping smiled faintly. Gentlemen, you'd be wise to take a seat in the conference room. Should Yu Haoyang, the mastermind behind the attempted murder, escape, you'd all be under suspicion of tipping him off. Since Luo Shiping had spoken, Hu Hai had no choice but to lead his men into the conference room. They knew that even if they wanted to leave, Luo Shiping wouldn't let them go until Yu Haoyang was under control. Hu Hai and his group sat in the conference room. Xu Zeyu, unwilling to endure their smug expressions, stepped outside with Zhong Yue to chat with Luo Shiping. With constables guarding the conference room, Luo Shiping was confident they couldn't make calls to tip off anyone. Su, your hacking skills have truly opened my eyes. Luo Shiping praised sincerely. To use hacking technology to locate the enemy and record the conversation at the very first opportunity, I'd never seen such impressive hacking skills before. Zhong Yue couldn't quite agree with Luo Shiping's praise. She had been right beside Xu Zeyu during his earlier actions and had seen everything clearly. From her perspective, Xu Zeyu had merely paused to think before suddenly dashing toward Yu Haoyang and relentlessly pursuing him. Throughout the entire incident, Xu Zeyu never even took out his phone, so where was this hacking skill? Zhong Yue even suspected Xu Zeyu must have a superpowered CPU hidden in his brain, explaining his lightning-fast information processing.
Though her own computer skills weren't anything special, she knew Xu Zeyu's so-called hacking techniques weren't really hacking at all. They were more like exploiting some kind of bug. Suspicion aside, Zhong Yue had no intention of exposing Xu Zeyu. Exposing it wouldn't matter anyway, the kid wouldn't admit it. Seeing Luo Shiping praise him so highly, Xu Zeyu chuckled awkwardly. Director, you flatter me. By the way, I have a question. Luo Shiping smiled. Go ahead. Xu Zeyu dropped his playful demeanor and spoke earnestly. If I officially join the Swift Wolf unit, will the unit assign someone to protect my parents? This wasn't just worrying for nothing. Given Hu Hai and the Chen family's style, if they couldn't take him down directly, they'd likely target his parents and friends instead. Xu Zeyu couldn't possibly guard his parents around the clock, so he wondered if the Swift Wolf unit could provide them with protection. Hearing Xu Zeyu ask this question, Luo Shiping felt a sharp pang of pain in his heart. He recalled his own past. In his quest for justice, he had antagonized numerous criminals and protected many people, yet he had failed to protect his own wife. Had he possessed Xu Zeyu's vigilance back then, his wife might not have been killed? With this thought, Luo Shiping nodded firmly. As long as you can prove your worth to the Swift Wolf unit, we will certainly assign personnel to protect your family. Until then, I'll have 2 special police officers guard them for you. Thank you, Director Luo. Xu Zeyu bowed deeply to Luo Shiping with sincere gratitude, the first time he had ever bowed to anyone. Not for any other reason, but solely for the safety of his parents. Luo Shiping chuckled, you're too polite. Hold on, I'll take this call. Luo Shiping answered the phone, his expression darkening instantly. What did you say? Yu Haoyang escaped? Yu Haoyang escaped? Xu Zeyu's expression also darkened. He immediately commanded the system, retrieve satellite surveillance footage near the hospital immediately. I must find that bastard. I'll kill him. I'm sorry, your skill points are insufficient, the system replied regretfully. Earlier, I only charged you 100 points because the area was small and the distance was short. Now you're asking me to retrieve surveillance from such a vast area and distance. Without at least 1,000 skill points, it's impossible to sustain the system's operation. Xu Zeyu gritted his teeth in fury, but the system was right, his demand was indeed excessive. The system might be versatile, but versatility and omnipotence were 2 entirely different things. Besides, the system operated on skill points, and with his dwindling reserves, it was only natural the system couldn't function. Helpless, he could only watch Yu Haoyang slip away. Luo Shiping's face darkened as he bellowed into the phone, search everywhere. If you don't catch him, you'll be facing disciplinary action. When Yu Haoyang opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a quiet little room. Though compact, it contained all necessary amenities, air conditioning, a television, a refrigerator. This isn't a hospital. That was Yu Haoyang's first thought. Then he noticed a middle-aged man beside him. Mr. Chen, is that you? It's me. Seeing Yu Haoyang awake, Chen Lizhong exhaled in relief. Finally awake. Thank goodness you're okay. My family doctor examined you, some internal injuries that'll need time to heal. Everything else is fine, except your face. Chen Lizhong shook his head. It might leave a scar. I'm lucky to have survived. Recalling Xu Zeyu's fury, Yu Haoyang clenched his teeth. If I ever see that kid again, I'll kill him. That brat is as good as dead. But you'd best stay indoors for a while. Chen Lizhong's tone was grave. The constables are after you, seems they've found evidence. The constables want me? Yu Haoyang furrowed his brow. I didn't even hire those 2 truck drivers myself. How could they possibly have evidence? I wouldn't know about that. Ask your boss when he gets back. Chen Lizhong said, thank goodness I had the foresight to secretly move you to my place. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yu Haoyang replied, thank you, Mr. Chen. I feel a bit dizzy and want to sleep again. You're busy, so no need to keep me company. Alright, get some rest. If you need anything, just call out. There's a maid outside the door assigned to attend to you. Chen Lizhong left. Yu Haoyang struggled to climb out of bed and walked into the bathroom to look in the mirror. His face, once more beautiful than any woman's, was gone. Staring back from the mirror was a completely unfamiliar, horribly ugly monster. Staring at the horrifying creature in the mirror, Yu Haoyang burst into heartless laughter. Ha ha ha. Xu Zeyu, I'll slaughter your entire family. Chapter 137. After searching for a long time without finding Yu Haoyang, Luo Shiping felt utterly helpless. Xu Zeyu, on the other hand, remained surprisingly calm, though it was unclear what thoughts were running through his mind. With no leads on Yu Haoyang's whereabouts, Luo Shiping could only offer Xu Zeyu a warning. Xu, whether it's Yu Haoyang or Hu Hai, these men are ruthless. Once you return to Nanjiang City, you must be extremely cautious. Xu Zeyu nodded. Yes, I know. If the director has no further instructions, I'll head back to Nanjiang City now. I'm counting on you, Director Luo, to ensure my parents' safety. I hope the protection detail arrives soon. Luo Shiping smiled. You're a good kid. Rest assured, personnel have already been dispatched.
2 agents will rotate every week to protect your parents, all retired operatives from the Swift Wolf unit. Thank you, Director Luo, Xu Zeyu said. I'll be heading back now. If you ever need my hacking skills again, just give me a call. I'll be there. Alright, go ahead. Luo Shiping watched Xu Zeyu depart, a sly, fox-like grin spreading across his face. You little rascal, with old Luo on the case, you'll owe me a favor and have to do my bidding, haha. That evening, Xu Zeyu, Su Yanran, and their group departed Qinzhou City, heading back to Nanjiang City. This time, the bodyguards drove with even greater caution, but they managed to return safely to Zhenghai without incident. By the time they arrived, it was already past 11 p.m. With no appetite for late-night snacks, everyone dispersed to their respective rooms. The moment Xu Zeyu entered his dorm, Chang Zhongming and Qian Kai immediately swarmed him. Even Yufeng, who had been lying on his bed reading, joined in, and they bombarded him with questions all at once. Hey, third brother, how's the business going? Third brother, did you hit the big brothel in the provincial capital, haha? Hey, you didn't even bring us any good food. Are you even our brother? Seeing these classmates and roommates who were like brothers to him, Xu Zeyu instantly switched gears and mood. His weariness vanished, business has been okay, just ran into some unexpected stuff. Forgot to bring you guys snacks. How about this, I'll treat you to drinks at the student street food stalls. What do you say? The mention of the student street food stalls instantly triggered a mental block for Chang Zhongming and Qian Kai. Again? What if we run into those thugs again? Last time I heard from other classmates, those punks bragged that they'd beat us up every single time they saw us. Let them try. Xu Zeyu snorted. If they show their faces again, I'll beat them to a pulp or I'll change my surname. Xu Zeyu's fearlessness didn't translate to Chang Zhongming and Qian Kai. They shook their heads repeatedly. Let's not go. If we really want drinks, we'll just buy some snacks and alcohol from the campus mini-mart and drink back in the dorm. Seeing how scared Chang Zhongming and Qian Kai were, Xu Zeyu could only respect their opinion. Fine, I'll go buy it. You guys wait here. Ha? Why do my bedsheets and mosquito net look brand new? And my clothes are washed so clean? Hee hee, Qian Kai grinned knowingly. Third brother, you know exactly what you've been up to, don't you? Xu Zeyu froze. What good deeds did I do? You stole that girl's heart, and you're still playing dumb? Second brother Yufeng put down his copy of the world's top 10 book collections and spoke slowly. That girl from the history department has been coming by every day lately. She washed all your clothes, and after that, she cleaned the entire dorm. Tell me, if she wasn't interested in you, what girl would be willing to do all this for you? Xu Zeyu finally realized it was Yin Wenjun who'd done all this for him, and he felt a bit awkward. We're just regular friends. We're just friends is often the beginning of a relationship. Trust me, I've read so many forbidden books, oh wait, romance novels, I can guarantee with absolute certainty that you two have a shot. Yufeng struck a pose like some love guru, pontificating as if he really knew what he was talking about. Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes and snorted, whatever floats your boat. Humph. I'm going shopping. You guys just hang out in the dorm. Xu Zeyu immediately bolted out of the dorm, letting out a long sigh of relief. He couldn't bear to listen to Yufeng ramble on any longer, so he bolted. The moment he learned Yin Wenjun had done so much for him, he knew trouble was brewing. He'd secretly read that girl's diary and knew she genuinely depended on him. The problem was, Xu Zeyu knew he wasn't someone who could easily resist temptation. If Yin Wenjun kept this up, he might lose control eventually. How could he ever face his girlfriend then? Truthfully, Xu Zeyu didn't mind taking them all, and any pretty girl who liked him could join the Zhou family harem. But the problem was, even if he didn't mind, would those girls not mind? And even if they didn't mind, what about their families? Ugh. What a headache. So pathetic, getting worked up over such a trivial matter. The system sneered contemptuously. Let me set you a life goal, earn enough money to buy a private island overseas, then bring all the beautiful women who like you and whom you like to that island. Live a shameless life of debauchery, wahahaha. Just thinking about it makes my beast blood boil. Boiling my ass. Do you even have blood? You're just a system, stop pretending to be human. Xu Zeyu delivered a ruthless blow to the system, only for it to immediately strike back. You're not a woman, but you still pretend to be one, don't you? Xu Zeyu flipped the system off and bellowed, like I want to? Playing the part all day? It's all because of you, you damn system. Just as Xu Zeyu and the system were bickering, Xu Zeyu faintly heard the sound of girls arguing coming from the campus convenience store. Girls arguing? Xu Zeyu stopped his quarrel with the system and walked over to investigate. Xu Zeyu was actually quite the gossip, though he refused to admit it to himself. A crowd of students had already gathered around the scene. Xu Zeyu pushed his way through the throng with considerable effort before finally catching sight of the two arguing parties. Then, he froze. Miao Yeye was grabbing Yin Wenjun's arm, refusing to let her leave, her face twisted in a cold sneer. You two-faced. How dare you try to seduce my boyfriend? If you don't explain yourself clearly today, you're not leaving. Flirting with Miao Yeye's boyfriend? Hearing her words, Xu Zeyu felt even more confused. If anyone was seducing anyone, wasn't Yan Wenjun currently trying to seduce him? He'd only been away in the provincial capital for 2 or 3 days when exactly had he become Miao Yeye's boyfriend? Chapter 138. The thought of potentially becoming Miao Yeye's boyfriend sent a chill down Xu Zeyu's spine. If that were true, it would be terrifying. To be fair, Miao Yeye's looks weren't bad average, but she dressed fashionably and knew how to style herself. As a one-time fling, she'd be acceptable. But as a girlfriend? You'd have to tolerate her vanity, arrogance, and severe brain damage. Brain deadness was like a zombie virus, highly contagious. Xu Zeyu had no desire to get infected and become brain dead himself. In short, a woman like Miao Yeye is completely unacceptable. Therefore, Xu Zeyu was ready to step forward and firmly reject Miao Yeye. Before Xu Zeyu could step forward, another guy stepped out, blocking Yan Wenjun. Yeye, how many times have I told you? I like Wenjun, not you. This guy was tall and well-built, handsome, with his hair dyed straw yellow. He bore a striking resemblance to Korean star Lee Min-ho. Only then did Xu Zeyu realize he'd been deluding himself. Miao Yeye liked this pretty boy, not him. Right. How could Miao Yeye ever notice someone like him? How could she possibly deserve someone like him? How could that green tea compare to me? She's got no money and isn't as pretty as me. I bet you just got seduced by her, that's why you dumped me. That. If someone said Yan Wenjun wasn't as rich as Miao Yeye, no one would argue. But anyone claiming Yan Wenjun wasn't prettier than Miao Yeye was either blind or shameless. With Miao Yeye's looks, Yan Wenjun's beauty blows hers out of the water. Miao Yeye dumped a whole bucket of filth on Yan Wenjun's head. Any other girl would have snapped back at her by now. But Yan Wenjun seemed utterly unfazed, responding calmly, Miao Yeye, liking my Hongtao is your business. Him not liking you is his business. Don't drag me into this. I have zero interest in your Bai Hongtao. Hearing Yan Wenjun's words, Miao Yeye couldn't help but lift her chin triumphantly. Bai Hongtao, did you hear that? She doesn't like you at all. Despite being publicly rejected by Yan Wenjun, Bai Hongtao showed no sign of anger. Instead, he turned around and gazed at her with deep affection. It's okay, Wenjun. As long as I like you, that's enough. I believe you'll gradually come to like me too. Wow. So cool. That confession was so heartfelt. If a guy this handsome confessed to me, I'd definitely say yes. Unlike other girls, Yan Wenjun wasn't swayed by such tactics. She'd seen this kind of trick countless times before. Before she got sick, she was surrounded by guys like this, rich or poor, it didn't matter. The wealthy ones would boast about their vast fortunes, promising her a life of happiness and luxury where she could buy anything she desired. The penniless ones would talk about love, swearing they'd never let her suffer even a moment of hardship, promising to cherish her forever and ever. Occasionally, there were a few like Bai Hongtao, both wealthy and romantic. Truth be told, Yan Wenjun had been moved by them too. But ever since she got sick, all those guys vanished without a trace. Their vows of eternal love and promises of may lightning strike me if I lie all turned into thin air. The only man who stood by her side was Xu Zeyu. From that day on, her heart had no room for anyone else. Seeing Bai Hongtao's heartfelt confession, Yan Wenjun felt not a flicker of emotion, only a faint calm. She'd seen plenty of men like him. I already have someone I like, Bai Hongtao. Please keep your distance. Yan Wenjun flatly rejected Bai Hongtao's confession in front of everyone. Miao Yeye sneered repeatedly before adding, Bai Hongtao, don't be fooled by this woman's innocent facade. She's already been used and discarded by that Xu Zeyu guy for the 100,000 yuan needed for her treatment. And you think she's a treasure? Shut up. Yan Wenjun's voice suddenly rose as she glared at Miao Yeye. You can insult me all you want, I won't bother arguing with you. But this is between us. What gives you the right to slander Xu Zeyu? Finally hit a nerve, huh? Shameless, if you won't let me speak, I'll speak louder. Miao Yeye gloated triumphantly before turning to Bai Hongtao. Bai Hongtao, that Xu Zeyu gave Yan Wenjun 100,000 yuan for medical treatment, and she sold herself to him. She thought he was rich and claimed to love him, but he's nothing but trash, the kind my cousin wouldn't even look at. Bai Hongtao frowned and turned to Yan Wenjun. Wenjun, is that really how it happened? If you need money, just tell me. Anything under 10 million, I can give you. Return that 100,000 to that Xu Zeyu guy, so people won't get the wrong idea. Mr. Bai Hongtao, sorry, we're not that close, Yan Wenjun cut him off bluntly. You think you're rich, huh? And Miao Yeye thinks she's rich too? You rich folks can play together. Just don't drag me into it. Then, Yan Wenjun walked up to Miao Yeye and said coldly, Miao Yeye, don't think having a little money and some looks gives you the right to look down on others and slander them. Didn't you say you're richer and prettier than me? If you're so outstanding, why are you worried I'll steal your boyfriend and won't leave you alone? Frankly, it boils down to this, deep down, you feel inferior to me. It's nothing but envy and resentment. Yan Wenjun's final words struck a deep nerve with Miao Yeye because she was absolutely right. At Nanjiang University, Miao Yeye had countless admirers. She was always the one choosing others, never the other way around. But then Bai Hongtao, a transfer student from Yanjing, arrived a couple days ago. She instantly took a liking to him. Yet he didn't return her interest. Instead, he became infatuated with Yan Wenjun.
Miao Yaya felt her pride deeply wounded and began spreading rumors that Yan Wenjun had seduced her boyfriend. Tonight, upon hearing Yan Wenjun was at the convenience store, she rushed over to confront her, intent on tarnishing Yan Wenjun's reputation. Unexpectedly, Bai Hongtao followed and shielded Yan Wenjun, sending Miao Yaya into a jealous frenzy. And now, Yan Wenjun had exposed the ugliest parts of her soul. How could she not hate her to the core? Yan Wenjun, you! Miao Yaya suddenly lunged forward, her hand flying toward Yan Wenjun's face. Bai Hongtao's reaction was too slow. He only managed to shout, "Wenjun, watch out!" Yan Wenjun hadn't expected Miao Yaya to attack so suddenly. She froze in place, completely caught off guard, forgetting even to dodge. Chapter 139. Smack! Just as Miao Yaya was about to strike Yan Wenjun, her hand was seized. All eyes turned to the person who had seized Miao Yaya's hand, and the scene erupted. Look, a plane! What plane? It's Xu Zeyu! What a coincidence! This is going to be fun, huh? Xu Zeyu and Miao Yaya were both celebrities at Nanjiang University now, and everyone was well aware of the feud between them. They rarely crossed paths, so it was surprising they'd meet tonight. Seeing Xu Zeyu staring at her with that ambiguous smile, Miao Yaya was instantly reminded of that time he slapped her across the face in the cafeteria. A pang of guilt washed over her. Xu Zeyu, why are you holding my hand? Xu Zeyu smiled faintly. Didn't you just call me trash? Miao Yaya's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to admit defeat and apologize, but the thought of doing so in front of everyone felt too humiliating. Instead, she lifted her chin haughtily. Aren't you just trash who chases my cousin to swindle money and seduce her? Who says I can't speak my mind? Smack! Without hesitation, Xu Zeyu slapped Miao Yaya across the face, showing no mercy whatsoever. An imprint of his hand instantly appeared on her cheek, her makeup smearing across his fingers. Miao Yaya hadn't expected Xu Zeyu to be just like before, ready to strike at a moment's notice. No, this time he hadn't even warned her, he'd just hit her. The blow stunned her completely, leaving her speechless for a long moment. You. Xu Zeyu chuckled coldly. You call me trash and expect me to keep quiet? You're just asking to be hit, aren't you? Ha ha. The surrounding students showed no sympathy whatsoever, bursting into loud laughter. Ever since the cafeteria incident and the Liangchang affair, Xu Zeyu's sharp tongue had become legendary at Nanjiang University. Miao Yaya's mouth was just trashy nothing compared to Xu Zeyu's sharp tongue. She was no match for him. Miao Yaya felt tears welling up. Facing Xu Zeyu, a guy who even hit women, she was utterly helpless. Call the police? She'd done that last time, and it hadn't seemed to help at all. Seeing Yan Wenjun's gaze filled with deep affection for Xu Zeyu, Bai Hongtao, who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines, burned with jealousy. But he was skilled at hiding his emotions, so he appeared perfectly calm as he said, Wenjun, is this the kind of guy you like? He even hits girls. How come I think he has zero class? Though Bai Hongtao directed his words at Yan Wenjun, Xu Zeyu knew he was targeting him. If they had no connection, Xu Zeyu wouldn't care about the other guy's character. But I haven't done anything to you, and yet you want to put me down? Sorry, Xu Zeyu, am not someone you can push around. So Xu Zeyu fired back, so you like Wenjun, huh? Then tell me this: when she was about to get hit, why were you just standing there watching? You can't even protect the girl you like? Is that your idea of class? I saw it clearly just now. You had every chance to grab Miao Yaya, but you didn't. I guarantee you didn't even think about protecting Wenjun at that moment. Bai Hongtao's face darkened instantly, as gloomy as a sky about to unleash a thunderstorm. How I conduct myself is none of your business. Who do you think you are? And what are you? Xu Zeyu retorted. My manners are none of your business. Why should I need your interference in what I do? Very well. Very well. Even Bai Hongtao, with his considerable self-control, couldn't hide the rage now etched across his face. Xu Zeyu, is it? Then let me tell you exactly what I am. The head of the Bai family, one of the 7 great families of Yanjing, is my grandfather. Ha ha ha. Xu Zeyu burst into uncontrollable laughter, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. The grandson of the Bai family, one of Yanjing's 7 great clans, actually comes to study at Nanjiang University instead of going abroad to Oxford, Cambridge, or UC Berkeley? Do you believe that? You're really stretching that tiger skin of the Bai family pretty far, aren't you? No, you're blowing your own horn way too loud, ha. The others agreed Xu Zeyu had a point. Though Nanjiang University was a top institution, it still lagged far behind Yanjing University and Shuemu University. For members of Yanjing's 7 major families, even if they were complete idiots, getting into Yanjing University or Shuemu University would be a piece of cake. If they didn't want to study domestically, they had plenty of prestigious foreign universities to choose from. If this Bai Hongtao was truly the Bai family's grandson, why would he come to Nanjiang University? Wasn't that just lowering his own status? Bai Hongtao's face drained of color, his eyes narrowing into a terrifying glare.
Laugh all you want, Xu Zeyu. You'll have your turn to cry. Abing, let's go. With that threat, Bai Hongtao turned and stormed off.
Amidst the crowd, a burly man shot Xu Zeyu a cold stare before following Bai Hongtao out.
This bodyguard is no pushover. Xu Zeyu wasn't completely clueless. Observing the bodyguard's gaze and posture, he surmised the man's skills were certainly no weaker than Zhao Qing's or Yu Haoyang's.
To have a bodyguard of that caliber, Bai Hongtao must have some serious connections. Even if he wasn't the grandson of the Yin Jingbai family, his background couldn't be too shabby.
But Xu Zeyu wasn't afraid of the Yin Jingbai family.
If they wanted to take a life over a few arguments, he'd fight them to the death. As the system would put it, he was destined to be a man who would stand tall on the world stage.
How could he possibly fear this family or that power? Bai Hongtao laughed. Miao Ye knew she wouldn't fare well against a brute like Xu Zeyu, so she quietly turned and walked away, pinching her nose.
With no drama left to watch, everyone dispersed, leaving only Xu Zeyu and Yan Wenjun behind.
You're back?
Yan Wenjun had visited Xu Zeyu's dorm and knew he'd gone to Chen City for business, hence the question.
Xu Zeyu smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm back. Fully recovered, Yan Wenjun was indeed stunningly beautiful, radiant and glowing.
Her cheeks were rosy like ripe apples, tempting one to take a bite. I'm sorry for causing you trouble again, Yan Wenjun said, feeling guilty.
I really didn't mean to provoke Miao Ye. I know, Xu Zeyu replied.
We both know what kind of woman she is.
Let's not talk about her. By the way, shall we take a walk on the sports field?
Seeing Xu Zeyu actually suggest walking together on the playground, Yan Wenjun was overjoyed, smiling like a child. Sure. Watching Xu Zeyu and Yan Wenjun walk out of the small supermarket together, Miao Ye, hidden in the shadows, grabbed her phone with a savage grin. When you two lovebirds get down to business, I'll film it and send it to my cousin. Then you, Xu Zeyu, can forget about ever getting close to her. As Miao Ye was scheming, a cloth sack suddenly flew forward from behind and covered her head. Miao Ye struggled briefly before someone gave her a sharp blow to the head, knocking her unconscious.
Chapter 140. Past 11 at night, the sports field at Nanjiang University still bustled with people.
A young man sat on the soccer field grass with a guitar, strumming what he considered a melodious tune and singing what he thought was a beautiful song. Beside him, several girls who looked like freshmen sat in a circle, gazing at him with admiration.
In any era, multi-talented guys always had an easier time charming innocent young girls.
It was precisely because these girls were freshmen that they were so easily charmed. Give it a year or two, and they'd discover that beyond strumming a guitar, this guy seemed incapable of much else. Not far away, a few drunk boys lay sprawled on the grass, wailing and laughing wildly. They cursed their girlfriends for running off with rich kids, cursed teachers for favoring the wealthy, and cursed classmates for being snobbish and looking down on others. They cursed everyone except themselves. Beyond these figures, the playground held scattered couples strolling and chatting, girls with girls, even boys with boys. Xu Zeyu and Yan Wenjun walked side by side, neither speaking. Xu Zeyu genuinely didn't know what to say, while Yan Wenjun had much to express but couldn't find the right words to begin. Both felt awkward, so they just kept walking. After countless laps, a sudden chill swept over them. Yan Wenjun instinctively crossed her arms, seeming to feel the cold.
Xu Zeyu quickly asked, Are you cold? Why don't we head back to the dorm?
Yan Wenjun smiled and shook her head.
No, let's walk a bit more. Do you dislike me so much that you want me back in the dorm? That's not what I meant, Xu Zeyu hastened to explain. You're just getting better.
I don't want you catching a chill again.
If you can cure leukemia, what's a little cold to you?
The evening breeze lifted Yan Wenjun's hair, fluttering strands that partially obscured her face but couldn't hide her radiant, sweet smile. Remarkably, the chemotherapy hadn't caused Yan Wenjun's hair to fall out, truly a blessing from above. Not mentioning the treatment was fine, but the moment it came up, Xu Zeyu felt awkward again. That night, I was really just treating your illness. Yan Wenjun lowered her head, seeming both shy and gathering her courage. If that's what it takes to be cured, I'd gladly get sick again. Her voice was soft, but Xu Zeyu heard every word clearly, sending a chill through him. Hey, sis, if you want me to kiss you, just say so. I'll kiss you as many times as you want. But please, don't ever get sick again.
That's 5,000 skill points.
Another time would cost 10,000, enough to resurrect a dead person. But when he saw Yan Wenjun's flushed, beautiful face, all thoughts of skill points vanished from his mind. This adorable girl, how could she be so foolish?
Seeing Xu Zeyu's silence, Yan Wenjun's eyes reddened, as if she might cry.
Only then did Xu Zeyu realize his silence was hurtful. He hurriedly explained, Wenjun, I didn't mean anything by it. Back then, I truly only wanted to save you. I couldn't bear to see you lose your precious life in the prime of your youth. You're a good girl.
If I didn't have a girlfriend. I know you have a girlfriend.
Seeing Xu Zeyu speak, Yan Wenjun finally broke into a smile, wiping the tears from her eyes. I just wanted to tell you I like you, that's all. I won't ruin your relationship with your girlfriend, but I couldn't keep this bottled up inside. I had to let you know that Yan Wenjun likes you.
And then, we'll just stay as regular friends. I'll always be by your side, watching you be happy. As she spoke, Yan Wenjun's face still held a smile, yet tears kept streaming down. Don't blame me for being cruel, but I was thinking if one day your girlfriend leaves you, I want to. Hearing Yan Wenjun's almost childlike words, Xu Zeyu finally realized how deeply he had become ingrained in this girl's heart. Xu Zeyu's heart was in turmoil. He sensed this couldn't go on, yet he couldn't bring himself to reject Yan Wenjun outright. All he could manage was to say, Wenjun, I cured your illness. You might feel a sense of gratitude toward me, but that's not true love. Calm down. Let's just keep things as they are now. Someday, you'll find your true love. After nearly dying and coming back, I'm calm. I've thought this through clearly. I once swore that if I could live another year or two, I'd pursue you without hesitation. Then, when I died, I'd return you to your girlfriend. Yan Wenjun wiped away her tears again, lifted her head, and looked at Xu Zeyu with unwavering resolve. But now that I don't have to die, I can't pursue you so recklessly. Perhaps one day, I will truly find the true love you speak of, and I will leave. Until I find that true love, just let me quietly stay by your side, be a witness to your happiness, okay? Yan Wenjun was a girl who appeared delicate on the outside but possessed an indomitable strength within. Once she made up her mind about something, she wouldn't easily change it. Once she fell in love with someone, she would never give up easily. With her words laid bare, Xu Zeyu knew dragging things out would only deepen their entanglement. Yet he still couldn't bring himself to reject Yan Wenjun. Wenjun, we agreed just friends. Yan Wenjun nodded repeatedly, don't worry. After tonight, I'll never bring this up again. But could you treat me one more time? I'm afraid I might never get another chance. By the end, Yan Wenjun's voice had grown as faint as a mosquito's buzz, barely audible. She could practically feel her own face burning. Xu Zeyu was utterly flustered. Why was this girl being so forward? Should he kiss her or not? Wouldn't refusing hurt her pride? No, he absolutely couldn't hurt her pride. He'd just have to go for it. But if I do kiss her, I can't possibly do it right here. I have a girlfriend now. If someone saw this, how would I explain it to her? Treating her illness? Who would believe that? Besides the system, who else had such a method of healing? In his panic, Xu Zeyu remembered the all-purpose system. System, is there any way to make us temporarily invisible? Like, a skill where no one can see us? Sure thing. Invisibility cards make you invisible to others. Default duration is 1 minute. 100 points per card. The system cheerfully replied, sounding like it was the one about to kiss the girl. Xu Zeyu gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll take it. Beep beep. Invisibility card activated. Others cannot see you now. Proceed with confidence. Got it. Before the system could finish speaking, Xu Zeyu, acting like a thief afraid of being caught, eagerly wrapped his arms around Yan Wenjun and planted a kiss on her lips. Chapter 141. Seeing Xu Zeyu's lack of response, neither confirming nor denying the kiss, Yan Wenjun realized his silence meant consent. He simply hadn't dared to act with people nearby. She silently berated herself for being so rash. She should have found a secluded spot to propose. As Yan Wenjun was consumed by regret, Xu Zeyu had already pulled her close and gently kissed her cheek. Xu Zeyu didn't want to betray Lin Lin, but he also didn't want to hurt Yan Wenjun. This was the greatest concession he could make. Wow, these two are so bold. Yeah. Kissing right here? Why not find a quiet spot? So romantic, so brave. Grab your phones, quick, take pictures. Seeing several people around them raising their phones to snap pictures of him and Yan Wenjun, Xu Zeyu glanced at his skill points again unchanged. He instantly realized he'd been screwed by the system and couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling howl. You damn system. I'll curse your ancestors to the 18th generation. Xu Zeyu thought, this is it. If someone captures this and Lin Lin finds out, I'm done for. This damn system. This cursed system. Just as Xu Zeyu was fretting over what to do, a large group of constables suddenly approached, bellowing, "Constables on duty! Make way!" With the constables' arrival, the students who had been preparing to take photos reluctantly put away their phones and left in a huff. Xu Zeyu immediately released Yan Wenjun, letting out a long sigh of relief as cold sweat drenched his entire body. Thank goodness. These constable uncles arrived just in time. Otherwise, I'd be in big trouble. Come to think of it, why did the leader of these constables look so familiar? Damn it! Captain Zhong, why is it always you? Seeing Zhong Yue approaching, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Zhong Yue glanced at Yan Wenjun, then at Xu Zeyu, her face twisted into a cold smile. Xu Zeyu, you claim to love your girlfriend so deeply, yet she hasn't even been gone 2 months and you've already found a new flame. Caught red-handed by Zhong Yue, Xu Zeyu felt like he could die. But he trusted Zhong Yue wouldn't make things up. Figuring she must have business with him, he quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. Captain Zhong, what brings you to campus so late? Miao Yeye is missing. Zhong Yue stated. According to witness testimony, you had an argument with her, slapped her across the face, and then she vanished.
Her parents have reason to suspect you took revenge, so I came to find you.
Xu Zeyu casually asked, how did you know I was here?
Zhong Yue replied, I went to your dorm to find you, but your roommate said he was waiting for you to buy drinks and snacks for a drinking session.
He waited for ages, but you never came back.
Later, I heard you helped a female classmate of Yin Wenjun.
Your roommate then said you must have brought her to the sports field to do, well, you know. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. Seeing Zhong Yue's mocking expression, Xu Zeyu wished he could crawl into a hole.
At the same time, he mentally cursed the second roommate 100 times over. You damn pervert, why did you have to guess so accurately?
Xu Zeyu knew cursing him wouldn't help.
The most urgent matter now was that Zhong Yue had come looking for him. He needed to resolve her issue first. Captain Zhong, I'm right here.
You shouldn't suspect me anymore, right?
Of course not.
I never suspected you, Zhong Yue replied. With your abilities, if you wanted to deal with Miao Yeye, you wouldn't have left any evidence behind. Ahem.
Xu Zeyu cleared his throat twice, taking Zhong Yue's words as praise.
Since I didn't do it, this has nothing to do with me, right? You can leave now.
I didn't come to prove whether you did it or not, Zhong Yue hummed.
I came to ask for your help.
With your formidable hacking skills, check the surveillance footage from the area during that time. See if there's anything suspicious or any suspicious individuals. Xu Zeyu only had 190 skill points left, and he was already feeling the pinch.
Zhong Yue wanted him to help again, and he really couldn't bear to part with him.
And besides, helping meant using skill points to save Miao Yeye.
No way. Can I not help?
Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes.
I'm not part of your police force yet. Shouldn't I decide whether to help or not? Didn't you say catching crooks is the constable's job? We ordinary folks.
If you refuse, I'll detain you as a suspect for 48 hours. Zhong Yue said coldly.
To put it politely, I'm here to ask for your help. To put it bluntly, I'm here to get you to prove your innocence.
48 hours in detention or help me out, it's your call.
Xu Zeyu wanted to strangle this female constable. Threats and bribes, was this how she approached someone for help? Humph. Do I, Xu Zeyu, look like the type to cave in so easily? All right.
Zhong Yue was, after all, his good friend. Her matters were his matters.
Of course he'd help. No need to look at me like that. Helping a constable is my honor, my duty.
Xu Zeyu immediately adopted a serious expression and recounted how he discovered Miao Yeye's disappearance.
Finding someone doesn't always require checking surveillance footage.
Zhong Yue nodded and recounted the events to Xu Zeyu. Miao Yeye had a dorm room at school, but she mostly stayed at home. Tonight, she hadn't returned late, and when her family called her, her phone was unreachable. Her parents were deeply worried, as this was unprecedented. They contacted her roommate, who mentioned an argument between Miao Yeye and you, followed by her disappearance.
Miao Yeye's parents immediately called the police, accusing you of kidnapping their daughter and requesting our assistance in locating her.
That's why we're here.
Just as Zhong Yue finished speaking, her phone rang. Hello? Mr. Miao, Mrs. Miao? Has Miao Yeye returned home? No.
A woman's sobbing came through the line. The kidnappers just called demanding 10 million yuan for her release.
Otherwise. Zhong Yue urgently asked, otherwise what? Miao Yeye's mother sobbed. What?
Those murderous kidnappers said if we don't pay, they'll harm my daughter, film it, and upload the video online.
Wah!
Xu Zeyu overheard Miao Yeye's mother and couldn't help muttering under his breath, these kidnappers have some seriously twisted tastes, ugh.
Xu Zeyu was just venting his frustration.
Truth be told, Miao Yeye wasn't bad looking, but her character left much to be desired. Now that Zhong Yue had come knocking, he had no choice but to help.
Chapter 142.
Ask if they have the kidnapper's contact number, Xu Zeyu said.
If they do, it'll only take me a few seconds to pinpoint their location. MHM. Zhong Yue nodded and turned to Miao Yeye's mother. Did the kidnappers leave a contact number? Miao Yeye's mother sobbed, no.
They only said to pack 10 million yuan into several large black plastic bags within an hour and leave them next to the trash bin at the bus stop outside KFC on Xingfu Road. They promised to release her once they got the money.
I can't talk anymore, you constables can't be trusted. I'm going to hand over the money right now. Wah! Miao Yeye's mother hung up. The constables, furious, cursed loudly, what kind of woman is this? If she doesn't trust us, why even call? What's wrong with her? Captain, let's just walk away.
Let these self-important rich folks pay to save their own skin.
I doubt even money can bring her back.
These kidnappers are greedy. Once they get away with it, they'll do it again.
If we hadn't known, we could have ignored it. But now that we know, we have to handle this.
Zhong Yue spoke sternly.
When we encounter a crime, whether the victim reported it or not, we have an unshirkable responsibility. That's our duty as constables. After lecturing her subordinates, Zhong Yue turned back to Xu Zeyu and asked, is there a way? Yes. Xu Zeyu nodded firmly. A flicker of delight instantly appeared on Zhong Yue's usually stern face. What method? Xu Zeyu, divination. Zhong Yue. Xu Zeyu wasn't making things up. The system included yin-yang feng shui techniques, which encompassed divination. However, the basic yin-yang feng shui skill required 1,000 points, which Xu Zeyu couldn't afford at the moment. So, he purchased a single-use divination card for 100 points. After purchasing the card, Xu Zeyu had only 90 points left. Arriving at the approximate location where Miao Yeye went missing, Xu Zeyu closed his eyes and began muttering incantations, looking every bit the charlatan. It wasn't that Xu Zeyu wanted to put on a show. The divination card had its limitations. If one only knew they were searching for Miao Yeye, the card would at best indicate a general direction, yielding poor results. However, if one knew the exact location of her disappearance and possessed an item she had worn that day, the results would be remarkably accurate. The only thing Xu Zeyu currently possessed was the makeup powder that had stuck to his hand when he slapped Miao Yeye. He wasn't sure if this powder would prove useful. Zhong Yue stared at Xu Zeyu expressionlessly. She was quite curious to see what this so-called divination would entail. She didn't believe in any supernatural nonsense, which was why she had initially refused when Xu Zeyu suggested using divination. But she also knew Xu Zeyu was generally reliable when it came to important matters and wouldn't joke about such things. So she temporarily endured his so-called divination charade and followed him to the crime scene. Zhong Yue had assumed Xu Zeyu wanted to examine the scene for clues, but to her shock, he skipped the investigation entirely and immediately began channeling spirits. She was so furious she nearly pinned him to the ground and beat him senseless. Just as Zhong Yue reached her breaking point, Xu Zeyu suddenly opened his eyes and declared decisively, "Let's go south." They were going to rescue someone. Yan Wenjun was as weak as a kitten, unable to help and only distracting others by needing care. So Xu Zeyu sent her back to the dorm to rest. Yan Wenjun understood the situation well. Besides, she had already done everything she needed to do today, so she returned contentedly. Of course, before leaving, she repeatedly urged Xu Zeyu to be extremely careful. Xu Zeyu nodded, then immediately sprinted southward. Xu Zeyu was so certain because the divination card he'd exchanged from the system had transformed into a wondrous golden light. Like a guiding bird, this golden light led Xu Zeyu and his group running in a specific direction. Upon reaching a crossroads, Xu Zeyu shouted without hesitation, "East." Though she didn't know why Xu Zeyu was so certain, Zhong Yue had no choice but to trust him now. Kidnapping cases were notoriously complicated. Often, the victims' families refused to cooperate, preferring to pay off the kidnappers to resolve the matter. The result was often that the money was paid, but the person still didn't come back. Because the victims had seen the kidnappers, ruthless criminals usually left no survivors. Occasionally, a victim would cooperate, but the success rate of rescuing hostages remained low. With hostages in their grasp and the kidnappers on guard, rescue was extremely difficult. The only way to rescue them is to catch the kidnappers off guard, neutralizing them before they react, or to rescue the hostages one step ahead. But while that sounds simple, it's incredibly difficult to execute. First, you must know where the kidnappers are holding the hostages. Once you know their location, the rescue operation itself is fraught with danger. One misstep could ruin everything. But no matter how complicated it was, Zhang Yue and her team had to act because they were constables. They ran for over 20 minutes, leaving the constables gasping for breath, before Xu Zeyu finally halted before a derelict building. The golden light hovered over the 11th floor of the unfinished building. After giving one final indication, it vanished. Needless to say, Miao Yeye was likely on the 11th floor. Xu Zeyu announced, "She's on the 11th floor. Captain Zhong isn't in uniform, so the two of us will go up first to check. If we run into any robbers keeping watch, we might be able to fool them. You guys wait downstairs." Zhong Yue had just returned home when she received the emergency call, so she rushed out without changing into her uniform. Several officers glanced at Zhong Yue, as if seeking her approval. She nodded, "Follow his lead." If the captain said to follow Xu Zeyu's lead, then they had no choice but to obey the captain's orders. Deep down, these officers all harbored doubts about whether Miao Yeye was actually in this abandoned building. But since the captain trusted this kid so much, they'd give it a shot. Zhong Yue's subordinates weren't overly concerned for her safety either. Their captain's skills and quick thinking were well known to all. Besides, with so many of them waiting below, all Zhong Yue needed to do was shout, and they'd rush up to back her up. It shouldn't be a problem. Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue slowed their pace, approaching the unfinished building at a normal walking speed. As they walked, Xu Zeyu solemnly instructed, "Captain Zhong, if we run into those robbers, stick to the story. We're here for thrills." Looking for thrills? Zhong Yue didn't catch on immediately and asked casually, "What do you mean?" Chapter 143. Xu Zeyu gave a nervous chuckle. "You know, when a man and a woman find a secluded spot to do, well, it's a good cover story." "You bastard." Zhong Yue swung a punch that nearly hit Xu Zeyu's eye again. Luckily, she pulled back just in time, or he'd have another black eye. Even though the punch missed, Xu Zeyu's heart was still pounding like crazy. "Captain Zhong, I was just saying. What's with you?" Xu Zeyu put on a look of profound hurt. "You think I'm that kind of guy?" I have a girlfriend, you know. And you had the nerve to mention having a girlfriend back on the field earlier?
Zhong Yue shot Xu Zeyu a look of utter contempt.
He scrambled to explain, I was treating Wenjun's illness. Believe it or not, it's none of your business. Oof. Why not go kiss that old beggar woman to cure her then? Zhong Yue sneered.
I hate men who use excuses to be promiscuous.
If I didn't need you, I'd beat you up right now. Believe it or not, it's up to you.
Xu Zeyu grunted and fell silent, though inside he seethed with resentment, silently cursing Zhong Yue to catch some strange illness herself, one that would force her to beg him to cure her this way.
When that day comes, I'll gladly give you a thorough treatment every inch of you.
Xu Zeyu quickly suppressed his resentment, for they had officially begun their mission. They moved with extreme caution, their footsteps barely audible as they strove to make no noise.
As they ascended the stairwell to the 9th floor, they encountered no tailing figures.
Yet both observant men simultaneously noticed two faint glows at the corner of the 10th floor staircase. Judging by the light, they appeared to be emanating from two cell phones.
Someone's here.
Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue exchanged a glance, mentally strategizing how to handle these two. Before Zhong Yue could come up with a plan, Xu Zeyu suddenly burst out laughing loudly. Yue, there's no one around here. Let's just, right here. Just thinking about it is so thrilling. With that, Xu Zeyu turned around, pressed both hands against the wall on either side of Zhong Yue's head, executing a textbook wall dunk move, barely stopping short of kissing her.
Zhong Yue instantly understood his intent.
Her face flushed crimson as her beautiful eyes glared at him.
You bastard. You're a pervert. Hee, that's perfectly normal. Xu Zeyu said with a lecherous grin. Don't be shy, just like we usually do. Ahem, loosen up a bit, okay?
Hearing Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue's voices, two guys lurking around the 10th floor hallway corner immediately ran down to investigate. When they saw Xu Zeyu preparing to force himself on her and Zhong Yue dodging left and right, the pair couldn't help but chuckle strangely. Hey, beautiful, just give in to this handsome guy.
If you don't want this handsome guy, how about we two keep you company?
The two men descended the stairs, grinning lewdly as they spoke.
Xu Zeyu spun around instantly, feigning terror. You, what do you want? What do we want?
Your girlfriend doesn't like you, so we're here to love her for you. The two crept closer and closer, even shining their phone lights on Zhong Yue's face.
Holy! She's gorgeous.
The two guys instantly felt their lust ignite, and they eagerly lunged toward Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue. Their plan was simple: kill the guy, have their way with the girl, then dump the bodies.
Who'd ever know it was them?
Their plan was perfect, except reality was brutal. The moment the two thugs approached Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue, the couple charged at them in perfect sync, each grabbing one.
Crack! Xu Zeyu's strike was swift and precise, cleanly severing the man's neck and knocking him unconscious.
Zhong Yue dislocated the other man's shoulder joint, the pain nearly making him scream. Before the man could utter a sound, Zhong Yue shoved his arm into his own mouth to stifle the scream. Watching Zhong Yue's handling of the situation, Xu Zeyu finally realized the gap between himself and Zhong Yue, a professionally trained detective. After finally capturing the suspect, why would you knock him out before getting a statement? If you don't want to die, answer my questions properly. Zhong Yue pressed her hand against the man's throat, her voice icy cold. Where are your people? How many of you are there? What weapons do you have? Zhong Yue hadn't choked him to death, so speaking wasn't a problem. As the suspect hesitated over whether to speak, Xu Zeyu suddenly stomped down on his accomplice's foot. Snap! A crisp crack of breaking bone echoed. The kidnapper on the ground screamed in agony before passing out again. Hearing his partner's agonized screams sent chills down his spine, cold sweat pouring down his back. I'll talk. He'd assumed Zhong Yue and Xu Zeyu were constables, thinking they wouldn't actually kill him if he didn't talk. But seeing Xu Zeyu's ruthless methods, he knew they definitely weren't constables. If they were constables, such brutal treatment of prisoners would surely lead to complaints. Since they weren't constables and were so ruthless, killing him wasn't out of the question. To save his own skin, the man had no choice but to confess truthfully, my boss is in the unit right in the middle of the 11th floor. There are 5 others with him. They only have daggers on them, no other weapons. Thud.
Zhong Yue casually knocked the guy unconscious, then waved to Xu Zeyu, let's go.
You dare touch my girlfriend? Die. Xu Zeyu viciously stomped on the guy before walking over to Zhong Yue. He grinned and said, let's go.
Xu Zeyu, who's your girlfriend?
Zhong Yue snorted in displeasure.
Next time something like this happens, give me a heads up first. Don't just act on your own.
Oh, got it. Xu Zeyu was the type to agree with his mouth but forget the moment he turned away. If there was a next time, he'd undoubtedly be the same.
The two made their way up to the 10th and 11th floors without encountering any tailing figures.
They continued toward the building indicated by the fortune-telling card. They moved with extreme caution, afraid the slightest noise might alert the kidnappers.
At first, Zhong Yue hadn't fully believed Xu Zeyu could find people through spirit possession rituals, but now she did.
She realized Xu Zeyu held more and more secrets, forcing her to admit she was growing increasingly intrigued by him. Still, she knew asking him would be futile, he wouldn't reveal anything. Better to keep quiet for now, plenty of time to uncover the truth later. The most urgent task now was to rescue the hostage. Miao Ye. Chapter 144. Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue quickly approached the apartment unit where the kidnappers were located. Spotting 2 guards stationed at the entrance, they quietly slipped into an empty apartment nearby. If they charged in recklessly, they would surely alert the 2 guards. Taking down the 2 guards wasn't the problem was that doing so would inevitably create a commotion. If the hostage takers inside seized the opportunity to grab the hostage, all their efforts would be wasted. After pondering for a while, Xu Zeyu decided to use the same method he employed when infiltrating the kidnappers' base a few days earlier. Captain Zhong, I plan to do it this way.
You're going in alone?
Zhong Yue furrowed her brow slightly.
Isn't that too dangerous? Heh, there are only 2 of them out here, and at most 3 inside. Last time there were 10 kidnappers, and I still took them all down. Don't worry, I'll be fine.
Ignoring Zhong Yue's protests, Xu Zeyu stepped out of the empty house and walked toward the 2 men, calling out as he approached, "Gentlemen, I saw you kidnap my girlfriend.
I followed you here. Please, let her go." Ha? Someone followed us?
The 2 men grabbed Xu Zeyu, one on each side, and dragged him into the room. "Boss, this guy wants us to let his girlfriend go." Inside the room, several bright rechargeable lamps were lit, flooding the space with daylight-like illumination. Sure enough, Xu Zeyu saw 3 other kidnappers inside, along with Miao Ye bound to a wooden plank bed. Her hands and feet were bound, her mouth gagged, her body spread into a humiliating spread eagle position. Yet her clothes showed no signs of being torn, she hadn't been molested. Seeing Xu Zeyu appear, Miao Ye stared in disbelief, her eyes wide as she let out a muffled sound. Xu Zeyu feigned urgency, hastily saying, "Ye, don't be afraid.
I'll get you out of here." Ha ha. The 5 kidnappers burst into loud laughter.
One of them, who seemed to be the leader, walked over and looked at Xu Zeyu mockingly. "Kid, you can't even save yourself, yet you still have the nerve to talk big here.
You just want money, right? I have money. I'll give you money," Xu Zeyu declared. "How much do you want? I'll give it to you right now." The leader eyed Xu Zeyu up and down, chuckling. "We're demanding 10 million from her parents. My partner's already gone to collect it.
Since you're offering to hand it over yourself, I won't stand on ceremony. Give us another 10 million.
Once my partner gets that, you can take your girlfriend and leave." "Fine. I'll call my mother now and have her get the money. But first, I need to go see my girlfriend. If she's been harmed in any way, I won't give you a single penny." Xu Zeyu feigned anger, prompting another round of raucous laughter from the kidnappers. "Relax, we're professional. We didn't touch your woman."
"Of course, if you'd been any later with the money, my guys wouldn't have minded having a little fun first, haha." The leader bellowed, releasing Xu Zeyu and letting him go to his girlfriend.
The 2 kidnappers released Xu Zeyu. He immediately rushed to Miao Ye's side and flashed her a toothy grin. "Yeah, I'm here to save you. When I take you out later, you'd better be good."
Seeing herself in such a disheveled state, Miao Ye wanted to bang her head against the wall. She couldn't fathom why Xu Zeyu had come here at all.
This was a bandit's lair, wasn't he walking into a trap?
But when she heard Xu Zeyu say he'd take her out, it suddenly dawned on her that he'd come to rescue her. Her eyes lit up, and she nodded at Xu Zeyu, making a couple of sounds. "That's a good girl." Xu Zeyu gently patted Miao Ye's cheek, his face wearing a calm smile. The bandits finally sensed something was amiss and all charged toward Xu Zeyu. "Kid, you're asking for it.
The constables are right behind you. Why aren't you running?"
Xu Zeyu shouted. The 5 kidnappers instinctively spun around, only to find a figure already charging toward them like a whirlwind.
Bang! 4 kidnappers were knocked down in one move by Zhong Yue as she burst in.
The leader reacted quickly, dodging Zhong Yue while drawing his dagger and charging toward Xu Zeyu and Miao Ye.
"Think I'm easy to bully?"
Xu Zeyu leaned back, dodging the leader's thrust while delivering a precise kick to the man's ankle. The leader's entire body slammed into the ground, landing flat on his face.
Xu Zeyu showed no mercy, planting his foot squarely on the man's back.
Xu Zeyu never showed mercy to those who sought his life.
Crack! Put! The kidnapper spewed a mouthful of blood before collapsing unconscious.
Only then did Xu Zeyu pick up the dagger and cut through the cloth binding Miao Ye's hands, feet, and mouth. With a wail, she threw her arms around Xu Zeyu and burst into tears. The woman was terrified. Such a reaction was perfectly normal.
Xu Zeyu didn't push her away. He muttered under his breath, "I'm letting you hug me only because you're Lin's cousin." Humph. The constables below all rushed upstairs and handcuffed the kidnapper. Zhong Yue knew another kidnapper had gone to collect the ransom. She hurriedly called Miao Ye's mother. "Mrs. Miao, have you reached the drop-off location yet?"
Mrs. Miao replied, "Almost there."
"Don't the constables stop me if anything happens to my daughter." Zhong Yue cut her off. "We've rescued your daughter. Don't hand over the money yet, we're on our way." "My daughter's been rescued?"
Mrs. Miao was overcome with emotion.
"Let me hear her voice." Zhong Yue handed the phone to Miao Yeye.
Only then did Yeye release Xu Zeyu, sobbing, "Mom, I'm okay, sniffle sniffle."
That's wonderful. Mrs. Miao was overjoyed. Yeye, have the constable take you home immediately. I'll be right there. Okay. Miao Yeye returned the phone to Zhong Yue.
Upon learning Mrs. Miao was heading back, Zhong Yue said no more and hung up.
You two take these kidnappers to the magistrate's office first, then escort Miss Miao Yeye home. Xu Zeyu and I need to find someone else. Zhong Yue picked up the leader's phone and tossed it to Xu Zeyu. Didn't you say just a few seconds of communication could pinpoint their location? This phone should have that guy's number, right? Xu Zeyu gritted his teeth in frustration. That woman Zhong Yue was utterly infuriating.
He only had 90 skill points left, and she was trying to squeeze every last one out of him.
Xu Zeyu desperately wanted to refuse, but could he really?
He had no choice but to take the phone, preparing to help Zhong Yue capture the last remaining kidnapper. The moment he took the phone, Xu Zeyu froze in shock. The guy's phone was password protected. How could he find the last kidnapper's number without unlocking it? Chapter 145. System, you can unlock the phone password, right? Xu Zeyu casually asked the system.
Of course. The system snorted disdainfully. 50 points. Want to unlock it? Xu Zeyu's face quickly turned into a look of utter dismay. He only had 90 points left.
If he spent 50 to unlock the phone, he'd only have 40 points remaining to track the guy's location. After a moment's hesitation, Xu Zeyu absent-mindedly flipped through his phone a few times before slapping his forehead hard.
Damn it, what was I thinking?
Xu Zeyu rushed over to the unconscious kidnapper leader, grabbed his hand, and pressed the index finger of his right hand onto the fingerprint lock on the back of his phone.
Right index finger didn't work. He tried the right middle finger. Right middle finger didn't work. He switched to the left index finger. Click. The phone finally unlocked. Seeing Xu Zeyu's method, Zhong Yue couldn't help but roll her eyes. Aren't your hacking skills supposed to be amazing? Why did it take so long to unlock this thing? Xu Zeyu shot her a glare. You think thinking doesn't tire the brain? Why waste brain cells when there's an easier way? Fine, I'll check the call log. To save time, Xu Zeyu immediately opened the call log on the guy's phone. He found that during tonight's time frame, there was only one phone number listed. That number must belong to the kidnapper who went to collect the ransom. Xu Zeyu immediately commanded the system, pinpoint the location of this phone number's owner immediately. Got it. The system prompted, deducting 50 points. You now have 40 points remaining. Got it. Xu Zeyu snorted. Cut the chatter, get to work. The moment Xu Zeyu finished speaking, a crystal-clear map of Nanjing City instantly projected itself into his mind. On this map of Nanjing City, a prominent red dot was slowly moving. Needless to say, this red dot was the source of the phone signal. Xu Zeyu pretended to take out his phone and tap a few times before declaring earnestly, "Captain Zhong, the target is heading toward Xingfu Road. They'll reach the KFC on Xingfu Road in 10 minutes. We need to move fast." Got it. Zhong Yue dashed out immediately, with Xu Zeyu following close behind. They dashed out of the unfinished building complex, hailed a taxi on the street, and sped toward Xingfu Road. The last kidnapper must not be allowed to escape. It must be said, this group of kidnappers was quite clever. They had kidnapped the hostage to the unfinished building east of Nanjing University, yet instructed Miao Yeye's parents to deliver the ransom to the KFC on Xingfu Road west of the university. If not for Xu Zeyu's system assistance, Zhong Yue and the others would never have found Miao Yeye. Fortunately, Miao Yeye had finally been rescued. Moreover, Xu Zeyu had already pinpointed the last kidnapper's cell signal. Catching him was only a matter of time. Of course, reaching Xingfu Road within 10 minutes was impossible. They could only track the phone signal to apprehend him. The last kidnapper was named Chen Bin. This wasn't his first time doing this sort of thing, so he was quite experienced. Of course, his cautious nature and keen instincts were the primary reasons he evaded the constable's pursuit, no question about it. Exactly 1 hour had passed. He estimated that Miao Yeye's family should have arrived by now. But after waiting 2 minutes at his window seat in KFC without seeing them, he realized something was wrong. He immediately pulled out his phone and called the gang leader. The phone in his pocket rang. Xu Zeyu picked it up and saw it was indeed that guy calling. Damn it, he was out of credits. Otherwise, he could have redeemed a voice-changing card to fool the bastard. Feeling utterly helpless, Xu Zeyu could only watch as the phone continued to ring, refusing to answer. After 5 rings, Chen Bin hung up. He immediately left the KFC. Spotting a stray dog rummaging through a trash bin at the entrance, he grabbed a plastic bag, placed the phone inside, tied it to the dog, and left it there. The startled dog bolted away. Watching the stray dog run off with his phone, Chen Bin grinned, teeth bared. "Take your sweet time searching, officers." If there was a risk of being caught by the constables, he'd rather forego the money than compromise his safety. That was Chen Bin's principle. The fact that the other party hadn't answered the call meant something had likely happened to them.
There was no doubt about it, this was definitely the constables' doing. Since the constables were involved, the phone would most likely end up in their hands. Keeping the phone would be extremely dangerous. Therefore, he decided to discard the phone. Xu Zeyu clearly recognized the danger, but tracking the phone signal was his only option now. Xu Zeyu soon noticed the signal rapidly shifting locations, confirming the kidnapper had sensed danger and fled. Xu Zeyu addressed Zhong Yue, "Captain Zhong, the guy got away." Of course, Zhong Yue replied, her expression unchanged. "You can track his phone signal, right? Just keep tracking it." Of course, Xu Zeyu replied, his brow furrowing deeply. "But I fear we've made a wasted trip. Someone who noticed something was wrong so quickly is probably already out of our reach." 30 minutes later, Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue finally located the spot where the phone signal was originating. It was a garbage dump where several stray dogs were fighting over a piece of raw pork that looked incredibly tasty to them. Xu Zeyu pried a plastic bag off one of the dogs and handed the phone to Zhong Yue, his face a picture of resignation. "There you go. The last kidnapper is right here." "What a pity." Zhong Yue shook her head with equal resignation. "Anyway, thank you for tonight." Just as they were about to leave, the phone in Zhong Yue's hand suddenly rang. As she hesitated whether to answer, Xu Zeyu took the phone, activated speaker mode, and accepted the call. "Hello, officer? You've worked hard tonight." A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone, tinged with amusement. "I never imagined my meticulously planned kidnapping would be foiled like this. What a pity." Zhong Yue couldn't help but snap. "So you're the mastermind?" "Heh, yes," Chen Bin chuckled. "Those guys were merely my tools. I encouraged them to team up for the crime. Once I got the money, I planned to leave the hostages to them. Too bad I never got the cash." "What a pity." Zhong Yue immediately looked up at Xu Zeyu, her eyes signaling him to track the caller's location immediately. Xu Zeyu felt utterly helpless, his heart screaming, Captain Zhong, you've drained all my points. I only have 40 left now, I can't do anything. Do you really think I'd let someone put on airs in front of this master?" Chapter 146. "Alright, officers, there's no need to track my phone signal anymore. I'll just toss this number after this call, tracking it won't help. Maybe next time." Chen Bin was highly alert, knowing that talking too much could lead to mistakes. He hung up immediately after saying that. But his words conveniently got Xu Zeyu off the hook. Since the other side knew they were tracking his signal, there was no point in continuing. Listening to the dial tone, Zhong Yue gritted her teeth in fury. "Damn it. Next time I catch you, I'll skin you alive." Xu Zeyu knew Zhong Yue was just venting with empty threats. The guy was long gone and couldn't hear her angry words anyway. "Is there anything left for me to do?" Xu Zeyu stretched lazily. "I'm so sleepy. I'm heading back to bed." Zhong Yue picked up her phone and found a text message. She snorted. "First, come with me to the police station. Someone has accused you of being an accomplice to kidnappers." "Accused of being an accomplice to kidnappers?" Xu Ziyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of moron would do that? Zhong Yue shot Xu Zeyu a glance. "What do you think? Miao yeah? Damn it." Xu Zeyu obediently followed Zhong Yue back to the magistrate's office. The moment Mrs. Miao saw him, her face darkened. She shouted angrily, "Xu Zeyu, you had a falling out with my daughter, so you beat her, that's one thing. But to go and kidnap her? Is your heart completely black?" The moment Xu Zeyu saw Mrs. Miao, he couldn't help but think of his future mother-in-law. These sisters were truly sisters, both brainless and sharp-tongued. Miao Yeye, however, was much more sensible. She quickly tried to calm her mother. "Mom, Xu Zeyu just saved me. Don't be so naive." Mrs. Miao bellowed. "If he wasn't in cahoots with the kidnappers, how would he even know where you were? He only saved you to make us owe him a favor so he can butter me up in front of your sister and smooth his path to courting Linlin. I've seen plenty of scum like him." Mrs. Miao's arrogance and unreasonable behavior were so extreme that even the constables from the magistrate's office couldn't stand by and watch. "Madam, your words are truly outrageous. Mr. Xu Zeyu saved your daughter. Not only do you show no gratitude, but you slander him instead. Your heart is truly black." Zhong Yue stepped forward and said coldly, "A brain is a good thing. I hope you have one. If you don't, you'd be wise to keep your mouth shut to avoid making a fool of yourself. And I haven't even mentioned you useless constables yet." Rebuked by Zhong Yue, Mrs. Miao immediately lashed out. "You can't even solve a case without needing a student's help. We big taxpayers are supposed to support a bunch of good-for-nothings like you?" Mrs. Miao's words instantly ignited public outrage. The constables, seething with indignation, rolled up their sleeves, clearly ready to fight. Zhong Yue, however, remained utterly calm. She pulled out her pistol and shoved it into Mrs. Miao's hand. "Here's the gun. If you think you can do better, go ahead. If not, shut your mouth right now." Mrs. Miao was startled, her hand trembling as the gun clattered to the floor, drawing loud laughter from the constables. "We risk our lives on the job. We earn every penny of our pay, serving our country and its people.
We're not your personal bodyguards to be humiliated at your whim. Zhong Yue picked up the gun and shot Mrs. Miao a contemptuous glance. If you're dissatisfied with us, the complaint hotline is on the wall, feel free to use it. But if you dare speak disrespectfully to us constables again, we'll escort you out right now. Facing such a formidable female constable, Mrs. Miao knew she couldn't gain the upper hand. She redirected the gun toward Xu Zeyu. Fine, the constables are fine. But what about this Xu Zeyu? I said it before, he's in cahoots with the kidnappers. Arrest him. Before Zhong Yue could respond, Xu Zeyu spoke up. Mrs. Miao, your husband isn't the only man who's seen you completely naked. Likewise, the person who knows Miao Yeye's whereabouts isn't necessarily the kidnapper. The moment those words left his mouth, Mrs. Miao's face turned green. What nonsense are you spouting? Besides my husband, I have no other men. I'm not finished yet. Why are you so worked up? Xu Zeyu shot Mrs. Miao a dismissive glance. Besides your husband, there's your father. What kind of man did you think I was referring to? Seeing Mrs. Miao being teased like this by Xu Zeyu, the constables burst into laughter once more. Haha. Even Zhong Yue's stern face couldn't help but crack a smile. It seemed the saying one evil person will meet their match held true. Mrs. Miao's face flushed red, then green, then white, then black, changing faster than a chameleon. Miao Yeye, who had remained silent, tugged at her mother's arm again, her voice filled with hurt. Mom, I'm tired. I want to go home and rest. Can we talk about this tomorrow? For my daughter's sake, I won't press charges today. We'll see about that. Mrs. Miao dropped this threat before finally leading her daughter away. Xu Zeyu couldn't tell if his eyes were playing tricks on him, but he thought he saw Miao Yeye glance at him deliberately before leaving. The look in her eyes wasn't venomous, it seemed more like a lingering reluctance. Xu Zeyu shuddered. A delusion, it had to be a delusion. With Mrs. Miao gone and no further business at the magistrate's office, Xu Zeyu headed back to his dorm. Only when he reached his dormitory door did he remember he'd completely forgotten to buy wine and snacks. Damn it all, because of that damn female constable. Xu Zeyu cursed Zhong Yue under his breath before steeled himself to enter the dorm. But the moment he pushed open the door, the scene inside sent a chill down his spine. His 3 roommates were gathered around the square table, eating and drinking heartily, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Besides them, Yen Wenjun was also present. The 3 of them drank alcohol while Yen Wenjun sipped juice. The 4 of them chatted and laughed, occasionally clinking glasses and taking sips. Had he walked into the wrong dorm? Xu Zeyu shook his head twice before confirming he hadn't made a mistake. Cheng Zhongming chuckled. Hey, you're finally back. We heard you went on a case with the female constable. Wenjun was worried sick and waited here in our dorm for you. That's not true, Yen Wenjun quickly denied. I just heard you promised to have drinks with them, and then you were delayed because of my business. I felt really bad about it, so I bought some drinks and snacks as compensation. Though she said that no one was fooled, they knew it was just Yen Wenjun's excuse. Of course, no one called her out on it. Girls are sensitive about their pride. For her to pursue Xu Zeyu this persistently already took tremendous courage. Don't mention it. I'm the one who should be thanking you, Xu Zeyu said. It's late, and you've just recovered from your illness. I'll walk you back to the dorm. You should get some rest. Wenjun, ignore third brother. Let's keep drinking. Cheng Zhongming chuckled. To celebrate comrade Yen Wenjun's recovery from her illness, we're drinking until we drop tonight. Chapter 147. At Miao Yeye's home, Chen Miaolian warmly held Miao Yeye's hand, asking her questions and comforting her. Miao Yeye nodded as she listened, assuring her she was merely shaken and nothing was wrong. As they chatted, Chen Miaolian suddenly asked, I heard Xu Zeyu saved you? At this mention, Miao Yeye felt awkward but still nodded. Yes. He pretended to be my boyfriend to deceive the kidnappers, then teamed up with Captain Zhong to take them down. Even if he saved you, we won't be grateful, Mrs. Chen Miaoha remarked with clear disdain. Even if he wasn't in cahoots with the kidnappers, his motives for saving you weren't pure. That kid just wants to curry favor with us to make it easier to pursue Linin. I've seen plenty of men like him. Li Yuan, who'd been silent, cleared his throat to interrupt Chen Miaoha. Aye, try not to mess with this guy. He's got a temper. When he's calm, he's easy to talk to, but when he loses it, oh boy. Just thinking about how Xu Zeyu had beaten up Chen Dashi left Li Yuan feeling uneasy. He even wondered if Xu Zeyu would have beaten them up too, if they weren't Linlin's parents. What's there to fear? If he dares lay a finger on us, he can forget about marrying Linlin for the rest of his life. Chen Miaolian declared angrily. Seeing the look on Li Yuan and his wife's faces, as if they were hiding something from her, Chen Miaoha didn't dare pry further. Sister, brother-in-law, Yeye is fine now. You should head home and get some rest. Throughout the entire conversation, Chen Miaoha's husband hadn't uttered a single word, as silent as a stone. All right. Li Yuan and his wife knew their brother-in-law wasn't the dominant one at home. Their sister made all the decisions, so they didn't press further. Just as the couple prepared to leave, a phone call came in. Li Yuan glanced at the caller ID and his expression shifted slightly. The Chen family's number. Li Yuan wanted to ignore it, but he couldn't. He steeled himself and answered, "Hello, is this brother Lizhong? It's so late, what's the matter?"
"There is something," Chen Lizhong said slowly.
"Li Yuan, my father says he really likes Lin Lin. Even if she can't marry Xinrui, she could marry his younger brother, Xinwen. I took 300 million from you, and my father wants me to return it to you. Remember to bring Lin Lin along when you come for the old man's birthday next month."
Hearing Chen Lizhong's words, Li Yuan's heart gave a sudden jolt, and his hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably.
He wasn't stupid.
Chen Lizhong's overtures made it abundantly clear he was determined to marry Lin Lin into the Chen family. In the past, this would have been a blessing.
But now, Chen Lizhong's insistence on marrying Lin Lin into the Chen family was clearly meant to torment Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu was a madman. If he learned Lin Lin was to marry into the Chen family, he'd undoubtedly storm the Chen residence in a rage.
That would give the Chen family their chance to deal with Xu Zeyu. Put simply, Chen Lizhong was using the Li family as a weapon against Xu Zeyu. As before, if this were the past, they would have simply married off their daughter without a second thought for Xu Zeyu.
But now, that was absolutely out of the question. The Chen family was formidable, but did that mean Xu Zeyu was easy to deal with? That kid has survived after offending so many people, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. And judging by current trends, his rise to prominence is only a matter of time. Better to bully an old man than a poor youth. Li Yuan had better think twice about crossing that kid. Right now, Xu Zeyu respects them as Lin Lin's parents and won't act recklessly. But once Lin Lin marries into the Chen family, that kid won't hold back anymore. What if that kid makes it big and turns around to take revenge on the Li family? Li Yuan, what are you thinking? Chen Lizhong's tone grew impatient. After all this time without a word, are you refusing to marry your daughter into our Chen family? Li Yuan knew Chen Lizhong was forcing him to make a decision. After a moment's deliberation, Li Yuan finally made his decision. "Brother Lizhong, you're joking. How could I not want to marry Lin Lin into the Chen family?"
Even if Xu Zeyu showed great potential, compared to the current Chen family, he still didn't measure up.
Li Yuan didn't want to gamble, nor did he dare to. Very well. Chen Lizhong gave a light snort. "Don't forget the 8th day of next month.
That day, our Chen family will present the betrothal gifts and formally arrange the engagement."
That's final. After Chen Lizhong hung up, Chen Mialian eagerly asked, "What did the Chen family say?"
Seeing his wife still so delighted, Li Yuan was utterly speechless.
He repeated Chen Lizhong's words, only to make his wife even more ecstatic. "Ha! I knew our daughter was exceptional. Even the old patriarch of the Chen family can't bear to part with her." Idiot, Li Yuan silently cursed his wife in his mind.
He couldn't fathom what he'd been thinking back then, how he'd ended up marrying such a foolish woman.
Seeing Chen Mialian so overjoyed, Li Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain further.
Since he'd chosen to side with the Chens, he might as well be resolute and sever all ties with Xu Zeyu once and for all. After the Li Yuans left, Miao Yeye returned to her room, but no matter how she tossed and turned, sleep wouldn't come. Li Yuan's words kept swirling in her mind, while the memory of Xu Zeyu saving her kept replaying in her head. She deep-in terrified and clung to Xu Zeyu. Despite their past animosity, he hadn't shunned her. Instead, he gently patted her shoulders and back, soothing her fears. He was a good man. She couldn't let him be taken advantage of while he was dazed. A slow transformation was happening within Miao Yeye's heart. But she couldn't betray her aunt and uncle either. What should she do? Lying on the bed, Miao Yeye was caught in a dilemma. At the same time, Mrs. Zheng, Old Man Huang, and Li Haolong also received calls from Chen Lizhong. His goal was simple, to get them to join forces and suppress Xu Zeyu, ensuring he never gained power or influence in Nanjiang City. Mrs. Zheng agreed immediately. Chen Lizhong promptly returned the 300 million to the Zheng family. Mrs. Zheng was so overwhelmed with gratitude she was practically ready to pledge herself to him. The Chen family promised some benefits to Old Man Huang, who agreed without hesitation. As for Li Haolong, Chen Lizhong already had some connection with him. Coupled with the fact that he and Xu Zeyu were sworn enemies, Li Haolong also agreed readily. Hanging up the phone, Chen Lizhong let out a cruel, cold laugh. "Xu Zeyu, don't think hiding back in Nanjiang City will save you. You ruined my son like this, so I'll take your woman, take your business, and make sure you can't move an inch in Nanjiang City." Xu Zeyu remained oblivious to the alliance forged among Nanjiang City's three families and Li Haolong, who were plotting his demise. He was still getting drunk in his dorm room. Xu Zeyu's tolerance was never great to begin with, and he'd been utterly exhausted lately. So, he drank himself into a stupor. Third brother's already passed out, what a bore. Cheng Zhongming bellowed. Second brother, fourth brother, let's head out and keep drinking. Alright, let's continue outside. Yufeng and Chen Kai stood up to leave. Chen Kai grinned at Yan Wenjun. "Wenjun, we're heading out for drinks and might be back late. Third brother's passed out, take good care of him for us." Without waiting for Yan Wenjun's response, the trio bolted like rabbits, casually slamming the dorm door behind them. Once outside, they exchanged sly, mischievous grins. "Third brother," they said, "we've done all we can for you. Now it's up to you."
Ha ha. Chapter 148. Xu Zeyu was drunk, his mind filled with thoughts of his girlfriend Linlin, their meeting, getting to know each other, falling in love, and parting ways. Under the influence of alcohol, the bittersweet memories flooded his mind. Linlin, don't go. Don't go. 2 years, 2 years I'll definitely earn 1,000,000,000 yuan to marry you. Seeing Xu Zeyu babbling incoherently on the bed, Yan Wenjun hurried to the bathroom, fetched water, wrung out a towel, and wiped his face. After wiping his face, Yan Wenjun was about to return the towel to the bathroom when Xu Zeyu suddenly grabbed her hand, pulled her onto the bed, and held her tightly in his arms. Linlin, Linlin, let me hold you. Still half asleep, Xu Zeyu thought he was holding his girlfriend Linlin and leaned in for a kiss. Yan Wenjun was caught off guard again. Her eyes widened, and it took her a moment to recover. Never mind, she reassured herself. He's drunk. This is as far as it'll go. It's fine. She didn't push Xu Zeyu away. But Xu Zeyu wasn't just being handsy with his mouth, his hands started wandering too. Yan Wenjun flushed bright red, thinking about pushing him away, then reconsidering. He was just groping around randomly anyway, he didn't even know what he was doing. It couldn't be that bad. Yan Wenjun was still trying to reassure herself when Xu Zeyu started tearing at her clothes. Yan Wenjun tried to push him away but couldn't. She wanted to scream, but just as Xu Zeyu was about to go further, his phone suddenly rang with a song, "Just Once I'll Take You to See the End of Time," laughing heartily on a sunny day. Hearing the ringtone of "Just Once" felt like a jolt of electricity to Xu Zeyu, snapping him back to his senses. Linlin. He had specifically set this ringtone for his girlfriend, it only played when she called. Even heavily intoxicated, Xu Zeyu still reacted reflexively to the ringtone, proof of how desperately he longed for this call. But Xu Zeyu was better off not being sober. The moment he sobered up, he felt utterly embarrassed. He was holding Yan Wenjun tightly in his arms, his clothes disheveled, with one hand positioned on a certain part of her body, about to make a lewd advance. Seeing Yan Wenjun staring at him with tear-filled eyes, Xu Zeyu instantly pulled away, silently cursing himself as a beast. Only then did he repeatedly apologize. I'm sorry. I've had too much to drink. I just need to take this call from my girlfriend." Yan Wenjun picked up the phone from the table and handed it to Xu Zeyu, her voice trembling with tears. "Here." Xu Zeyu felt terribly embarrassed, but answering his girlfriend's call took priority. He didn't offer much comfort to Yan Wenjun and immediately picked up the phone. "Hello, Linlin? It's not Linlin, it's me." Miao Yeye's voice came through the phone. "You forgot she went abroad. She said she couldn't bear to give up this number, so she asked me to pay the bill and keep it active. I just used it to call you." Hearing Miao Yeye's voice, Xu Zeyu deflated like a punctured balloon. Indeed, if Linlin had gone abroad, how could she still be using this number? "Miao Yeye, what is it?" Xu Zeyu asked, his voice heavy with disappointment. He didn't hang up immediately because he knew Miao Yeye wouldn't call him in the middle of the night using Linlin's phone for no reason. Something must be wrong. "Well, it's like this." Miao Yeye relayed the news she'd heard that evening to Xu Zeyu. Listening to it, Xu Zeyu's blood boiled and his eyes bulged. "Those bastards." Miao Yeye remained silent on the other end for a long moment, not hanging up. Only when Xu Zeyu finally snapped out of his shock did he demand, "Miao Yeye, why tell me? Don't you hate me? Don't flatter yourself. I genuinely dislike you. But I owe you a life-saving favor. Telling you this settles our debt. Humph. I'll keep disliking you from now on." With that, Miao Yeye hung up the phone, sounding furious. What Xu Zeyu didn't know was that on the other end, after hanging up, Miao Yeye let out a long sigh. Her mind was filled with the memory of Xu Zeyu saving her. Seeing Xu Zeyu so furious, Yan Wenjun seemed to forget she'd just been bullied. Concerned, she asked, "What's wrong?" Only then did Xu Zeyu notice Yan Wenjun's disheveled state again. Her top could no longer conceal the glimpse of her body, and he couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Yan Wenjun's face flushed crimson instantly, her lips parting as if to speak, but no words came out. Xu Zeyu forced his eyes away and said slowly, "Her parents are planning to have her come back and marry a rich man. The engagement is next month." "Is that so?" Hearing this news, Yan Wenjun felt no sadness at all, but rather a tinge of relief. But then she realized how despicable that thought was. Even if she liked Xu Zeyu deeply, she couldn't possibly wish for his girlfriend to marry someone else. If Xu Zeyu's girlfriend really married someone else and Xu Zeyu reluctantly accepted her, she would only ever be a substitute for Xu Zeyu's girlfriend, just like tonight. She liked Xu Zeyu, but she refused to be another woman's substitute. She would win Xu Zeyu's heart fairly and squarely. Unaware of Yan Wenjun's complex thoughts, Xu Zeyu gave a casual, cold laugh. "Linlin is mine. No one can take her away." Just as Xu Zeyu pondered how to handle the situation, his phone rang again. Seeing it was an international call, Xu Zeyu answered immediately. "Linlin? Is that you? Answering so fast, did you know I'd call?" He. Li Lin's delighted voice came through the line. "Zeyu, I've got great news. My parents agreed to our relationship and let me come back." "Really?" Hearing Li Lin's genuine laughter, Xu Zeyu's heart grew even colder. The Li couple would stop at nothing to sell off their daughter. Noticing Xu Zeyu's unusual tone, Li Lin quickly asked, "Zeyu, what's wrong? Did something happen?" "Lin, listen to me." Xu Zeyu took a deep breath and said earnestly, "Stay overseas. Don't come back." Xu Zeyu recounted the news he'd heard that evening to Li Lin.
She listened, her eyes wide with shock, unable to react for a long moment.
After a long pause, Li Lin's sobs finally came through the phone. How could they do this? Hearing her sobs, Xu Zeyu's heart nearly broke. "Li Lin, don't worry. I'm here for you. Send me your Visa card number.
I'll transfer 10 million yuan to you.
Go as far away as you can. If that's not enough, just let me know. I have more. Once I sort out the mess here, I'll come get you properly, okay?" "Okay." Li Lin nodded. "Zeyu, thank you." Lin, are you trying to be formal with me?" Xu Zeyu felt a twinge of irritation. "Why are you thanking me?" Alright then, no need to thank me."
Li Lin finally laughed again.
"It should be around 1 a.m. in China now, right? Why are you still up this late? Are you hiding something from me, hanging out with other girls?" Chapter 149.
Even though Li Lin was just joking, Xu Zeyu felt guilty as a thief and shuddered uncontrollably, his expression unnatural.
No way. What are you imagining?"
The moment the words left his mouth, Xu Zeyu felt like a complete scumbag. Back when he watched TV shows where other philanderers cheated while lying to their girlfriends or wives, he'd always cursed them as scum.
But now that it was his turn, being the scumbag felt awful. "Alright, I was just teasing you," Li Lin laughed. "You've only just started making money, right? You don't need to transfer me that much. 1 million should last me a year or two. If it's not enough, I'll ask you for more.
Keep some for yourself to grow your business.
It's late. Good night." "Good night. Remember to send me your card number." Only after hanging up did Xu Zeyu's expression finally relax somewhat. But the thought of Li Yuan and his wife trying to sell his girlfriend filled Xu Zeyu with a surge of violent rage. The Li family, the Chen family, this couldn't just be swept under the rug. "Zeyu, I'm heading back to the dorm."
Yan Wenjun's face bore a faint smile, but Xu Zeyu could sense the bitterness beneath it. Recalling the vivid sensation of touching and kissing his girlfriend in his earlier dream, Xu Zeyu realized what he had done to Yan Wenjun. His heart filled with remorse. "Wenjun, I'm sorry.
From now on, let's just ordinary friends."
Yan Wenjun looked at Xu Zeyu with intense seriousness.
"You promised me, didn't you? That I could stay by your side and watch you be happy?" Xu Zeyu knew Yan Wenjun wasn't giving up.
He also knew the best way to end their entanglement was to cut ties completely. But Xu Zeyu shared a weakness common to most men. He couldn't bring himself to be ruthless with girls who liked him. When women play the field, they want to keep men as backups. When men play the field, they want to mount every spare tire on the car. So in the end, Xu Zeyu nodded. "Fine, let's stay just friends. But looking like this, how are you going to get back to the dorm?" Xu Zeyu gestured at Yan Wenjun's skirt. Her face flushed again. "It's all your fault." Staring at Yan Wenjun's smooth shoulder, now exposed to the spring light, Xu Zeyu swallowed hard. "How about this? I'll go buy you a skirt outside. You can change before heading back to the dorm." "It's so late, where are you going to buy clothes?" Yan Wenjun asked. "Let's figure out how to borrow one from someone instead." "Borrow from who?" Xu Zeyu immediately thought of Huang Yuyan and Zhong Yue, but quickly ruled out Zhong Yue. That left Huang Yuyan. Having prepared his excuse, Xu Zeyu dialed Huang Yuyan's number. After a few rings, Huang Yuyan answered, her voice languid. "Zeyu, what are you doing calling so late at night?" Xu Zeyu felt quite embarrassed. "A female classmate of mine went out to play, and her skirt accidentally got torn. She's too embarrassed to go back to the dorm now. Could you lend me a girl's skirt?" Huang Yuyan chuckled. "I don't have any skirts here, only Chong Sam's." "Want one?" "Chong Sam?" Xu Zeyu thought for a moment and nodded. "Chong Sam it is. I'll come pick it up now." "Oh, right, where are you staying? I've never been to your place before." "Wanqing Community, Building C, Unit 808. "Hurry over. I still need to sleep." Huang Yuyan yawned repeatedly on the other end. Xu Zeyu hurriedly said, "Alright, I'm coming right now." Xu Zeyu dashed to the school gate, hailed a taxi, and raced to Huang Yuyan's place. Fortunately, Nanjiang University wasn't far from Wanqing Community. He arrived in just 15 minutes. "Driver, I'll be back in a few minutes. Wait for me, I'll cover your waiting time at the regular fare rate." After giving these instructions, Xu Zeyu dashed into Wanqing Community. Xu Zeyu quickly located Huang Yushu's residence. After ringing the doorbell downstairs, Huang Yuyan opened the door for him. Xu Zeyu immediately headed up to the 8th floor. He didn't even need to knock. Huang Yuyan was already waiting at the door. "You're such a pain, keeping me awake in the middle of the night." Huang Yuyan complained lazily, handing him a garment bag. "Here, take this." "Thanks." Xu Zeyu took the bag, glancing casually at Huang Yuyan. His eyes suddenly widened, frozen in place.
Seeing Xu Zeyu's expression, as if he'd lost his soul, Huang Yuyan finally noticed she was wearing loose pajamas. "You'd dare take advantage of your sister? Believe me, I'll gouge your eyes out." Huang Yuyan quickly pulled her clothes tighter, scolding Xu Zeyu playfully. Xu Zeyu swallowed hard, chuckling awkwardly. "I didn't see anything, really. I'm outta here."
Knowing he'd been caught red-handed, Xu Zeyu turned and bolted.
That little rascal. Seeing Xu Zeyu's flustered escape, Huang Yuyan couldn't help but flash an incredibly seductive smile. Too bad Xu Zeyu didn't see it, otherwise, he'd have drooled himself dry. Xu Zeyu had no time for drooling now. Clutching his clothes, he dashed out of the residential compound and hailed a taxi driver back to Nanjian University. When Xu Zeyu rushed back to the dorm, he discovered Yan Wenjun had actually fallen asleep. Seeing her sleeping so soundly, Xu Zeyu couldn't bear to wake her. He could only give up his own bed for her. Those three lecherous roommates definitely wouldn't be back tonight anyway, so he might as well sleep in their beds. Xu Zeyu was utterly exhausted, especially after drinking so much. After tucking Yan Wenjun in, he soon drifted off to sleep on the second bunk. Early the next morning, the three guys quietly returned to the dorm. They had expected to see curtains drawn around Xu Zeyu's bed with 2 pairs of shoes on the floor. Instead, they found Xu Zeyu sleeping on the left bed and Yan Wenjun on the right. The trio was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Could it be that third brother hadn't gone wild last night, but instead done something worse than a beast? Alright, we're outta here. Seeing the three roommates leave, Yan Wenjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Xu Zeyu still asleep, she promptly stripped off her torn dress on the bed and slipped into the cheongsam he had prepared for her. Xu Zeyu had actually woken up, but the situation had been so awkward that he'd simply pretended to be asleep. She didn't even bother going to the bathroom to change, she just did it right there. Watching Yan Wenjun's slender figure, Xu Zeyu silently cursed himself as a beast. He tried not to look, but ultimately couldn't resist, feasting his eyes to his heart's content. What surprised Xu Zeyu was that Yan Wenjun looked quite different and charming in the cheongsam. While Huang Yuyan's qipao highlighted her mature allure, Yan Wenjun's, well, Xu Zeyu just found those 2 pairs of long, tantalizingly visible legs utterly captivating. Only after dressing did Yan Wenjun notice a chill brushing against her thighs. Upon closer inspection, she realized the cheongsam featured a high slit. With every step, 2/3 of her long legs were exposed to the breeze. He must have done this on purpose. Yan Wenjun glanced at Xu Zeyu, still fast asleep, and flushed. She silently spat at him. In her mind, this guy looked so innocent, but when he was being naughty, he was worse than any other boy. Noticing Yan Wenjun staring at him, Xu Zeyu froze, afraid she'd catch him peeking. He shared the same suspicion. Huang Yuyan had given him this cheongsam with ulterior motives. Sis Huang, you seem so honest and trustworthy normally, but when you're being naughty, there's no limit to your mischief. Xu Zeyu mentally scolded Huang Yuyan, yet he couldn't help but feel a secret thrill. If not for Huang Yuyan, how would he ever get to see Yan Wenjun in a qipao? Unaware of Xu Zeyu's presence, Yan Wenjun hurriedly slipped out of his dorm after putting on the qipao, seeing him still asleep. "I'm outta here." Yan Wenjun fled Xu Zeyu's dorm as if caught red-handed, her footsteps quickening as she made her escape. Chapter 150. Ha ha. Cheng Zhongming and the other two walked into the dormitory laughing. They yanked Xu Zeyu up. "Hey, third brother, stop pretending to sleep. Get up. Quick, get up." Xu Zeyu would never admit he'd been faking sleep. Annoyed by his roommate's racket, he finally rose bleary-eyed. "Shut up. Let me sleep a little longer." "What are you pretending?" Chen Kai chuckled strangely. "Did you get lucky last night?" Xu Zeyu glared at Chen Kai and snorted irritably. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. I didn't do anything." Yu Feng walked over to Xu Zeyu's bedside, picked up a shredded skirt, and said with deadpan seriousness, "Third brother, you claim you didn't do anything? That's worse than an animal." Ha ha. The dorm room erupted in joyful laughter. At Li Haolong's home, Li Haolong, who had just gotten out of bed and was still in his pajamas, walked into the living room and sat down in front of a guest. "Old Chen, with your skills at planning kidnappings, how could you have failed?" This guest was none other than Chen Bin, the sole kidnapper who had escaped during last night's operation. Chen Bin gave a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned by his failure. "No one can win every time. Sometimes luck and your opponent are crucial. Last night, I didn't lose to luck, I lost to my opponent. It's been years since I pulled off a job, and I never expected my comeback would pit me against a top cop, a woman, no less." "Ha? A woman?" Li Haolong immediately thought of Zhong Yue and couldn't help but snort. Probably that Zhong Yue from the Nanjing City Police Department. Chen Bin remained non-committal about Li Haolong's theory. He was pondering something else entirely. "Oldly, tell me, how did those constables track down the hostage? Even the bumbling layabouts you hired couldn't have failed to guard a single person with 7 of them, right?" "You'll have to ask the constables themselves," Li Haolong replied. "If you're really curious, I could pull some strings and find out exactly what happened. Oh, and if you're still up for another job, I happen to have a partner available."
No sooner had Li Haolong finished speaking than a young man with a somewhat pale complexion stepped forward. Li Haolong pointed at the young man and chuckled.
Let me introduce you. This is your colleague, Lu Xinghao. Lu Xinghao was none other than the kidnapping ringleader who had narrowly escaped death in Qinzhou City.
With the Qinzhou police hot on his trail, Lu Xinghao sought refuge with Li Haolong because one of his fellow villagers worked under him. As they say, birds of a feather flock together. When Lu Xinghao sought refuge with Li Haolong took him in without hesitation. Without solid evidence, no one in Nanjian City dared to raid Li Haolong's place. Liu Xinghao had been shot twice and hadn't fully recovered yet, which explained his pallid complexion. Yet his eyes still flashed with a vicious glint. Chen Bin instantly recognized him as a dangerous character.
Lu Xinghao?
You look familiar, brother. Chen Bin chuckled.
Seems like you're a wanted man. Li Haolong nodded and smiled faintly.
Old Chen, when you suddenly retired from the business a few years ago, I had to find someone to take your place. Now it's perfect you're back, and with brother Lu here, it'll be much easier for me to handle things.
Heh, you know my family situation. I'm only here for one job before I leave.
You should focus on building rapport with brother Lu, Chen Bin chuckled. Though I wouldn't mind teaming up with brother Lu for a big score myself, to avoid having to come out of retirement again when my money runs short in a few years.
Old Chen, pulling off a big job is absolutely no problem. I've already picked out the person for you. Li Haolong pulled several photos from a drawer and tossed them onto the table.
Chen Bin picked them up, glanced at them, and chuckled. It's a woman and a beauty at that, both in looks and poise.
Not bad, not bad. How much ransom can we get for her? Estimates suggest 30 million shouldn't be a problem, Li Haolong chuckled.
She and her partner made a killing in Qinzhou this time. 30 million should be well within their means.
Chen Bin looked at Li Haolong with keen curiosity. Old Li, tell me why choose this woman as the kidnapping target?
My gut tells me there's more to this than meets the eye. Hearing Chen Bin's question, Li Haolong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Old Chen, that's exactly what I admire most about you, your sharp intuition.
I'll be honest with you then.
This woman's partner, Xu Zeyu, has crossed our Lu brothers.
He's also crossed me.
So I don't mind killing two birds with one stone. You make money, we get revenge.
So it's a tricky situation, huh? Chen Bin said. Who we kidnap doesn't matter to me, I just want to make money. But since we're picking targets, I think we should go with safer options. Old Li, you know I can't afford to lose right now. Old Chen, relax. We've been brothers for over 20 years, would I ever betray you?
Li Haolong narrowed his eyes, looking almost wounded. My men will keep watch, and brother Lu's skills are every bit as sharp as mine.
We'll make sure nothing goes wrong. 30 million, you take 20, we take 10. How does that sound? Chen Bin hesitated for a long moment before nodding. All right. When do we move?
Li Haolong grinned, teeth showing.
As soon as brother Lu's injuries heal. No later than a month.
Old Chen, if you need the money urgently, I can give you 20 million now.
No need. Chen Bin declined calmly. A month is fine.
Li Haolong nodded, slapped Chen Bin on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. All right, let's toast to our success in advance.
Nanjian University.
Xu Zeyu lingered in bed a little longer before slowly climbing up, ready to head to the cafeteria for breakfast and then class. But as soon as he reached the cafeteria, he bumped into Yang Mei, his counselor and ancient Chinese language teacher. He hurriedly greeted her. Good morning, Teacher Yang.
Xu Zeyu, you're finally back. Yang Mei's expression was stern.
Seeing that serious face sent a chill down Xu Zeyu's spine, he knew Teacher Yang was about to launch into another earnest lecture.
Sure enough, Yang Mei continued, the midterm exams are only 2 or 3 weeks away. You took several days off this time and fell behind in your coursework. Have you caught up on your studies?
Xu Zeyu desperately wanted to say yes, but seeing Teacher Yang's stern expression, he couldn't bring himself to lie.
He could only admit honestly, Teacher Yang, I only got back last night.
I promise I'll start studying hard today.
Seeing Xu Zeyu's honesty, Yang Mei finally nodded.
Running a business is commendable, but since you're still in college, your studies shouldn't fall behind.
Understand?
Yang Mei was only 2 or 3 years older than Xu Zeyu.
Hearing this young teacher lecture him so earnestly felt oddly unsettling. There was no helping it. In his mind, teachers were elders a dozen or 2 decades his senior.
Yet Yang Mei simply couldn't evoke that sense of seniority. At most, she felt like an older sister. Alright, he'd just treat it as a lecture from his big sister. Don't worry, Teacher Yang. I won't let your earnest guidance go to waste.
Good. A smile finally graced Yang Mei's face. Come on, let's go grab breakfast. Got it.
Xu Zeyu breathed a sigh of relief as Yang Mei finally stopped lecturing him.
He grinned and offered, Teacher Yang, what would you like? I'll get it for you. Most teachers wouldn't let a student buy breakfast for them, but Yang Mei wasn't the rigid type.
She casually replied, a bowl of congee, a fried dough stick, and 2 side dishes.
Alright, Ms. Yang. Find a seat first, I'll go get it. Xu Zeyu scampered off to buy breakfast.
After returning, he looked for Yang Mei only to find the seat opposite her already occupied by a young man.
Chapter 151. With no other choice, Xu Zeyu placed the breakfast on the table and sat down beside Yang Mei. He grinned, "Ms. Yang, your breakfast. If you need anything else, just say the word and I'll go get it." "No need, thank you." Yang Mei politely accepted the breakfast Xu Zeyu had bought, then turned to the young man across from them. "Mr. Xu, is there anything you need? If not, I'll be eating my breakfast now. Please help yourself." "Of course I have business." "This business," the man in gold-rimmed glasses flashed what he considered a charming smile, "is having breakfast with a beautiful girl like you. That's my important business today." "How disgusting." Xu Zeyu couldn't help but shudder. The nerve of this guy saying such revolting things in public, it gave Xu Zeyu goosebumps all over. Of course, he only thought it disgusting internally. After all, this was his counselor's personal matter, and he didn't want to make rash judgments. But then the bespectacled man suddenly turned his attention to Xu Zeyu, smiling warmly as he said, "Young man, could you please buy me a breakfast too?" "Thank you." Considering the man was also a teacher and had spoken politely enough, Xu Zeyu felt buying him breakfast wasn't too much to ask. But then the guy added, "After you buy it, leave the breakfast here and find somewhere else to sit." Xu Zeyu instantly bristled at this, snorting coldly, "Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy enough to ask me to buy your breakfast?" The man in the gold-rimmed glasses stared at Xu Zeyu in shock. He clearly hadn't expected a student to dare speak back to him so brazenly. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he were holding back a surge of anger. "Kid, do you know who I am? Whoever you are, I don't care." Xu Zeyu's temper flared. Even if the man were the king himself, he'd still stand his ground. His stance remained firm. "You want me to buy your breakfast, then tell me to get lost? You think you're worthy? Seems you truly don't recognize me." The man in gold-rimmed glasses declared with arrogance. "I am Su Maozhe, a graduate student from Yenjing University. Your president personally invited me to serve as a lecturer at your institution. It's safe to say I'm the most valuable faculty member here. It's your honor that someone as exceptional as me teaches at Nanjiang University. What's wrong with you buying me breakfast? Ha, now you're putting me in my place." Xu Zeyu sneered. "Most valuable? Tell me your annual salary and how much you have in savings. Multiply your yearly income plus savings by 10 if it equals my savings, then talk to me about your worth. If your net worth truly exceeds mine, I'll buy you breakfast and kowtow to apologize. If not, then get lost." Xu Zeyu's words landed like a slap across Su Maozhe's face, making him tremble with rage. "Kid, I earn 300,000 a year. I have no savings, but multiply that by 10 and you get 3 million. I refuse to believe a student like you has that kind of money." "Ha, only 3 million? Should have made you multiply by 100. Xu Zeyu said smugly. "Talking about worth with money is vulgar, but you flaunt your high education at me. Someone like me, with less education, can only flaunt money. What can I do? I've got nothing left but cash." "Ha ha." Xu Zeyu's words drew loud laughter from the surrounding students. Su Maozhe felt deeply provoked and insulted, his anger boiling over. "Kid, anyone can talk big. Why don't you actually pull out 2 million and show us? I told you multiply that by 100 and it's still no problem." Xu Zeyu pulled out his phone, opened the mobile banking app, and flaunted it in front of Su Maozhe. "Here, take a good look. Count those zeros." Su Maozhe glanced at it dismissively, then his face turned green. His voice trembled violently. 10,000? 100,000? A million? How could you have that much money? None of your damn business." Xu Zeyu snorted. "Mr. Su, the wealthy one, can you finally get lost now?" Su Maozhe desperately tried to steady himself, but he couldn't. He thought his 300,000 yuan annual salary made him a big shot in Nanjiang City. Picking up a female teacher should have been a piece of cake. But he never imagined a random student at Nanjiang University could have tens of millions in the bank. He felt like he must have applied to a fake university. Su Maozhe couldn't even recall how he'd left. All he knew was that as he exited the campus cafeteria, students all around him were pointing and whispering mockingly. "Look at that teacher trying to compete with Xu Zeyu in wealth, what a fool. Yeah, Xu Zeyu casually donates 100,000 yuan. How could he possibly compare? He's only been here a couple days, so it's normal he doesn't know Xu Zeyu." Ha. Hearing these whispered remarks, Su Maozhe finally realized what kind of student he had been gesturing at earlier. What terrible luck. Beep beep. Face slap successful. System assessment, intermediate level. Outplayed 206 times, humiliated 1 person. Gained 2070 skill points. Total skill points, 2110. Hearing the system's notification of added points, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but chuckle. He discovered school was truly a great place to show off. Why? Because it was crowded. Especially the cafeteria during mealtimes and the playground during exercise periods, those were prime spots for racking up points. The more people he impressed, the more skill points he earned. It felt amazing. "Zeyu, you really need to stop this." Teacher Yang Mei started lecturing again.
Having money is great, but you can't let it make you arrogant, spoiled, or indulgent. Fearing Yang Mei would never stop nagging, Xu Zeyu quickly cut her off. I know, Teacher Yang. You're just as nagging as my mom. Yang Mei's face flushed crimson as she spat out angrily. I don't have a son as big as you. Xu Zeyu finally realized his analogy was a bit, well, that. He gave a nervous chuckle and quickly changed the subject. Teacher Yang, let's eat. We'll be late for class. Yang Mei shot Xu Zeyu a fierce glare before finally starting to eat. Little did she know that in Xu Zeyu's eyes, her fierce glare wasn't scary at all, it was actually adorable. Had. Xu Zeyu obediently went to attend his class, leaving all matters concerning the antique shop to Huang Yuyan. Huang Yuyan completed all the preparations for the grand opening, now just waiting for this Saturday's opening ceremony. Their antique shop sign was also ready, bearing the simple yet meaningful name, Su Huang Antiques. After finishing her tasks, Huang Yuyan sat in the shop resting, a satisfied smile on her face. Though the shop couldn't compare to the Huang family auction house, it was, after all, the fruit of her own labor. Being her own boss felt entirely different from working for her family. Honestly, this feeling was truly wonderful. Her business partner, Xu Zeyu, was both reliable and capable. She was confident their shop would only grow bigger and better in the future. Some might think this was Huang Yuyan's greatest investment, but that's not actually the case. For Huang Yuyan, the greatest investment was choosing to trust Xu Zeyu and breaking away from the Huang family. Huang Yuyan knew she had made the right investment, one that would never lose value, no matter what. Lost in thought, Huang Yuyan was deep in contemplation when several people entered the shop. Two attendants addressed them. Gentlemen, the shop isn't open yet. We're here to see your boss. Move aside. The group that entered included Huang Jin from the Huang family and his gang of cronies. Huang Jin walked up to Huang Yuyan and chuckled, Sis, congrats on your new shop opening soon. Huang Yuyan shot him a cold glance. Cut the act. Spit it out if you have something to say, or get lost. Heh, sis, even if you've cut ties with the Huang family, we're still family. I'm not here to gloat. I just came to give you a heads up. Huang Jin's smug, playful expression was infuriating. If Xu Zeyu had been there, he would have punched him already. Hearing Huang Jin seem to have something to say, Huang Yuyan frowned. Warn me? About what? I think you and your lover Xu Zeyu should pack up and move. Don't run an antique shop in Nanjiang City anymore. Huang Jin grinned, baring his teeth. Because you've crossed the wrong people. You won't last much longer here. Had. Chapter 152. Huang Yuyan had expected Huang Jin to say something meaningful, but instead heard this. She couldn't help but roar angrily, Get out! You dare tell us to get lost? Your shop's done for. The guys around Huang Jin wanted to stand up for him, but Huang Jin stopped them. She's my cousin after all. Give her some face. Let's go, haha. Huang Jin led his gang of cronies away. Huang Yuyan watched their retreating figures and snorted coldly, small-time crooks. Huang Yuyan didn't take Huang Jin seriously, he was just a petty schemer. But these people were like flies and mosquitoes, they posed no real threat, yet they made you feel utterly miserable. Huang Yuyan's good mood for the day was ruined in an instant. What is that smell? It stinks. The two female clerks couldn't help but cover their noses. Huang Yuyan was also disgusted beyond belief. Covering her nose, she walked to the door and saw an electric cart loaded with trash bins slowly passing by their shop front. Just as Huang Yuyan reached the entrance, the garbage truck pulled up. With a thud, two large trash bins toppled off the rear of the electric vehicle, spilling their contents right in front of their shop. Holding back the stench, Huang Yuyan yelled at the driver, Hey! You dropped the trash cans. The masked driver didn't even glance back, simply driving away. Damn it! Huang Yuyan had a nagging feeling someone was deliberately targeting her. She'd been in this antique market for over a decade and had never seen a garbage truck pass through here before. But she had no proof. Even if she knew someone was targeting her, there was nothing she could do. Losing all that garbage today was one thing, she could hire someone to dispose of it. But if this happened every day after the official opening, how could she possibly run her business? Huang Yuyan was a shrewd businesswoman, but she had little experience dealing with this sort of thing. The Huang family held immense power and influence in Nanjiang City. No one dared cause trouble for their auction house, so Huang Yuyan had scarcely ever had to deal with such matters. Now, without the Huang family's protection, someone was targeting her. What could she do? Trouble had arrived before business even began. How could she possibly run this place? There was no choice. Huang Yuyan had to deal with the trash at the entrance first. Huang Yuyan immediately called a cleaning company. After spending 200 yuan, she finally got rid of the disgusting mess. She thought she could finally rest, but suddenly a young man burst in, wielding a large bucket of red paint and splashing it inside the shop. Ah! The two female clerks screamed, covering their faces with their hands just in time to protect their faces. However, their bodies, along with the store's cabinets, floors, and everything else, were drenched in paint, turning everything a blood-red color. It looked bloody and terrifying. The young man turned and fled the moment he finished splashing the paint, vanishing in an instant. Only Huang Yuyan and the two female clerks were left standing in the shop, staring in stunned silence. Scum! Huang Yuyan gritted her teeth in fury, but without knowing who was behind it, she could only vent her anger at these lowlifes. Huang Yuyan knew Huang Jin was involved, but from his tone, she suspected someone else was pulling the strings. He mentioned she offended someone she shouldn't have. The Chen family? That was Huang Yuyan's first thought. Upon reflection, it made sense only the Chen family would do something like this. Chen Xinruwei had been hospitalized after Xu Zeyu beat him up, and then he was castrated. The damage to the Chen family's reputation and the physical and psychological trauma inflicted on Chen Xinruwei meant the Chen family would never let Xu Zeyu off the hook. The Chen family wouldn't act directly. Enlisting the help of Nanjing's powerful families was the perfect solution. Xu Zeyu had managed to offend all three major families in Nanjing City, plus the powerful Li Haolong. It made perfect sense for them to take action against him. What could be done? Huang Yuyan was furious beyond reason, yet utterly helpless. The two female clerks washed their faces clean, then answered their phones almost simultaneously. After hanging up, they approached Huang Yuyan together. One of them, her face drawn in sorrow, said, "Boss, someone threatened us, telling us to quit working here. Otherwise, they'll send thugs to cause trouble for us." "What, boss, we're so sorry. We don't want our pay. We're leaving." The two shop assistants fled in a panic, leaving Huang Yuyan alone in the store, utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Xiao Mo was still recovering from her injuries, and Xu Zeyu was busy with classes he wouldn't come over unless necessary. Only now did she realize how hollow and insecure she felt without Xiao Mo and Xu Zeyu by her side. Especially after spending these past few days with Xu Zeyu, she found herself growing increasingly dependent on him without even realizing it. Beyond business matters, Xu Zeyu seemed to handle everything else, especially when she was kidnapped. Sigh, I should just call Zeyu to discuss what to do. Huang Yuyan couldn't think of any solutions, so she had no choice but to call Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu was in class when he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He quietly pulled it out to check. A call from Sister Huang? What could it be? Xu Zeyu ended the call and immediately sent a text message via WeChat. Huang Yuyan replied promptly, explaining the situation at the store. Xu Zeyu's eyes widened in fury. Unbelievable. Those bastards are asking for it. Xu Zeyu immediately stood up and shouted toward Yang Mei, who was teaching, reporting to teacher Yang, I drank too much last night and my stomach feels awful. I need to go find a doctor outside. Xu Zeyu dared not tell Yang Mei he needed to leave for business reasons, so he made up a casual excuse. Yang Mei didn't suspect anything else, just glared at him. Fine, go ahead. Xu Zeyu felt as if he'd been granted a reprieve and dashed out of the classroom in a flash. Watching Xu Zeyu's agile figure disappear, Yang Mei suddenly realized she'd been tricked. She couldn't help but curse under her breath, that little jerk. Xu Zeyu didn't care whether Yang Mei had caught on or not. He dashed out of the school grounds, skipping the bus altogether and hailing a taxi straight to the shop. The vivid splash of red inside the shop sent his anger surging. Those bastards. Huang Yuyan explained her thoughts to Xu Zeyu, who nodded. I know. Besides the Chen family, there shouldn't be anyone else. Ever since receiving Miao Ye's call last night, Xu Zeyu had known the Chen family was determined to destroy him. First, they had Li Yuan and his wife lure Lin back to the Chen family for an engagement. Then, they enlisted every enemy he had in Nanjing City to target him relentlessly, making his life impossible. They were striking him both mentally and materially. Trying to kill me? Not so easy. Xu Zeyu wasn't the type to back down from brute force. If others played dirty, he'd outdo them with even greater ruthlessness. Chapter 153. Amidst his rage, Xu Zeyu quickly regained his composure, plotting his countermeasures. These petty, disgusting tricks were the most irritating. Xu Zeyu couldn't possibly stay glued to the shop all day. That would mean doing nothing but working as a shop assistant. But if he wasn't there when those annoying bastards showed up again, he might as well shut the shop down. What to do? Was there a way to protect the shop from their malicious harassment even when he wasn't there? Just set up a feng shui protective array. Knowing Xu Zeyu's thoughts, the system chimed in with a prompt. All you need is to learn the basic yin-yang feng shui technique and set up a protective array in the shop. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be cursed for 3 days. Yin-yang feng shui? Xu Zeyu hadn't considered this application before. He nodded repeatedly. Alright, I'll spend 1,000 skill points to exchange for the basic yin-yang feng shui technique. Beep beep. Exchange complete. Total skill points remaining, 1110. The knowledge was diverse and fascinating. It covered everything from reading people's fortunes, locating auspicious feng shui sites, and assessing one's qi and luck, to how to arrange feng shui formations. Armed with this wealth of yin-yang feng shui knowledge, Xu Zeyu felt confident enough to become a feng shui master himself. Searching through the yin-yang feng shui knowledge, Xu Zeyu discovered a particularly bizarre formation, the misfortune rebound feng shui array. The so-called misfortune rebound formation meant that if anyone tried to harm the people or structures within its range, the formation would automatically rebound the misfortune back onto the perpetrator, making them reap what they sowed.
Perfect. Ha ha. Xu Zeyu was overjoyed. This is the one. Seeing Xu Zeyu laughing so hard he was shaking, Huang Yuyan was puzzled. Zeyu, have you figured out a solution? Xu Zeyu nodded and chuckled, I have. Just wait and see. Huang Yuyan was curious what solution Xu Zeyu had come up with.
Instead of explaining, he bought a bunch of random items, leaving Huang Yuyan dumbfounded. These random items mainly consisted of 4 small stone statues, a qilin, a lion, a pixiu, and a white tiger. Beyond that, there were small things like a feng shui compass and silicone sealant.
Ignoring Huang Yuyan's astonished gaze, Xu Zeyu immediately began setting up an array.
First, he used the feng shui compass to pinpoint the true directions of east, west, south, and north. He then placed the 4 small stone statues in the corresponding corners of the shop, securing them firmly. He then retrieved an antique wooden sword from his shop and hung it directly in the center of the ceiling above the 4 cardinal points. After completing these steps, Xu Zeyu performed a ritual reminiscent of a charlatan. He burned a stack of talisman papers, chanting incomprehensible syllables before scattering the burning papers into the air. They turned to ash and drifted slowly to the floor.
Done. Xu Zeyu chuckled. Don't worry, Sister Huang.
From now on, if anyone dares to mess with us, I guarantee they'll get 10 times worse than us.
Ha ha. Does this thing even work?
Huang Yuyan felt like spitting blood, but she managed to hold it in.
Since Xu Zeyu says it'll work, let's give it a shot. If it really doesn't, we'll figure out another way. Xu Zeyu has arrived.
The intelligence operatives lurking around the shop immediately relayed the information to their superiors. Soon after, they received their new orders, launch a second wave of harassment, tormenting Xu Zeyu until he shuts his shop and cries. One of the thugs assigned to the task pulled on a mask, hoisted a bucket of foul-smelling excrement, and sprinted toward Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan's shop. These days, gathering a whole bucket of excrement was no easy feat. After all that effort gathering it, how could he not make them taste every drop? As the thug fantasized about Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan's reaction to being doused, he accidentally stepped on a watermelon rind.
Ah! His balance shattered, sending him tumbling flat on his back. The bucket flew from his grasp, spinning midair before landing upside down, its opening descending like a hood over his head. Ah! The guy let out another scream as the bucket landed squarely on his face. He immediately pushed the bucket off his face, scrambled to his feet, and ripped off the mask covering his face. Gasping for fresh air, he began vomiting violently, retching until even the acid from his stomach came up. He vomited and vomited, even bringing up stomach acid.
Only when there was literally nothing left to vomit did he shuffle back, utterly drained. All he wanted now was a good shower to wash away the foul stench covering his face and hair. He took just 2 steps before whooshing he stepped on that same watermelon rind again. Last time he'd landed flat on his back, this time he was face planted in the filth, his entire body, mouth and face included, buried in the mess. Slowly lifting his head, he let out a series of hysterical shrieks. Ah! Ha ha! Watching from afar, Xu Zeyu burst into laughter. You dared to disgust us? We'll disgust you to death. Huang Yuyan had already suspected this guy was cursed by Xu Zeyu, and hearing him say that now only confirmed it. Recalling Chen Lixiao's disastrous hotel incident, Huang Yuyan had initially dismissed it as mere bad luck. But after witnessing today's events, she realized Chen Lixiao had also fallen victim to Xu Zeyu's schemes.
This kid is strange.
Huang Yuyan thought she understood Xu Zeyu's personality well, but she knew little else about him. In fact, she knew almost nothing else. His uncanny ability to appraise antiques, formidable combat prowess, that inexplicable power that made 2 kidnappers turn on their own master that night, and terrifying cursing abilities. The longer she interacted with Xu Zeyu, the more peculiar aspects she discovered about him. Lost in thought, Huang Yuyan finally couldn't resist her curiosity and asked, Zeyu, what's the deal with that guy? Xu Zeyu chuckled. I set up a feng shui array in the shop that reflects misfortune. Anyone who dares harm us will have that harm doubled back on them.
Ha ha! You know feng shui too? Huang Yuyan stared at Xu Zeyu in astonishment. Who taught you? When I was a kid, a ragged old Taoist came begging. I gave him $10, and he gave me a feng shui book. I taught myself. Xu Zeyu was full of nonsense, and Huang Yuyan didn't believe a word of it, though she didn't call him out. Everyone has their secrets. Even the closest of friends can't possibly share everything. As long as Xu Zeyu genuinely cared for her, what did it matter if he glossed over other things? Meanwhile, several thugs witnessed their comrade's misfortune. They immediately mounted their motorcycles, strapped on helmets, and armed themselves with baseball bats, ready for another round. Watch us smash your shop to rubble. Chapter 154. V-Room. 5 motorcycles revved their engines, charging toward Huang Yuyan and Xu Zeyu's shop with great fanfare. Each rider twisted the throttle with one hand while gripping a baseball bat in the other, resembling knights wielding lances from ancient times. Woo woo!
The 5 guys revved their engines while letting out ghostly screams, feeling like they were the coolest guys around. Little did they know, to Xu Zeyu, they were nothing but 5 big fools. If not now, then soon enough. Achoo! The guy in the lead suddenly sneezed. His throttle gripping hand instinctively tightened, sending the car surging forward. The guy's reflexes were sharp enough, he immediately slammed on the brakes. But the bike was going too fast, and the sudden, hard braking threw it into a tailspin. Rider and bike flew sideways, crashing to the ground. Holy crap! His companions on either side couldn't brake in time. One's bike caught on his, sending them both tumbling over, while the other drove straight over his stomach. Put! The guy was crushed, spurting blood instantly. His motorcycle helmet was completely stained red with his own blood. The thug who ran over his stomach didn't fare much better. With only one hand on the bike, he lost control instantly. Panicking, he tossed his baseball bat away, but it was too late. The bike flipped, and he slammed hard onto the pavement. That thug was unlucky, but his buddy beside him was even worse off. The baseball bat he'd instinctively tossed flew straight into his partner's chest. Standing too close together, his partner had no chance to dodge the brutal, lightning-fast throw. The bat struck him squarely. The bike, now out of control, slammed into the last thug. The 2 motorcycles collided with a sharp, crisp thud. Both men tumbled together. As the last thug fell, he still clutched the baseball bat in his hand. The bat swung unconsciously, striking his companion right between the legs with uncanny precision. A piercing scream echoed down the entire antique street, as if people could hear the sound of shattered eggs masked behind that cry. 5 vehicles all destroyed in an instant. Huang Yuyan was utterly dumbfounded. Who knew dealing with troublemaking trash could be this satisfying? While Huang Yuyan was still in a daze, Xu Zeyu had already stepped out of the shop door and shouted at the fallen thugs, "Go tell your boss you trash, bring whatever tricks you've got. I, Xu Zeyu, will take them all on. If I so much as wrinkle my brow, I'll change my surname." The commotion drew the attention of people from surrounding shops. The moment Xu Zeyu finished speaking, the system's voice chimed, "Beep beep. Forced bluff successful. Low level. 36 targets deceived. Reward, 36 skill points. Total skill points, 1146. Those guys had thought they were just unlucky. Hearing Xu Zeyu's words, they shuddered violently, scrambled to their feet, and fled in a panic. Uncanny. Absolutely uncanny. Seeing Xu Zeyu scare them off, Huang Yuyan couldn't help but laugh. "Zeyu, you're the man. But now that there's no one causing trouble, what about our shop? We don't have any staff. We can't exactly take turns watching the shop, can we?" That was a problem. Xu Zeyu thought for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? We go to Su Yanan and borrow 2 staff members from her. With the Su family backing her, those guys probably won't dare cause trouble." Huang Yuyan nodded. "Guess that's our only option for now." Sigh. Huang Yuyan was headache-inducing, and Li Haolong was equally troubled. His gang of thugs now dared not keep tabs on Xu Zeyu, terrified of getting caught in the crossfire. To be able to cripple someone without even lifting a finger, this Xu Zeyu was downright unnerving. Mrs. Zhang was sipping tea in Li Haolong's office. Hearing this, she instantly recalled her son's tragic ordeal and gritted her teeth in fury. That Xu Zeyu really is unnerving. Our little brother was hospitalized last time because of that kid's dirty tricks. Right. I have a business card for a master here. We could pay a hefty sum to have that master deal with him. Master? What master? Li Haolong frowned. He was wary of the term master, as those labeled as such were almost always charlatans. It's like this. Mrs. Zhang recounted the story of Master Xian Shan, and Li Haolong finally began to believe her. "Alright, let's give him a call." Mrs. Zhang immediately dialed the number on the card. The call was answered quickly. "Mrs. Zhang, long time no see." Ha ha. Mrs. Zhang was utterly stunned. She had never called Master Xian Shan before, and she hadn't even spoken yet. How did he know it was her calling? After composing herself slightly, Mrs. Zhang smiled faintly. "Master Taoist, you truly are a divine being." "Hee hee," Taoist Xian Shan chuckled. "When I woke up this morning and heard magpies chattering in the tree outside my door, I knew an important guest was coming to see me. But even with my abilities, I wouldn't know why Mrs. Zhang sought me out. Could it be that the protective amulet has lost its power?" "Not exactly," Mrs. Zhang replied. "That young man who harmed my son last time has started causing trouble again. We'd like to ask the Taoist master to intervene and deal with him. As a monk, I only aid those in distress, not those seeking to fight or dominate." "Mrs. Zhang, I cannot help you with this matter." Master Xianshan promptly declined Mrs. Zhang's invitation. Frantic, she blurted out, "Money is no issue. If you can handle that brat, we'll pay 5 million. Well. As soon as Master Xianshan hesitated, Mrs. Zhang sensed hope and exclaimed joyfully, "If you can eliminate that boy, we'll add another 3 million. "Madam Zhang, you flatter me. Since that boy uses dark arts to harm others, subduing demons and eliminating evil is precisely the duty of enlightened practitioners like us." Master Xianshan declared solemnly, "I shall arrive in Nanjiang City tomorrow to confront that boy who harms others with his dark arts.
Mrs. Zhang nodded repeatedly. Excellent. We shall await your arrival, Master Taoist. Hanging up the phone, Mrs. Zhang felt utterly elated. Xu Zeyu, this time you won't escape death. For some reason, Li Haolong had a premonition he sensed Xu Zeyu was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Mrs. Zhang was brimming with confidence in this Xianshan Taoist, but Li Haolong couldn't shake the feeling that even if the guy showed up, he might not be able to handle Xu Zeyu. What's wrong with me? Am I getting old? Li Haolong shook his head violently, trying to shake off this inexplicable feeling. He was just a hot-headed kid. How could Li Haolong possibly fear him? Chapter 155. Just as Xu Zeyu was about to head to Su Iran's shop to hire 2 employees, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Xu Zeyu's face turned green. He hurriedly answered, feigning exhaustion as he croaked, Teacher Yang, hello. How are you? Yang Mei's faintly concerned voice came through the line, warming Xu Zeyu's heart yet simultaneously making him feel utterly ashamed. Teacher Yang cared so much about him, yet he had deceived her. This guilt felt akin to betraying a girl's innocence. But since he'd already started lying, Xu Zeyu had no choice but to keep going. Teacher Yang, I'm fine. Just a bit of gastroenteritis. Just need in 4 drip or 2. You're getting 4 drips here? Yang Mei suddenly appeared in Xu Zeyu's shop, startling him so much he nearly dropped his phone. Teacher Lu Yang. Yang Mei's face was filled with disappointment. Xu Zeyu, you had me worrying all this time, and you were lying to me. You're hopeless. Seeing Yang Mei's eyes red with anger, Xu Zeyu felt even more guilty. Teacher Yang, I know no amount of explanation will convince you now. I can only apologize directly without any excuses. Zeyu's teacher? Huang Yuyan immediately stepped forward, pulling Yang Mei to the tea table and seating her. She poured Yang Mei a cup of tea. Calm down. I'll explain. Huang Yuyan recounted the morning's events, prompting Yang Mei to nod repeatedly. So that's how it was. It's no easy feat for a woman like you to run a business. Sigh. Xu Zeyu, just tell me the truth, do I seem like someone who doesn't understand? Xu Zeyu sighed helplessly. I just promised you this morning I'd focus on my studies, and now I'm running off before noon. Will you even listen to my explanation? Yang Mei considered it and realized Xu Zeyu might have a point. If he'd claimed an urgent shop matter earlier, she certainly wouldn't have believed him. Earlier, if it hadn't been Huang Yuyan speaking with such sincerity, Yang Mei would never have believed Xu Zeyu. Of course, even if Xu Zeyu was right, Yang Mei wouldn't admit it. How would you know I wouldn't listen to your explanation if you didn't tell me? Anyway, this time you're in the wrong. Hearing Yang Mei throw a tantrum like this, Xu Zeyu was utterly speechless. Girls will be girls even as a teacher, she still acts like this. Xu Zeyu naturally couldn't confront Yang Mei directly, so he could only go along with her words. Teacher Yang, I understand. This won't happen again. By the way, how did you know I was here? Your dorm mates mentioned you opened an antique shop, so I came looking. Yang Mei replied. Just as I arrived, I heard someone strutting down the street shouting, if I so much as frown, I'll change my surname. Becoming a boss really changes your tone. Xu Zeyu scratched his head and gave a nervous chuckle. No matter how imposing I get, I'm still your obedient student, I hope so. After finishing her tea, Yang Mei stood up. Alright, I'm glad you're okay. I need to head back to school now. Huang Yuyan quickly grabbed Yang Mei's hand and smiled gently. It's almost lunchtime. Teacher Yang, let's grab a bite together. We can chat about how to help Zeyu run his business well without neglecting his studies. Oh? Yang Mei hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. Xu Zeyu had assumed Huang Yuyan truly intended to discuss how he could manage his business without neglecting his studies. Instead, the 2 women sat together and chatted endlessly about everything under the sun. Huang Yuyan shared her business wisdom, while Yang Mei recounted people and events she'd encountered at the school over the years. But the topic they discussed most was Xu Zeyu. Huang Yuyan vividly described Xu Zeyu's business successes, making Yang Mei feel like she must have been teaching a completely different person. Yang Mei, in turn, recounted all the things Xu Zeyu had done at school, including his charitable donations. Huang Yuyan listened with a smile, making her seem like a parent listening to her child. Seeing these 2 women get along so well, only one 4-character idiom came to Xu Zeyu's mind: unbelievable. The meal lasted over an hour. When Huang Yuyan and Yang Mei finally bid each other farewell, they clung to one another as if they were old friends parting after years of friendship. It was almost unbearable for Xu Zeyu. Huang Yuyan, come visit the school sometime. I live in the dorms. Yang Mei extended the invitation. Huang Yuyan nodded and smiled, I will. But if you have time, feel free to drop by our shop more often. Sure. Just as Yang Mei was about to leave, Xu Zeyu suddenly noticed a dark aura shrouding her forehead, startling him. He had just mastered the basics of yin-yang feng shui that day, which included the ability to observe others' qi and fortune. A dark aura over the forehead was a sign of impending bloodshed. Seeing Yang Mei about to leave, Xu Zeyu hurriedly said, Teacher Yang, let me walk you out. There's no need. The bus stop is just a few steps away. I can manage on my own. Feeling guilty for her earlier misunderstanding of Xu Zeyu, Yang Mei didn't want to delay him. You have no classes this afternoon anyway. You should stay at the shop and get some work done. Study is study, business is business, you need to take both seriously. But Xu Zeyu was adamant, no way. I absolutely have to walk you. Huang Yuyan chuckled, Teacher Yang, you came specifically to see Zeyu. If you don't let him walk you out, he'll feel bad. Besides, the shop tasks are mostly done, it won't take much time. I see. With Huang Yuyan speaking up like that, Yang Mei relented. Alright. So Xu Zeyu walked with Yang Mei to the bus stop. As they walked, he kept her on his inner side, wary of any cars suddenly appearing on the road. Fortunately, Yang Mei made it to the bus stop without incident. Xu Zeyu had thought that with him by her side, Yang Mei's blood-red disaster should have passed. But when he glanced at her again, he saw the dark aura above her eyebrows hadn't faded, it had grown even denser, just a hair's breadth away from becoming deathly black. Judging by the intensity of this dark aura, Yang Mei faced more than just a blood-stained disaster today, it could very well be a life or death calamity. The bus is here. You don't need to see me off, Yang Mei said to Xu Zeyu. Zeyu, I'll be going now. Teacher Yang, I just remembered I left something in the dorm. I'll go back with you. Xu Zeyu casually made up an excuse. Yang Mei didn't suspect anything and simply nodded, alright. That bus looks like it's out of control. Run. People waiting at the bus stop let out a startled cry and immediately began to flee. In their panic, they collided with Yang Mei, pushing her onto the roadway. At that very moment, the bus approaching the stop was hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. If Yang Mei fell onto the road, she'd be crushed to a pulp. Chapter 156. Ah! Yang Mei screamed, her eyes instinctively darting toward the bus charging toward her, her face frozen in terror. Am I going to die? No, I don't want to die. Yang Mei screamed inwardly, but her body kept leaning toward the road as the bus continued charging straight at her. Even though Yang Mei desperately didn't want to die, her heart was now filled with utter despair. No. Just as the tragedy seemed inevitable, a figure suddenly darted forward, grabbed Yang Mei, and leaped forward with her. Both of them crashed to the ground. The next instant, the bus slammed into the reinforced glass advertising panel at the bus stop, grinding to a halt with a thunderous crash. Had Yang Mei fallen where she was moments before, she would have been crushed beneath the wheels. I'm okay? Yang Mei gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking through her white blouse in an instant. She quickly realized someone had saved her and was about to thank them when she discovered both of their hands were tightly pressed against her sensitive areas. Teacher Yang, I really didn't mean to. Xu Zeyu's panicked voice came from behind her, and his hands immediately released their grip. Having been grabbed like that by Xu Zeyu, Yang Mei was both embarrassed and flustered. Xu Zeyu, you. Yang Mei was so flustered she couldn't even speak, her face flushed crimson. She looked like a delicate flower, evoking pity and affection. Xu Zeyu hung his head low, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He swore to heaven and earth that he truly hadn't meant to. Anyone who thought about taking advantage while saving someone was playing with their own life. Besides, Yang Mei was his advisor. If he really took advantage of her, wouldn't the awkwardness between them never end? But he had undeniably taken advantage of the situation. Saying, I really didn't mean to, simply wouldn't cut it. Fortunately, the bus driver rushed over and saved Xu Zeyu from the awkwardness. Are you both okay? I'm so sorry, truly sorry. The brakes failed. Xu Zeyu immediately scrambled to his feet and vented his fury at the driver. What kind of driving is this? Do you realize you nearly killed someone? Thank God my teacher is okay. If anything had happened to her, I would have torn your bus company apart. Hearing Xu Zeyu defend her so fiercely, Yang Mei felt a warm wave of emotion wash over her. Deep down, she understood Xu Zeyu had risked his life to save her. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, both of them would have died together. Yang Mei felt that even her future boyfriend or husband might not go to such lengths to save her. Well, it wasn't intentional. Best to pretend it never happened. Yang Mei was a woman steeped in literary refinement, gentle, gracious, and broad-minded. Once she understood, she quickly forgave Xu Zeyu. I'm truly sorry, both of you. If you need compensation, please just say the word. I'll pay whatever I can afford. The bus driver apologized repeatedly, nodding and bowing so profusely that Yang Mei began to feel awkward. We're fine, really. Forget it. Driver, human life is at stake, you absolutely cannot drive like that again. Seeing Yang Mei so understanding, the bus driver was deeply moved. Ma'am, I will thoroughly inspect the vehicle before every trip from now on. I will never make such a serious mistake again. Since Yang Mei wasn't pursuing the matter, Xu Zeyu felt it was pointless to argue. Besides, the two of them were blocking traffic right in the middle of the road. So he waved the driver off. Go on, go on. Thank you. Thank you. The driver, relieved as if pardoned, hurried away. Once the bus driver was gone, Xu Zeyu helped Yang Mei into a nearby coffee shop. Pushed by the crowd earlier, Yang Mei had twisted her ankle and needed support to walk. After helping her sit down, Xu Zeyu said earnestly, Teacher Yang, you came out looking for me and ran into this. Thank goodness you're okay. Otherwise, I'd never be able to rest easy for the rest of my life. Yang Mei smiled faintly. I'm fine, I suppose. Guess I'm lucky to be alive, heh. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but snort inwardly. If it weren't for him seeing her head full of dark energy following him out, she wouldn't have been so lucky. But then again, if Xu Zeyu hadn't lied to Yang Mei, she wouldn't have come looking for him and wouldn't have been in that accident. Fate, human destiny seems predetermined, yet one's fortune remains truly unpredictable. Sometimes, even the smallest event can trigger a butterfly effect, altering one's fortune. Precisely because one's fortune can be altered is why feng shui and fortune-telling have such a market. If everything were predestined, why would people even bother striving? In any case, Xu Zeyu was the root cause of Yang Mei's misfortune today, so he felt obligated to make things right for her. Feeling guilty, Xu Zeyu resolved to help her through to the end. Teacher Yang, I've studied some massage techniques. Let me examine your foot and give it a proper rub. It should ease the pain soon. Oh, Yang Mei pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. Xu Zeyu crouched down, removed Yang Mei's sneakers and thin socks, revealing a smooth little foot. Xu Zeyu pretended to knead her foot a couple of times. Yang Mei's face flushed bright red up to her neck. Zeyu, maybe you shouldn't knead it, Seeing Yang Mei's face flushed so bright it looked like it might bleed, Xu Zeyu was a bit confused by her intense reaction. Just then, the system suddenly spoke up. Tisk tsk, this beautiful teacher's body is so sensitive, wow. Xu Zeyu, since you've started kneading, give it a few more times, heh. Shut up, you perverted system. Xu Zeyu snorted. Here's 50 points. Fix teacher Yang's foot injury immediately. Passing up a free ride makes you a total jerk. The system muttered incessantly, its resentment running deep. The fact that she was a teacher made it all the more. Cut the crap. Xu Zeyu snapped at the system, lest this loose-lipped AI spout more nonsense. Thankfully, the system fell silent and proceeded to activate the healing function for Xu Zeyu, successfully treating Yang Mei's sprained ankle. All done, teacher Yang. Xu Zeyu released her foot, helped her put on her shoes and socks, and said, try walking. It shouldn't hurt anymore. Yang Mei stood up and cautiously took a few steps. Sure enough, the pain was gone. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, Zeyu, your massage skills are incredible. He. Xu Zeyu gave a dry chuckle, about to order 2 coffees to celebrate Yang Mei's narrow escape from disaster, when an irritating voice suddenly cut through the air behind him. Heh, no wonder you two were sitting together at breakfast this morning. So you two were already together, huh? Chapter 157. A guy approached from a nearby coffee table, his face twisted in a cold sneer. You two lovebirds. You keep it under wraps on campus, but the moment you step outside, you start fooling around. Groping each other in public? What a disgrace to Nanjian University. The man approaching was none other than Su Maozhe, the gold-rimmed glasses narcissist who had been intimidated away by Xu Zeyu earlier that morning. Xu Zeyu couldn't fathom how this guy had the nerve to come looking for trouble. Glancing to the side, he finally understood where the man's audacity came from. Beside Su Maozhe, Bai Hongtao watched Xu Zeyu with a faint, ambiguous smile, while his bodyguard, Bing, kept a wary eye on Xu Zeyu. As an excellent bodyguard, he could sense Xu Zeyu wasn't someone to be trifled with. He had to remain constantly vigilant, ready to protect his boss from any sudden attack. Xu Zeyu wasn't afraid of Bai Hongtao, this so-called young master of the Bai family. Su Maozhe had seriously miscalculated by choosing this guy as his backer. If Bai Hongtao didn't come looking for trouble, that was one thing. But if he dared to come near, Xu Zeyu wouldn't hesitate to send his face flying back. Xu Zeyu remained perfectly calm, but Yang Mei was beside herself with panic. She glared at Su Maozhe and demanded, Teacher Su, please behave yourself. Conduct? Su Maozhe sneered coldly. You dare do it, yet fear the talk? Teacher-student romance, old bull grazing on tender grass. Ms. Yang Mei, you've got some nerve. Hoof. And you, Xu Zeyu, are you starved for maternal love or something? With all those female students to choose from, you pick a teacher? I genuinely suspect you've burned a hole in your brain with too much money. Hoof. Bai Hongtao added fuel to the fire with a smirk. Old Su, this Xu Zeyu doesn't just fancy female teachers, he's into female students too. His appetite is quite the thing. Su Maozhe shot Xu Zeyu a contemptuous glance and snorted, he thinks his money makes him special? A few tens of millions? Compared to our Bai family's young master Tao, he's not even worth a beggar's dime. Xu Zeyu said calmly, if you think having Bai Hongtao as your backer gives you the right to spew crap in front of me, let me tell you your end will be miserable. I'll give you 10 seconds to apologize to teacher Yang. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Watching Xu Zeyu put on another show before him, Bai Hongtao finally lost his temper. Xu Zeyu, I'm backing old Su. What are you going to do about it? Bolstered by Bai Hongtao's backing, Su Maozhe grew even more brazen. Xu Zeyu, Yang Mei, you two have been fooling around for ages, what's with the act of innocence? Yang Mei, I thought you were pure, but turns out you're just after Xu Zeyu's money. If you're so desperate for cash, why not go with young Master Bai? He'll definitely pay you more. Bam! Su Maozhe's left eye took a punch, shattering his resin glasses completely. Before the excruciating pain could subside, Su Maojia's right eye took another punch.
Su Maojia let out a wretched howl, but before he could finish screaming, his nose took another punch, sending blood gushing out. Seeing Su Maojia being brutally beaten by Xu Zeyu, Bai Hongtao trembled with rage. Bing, beat that kid to death. Bai Hongtao couldn't help but be furious. He had just promised to protect Su Maojia, yet here he was getting beaten up. Wasn't this slapping him in the face? But to Bai Hongtao's surprise, his bodyguard Bing stood motionless, as if he hadn't heard the order. This infuriated him further. Bing, what the hell are you doing? Bing replied in a low voice, Young Master Tao, Xu Zeyu's attention has been focused on you all along. If I intervene, he'll seize the chance to attack you. Hearing this, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but admire Bing inwardly. He had merely feigned hostility toward Bai Hongtao. In truth, he hadn't even glanced at him. Yet Bing had somehow sensed it. A bodyguard like this was no ordinary man. But that was fine by him. Since Bing wouldn't intervene, he wouldn't hold back either. He continued to beat Su Maojia mercilessly. Poor Su Maojia took punches to both eyes and nose. That wasn't enough. Xu Zeyu, who particularly enjoyed slapping people, then delivered a barrage of left and right slaps to Su Maojia's face. The sound of slaps echoed as Su Maojia was beaten into a pig's head in less than 30 seconds. Apparently tiring of the beating, Xu Zeyu paused and coldly addressed Su Maojia. I'll give you one more chance. Apologize to Teacher Yang. Otherwise, I won't mind making you kneel on the ground and kowtow to admit your mistake. Su Maojia stared at Xu Zeyu in terror. He never imagined such a seemingly ordinary student could be so ruthless and unrestrained. Though terrified, his pitiful pride refused to let him apologize. His eyes turned to Bai Hongtao. Bai Hongtao gritted his teeth in rage. He desperately wanted to send Bing to stop Xu Zeyu, but he feared Su would seize the chance to teach him a lesson. So he could only speak, not act. Xu Zeyu, you've beaten him enough. Don't push your luck. Going too far? Xu Zeyu sneered coldly. We just survived a car accident, nearly killed by that vehicle. Teacher Yang's leg is injured, and she hasn't recovered emotionally yet. And here you two vultures come crowing incessantly. If I don't beat you, who else should I beat? Bai Hongtao spat venomously. Xu Zeyu, you've already beaten him. Now that I, Bai Hongtao, have personally asked you to show mercy, what more do you want? Ha! Young Master Bai Jiaojiao, what immense favor you grant. Xu Zeyu shot Bai Hongtao a contemptuous glance. Actually, I forgot to tell you your bodyguard was right. If he hadn't been there to protect you, I guarantee your fate wouldn't have been much better than this guy's. As soon as Xu Zeyu finished speaking, his foot shot out, striking Su Maojia squarely in the kneecap. Ah! Su Maojia let out a piercing scream and collapsed to one knee. Bai Hongtao's eyes widened with fury. Bing, beat that brat to death. If he dares touch me, you grab that woman, double the punishment will be on her. Looking for death. Xu Zeyu despised people like Bai Hongtao. Those who, unable to defeat him, took their frustration out on his friends and family. Li Haolong was like that. The Chen family was like that. Hu Hai was like that. And Bai Hongtao was no different. To people like them, Xu Zeyu's life held no value whatsoever, let alone the lives of those around him. To achieve their goals, they wouldn't bat an eye at harming even more of Xu Zeyu's loved ones. The underworld code that misfortune shouldn't befall family members? To these people, it's no code at all. The very reason villains are villains is because they flout the rules. Since Bai Hongtao was so eager to court death, Xu Zeyu certainly had no objection to letting him meet his end. Chapter 158. Xu Zeyu had never been one to provoke trouble, but his nature also meant he wasn't one to swallow his pride. Many who faced bullying chose to swallow their pride, thus avoiding trouble. Xu Zeyu, however, refused to endure such treatment, which only increased the number of people he offended. For Xu Zeyu, if he offended someone, he would shoulder all the consequences. But his family and friends were utterly innocent. When someone dared to harm them, that crossed Xu Zeyu's final line. For those who crossed that line, Xu Zeyu naturally refused to play by any rules. The moment Bai Hongtao uttered his threat about the bayberry, Xu Zeyu's rage boiled over. He grabbed Su Maojia and hurled him like a projectile toward Bai Hongtao. Thanks to the system's enhancements, Xu Zeyu possessed immense strength. Su Maojia, hurled like a massive pillar, crashed toward Bai Hongtao. Bing instantly stepped in front of Bai Hongtao and caught Su Maojia. In the next instant, Xu Zeyu closed in on Bing and Bai Hongtao, delivering a punch straight at Bai Hongtao's face. Seeing the terrifying glare Xu Zeyu fixed on him, Bai Hongtao was startled and shouted urgently, Bing. Before Bai Hongtao could finish shouting, Bing, who had caught Su Maojia, countered with a punch aimed directly at Xu Zeyu's fist. But Xu Zeyu sidestepped, deliberately letting Bing's fist connect with his body all to get closer to Bai Hongtao again. Damn it! Bing's face twisted in horror, but it was already too late to react. Thud! Thud! Xu Zeyu took the punch to his shoulder, staggering back 2 or 3 steps, yet his expression remained utterly unchanged. The instant Bing's fist slammed into Xu Zeyu's shoulder, Xu Zeyu's fist slammed into Bai Hongtao's chest, sending Bai Hongtao reeling back 5 or 6 steps as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Pfft. Young Master Tao. Afraid to continue fighting Xu Zeyu, Bing immediately rushed to Bai Hongtao's side, shielding him. Watching Xu Zeyu's furious charge that sent Bai Hongtao staggering 5 steps, Yang Mei was utterly stunned. It took her a long moment to recover. Her mind replayed the scene, leaving her with a complex mix of emotions she couldn't quite name. Even when he was beating Su Maozhe, Xu Zeyu had remained calm. It was only when Bai Hongtao threatened to harm him that Xu Zeyu snapped, determined to make Bai Hongtao pay for his words at any cost. Was he caring about her? Did he care? Yang Mei had never imagined a boy would go this far for her. First, he risked his life to save her. Now, he flew into a rage because someone threatened to hurt her. How much did he care about her? Many men treated Yang Mei well, but she herself was quiet and serene, her heart as still as a well, without a ripple. She didn't believe her future partner needed to be exceptionally accomplished, but he absolutely had to possess a tender heart toward her and be willing to walk through fire for her. Such a request sounded simple enough, yet proving it was exceedingly difficult. A gentle heart might not be hard to find, but proving someone would walk through fire for her was another matter entirely. That's why Yang Mei remained single, quietly waiting for the man destined for her. But today, Xu Zeyu's unintentional actions met both criteria simultaneously. This left her both astonished and flustered. Yang Mei, what on earth are you thinking? He's your student. Yang Mei's mind was in turmoil, but fortunately, everyone's attention was focused on Xu Zeyu, not her. It was just past 1 in the afternoon. The coffee shop wasn't packed, but it wasn't empty either. Many kept their distance, yet the sequence of events that sparked the conflict was crystal clear. For Xu Zeyu's desperate attempt to punch Bai Hongtao, they had only one verdict: the actions of a madman. Bai Hongtao stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched on his face as he glared at Xu Zeyu. You dare hurt me? Xu Zeyu's punch landed with tremendous force. Bai Hongtao, being no martial artist, suffered significant internal injuries from the blow. Compounded by the rage boiling in his chest, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Bing, more experienced, immediately rubbed and pressed Bai Hongtao's back, helping him expel the blood from his chest to prevent further aggravation of his internal injuries. Xu Zeyu stared at Bai Hongtao and sneered coldly, I warned you long ago, don't mess with me. Whoever you are, it won't matter. Bing helped Bai Hongtao to his feet and shot Xu Zeyu a meaningful look. Xu Zeyu, my young master was injured today. I'll remember this. If you're a man, let's settle this on the black market boxing ring aboard a cruise ship in the open seas. An underground boxing ring on a cruise ship in international waters? Xu Zeyu had never heard of such a thing and couldn't help but ask, what the hell is that? A stage where men can settle matters of life and death fairly, though of course, it's also where many wealthy men wagered their fortunes on boxing matches. Bing spoke slowly. You may refuse, but I imagine you have many close associates. With my skills, taking their lives wouldn't be particularly difficult. You're forcing me to kill you. Xu Zeyu's eyebrows shot up instantly, reigniting the anger that had nearly subsided. Just as I thought. Seeing Xu Zeyu's anger, Bing suddenly smiled. Since you care so much about those around you, I'll take that as your acceptance. I'll arrange a time to challenge you. Prepare yourself mentally. Young Master Tao, let's go. Without another word, Bing supported Bai Hongtao and walked away. Bai Hongtao glared at Xu Zeyu with venom, his eyes fixed on Xu Zeyu for a long moment. But he dared not utter another word now, for he feared Xu Zeyu would come after him again. In other words, Xu Zeyu had beaten him into submission. Watching Bai Hongtao and Bing walk away, Su Maozhe scrambled to his feet and hobbled after them. Young Master Bai, wait for me. Bai Hongtao and Bing paid him no mind whatsoever and walked straight out. Just as Su Maozhe was about to slip away, several constables suddenly entered. His eyes lit up instantly. Officer. Someone attacked me. Seeing Zhong Yue leading the squad again, Xu Zeyu's face fell. Why is it always you? Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue asked each other simultaneously, then both rolled their eyes. Observing Zhong Yue's attitude toward Xu Zeyu, Su Maozhe assumed Xu Zeyu was a habitual offender at the magistrate's office. His boldness grew. Officer. It's this kid. Look what he did to my face. Arrest him. Arrest him. Zhong Yue ignored the man entirely, instead handing Xu Zeyu a document. The instructor told me to give this to you. Since you love stirring up trouble so much, this should come in handy. Xu Zeyu took the ID. Its cover was red, with a prominent police badge stamped right in the center. Opening it, he found not only his basic information but also a 1-inch digital photo stamped with the official seal of a highly specialized department. Position, Computer Network Technology Instructor? Seeing those words, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but chuckle. Captain Zhong, when you see me, won't you hurry up and call me instructor? Chapter 159. Seeing Xu Zeyu's smugness, Zhong Yue dismissed him with a single roll of her eyes and a curt get lost. Su Maozhe watched the two banter back and forth as if flirting, completely ignoring him. Only then did he realize Xu Zeyu and this female constable were in cahoots. He nearly choked on his own blood from anger. No wonder Xu Zeyu dared to beat people so brazenly. He was a local big shot in Nanjiang City too. Su Maozhe gritted his teeth in fury.
But even Bai Hongtao, who had been beaten by Xu Zeyu, could only leave. Now that he knew the constable and Xu Zeyu were in cahoots, he certainly couldn't continue pestering the constable for justice. In other words, today he'd been beaten for nothing. Just as Su Maja prepared to swallow his pride and slip away, Zhong Yue suddenly spoke up. "Oh, excuse me, sir. What did you just say?" Seeing Zhong Yue's icy expression, Su Maja assumed the female constable was giving him the cold shoulder as a warning. Terrified, he dared not speak further. Nothing. I just fell and hurt myself. No need to trouble you, comrade constable. Goodbye." With the constable still present, Su Maja figured Xu Zeyu wouldn't dare beat him up in front of her, so he quickly limped away. "Teacher Su, watch your step on the way home." Xu Zeyu chuckled awkwardly, earning another eye roll from Zhong Yue. "Starting today, your status is different. Don't act as impulsively as before." Xu Zeyu shrugged helplessly. "Captain Zhong, you didn't see what happened. If you had, you wouldn't think I was being impulsive." "You always say that," Zhong Yue snorted coldly, ignoring Xu Zeyu. She addressed the crowd instead. "Who called the police just now?" "I called it in." The coffee shop attendant approached, looking troubled. "That gentleman got into a fight with someone earlier, but the other person left. They don't seem to want to press charges, and I didn't suffer any losses. Let's just call it even. Thanks for your trouble, officer." "All right. Since there's nothing more to it," Zhong Yue waved to her subordinates. "Let's go. Pack it up." After Zhong Yue departed, Xu Zeyu turned to Yang Mei and said, "Teacher Yang, I'll walk you back to campus." Yang Mei finally snapped out of her daze and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, let's go back to school." Having just endured a car accident and then encountered that unpleasant individual at the cafe, Yang Mei appeared listless and dazed throughout the journey, as if her spirit had been stolen. Only when the taxi pulled up at the school gate and it was time to get out did she snap back to reality. "We're at school already?" "Yes." Xu Zeyu and Yang Mei got out of the taxi together. He personally walked her back to the faculty dormitory before preparing to leave. "Teacher Yang, I'll be going now. Zeyu, come in for a sit and a chat." It was rare for Yang Mei to invite Xu Zeyu into her dorm, so he readily stepped inside. But Xu Zeyu soon regretted it. The moment he sat down, Yang Mei's questions came pouring out like a flood. "Zeyu, when did you learn antique appraisal? How did you become so skilled at appraising antiques? You seem pretty good at fighting. Who taught you that? That underground boxing thing is too dangerous, you shouldn't go. Zeyu, that Captain Zhong just handed you an ID card, and you called yourself an instructor. Can I see what kind of ID that is?" Faced with this barrage of questions, Xu Zeyu's mind suddenly felt overwhelmed. Huan Yuyan's emotional intelligence in this area was far superior to Yang Mei's. When faced with something she couldn't figure out, Huan Yuyan never asked endless questions. Yang Mei, being a teacher, tended to think more simplistically. She asked whatever came to mind, leaving Xu Zeyu at a loss for answers. Finally, Xu Zeyu organized his thoughts, or rather, concocted a string of lies to answer the curious Yang Mei. "Well, it's like this. I've been fascinated with antiques since childhood. In middle school, I learned Sanda from an alumnus and trained daily. That ID was issued by the provincial police department to teach a group of constables online technology courses, so they had to call me instructor. As for the underground boxing thing, we'll see about that later. If I can find a way to solve the problem, I certainly don't want to fight to the death with anyone." After hearing Xu Zeyu's explanation, Yang Mei didn't press further. She simply said to him, "Zeyu, thank you for today. But I can't shake the feeling that when you insisted on walking me home earlier, you somehow knew something would happen to me." Xu Zeyu's heart skipped a beat, secretly stunned. No wonder so many men hate women's wild guesses, because damn it, they're usually spot on. Of course, Xu Zeyu would never admit it. "Ms. Yang, you're overthinking it. I'm not that good. I'll be going now. Get some rest." After Xu Zeyu left, Yang Mei sat motionless on the stool, muttering to herself, "If you didn't want to tell me, just say so. All that nonsense, you're lying to me again." Yang Mei had no idea how long she'd been lost in thought until a knock at the door snapped her back to reality. She walked over to open it. Yang Mei opened the door and saw class monitor Zhang Yusin standing there, startling her. "Yusin, what is it?" Zhang Yusin handed her a bottle of medicine and asked with genuine concern, "Teacher Yang, Xu Zeyu said you were startled, so he bought this bottle of pearl powder and asked me to deliver it to you." "Xu Zeyu bought it?" Yang Mei took the bottle, her hand trembling slightly. Zhang Yusin nodded. "Yes. I told him to deliver it himself, but he said he had urgent business and left. That guy is so lazy, even asking me to deliver medicine for him." Sigh. "Teacher Yang, are you okay?" "Oh, I'm fine. Yusin, thank you." Yang Mei had just recalled the moment Xu Zeyu saved her earlier, causing her to drift off momentarily. Zhang Yusin's question snapped her back to reality. Thinking Yang Mei was genuinely shaken, Zhang Yusin didn't read into it. "Ms. Yang, get some rest. I'll be going now. Goodbye." After closing the door, Yang Mei leaned against it, shaking her head repeatedly. "Yang Mei, you must have been scared out of your wits today. It must be that. Get a good night's sleep, and you won't have these crazy thoughts when you wake up. Walking along the campus path, Xu Zeyu's mood was equally complicated. He couldn't shake the feeling that teacher Yang may had asked far too many questions today, questions a teacher simply shouldn't be asking. She must have been scared out of her wits today. That must be it. Xu Zeyu could only use this excuse to explain it. Just as Xu Zeyu was about to head back to the shop to meet Huang Yuyan and visit Su Yanran together, his phone rang. Old Luo calling? Xu Zeyu answered and immediately asked, Old Luo, what do you want? Luo Shiping chuckled, heard you got that certificate. Ha! Hearing Luo Shiping's chuckle, Xu Zeyu immediately sensed a hint of cunning. What do you want? Actually, I'm not in a rush. I can return the certificate to you guys first. After all, I haven't started teaching yet. No. Once it's in my hands, it's in my hands. Wouldn't it be better if we became colleagues sooner? Ha. Luo Shiping chuckled. Since we're already colleagues, I can officially assign certain tasks to you now. Chapter 160. Hearing Luo Shiping's sly chuckle, Xu Zeyu instantly realized he'd been tricked and couldn't help but curse. Damn it! I knew you weren't thinking straight. I don't care if it's something easy, fine. But if it's life-threatening, hand that red booklet back right now. Xu, young man, how can you be so picky? But honestly, this job isn't dangerous for you. Luo Shiping explained. Here's the deal, the Swift Wolf unit has a target who's heading to an international cruise ship in 2 weeks to gamble in an underground boxing ring and launder money. We need your hacking skills to break into his laptop and find evidence of his money laundering. What? An underground boxing ring on an international cruise ship in 2 weeks? Xu Zeyu's brows instantly furrowed. What a coincidence. Even if you hadn't asked me, I'd probably be heading there anyway. What's going on? Luo Shiping froze, asking casually. Xu Zeyu recounted his earlier clash with Bai Hongtao and the fight arranged with his bodyguard, Bing. Luo Shiping listened in stunned silence. Xiao Su, looks like even the heavens are pushing you to take this trip. That. Xu Zeyu cursed. If Bai Hongtao's bodyguard kills me, all my missions are screwed. Can't you just assign me a bodyguard to protect my personal safety? If you'd stayed on the ship and avoided the underground fights, my men could have protected you. But once you stepped into that ring, it was all up to your own skills. Luo Shiping sighed helplessly. Xu, be reasonable. I only asked you to pose as a gambler to board the ship. I never told you to fight in those underground matches. How's that my fault? Fine. Xu Zeyu never relied on others for his safety anyway. His earlier words were just a bluff to squeeze more benefits from Luo Shiping. As long as I survive, I'll complete your mission. But what's in it for me? The salary for a Wolfpack instructor is pretty hefty, 100,000 a month. Plus a 30,000 bonus per successful mission. What more do you want? Luo Shiping snorted. You're already a millionaire. Can't you just raise your moral standards a bit? Fight crime, do more for the people? I'm just a commoner. Don't lecture me about ideals, money matters most, Xu Zeyu retorted. If I don't earn 1.3 billion within 2 years, my girlfriend will marry someone else. Will you compensate me with her? Luo Shiping chuckled. Well, if you like, I can let Yue accompany you. At the mention of Zhong Yue, Xu Zeyu shuddered. No thanks. Marrying a cold, fierce woman like her? If I ever upset her, she'd beat me to a pulp in no time. Cold and fierce? Yue's just a poor kid herself. Luo Shiping sighed helplessly. Alright, enough about that. I'll send the target's profile to your phone. Study it first. I was going to set up a gambler identity for you, but now it seems unnecessary. Rest assured, as long as you survive the boxing ring, I'll guarantee your safety on that cruise ship. Got it. Xu Zeyu hung up impatiently. Within half a minute, the message arrived on his phone. Opening the attachment in his email, Xu Zeyu learned his target was named Xu Zihai, a businessman on the surface, but in reality an international fixer specializing in laundering money for illegal organizations. Xu Zihai had a mistress and bodyguard by his side who was exceptionally skilled. Her name was Zhang Li, and it was said she had once been an assassin for a certain organization. Later, Xu Zihai took a fancy to her, and she became his full-time mistress and bodyguard. When there's work, the bodyguard handles it. When there's no work, the bodyguard, ahem. Seems Xu Zihai's living the good life. Xu Zeyu teased him with a bit of dark humor before putting away his phone and going back to his own business. If he hadn't been going to fight in the underground boxing ring this time, he definitely wouldn't have taken Luo Shiping's job. That guy had used his red book to trick him, and it really pissed him off. But since he was already heading there, he might as well do him a favor. As for whether he'd make it back alive? Xu Zeyu never worried about that. A coward like him? As long as he didn't go looking for trouble, death wouldn't come knocking so easily. If it was just a martial arts match, he might not be a match for that Bing. But he had his cheat device, the ability to freeze time. He didn't need much, just 2 seconds would be enough to finish off that Bing. Therefore, as long as he had enough credits, Xu Zeyu had no fear of dying on the black market boxing stage. Since Bing wanted him dead, Xu Zeyu wouldn't bother with politeness.
Xu Zeyu wasn't a murderer, but when someone threatened the lives of his loved ones, he showed no mercy whatsoever. Meanwhile, Bai Hongtao returned to his villa, plopping down angrily on the living room sofa. Clutching his throbbing chest, he gritted out, Bing, how sure are you can kill that kid? In terms of combat skills and experience, that guy is no match for me. Bing replied calmly, young Master Tao, you know I come from the underground fighting scene.
Bai Hongtao knew Bing hadn't finished his thought and snorted coldly, and then?
But there's something very strange about this kid.
I can't quite put my finger on what it is.
At this point, Bing's brow finally furrowed. He was clearly just an ordinary student, yet the powerful will he occasionally unleashed was terrifying. In the boxing world, such people were the most feared, because they simply weren't afraid to fight to the death.
Bai Hongtao understood this point all too well.
Xu Zeyu would rather take a punch from Bing than back down when he got serious. He truly fought with reckless abandon. To this day, Bai Hongtao couldn't forget Xu Zeyu's gaze back then, that gaze, cold and terrifying. After a moment's thought, Bai Hongtao said, if you can't handle it, I'll ask my older brother.
We'll find a way to take him out on that ship.
Bing remained silent. He couldn't explain why, but for some reason, his usual confidence faltered when it came to Xu Zeyu. He dared not make any guarantees to Bai Hongtao. If Bai Hongtao could find another way to kill Xu Zeyu, that was his business.
He certainly wouldn't stand in his way.
Fuming with unchecked rage, Bai Hongtao coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face contorted in fury. If I hadn't made that colossal mistake and been banished here, unable to access family resources, you'd have died 10,000 times over by now.
Oh, Bing wins that cruise ship's next gambling session?
Bing checked his phone and replied, in 2 weeks. I'll contact old man Yu now and have him arrange a boxing match between me and Xu Zeyu.
Chapter 161.
The next day, Master Xianshan arrived. The moment Mrs. Zheng saw him, she became exceedingly warm. Master Taoist, you finally arrived.
Master Xianshan chuckled, exorcising demons and eliminating evil is the duty of us cultivators. When someone uses dark arts to harm others, this humble monk naturally cannot refuse. It's all about the money, isn't it?
Hearing Taoist Xianshan's pretentious, pedantic tone, Li Haolong, seated in the living room, stood up. His gaze turned icy as he fixed it on the Taoist.
You'd better show me your real abilities right now. Otherwise, I'll make you regret ever coming here. Mrs. Zheng's face turned ashen.
Li Haolong, you've lost your mind.
How dare you speak to the Taoist master like that?
Mrs. Zheng, people are ignorant and often fail to recognize true masters.
It matters not. Master Xianshan showed no sign of anger. He appraised Li Haolong from head to toe with a smile. You lost your father at 3, your mother at 10. Your life has been filled with hardship until, at 30, you encountered a benefactor. Have I not spoken the truth?
Li Haolong shuddered violently, his fleshy face twitching sharply. At 30, he had met Mrs. Zheng's husband. Predicting that wasn't surprising, Mrs. Zheng might have mentioned it. But the fact that he lost his father at 3 and his mother at 10 he hadn't told a soul besides himself. Which meant this Taoist priest had truly deduced it from his face.
Li Haolong fell silent for a moment, gathering his composure before pressing on, and then? Taoist Xianshan replied, you once had a wife.
Unfortunately, your fate was too harsh, and you brought about her death.
Li Haolong's eyes widened in shock.
His fists clenched tightly, remaining that way for a long moment before he finally relaxed them.
Xianshan Daoran was absolutely correct. He had once had a woman.
Because of his involvement in the underworld, he had offended someone who hunted him down.
The woman couldn't escape in time and was hacked to death.
To say she died because of him was the absolute truth.
Later, he avenged her by exterminating the entire family responsible, cementing his notorious reputation and standing in Nanjing City. Many knew of Li Haolong's bloodthirsty nature, yet none understood it stemmed from a woman.
With the matter laid out so plainly, Li Haolong had no reason to doubt Xianshan Doran's formidable abilities. Realizing he had offended the other party, he bowed deeply with utmost respect. Master Taoist, I was rash earlier.
I sincerely apologize. Xianshan Daoran burst into hearty laughter.
Mr. Li is a straightforward man.
How could this humble monk possibly hold a grudge?
Having given the Taoist ample face, Li Haolong promptly handed him a 3 million yuan check.
Master Taoist, this is the deposit. Upon successful completion, I shall give you another 5 million.
Master Xianshan accepted the check, smiling broadly as he tucked it into his cloth pouch.
Money talks, and troubles fade. Mr. Li, shall we set out at once? Li Haolong was also eager to witness Xianshan Taoist's other abilities. With the Taoist taking the initiative, he couldn't have asked for more. Alright, let's go. I'm coming too.
Zheng Chuan's face twisted into a savage grin. I want to see that bastard Xu Zeyu get his comeuppance, ha! Back in Qinzhou City, Zheng Chuan had witnessed Xu Zeyu brutally beating Qin Xinrui, leaving him terrified out of his wits. He'd thought he'd never dare seek revenge against Xu Zeyu again. But now that the Chen family was fully backing their plan to cause trouble for Xu Zeyu, his courage had returned.
With the Chen family as his backing, what did he have to fear? He could get revenge and curry favor with the Chens. What was there to lose?
Since Shen Chuan was going, Li Haolong nodded in agreement. Alright, let's go together. The three climbed into Li Haolong's car and drove to the vicinity of Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan's antique shop. Just as Li Haolong was about to point out the shop to Master Xianshan, the monk spoke first. Heh, no wonder your people got unlucky. That kid set up a feng shui array that reflects misfortune back at the source. Whoever comes looking for trouble with him ends up getting hit with several times the bad luck in return. Li Haolong wondered if Master Xianshan was just making things up. He tentatively asked, Master, are you sure you haven't mistaken the location? Su Huangji. Master Xianshan pointed at the sign above Xu Zeyu's shop and smiled faintly. That's the place. This Xianshan Taoist was truly a man of skill. Li Haolong was thoroughly convinced. We humbly request your assistance, Taoist, in dealing with this troublesome youngster.
No problem, Taoist Xianshan replied with a smile.
Wait nearby while I enter the shop. Once I break the array's focal point, this feng shui formation will be useless. With that, Xianshan strode directly towards Su Huangji, entering the shop with casual ease.
Huang Yuyan was chatting with Su Yanan when she noticed the Taoist enter. She approached him and said, Master Taoist, our shop hasn't officially opened yet. We're scheduled to open the day after tomorrow. Please come back then.
Heh, the Taoist replied, I find the feng shui of this shop particularly auspicious. I merely came in to sense the energy. Xianshan glanced around the shop's layout before his eyes fell upon the ancient wooden sword hanging in the center.
Smiling, he said, Shopkeeper, that ancient wooden sword possesses remarkable vitality. This humble Taoist finds it quite appealing. Might you consider selling it to me?
That ancient wooden sword was hung there by Xu Zeyu. Huang Yuyan wouldn't even touch it, let alone sell it casually. I'm sorry, but this sword isn't for sale.
At most, it's worth 100,000. I'll offer 1,000,000. Xianshan Taoist feigned utter helplessness.
If I weren't urgently needing an ancient sword for my feng shui array, I wouldn't be splurging like this.
Someone's offering 1,000,000 for an antique worth only 100,000? Su Yanran's eyes lit up instantly. Sis Huan, why not sell it?
Huang Yuyan shook her head decisively. Master Taoist, I'll be honest with you. This sword was hung here by my brother. It serves a special purpose.
Unless he says it's for sale, I won't sell it.
Huang Yuyan herself might not have sensed anything, but someone as sharp as Su Yanran couldn't help but notice the distinct change in Huang Yuyan's demeanor when Xu Zeyu's name came up. This was her man's possession. If he wouldn't sell it, how could she possibly do so? Su Yanran understood perfectly and found it rather amusing, though she gave no hint of her thoughts, maintaining an air of complete ignorance. Seeing Huang Yuyan still refuse to sell even after his 1,000,000 yuan offer, Taoist Xianshan wore a look of regret. In that case, I shan't press the matter. Boss, I'll return the day after tomorrow to see if the other proprietor is willing to part with his.
Taoist Xianshan turned and walked away. Neither Huang Yuyan nor Su Yanan noticed as he discreetly tossed 2 yellow talisman papers onto the ground.
The moment they touched the ground, they ignited into 2 flickering flames, vanishing without a trace in an instant.
Chapter 162. That Taoist priest seemed odd. Only after watching Xianshan leave did Su Yanran mutter under her breath. Huang Yuyan frowned.
With her sharpness, if Su Yanran could sense something amiss, she certainly could too. No, I need to call Zeyu immediately.
In the past, Huang Yuyan had always handled matters independently.
Yet now, without realizing it, she had gradually grown dependent on Xu Zeyu. Huang Yuyan immediately grabbed her phone, about to dial Xu Zeyu's number, when suddenly she recalled what Yang Mei had said yesterday.
Yang Mei had urged Xu Zeyu not to let his business ventures interfere with his studies. At the very least, he needed to ensure he didn't fail any university courses and graduated smoothly.
It was just some strange Taoist priest showing up, nothing serious had happened.
If Xu Zeyu had to miss class over such a minor incident, that would be completely unreasonable.
With that thought, Huang Yuyan put her phone down.
Never mind. Maybe I'm just being overly sensitive.
Su Yanan was at the store, and several of her bodyguards were nearby.
Her personal safety was assured. It was best to wait until Xu Zeyu got out of school.
Xu Zeyu, in the middle of class, felt as if something had struck his head. A sudden, splitting headache made his face turn pale.
What's happening? Someone is disrupting the feng shui array I set up. Mr. Wu, I have an urgent matter.
I'm terribly sorry, but I need to take a leave of absence. Xu Zeyu rushed out of the classroom without waiting for the lesson to end. Teacher Wu had been humiliated by the principal's son last time, and it was thanks to Xu Zeyu that he got his revenge. Naturally, Teacher Wu turned a blind eye when Xu Zeyu wanted to skip class. Class, let's continue. Xu Zeyu sprinted out of the classroom and raced straight to the school gate, flagging down a taxi.
Driver, get me to Antique Street as fast as you can. As fast as I can go? The driver grinned, showing his teeth. Hey, young man. We met in Xinzhou a few days ago, and now we meet again today. What a coincidence. Damn it.
Only then did Xu Zeyu realize this was the same driver who rushed into the kidnapping scene last time. He couldn't help but roll his eyes.
If it weren't absolutely necessary, Xu Zeyu would never ride with him again.
But time was of the essence now, and he couldn't afford to be picky.
Veteran driver, step on it. Go as fast as you possibly can. Alright, haha. Finally, someone who makes me feel like my job and life have meaning.
The driver slammed the gas pedal, and the car shot forward like a rocket.
Xu Zeyu immediately grabbed his phone and dialed Huang Yuyan. Sis Huang, did anyone just touch that ancient sword or those 4 small stone statues?
Hearing Xu Zeyu's question, Huang Yuyan instantly grew tense. A Taoist priest came by earlier, saying he wanted to buy that ancient sword hanging in your shop.
But I didn't agree, so he left. Xu Zeyu shouted urgently, no. Get out of there immediately. The farther away, the better. Alright.
Just as Huang Yuyan was about to leave, flames erupted instantly all around the shop.
Within seconds, blazing infernos shot skyward, billowing thick smoke everywhere.
The fire was strangely eerie. Its flames were a deep crimson, faintly radiating the icy coldness of darkness and death. This chill intertwined with the flame's intense heat sent shivers down one's spine, while the body felt scorching hot as if on fire. The fire started precisely at the entrance. The surging flames formed a wall of fire, trapping Huang Yuyan and Su Yanan inside the shop, preventing them from rushing out. The 2 bodyguards protecting Su Yanran inside immediately rushed toward the windows. But the moment their hands touched the glass, the seemingly intact windows burst into flames instantly. The moment their hands touched the flames, the fire spread instantly, engulfing both men completely.
In less than 5 seconds, the flames died down, leaving the 2 bodyguards charred beyond recognition, a horrifying sight. Put out the fire.
Su Yanran's 2 bodyguards standing outside immediately ran to the fire hydrant on the street, connected the hose, turned on the water, and sprayed it at the wall of fire. The water pressure from the hydrant was certainly not weak, but the force of the water hitting the wall of fire had no effect whatsoever, instantly evaporating into vapor.
Xu Zeyu, still in the car, shouted, Sister Huang, what the hell is going on in the shop? It's on fire. It's on fire. Such a terrifying blaze.
Staring at the 2 charred corpses on the ground, Huang Yuyan was drenched in a cold and hot sweat, her words jumbled and incoherent.
No matter how sharp she was still just a woman.
Faced with this, being able to speak at all was remarkable.
Su Yanran seemed to have more nerve than Huang Yuyan. She snatched the phone and shouted at Xu Zeyu, the shop is on fire. Dark red flames appeared as if out of nowhere, turning my 2 bodyguards into charred corpses in seconds. What the hell is this thing? Ghostly flames.
Xu Zeyu instantly retrieved the term from his knowledge of yin-yang feng shui techniques.
His eyes widened in fury, his teeth clenched. Damn it! Stop cursing! Su Yanran shouted. You know what it is, so figure out how to deal with it.
Xu Zeyu had a solution in mind, but his expression betrayed a flicker of unease.
Did you have your period today? What? Su Yanran felt like she'd received a prank call. This pervert. What kind of time is this to be asking about that? Su Yanran was furious. Xu Zeyu, say that again, she yelled. Did you get your period?
To save them, Xu Zeyu risked being hacked to death and repeated himself. If you did, that blood can break the ghost fire.
Just throw it into the flames.
Oh, and it has to be virgin blood.
Otherwise, it won't work.
After adding that last bit, Xu Zeyu knew that if those 2 women survived, he was dead meat. Killed by their own hands, no question. But compared to them burning to death, Xu Zeyu would rather they be saved and he be skinned alive by them.
So he desperately hoped Su Yanan would answer yes. No. Su Yanan was furious.
She bellowed, then turned to Huang Yuyan. Xu Zeyu asked, if you're a virgin, have you had your period yet? If you have, just throw that blood into the fire and it'll solve the problem immediately.
No way.
Huang Yuyan, slightly sobered, flushed bright red.
How did he even know I got my period today? Su Yanran.
Li Haolong, who had been watching the spectacle nearby, was utterly impressed by Master Xianshan.
He burst into laughter. Master, you're a living god. This fire can't even be extinguished by water. Ha ha. Xianshan Daoren smiled broadly. Trivial tricks, nothing more.
Right now, I just want to meet that young man who set up the formation, see what he's really capable of.
Chapter 163.
Before Xianshan Daoren could bask in his triumph for long, the flames suddenly extinguished.
He stared in disbelief. How could this be?
He had spent so much time gathering ghostly flames from numerous graves just to refine these 2 ghost flame talismans.
They hadn't even been burning long, how could they extinguish so quickly? Xu Zeyu wasn't even here. Who could have broken his ghost fire spell?
As Xianshan Daoren pondered this, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted forth. Pfft. This was the backlash from his yin-yang feng shui technique being countered. Fortunately, the opponent's power wasn't overwhelming, otherwise, it wouldn't have ended with mere blood spitting.
Yin-yang feng shui duels were perilous affairs.
Sometimes, losing meant far more than mere defeat. At best, one might cough up blood, at worst, one's spiritual energy would be shattered, the mind blown to smithereens, leaving one a permanent idiot with no hope of recovery. Thus, ordinary yin-yang feng shui practitioners rarely engaged in such duels unless they were absolutely certain of victory.
Xianshan Daoist didn't go directly to Xu Zeyu.
Instead, he targeted the Su Huangji shop, intending to test Xu Zeyu's resolve. As for how many souls the ghostly flames might consume, he couldn't care less. Better the enemy than me. This ruthless Taoist never valued ordinary lives. But before Xu Zeyu even arrived, his ghost fire talisman was broken. This left Xianshan Daoist stunned and utterly perplexed. Could Xu Zeyu already be here? No, he couldn't be. Gang, go check if there's anything unusual or out of place near the entrance of Su Huangji. Li Haolong barked at one of his henchmen, who responded with a sharp yes, sir, before sprinting off. Inside the shop, Huang Yuyan and Su Yanran stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the scene unfolding before them. This fire was truly bizarre. It had just incinerated 2 bodyguards, yet once extinguished, not a single corner of the shop showed signs of damage, as if it had never burned at all. A fire that couldn't be extinguished with water had been put out by something resembling a woman's handkerchief. It was utterly unbelievable. Was that even possible? The 2 women exchanged bewildered glances, utterly speechless. Hey! Sister Huang, Miss Su. Did the fire go out yet? Xu Zeyu was still on the line, shouting impatiently. Su Yanran took the phone and snorted. How'd you even know this thing had that use? Have you played with it before? You. Xu Zeyu snapped irritably at Su Yanran. Fine, since the fire's out, we should be okay for now. I'll be right there. Xu Zeyu hung up, slumping against the car like a dead dog. His head was spinning, his stomach churning violently, and he felt like he was about to vomit. Master, you can slow down now, Xu Zeyu said weakly. If you keep driving this fast, I'm going to, ugh. Xu Zeyu, who never got carsick, finally couldn't hold it in and vomited all over the place. Xu Zeyu left the cab a mess, but the driver didn't seem the least bit annoyed. Instead, he chuckled, last time you rode with me, you didn't get sick. I figured I wasn't driving fast enough or my skills weren't quite up to par. So I upgraded to a better, faster car. Finally got you sick. Ha ha. Xu Zeyu now wanted nothing more than to gift the taxi driver a mythical beast scientifically known as a llama, colloquially called. Once the taxi driver started talking, he couldn't stop. He rattled on, last time, I got my car impounded and my license revoked trying to get you to your destination on time. That's why I had to come to Nanjing City to make a living. Never thought I'd run into you again, and you're in a hurry once more. What a coincidence. After venting, Xu Zeyu felt a bit better and grumbled, how can you drive a taxi without a license? The driver chuckled. My brother and I are twins. I use his license. Honestly, I hate scamming him, but what can I do? We're just that fated to meet. Hey, the cops are chasing us. Quick, buckle up, the old driver's about to hit the gas again. Before Xu Zeyu could even sit properly, his body lurched violently. In an instant, he felt like he was soaring through the sky. Li Haolong's subordinate, Gang, returned and stammered, boss, everything's normal. Nothing out of the ordinary, except. Li Haolong snapped impatiently, except what? Gang replied awkwardly, except for a piece of an oil stained with a woman's blood. Puff. Master Xianshan coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face flushing crimson. He knew his ghost fire talisman was highly susceptible to substances like dog blood. He never imagined the enemy would think to use such a method to break the talisman spell. This was utterly unacceptable to him. If word got out that his talisman had been broken by a woman's sanitary pad, Taoist Xianshan would lose all face. His spirits crushed, Master Xianshan instantly lost all desire to continue competing with Xu Zeyu. With deep frustration, he declared, let's call it a day. We'll see about tomorrow. Tomorrow? A figure stood before them, ice cold as ice. You're the demonic Taoist who started the fire. Li Haolong was startled to see Xu Zeyu suddenly appear before them, while Zhang Chuan's face turned pale. The moment he saw Xu Zeyu, the bloody scene of Xu Zeyu brutally beating Chen Xinrui flooded his mind, an image he couldn't shake off. It had likely left a deep psychological scar. Only Xianshan remained composed, flashing a toothy grin at Xu Zeyu. I am Xianshan Daoist of Jiuyo Mountain. May I inquire which school you, fellow Daoist Xu Zeyu, have studied under? Who the hell are you calling a fellow Daoist? Xu Zeyu's words hadn't even finished echoing when his entire body surged forward, slamming a fist straight toward Xianshan Daoist's head. To destroy a person's martial arts, one must destroy their dantian. To destroy a person's yin-yang feng shui magic, destroy their third eye. Li Haolong couldn't let anything happen to Xianshan Daoist, immediately stepping in front of him. Boom! The two clashed fists, sending Li Haolong staggering back 3 steps, Xu Zeyu retreating 3 steps as well. Their second clash ended in a stalemate. How could this be? Mastering yin-yang feng shui, antique appraisal, and achieving such explosive growth and martial prowess in such a short time, was this guy a monster? The expression on Li Haolong's face was priceless, his mind reeling in disbelief. After losing his mother at 10, he had begged his way to Shaolin Temple, where he trained for 10 years to achieve his current combat prowess.
Yet this kid, in just a mere 20 days or so, had managed to fight him to a standstill. What kind of steroids had he been taking to grow so fast? Li Haolong's large group of henchmen immediately swarmed around Xu Zeyu, surrounding him completely. Yet, they dared not advance any closer. Xu Zeyu had fought their boss to a standstill. Charging him would be courting disaster. Chapter 164. With so many men surrounding him, Li Haolong's confidence hardened slightly. Not long ago, when this young man stood before him, he hadn't even deigned to look at him properly because he wasn't worthy. But how quickly things had changed. This youth had stirred up a major incident in Qinzhou City, accomplishing feats even Li Haolong himself dared not attempt. Only now did he realize that the kid who had once dared to spout bold claims in his presence hadn't been bluffing, he was genuinely formidable. Li Haolong had to admit, this kid now possessed the qualifications to be his rival. Deep down, he even harbored a sense of apprehension toward the youth, for he had glimpsed the terrifying resolve in those eyes. Over a decade ago, after that woman was murdered, he himself had possessed that same look. Those who possessed such a gaze, once unleashed, could shatter the heavens and earth, unleashing floods of destruction. Though he still retained his ruthlessness, he could no longer fight with the same reckless abandon as he once had. Xu Zeyu, here's a suggestion. I'll make way for you, we'll each go our separate paths. How about it? Li Haolong said. If you insist on forcing the issue, you won't gain anything. Who said I wanted an advantage? Xu Zeyu's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Unless you can escape in time, this demonic Taoist is dead for sure. Facing the 5 or 6 people blocking Xianshan Taoist's path, Xu Zeyu charged forward without hesitation, driving a fist straight at the Taoist's face. Li Haolong's face twitched violently as he forced out a single word through gritted teeth, go. 6 of Li Haolong's men swung their clubs, aiming to smash Xu Zeyu. Just as Xu Zeyu prepared to deal with these minions first, 2 figures suddenly joined the fray. Mr. Xu, leave these trash to us. These 2 were none other than Xu Yanran's bodyguards. Damn it! Li Haolong cursed under his breath, stepping forward to confront Xu Zeyu himself. Thud! In their renewed clash, Li Haolong finally witnessed Xu Zeyu's formidable strength. Their strength and skill were nearly equal. The slight edge Li Haolong held came solely from his years of hard-earned combat experience. Shaolin Fist versus Wing Chun. The onlookers at the antique market were thoroughly entertained. Few had ever seen Li Haolong fight, but today they finally witnessed it. Li Haolong was ruthless and arrogant, yet one had to admit his boxing style was exceptionally orthodox. His strikes were fierce and powerful, each move commanding and forceful, his fists cutting through the air with a whistling sound. In contrast, Xu Zeyu's boxing style blended technique and power. His punches were swift and deceptive, appearing weak yet unleashing tremendous force in every counterattack. The 2 fought neck and neck, locked in an intense stalemate. It seemed unlikely they could decide a winner anytime soon. Li Haolong knew Xu Zeyu's target today was Master Xianshan. Having engaged Xu Zeyu, Li Haolong urgently shouted, "Master, you go first." Having regained his composure after the earlier chaos, Xianshan Daorun narrowed his eyes at Xu Zeyu, his intent to kill unmistakable. When have I, Xianshan Daorun, ever been treated with such contempt? Boy, if you wish to kill me, you'd better have the skill to back it up. Xianshan Daorun moved but not to flee. He charged toward Huang Yuyan and Su Yanan. Xu Zeyu instantly grasped the Taoist's intent, his eyes widening in fury. Li Haolong, mark my words, if you don't get out of the way now, you're dead. Seeing Xu Zeyu's terrifying gaze calm yet seething with suppressed fury, Li Haolong couldn't help but be shaken. But making him step aside now? Impossible. Using Xianshan Daorun to deal with Xu Zeyu was the best possible outcome. His fight with Xu Zeyu was purely self-defense. With so many witnesses, he wouldn't fear even if the constables arrived and he ended up in court. As for the grudge between Xianshan Daorun and Xu Zeyu, he could easily claim complete ignorance. He wanted Xianshan Daorun to kill Huang Yuyan and Su Yanan, then release Xu Zeyu to kill Xianshan Daorun. That way, Xu Zeyu would be utterly nailed for murder. No matter what connections Xu Zeyu had, murder demanded payment. Li Haolong's plan was sound, but plans never keep pace with reality because you never truly know how many hidden cards your opponent holds. Die! Xu Zeyu roared, and the world fell instantly silent. Li Haolong's movements froze in that instant. Without hesitation, Xu Zeyu slammed a fist straight into Li Haolong's chest, sending the motionless figure flying backward. By the time everyone regained their senses, they heard a thud as Li Haolong spat blood, his body flying straight through the air and crashing onto the running Xianshan Taoist. Taoist Xianshan hadn't anticipated 100-plus-pound human projectile suddenly flying toward him from behind. He was crushed flat, pinned to the ground. Is this kid a monster? Everyone stared in disbelief, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg. If Xu Zeyu had kicked someone 7 or 8 meters away, that wouldn't have been too surprising. But to send a grown man weighing over 100 pounds flying with a single punch? What kind of strength was that? And just moments ago, the fight had been evenly matched. How did Li Haolong suddenly get hit out of nowhere? The reason was simple. Xu Zeyu had spent 500 points to pause for 1 second, then used another 100 points to exchange for a strength card.
The power-up card functioned similarly to Popeye's spinach as the name implied. It instantly doubled a person's strength for 5 seconds. The greater one's baseline strength, the more potent the doubling effect becomes. 1,000 gene weight slammed into Li Haolong, no wonder he was sent flying.
Ah, my back. Xian Shan Daoist screamed in agony.
He tried to rise, but excruciating pain shot through his waist, freezing him in place. Li Haolong's body was pressed directly onto his fragile lower back, causing excruciating agony. But this was only the beginning, for Xu Zeyu was approaching. Li Haolong tried to stand and block Xu Zeyu, but the severe injury from Xu's punch left him unable to stop him. Xu Zeyu delivered another punch straight to his chest. Thud! Li Haolong's body flew through the air again, tracing a graceful arc before landing with a thud on the ground. Thud! Li Haolong lay face up, staring blankly at the sky like a dead dog. This can't be. This can't be. Save for a faint pulse, Li Haolong was now indistinguishable from a corpse. Fortunately, Xu Zeyu's focus today wasn't on Li Haolong. Ignoring him, Xu Zeyu grabbed Xian Shan Daoist off the ground.
Xu Zeyu, let me go. I'll give you money any amount you want.
Knowing Xu Zeyu intended to cripple him, Xian Shan Daoist begged desperately.
I've made over 100 million these years. Just let me go, and that 100 million is yours. 100 million? Is that a lot?
Not even a single strand of my sister Huang's hair is worth that much.
Xu Zeyu said coldly.
Dare to touch my sister Huang, and even if you're the king of kings, you'll die.
Chapter 165.
Without hesitation, Xu Zeyu unleashed a vicious punch, smashing it into the center of Xian Shan Doran's forehead.
Smack!
The blow sent Xian Shan Daoran reeling. The world spun violently, excruciating pain shot through his skull, and everything seemed to collapse around him. Xu Zeyu released Xian Shan Daoran, who immediately collapsed to the ground. Clutching his head, he rolled around, screaming, "Ah!" Blood poured relentlessly from Xian Shan Daoran's eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth, 7 orifices bleeding, a truly terrifying sight. Xu Zeyu's single punch shattered the yin-yang feng shui art Xian Shan Daoran had painstakingly cultivated for decades. For practitioners of yin-yang feng shui like Xian Shan Daoist, sneaking attacks from behind were their forte. Yet when facing martial artists head-on, they were bound to get beaten senseless. However, few martial artists knew that the vital point for yin-yang feng shui practitioners lay at the third eye between the eyebrows. Thus, few understood how to cripple such practitioners' abilities. Xu Zeyu had struck Xian Shan Daoran at his weakest point, his forehead. Li Haolong lay gravely wounded on the ground, while Xian Shan Daoist bled from all 7 orifices. In the blink of an eye, both adversaries had been dealt with by Xu Zeyu, leaving the surrounding crowd utterly stunned. The seemingly refined young man was truly terrifying when he turned vicious. People weren't stupid. They quickly realized Xian Shan Daoist was the one behind the strange fire earlier, otherwise, Xu Zeyu wouldn't have relentlessly pursued him.
That Taoist was truly wicked. He'd burned Su Yanran's 2 bodyguards to death. Fortunately, Su Yanran and Huang Yuyan were unharmed.
If anything had happened to Huang Yuyan, Xu Zeyu wouldn't have stopped at just beating the Taoist senseless.
100 million? Is that a lot?
Not even the greatest fortune could compare to a single strand of my sister Huang's hair.
Dare to touch my sister Huang?
Even if you're the king of heaven himself, you'll die.
Recalling Xu Zeyu's earlier words, people couldn't help but admire him even more.
Xu Zeyu really went all out for a woman. 100 million couldn't compare to a single strand of his woman's hair.
That act was so convincing, it left everyone speechless.
Beep beep. Performance successful. This was a genuine outpouring of emotion for Huang Yuyan, a natural and effortless performance seeming real yet not entirely so. The system classified it as an advanced, invisible performance. 56 people were affected, granting 2,800 skill points. Total skill points, 3,296. The system instantly granted Xu Zeyu 2,800 points, finally easing his violent emotions. His earlier rage stemmed partly from Huang Yuyan nearly being killed, but also from anxiety over his insufficient skill points. With sufficient skill points, he could better protect Huang Yuyan, and his inner turmoil would subside. Thankfully, he finally had some points to use. Xu Zeyu silently breathed a sigh of relief. Xian Shan Daoran, who had been lying on the ground wailing for a while, caught his breath slightly. He lifted his blood-covered head and glared at Xu Zeyu with venom. "Xu Zeyu, unless you kill me now, when my master emerges, he will slaughter your entire family." Xian Yan Doran's threat did stir murderous intent within Xu Zeyu. But in broad daylight, crippling the Taoist's cultivation was one thing. If he actually killed him, even Luo Shiping might not be able to save him. With no other choice, Xu Zeyu suppressed his urge to kill the monk and instead kicked him flying with a single blow. "You demonic monk! If you dare come back again, I'll make sure neither you nor your master leaves this place alive." Thud! Xian Shan Daoran crashed into Li Haolong, knocking him unconscious. Li Haolong coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face as pale as death. Several henchmen rushed over to support Li Haolong. With a complex look in his eyes, Li Haolong forced out a breath and said, "Xu Zeyu, the Taoist and I were only here to buy antiques. You attacked us the moment you saw us.
Do you even respect the law? Li Haolong even invoked the law clearly, he was running out of options. Xu Zeyu gave a sinister chuckle. So now you're talking about the law? Who can the people you killed talk to about the law? Evidence, Li Haolong retorted. You have no evidence. But the fact that you beat us to the point of serious injury is plain for all to see. Xu Zeyu, you'd better prepare to rot in jail. Let's go. With that threat, Li Haolong turned and walked away. The moment he turned, Xu Zeyu's cold laughter echoed behind him. Li Haolong, if you can put me in jail, I'll take your surname. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Once upon a time, those were the words Li Haolong himself would hurl at others. Now, someone dared say them to him. Truly, fortune turns like the wheel of time. Suppressing the urge to spit blood, Li Haolong immediately exited the antique market. His men hurriedly carried the unconscious Xianshan Taoist away as they fled the scene. Xu Zeyu was terrifying. They feared that if they lagged behind, they too would fall victim to his cruelty. The most profoundly shaken was Zheng Chuan, the young master of the Zhang family. Already harboring a deep psychological shadow towards Xu Zeyu, witnessing him brutally beat Li Haolong and Master Xianshan today had him trembling uncontrollably, as if overcome by chills. In his mind, Li Haolong was the sharpest weapon in the Zhang family arsenal. Yet before Xu Zeyu, that weapon had been reduced to a mere ornament. How could he not be terrified? Once, Xu Zeyu was merely a penniless youth in his eyes. If he'd been run over by a car, it would have been no more than a matter of paying compensation. Xu Zeyu's life was nothing more than a bank account number to him. Now, their positions had been reversed. From the moment the fight began until its end, Xu Zeyu hadn't even glanced their way. It wasn't that Xu Zeyu hadn't seen it, he simply didn't deign to look. This reversal of their positions left Zheng Chuan seething with resentment. The more he feared Xu Zeyu, the more twisted his thoughts became. Kid, enjoy your brief triumph. I refuse to believe you can actually go toe-to-toe with the Chen family. As soon as Li Haolong and the others left, Xu Zeyu picked up his phone and called Luo Shiping. Old Luo, I probably won't be able to complete the task for you. Xu Zeyu recounted the incident, infuriating old Luo into rolling his eyes. You little brat. I thought it was something major. Just beat up 2 jerks, no big deal. If the constabulary department dares give you trouble, just shove your credentials in their faces. After the scolding, Luo Shiping chuckled. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If you want me to clean up your mess, just say so, no beating around the bush. Same as always, as long as you didn't cripple or kill anyone, the rest is trivial. Just get the job done properly. After that, you can beat up whoever you want, just give me the word. Chapter 166. With Luo Shiping's words, Xu Zeyu knew his brutal beating of Li Haolong and Xianshan Daoran was settled. Let Li Haolong stir up trouble however he wants, let them have their fun. The real trouble lay with the master Xianshan Daoran mentioned. If Xianshan Daoran was already this terrifying, his master would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Truth be told, if Xu Zeyu hadn't encountered Xianshan Daoran here, he wasn't sure if his rudimentary yin-yang feng shui skills could even hold their own against the masters. Yin-yang feng shui techniques were utterly unpredictable when used for harm. Xu Zeyu felt completely unprepared. To guard against such dark arts, one must wear protective talismans. But 90% of the protective talismans on the market today were fake, and those obtained from temples or Taoist shrines weren't much better. Having mastered basic yin-yang feng shui techniques, Xu Zeyu knew that crafting protective talismans was no simple task. It demanded immense time and effort from the practitioners to create even a single one. Unless it was for someone very close or if they stood to gain substantial benefits, no one would casually craft a protective amulet for others. That's precisely why so many talismans exist, yet so few actually work. Intermediate yin-yang feng shui was required to craft them, but skill points were sorely lacking. Sigh. Xu Zeyu sighed deeply. Though he now possessed over 3,000 points, enough to exchange for intermediate yin-yang feng shui, doing so would leave him penniless in terms of points. There were simply too many places needing points. Even with all his hard work, he couldn't keep up. It was truly heartbreaking. Knowing that worrying now was useless, Xu Zeyu could only take things one step at a time. Approaching Huang Yuyan and Su Yanran, Xu Zeyu asked with genuine concern, Sis Huang, are you okay? Whether from fright or the ghostly flames that had just burned her, Huang Yuyan's fresh, delicate face was flushed with an unusual redness. I'm fine, thank you. Honestly, I'm so jealous of Sister Lu, Su Yanran said with a hint of resentment. 100 million wouldn't even cover the value of a single strand of her hair. I lost a few strands, which would be worth billions to her. Yet she didn't even ask me how I was. Humph. Xu Zeyu snorted impatiently. You had the nerve to yell at me during that emergency? What could possibly be wrong with you? Oh, and who threw that thing just now? Xu Zeyu glanced at the sanitary pad on the floor by the door, asked half a question, then wisely stopped. This topic was way too awkward. He must have been brain dead to even ask. Huang Yuyan's blush deepened, while Su Yanran chuckled teasingly. Xu Zeyu, there's hundreds of millions on the floor. Go pick it up, haha. Xu Zeyu.
After leaving the antique market, both Master Xian Shan and Li Haolong were rushed to the hospital.
After thorough examinations, the hospital's diagnosis matched their own preliminary assessments.
Both Li Haolong and Xian Shan Daorun suffered significant internal injuries. Li Haolong had internal organ damage, while Xian Shan Daorun had a moderate concussion.
Neither could recover quickly and required extended rest and recuperation. Li Haolong was in better shape. Rest would see him recover.
Xian Shan Daorun, however, was in dire straits. While the surface diagnosis indicated a concussion, the true toll was far more devastating. Decades of cultivation had been shattered and obliterated by the impact. Lying in the hospital bed, Xian Shan Daorun stared blankly, muttering to himself, Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu. Li Haolong, being more lucid, immediately called the authorities to report Xu Zeyu for intentional assault.
Because Li Haolong was involved, the authorities took it very seriously.
Chief Sun Chuanda personally came to the hospital to handle the matter. The moment he saw Sun Chuanda, Li Haolong spoke up, Chief Sun, Xu Zeyu committed a violent act in public. The social repercussions of this incident are extremely severe. I suggest you immediately arrest Xu Zeyu. Mr. Li, I believe there's been a misunderstanding, Sun Chuanda replied with a faint smile.
I'm here to inform you that the provincial police department just called.
They stated Mr. Xu Zeyu was executing a confidential mission.
Should any unintended harm have been caused to you, the provincial police department will take full responsibility for the consequences. The provincial police department?
Li Haolong's face twitched violently as he suddenly recalled what Lu Xinghao had told him. Xu Zeyu had worked with a group of special police to completely dismantle his gang. If he hadn't feigned death to escape, he'd be rotting in prison right now.
In other words, Xu Zeyu might genuinely be affiliated with the provincial police department.
In other words, as long as Xu Zeyu didn't cripple or kill him, beating him up would be pointless.
A simple claim of collateral damage during mission execution could cover it all up. No wonder the kid was so arrogant he had nothing to fear. Seeing Li Haolong's face contorted in rage, Sun Chuanda couldn't help but feel a surge of secret satisfaction.
For years in Nanjing City, Li Haolong had reigned like an underground emperor, committing any crime he pleased, then casually finding scapegoats for serious offenses while evading justice. The authorities were powerless against him. Now, suddenly, Xu Zeyu had appeared and pinned Li Haolong down completely. Li Haolong had suffered a loss with nowhere to seek justice. Talk about sweet revenge.
Li Haolong remained silent. Sun Chuanda smiled and asked, Mr. Li, is there anything else you'd like to say?
Li Haolong quickly regained his composure and replied slowly, Director Sun, thank you for coming personally. I understand this matter isn't within your authority, and I won't make things difficult for you.
You may leave now.
Understood, Sun Chuanda replied with a smile.
Mr. Li, should any issues arise, feel free to contact us anytime.
The authorities will always stand as the strongest support for law-abiding citizens.
With that, Sun Chuanda and his men left Li Haolong's hospital room.
The moment Sun Chuanda stepped out of the room, a series of crashing sounds echoed behind him.
It's not that it won't come back to haunt you, it's just not time yet. Ha. Sun Chuanda left the hospital with a satisfied smile on his face.
Realizing that smashing things was futile, Li Haolong had his men clean up the mess scattered across the ward floor.
He then picked up his phone and called Chen Lizhong. Mr. Chen, I have a question. Is Xu Zeyu connected to the provincial police department?
Chen Lizhong replied, yes, Xu Zeyu is highly likely to be with the provincial police department. Seeing Chen Lizhong confirm it so casually, Li Haolong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Mr. Chen, you knew full well he was highly likely to be with the provincial police department, yet you still had me deal with him.
Are you trying to get me killed? Li Haolong, you have no choice. Just because the Nanjing City police can't touch you, you think you're untouchable?
Chen Lizhong replied coldly, if it weren't for our Chen family shielding you from the provincial police department's pressure all these years, do you think you'd have gotten away with everything you've done? Now you have two paths, either continue dealing with Xu Zeyu, or let the provincial police department take down this local kingpin. The choice is yours.
Chapter 167. Chen Lizhong said no more and hung up the phone. Li Haolong clutched the phone, stunned for a long moment.
He knew his activities in Nanjing City had caused quite a stir. If not for the Chen family smoothing things over with higher-ups, he would have been arrested by the provincial police department long ago.
In return, he sent the Chen family lavish gifts during every major holiday.
Next month marked old Master Chen's birthday, and he was determined to seize that antique tea bowl from Li Yuan at any cost, all to curry favor with the Chen family. For years, he had maintained an exceptionally good relationship with the Chens, and he believed this favorable connection would endure indefinitely. But judging by today's events, the Chen family had clearly been playing with fire. Come to think of it, if Xu Zeyu were insignificant, why would the powerful Chen family bother using them to deal with him? Xu Zeyu must be a particularly troublesome opponent, compelling the Chen family to unite several Nanjing factions against him. While he and Xu Zeyu had always been locked in a bitter, unrelenting feud, there was a world of difference between taking action against Xu Zeyu himself and being manipulated into doing so. Taking action against Xu Zeyu on his own terms meant he could strike whenever he chose and retreat whenever he wished. When the odds were stacked against him, he could lie low, bide his time, and strike Xu Zeyu with a fatal blow when the moment was ripe.
But being forced to confront Xu Zeyu? The Chen family didn't care about the circumstances.
Even if Xu Zeyu had a gun in his hand, he'd have to charge forward, risking being shot dead.
This wasn't dealing with Xu Zeyu, it was suicide. Just like the situation now. Xu Zeyu clearly had connections within the provincial police department. Yet the Chen family still sent him to confront Xu Zeyu. Wasn't that like telling him to walk straight into the line of fire? Li Haolong wanted to back out, but he had no choice now.
He could only hope that the Chen family would spare him, considering his efforts against Xu Zeyu.
News of Li Haolong getting brutally beaten by Xu Zeyu quickly spread throughout Nanjing City.
Everyone expected Li Haolong to retaliate violently, but his subsequent silence left them baffled.
What was wrong with Li Haolong? Had he changed his ways? Unlikely. How could this guy change his ways? Then why hasn't he made a single move?
I heard it straight from the authorities. The provincial police department personally vouched for Xu Zeyu, claiming he was conducting an investigation for them and accidentally injured Li Haolong.
If Li Haolong wants compensation, he can seek it directly from the provincial police department. Ha! Li Haolong's finally had his day.
The incident quickly snowballed, becoming the talk of the town, known to every passerby. It's safe to say that in Nanjing City, Li Haolong's reputation plummeted to rock bottom, while Xu Zeyu's soared to unprecedented heights.
Who would have thought someone could silence Li Haolong like this? A once-in-a-decade occurrence.
With Li Haolong silenced, the Zhang, Li, and Huang families of Nanjing City convened to strategize their countermeasures against Xu Zeyu. They called it a discussion, but in reality, the three families sat together, exchanging glances without a word.
No one knew what to say.
After a long silence, Mrs. Zhang finally spoke up. Don't let that brat intimidate us.
No matter how arrogant he gets, he won't actually come after us with a knife. We're not Li Haolong. We don't need to confront him head-on.
We just need to squeeze him out of the business.
What can he do to us?
Chen Miaolian immediately chimed in. Even with Huang Yuyan on his side, that kid's financial resources can't match ours.
Especially the Huang family. You deal in antiques. Crushing him in that market would be child's play, wouldn't it? Old Huang nodded. That's only natural. Two tigers can't share the same mountain.
If that brat's business takes off, our Huang family is finished.
We'll certainly do our utmost in the antiques trade, but surely the Li and Zhang families won't just sit idly by?
Rest assured, I won't stand idly by.
Mrs. Zhang sneered.
I've heard that Master Xianshan has a master. I'll send him back to his master right now and invite his master out of seclusion. If Master Xianshan's master agrees to come out, that little bastard Xu Zeyu is as good as dead.
They'd all heard about Master Xianshan. The man possessed genuine power, evident from how Su Yanran's two bodyguards were reduced to charred corpses. This Taoist was no ordinary figure. Too bad his luck ran out when he ran into Xu Zeyu, who beat him to a pulp.
But when Mrs. Zhang heard Xianshan Daoran had a master, her heart swelled with delight.
Xu Zeyu had crippled Xianshan Daoran.
With a little manipulation and some money thrown at the situation, she was confident Xianshan Daoran's master would have to come out of seclusion. After Mrs. Zhang spoke, all eyes turned to the Li Yuan couple.
Chen Miaolian sneered coldly. What we need to do is simple.
The Chen family has set their sights on my daughter. Next month, I'll marry her off to Chen Xinwen, the second young master of the Chen family.
When that happens, won't Xu Zeyu have to come to the Chen family himself to demand an explanation?
Ha! Seeing Chen Miaolian treat her daughter as a bargaining chip, the others couldn't help but look down on her inwardly.
Li Yuan must be blind as a bat to have married such a woman.
But then again, if the second young master of the Chen family took a fancy to their daughter, they'd gladly give her away too. They were all equally despicable. No one had the right to judge others. Since everyone had their own schemes, they might as well prepare accordingly and pursue their own paths. Li Yuan and his wife returned home, just about to rest, when Li Yuan's phone rang. It was Li Ming, Li Yuan's son and Li Lin's older brother. As soon as Li Yuan answered, Li Ming asked, "Dad, did you send Lin back because you plan to marry her off to Chen Xinwen, the second young master of the Chen family?" "Who told you that?" Li Yuan frowned. "That's not true. Dad, I heard you plan to accept their betrothal gifts on the day of the Chen family patriarch's birthday celebration and arrange the engagement then and there," Li Ming said. "I have a classmate from the Chen family who came to congratulate me yesterday, saying we're about to become family." Could he be lying to me? Li Yuan hadn't realized his son had a classmate from the Chen family and could only admit, yes. This must remain a secret from Lin. If she finds out, she'll refuse to come back. Offending the Chen family would destroy everything our Li family has worked so hard to build in Nanjing City. What does it matter if the family business collapses? Is your sister's lifelong happiness less important than money? Li Ming suddenly snapped. If you two hadn't insisted on forcing Lin to go on that blind date with the Chen family, how could things have turned out like this? Scolded by his own son, Li Yuan retorted angrily, "You speak so lightly. Money isn't important? Where did your clothes, food, and shelter come from since childhood? Money isn't important?
How could you two siblings just decide to study abroad whenever you pleased? I never said money isn't important.
I just said it can't compare to my sister's lifelong happiness. Li Ming seemed to be suppressing his anger as he snorted. Dad, the truth is, I don't have any friends in the Chen family. I lied to you just to see if you were lying to me.
Now that I have my answer, there's no way I'm letting Lin Lin go back. You dare!
Li Yuan roared, his fury boiling over.
Enough talk. Both you and Lin Lin come back immediately. Neither of you is staying out there any longer.
If you refuse, then earn your own living and stay out there.
Chapter 168. Fine. I don't want to come back either.
I can't stand seeing you and Mom sell your own daughter with that smug look on your faces. Li Ming said with deep sorrow.
Dad, money is just money.
Why sacrifice my sister's entire life for it?
Who are you to lecture me?
Li Yuan's rage reached its peak. Either you come back immediately, or I sever all ties with both of you father and children. Dad, you can disown us, but we can't disown ourselves, Li Ming said slowly.
When the day comes that you two wake up, my sister and I will come home.
Seeing Li Ming about to hang up, Li Yuan suddenly remembered something and snapped coldly. Who told you about your sister's engagement to the second young master of the Chun family?
Xu Zeyu.
Li Ming chuckled, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I always thought you two opposed his relationship with Lin Lin, so he deliberately slandered and smeared you. But it turns out I was the naive one.
Ha!
Dad, tell Mom to email us when she misses us.
We won't answer the phone. Goodbye, dear father. Li Ming hung up the phone.
Enraged, Li Yuan smashed the phone to the ground. Rebellious son.
Rebellious son. What's going on?
Seeing her husband so enraged, Chen Miaolian hurriedly asked.
Li Yuan spat venomously. Xu Zeyu. Always Xu Zeyu. If Lin Lin won't come back, I'll have her kidnapped.
At the same time, dark clouds hung over the Huang household as the eldest brother, Huang Jianqing, and the second brother, Huang Jianwan, got into a heated argument. The incident was straightforward. Huang Jianwang had sarcastically taunted his elder brother, accusing Huang Jianqing of raising a spoiled daughter who exploited the family's resources to build her own connections, only to then poach the family business.
Huang Jianqing was a man who knew his own limitations.
He understood he wasn't cut out for business, so he never meddled in the company affairs, preferring instead to indulge in a life of feasting, drinking, and revelry. But no matter how much he indulged in his hedonistic lifestyle, he couldn't stand his younger brother portraying his own daughter as a traitor. Thus, the brothers immediately clashed. The old man of the Huang family remained silent, listening to the brothers' quarrel. By the end, both were exhausted.
Only then did old man Huang speak. Do you think arguing will solve anything?
The brothers shook their heads.
Suddenly, the old man roared, if arguing won't solve anything, then what's the point of this nonsense?
Whoever comes up with a good solution, I'll make him head of the family immediately. The brothers instantly backed down. Truth be told, Huang Jianwang wasn't cut out for business either. Otherwise, the entire Huang family wouldn't have left it to Huang Yuyan, a woman, to struggle alone in the outside world.
Huang Jin suddenly interjected, Grandfather, I truly don't understand why you're so angry. Didn't we agree to join forces against that Xu Zeyu kid and stop him from succeeding in the antique business? You pig-headed fool. If Xu Zeyu were easy to deal with, would it have taken all three major families of Nanjing City to team up? Old Huang's face was etched with disappointment.
Li Haolong took the lead and ended up hospitalized, now too scared to utter a word.
The Zhangs talk a good game about hiring exorcists to deal with Xu Zeyu. Who knows if they even bothered?
The Li Yuans are even more ridiculous. They don't lift a finger, just send their daughter out. The ones truly on the front lines are us, the Huang family.
Us. Grandfather, even if we are the ones leading the charge, there's no need to be so tense. In the antique business of Nanjing City, has our Huang family ever feared anyone? No matter how strong my cousin's connections are, could they possibly surpass ours? Do her and Xu Zeyu's combined funds even match ours? Huang Jin remained unconvinced.
Their connections can't match ours, their money can't match ours, and we have the Chen family backing us.
What is there to fear?
Seeing his grandson still unaware of the gravity of the situation, old Huang shook his head helplessly. Xiao Jin, grandfather could talk to you all day, but it won't make a difference.
You'll understand soon enough. For now, we can only take things one step at a time. Sigh. Xu Zeyu's sudden rise had become a headache for the major clans in Nanjing City.
Yet Xu Zeyu himself didn't feel like he posed any significant threat to them. He ate when he should eat, slept when he should sleep, eating well and sleeping soundly. If the Zhangs, the Lis, and the Huangs knew how carefree Xu Zeyu's life was, they might well spit blood in frustration.
Of course, Xu Zeyu's contentment was merely superficial. In reality, he was agonizing over how to put on a show. It was laughable when he thought about it. Some people fretted over money, others over power, and still others over women. Yet here he was, agonizing over how to put on a show.
Probably the only person in the world who worried about such things.
In a couple of days, it would be the grand opening of his and sister Huang's antique shop, Su Huangji. Should he invite some relatives and friends to liven things up that day and put on a show? Xu Zeyu quickly dismissed the idea. Forget about putting on airs in front of his own friends and family, it wouldn't earn him any skill points. Even if it did, he wouldn't do it.
He despised people who put on airs in front of their own family and friends. It was utterly tacky, as if elevating themselves above their loved ones made them superior. Xu Zeyu's uncle's family were exactly like that. Every holiday season, they'd come over to put on a show. First came his uncle, constantly boasting about how his business raked in hundreds of thousands annually, earning in 1 year what his parents made in 10.
After uncle finished boasting, it was cousin brother's turn. He'd talk about how highly valued he was at his company, how he was second only to the boss in decision-making power, practically becoming the second in command. After my cousin's showboating comes my cousin's wife. Her boasts are even more outrageous. She'll talk about how many men are chasing her, how they'll spend lavishly on her, with cosmetics and handbags being the bare minimum, and how they have to make reservations just to take her out to dinner. Finally, my aunt beamed with pride, declaring she'd married a wonderful husband and had 2 outstanding children, making her the happiest woman in the family. It was bad enough they were putting on airs, but they also constantly criticized Xu Zeyu. Zeyu, with your degree, you'll end up as a middle school teacher or newspaper editor, right? How much money can you possibly make? You'll never find a girlfriend like that. Zeyu, wanna join my cousin's company? Getting you a great position, there would be no problem at all. Zeyu, how about your cousin sets you up with a girlfriend? She's loaded, she could support you easily. For relatives like these, Xu Zeyu wanted to give them one word: get lost. But his parents were honest folk. Whenever his uncle's family bragged, they'd just smile and say nothing, leaving Xu Zeyu to suffer in silence. Sigh. Why did he have to be stuck with relatives like this? As Xu Zeyu was mulling over his family's troubles, a WeChat message popped up. Hey, Zeyu, your cousin here. I'm dining at Isabella's, the best Western restaurant in Nanjiang City. Some young entrepreneur is trying to woo me, he's picking up the tab, so I thought of you, my dear cousin. Come join us for dinner. Chapter 169. Great. Just when I was figuring out how to pretend, someone else decided to pretend for me. Xu Zeyu was utterly speechless. He desperately wanted to decline, but his cousin sent another message: if you don't come, I'll track you down at your school. Xu Zeyu was speechless once more. This cousin knew he despised her and didn't want anything to do with her. Why was she forcing him to come? Could it be that putting on airs in front of this master gave her some kind of satisfaction? Truth be told, the title master was self-proclaimed. To the system, he was barely an apprentice, still wet behind the ears. Since evasion was impossible, Xu Zeyu resorted to an excuse: it's already 1 p.m. I've eaten. Cousin, university cafeteria food is practically pig slop. You call that eating? Cut the nonsense and get over here immediately. Otherwise, I'll have Zhang Xiao send his $1 million Cadillac to pick you up. She even felt the need to specify the make and price of the car. Xu Zeyu knew his cousin wouldn't let this go unless he gave her a proper show. With no other choice, Xu Zeyu conceded: you don't need to come pick me up. I'll just head over myself. Cousin, now that's my good little cousin, hee hee. Half an hour later, Xu Zeyu finally arrived at Isabella, reputed to be the most expensive Western restaurant in Nanjiang City. It must be said, this restaurant was indeed impressive. Both the ambience and the staff were a delight to behold. The moment Xu Zeyu stepped inside, 2 gracefully slender hostesses immediately bowed deeply. Welcome, sir. You're welcome. Xu Zeyu walked into the restaurant and found the table where his cousin was seated. Zeyu, sit down. His cousin, Lu Yuqian, warmly beckoned him to take the seat opposite her. She was dressed fashionably today, adorned with jewels and finery. She had even brought a Louis Vuitton bag, the price tag still attached, seemingly to make sure Xu Zeyu noticed it was brand new. After Xu Zeyu sat down, Lu Yuqian introduced him to the man beside her. Mr. Zhang, this is my cousin Xu Zeyu. He's studying at Nanjiang University. Only then did Xu Zeyu glance at the man. He felt a sense of familiarity, as if he'd seen him somewhere before, but couldn't quite place him at that moment. Xu Zeyu, that name sounds familiar. Zhang Xiao muttered under his breath, then gave Xu Zeyu another once-over. Finding nothing particularly remarkable about him, he dismissed his suspicions. After all, there were plenty of people with the same name. This couldn't be that troublemaker. This Zhang Xiao was quite gracious, taking the initiative to greet Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu, right? Hello. Xu Zeyu nodded back. Mr. Zhang, nice to meet you. After the introductions, Lu Yuqian handed Xu Zeyu a menu, giggling. Zeyu, your family never has anything good to eat. Today's a rare chance, don't be polite with young Master Zhang. Accustomed to his cousin's habit of flaunting her privilege, Xu Zeyu didn't bother to comment. He took the menu and casually ordered a steak priced at over 300 yuan, this one, then. This black pepper tenderloin steak would cost no more than a few dozen yuan elsewhere, yet here it was priced at over 300. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but wonder if the beef here was truly that exceptional. Seeing Xu Zeyu order the cheapest steak, Lu Yuqian's face darkened with displeasure. Zeyu, are you looking down on young Master Zhang? Never mind, I'll order for you Kobe beef steak. That's final. Waiter, 1 Kobe beef steak, please. Xu Zeyu glanced at the menu. Holy cow, this Kobe steak costs 2,000 yuan. This wasn't eating steak, it was eating money.
Even though Xu Zeyu was now worth tens of millions, if he had to shell out 2,000 for a steak, he'd rather spend that money on cafeteria meals for 3 or 4 months.
But as Lu Yuqian had said, he wasn't the one footing the bill. If young Master Zhang was willing to play the sucker, then let him play the sucker. As for whatever price his cousin might pay, like losing her virtue or whatever, that was her own choice. He couldn't be bothered to care. If a woman doesn't value herself, what good is it to interfere? Besides, she's just a cousin, not a blood sister. Even if he wanted to interfere, he couldn't. So Xu Zeyu ate the 2,000 yuan Kobe beef steak with a clear conscience. Even though his rational mind told him this steak was no different from ordinary beef, psychologically, he indulged in a rare moment of self-satisfaction. A 2,000 yuan steak really does taste different, huh? Xu Zeyu had assumed his cousin Lu Yuqian and this Zhang guy were just fooling around. But after observing them for a while, he realized this young fellow seemed genuinely serious about his cousin. And his cousin didn't appear to be treating him like the other men she'd casually played with before. She seemed genuinely invested. If his cousin could truly settle down and marry a wealthy man, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Xu Zeyu thought to himself. But if she really married someone rich, his uncle's family would probably become even more arrogant. Sigh. Deep down, Xu Zeyu still wished his uncle's family well. Aside from their habit of putting on airs at his house, they weren't bad to their relatives. Of course, if they could just stop putting on airs at his place, Xu Zeyu would gladly burn incense and pray for their entire family to strike it rich. Just as Xu Zeyu was thinking kindly of his cousin's family, his cousin's tendency to show off flared up again. Zhang Xiao, I heard your family's assets are worth tens of millions, and you yourself own a company worth several million. Is that true? Zhang Xiao smiled faintly. Close enough. But money is just money. What I truly want is to find a wife who loves me and whom I love in return. Xu Zeyu found Zhang Xiao's words quite agreeable, though they weren't entirely free of affectation. His method was simply more refined. He projected an image without causing discomfort, unlike his cousin who flaunted her superiority by belittling others. That's the difference. Deeply moved, Xu Zeyu nodded repeatedly. Money really isn't everything. Finding a soulmate is what truly matters. Xu Zeyu's words didn't sit well with Lu Yuqian. Zhang Xiao says money is just money because he's loaded. Zeyu, when you say money doesn't matter, what exactly are you implying? Exactly what I mean, Xu Zeyu chuckled. Cousin, there's something I never told you. I'm actually quite wealthy now. Really? Lu Yuqian didn't believe Xu Zeyu had money. She snorted, Zeyu, being poor isn't shameful. Pretending to be rich when you're not, that's what's embarrassing. If you're really wealthy, you pay for this meal. If you can afford it, then I'll admit you're rich. Chapter 170. Hearing Lu Yuqian's words, Xu Zeyu chuckled. You call a few thousand rich? Seriously? Honestly, cousin, I'm not bragging. Paying for this meal? Buying this entire restaurant? Not a big deal for me. Ahem, this restaurant is mine. Not for sale. Zhang Xiao felt a bit awkward and quickly interjected. Ha ha. Xu Zeyu hadn't realized Zhang Xiao was the owner. Laughing, he apologized. Sorry, Zhang Xiao, I was just using it as an example. I wouldn't run a restaurant business, don't worry. Like you're not blowing smoke. Keep bragging. Lu Yuqian rolled her eyes. Who knew you were this kind of cousin? Humph. Xu Zeyu was speechless again. He was telling the truth, why wouldn't she believe him? Fine, if you don't believe me, don't. I'm not forcing you, cousin, just believe it. I was planning to treat everyone, but since this restaurant belongs to Mr. Zhang, I'll pass on joining the fun. With that, Xu Zeyu picked up his knife and fork and began eating his steak with relish and a clear conscience. Mr. Zhang, don't mind him. He just loves to brag. Lu Yuqian said ingratiatingly to Zhang Xiao, who smiled faintly with great composure. It's fine. For the next while, Xu Zeyu ate his meal while Lu Yuqian and Zhang Xiao talked about her business, paying Xu Zeyu no further attention. On the surface, everything seemed perfectly harmonious. Ah, Zhang, having dinner with your girlfriend? A voice Xu Zeyu recognized clearly called out. Zhang Chuan then made his way over to their table. Only then did Xu Zeyu realize why Zhang Xiao reminded him of someone. Looking closely, Zhang Xiao and Zhang Chuan bore a striking resemblance, 5 or 6 parts alike. Zhang rose from his seat, smiling faintly. Bro, how come you're in the mood to visit me? Yuqian, let me introduce you, this is my cousin, Zhang Chuan. Lu Yuqian also stood up and greeted Zhang Chuan. Hello, cousin. Facing Zhang Chuan didn't notice Xu Zeyu. He merely glanced at Lu Yuqian without acknowledging her, his face clouded with frustration. Enough talk. Sigh. You heard about Uncle Li's situation, right? I saw that demon Xu Zeyu beat my uncle into critical condition with my own eyes. I'm in a terrible mood. All I want to do now is go for a drive. Can I borrow your car? Zhang asked curiously. Bro, what about your own car? Zhang Chuan shook his head helplessly. That's all Xu Zeyu's fault too.
Last time I knocked him flying, he found evidence and sued me. My mom finally managed to get a psychiatric evaluation saying I have intermittent mental illness, so we barely got away with it. But ever since then, she won't let me drive, saying I need to lie low. Damn it! Xu Zeyu? Hearing the name twice in a row, Lu Yuqian couldn't help but interject, "Cousin, how come this guy has the exact same name as you?" At Lu Yuqian's remark, Zheng Chuan finally turned his gaze toward Xu Zeyu, who was sitting there eating steak. Instantly, the blood froze in his veins. You. Xu Zeyu stood up, looked at Zheng Chuan, and smiled faintly. "Cousin, it's just a coincidence we share the same name. How could the esteemed Mr. Zhang possibly know a poor guy like me?" "Right, Mr. Zhang?" Zheng Chuan's face twitched violently. It took him a long moment to recover before he stammered out a nod. Yes. Zhang, I suddenly remembered I have some things to attend to. I'll be going now." With that, Zheng Chuan turned and fled as if he'd seen a ghost. Lu Yuqian, slower to react, didn't find Zheng Chuan's abrupt departure odd. She merely remarked to Zhang, "Young Master Zhang, your cousin is acting so strange." Zhang wasn't stupid, he was sharp as a tack. Seeing his cousin's reaction, he instantly understood that Lu Yuqian's cousin was indeed the legendary disaster magnet. His expression shifted slightly. But since his cousin hadn't said anything, and Xu Zeyu was sitting there calmly eating his steak, it would be unseemly for him to make a fuss. Sitting back down, Zheng Zhan lost all desire to chat with Lu Yuqian. Instead, he cautiously turned to Xu Zeyu and asked, "Mr. Xu, you're planning to open an antique shop, right?" Xu Zeyu nodded. "Yes, with a friend. Just making a little money, nothing compared to your Zhang family." This time, Zhang was 100% certain that Xu Zeyu was the very same ominous figure causing such a stir in Nanjiang City today. His expression grew even more peculiar. "Mr. Xu, you truly are a hidden gem. I've always been this way. It doesn't matter whether I'm the real deal or not." Knowing Zhang would grow restless if he lingered, Xu Zeyu finished his steak in one bite, stood up, and smiled faintly. "Thanks for the meal, young Master Zhang. You and my cousin carry on. I won't be a third wheel." Goodbye, cousin. "Goodbye, young Master Zhang." Xu Zeyu walked away with remarkable nonchalance, leaving Lu Yuqian utterly baffled. What's gotten into this kid? He's acting so strange. Zheng shot Lu Yuqian a meaningful glance and said slowly, "Yuqian, be more polite to your cousin from now on. He's no ordinary person." Hearing Zhang's words, Lu Yuqian grew even more bewildered. "What do you mean?" Zheng replied, "What I mean is, when he said he could buy this restaurant from me earlier, he wasn't just bragging." Lu Yuqian. After leaving the Western restaurant, Xu Zeyu, stuffed from eating, decided to walk back to school. He hadn't gone far when his phone rang. He picked up his phone to find a WeChat message from Chu Chanshan, the former campus beauty. "Xu Zeyu, are you free this afternoon? I'm heading back to Yanjing tonight on the high-speed train. I'm already in Nanjiang and have nowhere to go this afternoon. Would you mind accompanying me for a stroll?" Just as Xu Zeyu was about to say yes, Chu Chanshan had already sent her location. Xu Zeyu had no choice but to agree. "Sure, I'll be right over." Xu Zeyu was quite surprised to find himself back at Mingdian Coffee House, the very place they'd last met. What surprised him even more was that Chu Chanshan had chosen the exact same seat she'd occupied last time. Xu Zeyu sat down and smiled faintly. "Chanshan, you took quite a long leave this time." Chu Chanshan shrugged, offering a helpless, wry smile. "My mom's health took a turn. She suddenly got sick, so I took extra days off to stay home." Xu Zeyu immediately asked with concern, "Oh, how is Mrs. Chu doing now?" "Same as always, she's practically living in a medicine cabinet," Chu Chanshan replied. "I'm really worried. If I'm not there, my dad gets so busy with work sometimes that no one can take care of her." At this, Xu Zeyu didn't know what to say. He could only offer an awkward smile. "Why not bring your mom to live with you after you graduate from college?" Hearing this, Chu Chanshan gave a faint smile before suddenly blurting out, "Xu Zeyu, be my boyfriend." Chapter 171. Xu Zeyu nearly choked on his coffee upon hearing Chu Chanshan's words. "What did you just say?" Chu Chanshan giggled. "Look how excited you are. I was just saying it casually. Back in high school, I heard you guys were calling me the school flower. With the school flower pursuing you, shouldn't you be over the moon? I have a girlfriend," Xu Zeyu declared solemnly. "She's abroad right now, but I'll wait for her to come back." "I told you, I was just saying." Chu Chanshan shot Xu Zeyu a look. "I don't have a boyfriend yet, and way too many guys are chasing me. So I need a fool to be my shield." "Will you be my shield? A fool and a shield? That's not very fair, Chu Chanshan." Xu Zeyu huffed. "What if my girlfriend finds out someday? If she dumps me in a fit of rage, you'll have to compensate me with a new girlfriend. Then I'll offer myself as compensation. I don't think I'd be any worse than your girlfriend, right?" Chu Chanshan stared intently at Xu Zeyu. In that instant, Xu Zeyu was struck by an uncanny illusion. Chu Chanshan was serious. Xu Zeyu quickly shook off that illusion, chuckling awkwardly to cover his embarrassment at having had that momentary delusion. To be fair, you're better than Lin Lin.
Ha. The moment you chuckled, I knew you were lying. Deep down, you still think your girlfriend is better than me, don't you? Chu Chanshan laughed. You really have no idea how to deceive someone. Xu Zeyu hadn't realized he had this flaw. He never imagined Chu Chanshan would know it was truly baffling. But even if he was lying, he wouldn't admit it. Chanshan, didn't you want me to go shopping with you? Let's go. You're just changing the subject. Chu Chanshan chuckled. But it's fine, I'll let you change the subject so you don't feel too awkward. Xu Zeyu was speechless, unable to resist asking, Chanshan, what are you majoring in now? Chu Chanshan giggled, psychology. Xu Zeyu. The two left the coffee shop, but instead of shopping, Chu Chanshan chose to go to the amusement park. In her words, she'd been so focused on studying before that she'd never even been to an amusement park. She wanted to make up for that childhood regret. Xu Zeyu felt the same way, so the two big kids entered the amusement park together and played like true children. Carousel, Ferris wheel, pirate ship, giant swing, roller coaster. They tried every ride available, playing until they were breathless and drenched in sweat. When they grew tired, Chu Chanshan sat down to rest while Xu Zeyu went to the snack bar and bought 2 ice cream cones. They each took one and began eating them in a rather unladylike manner. Brother, buy a flower for your girlfriend, said a little flower girl around 8 years old as she approached Xu Zeyu. Though Chu Chanshan wasn't Xu Zeyu's girlfriend, he didn't mind supporting the little girl's business. Sure, how much for a flower? 5 yuan, the girl replied. All right. Xu Zeyu handed her 5 yuan. The girl patiently selected the brightest rose and handed it to him. Brother, this flower is the prettiest, just like your girlfriend. You're such a sweet talker, Xu Zeyu chuckled, pinching her cheeks playfully. Her cheeks flushed instantly. You're a bad man. My mom says girls shouldn't let boys touch them just like that. I'm sorry. Big brother was wrong. Xu Zeyu laughed. Big brother apologizes to you. That's more like it. I forgive you. The little girl walked away happily, calling out as she went, flowers for sale. Flowers for sale. Watching the little girl leave, Chu Chanshan smiled. She's so adorable. I wonder how her mom can let her go out selling flowers all by herself. Probably because they're struggling financially, Xu Zeyu remarked casually. These days, you see all kinds of families. Neither of them was genuinely concerned about the girl's family, they just happened upon her and made a passing remark. Having played their fill, Xu Zeyu prepared to take Chu Chanshan out for dinner. After dinner, she would catch the high-speed train to Beijing. They had just stepped out of the amusement park gates when a young girl's cry suddenly echoed nearby. I don't know you. Let me go. Let me go now. Xu Zeyu recognized the voice. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a man in his 30s hoisting the flower-selling girl onto his shoulder. As he walked, he yelled, Who told you to go out selling flowers? You're bringing shame on your father. The girl struggled desperately, screaming, You're not my dad. I don't know you. Help. Help me. You won't even acknowledge your own father? That's outrageous. The man angrily smacked the girl's backside, his demeanor indistinguishable from an enraged father. The man continued cursing as he walked toward a Land Rover worth over 300,000 yuan parked by the roadside. The onlookers had initially been suspicious, but upon seeing the car, they naturally dismissed their doubts. What kind of child trafficker would drive a car worth hundreds of thousands? Help me. Help me. He's really not my dad. Wah! The little girl wailed heartbreakingly, yet no one stepped in to stop him. Not a single person even called the police. Chanshan, wait. Xu Zeyu lunged forward, blocking the car door just as the man tried to shove the girl inside. He barked coldly, Who are you? Why are you snatching my cousin? Seeing Xu Zeyu approach, the girl cried out urgently, Brother, save me. He's not my dad. I know. Xu Zeyu fixed the man with a cold stare. Put my cousin down, or I won't be polite. Your cousin? You're just a meddlesome busybody, aren't you? A sneer twisted the man's lips. Let me give you some advice these days, meddlers don't live long. Xu Zeyu snorted coldly. Same as before, let her go, or I won't hold back. Xu Zeyu wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs. He might turn a blind eye to many ugly things, like pickpockets on buses. But when it came to human traffickers snatching children in broad daylight, Xu Zeyu believed anyone with a shred of humanity couldn't just stand by. Thieves merely steal possessions, but human traffickers tear families apart and destroy lives. Xu Zeyu's non-interference didn't mean he was cold-hearted. He simply couldn't stand by in such a situation. Are you sure? The man looked calm. I think you should worry more about your girlfriend. What? Xu Zeyu instinctively glanced toward Chu Chanshan. Behind her, 2 men with menacing expressions stood on either side, whistling with their hands deep in their pockets likely concealing knives or other weapons. Chapter 172. Spotting the 2 men behind Chu Chanshan, Xu Zeyu's expression darkened instantly. This human trafficker has accomplices. If Xu Zeyu continued to confront this trafficker, his two accomplices would undoubtedly stab Chu Chanxian to death without hesitation.
Yet at that moment, Chu Chanxian remained completely oblivious to the danger, her face filled with anxiety as she looked in his direction. Seeing Xu Zeyu's expression change, the man grew even more smug. Kid, sacrificing your own girlfriend for some random girl you don't even know? Not exactly the smartest move, huh? Xu Zeyu took a deep breath and addressed the girl in the calmest voice he could manage. Little sister, I'm a constable. Don't worry, your constable brother will definitely save you. Blow, keep blowing, heh. The man sneered, the more hope you give her now, the more despair she'll feel later. Ha! Trust me. I'll rescue your sister first, then come back for you. Xu Zeyu practically gritted his teeth to say it. After speaking, he turned and walked away. The trafficker's arrogance was so brazen that Xu Zeyu wanted to kill him on the spot. But now wasn't the time. He had to take responsibility for Chu Chanxian. If someone forced him to choose between saving Chu Chanxian and the little girl, he would undoubtedly save Chu Chanxian. He wasn't a hypocrite when it came to saving lives, he would naturally prioritize those closest to him. Many reports touted how dedicated certain individuals were, sacrificing time with their own parents and children for public service. To Xu Zeyu, such people weren't noble or dedicated, they were hypocritical. Therefore, Xu Zeyu could only temporarily leave the little girl behind and head toward Chu Chanxian. Of course, his promise to the little girl remained valid. With his current abilities, as long as this trafficker didn't leave Nanjing City, even if he hid in the sewers, Xu Zeyu would track him down. Seeing Xu Zeyu walk away, the trafficker immediately shoved the little girl into the car and sped off. Seeing their accomplice succeed, the two other accomplices prepared to leave. Try to run? Not a chance. Enraged, Xu Zeyu suddenly lunged forward, delivering a punch straight at one of the accomplices. Before the accomplice could react, a fist slammed into his chest. He crashed to the ground with a thud, his body aching as if every bone had shattered. The other accomplice immediately drew a dagger and stabbed ruthlessly at Xu Zeyu's abdomen. Xu Zeyu seized the man's wrist with pinpoint accuracy and twisted it with decisive force. Snap! The man let out a blood-curdling scream of agony, but Xu Zeyu showed no mercy, following up with a kick to the man's knee. Snap! Another crisp snap echoed as the man collapsed unconscious from the agony. Xu Zeyu casually tossed the man beside his companion. The two lay side by side, like pigs awaiting slaughter. Chu Chanxian had initially been puzzled why Xu Zeyu hadn't gone to rescue the little girl, but now she finally understood. But Xu Zeyu hadn't struck her as particularly strong or skilled in combat. When had he become so formidable? Xu Zeyu could still catch up to the trafficker if he went after him now, but he feared the trafficker might have accomplices nearby who could endanger Chu Chanxian's life, so he didn't dare pursue personally. But not pursuing personally didn't mean he was doing nothing. After taking down the two trafficker accomplices, he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Zhong Yue. Captain Zhong, a trafficker has abducted a young girl. Black Land Rover, license plate Z0856. Currently heading from Nanjing City Amusement Park toward Tongtai East Road. Upon receiving Xu Zeyu's alert, Zhong Yue immediately dropped everything and mobilized a large contingent of officers. Not only that, Zhong Yue also contacted the traffic police department to coordinate roadblocks. Xu Zeyu kept the call active, switched to speakerphone, and opened his phone's electronic map to personally guide Zhong Yue. Knowing Xu Zeyu was handling serious business, Chu Chanxian dared not utter a word, watching the map on his phone intently from the side. A red dot marked the location on the map, presumably indicating the human trafficker's vehicle. What puzzled Chu Chanxian was how Xu Zeyu had become such a skilled hacker that he could casually open his phone and pinpoint the trafficker's vehicle. In truth, Xu Zeyu had enlisted the system's help. He had the system connect to the Black Land Rover's GPS and then relay the GPS map from the Land Rover to his phone. The trafficker was likely not from the area and unfamiliar with the roads, so he had the car's GPS running. This made tracking much easier. Of course, even without the GPS, Xu Zeyu could pinpoint the guy's location using the city's traffic surveillance network. It just would have drained his mental energy more. Xu Zeyu's current state was like his brain had become the system's CPU. Whatever the system needed to do had to pass through his brain for processing. The greater the volume of information processed, the heavier the load on his mind. Fortunately, Xu Zeyu's mind wasn't that fragile. 10 minutes later, two police cars pulled up at the entrance of the amusement park. Zhong Yue, sitting in the front of the lead patrol car, waved at Xu Zeyu. We've cornered the human trafficker. Get in. Got it. Xu Zeyu and Chu Chanxian climbed into Zhong Yue's patrol car and sped toward the kidnapper's location. The officers in the rear police car handcuffed the two human traffickers and tossed them into the vehicle before driving off. What's going on? As soon as he got in the car, Xu Zeyu turned to Zhong Yue. Judging by your expression, it seems the situation isn't resolved. Yes. Zhong Yue's expression was grave. We and our traffic police colleagues cornered the traffickers at an intersection on Tongtai Road. But the guy has a dagger and is holding the girl hostage.
Our people can't act rashly, we have to wait and see. That scumbag. Xu Zeyu cursed angrily. Don't worry. As long as the girl is safe, I'll get her back unharmed. Zhang Yue said nothing more, she didn't need to. She'd come to pick up Xu Zeyu precisely because she wanted him to handle this situation. Nanjing City wasn't without SWAT teams, but even they couldn't guarantee the hostage would emerge unscathed. Faced with such trouble, Zhang Yue's first instinct was to seek out Xu Zeyu. She didn't know when she developed this habit, whenever a case got too complicated, she'd turn to Xu Zeyu for help. If it's possible, I think I can help. Chu Chanxian suddenly spoke up, startling Xu Zeyu. Chanxian, you're not joking, right? I wouldn't joke with my life or a young girl's life. I'm serious. Chu Chanxian said solemnly. Have you forgotten what I told you earlier? My major is psychology. Zhang Yue, who was driving, raised an eyebrow, and, let me talk to that guy, Chu Chanxian said. As long as he's willing to speak with me for more than a minute, I guarantee I can hypnotize him. Chapter 173. Xu Zeyu had originally planned to use his hypnosis card to subdue the criminal himself. He hadn't expected Chu Chanxian to come up with the same solution, much less that she had studied psychology and was skilled in hypnosis. Even so, Xu Zeyu refused to let her risk herself. Chanxian, don't go. It's too dangerous. I'll handle it. Don't worry. I know hypnosis too. This was the first time Xu Zeyu had ever admitted to knowing hypnosis, and only then did Zhang Yue grasp the crucial connection between the two cases in Qinzhou City. The first was Huang Yuyan's kidnapping case. Xu Zeyu had managed to turn two criminals against their captors, turning them into his undercover agents. At the critical moment, they intervened, rescuing Huang Yuyan and wounding Zhao Qing. The second was the foreign businessman's kidnapping. Xu Zeyu had two kidnappers lead him deep into enemy territory. Without hypnosis, he couldn't have pulled it off so flawlessly. Moreover, at the office kidnapping scene, the officers discovered some victims had been stabbed with daggers while others showed signs of being beaten. It was clear multiple assailants were involved. The kidnappers couldn't explain it either, and Luo Shiping and the others felt awkward asking Xu Zeyu, so this crucial detail remained a mystery. But now that Xu Zeyu had admitted to his hypnotic abilities, all the puzzles fell into place. This kid is getting stranger and stranger, Zhang Yue thought to herself. Thankfully, he's not a bad person, otherwise, we'd be in real trouble. Hearing Xu Zeyu express such concern for her, a charming smile spread across Chu Chanxian's face. Zeyu, are you showing concern for your campus beauty girlfriend? Ahem. Zhang Yue cleared her throat twice, teasingly remarking, Chanxian, Xu Zeyu is taken. Don't let that philandering turnip fool you. Zhang Yue considered herself being polite by not mentioning Yan Wenjun. Truthfully, she didn't want to meddle in Xu Zeyu's personal affairs, but she couldn't bear to see a beautiful girl like Chu Chanxian get hurt by him. I know, Chu Chanxian laughed. This is between me and Zeyu. Captain Zhong, you don't need to meddle. With Chu Chanxian putting it that way, Zhang Yue felt her good intentions had been thrown to the dogs. She huffed twice and fell silent. She reminded herself again that she was a constable, her duty was to handle matters within her jurisdiction. If those girls willingly let themselves be deceived, why should she meddle? Xu Zeyu cleared his throat twice, trying to hide his awkwardness. Chanxian, I agreed to be your shield. But if my girlfriend ever misunderstands, you have to explain for me. No problem. I can't ask you for help and then make you take the fall, hee hee. Chu Chanxian laughed. Then it's settled. Zhang Yue shook her head, utterly speechless. She genuinely didn't know what to say. Whatever. As long as Xu Zeyu handles his own business properly. They arrived at the scene quickly. The three of them got out of the police car together. Xu Zeyu then saw the human trafficker from earlier holding the flower girl close to his chest, pressing a dagger against her throat. Probably because the guy was too nervous, he pressed too hard, and the blade of the dagger cut a small gash in the girl's throat. Blood gushed out, a truly terrifying sight. All constables, back off. Or I'll take this girl with me, the trafficker yelled hysterically. The constables dared not approach, yet they were unwilling to disperse, so they maintained their encircling formation. Seeing Zhang Yue arrive, the constables finally felt a sense of reassurance and relaxed slightly. Just as Xu Zeyu moved to approach the trafficker, the man bellowed, "You little punk, don't you dare come any closer. Take one more step and I'll slit this girl's throat." Spotting Xu Zeyu, the girl immediately wailed, "Brother, save me." Wah! Hearing her cries, Xu Zeyu's heart ached. "Little sister, I promised to save you, and here I am. Stay still. I will save you. Meishum, I believe you'll come save me. I'm not scared." Hearing Xu Zeyu's words, the little girl calmed down slightly. Earlier, when she hadn't seen Xu Zeyu, she'd thought he'd lied to her, and despair had filled her heart. Now that she saw Xu Zeyu had indeed caught up, her mood calmed considerably. When Xu Zeyu told her not to move, she cooperated much more readily. Xu Zeyu desperately wanted to rush forward and throw a hypnosis card at that guy, but the card had specific conditions for use. They had to make eye contact, and both parties had to be within 1 meter for it to take effect. If the target possessed strong willpower, the card might even fail. But now, the guy was panicking and disoriented, so the issue of strong willpower was irrelevant.
The only problem now was how to get close to him. The guy was too wary, refusing to let her get even a step closer. Xu Zeyu was helpless. Just then, Xu Chanshan stepped forward and addressed the trafficker. "Sir, you won't get far with this little girl. How about this? We both compromise. I'll drive you out of town. After you leave, you can take the little girl with you. I'll bring her back. What do you say?"
As Xu Chanshan spoke, she began walking toward the trafficker.
Perhaps it was Xu Chanshan's delicate, helpless appearance that lowered the trafficker's guard. Plus, she was a pretty girl hard to feel truly wary of. So Xu Chanshan walked unimpeded to within a meter of him, a faint smile on her face as she looked at him. "You can drive me, but those constables aren't coming along," the trafficker snapped angrily. "If they follow us, I'll take you all down with me."
"Brother," Xu Chanshan countered, "life is so beautiful. Why are you always talking about death? Do you have a wife and children? If so, could you really abandon them and choose to die?" The trafficker's face twitched slightly as he shook his head. "A man like me? I do work that cuts off my family line. How could I possibly have a wife or children?" In truth, he had a wife, but she had despised his poverty and run off with another man. Driven mad by rage, he took the path of least resistance and thus embarked on the irreversible road of child trafficking. Xu Chanshan's words had struck a nerve, lowering his guard once more. Xu Chanshan continued speaking as she edged closer to the trafficker. "Brother, even if you have no wife or children, surely you have parents? Could you bear to let them watch you die, forcing them to bury their own child?" The trafficker felt an almost hypnotic pull in Xu Chanshan's voice. It warmed his brain, lulling him into a drowsy haze. My parents. Xu Chanshan smiled. "So, my friend, put down that dagger. Let's talk things through. There's no problem that can't be solved, right?"
"Yes, there's no problem that can't be solved," the trafficker murmured like a dream, slowly lowering the dagger. Just as he was about to lower it, a police car no one knew which one suddenly blared its piercing siren. Wah woo wah woo wah woo. The trafficker snapped back to reality, snatching the dagger back up and snarling furiously, "Bitch!" Chapter 174. The trafficker roared, cradling the little girl in one arm while lunging at Xu Chanshan with the dagger in his other hand. Xu Chanshan's face paled as she tried to dodge, but it was too late. Hypnosis worked best at close range. To save the little girl, Xu Chanshan had drawn so near to the trafficker that his dagger could easily pierce her. As the gleaming blade loomed over her chest, Xu Chanshan's face drained of color. "No!" Clang! A hand suddenly appeared behind Xu Chanshan, gripping the dagger tightly. Blood instantly seeped through the gaps between the fingers. Xu Chanshan turned to see who had appeared beside her. Who else but Xu Zeyu? Scum! Xu Zeyu's eyes blazed with fury. His left hand gripped the dagger, while his right fist slammed into the attacker's skull. Thud! The human trafficker's head took the blow, knocking him unconscious on the spot. The little girl tumbled from the trafficker's grasp. Xu Zeyu rolled on the spot, catching her in his arms. She suffered no injuries from the fall. "Wah, thank you, big brother." The little girl clung to Xu Zeyu, sobbing uncontrollably. Xu Zeyu patted her head gently, soothing her with a soft voice. It's okay. The bad guy got taken down by Big Brother." A large group of constables rushed over, roughly handcuffing the human trafficker and tossing him onto a cart. Xiao Ya. A young woman in pajamas, disheveled and pale, ran frantically toward Xu Zeyu and the little girl. Hearing her voice, the child released Xu Zeyu and dashed toward the woman. "Mommy! You scared me to death." Tears streamed down the young woman's face as she wept bitterly. "It's all my fault. I'll never let you go sell flowers alone again." "Mommy, Xiaoya's fine. Xiaoya isn't scared. Xiaoya will keep selling flowers to earn money and buy medicine for mommy." The little girl's words moved the surrounding crowd to tears, and they wept alongside the mother and daughter. Xu Chanshan approached Xu Zeyu and whispered, "Zeyu, are you rich now?" Xu Zeyu nodded. "Not bad. If you can, give them some money." Xu Chanshan looked at them with pity. "They're so pitiful." Xu Zeyu had already intended to help the unfortunate pair, but since Xu Chanshan had spoken up, he let her take the lead. "Littleya, you shouldn't sell flowers anymore. This lady says she'll pay for your mother's treatment. Go back to school and study hard. When you grow up and succeed, you can take care of your mother then, okay?" "No, thank you. My illness is a bottomless pit, incurable. The doctor said I was born with deficient vital energy and blood, and only ginseng can sustain my life. More money would only prolong my suffering." The young mother shook her head repeatedly. "If you truly wish to help us, please send Xiaoya to school and support her through university." "Thank you." With that, the young mother suddenly knelt before Xu Zeyu and Xu Chanshan. "Don't do this." Xu Zeyu and Xu Chanshan hurriedly helped her up. "We're helping you, not demanding your kneeling. This isn't gratitude, it's putting us in an awkward position." Realizing her overreaction, the young mother apologized repeatedly. "I'm so sorry. You're still willing to help Xiaoya, right?"
Xu Zeyu nodded. Xiaoya is a good girl. Rest assured, I'll continue supporting her until she graduates from university. If you're worried, focus on getting well. I won't say more. Leave me your address and phone number. I'm free on Sunday and will come by. Thank you, thank you.
The young mother gave Xu Zeyu her phone number and address, expressed her gratitude profusely once more, and then left.
Is your hand okay? Zhong Yue approached. You've lost so much blood you should get it bandaged. Only then did Chu Chanxian notice Xu Zeyu's hand. She quickly grabbed it, her heart aching. Your hand. Xu Zeyu chuckled. It's fine. Just needs bandaging. But you were pretty brave just now. Chu Chanxian shot Xu Zeyu a disapproving glare. Cut the nonsense. We're going to the hospital to get that bandaged right now.
Just as Xu Zeyu was about to head to the hospital, a swarm of reporters swarmed around him, microphones thrust in his face. Sir, you and your girlfriend were so brave.
Could you tell us what you were thinking at the time?
Sir, you and your girlfriend are so kind saving that little girl and offering to help that poor mother and daughter.
What do you do for a living?
Sir. Faced with the barrage of questions, Xu Zeyu made a quiet gesture, and the journalists fell silent, leaving only the clicking of camera flashes.
Xu Zeyu gathered his thoughts briefly before speaking. Hello everyone, my name is Xu Zeyu.
I'm still a student, but I have considerable expertise in antique appraisal, which is why my friend and I opened an antique shop. It's located in the Nanjing City Antique Market and is called Su Huangji. We'll be opening at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. If you'd like to learn more, I invite all of you journalists to visit our shop then and show your support.
Now I need to head to the hospital for bandaging. Surely you don't want me bleeding while continuing this interview?
At Xu Zeyu's words, the journalists instinctively parted to make way. Xu Zeyu and Chu Chanxian climbed into Zhong Yue's car, and she drove them to the hospital.
Your cut is so deep, will it leave any lasting damage? Holding Xu Zeyu's bleeding hand in both of hers, Chu Chanxian felt a pang of heartache. Xu Zeyu chuckled, it's fine, no big deal. Chanxian, he's tough as nails. Don't worry.
Zhong Yue reassured Chu Chanxian before asking, Zeyu, tell me something.
That distance even I would need 2 or 3 seconds to reach Chanxian. But you seem to do it in just 1 second. How did you manage that? How did I do it?
With time stop, of course. Xu Zeyu desperately wanted to tell Zhong Yue that, but he couldn't possibly say it.
So he came up with another excuse. Chanxian is the daughter of my middle school principal.
If I hurt her, her dad would go berserk, and I couldn't handle that. Humph! Zhong Yue snorted in displeasure. I bet you just got carried away by her beauty and couldn't bear to see a pretty girl hurt, so you threw caution to the wind.
Xu Zeyu chuckled, if that's how you see it, well, I guess you're not wrong, huh? Zhong Yue snorted again, then casually asked, Xu Zeyu, why do I feel like you're a disaster magnet? Wherever you go, trouble follows. Chapter 175. Regarding this question, the system had actually provided Xu Zeyu with an answer long ago. Since it was a system possessing him, if he didn't stir up trouble, how could he get the chance to play the part? And if you're going to put on a show, how could you not stir things up? As the system put it, acting cool invites lightning strikes. Pretending is a heaven-defying cultivation. If you choose to play the part, be prepared to get struck by lightning. Thus, after acquiring the system, Xu Zeyu's life naturally became exceptionally different. Much like the protagonist in Detective Conan, wherever Conan goes, death follows. Sometimes one death just wasn't enough, it had to be multiple deaths. Xu Zeyu was much like Conan. Now wherever he went, chaos followed, and he was having the time of his life. Xu Zeyu had thought this matter would remain his secret, but to his surprise, Zhong Yue had noticed it too. All he could muster was a resigned reply, talent is cursed by heaven, what can you do? Chu Chanxian couldn't help but laugh out loud at Xu Zeyu's feigned helplessness. Zhong Yue had only asked casually, not expecting Xu Zeyu to provide an answer. When trouble brews, it's inevitable she could only watch Xu Zeyu stir things up. Xu Zeyu's hand injury wasn't serious. After getting it bandaged at the hospital, he came out. None of them had eaten dinner yet, so Xu Zeyu turned to Zhong Yue and said, Captain Zhong, let's grab dinner together. Zhong Yue shot Chu Chanxian a meaningful glance before shaking her head. You two go ahead. I need to head back to the station to write up the report. See you later. After Zhong Yue left, Chu Chanxian suddenly grinned. Zeyu, I think Captain Zhong likes you too. That cold-faced, violent woman? Xu Zeyu snorted dismissively. Forget it. Don't mention her. Let's go eat. After dinner, Xu Zeyu walked Chu Chanxian to the train station. With half an hour left before departure, Chu Chanxian entered the waiting hall while Xu Zeyu remained outside. They parted at the entrance. Chanxian, have a safe trip. Thanks, Chu Chanxian smiled. Zeyu, remember what you promised me. What did I promise you? To be your shield? Xu Zeyu replied. I remember. Chu Chanxian looked at Xu Zeyu with a smile. I think, until I find that extraordinary boyfriend, having you as my boyfriend isn't so bad.
Just as Xu Zeyu was about to respond, Xu Chanshan continued, but since you already have a girlfriend, I won't steal someone else's love.
Alright, I'm off. Bye.
Before Xu Zeyu could finish his goodbye, Xu Chanshan suddenly threw herself forward, wrapping her arms tightly around him and resting her head on his shoulder.
Thump, thump. Xu Zeyu felt Xu Chanshan's heartbeat accelerating, growing faster and faster. Xu Zeyu didn't know what to say, and Xu Chanshan remained silent. They just held each other like that, as if time had frozen in that moment, and everything around them faded into an irrelevant backdrop. After a long while, Xu Chanshan finally released Xu Zeyu. Her face was smiling, yet streaked with tears. Zeyu, take care. Only then did Xu Zeyu realize something was troubling Xu Chanshan. As she turned to leave, he grabbed her hand. Chanshan, what happened? Xu Chanshan wiped the tears from her face and offered a faint smile. Nothing. Just feeling a bit melancholy about how unpredictable life can be. I'm truly leaving now. Goodbye. Xu Chanshan turned and walked away. Xu Zeyu watched her figure disappear from view before picking up his phone and dialing his mother's number. Mom, I have a question. Did something happen at Principal Chu's house? Life is so unpredictable. Principal Chu's wife passed away suddenly. She was barely in her 50s. His mother sighed deeply. Shanshan was attending her cousin's wedding when it happened, missing her mother's final moments. The poor child cried herself into a mess. Sigh. Only then did Xu Zeyu understand why Xu Chanshan had been acting so unusually today, first insisting he be her boyfriend, then hugging him and telling him to take care of himself. Was she treating him as her emotional anchor and support? This realization brought an inexplicable pang of guilt to Xu Zeyu. Shanshan trusted him so deeply, yet despite spending the entire afternoon with her, he hadn't even noticed how off her emotions were. Mom, I got it. Talk to you later. Xu Zeyu hung up and immediately sent Shanshan a WeChat message. Shanshan, stay strong. Xu Chanshan replied quickly, I'm not strong. Can I lean on your shoulder? Xu Zeyu's hand trembled slightly, but he still sent a reply, sure. Xu Chanshan sent a smiley face, then added, thanks, old classmate. To avoid affecting your relationship with your girlfriend, we'll only contact each other when I need a cover. He. Old classmate, goodbye. Goodbye. Xu Zeyu murmured to himself, watching the passing crowd. His thoughts suddenly drifted back to high school, that time when feelings were still so raw and naive. Yes, back in high school, like every other boy, he had liked the school beauty, Xu Chanshan. Xu Chanshan was the first girl he'd ever liked, appearing countless times in his teenage dreams. He still remembered how he'd intended to hand her a love letter, only to freeze in terror upon seeing her, unable to utter a word. In the end, he tossed the letter into a trash can. He loved Shanshan, but back then, his insecurity made her seem unattainable, someone he felt unworthy of. So he chose to give up. Even so, he never forgot that girl with the radiant smile. It wasn't until he entered university and started dating Linlin that Xu Chanshan's image gradually faded from his mind. But now, he suddenly realized that her image hadn't vanished at all, it had merely been dormant deep within his heart. Until just now, when Xu Chanshan embraced him, the dormant image had awakened once more. Xu Zeyu, you're a scumbag who can't keep his feet in one place. How can you justify this to anyone? To Qianqian? To Wenjun? To Linlin? After realizing his own fickleness, Xu Zeyu engaged in deep self-analysis and introspection. Then he heard the system say with utter disdain, what's there to agonize over? You're just being melodramatic. Don't tell me you only like one of these girls and don't care about the other two. Cut the crap. Xu Zeyu snapped, fuming with embarrassment. What business is it of yours, you disembodied system, to meddle like this? The system wasn't fazed by Xu Zeyu's anger and continued, I'll ask you this, if all three of them were willing to follow you together, would you still refuse? Chapter 176. Xu Zeyu desperately wanted to say yes, but he knew he couldn't deceive the system. The system was directly embedded in his mind. Whatever thoughts crossed his mind, the system knew. How could he possibly deceive it? In other words, the system and his own true feelings were one and the same. His usual self was carefully crafted and polished, while the system represented his most raw and unfiltered self. Xu Zeyu remained silent. The system continued with a snort, you couldn't stand Li Lin marrying into the Chen family, you were ready to die. But if Yan Wenjun or Xu Chanshan were getting married now, would you happily send them off? Give them a wedding gift, drink their wedding wine, and wish them to have kids soon? Shut up! Xu Zeyu roared angrily. Your big mouth, no one would think you're mute if you kept it shut. Angry? Ha ha. The system chuckled wickedly. Since you don't want these things to happen, what are you hesitating for? As a man, when you're powerless, pretending to be pure to trick a girl into following you devotedly is one thing. But when you have the power, who are you pretending to be pure for? Xu Zeyu felt he'd once been a model youth of the new era, upholding the 5 principles and 4 virtues. But ever since encountering this wicked system, his life had been spiraling step by step into depravity. First, he learned to put on airs, constantly thinking about how to do it. Next, the system taught me to be promiscuous. One girlfriend wasn't enough. Any girl I liked or who liked me had to be mine. Yes, it was all the system's fault for corrupting him. Xu Zeyu thought this, and his mind felt much more balanced. Knowing Xu Zeyu was using it as an excuse to deceive himself, the system didn't mind. It chuckled eerily, exactly. Indulge your innermost desires. Only by doing so can you reach the pinnacle of pretending. Wah-aha! Listening to the system's laughter, Xu Zeyu felt that the system within him had not only gathered the abilities of its creators but also their very essence of wickedness. Sigh, he was in for a busy life ahead. The next day was Friday. Xu Zeyu enjoyed a rare moment of peace at school, free from trivial distractions. While he enjoyed the peace, the Zhang household welcomed an uninvited guest. The visitor was another Taoist priest, who claimed to be the master of Xianshan Taoist, with the Taoist name Qingyi. Having heard that his disciple had suffered severe injuries and lost his cultivation, Qingyi Taoist had come to the Zhang residence to retrieve his pupil. Mrs. Zhang had been eager for Xianshan Doran's master to arrive sooner, but the moment she laid eyes on Qingyi Taoist, it felt like her soul had plunged into the depths of hell. While his monastic name Qingyi sounded rather ethereal and divine, his appearance was truly terrifying. His eyes bulged like dead fish, his ears were enormous, his nose was flat, and his mouth was wide. He was as ugly as could be. Ugliness alone would have been bearable, but this Taoist was also filthy, reeking of a musty stench from head to toe. Sitting on the living room sofa, he instantly transformed the entire space into a place stinkier than a public restroom. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that the moment Mrs. Zhang and her son laid eyes on this Taoist priest, they felt as if their souls had been frozen solid, overcome by an intense chill. It was late summer, early autumn, and the weather was still hot, yet both mother and son felt chills running through their bodies. Qingyi Taoist glanced at the pair and let out a sinister grin. Ha, what a pitiful mother and son. Not a soul in this family will meet a good end. Hearing these words, Mrs. Zhang's face turned ashen. Master Taoist, what are you saying? I mean, your entire family will meet a terrible end. Qingyi Taoist suddenly dropped his smile, his face turning grim and terrifying, like a demon straight out of a horror film. No wonder my disciple suddenly met with misfortune. It was all because of you. Zheng Chuan was too terrified to speak. Mrs. Zhang summoned her courage and asked in a trembling voice, Master Taoist, what do you mean by that? Ha! I believe I've made myself quite clear. No need for further words. I've come to take Xianshan back. Qingyi Daorun stood up, casually placing a faceless clay figurine on the table. Whoever injured my disciple wrapped their photograph around this clay doll. Then, at midnight sharp, throw the doll into the fire. This task is yours. Just as Mrs. Zhang was about to ask more questions, Qingyi Daorun vanished before their eyes, as if he had never been there at all. Recalling the eerie aura emanating from Qingyi Daorun, both mother and son couldn't help but shiver. This Taoist felt utterly inhuman. It took them a long while to recover their senses, staring at the clay figurine on the table. In a daze, they seemed to see a swarm of malevolent spirits bursting forth from the clay figure, emitting piercing, wailing cries of ghostly anguish. Master, I must have my revenge. On the path back to the mountain, Xianshan Taoist gritted his teeth, his gaze fierce and ruthless. I've already taught the Zhang family how to use the Yin Corpse talisman doll. If that doll can kill him, you won't need to return for revenge. Only if the Yin Corpse talisman doll fails to finish him off will he be worthy of my personal intervention. At the mention of the Yin Corpse talisman dolls, Xianshan Doran's face twisted into a savage grin of satisfaction. Master, with you handling this, that brat won't live to see tomorrow's sun. That evening, the old man of the Huang family received a call from Chen Lizhong. Old Huang, Xu Zeyu's shop opens tomorrow. I wanted to ask, have you taken care of things on your end? Old Huang chuckled. Rest assured, Mr. Chen. Not a single shop owner will grace Su Huangji with their presence tomorrow, nor will a single customer set foot in their store. Just make sure you're ready, Chen Lizhong replied. As I said before, whatever it takes to shut down Xu Zeyu's shop, whatever price tag it carries, my Chen family will buy it and give it to you. Old Huang chuckled. Then I'll thank you in advance, Mr. Chen. Ha ha. Alright, I'll await your good news. Chen Lizhong hung up. Only then did old Huang lower his phone, the smile vanishing from his face as his brows furrowed deeply. Nanjiang City wasn't that big. The tactics deployed against Xu Zeyu wouldn't escape their notice. Any other opponent would have been scrambling for help by now, but Xu Zeyu was eerily calm, so calm it felt unsettling. That kid hasn't made a move yet. Could he have something else up his sleeve? Old man Huang sank into deep thought. Trying to shut us down? Not so fast. After final preparations were made at the shop, Xu Zeyu sat down at the tea table. He took a leisurely sip of tea and smiled calmly. Sister Huang, tomorrow is bound to disappoint them. Ha ha. Huang Yuyan smiled faintly. Zeyu, I think you're the true business genius. Ha. By the way, it's almost midnight. You should head back and get some rest. Chapter 177. Xu Zeyu felt a bit sleepy too, so he said to Huang Yuyan, I'll walk you home first, then head back to school. Xiao Mo's injuries hadn't fully healed, and Huang Yuyan didn't have bodyguards. Xu Zeyu couldn't bear to let her go home alone. Huang Yuyan understood Xu Zeyu's concern and nodded with a smile. All right. Xu Zeyu locked up the shop just as the clock struck midnight.
Meanwhile, Mrs. Zhang and her son Zhang Chuan tossed the clay figurine bearing Xu Zeyu's photo into the brazier. Instantly, the brazier crackled and popped. Wispy black smoke billowed from the burning clay figure, transforming into countless little ghosts wailing and howling. Ha! Ha! The living room instantly filled with shrieking little ghosts, darting about everywhere, terrifying Mrs. Zhang and her son into stupor. What kind of evil thing is this? Fortunately, these ghosts formed from black smoke quickly flew out the window and vanished without a trace in an instant. Only then did mother and son breathe a sigh of relief. Unconsciously, their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. After experiencing such a bizarre and sinister thing once, they never wanted to use it again. After a long while, Zhang Chuan finally spoke up. Mom, do you think Xu Zeyu will die this time? Mrs. Zhang wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and snorted coldly. With all these terrifying things haunting him, I don't believe he'll survive. At the same moment, Xu Zeyu was preparing to leave the shop with Huang Yuyan when he suddenly felt something terrifying invade his mind. The pain made him collapse to the ground, screaming, ah! Xu Zeyu immediately shouted at the system, System! What the hell is going on? What else could it be? You've been cursed, of course. The system chuckled. The attacker's power is close to advanced yin-yang feng shui magic. I think you know who did this. Cut the crap. I'm in agony. Think of a solution. Xu Zeyu bellowed in desperation, but the system remained utterly unruffled. You don't have a protective talisman. What else can be done? Just endure the pain. Unless you immediately advance your yin-yang feng shui skills to the advanced level, you'll just have to bear it and wait for the system to gradually repair your damaged brain. Relax, it hurts a bit, but it won't kill you. Oh, and by the way, the system will repair your brain automatically, no charge. The system continued its cold-hearted remarks, infuriating Xu Zeyu into cursing its entire family, your grandmother, your mother, your sister. Xu Zeyu soon ran out of insults. However, as his mind filled with hallucinations, a horde of little demons lunging at him, clawing and tearing at his bones and flesh, drinking his blood. Hearing Xu Zeyu's agonized screams, Huang Yuyan rushed over to help him up, only to find him already unconscious. Not only that, but Xu Zeyu's body rapidly grew cold, as icy as a block of frost. In an instinctive act, Xu Zeyu clutched Huang Yuyan tightly, seeking warmth from her body to ward off the chill. Huang Yuyan didn't struggle, nor did she even consider it. Instead, she held Xu Zeyu even tighter. She thought Xu Zeyu had fallen ill, his entire body icy cold. She couldn't let his body continue to grow colder. She desperately wanted to call a doctor, but she feared that the moment she left Xu Zeyu, his body would freeze solid and never recover. With no other choice, she could only use her own body heat to warm him. Yet Xu Zeyu's temperature continued to drop. In his delirium, he kept tearing at Huang Yuyan's clothes, craving something. Huang Yuyan frowned, hesitating. Although she and Xu Zeyu were on good terms, their relationship hadn't progressed to the point where they could casually sleep together. Besides, Xu Zeyu had a girlfriend. What would happen if he did something reckless while unconscious and then remembered it later? Huang Yuyan knew Xu Zeyu would never abandon his girlfriend. She couldn't imagine how they could ever face each other honestly again if something happened between them. She wanted to push Xu Zeyu away, but seeing his closed eyes and clenched jaw, twisted in agony, reminded her of what he'd said yesterday morning when he beat up that evil Taoist priest. 100 million? Is that a lot? Not even the greatest fortune could compare to a single strand of my sister Huang's hair. Dare to touch my sister Huang, and even if you're the king of kings, you'll die. Sigh. Fine. Consider it a debt I owe you. Huang Yuyan sighed, slipped off her clothes, and embraced Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu had a dream. In it, he fell into a bottomless icy abyss, freezing to death. Suddenly, a warm embrace enveloped his body, slowly restoring warmth to his frozen limbs. After an unknown amount of time, Xu Zeyu slowly opened his eyes and came to. He shifted slightly and suddenly felt his hand brush against skin as smooth as silk. Startled, he gasped, Sis Huang, you. Huang Yuyan, who had been exhausted and fallen asleep earlier, was startled awake by Xu Zeyu's movement. She pretended nonchalance as she addressed him. Earlier, you seemed to have some strange illness. Your body was ice cold, and you kept clinging to me. Then you ended up like this. Xu Zeyu, now fully awake, scanned Huang Yuyan's body with his eyes, reluctant to look away. Huang Yuyan, who had been trying to act nonchalant as if nothing had happened, suddenly flushed crimson. You're being way too forward. I helped you, and now you're taking advantage of me? Turn around right now. Oh. Xu Zeyu reluctantly turned his face away, then instinctively tried to look back. Huang Yuyan snapped, stop staring. Huang Yuyan hurriedly pulled her clothes back into place, huffing angrily, you can look now. Huang Yuyan's hair was slightly disheveled, but this touch of disorder didn't diminish her charm. Instead, it added a hint of mature womanly languor and allure. Seeing Huang Yuyan's flustered state, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Sis Huang, I didn't do anything earlier, did I? What else do you want to do now? Huang Yuyan spat out, her face flushed crimson.
Xu Zeyu, you didn't do anything, and I didn't do anything either. Nothing happened tonight, you hear me? Xu Zeyu nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at grain. Got it, Sister Huang. Don't be angry. It's already 2 o'clock. Let me walk you home. Huang Yuyan finally calmed down and gave a light snort. Fine. Let's go. Xu Zeyu walked Huang Yuyan home.
Without so much as a good night or goodbye, she slammed the door shut. Xu Zeyu shrugged helplessly at the door, frowning as he muttered to himself, Sis Huang, I'm truly sorry.
This really isn't my fault. It's all that damn system's fault for standing by and doing nothing. I'm being framed. Chapter 178.
Huang Yuyan and Xu Zeyu's shop opened today, so Xu Zeyu's roommates, several close classmates, and Yang Mei all came to help out and join the festivities. Yan Wenjun was there too, exploring like a curious child peering at this, touching that. As a history major with an interest in antiques and archaeology, she'd never actually handled genuine artifacts before, so her curiosity was perfectly natural.
Xiao Mo was there too. Her injuries had mostly healed, though she still couldn't engage in physical combat for the next week or two to avoid aggravating her condition. Su Yanran was the only other colleague who showed up.
Beyond her, not a single person else came to support the event.
Why was it so quiet? Yeah, where was everyone? Could Xu Zeyu's social circle really be this small?
Not even a single colleague showed up to support him. The students whispered among themselves, all worried for Xu Zeyu.
Xu Zeyu, however, showed no signs of anxiety. He confidently directed 2 shop assistants to handle various tasks.
Soon everyone understood why. The antique shops, which usually opened after 8 o'clock, had all opened at 7:30 that day, not just 1 or 2, but every single one. Every single shop displayed identical discount signs, 40% off all antiques. Discounted antique shops surrounded Xu Zeyu's Su Huangji like a tight siege. Unless Xu Zeyu also offered a 40% discount today, he wouldn't get any business. But even if he did offer a 40% discount today, it wouldn't matter. Since everyone was offering the same discount, why would anyone choose to buy from his shop? It was despicable. Utterly shameless. Exactly. They're deliberately targeting Zeyu, aren't they? The students were furious, but there was nothing they could do. It's blatant, legal, malicious competition. What can you do about it? Xu Zeyu remained completely unfazed, smiling as he said, Don't worry, customers will come. Seeing Xu Zeyu's shop deserted, with not even a fellow antique dealer as a special guest besides Su Yanran, the other antique shop owners couldn't help but shake their heads silently. Offending the Chen family of Chen City and the Huang family of Nanjiang City, surviving in Nanjiang's antique trade after that would be no easy feat. The Huang family hid in a nearby shop, secretly observing the scene. Such a quiet opening day meant they'd never get any business going forward.
Huang Jin gloated with a satisfied grin.
Business people place great importance on auspiciousness, so a successful opening day is crucial. The busier the opening day, the better it signaled good fortune, promising future business as lively and prosperous as the first day. That's why every shop invites crowds to support them on opening day. If Xu Zeyu's Su Huangji had a rough opening day, not only would he feel uncomfortable, but others would also perceive his shop as lacking credibility. If no one paid attention on opening day, future business would be tough. The Huang family had colluded with other shops to suppress Su Huangji through discount wars, isolating them to undermine Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan. Huang Jin was gloating, and his father, Huang Jianwan, wore a cold smile. Dad, don't worry. It's almost 8 o'clock now. No one will show up to support them. Unless Su Yanran went to another province to invite a few clients, no competitors from the entire Dongyang province would come. Old Huang nodded. He too believed Xu Zeyu's opening ceremony would surely become a laughingstock. Yet why did the calm demeanor of Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan fill him with such unease? A large group of foreigners has arrived. Nearly 100 of them. I recognize that foreigner. He seems to be an antique dealer from abroad. I saw him last time in Qinzhou City. Right, that's them foreign antique dealers. I've seen them too. What are they here for? So many people coming to do business with someone? Wouldn't it be great if we could tap into foreign markets too? The antique market owners buzzed with speculation, wondering who these foreign dealers were seeking out. How wonderful it would be if these foreign antique dealers approached them for collaboration. But they knew deep down they weren't coming for them. In Nanjiang City, aside from Su Yanran and the Huang family, these foreign antique dealers wouldn't be seeking anyone else. Foreign antique dealers? Old Huang furrowed his brow. Wang, Xiaojin, did you bring them here? Huang Jianwang and Huang Jin, father and son, shook their heads. No, we didn't bring them. Huang Jin immediately sensed something and his expression changed. Grandfather, they couldn't possibly be. Old Huang sighed bitterly. Everything we've done has been for nothing. That girl Xiaoyan is something else. She doesn't play small. When she plays big. What's banning Dongyang province? She bypassed it entirely. She didn't even approach domestic dealers or customers. She went straight to the other side of the border.
Sure enough, these foreigners headed straight for Su Huangji upon arrival, just as old Huang had predicted. Only one thing had eluded his guess. These people were brought by Xu Zeyu, not Huang Yuyan. Among them were over a dozen individuals Xu Zeyu had rescued in Xinzhou last time, while the rest were their associates. They owed Xu Zeyu a favor, and since they were in the antique business themselves, they accepted his invitation immediately. They came to celebrate the opening of Su Huangji and to see if they could do some business. Su, so good to see you again. A stunning foreign woman threw herself at Xu Zeyu the moment she spotted him, wrapping her arms around him fiercely and rubbing her face against his. This foreign girl was the one Xu Zeyu had rescued last time, so she was particularly thrilled to see him again. Xu Zeyu felt awkward, but the others found it hilarious. Zeyu's so popular with the ladies. Even foreign women like him, haha. Never judge a book by its cover. After showering Xu Zeyu with affection until she was satisfied, the foreign girl finally let him go. Xu Zeyu grinned at her. Jenny, welcome. Everyone, welcome. Xu Zeyu warmly welcomed the antique dealers and invited them to take their seats. What's the point of inviting a bunch of foreigners to show support? He'd say, I deal in Chinese antiques, I don't care about doing business with foreigners. He just scams foreigners who don't know their stuff. If he sells a single antique to us Chinese today, I'll admit defeat. The shop owners around him spoke with sour tones, like the fox who couldn't get the grapes. They could only console themselves with the excuse that Xu Zeyu was deceiving clueless foreigners, otherwise, they couldn't find any other reason to undermine him. Just then, another large crowd arrived at the antique market. Journalists, it seemed. Xu Zeyu's shop was about to open. Hurry up, hurry up. This time we'll definitely get an interview with him. Seeing the journalists swarming like bees to honey, the onlookers among the shop owners were stunned. No way. Does Xu Zeyu actually have connections at the journalist level in Nanjiang City? Chapter 179. Seeing so many reporters arrive, old Huang immediately grabbed his phone and dialed the owner of Nanjiang City's largest news media company. Old Jiang, why did your reporters go interview an antique dealer? Interviewing an antique dealer? The boss, surnamed Jiang, paused. I had no idea. Let me check. Mr. Jiang promptly called in an assistant, inquired about the situation, and then addressed old Huang. That did happen. What's the problem? Old Huang said angrily, that kid is my business rival, old Jiang. You're helping him steal my business. Mr. Jiang chuckled, old Huang, don't get upset. I'll call our reporter back immediately. Those guys must be out of their minds stealing business from my friend. I'll shut them down right away. Hearing this, old Huang finally relaxed and smiled. Alright, thanks for that, old Jiang. After hanging up with boss Jiang, old Huang made a dozen calls, reaching every media outlet owner in Nanjiang City. Like boss Jiang, these bosses all expressed willingness to help old Huang blacklist Xu Zeyu, assuring him it was no problem. Receiving these assurances, old Huang finally wore a smug grin. Trying to go up against me in Nanjiang City, Xu Zeyu? You're still too green, kid. But old Huang's satisfaction was short-lived. Boss Jiang called back immediately, old Huang, it's not that we don't want to help you. But today's interview wasn't arranged by us, it's an assignment from the city government. We have no choice but to cover it. What? Old Huang froze. The government office handles interviews for antique dealers opening shops? It's like this, boss Jiang explained patiently. That Xu Zeyu rescued a little girl from human traffickers the day before yesterday and got injured in the process. The city government wants to promote him as a positive role model, so they sent our company's reporter to interview him. The government said we can only write good things, no bad things allowed. We really have no choice. Old Huang, we're truly sorry about this. After hanging up, boss Jiang received calls from other news media company bosses, all saying much the same thing. The gist was the same, the interview with Xu Zeyu couldn't be cancelled, and they were sorry to let you down, old Huang. Old Huang turned beet red with fury on the spot, nearly choking on his anger. Damn it! Damn it! Huang Jianwang and Huang Jin, father and son, were dumbfounded, speechless for a long while. Though media companies weren't directly under the city government's jurisdiction, who dared neglect cultivating good relations with the authorities? The interview was an assignment dispatched by the city government to all media outlets. Xu Zeyu's influence was truly immense. There was nothing the Huang family could do. Like other antique dealers, they could only watch helplessly as Xu Zeyu gave his interview. Mr. Xu, congratulations. Are you free now? Mr. Xu, may we interview you now? A large group of reporters swarmed around Xu Zeyu, asking questions all at once. Xu Zeyu politely addressed the journalists. Everyone, 8 o'clock is the auspicious time. Please wait just a moment. I'll take your interviews after the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Alright then. The reporters were equally polite, sitting down nearby and setting up their cameras to film. Since they had nothing else to do, some reporters even started live streaming online. Hello everyone, I'm currently at the antique market live streaming the opening ceremony of Mr. Xu Zeyu's antique shop. Some viewers might not know who Mr. Xu Zeyu is, but if you watched the news the past couple of days, you'd be moved by his kindness and bravery.
Not only did Mr. Xu Zeyu apprehend 3 human traffickers, but he also fearlessly disarmed one with his bare hands, wresting a stolen child from the last trafficker's grasp. Following overnight interrogations by the constabulary, authorities successfully dismantled an entire human trafficking ring and rescued over a dozen abducted children. It's safe to say Mr. Xu Zeyu has saved more than a dozen families. Today, this dedicated and courageous Mr. Xu opened his shop. We came specifically to interview him and will purchase an antique from his store. He is our hero in peacetime, why wouldn't we support his business? Not long after the livestream, news of Xu Zeyu's antique shop opening spread quickly. What? That good guy who caught the traffickers and saved the kids is opening an antique shop today? It was him who caught the traffickers and saved my cousin. What a good man. My son was also snatched by those traffickers. Thank goodness for Mr. Xu. What a good man. Let's go. We'll show our support. Those with money can contribute financially, and those without can offer their presence. Come on, let's go. These days, people despise child traffickers to the point of utter loathing, wishing they could see every last one of them shot. Xu Zeyu acted heroically, apprehending the traffickers and rescuing over a dozen abducted children, even sustaining injuries in the process. Naturally, people were filled with gratitude and admiration for him. To express their gratitude, the parents of the rescued children immediately organized their relatives and friends into a group to show their support for Xu Zeyu. Unaware that these people were still en route, Xu Zeyu proceeded with the ribbon-cutting ceremony once the auspicious hour arrived. 2 hostesses in red kipayos stood flanking the ribbon, smiling radiantly for the cameras, a picture-perfect scene. Yet no matter how photogenic they were, they couldn't outshine Huang Yuyan today. Joyful occasions always lift one's spirits, and this was Huang Yuyan's own venture. How could she possibly be unhappy? Her joy radiated through her complexion. Huang Yuyan glowed with a healthy flush. Combined with her naturally captivating figure and delicate, charming features, the journalists' cameras flashed relentlessly at her. This left Xu Zeyu playing second fiddle, but he didn't mind one bit. Last night's, cough. Xu Zeyu's mind was still filled with Huang Yuyan's irresistibly coy and alluring image, making him a bit distracted. Only when Huang Yuyan placed the scissors in his hand did he snap back to reality, following her to the ribbon-cutting area. Their hands clasped together, gripping the scissors as they shared a knowing smile for the camera. Wow! Mr. Xu Zeyu's girlfriend is so beautiful, they make such a perfect couple. Wait, isn't that the one we met the other day? Don't be silly, this is Mr. Xu Zeyu's business partner. Oh, got it. All cameras were focused on them. Su Yanran glanced at her watch and called out loudly, "Get ready! 3, 2, 1, the auspicious moment is here." Click. The 2 of them cut the ribbon together. And immediately firecrackers began to crackle and pop, their deafening sound filling the air. Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan's shop was officially open. Xu Zeyu had finally acquired his first business venture. For Xu Zeyu, who aspired to make his mark on the global stage, this was merely the beginning. Chapter 180. Having promised the reporters, Xu Zeyu left Huang Yuyan to temporarily handle customers after the opening ceremony while he went to give interviews. He set a rule: each reporter could ask no more than 2 questions. Not many people cooperated with interviews like this, so the reporters didn't scramble to ask questions all at once. Instead, they took turns one by one. The reporters also discussed among themselves what to ask. After all, it was a joint interview, and if they could fill 20 questions, they'd have material to write about. Soon, the first question came: "Mr. Xu Zeyu, I'm curious, was that beautiful woman the other day your girlfriend, or is this beautiful woman here today your girlfriend?" Ha! The moment the reporter asked this question, the onlookers burst into laughter. Honestly, this was a tricky question to answer, which is precisely why the reporters deliberately placed it first. You couldn't very well refuse to answer seriously when it was the opening question, could you? Xu Zeyu remained perfectly composed as he chuckled. "The one from that day was a very close classmate of mine, my first love. Or rather, to be precise, it was a one-sided crush I had on her. He. Holy crap. So honest. Awesome." At Xu Zeyu's response, the students could only give him a thumbs up. Before Xu Zeyu could finish, everyone waited for him to continue. "Sister Huang is my business partner and a good friend," Xu Zeyu continued. "My girlfriend is Li Lin. She's studying abroad right now. That's all I'm saying on this topic." Regardless, Xu Zeyu gave the reporters answers they could work with, so they didn't press him further. After the first question, the second came immediately. "Mr. Xu, I'd like to ask, you declined interviews before, yet invited us to cover your grand opening. Could you have ulterior motives? Like wanting us to drum up business for you?" This was a tricky question. Saying no would make him seem insincere, while saying yes would suggest his motives weren't pure. How he answered this was a major test. Even Yang Mei felt a pang of anxiety for Xu Zeyu, fearing he might give the wrong answer. Xu Zeyu remained utterly composed, turning to the journalists with a counter-question. "Before I answer, I'd like to ask you all, if you were in my position, facing a knife-wielding criminal, would you risk your life to promote your shop's upcoming opening?" Ha ha. The reporters chuckled and shook their heads repeatedly. There are plenty of people who'd choose money over their lives, but Xu Zeyu wasn't one of them.
So the answer was obvious, no.
Since you wouldn't, that proves I had no ulterior motives when doing good deeds.
That alone is sufficient, Xu Zeyu stated. As for afterward, I did a good deed and gained some business for myself, so what?
I just want everyone to know that good deeds should be rewarded.
That's the only way more people will step up to do the right thing. The moment those words left his mouth, Yang Mei instinctively clutched her forehead, nearly fainting. This kid, he was doing so well earlier, why is he suddenly spouting nonsense? Sure enough, the reporters immediately pressed him. Mr. Xu Zeyu, seeking rewards for good deeds seems to contradict our traditional Chinese virtues.
I said there should be rewards, not that I demand them.
That's different, Xu Zeyu replied.
Xu Zeyu explained, take the news stories we often see about people who help catch thieves only to face retaliation.
These heroes get hurt, some even disabled. Did they get the compensation they deserved? No.
Some of them come from struggling families and are the main breadwinners. They risked their entire families for a good deed.
Do you think that's fair? If doing good deeds brings no reward, who will do them in the future? Before acting, everyone will think, if I face danger, what will happen to my family? Overthinking this will deter anyone from acting courageously.
Xu Zeyu stated, only when people can do good deeds without fear of consequences will more individuals step forward to act courageously.
Isn't that right?
Xu Zeyu's words left the audience deep in thought, the entire hall falling silent.
Xu Zeyu felt he hadn't said enough and continued, have you heard the stories of Zigong redeeming captives and Zillow saving lives? When Zigong redeemed his fellow countrymen, he refused the reward offered, and Confucius rebuked him for setting a bad precedent. If he refused payment, yet others demanded it when redeeming their own kin, how could they possibly justify their actions? If this continued, demanding payment for redemption would be seen as morally low, while refusing payment would be a loss who would still be willing to redeem others?
When Zillow saved a drowning man and accepted the gift of an ox, Confucius praised him, saying, now more people will come forward to save those in peril.
After expounding at length, Xu Zeyu finally paused and smiled at the assembled journalists. Now, do you still think it's wrong or bad for acts of bravery to be rewarded?
The entire hall erupted in thunderous applause, cheering for Xu Zeyu's startling yet profoundly logical words. But his next remark made them all withdraw their applause. Of course, for someone like me, wealthy, capable, and without worries, doing good deeds requires no reward.
My earlier remarks were just to amuse you.
I hope everyone can be as selfless as I am, contributing to a harmonious society.
Thank you all. That concludes my response to this question. Xu Zeyu's classmates couldn't help but chuckle, and even Yang Mei found it amusing.
The reporters, however, were dumbfounded. Their carefully prepared lines had been thrown into disarray by Xu Zeyu, forcing them to start over.
Wealthy and capable with no worries? Doing good deeds without expecting anything in return? Damn it, putting on an act during a live stream? What a load of crap. Beep beep. Performance successful. System assessment, advanced. 24 individuals affected. Reward, 1,200 skill points. Total skill points, 4396. The system chuckled, Xu Zeyu, your acting skills are getting more polished by the day. Too bad you didn't score points for pulling this off in front of your classmates, otherwise, you'd have broken the 5,000 point barrier. Hee hee, you flatter me.
Xu Zeyu felt a little smug. Pretending to be advanced was damn hard work.
Realizing they'd been played by Xu Zeyu, the reporters quickly snapped back to reality, pondering what question to ask next.
Their originally prepared third question was straightforward, but Xu Zeyu's trickery was intolerable.
The next question had to be tricky, the trickier, the better. Chapter 181. After careful deliberation, the reporters formulated their third question. Mr. Xu Zeyu, it said that money corrupts men. As you mentioned earlier, you're both wealthy and talented. Do you think you might change for the worse in the future?
The female reporter paused briefly before continuing. Let me rephrase it. A man as accomplished as you must have many women attracted to you.
When faced with temptations of beauty, will you remain faithful to your girlfriend? This was indeed a tricky question, one most people wouldn't know how to answer.
If you say yes, people will call you a philanderer or scum.
Say no, and people will call you a hypocrite or suggest you have some kind of deficiency. In short, this question crafted by journalists is a major dilemma. For many, no answer seems right.
But for Xu Zeyu, who'd already wrestled with this dilemma, the question was child's play. Of course, he still put on a serious face as he said, I can answer this question for you.
But regarding personal matters, this is the last one. I hope you won't ask any more after this, okay? The reporters nodded in unison, agreed. As long as you answer this question, we promise not to ask any more personal questions afterward. Alright, I'll begin.
Xu Zeyu's face broke into a smile again.
Your question reminds me of another similar one. If your wife and mother both fall into the water, who would you save first?
Xu Zeyu's analogy isn't particularly apt in terms of meaning, but in terms of how difficult it is to answer, it's actually quite similar. Whether you choose to save your wife first or your mother first, someone will inevitably criticize you, saying you're wrong.
For Chinese men, this question is practically unsolvable. But the reporters weren't about to let Xu Zeyu dodge the real question with this one. Mr. Xu, please don't beat around the bush. It was just a metaphor, Xu Zeyu chuckled. My point is, don't speculate about things that haven't happened. Even if I might give this answer now, when the moment actually arrives, my reaction could be entirely different. Have you ever eaten? Would you really sit around thinking about what flavor you'd want when the time comes? Salty or sweet? The moment Xu Zeyu uttered this analogy, many listeners unleashed their powerful powers of association. Their faces turned slightly pale, and a wave of nausea washed over them. Xu Zeyu's teacher and classmates also looked utterly disgusted, shaking their heads repeatedly. That analogy is truly revolting. The female reporter who posed the question proved cunning, immediately countering, Mr. Xu Zeyu, regardless of your future thoughts, we only want to know what you think right now. I've already told you I can't figure it out. Sometimes life's questions aren't black and white. I consider myself a fairly devoted person, but faced with the temptations of this dazzling world, I can't guarantee I won't slip up. Xu Zeyu retorted, if you're so eager for an answer, why don't you try seducing me? See how I react, and you'll have your answer. The female reporter's face flushed instantly. She spat out angrily, rogue. The girls all sided with the reporter, cursing Xu Zeyu as a scoundrel, while the guys all wore that knowing, lecherous grin, chuckling wickedly. Of course, the matter was soon forgotten, as pressing further would yield no answers. You're a devoted person? The system chuckled with obvious amusement. Is that your true answer? Xu Zeyu snorted. Did you forget the two words before that? Relatively loyal. What does relatively loyal mean? It means relatively loyal, you idiot. Playing word games now? Whatever floats your boat. The system shrugged indifferently. If you dared admit in public that you're a womanizer who wants to add every admiring beauty to your harem, the system would judged you as super duper awesome, earning you a whopping 100 skill points per attempt. Xu Zeyu had been tricked by the system several times before. He wasn't about to fall for such nonsense again. Yeah, right. Only a fool would believe that. After the third question, the reporters fired off another dozen or so pointless inquiries. Xu Zeyu answered each one, giving them a satisfactory response. The press conference had barely ended when a large crowd surged toward this direction, creating quite a commotion. Where is Mr. Xu Zeyu? Which one is Mr. Xu Zeyu? Xu Zeyu stepped before them, a look of confusion on his face. Gentlemen, I am Xu Zeyu. Who might you be? We are the parents of the abducted children. Thanks to you catching the traffickers, our children could return home safely. Thank you, Mr. Xu. Some parents were so overcome with emotion they nearly knelt before Xu Zeyu, but he quickly pulled them up. Everyone, please don't be so formal. If you don't want to shorten my lifespan, don't go kneeling down at the drop of a hat. With Xu Zeyu speaking thus, the parents finally reined in their emotions somewhat. Mr. Xu's shop just opened today. Let's repay him by buying an antique from his store as a memento. Agreed. The suggestion was met with immediate agreement, and a large crowd surged into the shop, filling it to capacity. Most of these people knew little about antiques. Their purchases were purely an expression of gratitude toward Xu Zeyu. Within an hour, Xu Zeyu's shop sold dozens of antiques. Anything remotely presentable was snapped up, leaving the shelves bare. Startled, Xu Zeyu hurriedly dispatched staff to fetch more goods from the warehouse. In stark contrast to the bustling scene at Xu Zeyu's Su Huangji, the neighboring shop, despite offering a 40% discount, saw hardly any customers. The difference in popularity was staggering. After making their purchases, these customers showered Xu Zeyu with thanks. Before leaving, they promised to refer any acquaintances interested in antiques to his shop. Xu Zeyu graciously thanked them in return and personally handed each customer a red envelope. The customers were taken aback, puzzled. Mr. Xu, what is this? Xu Zeyu smiled. The entire street is offering discounts today, but my shop isn't. Consider these red envelopes my way of giving back. The group did a quick calculation. After subtracting the red envelopes Xu Zeyu gave them, their antiques were essentially only half price. Mr. Xu, this isn't right. We can't let you lose money. Exactly. Mr. Xu, just sell them at your regular price. Otherwise, we'll have to return them. These people were clamoring to return their purchases. But while others return items because they're too expensive, these folks wanted to return theirs because they were too cheap. It completely shattered the reporter's worldview. Holy crap, is this how you run a business? I'm truly amazed. Chapter 182. Quiet, everyone. Listen to me. As soon as Xu Zeyu shouted, the crowd fell silent. He continued, everyone, thank you all for coming out to support us today. I need to clarify something. Earlier, a reporter asked me if doing good deeds was just to promote my shop and make money. I said yes. But I want to earn money from others, not from you parents. If I took your money today, your children would think this big brother only does good deeds for profit. Do you think I could live with that? Xu Zeyu's words left the crowd exchanging stunned glances, utterly speechless. Xu Zeyu continued, I'm truly delighted you all came today and made purchases here. I've done a huge amount of business, a very auspicious opening. You've already given me the best reward possible. I cannot take your money. While I do like money, I won't let it weigh on my conscience. That's all I have to say anymore would just be pretentious. Thank you all for your support. If you come back to buy antiques in the future, I won't offer any discounts whatsoever. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, instantly livening up the atmosphere. Even the reporters, who usually nitpick at every opportunity, secretly admired Xu Zeyu. His character and conduct were truly beyond reproach. After the reporters and grateful customers left, Huang Yuyan approached with the foreign businessman, Zeyu. These foreign guests say they trust your integrity and wish to establish a long-term partnership. Chinese antiques are very popular overseas now. They're opening stores abroad and want our Su Huangji to supply them directly. Here's the contract I just drafted with them, take a look. Xu Zeyu took the contract and was instantly overjoyed. No problem. Absolutely no problem. There is a problem, Huang Yuyan said with obvious exasperation. They want so much merchandise today, but our warehouse doesn't have that much stock. Xu Zeyu pondered for a moment, then chuckled strangely, getting goods isn't hard. This street is full of them. Huang Yuyan instantly grasped Xu Zeyu's meaning and smiled faintly. Are you sure you want to share the profits with them? Ha! As if. Xu Zeyu laughed. We're the ones getting the meat, while they get a little broth to sip. Ha ha. Within an hour, word of Xu Zeyu's bulk purchasing order spread throughout the entire antique market. Whoever supplied Xu Zeyu would get paid in cash on the spot. As long as the goods were decent, he'd buy whatever they had. The moment this news spread, the antique dealers couldn't sit still. Normally, they'd be lucky to sell 1 or 2 pieces of antiques, but today Xu Zeyu was buying wholesale. Yes, wholesale antiques. Those who had been cursing Xu Zeyu moments ago were now all cowering. One after another, they scrambled to Xu Zeyu's shop, carrying flower baskets, eager to celebrate. Except for the Huang family, every single shop owner in the antique market had flocked to Xu Zeyu's place. Those damn turncoats. Old Huang nearly spat blood in rage, barely managing to restrain himself. Let's go home. Xu Zeyu is still alive. Meanwhile, the Zhang family mother and son, watching from the shadows, gnashed their teeth in fury. They couldn't even kill him. How infuriating. No, they had to call Master Xian Shan again and have him relay the message to his master. The clay doll he provided was useless. Xu Zeyu isn't dead? Qingyi Daoren quickly learned the news from Xian Shan Daoren and was overjoyed. If this man's skills in yin yang feng shui weren't superior to mine, then he must be a man of great fortune. That brat's strength couldn't possibly surpass mine, it must be his immense fortune. If only I could absorb his fortune. Seeing his master laugh so heartily, Xian Shan couldn't help but ask, Master, what would happen if I absorbed his fortune? However many years he lives, that's how many years I gain. Ha ha. Daoist Qingyi's smile looked ghostly, horribly ugly, though he clearly didn't notice. Xian Shan, I must descend the mountain again to prepare for this youth. You remain on Joyo Mountain and slowly restore your magical power using the methods I taught you. Xu Zeyu remained unaware that Qingyi Daoren had set his sights on him. He'd been busy all day signing contracts, acquiring antiques, shipping goods, his business running smoothly. Of course, Xu Zeyu had made a killing today, with sales reaching 200 million. A significant portion of this 200 million yuan turnover was thanks to the antique market dealers. Xu Zeyu couldn't produce that much inventory on short notice, so he purchased wholesale from them, essentially borrowing their resources to make his own profits. Antiques typically carry a 100% profit margin, but since these were wholesale deals, their profit was lower, still exceeding 50%. In other words, after deducting costs from the 200 million yuan turnover, Xu Zeyu and his team earned nearly 70 million yuan. Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan's Su Huangji, along with Su Yanan's antique shop, earned 40 million. The remaining 30 million was split among the 20-odd antique dealers, averaging over 1.5 million per shop. For those small antique shops, a net profit of over 1.5 million yuan was exceptionally good, equivalent to several months' worth of earnings. Although Xu Zeyu took the lion's share, they harbored no resentment whatsoever. Instead, they were deeply grateful. In business, it's not about making a lot of money, but about making any money at all. Xu Zeyu gave them the chance to earn money through volume sales. How could they not be grateful? Brother Xu, we were truly foolish today and caused you much trouble. Thankfully, you've forgiven us and didn't forget to pull your old buddies up while making money. We'll remember this favor. That's right, Brother Xu. Whenever you need us in the future, just ask. The antique dealers who had united against Xu Zeyu that morning were now fawning over him, acting as if they were his closest confidants. Their faces changed faster than you could blink. Xu Zeyu wouldn't take their words seriously, of course. They were just using each other to make money. Treating them like brothers would be foolish. Of course, Xu Zeyu still had to put on a show. Folks, it's fate that we've all ended up as colleagues in Nanjing City. Since I've got money to burn, I'll naturally share it with you all. We're nothing like those stingy Huang family, right? Exactly. The Huang family just acts like the big boss, giving us nothing while making us take the heat. What jerks? Exactly. Compared to Brother Zhou, old man Huang is the most despicable scoundrel imaginable. Exactly. That old dog from the Huang family ahem. Noticing Huang Yuyan's sour expression, he wisely dropped the subject. Xu Zeyu chuckled darkly, then casually sent the secretly recorded video to old man Huang's phone. Old Huang initially resisted opening the file Xu Zeyu sent, but curiosity ultimately got the better of him. When old Huang opened his phone to see a mob hurling abuse at him, he couldn't hold back any longer. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the screen. Xu Zeyu, this isn't over between us. Chapter 183. Sending the video to old man Huang was just a casual little thing Xu Zeyu did once it was sent, that was that. Old man Huang wanted to be the Chen family's lapdog. Since he couldn't take on the Chen family directly for now, he could at least take a shot at their lapdog. Hitting the Huang family was merely the first step. Xu Zeyu's next move was to strengthen his own position, not only to strike at the Chen family psychologically, but also to crush them financially and materially. For Xu Zeyu, the goal was no longer the 1.3 billion yuan over 2 years. It was to crush the Chen family out of the antique business. Only by crushing the Chens could Lin escape their shadow, and only then could he bring her back from abroad with his head held high. Xu Zeyu was confident that, given the current momentum of Su Huangji, crushing the Chen family was merely a matter of time. Su Yanran was also delighted. She hadn't lifted a finger today. Merely dropping by Xu Zeyu's place had netted her 10 million. She pocketed the 10 million she'd earned and left Su Huangji with a smile. Zeyu, if there's another deal this good, don't forget to call me, okay? Xu Zeyu snorted impatiently. Got it. After locking the shop door, Huang Yuyan stared at the tens of millions suddenly added to her account, disbelief washing over her. Zeyu, am I dreaming? Xu Zeyu grinned mischievously. Want me to pinch you to see if you're dreaming? Sure thing. Huang Yuyan pinched Xu Zeyu's waist as she spoke, making him yelp in pain. Sis Huang, what are you doing? Huang Yuyan shot Xu Zeyu a glare and huffed, think you can pinch me? You're asking for it. Fine, I'm sorry, okay? Xu Zeyu chuckled. Seriously though, we've sold almost all our stock today. We need to restock. For many antique shops, restocking might happen only once every 6 months or so. But for Su Huangji, needing to restock after just 1 day of business was truly unprecedented. Huang Yuyan nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's time to restock. But the antique channels in Dongyang province are all controlled by the Chun family. We should still go ask Su Yanin for help. Right, I'll call her later to check, Xu Zeyu replied. Sis Huang, you've worked hard today. Let me drive you back to rest. Xiao Mo approached, her expression calm. No need. My injuries are nearly healed. With me here, nothing will happen. Since Xiao Mo had spoken, Xu Zeyu said no more. Alright, let's go. Huang Yuyan and Xiao Mo headed home, while Xu Zeyu returned alone to campus. Just as he reached the dormitory building entrance, he ran into Abing, Bai Hontao's bodyguard. Bing must have been waiting specifically for Xu Zeyu. Spotting him, he stepped forward. Xu Zeyu, I've set the time. Next Sunday morning at 8 o'clock, Nanjiang City Pier. You and I will board the ocean liner and settle this once and for all. Here's your boarding pass. Keep it safe. Abing handed Xu Zeyu a gleaming gold card, exuding opulence and grandeur. The card contained an electronic chip, likely for guest identification. May I bring someone along? Xu Zeyu snorted. What if you can't beat me, get angry, and hire someone to kill me? Abing replied, I can't answer that. But if you have connections, you can ask around. No one who's stepped onto the life or death stage has ever met with misfortune aboard the cruise ship. Of course, it's your choice whether to go or not. I'll say it again, you injured my boss, so I have no choice but to fight you to the death. If you don't go, you'll bear the consequences. With that, Bing walked away. Xu Zeyu snorted dismissively. At his current level, opponents like Abing were beneath his notice. With over 4,000 skill points now, upgrading to advanced Wing Chun would make beating Bing as easy as swatting a fly. The reason he hadn't upgraded immediately was because he feared he might need skill points for other purposes in the coming days. Xu Zeyu dared not squander skill points carelessly anymore. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't lightly spend these hard-earned points. After stowing away the golden card, Xu Zeyu returned to his dormitory, only to find someone waiting for him there. Seeing the couple, Xu Zeyu felt no surprise. He should have anticipated they would come looking for him. Don't ask me where Lin is. I won't tell you. Before Li Yuan and his wife could speak, Xu Zeyu had already cut them off. Li Yuan's face twitched violently as he gritted his teeth. Xu Zeyu, don't you think you're going too far? Lin is our daughter. What right do you have to hide her away? Over the top? Xu Zeyu sneered. If Lin wanted to come back, why would I stop her? You wanted to lure her back under the pretense of celebrating old man Chen's birthday, only to force an engagement. And you have the nerve to call me over the top? Li Yuan grunted. I'm curious, where did you hear this news? Xu Zeyu sneered coldly, that's none of your business. As for whether this information is true or false, you know the answer in your hearts. We marry our daughter off to whomever we choose. What the hell business is it of yours? After 2 days of fruitless searching, Chen Nelian had completely transformed into a shrew. Xu Zeyu, mark my words, if you return our daughter, we won tea leave. And we'll make sure the entire school knows exactly what kind of person you are. Fine, whatever. Xu Zeyu said casually. I'm going to sleep now. Stay if you want, but I've got no bed for you. Oh, and I'm taking a shower. You wouldn't want to watch, would you? As he spoke, Xu Zeyu began stripping off his clothes. Bastard! Let's go! Chen Nelian's face turned green instantly.
She immediately grabbed her husband and stormed out.
Trying to mess with me, huh? Xu Zeyu smirked smugly, continuing to undress.
He wasn't trying to scare Chen Nelian, he genuinely intended to shower.
Yang Mei suddenly walked in, catching the scene. Xu Zeyu, what are you wearing? Yang Mei flushed bright red and quickly turned away. Put your clothes back on. Xu Zeyu quickly pulled his clothes back on, stammering awkwardly, Ms. Yang, what brings you here?
Yang Mei turned back, her cheeks still flushed. Your roommate said your girlfriend's parents are here and they look pretty upset.
Shouldn't I, as your advisor, come check on things? Oh, that's what it was. Xu Zeyu gave a nervous chuckle. They've left now. Thanks for your concern, Teacher Yang. Glad to hear it.
Yang Mei slowly regained her composure.
I should be going now. Just as Yang Mei turned to leave, Xu Zeyu's expression suddenly twisted into something peculiar. Ms. Yang, has your family's ancestral grave been undergoing construction lately? Chapter 184. Hearing Xu Zeyu's abrupt question, Yang Mei's expression turned peculiar. How did you know?
Xu Zeyu replied with grave seriousness, Teacher Yang, I strongly advise you to go home immediately. The feng shui at your family's burial site has likely been tampered with.
Yang Mei had never believed in feng shui. Had anyone else said such things to her, she would have turned and walked away long ago.
But these words came from Xu Zeyu. Moreover, it was highly unlikely he could know about the ongoing construction at her family's ancestral graves.
So she pressed on, Zeyu, can you tell me why? Ms. Yang, remember the car accident a couple days ago? Xu Zeyu said.
I'll be honest with you now, that day, I saw the dark aura over your forehead, signaling a life-threatening blood disaster.
That's why I followed you the whole way.
At the mention of the accident, Yang Mei felt her face grow slightly warm.
Then what? I thought it was just a temporary lapse in fortune, nothing more. But after averting that blood disaster just the other day, the dark aura is gathering over your brow again.
Xu Zeyu continued, if we don't find the root cause, within 7 days, you'll face another similar blood disaster.
Teacher Xu, I can't possibly protect you every single moment. Who asked you to guard me every single moment? Yang Mei spat angrily at Xu Zeyu before finally saying, I understand. I'll go home tomorrow to check things out. If nothing comes up, I'll be on my way. Xu Zeyu waved at Yang Mei. Alright, Ms. Yang, see you later. Goodbye. After Yang Mei left, Xu Zeyu exhaled a long breath. He'd wanted to walk her home, but seeing how angry she was, well, it was all his own fault for being so clumsy last time, touching places he shouldn't have. That's why Teacher Yang was upset. Teacher Yang wasn't like this before. She used to be so gentle with her students. Sigh. After a long day of turmoil, Xu Zeyu was exhausted. He called Su Yenran to discuss the restocking matter, then collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Xu Zeyu was jolted awake by his phone ringing. He answered, ready to yell, but Yang Mei's voice came through so gentle it was impossible to stay angry. Zeyu, I've thought it over. You should come with me back to my hometown. I know nothing about feng shui. Going alone would be like going with a fool. Xu Zeyu had already planned to accompany Yang Mei yesterday, but seeing her so upset, he hadn't dared to volunteer. Now that Yang Mei had brought it up herself, Xu Zeyu naturally couldn't refuse. Sure, Teacher Yang. Where are you? Yang Mei replied, at the school gate. Hurry up, my hometown is quite a distance away. Got it, I'll be right there. Xu Zeyu scrambled out of bed, quickly washed up, and dashed to the school gate. Yang Mei wore a tracksuit, sneakers, and a travel sun hat, with a backpack slung over her shoulder. To anyone unfamiliar with her, she looked like a vibrant college student. Spotting Xu Zeyu, Yang Mei hailed a taxi and said to him, let's go. Okay. Xu Zeyu followed Yang Mei toward the taxi. Just as he was about to get in, he suddenly glanced back at the corner near the school gate. Yang Mei asked, Zeyu, what are you looking at? Oh, nothing. Xu Zeyu got in, his brow slightly furrowed. His instincts told him someone was stealing from him, but when he turned his head just now, he saw no one. He could only let it go. As the car pulled away, a sinister face emerged from the corner Xu Zeyu had just glanced at. Staring at the photo on his phone, the man grinned maliciously, Yang Mei, you messing around with students, I'll ruin your reputation. Since tomorrow was Monday, Yang Mei needed to rush back to her hometown and then return, leaving her with little time. That was why she had called Xu Zeyu so early in the morning.
After getting into the taxi, Yang Mei pulled a cake from her bag and handed it to Xu Zeyu.
Didn't have breakfast? Eat something to fill your stomach. Oh, thanks, Teacher Yang. Xu Zeyu was genuinely hungry and took the cake, biting into it.
Yang Mei herself took a cake and ate it slowly and deliberately. By the time Xu Zeyu finished his, she hadn't even eaten half of hers. So Xu Zeyu sat beside her and watched her eat. Xu Zeyu realized that his teacher Yang wasn't just gentle and refined in demeanor, even her eating manner was elegant and pleasing to the eye. Whoever marries her someday will find just watching her eat a pleasure, let alone. You wicked little brat, claiming to be so pure. You're worse than a beast. Ha ha. The system laughed unrestrainedly, making Xu Zeyu roll his eyes. What the hell are you laughing at? Just thinking about it is impossible. What are you waiting for? Just go for it. The system declared with authority. You've gathered the elite abilities of every profession across humanity. As long as it's not illegal, do whatever you want. Don't embarrass those who granted you these powers. Bigamy is illegal in China. Xu Zeyu said with a sigh. I seriously doubt you even know the law. Bigamy is illegal, but having multiple girlfriends isn't. The system snorted. Why did you go and commit bigamy, you idiot? I refuse to discuss such basic issues with you anymore. I'm afraid your stupidity might rub off on me. After finishing her cake, Yang Mei noticed Xu Zeyu staring at her and casually asked, Why are you staring at me? Xu Zeyu was still thinking about arguing with the system, so he casually replied, Because you're beautiful.
Yang Mei's face flushed instantly, her voice tinged with irritation. Xu Zeyu, if you keep talking nonsense, you can just get off the car right now.
Only then did Xu Zeyu realize his thoughtless outburst. He scrambled to apologize. Ms. Yang, I was lost in thought just now. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. I thought some student was bold enough to flirt with the teacher. Turns out it was you, the taxi driver suddenly chuckled. Hey buddy, we meet again. Hearing the taxi driver's distinctive voice, Xu Zeyu nearly jumped out of his seat. Damn it, why is it always you? Hee hee, what a coincidence. This was the same driver who'd taken Xu Zeyu on 2 wild rides before. Grinning, he asked, Bro, in a hurry again? Recalling how this guy had spun him around until he was puking his guts out just 2 days prior, Xu Zeyu instantly developed a psychological shadow. No, just drive normally. Alright then. The driver sounded a bit disappointed. I guess I'll just give you my number. Call me whenever you're in a hurry. Other passengers just aren't as much fun. Damn it. That guy actually dared to overtake me. Take that. Overtaken by another taxi, this driver looked like his ancestors' graves had been desecrated. He slammed the accelerator, and the cab shot forward like a bullet. Chapter 185. Driver, slow down. Xu Zeyu yelled, but this taxi driver wasn't the type to be easily persuaded. Once his temper flared, not even the heavens themselves could restrain him. Who could make a taxi feel like a bullet train? This very driver in front of Xu Zeyu. If only it were as stable as a bullet train. Unfortunately, this driver possessed the speed of a bullet train but none of its steadiness. Xu Zeyu and Yang Mei instantly felt like they were about to take off in an airplane. To make matters worse, neither of them had the habit of buckling up in taxis, and neither was wearing a seatbelt. When the taxi suddenly accelerated, Xu Zeyu, who knew martial arts, fared somewhat better. Yang Mei, however, was instantly thrown forward, as if she were about to fly out of the vehicle. Xu Zeyu quickly wrapped his arms around Yang Mei, holding her tightly against his chest. Terrified, Yang Mei clung back to him, burying her face in his chest as their bodies pressed tightly together. Leaning against Xu Zeyu's chest, Yang Mei could feel the powerful thumping of his heart, thump, thump. Xu Zeyu's mind was blank except for one thought: he couldn't let Yang Mei get hurt. 5 minutes later, the taxi driver finally slowed down and burst out laughing. Finally lost that guy. Ha ha. Oh, sorry, forgot there was a lady in the back. Are you okay? Yang Mei slumped limply against Xu Zeyu's embrace, too exhausted to speak. Xu Zeyu glared fiercely at the taxi driver. You're out of line. Aren't you afraid the traffic police will revoke your license? The taxi driver chuckled. My brother's license got revoked already. I'm driving without one now, and this car's got fake plates. Nothing to worry about, heh. Xu Zeyu felt like he could spit blood. Damn it, this was just too much. Regardless of Xu Zeyu's fury, the driver kept grinning. Hey buddy, don't get so worked up. If it weren't for me, would you be able to hold your teacher like this in broad daylight? A teacher, man. Just thinking about it gets my blood boiling. Get lost with your animal instincts. Xu Zeyu screamed inwardly, quickly releasing Yang Mei before glaring fiercely at the taxi driver. Yang Mei's cheeks were flushed red as she hung her head low, looking like a child caught doing something wrong. The car fell into an awkward silence, but luckily their destination soon arrived, Nanjiang City long-distance bus station. The two got out. Xu Zeyu prepared to pay, but the taxi driver chuckled strangely. Every time you ride with me, you make me feel good. I won't charge you this time. See ya, buddy, haha. With a long, drawn-out woo-woo, the taxi shot away like an arrow released from a bow, disappearing from sight within seconds. Yang Mei was left with a psychological shadow from this taxi driver, shaking her head repeatedly. Next time I take a ride, I'll definitely check carefully.
I absolutely won't get in his car again.
Xu Zeyu understood and sympathized with Yang Mei's words. Yeah, no fare, no ride. At the long-distance bus station, Yang Mei bought 2 tickets back to her hometown of Baiyang village, catching the very first bus out.
Sitting on the smoothly cruising bus, Yang Mei's mood finally settled a bit. She then told Xu Zeyu about the situation back in her hometown.
Baiyang village wasn't far from Nanjiang City, but the road was poorly maintained, making the bumpy ride take nearly 2 hours. Precisely because of the poor transportation, the village still clung to many backward customs, such as the preference for sons over daughters. Yang Mei was the only female college graduate in Baiyang village. Her female classmates either went out to work after finishing junior high or stayed in their hometown for a few years before marrying at the legal age. Every year when Yang Mei returned home, the elders of her clan would sigh and say how much better it would have been if she were a boy. The implication was clear: it was a waste for a girl to get so much education and land such a good job. Because of this, Yang Mei disliked returning home. She only went back once a year during the spring festival when she had no choice. A few days ago, her family called to say her uncles and cousins were repairing their great-grandfather's tomb and needed her to contribute. She immediately transferred 5,000 yuan back without bothering to ask any further questions.
If Xu Zeyu hadn't mentioned the ancestral graves were in trouble, she genuinely wouldn't have wanted to go back.
Perhaps it was pent-up frustration, or the lack of anyone to talk to, but Yang Mei poured out all these grievances to Xu Zeyu in one go. Xu Zeyu listened intently, remaining a patient audience until Yang Mei had poured out every last bit of her grievances.
Teacher Yang.
Just as Xu Zeyu opened his mouth to speak, Yang Mei immediately hushed him. Don't call me teacher.
I don't want my family to get the wrong idea when I go home.
Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes inwardly.
Calling you teacher makes people think weird things, but not calling you that won't? Fine, don't call me teacher, but you have to tell me what to call you.
Yang Mei seemed to have considered this issue herself. After pondering for a moment, she finally said, Alright, Zeyu, just call me Sister Yang.
Xu Zeyu understood Yang Mei was borrowing his own way of addressing Huang Yuyan. Since Yang Mei insisted on it, Xu Zeyu had no choice but to comply. Alright, Sister Yang. After venting her frustrations, Yang Mei suddenly felt lightheaded. Probably because she hadn't eaten breakfast properly, then the taxi driver had sped like a maniac, and on top of that, the road was full of potholes and bumpy as hell, making Yang Mei feel like she was going to throw up. Ugh. Yang Mei bent over urgently, but sitting on the inside, she could only lean her upper body onto Xu Zeyu's thigh and vomit outward. Xu Zeyu quickly patted her back and quietly made a 50-point transaction with the system. Using the motion of patting her back, he cured her motion sickness and vomiting. Sis Yang, feeling better? Yang Mei sat up again, staring at Xu Zeyu in astonishment. Zeyu, I twisted my ankle, and you just massaged it a few times and it was fine. I got motion sickness, and you patted my back a few times and it was gone. Looks like your hands have magic. From now on, if I get sick, I won't need to see a doctor, I'll just come find you for a few pats, right? Xu Zeyu chuckled. Sure thing. I'd be happy to help. Young man, if your hands are so powerful, could you give me a rub too? Cure my illness? An elderly woman with a face full of wrinkles sat in the next seat, looking at Xu Zeyu with eager anticipation. I've been trying to cure this illness for years, but nothing works. Sigh. Xu Zeyu casually inquired, what's the matter? The old woman suddenly flushed crimson, her voice fluttering with embarrassment. Hemorrhoids. Xu Zeyu froze solid. Yang Mei was stunned for a moment before bursting into uncontrollable laughter, doubled over until she could barely stand. Haha. That's hilarious. Chapter 186. Everyone on the bus burst into laughter except Xu Zeyu and the old woman. The laughter made Xu Zeyu want to strangle the old woman. You old hag, why did you have to butt in? Xu Zeyu, why did you have to ask? Serves you right for your big mouth. Xu Zeyu ignored the old woman, picking up his phone to distract himself from his frustration. After the laughter died down, the car fell quiet again. Only then did Yang Mei resume her conversation with Xu Zeyu. This time, she didn't bring up other topics. Instead, she focused specifically on Xu Zeyu's future business plans and such. Though Yang Mei wasn't in business herself, she was quite interested in it. Since she couldn't afford to start her own business, observing how others did it was almost like a vicarious thrill. Whatever Yang Mei asked, Xu Zeyu answered in detail, and she listened with rapt attention. After listening, Yang Mei couldn't help but marvel. Zeyu, I really don't know how your brain works. How do you know so much? Xu Zeyu chuckled. Sis Yang, you'll soon discover I know a lot more than you think. Show off. Yang Mei shot Xu Zeyu a disapproving look before noticing the car was nearing her hometown. Her mood grew complex. Zeyu, we're almost there. Finally here. Xu Zeyu didn't dwell on the sentiment, stretching lazily. My back's killing me from sitting in the car this long. Ugh. After getting off the bus, Xu Zeyu followed closely behind Yang Mei, shadowing her every step like a proper bodyguard. Yang Mei walked straight to her family home. Upon arriving, she found the place empty and deserted. She called her father. Dad, where are you guys? Xiao Mei, we're up in the mountains at your great-grandfather's grave. Realizing Yang Mei had returned, her father's tone abruptly shifted to stern. Why are you back? Yang Mei couldn't help but notice the obvious tension. She immediately asked, Dad, why can't I come back? Xiao Mei, be a good girl. Go back to your school. Her father's tone was unkind. The usually gentle and refined Yang Mei was instantly enraged. Dad, are you hiding something from me? Instead of a direct answer, Yang Mei heard the sharp crack of a slap, followed by her father's angry demand directed at her mother. Ah Fawn, did you go and blab to our daughter? On the other end of the line, her mother sounded deeply wronged. You told me not to say anything. I really didn't say a word. If you hadn't said anything, why would our daughter suddenly rush back? For some reason, the call abruptly disconnected. Yang Mei felt an icy chill wash over her, as if she'd fallen into a bottomless frozen abyss. She hadn't fully believed Xu Zeyu's words, but out of trust in him, she had specifically gone home to verify the situation. How she wished Xu Zeyu was just talking nonsense, spouting rubbish. But judging by the situation before her, it seemed entirely possible that her own family had tampered with the ancestral grave's feng shui to her detriment, and every single one of them knew about it, yet not a single soul had told her. Yang Mei froze in place, as if her soul had been drained from her body, tears slowly falling down her cheeks. To attend school, she had repeatedly threatened suicide before her parents finally agreed to let her study. Later, when she got into college, she chose Dongyang Normal University because it offered scholarships, so she never had to worry about tuition. As for her living expenses during college, she earned every penny by tutoring outside, never spending a single cent from her family. After working for 2 years, she sent every penny she earned back home, keeping only the bare minimum for her own living expenses. She couldn't understand why, despite working so hard and being so devoted to her family, they still treated her this way. Yang Mei was still in a daze, but Xu Zeyu's brows were tightly knitted. Teacher Yang, we must go to the cemetery immediately. If we delay any longer, that feng shui array will be completed. If that array is formed, the only way to dispel the malevolent energy on you will be to reopen your great-grandfather's grave. Though Xu Zeyu hadn't been at the gravesite, he could sense the dark aura gathering on Yang Mei's forehead growing heavier and expanding rapidly, a sign the feng shui formation was nearing completion. There was still time to act. Once the burial was complete, if they truly had to dig up their own ancestral grave, Yang Mei would never be able to return home for the rest of her life. Alright, I'll take you. Yang Mei wiped away her tears and began running up the mountain. Xu Zeyu followed behind her. As they ran, Xu Zeyu felt Yang Mei was moving too slowly, so without further ado, he hoisted her onto his back. You lead the way. This will be faster. Yang Mei, too distraught to think twice, immediately pointed the way. Keep going straight ahead, cross the bridge, then take the path on the left. Take the path up on the left. Turn right. Even carrying Yang Mei, Xu Zeyu moved like the wind, not breaking a sweat as he sprinted up the mountain in one breath. Yang Mei was utterly speechless. How could this guy have such incredible stamina? Yang Mei knew Xu Zeyu was skilled in combat, but she never imagined he could run this fast. Carrying someone and still running this fast? He's practically keeping up with Tarzan. Lost in thought, Yang Mei forgot to point the way at a fork. Yet Xu Zeyu continued running in the correct direction. Only when Yang Mei snapped back to reality did she ask, Zeyu, how did you know to take this path? The aura of evil on your body came from this direction, so naturally we take this path, Xu Zeyu replied. I can sense it. We're almost at our destination. Hearing Xu Zeyu's words, Yang Mei nodded bitterly. Yes. Once we round this mountain peak, my great-grandfather's tomb lies halfway up the next ridge behind it. She now fully believed Xu Zeyu's words. Her misfortune truly stemmed from the feng shui of her ancestral graves. This realization plunged Yang Mei's spirits to their lowest ebb. Knowing their destination was near, Xu Zeyu quickened his pace and began running forward. 5 minutes later, Xu Zeyu finally arrived. On the hillside ahead, a large group of people were carrying a coffin, preparing to conduct the burial. Xu Zeyu set Yang Mei down and bellowed, Stop right now. Who the hell is this? Yang Mei's uncles, aunts, cousins, and the entire extended family glared at Xu Zeyu with disgust, clearly displeased with this outsider disrupting their proceedings. But when they saw Yang Mei behind Xu Zeyu, their expressions changed completely. The girl had actually made it back. A man in his 60s immediately darkened his expression and barked at the pallbearers. What are you waiting for? Bury her. Halt. Xu Zeyu rushed forward swiftly. A large group of young family men armed with hoes, shovels, and other tools blocked the coffin, glaring at Xu Zeyu with fierce expressions. If you dare come any closer, don't blame us for beating you to death. Chapter 187. Xu Zeyu wasn't afraid of these thugs. Just because they held shovels and hoes across their chests, did they think they were invincible? Dream on. Without hesitation, Xu Zeyu continued charging forward. Those men showed no mercy, swinging their shovels and hoes down toward Xu Zeyu's head. Xu Zeyu suddenly leapt into the air, soaring over 2 meters high and clearing right over their heads. The shovels and hoes all swung through empty air, thudding onto the ground.
The thugs turned back, ready to unleash another barrage on Xu Zeyu, only to find him ducking beneath the coffin, taunting them, "Come on.
Come on. If you've got the guts, smash the coffin too."
The men were furious. That damn kid was such a bastard. They desperately wanted to teach Xu Zeyu a lesson, but with him sheltered beneath the coffin, they were powerless. They could only call out, "Kid, come out. If you let us give our great-grandfather a proper burial, we won't hurt you." Ha! Your family really takes the cake. Xu Zeyu settled himself comfortably beneath the coffin, clearly unwilling to budge until his demands were met. "Fine, I'll come out if you rearrange this entire burial site's feng shui. Who the hell do you think you are, meddling in our family's affairs?" The old man who had been shouting about the burial earlier was now brimming with arrogance, his eyes practically glaring at Xu Zeyu as if he could kill him with his gaze. Xu Zeyu knew finding a legitimate reason to intervene would be difficult now. Stealing his resolve, he huffed, "Yang Mei is my girlfriend. If this cemetery's feng shui kills her, who will bear my children?" Hearing Xu Zeyu's words from afar, Yang Mei's face flushed crimson to her ears, a burning sensation spreading across her cheeks. This Xu Zeyu was utterly outrageous. How could he spout such nonsense? But even though she knew Xu Zeyu was talking nonsense, she couldn't step forward and say he was wrong at this moment. Otherwise, things would only get worse. She had no choice but to let Xu Zeyu run wild for now. "Xiao Mei's boyfriend?" The old man's expression remained grim. "Even if you are Xiao Mei's boyfriend, tomb repairs are our family's private affair. It's none of your business. You all want Yang Mei dead, and now you won't even let me speak up?" Seeing the old man was completely unreasonable, Xu Zeyu's temper flared instantly. 2 days ago, she nearly got hit by a car. If I hadn't saved her in time, you wouldn't be here burying your great-grandfather right now, you'd be burying her. Nonsense. Exactly. Master, you only said this burial site would drain Xiao Mei's fortune, not take her life. It's obvious she knew Xiao Mei's fortune would be drained, which is why she came here to cause trouble. An unmarried daughter bringing a man back to her parents' home to make a scene? How scandalous. Master, you? Xu Zeyu immediately turned his gaze to the Taoist priest beside the old man. Was it this scruffy guy? The Taoist priest, skinny as a monkey, shuddered uncontrollably under Xu Zeyu's gaze. Yet to maintain his lofty image, he put on an air of profound mystery. "Young man, I am the master. I am an enlightened being. Show me respect, lest you invite divine retribution." "Divine retribution, my ass." Xu Zeyu suddenly leapt out of the coffin, grabbed the so-called Master Yu by the collar, and flung him to the ground with a thud. Thud. Master Yu's face slammed viciously into the muddy ground, landing flat on his face. His entire head and face were caked in yellow mud. This guy's got some serious strength. Indeed. The crowd was stunned by Xu Zeyu's display. He'd lifted and slammed a grown man weighing over 100 pounds with just one hand. What kind of strength was that? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xu Zeyu continued unabated, mercilessly beating Master Yu without restraint. After slamming him to the ground, Xu Zeyu stomped on him relentlessly, driving most of his body into the mud. Master Yu howled in agony, screaming, "You'll be cursed by heaven for offending this master." Smack! Xu Zeyu planted his foot squarely on the back of Master Yu's head, forcing his face back into the mud. Having just spat out the mud from his mouth, he screamed once more, "You'll be punished by heaven." Smack! Xu Zeyu slammed his head back into the mud, effectively silencing him. Only when Master Yu finally grasped Xu Zeyu's intent did he obediently shut his mouth, tears streaming down his face as he submitted to Xu Zeyu's brutal venting of animalistic rage. The young family members were too intimidated by Xu Zeyu to intervene and rescue Master Yu. Of course, Xu Zeyu was attacking Master Yu, not the young family members. Naturally, they wouldn't risk provoking Xu Zeyu for Master Yu's sake. Though the young family members didn't intervene, they quietly reported the incident to the authorities, waiting for the constables to handle it. Only after he had beaten Master Yu to a pulp did Xu Zeyu drag the half-dead man back to his feet and demand coldly, "I think it would be best if you personally explain to them exactly what this nine-yang absoluting feng shui formation is. If you dare utter a single false word." Xu Zeyu clenched a stone in his other hand, crushing it into dust with a sharp crack. With a bruised and swollen face, Master Yu realized he had not only encountered a ruthless opponent but also a master of feng shui. He dared not conceal anything further and said with a mournful expression, "Everyone, I'm sorry. I deceived you. I deceived you by claiming this formation would only drain the fortune of the most auspicious woman in your young family. In truth, it absorbs the fortune of every woman in your clan. Whichever woman holds the greatest fortune will meet a sudden, tragic death, while the others will suffer lifelong illness." Hearing Master Yu's words, the entire Yang family erupted in chaos. What? This is outrageous. This villain. Feeling utterly deceived, the enraged young family members surged forward, intent on killing Master Yu. Master Yu panicked and bellowed, "You insisted I come up with a solution. I followed your own plan. Not a single man in your Yang family is capable, yet you blame the woman for stealing your fortune. When I suggested absorbing her fortune and distributing it to you, weren't you all thrilled? If you want to beat me to death, go ahead."
Master Yu, deeply humiliated by Xu Zeyu's attack, now vented his pent-up frustration in one breath. Let me tell you the truth, your ancestral graves are no feng shui treasure trove. That girl Yang Mei earned her fortune through her own hard work. It has nothing to do with you. You selfish family members. You won't lift a finger yourselves, yet you dream of prosperity through feng shui and by harming your own kin. Keep dreaming. Chapter 188. Silence fell over the crowd. Master Yu continued, even the finest feng shui is merely an aid. True success depends on personal effort. Your Yang family is full of lazy good-for-nothings who only know how to eat and do nothing. How could you ever prosper? Unless you resort to draining the fortune from your own women to get short-term luck like winning a small lottery prize, then even the feng shui of the Emperor Zhang family won't help you. Pig like men, rise above your station. Master Yu's words deeply wounded the Yang men. Enraged and humiliated, they grabbed shovels and hoes, ready to beat him to death. Xu Zeyu stepped in to stop them, his face twisted in scorn as he retorted, he's absolutely right. Why would you hit him? Everyone was seething with anger, yet not a single person dared to shout at Xu Zeyu again. It was clear that Yang Mei's boyfriend was a master of feng shui. With his sharp wit, he had long seen through the whole situation, otherwise, he wouldn't have come here to cause such a scene. In the minds of these rural folk, such a master was not someone to cross. He could alter their family's feng shui at any moment, bringing misfortune upon them. After shouting himself hoarse, Master Yu seemed to have exhausted his energy. His shoulders slumped as he addressed Xu Zeyu in a subdued tone, brother, I must admit, I'm impressed. This 9-yang absolutine feng shui formation is a closely guarded secret of our sect. I never imagined you could see through it at a glance. With Master Yu's words, the Yang family's gaze towards Xu Zeyu grew even more complex. They thought to themselves, Yang Mei's boyfriend really is something special. That girl's luck is truly enviable. Even now, they stubbornly clung to the belief that Yang Mei's current life was solely due to good fortune, refusing to acknowledge that their own poverty stemmed from laziness. Needless to say, today's burial proceedings were halted. Exchanging the lifelong afflictions of all the women in their family for the good fortune of their men, they weren't heartless enough to go that far. Xu Zeyu snorted dismissively, paying him little mind. Instead, he turned to Master Yu and said, tell me, your sect dares to deploy the 9-yang absolutine feng shui array? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Master Yu sighed helplessly. Our sect has already been cursed by heaven. I'm the last heir left, what do you think? But I know nothing beyond feng shui. In these times, big cities have no clients left. I had to come to this remote countryside just to scrape by. When clients have needs, how can we refuse? Even if it's just scraping by, it shouldn't cost someone their life. Xu Zeyu retorted coldly. Thankfully my girlfriend is unharmed. If anything had happened to her, you wouldn't be walking out of here alive today. Seeing the murderous glint in Xu Zeyu's eyes, Master Yu shuddered again. He knew that if he really screwed over this young man's girlfriend today, the young man might actually kill him. Get lost. Xu Zeyu flung Master Yu aside like a rag doll. The man flew through the air like a discarded trash bag, landing several meters away. Master Yu dared not utter another word. He scrambled to his feet, didn't even bother dusting off his clothes, and bolted away. The loud-mouthed old man approached Xu Zeyu, adopting a submissive tone. You're Yang Mei's boyfriend, right? I'm her uncle. We were blinded by greed today, what we did was wrong. We're all family here. Please forgive us. Xu Zeyu ignored Yang Mei's uncle and walked straight to the graveside. He uprooted several newly planted saplings and tossed them aside. Now you can proceed with the burial. As the others resumed their tasks, Xu Zeyu returned to Yang Mei's side and shrugged helplessly. Teacher Yang, I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to pretend to be your boyfriend. Yang Mei said nothing, only quietly embraced Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu froze in place, his mind a muddle. She didn't take it seriously, did she? This is bad. Yang Mei's parents and her brother and sister-in-law approached, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Mei, we. Yang Mei released Xu Zeyu, wiped the tears from her face, and spoke calmly. Dad, Mom, thank you for raising me, for letting me study, and for giving me a good job so I can support myself. As your daughter, it's only natural I repay your kindness. But I won't be returning to this home. If you ever need money, just call, I'll send it to you. As for anything else, what can a girl like me do? Right? Zeyu, let's go. With that, Yang Mei took Xu Zeyu's hand and walked away without looking back. Only Xu Zeyu knew how icy cold Yang Mei's hand felt at that moment. They boarded the bus back to Nanjing City. Throughout the journey, Yang Mei didn't utter a single word, simply resting her head on Xu Zeyu's shoulder like a true girlfriend. Xu Zeyu knew she was upset and said nothing, letting her rest quietly against him. Occasionally, the bus jolted, and Xu Zeyu, worried she might fall, reached out to wrap his arm around her shoulders. She didn't react at all. Xu Zeyu sighed inwardly, feeling rather uneasy himself. Thank goodness he was a boy. Thank goodness his parents weren't like Yang Mei's. Thank goodness, thank goodness. If he were in Yang Mei's situation, his mood might be even lower than hers.
That feeling of being hurt by someone you love, no one can truly understand it unless they've experienced it themselves. There was no such thing as truly empathizing with another's pain in this world. If anyone claimed to understand, it was merely their own delusion.
By the time they returned to Nanjing City, it was already around 1 p.m. Yang Mei skipped lunch and wandered aimlessly instead. Xu Zeyu, worried she might get into trouble, followed her all the way. They walked from afternoon until past 8 in the evening before finally stopping by the riverbank. Rows of benches lined the riverbank for visitors. Yang Mei, likely exhausted, sat down on one.
Xu Zeyu sat beside her. She leaned her head against his shoulder again and closed her eyes.
Not long after, Xu Zeyu heard Yang Mei's faint breathing.
He turned to look and saw she had indeed fallen asleep, as still as a child. A river breeze blew in, carrying a hint of the chill autumn air. Worried she might catch a chill, Xu Zeyu gently wrapped his arm around her.
Yang Mei remained leaning against Xu Zeyu, fast asleep.
Xu Zeyu dared not move, afraid of waking her, and remained perfectly still. The couple on the nearby chair whispered about them. "Look at that man, he's so tender with his girlfriend." "You're never that tender with me."
"Is that so? Then we'll go home and show each other some affection."
"Go to hell." He. Listening to the chatter around him, Xu Zeyu merely smiled faintly.
Probably just today. After today, Yang Mei would still be his teacher, he would still be Yang Mei's student, and everyone would be just like before, nothing different.
After 11 p.m., Yang Mei finally woke up, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Sorry, Zeyu.
I'm just too exhausted. Let's go back to school."
"Okay."
Xu Zeyu nodded, then suddenly remembered something.
His expression changed slightly.
"Damn it, I forgot something." Chapter 189. Shanjin Street was an old neighborhood in Nanjing City.
Due to its remote location, it had never been developed and remained largely unchanged from over 20 years ago. Most of the original residents had moved out, and now the area was mostly occupied by migrant workers renting rooms. Dim streetlights cast light on haphazardly strung wires, their shadows sprawling across the ground like a dense spider web. It was nearly midnight now, and even this street, usually bustling during the day, was nearly deserted. A little girl of 7 or 8 stood at the doorway, anxiously scanning the intersection, her eyes reddened. Why hasn't Big Brother come yet?
Why hasn't he come?
This little girl was Xiaoya, the flower seller rescued by Xu Zeyu that day. Xu Zeyu had said he would come on Sunday, but hadn't specified the time, so Xiaoya had waited at the door all day. Xiaoya's mother emerged, her heart aching. "Xiaoya, that Big Brother is so busy, he probably forgot. Please stop waiting, okay? If he remembers tomorrow, he'll come find you." But this was merely Xiaoya's mother's way of comforting her. Deep down, she had long given up hope for Xu Zeyu. She had seen Xu Zeyu on TV yesterday and knew he was a wealthy big boss. Sure, big bosses like him had money, but they were incredibly busy people. How could he possibly remember minor figures like her and her daughter? He'd already done enough by saving her daughter. His offer to sponsor Xiaoya's education was probably just a spur-of-the-moment thing, he'd likely forgotten all about it by now. That was what Xu Xiaoyan thought, but she couldn't tell her daughter that. Instead, she comforted her daughter, saying the Big Brother was a busy tycoon who might have forgotten today but would surely remember tomorrow. But her mother's words did nothing to comfort Xiaoya. Instead, they made her burst into tears. "Mommy, Big Brother keeps his promises. He promised to come save me that day, and he did. He said he'd come see me, so he will come. Mommy, please let me wait a little longer, okay?" Her daughter's words made tears stream down Xu Xiaoyan's face too. This child had placed such immense hope in Xu Zeyu. She truly feared that the greater her expectations, the deeper her disappointment would be. Just as Xu Xiaoyan was about to say yes, Xu Zeyu's voice reached their ears. "Sorry, I had something urgent come up today and got here late." "Big Brother." The moment she heard Xu Zeyu's voice, Xiaoya immediately rushed toward him, jumping into his arms. "I knew you'd come." Xu Zeyu held Xiaoya close, his face filled with regret. "Xiaoya, I'm so sorry for making you wait this long.
It's all my fault. Will you forgive me?"
Xiaoya shook her head, her face lit up with an innocent smile. "Big Brother, I'm not angry."
"Why would I need forgiveness?"
"Glad you're not upset," Xu Zeyu smiled.
"It's cold outside. Let's go inside and talk."
"Okay."
Xiaoya nodded eagerly, about to lead Xu Zeyu inside when she suddenly spotted Yang Mei behind him.
Curiosity flooded her face. "Ha? Big Brother, did you get a new girlfriend?"
Xu Zeyu laughed helplessly and quickly explained, "She's Big Brother's teacher, not Big Brother's girlfriend." "Don't say things like that, Xiaoya." Xiaoya walked up to Yang Mei and said politely, "Big Brother's teacher, welcome to our home."
Only then did Yang Mei understand why Xu Zeyu had rushed here overnight. He'd promised this little girl.
But Yang Mei still couldn't figure out what Xu Zeyu was actually doing here.
The two entered Xu Xiaoyan's home together, discovering it truly lived up to the description of being bare walls and empty rooms. The house wasn't small, 2 stories, each about 60 or 70 square meters. The second floor was unknown, but the first floor contained only a stove, an old table, and 3 or 4 worn-out stools. Beyond that, there was no other furniture or furnishings. Su Xiaoyan poured 2 bowls of plain water for Xu Zeyu and Yang Mei, her face full of apology.
We're poor. We don't even have tea leaves. I'm so sorry. It's nothing, Xu Zeyu replied calmly. Xiaoya's mother, I've thought about your situation. My shop needs another employee. You could come work for me, just overseeing the inventory.
I'll pay you 3,000 yuan a month.
How does that sound?
Su Xiaoyan knew Xu Zeyu's shop wasn't short-staffed, he was simply offering her a job out of kindness. She felt deeply grateful.
Thank you, Mr. Su. But my health. Don't worry.
Besides the 3,000 yuan salary, I'll also buy you some ginseng to boost your energy and prolong your life.
Xu Zeyu said, if you stay at my shop, Xiaoya can go to school with peace of mind.
Hearing Xu Zeyu's words, Su Xiaoyan was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes.
She wanted to kneel before him. Thank you, Mr. Su. Don't do that.
Xu Zeyu quickly helped her up. Xiaoya is such a sweet girl, and we share such a special connection. Helping her is only natural.
Besides, starting tomorrow, you're my employee.
Beyond your salary, everything else is a benefit the boss provides to his staff.
No need to be so formal.
Su Xiaoyan smiled through her tears and thanked him again. Thank you, Mr. Su. Xu Zeyu said, bring Xiaoya to my shop tomorrow morning.
I'll handle the rest. It's late now. We should go. Xiaoya should get some sleep. Really? Xiaoya nodded obediently. Good night, big brother. Good night, big brother's teacher. Good girl.
Xu Zeyu smiled as he ruffled Xiaoya's hair, bidding farewell to the mother and daughter.
Xiaoya's mom, Xiaoya, see you later. Goodbye. After leaving Su Xiaoxiu's home, Yang Mei asked curiously, Zeyu, what exactly happened? Xu Zeyu recounted the day he rescued Xiaoya.
Yang Mei already knew he'd saved a child and apprehended human traffickers that day, but she hadn't realized the child was Xiaoya.
Xiaoya trusts me so much I can't let her down, right? Xu Zeyu chuckled. Honestly, not many people trust me this deeply. I can't let her stop believing in me. He.
Yang Mei knew Xu Zeyu was merely using this as an excuse to help others, and she was deeply moved.
Zeyu, you're such a good person. A good person? Maybe. Xu Zeyu chuckled awkwardly. Depends on who you ask. Those who hate me, those who want to harm me, they certainly wouldn't think I'm a good person. Heh. Buzz. Xu Zeyu's phone vibrated a few times. An incoming call. It's the boss calling. What does he want now? Xu Zeyu answered the call, but before he could speak, Boss Cheng Zhongming asked urgently, Zeyu, are you with Teacher Yang? Xu Zeyu froze for a moment before blurting out, how'd you know? It's a major crisis. Cheng Zhongming panicked. Go check the school forum yourself.
I bet it's already spread to the Nanjiang City forum.
If you don't handle this immediately, your reputation is ruined. Chapter 190. Cheng Zhongming's dire tone instantly knotted Xu Zeyu's brow. Alright, I'll check it out right now. After hanging up, Xu Zeyu opened his phone and went online.
His face turned ashen.
The top headline on the Nanjiang City forum read, the story a Nanjiang University female teacher couldn't keep to herself.
Clicking in, the first image showed Xu Zeyu and Yang Mei sneaking into a taxi this morning.
No wonder Xu Zeyu had felt someone watching him back, then it really was true.
Beyond that photo, numerous other images followed, depicting highly provocative scenes between men and women. What was infuriating was that the faces of the couple in the photos had been photoshopped to look like Xu Zeyu and Yang Mei.
What are you looking at?
Yang Mei suddenly leaned in, catching a close-up shot that made her gasp, ah.
Whether from anger or embarrassment, Yang Mei's face flushed crimson as she fumed, who did this? My rivals wouldn't resort to this. And since this doesn't affect me much, I think it's mainly aimed at you. Fewer people would dare to confront you directly and resort to such dirty tricks instead. I can probably guess who it is. Xu Zeyu gave a cold snort. But our priority now isn't guessing who it is, it's dealing with the fallout. Rest assured, Teacher Yang. I guarantee we'll have answers by tomorrow. Let's head back to campus. Leave the rest to me. Alright. Though Yang Mei didn't understand why Xu Zeyu was so confident, she had no other options and could only place her complete trust in him. After dropping Yang Mei off at her dorm, Xu Zeyu returned to his own room. He borrowed Lao Si Qian Kai's laptop, sat down at his desk, and addressed the system. System, I want to master the highest level of hacking skills. Beginner costs 500 points, intermediate 1000 points, advanced 1500 points, that's 3000 points total, right? Xu Zeyu had always intended to learn hacking skills, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle Luo Shiping. He was merely accelerating his timeline. The system chuckled, correct. Deducting 3000 points, you now have 1346 points remaining. Beep beep. You have now mastered the world's most advanced hacking techniques. The moment the system finished speaking, Xu Zeyu's mind was flooded with vast amounts of computer network hacking knowledge. This sudden influx of knowledge caused a sharp ache in Xu Zeyu's brain, though it remained within tolerable limits. Xu Zeyu's brain reacted this way for perfectly understandable reasons.
After all, he had absorbed hacking techniques that others spent years mastering in a single second. It was a miracle his brain hadn't exploded. Armed with this telephone hacking knowledge, a malicious smirk instantly spread across Xu Zeyu's face. You want to play with me? Fine, I'll play alone. Seeing Xu Zeyu's terrifying grin, Shenkai felt a chill run down his spine. Third brother, you must stay calm. Don't do anything rash. The one who'll be in the most trouble here isn't you, it's teacher Yang. Do I look like someone who'd do something reckless? Xu Zeyu retorted. Fourth brother and first brother nodded in unison. You do. Only second brother Yufeng snorted. Those pictures are fake. Third brother would be thrilled if they were real, that'd be a blast. The other three shouted in unison, that. Under the united condemnation of his dorm mates, Yufeng, propped up on his bed, could only continue his study of human nature. Once second brother shut up, Xu Zeyu turned to first brother and fourth brother, warning you now, if you have those pictures saved on your phones, you'd better delete them immediately. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. The eldest and fourth immediately adopted solemn expressions, declaring with righteous indignation, these fake photos slander our beloved teacher and dear roommates. We would only despise them, why would we keep them? Humph, glad you didn't save them. Then I'll begin. Xu Zeyu sat before the computer, eyes fixed on the screen as his fingers flew across the keyboard. As he typed, a sinister grin spread across his face. I'll show you. I'll show you. Chang Zhongming and Xian Kai exchanged a glance, thinking to themselves, has third brother finally snapped from the pressure? Damn it! Why is my phone so hot? Xian Kai screamed, flinging his phone onto the floor. Holy crap, mine's burning too. Chang Zhongming also tossed his phone onto the bed in fright. Within 2 seconds, both phones exploded with a loud bang. Xian Kai's phone was slightly better off, it landed on the floor unscathed. Chang Zhongming's phone, however, landed on the bed, instantly burning a hole in the sheets and filling the room with a pungent, burnt smell. Staring dumbfounded at his two roommates, Xu Zeyu flipped them both the middle finger, left and right. I warned you guys not to save those photos. You're on your own for the consequences. You didn't listen. So, I'm not replacing your phones. Chang Zhongming and Xian Kai both started crying, Xian Kai weeping more bitterly. I just bought this iPhone 7 Plus less than a month ago. Wha? Xu Zeyu ignored them, glancing instead at Yufeng and nodding. Number 2's the real bro, didn't save any of that junk. What photos? Second brother looked up, completely confused. Third brother, what are you talking about? Ha? What's that burning smell? Ah. My phone. My butt. Yufeng's phone had been crushed under his butt. Then, his pants were burned through by the phone, leaving a hole. A large patch of his right buttock was scorched black, creating a stark black and white contrast with his left buttock. The same fate befell every phone and computer storing those photos. That night, all the veterans' phones exploded, and their computer motherboards were scorched to a crisp. Other cities were spared after all, the photos hadn't yet spread widely. But poor Nanjiang City became the epicenter of the disaster. My beloved iPhone 7. My Samsung. My Xiaomi. My Huawei. Who the hell did this? Damn it all to hell. The entire city of Nanjiang is filled with wailing and lamentation. If anyone was truly delighted, it was undoubtedly the mobile phone and computer retailers. At the Qinzhou police headquarters, Luo Shiping received news from the cybersecurity department about a massive outbreak of phone and computer viruses in Nanjiang City. He couldn't help but smile to himself. Turning those photos into self-replicating viruses, any phone or computer storing them would instantly have its hard drive infected by this relentless replicating virus. The CPU would run non-stop until overheating and burning out. Heh, our Cyber Wolf Unit's cyber tech instructor really knows how to make an entrance, ha! Chapter 191. Luo Shiping knew Xu Zeyu was behind this, but he couldn't say anything. Using hacking techniques to spread viruses was a criminal offense under China's cybersecurity law, especially since the virus had destroyed so many people's phones and computers. If Xu Zeyu got caught, he'd be looking at a minimum of 10 years. So Luo Shiping pretended he didn't know anything about it, as if Xu Zeyu hadn't done it. But even if he knew Xu Zeyu was responsible, catching him wouldn't be easy. Why? No evidence. Luo Shiping gained a new appreciation for Xu Zeyu's hacking skills. Just as Luo Shiping was marveling at Xu Zeyu's skills, cyber police officer Xiaomao suddenly walked in and said to Luo Shiping, Director Luo, we've traced the IP address that released the virus. Hearing Xiaomao's words, Luo Shiping's heart sank. No way? You tracked it down this fast? Where? Nanjiang University, Xiaomao replied. Luo Shiping's heart sank even further. He even began to wonder if Xu Zeyu could be apprehended here. He might have to consider abandoning Xu Zeyu altogether. His expression turning stern, Luo Shiping pressed on, at Nanjiang University? Have you identified the owner of that IP address? We did, Xiaomao nodded. It's a professor named Su Maozhe. He just started at Nanjiang University less than a month ago. The moment he heard it wasn't Xu Zeyu, Luo Shiping visibly relaxed. With a sweeping gesture, he ordered, enough talk. Arrest him. Su Maozhe never dreamed that while he was still fantasizing about Xu Zeyu and Yang Mei's downfall, a squad of constables would arrive at his doorstep. The constables immediately restrained him, booted up his computer, and swiftly located the source files of the malicious images he'd been distributing. It was him after all. Take him away. The constable captain waved his hand, and Su Maozhe was led off wearing only a pair of briefs, along with his laptop. This graduate instructor from Yenjing University quickly confessed to his jealousy stemming from unrequited love. He admitted to stalking Xu Zeyu and Yang Mei, taking photos, and fabricating images to slander them. However, he vehemently denied spreading the virus, claiming he was framed. Yet the cyber police found the virus's source code on his computer. With the evidence staring him in the face, he couldn't deny it. Impossible. This can't be. Su Maozhe repeated this phrase over and over upon seeing the evidence. The constables couldn't tell whether he meant it was impossible for him to have done it, or that the evidence couldn't possibly have been found. Regardless, the constables had him red-handed. Su Maozhe couldn't wriggle out of this one. After reading Su Maozhe's confession, Luo Shiping couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. He finally understood why the evidence had been found in Su Maozhe's dorm room. It turned out that this fool had tried to set someone else up but ended up getting set up himself. Serves him right. Su Maozhe was pitiful, though. Had he known Xu Zeyu was the cyber instructor for the Wolf Squad, he wouldn't have dared to use cyber tricks against him even if given 100 guts. Seeing Luo Shiping laugh so hard, Xiaomao asked curiously, "Director, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing much. Heh, I'm just mocking someone for overestimating their abilities." Ha ha. Luo Shiping chuckled a few more times, then waved at Xiaomao. "Alright, you've worked hard all night. Go get some rest." "Understood, Director Luo. I'll be going now." After Xiaomao left Luo Shiping's office, Luo quickly picked up the phone and dialed Xu Zeyu's number. "Hey, Xiaosu, you handled that beautifully." "No complaints, ha." Xu Zeyu grunted, "I didn't do anything. Don't pin this on me, Director." "Oh, come on, you make it sound like I'm trying to arrest you." Luo Shiping couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I called to tell you that cruise ship on the high seas sets sail next Sunday. My guy already got the boarding pass." "What about you?" "I got mine too," Xu Zeyu replied. By Hongtao's bodyguard, Bing, delivered it a gold card, no less. "I'll be boarding the cruise with him." "Good." Luo Shiping's tone suddenly turned serious. "Zeyu, this is your first mission. Forget everything else, your personal safety is paramount." Xu Zeyu had expected Luo Shiping to emphasize mission completion, but instead his first concern was personal safety. This unexpected consideration earned Luo's respect. "Got it, old Luo. As long as I don't get killed in the ring, hacking Su Sihai's computer will be a piece of cake." "Oh, and I found the info on Bai Hongtao's bodyguard, Bing. Be extra careful when you face him in the ring." Luo Shiping explained. He started out as an underground fighter on this cruise ship. Then he met an opponent stronger than him and nearly got beaten to death. The Bai family saved him, they paid to buy his life. To repay them, he became their personal bodyguard. "Got it." Xu Zeyu nodded. "I'm worth nearly 100 million, I'm not about to die so soon." "You brat." Luo Shiping was quite fond of Xu Zeyu, speaking to him like an equal without any airs. Xu Zeyu didn't treat Luo Shiping as his superior either, constantly calling him old Luo. "Hey, old Luo," he said, "I'm about to risk my life on a mission next week. Could you do me a favor?" Luo Shiping responded generously. "What is it?" "Go ahead." Xu Zeyu replied earnestly, "Tonight's incident has caused my counselor, Teacher Yang Mei, immense emotional distress. I want tomorrow's provincial media to expose that bastard Su Maozhe's malicious intentions and clear my teacher's name." "Small thing. Just a phone call." Luo Shiping replied. "But tell me, if you really didn't do it, how did you know Su Maozhe got caught? Keep in mind, our operation to nab Su was top secret." "Oh, did I say something?" "I didn't say anything at all." "Ha, old Luo, I'm going to sleep now. Bye, old Luo." Xu Zeyu hung up immediately, refusing to argue with Luo Shiping any further. He had painstakingly accumulated over 4,000 skill points, only to blow 3,000 of them in one go to resolve tonight's mess. It was truly heartbreaking. Xu Zeyu had planned to use those 4,000 plus skill points for self-defense once he boarded the cruise ship on the high seas. He never imagined they'd be gone so quickly. To better protect his life, he'd better think hard about where to go tomorrow to blend in with the crowd and keep earning skill points. Chapter 192. Yang Mei was extremely anxious and hadn't slept well all night. She kept worrying whether Xu Zeyu could handle this situation. If he couldn't, both she and Xu Zeyu would be ruined. Her own disgrace would be one thing, but dragging Xu Zeyu down with her? She couldn't bear the guilt. These days, teacher-student romances in universities weren't exactly taboo, but they weren't something to brag about either. The real problem was the devastating impact of those photos. Even if everyone knew they were fake, if enough people repeated it, the lie could become truth. Then she'd be branded a flighty woman, and Xu Zeyu would face public scorn, something Yang Mei dreaded most. By the next morning, Yang Mei was so famished she had no choice but to steel herself and head to the school cafeteria for breakfast. To Yang Mei's surprise, the students eating breakfast in the cafeteria showed her no contempt whatsoever. Instead, they looked at her with deep sympathy. "Teacher Yang, you've been so wronged. Yeah, that trash teacher Su Maozhe really screwed you over." Su Maozhe? Yang Mei froze. What about him? You don't know, Teacher Yang? Here's what happened. Wang Sisi, the class life committee member, was quite talkative and immediately explained. Remember when Xu Zeyu and you embarrassed Su Maozhe in the cafeteria last time? That guy couldn't get you to like him, so he turned his affection into hatred. He used these photoshopped pictures to frame you too. Wang Sisi recounted the story with great enthusiasm, leaving Yang Mei speechless. Could it really be like that? That's exactly what happened. Xu Zeyu sat down with his breakfast tray, his face flushed with indignation. That Su Maozhe is a wolf in sheep's clothing. How could the principal hire someone like him as a teacher? Seriously. They don't even check their professional ethics. It's a disgrace. Seeing Xu Zeyu speak so earnestly, as if the facts were undeniable, Yang Mei couldn't help but silently grumble to herself. She believed Su Maozhe was behind the photo incident, but she couldn't accept that Xu Zeyu had nothing to do with Su Maozhe's arrest. Moreover, one thing didn't add up. If Su Maozhe wanted to ruin their reputation, why would he go out of his way to create a virus that destroyed people's phones and computers, making those photos disappear completely? No doubt about it, Xu Zeyu was behind this, framing Su Maozhe. Yang Mei thought to herself that Xu Zeyu was quite the schemer full of cunning tricks. Of course, even if Yang Mei had figured out the truth, she wouldn't say much. For that disgusting Su Maozhe, Yang Mei had only 2 words: serves him right. Hey, Teacher Yang, where did you take Xu Zeyu so early yesterday morning? Wang Sisi asked curiously. Someone verified if the other photos are fakes, but that one is real. Yang Mei didn't know how to respond, but Xu Zeyu spoke up first. Yesterday we went to Teacher Yang's home. Her family is renovating their ancestral tomb back in her hometown. Since I know a bit about feng shui, Teacher Yang specifically asked me to go take a look. Put. Wang Sisi looked utterly skeptical. Xu Zeyu, if you're really that good, read my fortune. If you're accurate, I'll agree to any condition you set. The other girls chimed in. Right, Xu Zeyu. If you want us to believe you didn't run off with Teacher Yang, read our fortunes. If you're accurate, we'll stop doubting you. Actually, feng shui and palm reading are different specialties. When Xu Zeyu said this, the others thought he was going to refuse. Little did they know he continued, but for a capable man like me, palm reading isn't too difficult either. Beep beep. System notification, pretending was successful, but no points awarded for faking it in front of your own classmates. The system prompted, though you can use them to practice your skills, making future pretenses easier. Xu Zeyu ignored the system's comment entirely. It might as well have been silent. Put. The girl shot Xu Zeyu another look of contempt. Stop showing off in front of us. First, read Cici's fortune. Fine, no problem. Xu Zeyu scrutinized his classmate Wang Sisi from head to toe. Wang Sisi sat up straight, adopting a solemn posture to allow Xu Zeyu a clear view. Xu Zeyu glanced at her and furrowed his brow slightly. Your family isn't large, you're an only child. Damn, everyone already knows that. Wang Sisi snorted at Xu Zeyu, but his next words instantly turned her face pale. You actually have a twin sister. But I think she's no longer alive. The steamed bun in Wang Sisi's hand dropped to the floor. Her eyes went blank. How do you know? Xu Zeyu shrugged helplessly. I told you, it's from reading your face. Your facial features indicate you should have a sister. But it's also your face that tells me this sister didn't live long. She might not even have made it past her first birthday. Wang Sisi stared at Xu Zeyu as if he were a monster. My mother told me I had a twin sister, but she didn't survive our birth. Most people think I'm an only child. Only my family knows about my sister who died in infancy. Holy crap, that's incredible. No way. You two aren't pulling a fast one on us, are you? The girl shrieked in disbelief, reluctant to accept Xu Zeyu's extraordinary abilities. Wang Sisi grew annoyed and turned to the girl beside her. Yao Feng, if you don't believe it, let Xu Zeyu read your fortune yourself. See if he can predict it accurately. Sure thing. Yao Feng grinned at Xu Zeyu. Help me out, when will I get my first boyfriend? Xu Zeyu glanced at her, his expression turning troubled. I think maybe we shouldn't. Why not? Yao Feng wouldn't let it go. If you don't help us, we'll spread the word that you're a con artist trying to scam our beautiful teacher Yang. Yao Feng, is that really necessary? I just think you might feel embarrassed if I say it out loud. Xu Zeyu kept smiling. We're all good classmates, we'll run into each other again. Xu Zeyu, there's nothing you can't tell people. Cut the nonsense. Just say it. I won't blame you. Hearing Xu Zeyu's words, Yao Feng's heart was actually pounding wildly inside. But if Xu Zeyu had gone that far, backing down now would be utterly humiliating. She was a competitive girl, and she was sure Xu Zeyu couldn't possibly know about her past. His words were just a ploy to bluff her. So she insisted he spill the beans. Alright, since you've put it that way, I'll tell you.
Xu Zeyu's expression instantly turned serious. You've actually had a boyfriend before, and it was when you were 17, right? Chapter 193. The moment Xu Zeyu uttered those words, Yao Fang's face flushed through every shade imaginable: green, purple, white, black, changing faster than a chameleon. The other girls stared at Yao Fang in shock, their faces frozen in disbelief. They had initially thought Xu Zeyu was just talking nonsense, but Yao Fang's reaction now indirectly confirmed his words. The atmosphere around the table instantly turned icy, as if they'd been plunged into a freezer. No one spoke, each staring at Yao Fang with their own expression. Yao Fang bit her lip tightly, as if trying to hold back tears, but ultimately couldn't resist. With a wail, she burst into tears. Xu Zeyu was utterly speechless, thinking to himself, "Hey, Yao Fang, I told you not to push me. Now look what you've done. Got your comeuppance? Does your face still hurt?" Seeing Yao Fang so heartbroken, the other girls glared at Xu Zeyu. "Xu Zeyu, apologize to Yao Fang right now. How could you make such nonsense? I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize?" Xu Zeyu was a man of principle. He refused to admit fault for things he hadn't done. Besides, he had warned her earlier. She was the one who insisted that nothing was off limits to talk about and forced him to speak up. Was it his fault? Blame him. Blame him. Blame him. The girls united in their anger, firing a barrage of criticism at Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu wasn't having it and immediately fired back. "Wang Sisi, you promised me any condition is fine earlier. Do your words even count?" Wang Sisi's face flushed instantly. She mumbled, "Of course I do. What do you want?" "I don't want anything. I just want you to shut up." Xu Zeyu snorted, then turned his gun on the other girls. "If any of you dare blame me again, believe me or not, I'll expose your dirty secrets. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who?" The girls chattered and shouted, their numbers giving them confidence. Xu Zeyu wasn't afraid of them. He pointed at each one in turn. "You Liping, you lost your virginity at 18. Liang, you lost yours at 20. Wu Yuhua, you've had 2 boyfriends." The girls, who had been so arrogant moments ago, turned pale and began trembling all over. "Xu Zeyu, you. 3 or 4 girls clung to each other, bursting into simultaneous sobs, a truly dramatic scene. The female students eating breakfast in the cafeteria, unaware of the situation, saw Xu Zeyu reduce so many girls to tears and couldn't help but feel indignant. "Xu Zeyu, you're going too far. Throw things at him." Someone shouted, and suddenly steamed buns, pork buns, and fried dough sticks flew from the girl's hands towards Xu Zeyu. He scrambled away, shielding his head. "Fine, I won't press charges since you're girls." "Ouch. Can't you show some professionalism? Throwing food is one thing, but don't splash soy milk on me." Seeing Xu Zeyu's pathetic retreat, Yang Mei couldn't help but smile inwardly, her gloom completely lifted. Having Xu Zeyu around was truly wonderful. Before class began, Xu Zeyu called Huang Yuyan and told her about Xu Xiaoyan and Xiaoya. He asked Huang Yuyan to make arrangements for the unfortunate mother and daughter. Huang Yuyan accepted without a word. Even Huang Yuyan herself probably didn't realize that, unconsciously, she had already come to regard Xu Zeyu as the person in charge of the shop. Only Xiaoma, who had always followed Huang Yuyan, sensed something amiss and felt slightly resentful. "Sis Huang, what does that Xu Zeyu guy think he's got you for? He makes you handle everything while he sits comfortably in class at school. That's too much." Huang Yuyan smiled. "It's nothing. If I asked him to do something, do you think he'd refuse?" Xiao Mo thought for a moment, shook her head, and fell silent. Around 8 in the morning, Xu Xiaoyan and her daughter Xiaoya arrived at Su Huangji. Xu Xiaoyan asked cautiously, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Xu Zeyu's shop?" Huang Yuyan nodded with a smile. "Yes, Miss Xu. Zeyu has already briefed me about your situation. Please follow me. I'll take you to the nearby elementary school to handle Xiaoya's enrollment." Having operated in Nanjiang City for so many years, Huang Yuyan still had connections. Previously, people valued her because of the Huang family behind her. After she severed ties with the Huang family, some began to look down on her. But after word spread about Su Huangji's huge profits on opening day, her connections returned. No one dared look down on Huang Yuyan and Xu Zeyu anymore, for they had created a miracle in Nanjiang City's antique trade. The enrollment process proved surprisingly straightforward, and Xiaoya was quickly settled into her first-grade classroom with her textbooks in hand. Seeing her daughter finally able to attend school, Xu Xiaoyan couldn't hold back her tears. "Miss Huang, you and Mr. Xu are both such kind people." Sniffle. Huang Yuyan smiled. "No need to thank us. Zeyu said you'll be an employee at our shop from now on. It's a benefit he gives his staff as the owner, so don't worry about it. Come on, let's get to work." "Okay." Xu Xiaoyan wiped away her tears and followed Huang Yuyan back to the shop. No sooner had they returned than a delivery person entered the shop, presenting a large package of ginseng. "This is the ginseng you ordered from our Baikayatang. Please sign for it." Huang Yuyan signed for the package and handed it to Xu Xiaoyan. "This should last you 2 months. Let us know when it's gone, and we'll order more." Xu Xiaoyan was too overcome to speak, her voice choked with tears. Thank you. Huang Yuyan patted Su Shaoyan's shoulder and smiled. No need for thanks. Quickly brew the ginseng tea and drink it up. We need to get back to work. MHM. Su Shaoyan nodded repeatedly, silently resolving that after raising Xiaoya to adulthood, she would dedicate the rest of her life to repaying Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan, these two kind souls. Sis, the shipment's here. Su Yanran beamed as she had 2 cartloads of antiques wheeled in. They were air freighted overnight from Beijing last night. Thank you for your hard work, Yanran, Huang Yuyan replied with a smile. Bring the goods inside. Several delivery workers carefully carried the antiques into the Su Huang store warehouse. Huang Yuyan counted the items, then turned to Su Yanran and asked, how much did this shipment cost? Su Yanran chuckled, let Xu Zeyu decide when he gets here. Ha ha. Fine. Huang Yuyan gave a dismissive chuckle and settled in to wait for Xu Zeyu to finish school and dinner. Hearing the goods had arrived, Xu Zeyu indeed came over after finishing his meal. When he saw the warehouse filled with goods, his expression darkened instantly. Su Yanran gave you all this? Chapter 194. Noticing Xu Zeyu's troubled expression, Huang Yuyan quickly asked, Zeyu, what's wrong? Call Su Yanran over, Xu Zeyu said coldly. Some things need to be clarified face to face. Right away. Huang Yuyan immediately contacted Su Yanran and had her come over. The moment she entered the warehouse, Su Yanran smiled at Xu Zeyu. Mr. Su, you're here. Let's see how much this shipment is worth. Crash. Without warning, Xu Zeyu picked up one of the antique ceramic vases and smashed it onto the floor. Clang. The antique ceramic vase shattered into pieces. Xu Zeyu, what the hell are you doing? Su Yanran shouted angrily, then fell silent. She worked in the same field and had some expertise herself. Staring at the shards of the antique porcelain vase, she froze in shock. After a long moment, she managed to say, Zeyu, I didn't mean to. I truly didn't know. I believe you didn't mean to, Xu Zeyu replied calmly, but I believe your Su family did. If it were just 1 or 2 pieces, I could chalk it up to carelessness on the part of your family's appraisers. But this entire warehouse full of semi-fakes? You tell me your Su family didn't do this on purpose, and I simply won't believe it. So-called half-fakes, as the name implies, are half genuine and half counterfeit. The outer layer is genuine, while the inner core is counterfeit. Unless shattered, even specialized instruments might fail to detect them, as many devices only scan an artifact's surface. These semi-fakes are mostly crafted from fragments of broken or incomplete antiques. Outwardly, they look indistinguishable from the real thing, yet their prices are barely lower than outright fakes. The only advantage these semi-fakes hold over full counterfeits is their ability to pass as genuine, easily sold at authentic prices. This was precisely why Xu Zeyu was so upset anyone else would likely have accepted these semi-fakes as genuine. Huang Yuyan finally understood why Xu Zeyu was so furious. Even someone as patient as her was enraged. Yanran, I expect your Su family to give us a proper explanation. Though our Su Huang store is a small shop, we don't treat business partners like this. Sis, don't worry. I'll take back the entire shipment. Give me a day, and I'll make things right. With that, Su Yanran made a call, arranging for a truck and movers to haul the goods back. As Su Yanran prepared to leave, Xu Zeyu followed beside her, speaking calmly, someone must have delivered this shipment. I'll go with you to meet that person. Su Yanan's brow furrowed slightly. Zeyu, he's one of us, a member of the Su family. I know, Xu Zeyu replied. Precisely because he's one of your Su family members, I want to get to the bottom of this. If your family harbors hostility toward me, I see no point in continuing our partnership. I won't beg for your supply channels, and you won't need to seek me out. We'll go our separate ways. Others might not recognize Xu Zeyu's potential, but Su Yanan certainly did. Given enough time, Xu Zeyu could very well build a family business centered on antiques, just like theirs. Even if he couldn't reach the Su family's heights, he'd have more than enough to crush the Chen family of Dongyang province. A talent like Xu Zeyu would have countless suitors willing to offer him hefty salaries if he were so inclined. Su Iran had worked hard to build a comrade-like friendship with Xu Zeyu. She didn't want to ruin it at the hands of her own family. After some thought, Su Yanran agreed to Xu Zeyu's request. Alright, let's go together. This shipment had suddenly been transported back to the antique-filled compound. A young man in his 20s looked puzzled as he asked, Seventh sister, didn't you say this shipment was sold? Why is it back? This young man was Su Yanan's cousin, Su Yunheng. As the 8th son in the Su family, he dutifully addressed Su Yanan as seventh sister. In Su Yanran's impression, Su Yunheng wasn't a scheming person, so she couldn't be sure he was behind this. She asked, Yunheng, did you personally select this shipment? No, it was chosen by 5th brother. Seeing Su Yanran's troubled expression, Su Yunheng quickly asked, what's wrong, seventh sister? Is there a problem with this shipment? My brother picked it? Su Yanran's expression darkened further. Are you sure? The 5th brother Su Yunheng referred to as Su Yanan's own brother, which explained her grim expression. Of course. Su Yunheng nodded. As soon as uncle heard you needed goods yesterday, he had fifth brother personally go to the warehouse to select them. He said seventh sister is working hard to expand our territory, and he couldn't let you have any worries. If you don't believe me, you can call home and ask. Impossible. My brother wouldn't do such a thing. Su Yanran immediately grabbed her phone and dialed her brother's number. Brother, did you personally select that shipment yesterday? A man's contented chuckle came through the line. Yes, Yanran. Are you satisfied with this shipment? Satisfied. Very satisfied, brother. I've got something to attend to here. We'll talk later. Su Yanran hung up the phone in a daze, muttering to herself, impossible. My brother wouldn't harm me. Miss Su, this certainly wasn't your brother's doing, Xu Zeyu suddenly said coldly. The person who wants to harm you is right in front of you. Su Yunhong's expression twisted violently, his earlier composure before Su Yanran shattered. He roared furiously, who the hell are you? What business is it of yours what happens in our family? Since when do you get to butt in? This shipment was sold to me. How is that none of my business? Xu Zeyu retorted coldly. Mr. Su, I suggest you tell me the truth. What do you think? Su Yunhong tried to yell back at Xu Zeyu, but suddenly felt his eyelids grow heavy, drowsiness washing over him. What's happening? Nothing's wrong. Xu Zeyu sneered coldly. Mr. Su, you'd better explain the entire story behind this shipment to us clearly. All right. Su Yunhong's gaze grew vacant as he spoke slowly. The goods selected by fifth brother were flawless. However, when this shipment reached Qinzhou City, the Chen family contacted me, offering to purchase it at double the price and substituting it with a batch of semi-counterfeit items. To earn an extra 20 million, I agreed. Hearing Su Yunhan's words, Su Yanan's normally delicate features twisted into a grimace. And then? Weren't you afraid of getting caught? This shipment is extremely difficult to detect. Even the appraiser I brought along couldn't identify it. It should be fine. If anything really goes wrong, I'll just pin it on fifth brother. Su Yunhong replied, anyway, fifth brother and seventh sister aren't direct descendants of our family. Even if it escalates to grandfather, I'm not afraid. I'm grandfather's biological grandson. He'll definitely believe me, not fifth brother, right? Chapter 195. Hearing Su Yunhong's words, Su Yanan's heart turned to ice. So that foreign assassin in Qinzhou last time you hired him to kill me too? A sinister smile flickered across Su Yunhong's blank face. Yep, I hired the assassin group. You probably thought it was Big Brother, right? I know you two are capable, I can't compete with you, so I used this trick to drive a wedge between you. Had ha. If I could take you out, perfect, the resources allocated to you would be split more my way. If not, no big deal, just make you and Big Brother distrust each other. Had ha. Speaking of this, Su Yunhong was quite pleased with himself. Don't think I just eat, drink, and play all day, I'm just putting on a show, huh? Xu Zeyu put down his phone, utterly speechless. Miss Su, I've recorded this. Consider this video a gift to you. It's your family's affair, how you handle it is up to you. But I hope your Su family will also give me an explanation. Fine. Su Yanan nodded, her voice cold and devoid of any trace of anger. But Xu Zeyu knew Su Yanan's fury was beyond words. Originally, Xu Zeyu hadn't intended to meddle in Su Yanan's family affairs. But that fool Su Yunhong had dared to provoke him personally. Xu Zeyu felt he'd be doing himself a disservice if he didn't throw a hypnosis card his way. As for how Xu Zeyu knew Su Yunhong was behind this? It was because the current Xu Zeyu had mastered the art of feng shui and physiognomy. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects their heart. No matter how well a person hides their inner thoughts, they will always show on their face. Ordinary people might not notice, but Xu Zeyu could see right through it. Alright then, I'll be going now. Xu Zeyu snapped his fingers. Su Yunhong snapped awake, staring at Xu Zeyu with terror etched across his face. What did you do to me? Xu Zeyu couldn't be bothered to respond, turning to walk away. But the guy wouldn't let it go, quickly catching up and slinging an arm over Xu Zeyu's shoulder. Don't you dare leave. Xu Zeyu shrugged his shoulders slightly. Su Yunhong grabbed at thin air and crashed to the ground with a thud, landing headfirst and bleeding profusely. Very well, Su Yanan. You scheming woman, colluding with outsiders to target me. Just you wait. Unable to get the better of Xu Zeyu, Su Yunhong vented all his fury on Su Yanan instead. Su Yanan replied coldly, you can leave now. The sooner the better. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't kill you. Fine. Very fine. Su Yunhong sneered coldly. We'll see about that. After delivering his threat, Su Yunhong left. Xu Zeyu also departed. Only then did Su Yanran pick up her phone and dial her great-grandfather's number. Great-grandfather, here's what happened. Yanjing, Su family residence. After watching the video Su Yanan sent, the elderly Mr. Su remained unsettled for a long time. Wrong. Even I was wrong. The old patriarch muttered to himself, shaking his head in resignation. He had always believed the one who sent assassins after Su Yanran was the eldest son, yet it turned out to be the eighth son, the one he had always thought lived a life of seclusion. It seemed none of his grandsons were as harmless as he'd thought. Too bad old 8 ran into a ruthless opponent who ripped off his mask. Xu Zeyu is quite the young man. Old Master Su smiled faintly. To dare confront the Chen family in Dongyang province, that is someone to reckon with. Since you're so eager for an explanation from the Su family, I'll give you one. Old Master Su picked up his phone and dialed a number. Old Chen, you've done something rather underhanded. Caught off guard by the sudden call from Old Master Su, Chen Guoshang, the patriarch of the Chen family, was baffled. Old Su, we've known each other for years. We've always kept to ourselves. What exactly has our Chen family done to offend you? You don't know? Old Master Yen chuckled. It seems you need to keep a closer eye on your sons or grandsons. They didn't even tell you about something this big. Clearly, they don't hold you in high regard. Sort it out yourself, then give me a call back. Mr. Su hung up and closed his eyes to rest. A few minutes later, his phone rang. Mr. Su answered, and Chen Guoshang sounded panicked on the other end. Brother Su, I'm truly sorry. The younger generation acted out of ignorance. Does being immature give them license to use others as pawns? It seems they not only disregard you, but our entire Su family. Since Yanran's incident occurred on your turf, our family will not pursue this matter further. Old Master Su laughed coldly. But Xu Zeyu is an appraiser specially hired by our Su family. You actually want to create a rift between him and us? Ha! Do you think our Su family is easy to bully? Hearing Elder Yan's hostile tone, Chen Guoshang broke out in a cold sweat. Brother Su, we were in the wrong. Just tell us how the Chen family can make amends. As fellow professionals in this line of work, Chen Guoshang knew full well the background of Old Master Su and the Su family. In his youth, Old Master Su was ruthless and decisive. Countless rivals were driven to ruin by his hand. No one in this line of work dared defy him. The Su family's current standing was entirely built by Old Master Yan. Now that Old Master Su is advanced in years, he's delegated many matters to the younger generation. Coupled with the gradual passing of the older generation, many either don't know or have forgotten Old Master Yan's methods. But now, Old Master Su personally phoned Chen Guoshang. That signaled he was taking this matter extremely seriously. How could Chen Guoshang not feel fear? Simple. Whatever extra money you paid Yunheng, my Su family will return it to you. Old Master Yan said coldly. As the price for your reckless actions, your Qin family must send someone to personally deliver that shipment to Su Huangji in Nanjiang City and apologize to Xu Zeyu. That will settle this matter. If you refuse, my brother, I've made my position clear. You understand. Leaving Chen Guoshang no room to bargain, Old Master Su hung up the phone. A sly smile spread across his face. Xu Zeyu, I've given you the explanation you wanted. Now it's up to you how you handle it. Ha ha. While Old Master Su chuckled contentedly, Chen Guoshang's face turned green with rage. He glared viciously at his son, Chen Lizhong, and erupted in fury. You fool. Do you really think that old fossil of the Su family is just for show? He's got you by the throat. The fact he hasn't forced me to eliminate you yet is a miracle. He must have gone vegetarian. Chen Lizhong knew he'd made a grave mistake. Gritting his teeth, he spat out bitterly, Dad, I caused this mess. I'll handle it myself. Chapter 196. You'll handle it? Chen Guoshang snorted coldly. How exactly? By personally apologizing in Nanjiang City? The disgrace will still fall on the Chen family. Had ha. Chen Lizhong gave a sinister chuckle, his face twisted with malice. If the other party were dead, we wouldn't need to apologize, right? Chen Guoshang shot Chen Lizhong a meaningful look before nodding. Be careful. Don't give anyone ammunition. Don't worry, it won't happen. Chen Lizhong chuckled again. As long as we can afford it, is there anyone we can't take down? At the same time, in Nanjiang City, Su Yunhong slunk out of Su Yanan's antique shop, his 3 bodyguards in tow, heading for Nanjing City Airport to catch a flight back to Yanjing. But before their vehicle could even reach the airport expressway, they were stopped by constables. A stunningly beautiful female constable, radiating an icy aura, approached and tapped on Su Yunhong's car window. Su Yunhong instructed his bodyguard to roll down the window, his expression dismissive as he addressed the constable. What is it? The constable presented her credentials and stated coldly, Mr. Su Yunhong, correct? I am Zhong Yue, captain of the Nanjiang City Constabulary. We have obtained evidence of you hiring someone to commit murder. We now request your cooperation in accompanying us. You have the right to remain silent and to consult a lawyer, but be advised that anything you say can and will be used against you in court. Evidence. Su Yunhang erupted, curling the lighter he'd been about to use to light a cigarette at Zhong Yue. At home, he acted like a model child, but outside, he was utterly arrogant. He wasn't even afraid of the constables in Yanjing. Why would he fear some small-town officers? Adding to his foul mood today, he certainly wasn't going to give the constables any leeway. Zhong Yue caught the lighter mid-air, her expression turning even colder. Add another charge, assaulting an officer. Men, move in. Several constables tried to force open the car door. Su Yunhang immediately shouted arrogantly, "Drive! Run them over! I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens." Su Yunhang believed he held no leverage over the constables. If they accused him of hiring a hitman, he wasn't afraid. As long as he was innocent, it was the constable's fault for trying to stop him. If he ran them over, they deserved it. He'd simply claim innocence and insist he didn't recognize these officers who knew if they were imposters? With his high profile, didn't he have to constantly guard against criminals posing as constables to kidnap him? The driver stepped on the gas, instantly sending one of the detectives flying. The officer tumbled several times before coming to a stop, his face covered in blood, his fate uncertain. Damn it! Zhong Yue's eyes flashed with cold fury as she swiftly drew her gun and fired multiple shots at Su Yunhang's tires. Bang! Su Yunhang's tires instantly blew out. The car slammed into the roadside guardrail, its front end smashed to pieces. Zhong Yue quickly assessed her subordinate's injuries, which looked serious. She shouted urgently, "Call an ambulance!" A detective dialed the ambulance number while the others rushed to the vehicle, dragging Su Yunhang and his 3 bodyguards out. Su Yunhang, refusing to accept his fate, screamed defiantly, "Do you know who I am? I'm the young master of the Su family. If you dare touch me, I'll make sure your entire family dies." Thud! Zhong Yue's fist slammed into Su Yunhang's face, knocking out several bloody teeth. "You dare hit me?" Su Yunhang stared at Zhong Yue in disbelief, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "You worthless woman, you're dead. I'll have you torn to shreds." Thud! Zhong Yue landed another punch on Su Yunhang's other cheek, then calmly addressed her men. "Su Yunhang assaulted an officer and resisted arrest, causing serious injury to one of our officers. His teeth were knocked out during the struggle. You all saw that, right?" Several constables nodded repeatedly. "We all saw it, Captain." Su Yunhang, overcome with rage and fury, fainted on the spot. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yunhang slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he saw was Zhong Yue sitting across from him. "You're awake?" Zhong Yue said coldly. "You have 2 choices now. First, you refuse to answer any of my questions, and we'll send you to the provincial police headquarters for further investigation. Then, the reputation of your Su family will plummet because of you, young master. Don't threaten me." Su Yunhang gritted his teeth, but he realized he couldn't even clench his jaw anymore. Zhong Yue had knocked out several of his teeth. Zhong Yue continued, "Option 2, answer every question I ask. Then this matter will be handled locally in Nanjing City. With your family's influence, as long as we don't make a big deal out of it, the worst outcome is you serving some time in prison. That's all." Just as Su Yunhang was about to declare his choice of the first option, Zhong Yue suddenly produced a tablet and played a video for him. After watching the footage, Su Yunhang's face turned ashen. How is this possible? The video captured the exact moment he lost consciousness at Su Huangji. He'd never understood what Xu Zeyu had done to him. Now he finally knew. He'd been hypnotized. Seeing Su Yunhan's expression, Zhong Yue knew his mind was already breaking. She poured fuel on the fire. "We've already contacted your grandfather. The head of the Su family wants you to choose the first option. If you insist on choosing the second." Su Yunhan's head drooped instantly as he spoke weakly, "Ask away. Whatever you want to know." Zhong Yue gave a cold chuckle before asking, "How did you contact the dark web assassin organization?" That afternoon, Xu Zeyu was lazily sipping tea in the shop when Zhong Yue arrived, carrying a 9-inch mini laptop. "This is from the instructor. He said it's the best equipped laptop the cyber police department has." Zhong Yue placed the laptop on Xu Zeyu's desk, sat beside him, and handed him a note. "I got the dark web organization's contact info. Besides needing a fixed ID, they also require in-person facial verification in front of a camera. But with your skills, even without facial verification, it shouldn't be a problem, right?" Xu Zeyu took the laptop and casually opened it. Seeing him open it, Zhong Yue quickly sat beside him, eager to watch how he worked his magic. She was fascinated by hackers, and even more so by Xu Zeyu's skills. Xu Zeyu launched an executable program, transforming the computer interface into a DOS screen. He then began rapidly tapping away at the keyboard. Zhong Yue watched as a string of incomprehensible English characters rapidly scrolled down the screen, the page continuously refreshing. Only after 10 minutes did Xu Zeyu finally hit the enter key and pause. Step 1 complete. Chapter 197. Zhong Yue glanced at the computer and noticed a peculiar browser had appeared. This browser looked almost identical to any ordinary one. If there was any difference at all, it was merely that the icon's color was slightly darker. Xu Zeyu opened the browser and typed in the URL from the note. Daogua, an operator at the Dark Web Organizations branch, sat before a computer preparing to receive a business commission from China. The moment the agent saw that their target was Xu Zeyu, he screamed, "Chairman! Someone wants Xu Zeyu dead again. 5 million commission." 5 million?
The middle-aged chairman with the island nation's signature mustache rolled his eyes dramatically, telling the other party they wouldn't take this job not for 5 million, not even for 500 million. Understood. The operator promptly replied, explaining that the target's profile was incomplete. The dark web organization never fought unprepared battles, so they would not accept this commission for now. The caller reluctantly cut the connection, and the darknet organization's operator finally got a moment to rest. But before he could rest for even half a minute, another commission arrived. Caught off guard, the operator hit the enter key. Instantly, his computer malfunctioned. The screen abruptly went black, then flooded with a barrage of computer characters. No matter what the operator tried, he couldn't stop it. Almost simultaneously, every computer in the darknet organization's branch office blared with a shrill, wailing alarm. After several seconds, the machine suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Motherboards and hard drives ignited in flames, billowing smoke filling the air. The reason the motherboards and hard drives reacted this way was because the dark web organization's computer experts had programmed them with self-protection mechanisms. If a virus infiltrated the system, these computers would automatically self-destruct to protect their security. However, if confronted with a virus powerful enough to bypass these defenses, the computers would self-destruct their motherboards and hard drives, leaving no trace of evidence behind. Once this happened, it proved the enemy was more powerful than them. Their IP addresses had been exposed. The island nation's mustached leader's face turned ashen. He bellowed, "Everyone, remove the hard drives immediately. Pack up the important stuff and get out of here fast." Within 2 minutes, the entire floor of the office was deserted, as if it had never been occupied. Damn it! They destroyed the data. Far away in Nanjing City, China, Xu Zeyu slammed his fist on the table in frustration. "But I've pinpointed the dark web organization's location. Captain Zhong, contact old Luo immediately." "Got it." Zhong Yue dialed Luo Shiping's number. Xu Zeyu relayed the address to Luo Shiping, instructing him to notify Interpol to take action. Upon hearing the dark web organization's location had been found, Luo Shiping was visibly excited. He immediately contacted the leader of the Swift Wolf unit, instructing them to reach out to Interpol. After all, Luo Shiping wasn't yet in a position to contact Interpol directly. The Wolf Squad leader wasted no time and contacted Interpol immediately. Half an hour later, Japanese Interpol agents stormed the office building. Beyond discovering a pile of computers with missing hard drives and scorched motherboards, they found nothing else of value. Interpol reported back, lavishing praise on the formidable capabilities of the Chinese police. Although they hadn't apprehended any members of the dark web organization, they were now 100% certain that this was the Asian branch of the dark web organization. When Interpol arrived, the scorched motherboards were still steaming, indicating the criminals had fled only moments earlier. Interpol had invested immense resources in combating the dark web, yet they hadn't even managed to catch a single member. Instead, it was the constables from distant China who uncovered the organization's stronghold of feet that commanded their respect. Receiving praise from the Wolf Squad leader, Luo Shiping chuckled, "Old boss, now you should believe I introduced you to a real talent, right?" The leader laughed heartily. "He certainly is a talent, old Luo. Your eye for people is truly sharp. That one you recommended last year was also an elite among elites, haha." Luo Shiping smiled, "Talent is good, but it's a pity we were still a bit too slow. Old Luo, cheer up. Don't lose heart. Your wife's vengeance will be served." After offering comfort, the leader added, "Once Su Sihai's mission is complete, have that kid start the remote training sessions. That's all for now. Goodbye." "Understood, former leader. Goodbye." Luo Shiping hung up the phone and sighed helplessly. Failing at the last moment still stung deeply in Luo Shiping's heart. But he believed that with that extraordinary kid Xu Zeyu around, his chance to avenge his wife would come soon enough. If Luo Shiping was unhappy, Chen Lizhong was even more so. He never imagined that after offering 5 million, the other party would flatly refuse without even haggling. They claimed Xu Zeyu's background info was incomplete and that they wouldn't fight unprepared battles. Could it be they were afraid of this kid? Chen Lizhong dismissed the thought as absurd. Such a scenario was simply impossible. Xu Zeyu was just a kid with some talent. How could he possibly make an international assassin organization so afraid they wouldn't take the job? What Chen Lizhong didn't know was that his guess was spot on. Since eliminating Xu Zeyu was impossible, he had no choice but to bow to the Xu family and deliver their antique shipment to Xu Huangji in Nanjing City. But asking him to personally apologize to Xu Zeyu? That was out of the question. If he did that, how could he ever show his face in Xinzhou City again? He wouldn't go, and the old man certainly wouldn't either. So who could he send? After a moment's thought, Chen Lizhong immediately thought of his younger brother, Chen Lixiao. After all, that guy was shameless and thick-skinned. Who else could handle such a humiliating task? What? Your great-uncle says that to give me an explanation, he wants someone from the Chun family to personally deliver that batch of antiques to me free of charge and apologize? Upon receiving Su Yanen's message, Xu Zeyu froze for a moment before sneering coldly. Your great-uncle sure has a strong sense of revenge. I gave him a problem, and he just dumped it on me.
Su Yanran wasn't stupid.
She understood perfectly well that her great-uncle was doing this to deepen the rift between the Chen family and Xu Zeyu. The Chens tried to secretly outmaneuver the Zus, only for old Master Su to deflect it right back at them. Truly a master of cunning. This way, the Su family had satisfied Xu Zeyu, humiliated the Chen family, and simultaneously delivered a small blow to Xu Zeyu, truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. But since this was her great-uncle's decision, there was nothing she could do to change it. With a sigh of resignation, she said, "Zeyu, I'm sorry.
I never imagined things would turn out like this. It's fine."
Xu Zeyu chuckled darkly. "Anyway, I have nothing left to discuss with the Chen family."
"What if I've completely alienated them? Making them lose face? I couldn't ask for more, ha." Chapter 198.
Within a villa estate on the island nation, the entire group of darknet assassins who had retreated from the office building earlier gathered in the estate's grand hall. A large screen hung on the hall wall, displaying a video call with a Caucasian man whose eyes were as deep blue as the ocean.
"I hear someone traced your IP and even triggered the protection program I set up for you?"
The mustachioed Japanese man bowed apologetically to the white man. "Mr. Smith, yes. We failed to protect our branch base."
"It's fine, heh."
Smith smiled faintly, a sinister grin spreading across his handsome face.
"Chairman Nita, can you determine which country the hacker who breached our branch base network is from?"
Nita, the mustachioed Japanese man, gritted his teeth and shook his head. "We don't know for certain, but it should be somewhere within Asia."
"Narrowing it down to Asia is good. The target area is much smaller now." Smith's eerie smile deepened. "Don't worry. Give me some time, and I'll handle it personally."
"If they want to destroy us, we can exploit their very desire to destroy us and trace them back."
"Ha!"
Nita nodded solemnly. "Mr. Smith, with you handling it, there's no doubt it'll be taken care of."
Smith chuckled. "It's been ages since I encountered such a master. The only hacker in the world whose skills match mine must be the one the boss is looking for, huh? Ha!"
No one knew exactly who Smith was referring to, but no one was foolish enough to ask. Anyone who dared pry into the boss's affairs would vanish without a trace.
Achoo!
Xu Zeyu, in the middle of his dinner, sneezed and shuddered involuntarily.
"Damn it, who the hell is muttering about this old man? Achoo!"
Xu Zeyu wasn't just on Smith's mind or that mysterious boss behind him, but also on the mind of Qingyi Daorun, the master of Xianshan Daorun. Aware of his own unsightly appearance, Qingyi Daorun usually disguised himself as a disheveled, mad Taoist when venturing out, ensuring no one noticed his face. Moreover, he exuded a foul stench that repelled people, ensuring no one dared approach him, let alone look at his face. He sat alone in a corner near Su Huang's shop on the antique street, looking every bit the madman and beggar. He silently watched Su Huang's shop all day and observed Xu Zeyu for a long time, until Xu Zeyu left. Originally, he had little interest in Xu Zeyu. It wasn't until the Incorpse talisman he used to kill Xu Zeyu lost its effect that he realized this young man was no ordinary person. The closer Qingyi Daorun observed Xu Zeyu, the more he struggled to gauge the young man's true depth. For ordinary people, a single glance at their face revealed their entire lifetime's fortune. Yet Xu Zeyu's features defied his discernment entirely. This only reinforced his speculation about Xu Zeyu. The boy was either more powerful than him or possessed extraordinary destiny. He could clearly sense that Xu Zeyu's skills in yin yang feng shui were not particularly strong. That left only one possibility, and the one he most hoped for. Xu Zeyu was a man of great fortune. The mere thought of this possibility sent a tremor of excitement through Qingyi Daorun, making his entire body quiver uncontrollably. He was already over 80 years old. Barring any extraordinary circumstances, he could live to be 100 at most. But with someone like Xu Zeyu, who possessed such immense fortune, if he could draw that fortune to himself, he could live another 70 or 80 years. Within those 70 or 80 years, if he could find another individual blessed with such immense fortune, he could continue living indefinitely. His sect possessed this secret method of extending life, yet his own master had not been as fortunate as he. He had died at the age of 100. On his deathbed, his master even doubted whether such individuals of immense fortune truly existed in this world. Had he not encountered Xu Zeyu, Qingyi Daorun himself would never have believed such individuals existed. Now that he had truly encountered such a person, it can only mean one thing: he was luckier than his own master. Xu Zeyu, my apologies. Gazing at Xu Zeyu within the Su Huang store, Qingyi Daorun grinned widely, baring his teeth.
Your lifespan is now mine.
Xu Zeyu had no idea Qingyi Daorun was plotting against him. Even if he did, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to guard against it. As he often said, if one spent every day worrying about others trying to harm them, never daring to do anything, what meaning would such a life hold? Take that last time the dark web organization tried to kill him, he still strolled around outside, doing whatever he pleased. So Xu Zeyu continued to eat well, drink well, sleep well, and do whatever he pleased.
The following afternoon, Huang Yuyan called Xu Zeyu to inform him that the Chen family had delivered the goods.
Xu Zeyu rushed over immediately and personally received the shipment. Only after confirming the goods were in order did Xu Zeyu nod in satisfaction. The delivery was made by Chen Lixiao. The mere thought of having to apologize to Xu Zeyu made Chen Lixiao grind his teeth in fury. But what choice did he have? His older brother had done something despicable and made him take the fall. If he refused, the family would freeze the bank card he used to live it up. To keep the money flowing for his lavish lifestyle, Chen Lixiao had no choice but to swallow his pride and personally apologize to Xu Zeyu. Mr. Xu, I'm truly sorry. I'm apologizing to you on behalf of the Chen family. Chen Lixiao managed the apology with great difficulty, feeling his face burn as if it might start bleeding. Heh, you really are in a tough spot, Xu Zeyu chuckled. I can't believe such a clever plan came from a fool like you. Your big brother must not want to lose face, so he sent you to take the fall. What a great older brother you have. Oh, and I bet this was your dad's idea too, ha? Chen Lixiao nearly spat blood from rage, yet he couldn't deny Xu Zeyu's words were spot on, leaving him speechless. Seeing the murderous glare in Chen Lixiao's eyes, Xu Zeyu knew he'd planted the seed of hatred deep within his target's heart. His scheme to sow discord was simple and hardly sophisticated, yet it was perfectly suited for someone like Chen Lixiao. Anyone could see it was a setup, yet Chen Lixiao had no choice but to fall into Xu Zeyu's trap because he was consumed by hatred. Why should I bear the shame for my elder brother's mistakes? Does he even consider me his younger brother? Does my father see me as his son? No. They only see me as a good-for-nothing who spends his days drinking and carousing. Seeing Xu Zeyu and the surrounding crowd's mocking expressions, Chen Lixiao's heart roared with fury. One day, I'll make you all see Chen Lixiao is no good for nothing. Chapter 199. The items have been delivered, and you've apologized on behalf of the Chen family. You may leave now. I won't be keeping you for dinner. Xu Zeyu wasn't the type to bully the weak. To him, picking on Chen Lixiao, a scapegoat, held no appeal. If he wanted to bully someone, it had to be his older brother, Chen Lizhong. Chen Lixiao had come today and apologized personally. The Chen family's face had been sufficiently humiliated, and Xu Zeyu had achieved his desired effect. The enmity between him and the Chen family now held no possibility of reconciliation. With his objectives fulfilled, Xu Zeyu dismissed Chen Lixiao outright. Chen Lixiao hadn't expected Xu Zeyu to refrain from humiliating him. Had their roles been reversed, he would have savagely punished Xu Zeyu. He froze for a moment, then realized the reason from Xu Zeyu's impassive expression. Xu Zeyu didn't even consider him a threat. He couldn't be bothered to humiliate him. Xu Zeyu's indifferent, unshaming attitude only deepened Chen Lixiao's humiliation. Stung by the slight, Chen Lixiao resolved more firmly than ever he would dedicate the rest of his life to striving for greatness, never again allowing himself to be looked down upon. Those who dared to look down on him, including his own brother and father, would learn that Chen Lixiao was no good for nothing. Xu Zeyu himself hadn't anticipated that his casual sowing of discord and detached indifference would plant seeds of hatred in Chen Lixiao's heart that took root so swiftly. This caused the Chen family's previously stable situation to undergo dramatic, hidden upheavals. News that the Chen family had sent Chen Lixiao personally to apologize spread like wildfire throughout Nanjing City. Shop owners who had quickly aligned themselves with Su Huangji patted their chests in relief, secretly grateful they hadn't antagonized Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan too severely. These small antique dealers relied entirely on the Chen family for their supply channels. Without access to the Chen family's sources, their costs would skyrocket if they tried sourcing goods from other provinces. Naturally, the Chen family forbade them from collaborating with merchants from other provinces, and those out-of-province merchants dared not easily cross into this territory. This was the so-called family turf. Though small antique dealers depended on the Chens and dared not offend them, which was why they had joined forces with the Huangs to suppress Su Huangji last time. But now it seems Su Huangji's backing is even stronger than the Chens. Even the Chens themselves came to apologize in person. What could these dealers possibly do? Thus, as long as they avoided offending the Chens, no one dared to provoke Xu Zeyu's Su Huangji again. At this moment, the Huang family was undoubtedly the most agonized merchants in all of Nanjing City. Old Huang's heart ached with each passing moment. If only he'd made Xiao Jin apologize to Xiao Yan earlier, all their resources would belong to the Huang family today. The Huang family creed was simple: sacrifice dignity for profit. When the stakes were high enough, what did a little shame matter? But due to old Huang's favoritism and his misjudgment of Xu Zeyu's value, the Huang family, once poised for greatness, could only watch helplessly as Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan flourished in Nanjing City. They even had to constantly fear Xu Zeyu's retaliation. Wrong. Dead wrong. Seeing his father's deep regret, Huang Jianwang feared his father might do something reckless and quickly tried to dissuade him. Dad, as the saying goes, two tigers can't share the same mountain. That Xu Zeyu kid is full of ambition. Even if our Huang family befriends him, he'll never let us go. He'll swallow us whole at any moment. Bull. Xu Zeyu doesn't even give the Chen family the time of day. Do you really think he'll keep his sights fixed on Nanjing City forever? Old Huang glared, retorting irritably, take the Xu family. Even if they open branches here, they couldn't wipe out every antique dealer in town.
If we hadn't offended Xiaoyan, once those two rise to power, our standing in Nanjiang would only grow stronger. Our Huang family would become even mightier.
Huang Jianwang was rendered speechless by his father's words and could only put on a helpless expression. Alright, Dad. If you think it'll do any good for Xiao Jin and me to apologize to Xiaoyan, then we'll go.
What good will that do?
Old Huang roared, then turned to Huang Jianxing, who'd remained silent, and spoke in a gentle tone.
Xing, you and your wife go see Xiaoyan. Don't say anything, just let it be known as parental concern for our daughter. Oh, I see. Alright, I'll go right away.
Huang Jianxing, who had been sipping tea and playing with his phone, lifted his head as if his soul had just returned from wandering.
Shun, let's go out for a walk.
Seeing Huang Jianxing's carefree demeanor, old man Huang was furious beyond words. But now he could only rely on his eldest son to see if he had any way to make his granddaughter change her mind. Even if Huang Yuyan couldn't return to the Huang family, at the very least, he wanted to prevent her from harboring resentment toward them. As Huang Jianxing and his wife walked away, Huang Jin watched them leave, his eyes filled with a vicious, savage glare. Want that Huang Yuyan back in the Huang family? Not a chance. When Huang Jianxing and his wife arrived at Su Huangji, Xu Zeyu, Huang Yuyan, Xiaomo, Su Xiaoyan and her daughter, along with 2 shop assistants, were gathered around a round table eating. Because Huang Jianxing had called Xu Zeyu a troublemaker during their last hospital visit, Xu Zeyu merely snorted at the sight of Huang Jianxing and his wife, refusing to even glance their way. If not for the fact that they were Huang Yuyan's parents, he would have already kicked them out.
Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Huang Yuyan stood up, looking surprised. Have you eaten yet? We've eaten. Huang Jianxing looked slightly awkward. Finish your meal first, then we'll talk.
Knowing her parents had something to discuss, Huang Yuyan set down her bowl and smiled faintly.
Actually, I'm almost done.
Please come in, Dad, Mom.
All right. Huang Jianxing and his wife were invited by Huang Yuyan into the store's reception room.
They sat down, and Huang Yuyan poured them tea before asking, Dad, Mom, what brings you here?
Your grandfather. Let me explain.
Mrs. Huang began, but was immediately interrupted by Mr. Huang. He looked at his daughter with satisfaction and nodded. Xiaoyan, you truly have the best judgment and the most capability.
Keep doing what you're doing. Don't worry about us.
Huang Yuyan had already guessed her parents' purpose, but she was still shocked that her father would say such a thing. Dad, I'm not very capable, and your brother only knows how to eat, drink, and play.
So we have little standing at home.
All these years, we've had to rely on you to make your way out there.
You've worked so hard. We didn't want you to be with Xu Zeyu before because we worried that boy wouldn't be able to support you and would end up hurting you. Huang Jianxing smiled faintly.
Now it seems Dad had poor judgment.
I was wrong.
Your grandfather wants you to return to the Huang family, but I know you won't go back.
Talk to Xu Zeyu.
As long as the Huang family doesn't provoke him in the future, try not to hold grudges against them.
Huang Yuyan's eyes turned red, her eyelids slightly damp. Dad, I will. Good. Then I fulfilled the task your grandfather entrusted to me. Huang Jianxing finished his tea and stood up. We'll be going now, daughter. Keep up the good work. Alright, thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Come visit often when you have time. I'm usually at the shop anyway, not busy with much. Huang Yuyan escorted her parents to the shop entrance and bumped into Xu Zeyu.
One glance at the pallor on Huang Jianxing and his wife's faces, and Xu Zeyu's brows immediately knitted together.
Chapter 200.
Seeing Xu Zeyu's sour expression, Huang Yuyan thought he was still holding a grudge over past matters and hurriedly said, Zeyu.
Sis Huang, were you planning to send them back? Xu Zeyu suddenly asked. Let me see them off. Huang Yuyan looked at Xu Zeyu in confusion, unable to fathom what he was thinking.
She feared he might make things difficult for her parents and didn't want him to accompany them, but ultimately nodded.
Alright, thank you.
Huang Yuyan ultimately agreed because she understood one thing: as long as she hadn't wronged Xu Zeyu, he would never put her in a difficult position.
Seeing Huang Yuyan's consent, Xu Zeyu nodded in agreement. Uncle, aunt, let's go.
Xu Zeyu escorted Huang Jianxing and his wife out of the shop, walking along the streets of the antique market. Huang Jianxing, expecting Xu Zeyu to settle old scores, spoke up, Xu Zeyu, I know we had some issues in the past, but I don't want you to distance yourself from Xiaoyan because of that. Uncle, I'm sorry, but you're overthinking this, Xu Zeyu replied calmly. The matters between Sister Huang and me are entirely separate from any issues I might have with your Huang family.
I would never conflate the two. Huang Jianxing was even more confused by Xu Zeyu's words. Then why did you see us out? Weren't you trying to tell us something?
No, Xu Zeyu replied.
You wouldn't understand now. We'll talk later. Alright. Huang Jianxing felt uneasy, unable to fathom Xu Zeyu's intentions. He could only let Xu Zeyu follow them. Before long, the three of them reached the parking lot. Huang Jianxing opened the car door and said to Xu Zeyu, this is as far as I'll take you.
If you think my father was harsh with his words before, he apologizes to you.
No need.
For Sister Huang's sake, I stopped holding a grudge ages ago, Xu Zeyu replied.
If you two want to reconcile with Sister Huang, I'm all for it. When she's happy, I'm happy. Goodbye, uncle and aunt. Huang Jianqing and his wife were thoroughly baffled by Xu Zeyu's response. But since Xu Zeyu wasn't pursuing the matter, they certainly wouldn't be tactless enough to bring up the past again. Zeyu, goodbye. As the couple settled into their car, Xu Zeyu's brow remained furrowed. He hesitated, debating whether to stop them. When he had crossed paths with Huang Jianqing and his wife earlier, he noticed their brows were filled with dark, ominous energy exactly like what he had seen with Yang Mei last time. Regardless of today's reconciliation with Huang Yuyan, even without this incident, Xu Zeyu would never stand idly by upon witnessing such a state. No matter how strained their relationship was, they remained Huang Yuyan's parents. Xu Zeyu couldn't bear to see his respected sister Huang endure the agony of losing her parents. That was why Xu Zeyu had followed them all the way out to avert the deadly bloodshed they might face. But having reached this point without incident, Xu Zeyu debated whether to intercept the couple or continue following them. Just then, Mrs. Huang suddenly remarked, "Xing, there seems to be a rather strong odor in the car." Huang Jianqing casually replied, "That's normal. We just had the brakes serviced today. Probably just the oil smell. It's fine." The brakes. Xu Zeyu urgently pounded twice on the car window and shouted, "Uncle, wait." Xu Zeyu was so sensitive to those two words because feng shui theory holds that before someone faces a blood-soaked calamity leading to death, there are often extremely peculiar omens. Many TV dramas feature this plot device: a character facing imminent death encounters a child's ominous words or other foreboding signs before leaving home. This actually holds some feng shui logic. When Huang Jianqing mentioned the brakes, others might not have thought much of it. But Xu Zeyu felt a sudden chill run down his spine and urgently called out to Huang Jianqing. Huang Jianqing, who had been about to start the car, stopped abruptly. He looked at Xu Zeyu with a puzzled expression. "Zeyu, what's wrong?" Xu Zeyu said with great seriousness, "Uncle, I strongly advise you to check your car's brakes immediately. Right now." "Check the brakes? I just had it serviced at the shop today." Huang Jianqing was thoroughly confused by Xu Zeyu's insistence, but seeing how adamant he was, he reluctantly agreed to inspect the brakes. Soon, Huang Jianqing, who was inspecting the brakes, let out a furious roar, "Damn it! Someone cut the brake lines." As Huang Jianqing roared, Xu Zeyu noticed the dark aura between Mrs. Su's eyebrows rapidly dissipating. Then, Xu Zeyu saw the dark aura between Huang Jianqing's eyebrows vanish as well. In other words, the crisis had been averted. Hearing Huang Jianqing's roar, Mrs. Huang's face turned pale. How could this happen? Huang Jianqing regained his composure and stared at Xu Zeyu in shock. "How did you know there was a problem with our brakes?" Xu Zeyu didn't want to answer that question. Instead, he countered, "Who knew you were coming here?" At Xu Zeyu's question, Huang Jianqing's face twitched violently several times. He might lack business acumen, being more interested in eating, drinking, and partying, but that didn't mean he was stupid. He'd come tonight to make peace. Who knew he was coming tonight and didn't want the Huang family to reconcile with Xu Zeyu? It was obvious besides Huang Jianwang and his son, who else could it be? If anything happened to the couple on their way back, Huang Yuyan would never forgive the Huang family. That meant the Huang family would never have a chance to reconcile with Xu Zeyu. For the sake of the family fortune, they really are ruthless. Huang Jianqing's teeth clenched so hard they ground together, his eyes nearly bulging with rage. Xu Zeyu seemed to grasp the situation and sneered coldly, "Uncle, even if you know what's going on, what good does it do? Without evidence, what can you do to them?" Huang Jianqing fell silent. Xu Zeyu was right. Within the Huang family, the couple held no standing whatsoever. No one paid them any heed. If it weren't for their capable daughter, they'd be treated no better than the family's Siberian husky. If they went home now to confront Huang Jianwang and his son, not only would the old man dismiss them, but even if he believed them, he wouldn't do much about it. Just like last time when Huang Yuyan nearly got run over, it would be swept under the rug. The old man's doting on his grandson Huang Jin had reached an irredeemable level. Unless Huang Jin intended to kill the old man, he would never lay a finger on him. Just as Huang Jianqing and his wife were boiling with rage, Xu Zeyu suddenly spotted someone lurking near the parking lot, peering furtively in their direction. He immediately charged toward the figure. Chapter 201. Xu Zeyu charged right up to the guy, grabbed him by the collar, and barked, "What the hell are you doing lurking around like that?" The man clearly flinched, but he steeled himself and shouted back, "I'm just hanging around here. What business is it of yours? You think this parking lot is your family's private property?" Xu Zeyu grabbed the man's wrist. Noticing grease stains on his hands, he snatched the man's backpack and flung its contents onto the ground. Clatter! Scissors, wrenches, pliers, tools for fixing cars scattered everywhere, each coated with grease. "Who sent you here?" Xu Zeyu demanded coldly. The guy, confident Xu Zeyu had no proof, puffed out his chest defiantly. "Who sent me? I didn't do anything." Thud! Xu Zeyu's fist slammed into the guy's stomach. Clutching his belly with both hands, the man bent over like a cooked shrimp. Talk! Xu Zeyu yanked the man upright and landed another punch in the same spot. Put!
The guy immediately vomited a mouthful of stomach acid, his face turning deathly pale. I'll talk. A stranger gave me 20,000 to cut the brake lines on that car. Humph. Xu Zeyu snorted coldly before dialing Zhong Yue's number. Captain Zhong, we've got trouble here. Zhong Yue arrived quickly with her team. Xu Zeyu tossed the guy over to her and headed back to the shop. As for what Zhong Yue uncovered, or how Huang Jianqing would settle accounts with his own men back home, he couldn't care less. Out of respect for Sister Huang, he'd saved Huang Jianqing and his wife. That was more than enough. The rest was none of his business, nor did he want it to be. Whatever happened, happened. Damn it. Thank goodness my parents are safe. After hearing Xu Zeyu's report, Huang Yuyan's face darkened considerably. It took her a moment to process it. Zeyu, thank you. If you hadn't driven my parents home, you wouldn't have known they were in trouble, right? Xu Zeyu didn't deny it, nodding. Yes. Why else do you think I insisted on seeing them off? Your dad called me a troublemaker. Not holding it against him was generous enough of me. And he still wanted me to drive him? Humph. Huang Yuyan knew Xu Zeyu was deliberately being sarcastic, but she didn't mind. Alright. I know you're not a troublemaker. Fine. Anyway, thank you. I heard you're into feng shui now? Xiao Mo suddenly asked. Is that true? Of course it's true. What do you mean still? I've always known it, okay? Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes. I can tell at a glance that you're a spinster. Go to hell. Xiao Mo grabbed the teapot on the table and hurled it at Xu Zeyu with all her might. Huang Jianqing and his wife returned to the Huang residence. Old man Huang immediately stepped forward, his face beaming as he asked, Xing, what did Xiaoyan say? Dad, when I was coming back, someone cut the brake lines on my car. Huang Jianqing didn't answer his father's question. Instead, he suddenly blurted out, Dad, tell me, who have I offended all these years with my partying and indulgence that they'd want to kill us both? Old Huang's face twisted in shock, and he remained speechless for a long moment. Old man Huang was the sharpest mind in the family. How could he not know who was behind this? How could he not understand the meaning behind his eldest son's words? The only thing he hadn't anticipated was that his eldest son, whom he'd always considered useless, could be so clever at times, knowing how to use these words to test him. Old Huang felt a heavy weight in his heart. He patted Huang Jianqing's shoulder. Xing, don't blame Dad for being biased. Among all the grandchildren, Xiao Jin is the one who most resembles me in my youth. She will inherit the Huang family business. Dad, I mean no offense, Huang Jianqing replied with a laugh. Since the brothers aren't getting along, Xiao Jin and I will move out later. It'll be safer that way. With that, Huang Jianqing ignored his father and headed straight for his room. Huang Jianqing's wife shot the old man a venomous glance, her eyes brimming with resentment. Dad, if Xiao Jin is to inherit the Huang family business, there has to be a business left for him to inherit. The way he's going, he'll ruin himself and the Huang family sooner or later. With the couple having spoken their minds to this extent, there was naturally no way they could remain in this household. They didn't have much to pack, so they were ready to leave quickly. Huang Chang looked utterly bewildered, his face clouded with worry. Dad, Mom, this is our home. Where are we supposed to go? Mrs. Huang replied coldly, this isn't our home. It belongs to your grandfather, your uncle, and your cousin. To them, we're nothing but parasites on this family. If you want to stay, then let them keep you like a parasite. Huang Jianqing and his wife were determined to leave. Huang Chang had no choice but to follow his parents out. The Huang Jianwang family sat in the living room, watching the Huang Jianqing family move out. Their expressions varied, and no one knew what they were thinking. Old man Huang remained silent, his face dark and ominous. Only after the Huang Jianqing family of 3 had departed did old man Huang approach Huang Jin, his gaze icy cold. Xiao Jin, do you know where you went wrong? Huang Jin knew her grandfather was truly furious. She immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Grandfather, I shouldn't have laid a hand on uncle. I was blinded by anger. You can punish me however you see fit, but please don't be angry. Smack! Old man Huang delivered a vicious slap across Huang Jin's face before continuing, that's not your mistake. Your mistake is thinking the Huang family belongs to you too soon. As long as I'm still alive, the Huang family is mine. You have no right to decide its fate. Smack! The furious old man struck Huang Jin again, then chuckled darkly, Ajin was right. If I want you to inherit the Huang family, you must prove you can hold on to this legacy. Since you desire it so badly, grandfather will hand over the entire family estate to you right now. I'll see if you, Huang Jin, truly have the capability to safeguard the Huang family's legacy. Huang Jin never imagined misfortune could bring such fortune. His grandfather, in a fit of rage, was willing to hand over the entire Huang family to him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he declared, Grandfather, rest assured. I will prove to you all that without my cousin, I can still manage the Huang family brilliantly. The Huang family will only grow stronger, never weaker. Seeing Huang Jin's fervor, old Huang sneered repeatedly, fine, I'll wait and see. I'll give you half a year. Not only must you make the Huang family stronger, but if it doesn't weaken, I'll formally hand over the family to you. If any mishap occurs, then you and your entire family can get the hell out of the Huang family.
Chapter 202. Xu Zeyu pretended to know nothing about the Huang family's upheaval, for he couldn't care less. His current focus was the Chen family.
The Huang family was merely a sideshow. He didn't give them a second thought. With Zhuangji's business running smoothly and the women's team led by Huang Yuyan managing the shop, Xu Zeyu could continue his university studies without needing to be at the store all day. Besides, when it came to business, Huang Yuyan was a pro far more capable than Xu Zeyu. He felt completely at ease leaving the business in her capable hands. So for the next week, Xu Zeyu juggled classes while researching information on the cruise ship in the South China Sea's international waters. After all, this was his first mission as a special agent, a thought that gave him a little thrill. Who would have thought that an ordinary college student, after obtaining a mysterious system, would undergo such a dramatic transformation? Not only did he become rich, handsome, and successful, but he also became a powerful agent capable of turning the tables. Honestly, Xu Zeyu was itching to go out and show off, just to relieve the frustration of being a hidden gem. He was clearly so powerful now, yet hardly anyone knew it. Life was as lonely as snow. Of course, bluffing aside, this being his first mission, he had to know both himself and his enemy inside out. That way, he wouldn't slip up and get himself killed on his very first assignment. All this intelligence had been delivered by the Swift Wolf unit through Luo Shiping, and it was incredibly detailed. Xu Zeyu studied it with utmost diligence. The owner of the high seas cruise ship was shrouded in mystery, and even the Swift Wolf unit couldn't confirm their identity. What they did know for certain was that the ship was jointly operated by a prominent family from China and another from South Asia. The cruise ship hosted a party roughly once a month, attracting wealthy individuals from across Asia and even other continents. The so-called parties were essentially indulgences in food, drink, and entertainment, coupled with illegal underground boxing matches. The rules of this underground boxing ring were ruthless. To prevent fighters from cheating, both combatants had to fight to the death. Only by risking their lives would fighters refrain from intentionally losing for money unless they sought death themselves. Precisely because of this brutal rule, wealthy individuals from around the world with an interest in betting on fights flocked to participate, some even bringing their own fighters to join the matches. As the cruise's owner, the powerful Nanya family scoured the globe for black market boxing masters, pitting them against fighters brought by guests in life or death battles on the ring. Of course, guests can also place bets on the boxers from the cruise ship side. They are not forced to bet on their own boxers to win. It's no exaggeration to say this high-seas cruise ship is Asia's largest black market boxing casino. Here, wealthy individuals gamble lavishly, with some striking it rich in an instant while others lose everything. Beyond these gamblers, many others come here to launder money, converting illicit gains into legitimate income. Xu Zeyu's target, Xu Zihai, was an intermediary facilitating such operations. His mission was to hack into this man's computer, extract the data, and deliver it to Luo Shiping. Xu Zeyu spent 3 full days studying not only every rule of the cruise ship but also memorizing every inch of its layout. Better safe than sorry. If trouble arose, his intimate knowledge of the terrain would allow him to exploit it for an immediate escape. Only after making thorough preparations did Xu Zeyu destroy all the materials Luo Shiping had sent him. Alright, I'm ready. Xu Zeyu closed the mini laptop and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Today was Friday, and with 2 days left, Xu Zeyu pondered where to go and pretend to be someone else to earn more skill points and improve his chances of survival. But how to put it? Pretending was a skill in itself, sometimes requiring the right setting. Forcing it wasn't impossible, but doing so would yield pitifully low points. For Xu Zeyu, who was currently splurging on points, forcing it held no meaning. Hey, third brother, don't just sit in the dorm all day. Come watch the soccer game. Qian Kai burst in excitedly, grabbing Xu Zeyu's arm and pulling him toward the door. Today's the friendly match between the sports department team and our department's team. You can't miss this. Soccer match? Not interested. Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes. Chinese soccer is in such a mess, and you guys still play it? You must be bored out of your minds. Chen Kai chuckled sheepishly. Come on, third brother, just come with me. I've got my eye on this girl in our department. She's the cheerleader for the soccer team. You're a celebrity on campus now, man. Be my wingman. Changing girlfriends again? Disgusting. Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes once more. This is the last time. If you keep swapping girlfriends like you change clothes, don't bother me with these boring tasks anymore. Hee hee, that's what brothers are for. Qian Kai beamed with delight. Let's go. Xu Zeyu and Qian Kai arrived at the stands by the soccer field. Qian Kai's gaze was immediately drawn to the girl waving a large red flag. Third brother, that's her. A freshman, pretty as a picture, and the odds are higher for a first-timer. Xu Zeyu silently cursed Qian Kai as a beast, but then realized he wasn't much better himself. He swallowed the curse. The girl waved her flag while leading the crowd in loud chants. Chinese department, go! Chinese department, go! The cheerleaders echoed in unison. Chinese department, go! Chinese department, go! But before they could finish their chant, they all let out a collective sigh. Xu Zeyu glanced at the field and saw that the Chinese department had just conceded a goal to the physical education department. No wonder the girls were sighing in disappointment. Xu Zeyu glanced at the scoreboard and nearly fell off his seat. 30 minutes in, 6-0. Damn it, are you guys playing soccer or basketball? On the soccer field, the physical education department boys beamed with smiles, while the Chinese department boys hung their heads in defeat. The gap in skill was just too huge, it was no contest. From the stands, the physical education department boys teased the Chinese department cheerleaders. Hey, Chinese department girls, your guys really suck at this. How about dating us physical education department boys instead? Exactly. We sports department guys are tall and strong. We're not just great on the field, we're awesome in other ways too. Ha ha. The physical education guys look less like students and more like hooligans, talking about all sorts of things without restraint or shame. This infuriated the Chinese department girls, who screamed, Chinese department, go! Chinese department, hey! The Chinese department just conceded another goal 7-0. At this rate, this game won't end until it's 20-0. Chapter 203. In soccer, it's not just about skill, the players' confidence and morale are crucial too. Conceding 7 goals in just over 30 minutes would crush anyone's confidence. The more confidence they lose, the faster they fall. By halftime, the physical education department team already led the Chinese department team 11-0. During halftime, the Chinese department players sat silently on the bleachers, wiping sweat from their brows without uttering a word. The Chinese department cheerleaders stepped in as support staff, bringing them tea and water while constantly encouraging them. It's okay, it's just a friendly match. Exactly. Win or lose is just part of the game, no big deal. As long as you stick it out till the end. Just keep playing, they'll never dare touch a ball again in their lives, haha. The physical education department boys laughed mockingly beside them, their laughter dripping with arrogance. The Chinese department players gritted their teeth in fury, clenching their fists tightly. But having lost, they could only endure the taunts. Seeing the Chinese department players stay silent, the physical education department guys grew even more brazen. Are you even men? If you are, make some noise. Squeak. Ha! Cowards. Not real men at all. Finally unable to contain themselves, the boys roared back, you're taking this too far. So what if you won a game? What's so great about that? Exactly. Just a bunch of muscle-bound, brainless jerks. The sports department guy shot back instantly, we might be simple-minded, but if you can't even beat us simple-minded guys, doesn't that make you brainless? Ha ha. Are you even men? If you are, then finish the second half. We won't consider ourselves losers until we've crushed you 30-0. Seeing both sides still trading barbs during halftime, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but ask a female junior curiously, friendly matches aren't usually like this. What's going on? The guys from the sports department got into a jealous spat with our department's soccer captain, Ma Xiaobo, and it escalated into this, the junior explained with a sigh. It started as a simple pride thing, but look where it got us. Sigh. Hearing the Chinese department girl's explanation to Xu Zeyu, the sports guys chimed in with their usual sarcastic tone, calling that saving face? Ha! More like walking straight into a humiliating defeat. Seriously, can't your Chinese department find a single decent guy? Exactly. Chinese department has no real men, ha! The sports department guys shouldn't have said that. The moment they did, Xu Zeyu lost his temper. You can call them not real men, but I, Xu Zeyu, am the real deal, a man so big he'll make you feel inadequate. So Xu Zeyu stepped forward and addressed the sports department guys, how about a bet? I'll join the department's soccer team. I bet we can win. Ha! You're Xu Zeyu. The physical education department guys quickly recognized Xu Zeyu, each wearing a peculiar look on their face. Xu Zeyu was incredibly famous at Nanjiang University, virtually everyone knew his name. Of course, his fame stemmed from his talent for humiliating others. From humiliating the principal to his classmates, then the principal's son, and finally his graduate advisor, he'd pulled off all kinds of humiliating defeats. While the sports department guys acknowledged Xu Zeyu's talent, they genuinely didn't believe he could single-handedly turn around an entire team. So, the group of sports department guys nodded, alright, how do you want to bet? Simple. Xu Zeyu said, if we lose, I'll strip naked and run 3 laps around the track while shouting, I'm not a man. If you lose, whoever just said there wasn't a single man in the Chinese department will do the same thing on the track. Deal? As soon as Xu Zeyu finished speaking, the sports major's expressions remained unchanged, but the Chinese major's faces turned pale. Xu Zeyu, I know you're trying to save face for our department's guys, but the gap in skill between us is just too huge. Yeah, we're already down 11 goals, there's no way we can win. Seeing the Chinese department guys so intimidated, the physical education department guys exchanged glances and immediately nodded, fine, we'll take the bet. Don't say we're bullying you, we'll wipe out those 11 goals from the first half. No need, Xu Zeyu chuckled. Without those 11 points, you wouldn't accept defeat gracefully. Let's just continue the second half with this score.
Crazy. This guy's acting way too cocky. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll really think we sports department guys are just for show. Yeah, exactly. Let's crush this guy. The physical education boys were united in their fury, their fighting spirit soaring. In contrast, the Chinese language boys just shook their heads repeatedly. Xu Zeyu, you really shouldn't do this. You can't win. If you keep this up, all the girls will look down on you. You won't be able to hold your heads up again. Xu Zeyu retorted, I'm the one placing the wager, yet you don't even have the guts to give it your all. With your timid nature, do you really think you can compete with the guys from the physical education department for a girlfriend? Good. Well said. Even if they suspected Xu Zeyu was putting on a show, the sports department guys still gave him a thumbs up. That's how a man should be. If you're not satisfied, fight it out. Only give up when you're knocked down. If you chicken out before you're even beaten, what girl would want such a weakling? Xu Zeyu's words also made the Chinese department girls nod in agreement. They thought Xu Zeyu was very manly, unlike those players from the Chinese department. These underclassmen cheered for you for 45 minutes, straining their voices. You want to quit halfway through? How can you face them? Xu Zeyu pointed at the cheerleading squad and continued, what they want isn't necessarily your victory, but your attitude. If you don't even have the attitude to fight, no wonder people say you're not real men. Fine. Ma Xiaobo, the football team captain, gritted his teeth. Xu Zeyu, we'll give it our best shot. But if we lose, don't blame us for letting you down. Relax. With me here, we won't lose. Xu Zeyu chuckled. I'll show those sports department guys that compared to me, Xu Zeyu, they don't deserve to be called men. If they want to steal girls from our Chinese department, they'll have to get past me first. Put. Ha. Xu Zeyu's putting on an act again. I like it, just hope he doesn't play dumb later. Hearing the laughter of the girls from the Chinese department, the sports department guys finally got fired up. Alright, let's go. Keep it up. Xu Zeyu slipped on his cleats and jersey, stepping onto the soccer field as he addressed the system. System, I want to redeem soccer skills. Beep beep. Exchange successful. 500 points deducted. Remaining balance, 746 points. The system's voice echoed in Xu Zeyu's mind. Now, you are the world's greatest soccer player. No one, not Ronaldo, not Messi, not even the king of football can stand against you. Haha, alright then. Let's start by taking down these sports department guys. Witness the rise of the world's greatest and most outstanding soccer player. Xu Zeyu bared his teeth in a wicked grin. Beep. As the referee's whistle blew, Ma Xiaobo, captain of the Chinese department soccer team, kicked off from midfield and passed directly to Xu Zeyu. Without hesitation, Xu Zeyu dribbled forward. Barely past the halfway line, before two opposing players could close in, he swung his leg and unleashed a thunderous shot. Boom! The ball flew straight as a cannonball, whizzing past one opponent after another and hurtling directly toward the goal. The opposing goalkeeper never expected a shot from midfield and had no time to react, helplessly watching the ball sail unchallenged into his net. Less than 10 seconds into the game, Xu Zeyu had miraculously pulled one back. Chapter 204. Beep. The referee blew the whistle to signal the goal. Everyone except Xu Zeyu was stunned into silence. A 50 or 60 meter long range shot finding the net within 10 seconds of kickoff? Unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. While the physical education players stood frozen in shock, the Chinese language players erupted in wild celebration. Amazing. Ha! We've got a chance. The Chinese department girls in the stands cheered wildly, their applause and shouts of encouragement never ceasing. Go! Go Chinese department! Xu Zeyu, you're the best. The sports department players quickly snapped out of it, each one itching to fight. That kid just caught us off guard just now, he won't get another chance. Exactly, he can't carry a whole team by himself. The ball was kicked off again, this time from the center circle by the physical education department team. As the referee's whistle blew, two sports department players completed the kickoff. Just as their number 9 was about to pass to a teammate, a figure suddenly darted forward, swiftly intercepting the ball from his feet and snatching it away. Everyone watched in shock. It was Xu Zeyu again. Quick! Stop him. Don't let him shoot. Before the number 9 could finish his shout, Xu Zeyu swung his leg again, sending the ball flying straight toward the goal with a loud thud. This time, the physical education department's goalkeeper was ready, diving full length to meet the ball. Thud. The goalkeeper managed to get a hand to the ball, but he couldn't hold on to it. The ball still flew into the net. Just 1 minute into the second half, Xu Zeyu scored 2 goals in quick succession, bringing the score to 11-2. This can't be. The goalkeeper stared blankly at his trembling hands, a numbing pain shooting through his nerves. The sheer power of that shot was overwhelming, so immense that even though he dived perfectly, he couldn't stop it. And that was Xu Zeyu shooting from dozens of meters away. If he got any closer, as long as Xu aimed within the goal area, there was no way Xu could stop it unless Xu threw his body in front of it. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. How could he possibly defend this goal now? The other players from the sports department had no idea just how much power Xu Zeyu had put into that shot.
Seeing their goalkeeper fail to even touch the ball, they all grumbled in frustration.
Biao, what's wrong with you today? You clearly read the shot from that distance, how could you not hold on to it? Goalkeeper Biao desperately wanted to yell at his teammates, if you think you can do better, get in there. Stop complaining. But he managed to hold back. Mutual blame would only sap the team's morale and hurt their chances in the upcoming matches. Better to swallow his frustration for now. I just lost focus for a second. It won't happen again.
With the goalkeeper saying that, the others didn't feel comfortable criticizing him further.
Ultimately, the main responsibility lay with number 9.
If he hadn't given the ball away so quickly, creating an opportunity for Xu Zeyu, that goal wouldn't have happened.
Everyone, focus.
The captain of the sports team clapped his hands and shouted loudly to rally the troops.
Just stop Xu Zeyu. The rest of us are useless. Victory is ours.
Right. The others agreed, and morale shot up instantly. But they forgot one crucial thing: victory depended entirely on stopping Xu Zeyu.
The question was, could they actually stop him? The physical education department team kicked off again.
This time, they had indeed learned their lesson. Immediately after the kickoff, while number 9 prepared to pass, 2 other players proactively charged forward to block Xu Zeyu, allowing number 9 to complete the pass smoothly. What baffled the physical education department players was that Xu Zeyu stood completely still. The 2 blocking him were instantly dumbfounded.
He's standing still, what exactly are you tackling? Uncertain of Xu Zeyu's strategy, the physical education department players continued their offensive. After several passes in their own half, they drove the ball forward into the Chinese department's territory. 3 forwards then charged simultaneously, ready to receive the pass. In the blink of an eye, those 2 sports department defenders had been distracted for just a moment, and Xu Zeyu vanished. By the time they snapped back to attention, Xu Zeyu had already beaten their teammates to the ball and intercepted it. Quick, stop him. Watching Xu Zeyu dribble rapidly into their half, the sports department forwards bellowed in alarm. 5 sports department defenders immediately swarmed him, closing in to surround Xu Zeyu. 5 against 1, see how you'll shoot now, damn it. Yes. The sports department players' curses and the Chinese department players' cheers erupted simultaneously, because Xu Zeyu flicked the ball over the heads of all 5 defenders. Simultaneously, Xu Zeyu darted through the gap between 2 defenders. In less than 2 seconds, he had beaten both players and the ball, finding himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper's face instantly contorted into a wrinkled old woman's rear, nearly crying from panic. If he couldn't stop a long-range shot, how could he possibly block a shot from just over 20 meters out? But no matter how impossible it seemed, he had to make the save. Otherwise, how could he ever hold his place on the team? Don't panic, he's just a human being. Goalkeeper Biao kept reassuring himself, unaware that his palms were already soaked with sweat. Having shaken off all defenders, Xu Zeyu showed no mercy, effortlessly unleashing a shot. Thud. The ball flew straight and hard, striking the far corner of the net. The goalkeeper leaped up with all his might, but it was utterly useless. The ball sailed into the net, and he didn't even touch it. Wow, that was amazing. Xu Zeyu, I love you to bits. The cheerleaders from the Chinese department were all wildly excited. The cheerleader captain was so thrilled she hugged Xian Kai beside her, bouncing up and down in his arms. Xian Kai never expected the girl he'd been trying to impress would throw herself into his arms. Her intoxicating scent nearly made him dizzy. Third brother, you rock. Score a few more goals so I can hug you more times. I'd thank your whole family. The entire Chinese department team swarmed forward, tackling Xu Zeyu with wild excitement. Xu Zeyu, you rock. Xu Zeyu, you're the man. Get off me. Get off me. I don't like guys. Xu Zeyu yelled, making everyone burst into laughter. Just like the first half, players from both teams were both exhilarated and dejected. But unlike the first half, the roles of the excited and the frustrated had switched. Seeing the Chinese department players so hyped up, the sports department captain gritted his teeth and growled, Gangzi, Tai to you 3, shadow Xu Zeyu like a shadow. Don't let him touch the ball. The 3 players, tasked with this critical mission, nodded solemnly, their expressions as resolute as martyrs preparing to storm an enemy bunker. Leave Xu Zeyu to us. Chapter 205. 11-3. Though the gap remained wide, everyone knew the sports department faced a high probability of a comeback. In less than 2 minutes, Xu Zeyu had already scored 3 goals against them. And there were still 43 minutes left. Recalling how they'd earlier offered the Chinese department team an 11-goal head start, the physical education department players felt their faces burn with embarrassment. Turns out Xu Zeyu wasn't bluffing about not needing a handicap, he genuinely had the skills. Thankfully they hadn't conceded the lead. If they had, it wouldn't be Xu Zeyu looking like a fool, it would be them. Go! We absolutely cannot let Xu Zeyu score again. As the whistle blew for the restart, the sports department captain bellowed, rallying his team. They perked up, each taking their positions and moving energetically. Xu Zeyu also shouted to his Chinese department teammates, guys, it's time to prove you're real men, no need to drop your pants and get into bed. Xu Zeyu's shout was so loud that every girl in the Chinese department on the bleachers heard it. Cut. Ha ha. Pervert.
The tomboy girls burst into unrestrained laughter, the cute girls all flushed crimson, while the green tea girls merely smiled faintly. While the stands presented one scene, the court witnessed another fierce battle. The 3 sports department players called in at the last minute did nothing but follow Xu Zeyu around wherever he ran, they followed. The remaining 7 players organized their offense. Despite being outnumbered 7-9, they played with flair and ease. After relentlessly trying to steal the ball for ages without success, the Chinese department players grew desperate. Captain Ma Xiaobo roared, "Guys, don't let them look down on us. We can't let Xu Zeyu's hard work go to waste." Roger that. Charge. The Chinese department players gave it their all, charging at their opponents like wolves, disregarding their stamina. Losing the ball wasn't the end of the world. They stuck to their opponents like glue, shadowing them wherever they went to disrupt their passing and receiving. After all, they had 2 extra players, so defending wasn't too taxing. The 3 defenders marking Xu Zeyu were struggling to keep up. They ran after him, panting heavily from exhaustion. Xu Zeyu was running too fast, constantly changing direction mid-stride, sometimes sprinting straight ahead, other times coming to a sudden halt before spinning around. Within 3 minutes of chasing him, the 3 players were bent over double, hands braced on their knees, panting like oxen. The spectators in the stands were all dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. He's got the PE majors completely out of their depth? Good heavens, Aming majored in long-distance running. Even he was knocked flat. Xu Zeyu, you're defying the heavens. The captain of the physical education department's soccer team finally noticed his defenders were failing, his eyes nearly popping out of his head in shock. Quick! Throw in 3 more. Stop Xu Zeyu. Unfortunately, his shout came too late. Xu Zeyu had already snatched the ball from their players' feet and charged into their half, driving forward unimpeded as if entering an empty field. Well, the sports department's half was indeed empty. All their players were attacking on this side. Oh, my god. Facing Xu Zeyu alone once again, goalkeeper Abayo slapped his forehead, on the verge of breaking down. How could his teammates be so useless? 10 of them couldn't stop just one opponent. While Abayo was still cursing his teammates, Xu Zeyu had already taken the shot. Thud. Goal. 11-4. Oh yeah. Xu Zeyu, you're my idol. The Chinese department erupted in wild celebration, while the physical education department hung their heads in defeat, a stark contrast between the 2 sides. If you didn't look at the score, you'd think the Chinese department team had won. Captain, what should we do? The physical education department players looked at their captain in utter bewilderment. That guy's explosiveness and endurance are way beyond ours, we can't stop him. The physical education department captain thought for a moment, gritted his teeth in frustration, and declared, "Defend. Everyone defend. I refuse to believe Xu Zeyu can take on 11 players alone." The sports department players' eyes lit up instantly, nodding in agreement. Right. Why didn't we think of that? We're up by 7 goals now. Earlier, these guys were shouting about letting the Chinese department score 11 goals, but now they were gloating over a 7-goal lead. Who knows if they'll feel ashamed once they come to their senses. Just then, Xu Zeyu suddenly spoke up. "If you only defend, you'll lose even faster and more miserably." They didn't buy it, immediately firing back at Xu Zeyu. "We're already defending this hard. If you can score 4 more goals on us, our whole team will run around naked." Exactly. Xu Zeyu chuckled. "If I can't score 10 goals against you, I'll admit defeat and run naked too." The PE team players were furious. "You have my word." Xu Zeyu chuckled. "A gentleman's word is as good as gold." Just 8 minutes into the second half, the physical education department team switched to defense. And honestly, their defense looked pretty solid, no misplaced passes or dropped balls. They held their own against any first division team in the Chinese Super League. But their defensive tactics immediately drew waves of boos from the stands. The spectators all cursed the sports department for being underhanded. Sports department, have you no shame? Exactly. Leading by 7 goals and defending like this, you'd think you were down by 7. The sports department players glanced up at the stands, their expressions turning grim. Damn it, when did the crowd get so big? It turned out that Xu Zeyu's addition had transformed this once predictable game into an unexpectedly thrilling contest. With the stakes being a naked dash, the opportunistic students immediately posted it on the school's online forum, drawing a massive crowd of gossip-hungry onlookers. These onlookers had expected an intense showdown, but upon arriving, they found the sports department team suddenly playing defense. This left them thoroughly dissatisfied, and they began to jeer loudly. Needless to say, regardless of the match's outcome, the physical education department's soccer team had already lost face. Their defensive play now was merely an attempt to minimize the embarrassment. The sports department players were distracted for just a moment, and Xu Zeyu was back at it. Quick! Stop him! Ironhead, Xu Zeyu's coming! Pass the ball quickly, pass it! Right, pass it quickly! Pass it to me! Oh, okay! Hearing Xu Zeyu was charging toward him, Ironhead, one of the 3 defenders marking Xu earlier, jumped in surprise. Upon hearing someone yell for him to pass, he immediately sent the ball flying. Only after Ironhead had kicked the ball did he realize the person shouting for the pass was none other than Xu Zeyu. Seeing Xu Zeyu catch Ironhead's pass, the crowd erupted in laughter. Ha ha! That's so dirty! So shameless! Ironhead was stunned, watching helplessly as Xu Zeyu flashed him a toothy grin before taking a shot. Thud! Another goal. Chapter 206. 11-5. The gap in the score narrowed once more. Nice! Great shot! The newly arrived spectators cheered loudly, their applause resounding. Only when the sports department guys started cursing Xu Zeyu as a dirty player did the Chinese department girls immediately fire back. You guys are all muscle and no brains, whose fault is that? The physical education boys, who had been mocking the Chinese language boys moments before, were instantly silenced. After all, they had admitted to being simple-minded themselves. Tai Tu, who had mistakenly passed the ball to Xu Zeyu, was deeply frustrated. The captain walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Tai Tu, it's not your fault. Xu Zeyu was just too cunning. Tai Tu nodded silently, his expression betraying uncertainty whether he had truly let it go. The captain clapped his hands and shouted, "Everyone, our defense was actually working. If Xu Zeyu hadn't resorted to dirty tricks, they never would have broken through our line. Hang in there, we won't lose." Right. We won't lose. The thought of having to strip naked if they lost made the sports department players clench their fists. That's the spirit. The captain pumped up the team's morale, pumped his fist, and shouted, "Defend! Wear them down!" Beep! The opening whistle sounded again. The physical education department players kicked off, immediately booting the ball back toward their own end. The ball then bounced back and forth across their half of the field. They expected Xu Zeyu to rush in for the ball, but he stood completely still. Instead, he shouted to the Chinese department players, "Everyone, charge forward. I'll hold them off for you. If they dare attack, I'll make them retreat immediately." Got it. With Xu Zeyu's encouragement, the Chinese department players surged forward like a tidal wave, flooding into the physical education department's half. The physical education players were caught completely off guard by Xu Zeyu's unexpected move, instantly throwing their rhythm into disarray. The physical education captain immediately shouted, "Everyone, keep defending. Don't panic, don't panic." Once the sports department settled on their defensive strategy, the players resumed passing and receiving the ball in their own half. The Chinese department players never imagined the opponents would choose to defend and let them attack freely. They couldn't help but cheer loudly, "This is awesome! This is awesome! Ha ha!" If the opponents weren't even daring to attack and they still hesitated, they wouldn't be real men. The Chinese department players' fighting spirit was ignited. They tackled fiercely and relentlessly, pressing the physical education department players until they could barely breathe. The physical education department players had the technical edge and the physical advantage, yet they were still being beaten like this. All they could do was scream silently inside, "Oh, the agony! Good heavens! How could this be happening? This is the Chinese department versus physical education department soccer match? This can't be real. I think I might have watched a fake game." The spectators were buzzing with excitement, and their discussions inevitably circled back to Xu Zeyu. Yes, it was precisely because the Chinese department had Xu Zeyu anchoring the defense, holding the entire physical education department team in check, that the Chinese department team had such offensive opportunities. Way to go, brother Zeyu! The physical education department dared not attack, while the Chinese department couldn't break through despite prolonged pressure. Neither side could gain the upper hand, and the match entered a tense stalemate. Just then, someone booted the ball high into the Chinese department's half, where it landed right at Xu Zeyu's feet. Oh my god! Everyone, block the goal! Don't let him shoot! A large group of sports department players quickly retreated, trying to form a human wall in front of the goal to block Xu Zeyu's shooting angle. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they were, they couldn't match the speed of the ball after Xu Zeyu took his shot. Thud! Xu Zeyu unleashed a powerful long-range volley. The ball soared through the air in a beautiful arc, sailing over the heads of the defenders and hurtling straight toward the goal defended by Abayo. Abayo leapt up, stretching both arms to catch it. Think a slow shot like that will get in? Dream on! But just as his hands reached out, the ball suddenly accelerated downward, slipping through his grasp and plummeting into the net. 11-6. The stands erupted once more. Unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. The sports department crowd stood in a daze, their eyes glazed over, practically drooling. Is this Xu Zeyu possessed by the soccer god himself? No, even if Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi showed up, they couldn't have thrashed us this badly. This guy isn't just channeling the king of football, he's channeling the football god himself. With Xu Zeyu playing this well, how are we supposed to compete? The sports team captain had rallied the troops time and again, only to be repeatedly humiliated. Eventually, he lost all motivation to keep cheering them on, knowing it was futile. The sports department team was beaten into submission by Xu Zeyu, their spirit crushed. The rest of the game could be summed up in two words: slaughter. Thud. Xu Zeyu took the shot goal. Thud.
Xu Zeyu took another shot, another goal. Boom! Xu Zeyu takes another shot, scores again.
The sports department players desperately wanted to kneel on the ground, cling to Xu Zeyu's legs, and sob for mercy. Bro, please kick fewer times, score fewer goals. But wishing was one thing, no one would actually do such a thing. So they could only watch helplessly as Xu Zeyu fired shot after shot at the goal. By the end, Abayo had given up on goalkeeping. He stood dumbstruck in front of the net, watching the ball whistle into the goal time and time again. 11-7. 11-8. 11-13. 11-14. Only when the final whistle blew did the physical education department players emerge from their nightmare match. The Chinese department players were all stunned. No way? It's over already? The time isn't up yet, is it? Yeah, we weren't even close to done yet. What the hell? You guys want to keep playing? The physical education department players were on the verge of tears. If they kept going, they'd be crying for real. Faced with the Chinese department players' protests, the referee shrugged helplessly. There are 5 minutes left, but there's no point in continuing. Truly, there was little point in continuing such a one-sided match. Playing on would only set another bizarre record for Nanjing University soccer. Leading 11-0 at halftime, then getting hammered with 14 goals in the second half? Not even a fixed game could be this rigged, and it was all legit. Seeing how the referee was looking out for them, the physical education department players were tempted to shout "Our Savior" at him. Since the referee had made his decision and they had secured the win, Xu Zeyu naturally wouldn't refuse the favor. Fine, let's call it a day. An early rest is always welcome. However, Xu Zeyu paused, grinning at the group of sports department guys. If you're real men, then keep your word and honor your promise. Chapter 207. The moment they heard they had to fulfill their promise, the sports department guys immediately scowled. Their captain snapped irritably, "Xu Zeyu, we're all alumni of the same school, don't be so ruthless." Seeing them try to back out, the Chinese department guys immediately shouted back, "You promised it yourselves, didn't you?" "Exactly. If we'd lost, would you have let Xu Zeyu off the hook? You have the nerve to call us unmanly? I say you're the ones who aren't men. You're so cocky because you thought you'd win for sure. You agreed to it. Now you lose and want to back out? Where's the justice in that?" The physical education department guys were physically stronger, and the Chinese department guys knew they couldn't match them. But when it came to verbal sparring, the physical education department boys were no match for the Chinese department boys. The Chinese department guys weren't just verbally attacking the sports department guys, they were also stirring up the crowd. Everyone, judge for yourselves. The sports department guys want to back out. Should we let them get away with it? The crowd roared in unison, "No way. Chinese department guy, they'd rather admit they're not men than keep their promise, how shameless. Can we let them get away with this?" The crowd continued to shout in unison, "No. Do you want to see them run naked? Yes. Ha ha. Strip. Strip. Strip." A unified roar erupted from the crowd. Under mounting pressure, the sports department players immediately approached Coach Miao, looking quite troubled as they said, "Coach Miao, what do you think?" "Ahem." Teacher Miao gave them a meaningful look. "You promised this yourselves. A man of honor keeps his word, you can't go back on your promise. Go ahead and strip down." Sports department players. That afternoon, a bizarre spectacle unfolded on the running track of Nanjing University's soccer field. A dozen or so bare-bottomed boys ran around the track, shouting, "I'm not a man. I'm not a man." Fortunately, they were clever enough to wrap their heads in clothes, leaving only a pair of sly eyes peeking out, making it impossible to recognize them. Many girls wanted to watch but felt too embarrassed, covering their faces with their hands. Yet they refused to turn their heads away, instead peeking through their fingers. A handful of tomboyish girls burst into laughter, shouting, "Come on, do an elephant dance for us, haha." Spectating students whipped out their phones, capturing this spectacular scene and uploading it online. Soon after, Nanjing University became famous. This incident became a source of shame for Nanjing University for a time. However, the precious video was later preserved and transformed into the university's treasured heirloom, but that's another story. After that match, no team at Nanjing University dared challenge the Chinese department's soccer squad again. Xu Zeyu became a psychological shadow haunting the male students of the physical education department, one that would likely never fade. The ecstatic Chinese department players rushed over, tossing Xu Zeyu high into the air before catching him again. Oh, oh, oh. Drunk on his teammates' cheers, Xu Zeyu reveled in the moment. Being carried to the heavens felt amazing. "Where the hell did you all go?" Thud. The crowd scattered instantly, and Xu Zeyu crashed onto the field's grass, landing flat on his back like an overturned turtle. Xu Zeyu scrambled to his feet and bellowed at his teammates, "You bastards!" Ha ha. Laughter erupted across the field except from the losers in the physical education department. After completing 3 laps, the physical education captain approached, his face dark with fury. "Xu Zeyu," he said, "our team lost to yours fair and square. No complaints there. But making us run 3 laps naked? That debt will be repaid."
Xu Zeyu chuckled. How do you plan to settle it? Simple. The captain fumed.
My brother plays for the Qinzhou team in the Chinese Super League.
Same wager got the guts to take on their whole squad? Qinzhou? Xu Zeyu grinned, baring his teeth. Forget them. Even if Real Madrid and Barcelona showed up, I'd make them run naked too.
At Xu Zeyu's boastful words, the entire field fell silent. Everyone rolled their eyes at him.
Braggarts come and go every year, but blowing your own horn to this extent? That's a feat only Xu Zeyu could pull off.
You're impressive, but soccer's a team sport, bro.
You think you can single-handedly lead your department team to take down Real Madrid and Barcelona? Not even Pelé or Maradona could pull that off. Everyone except Xu Zeyu himself believed a word of it.
Oh, and one non-human entity believed him, the system.
Beep beep. Face slap successful. System verdict, intermediate level. Total people fooled, 317. Total face slapped, 11. Reward, 3,280 points. Total skill points, 4026.
Seeing his skill points increase again, Xu Zeyu grinned ear to ear. This game wasn't a waste after all, haha. With Xu Zeyu making such bold claims, the sports department captain had no choice but to keep quiet. He could only wait for an opportunity to have his brother bring a professional team over to avenge the humiliation of being stripped naked. But he knew full well that a professional team would be unlikely to agree to play against a university department's soccer squad. It would be a complete waste of time. So, he could only do his best and give it a shot.
Dreams are worth having. What if they come true?
Stepping off the field, Xu Zeyu spotted Qian Kai already flirting with the junior classmate he had his eye on. He didn't want to interrupt Qian Kai, so he quietly slipped away. Just as he stepped off the stands, he suddenly bumped into Miao Yeye in frozen surprise.
What are you doing here? Miao Yeye huffed. If you can be here, why can't I? I came to play soccer.
I just happened to be passing by to watch the game.
Is that a problem? Miao Yeye still wore that haughty look, unchanged from before.
In her words, she had already repaid Xu Zeyu's favor, so that didn't stop her from continuing to dislike him.
Xu Zeyu couldn't be bothered with Miao Yeye and was about to leave when she suddenly demanded, Xu Zeyu, where did you hide my cousin? Somewhere very safe, Xu Zeyu replied.
She's with her brother. I deposited 10 million for them, enough to last a year or two. Once I settle my score with the Chun family, I'll bring her back.
With that, Xu Zeyu walked away.
Miao Yeye watched Xu Zeyu's retreating figure and snorted, with your character, only my cousin could be blind enough to fall for you. Humph. Only Miao Yeye herself knew she'd heard Xu Zeyu was playing soccer here and had come specifically to watch him play.
Chapter 208.
After the soccer match, Xu Zeyu took a full day to rest, as tomorrow he would be heading to the cruise ship on the high seas for his mission. That Saturday evening, Luo Shiping called to finalize arrangements before relaxing slightly.
Xu, remember your personal safety is paramount.
I've assigned 2 people as backup. Should anything happen, their skills should ensure your protection.
You sent 2 people to protect me? Xu Zeyu asked. Are you sure they're protecting me and not me protecting them?
Luo Shiping couldn't help but roll his eyes, replying with a sigh, one is an elite from the Swift Wolf unit and the other is one of the most outstanding detectives.
Do you really think anything could happen to them?
As long as you stay safe, they won't have to intervene.
We'll all return home safely. That's good, Xu Zeyu replied. Just worried they might get reckless.
Luo Shiping was so exasperated by Xu Zeyu that his eye rolling nearly made his eyeballs pop out of their sockets. Those 2 are seasoned veterans.
You, Xu Zeyu, are only completing your first mission. Yet you actually think you're better than them? Where does this confidence come from? Of course, Luo Shiping didn't want to waste any more breath on Xu Zeyu.
He knew this guy was both narcissistic and full of himself. If he kept arguing, he'd end up getting himself worked up into a rage.
Fine, I won't say another word.
I hope your first mission goes smoothly.
That's a given, haha.
Old Luo, just wait for my good news. Xu Zeyu chuckled darkly twice, hung up the phone, and flopped back onto the bed. He sounded carefree, but deep down, he was still deeply worried. This was his first mission, and facing such ruthless criminals, it was impossible not to worry. If something went wrong, he'd be killed. His body would be dumped into the sea, never to be found, truly a death with no place to bury the remains. If not for Rob Bing urging him to board the cruise ship for the life or death tournament, he truly wouldn't have agreed to Luo Shiping's request. But agreeing to Luo Shiping's request had its advantages. At least 2 skilled allies would back him up, making this high seas cruise a bit safer. He desperately wanted to sleep early and rest up, but tossing and turning, he couldn't fall asleep. He had no choice but to pick up his phone. First, he called his parents for a quick chat, then his girlfriend Linlin.
Next came Huang Yuyan and Yan Wenjun.
After finishing all these calls, Xu Zeyu finally forced himself to close his eyes and get some proper rest. Hopefully tomorrow's mission would go smoothly. The next day, Xu Zeyu arrived at the port of Nanjing City as scheduled. Ah Bing was punctual too, arriving even earlier than Xu Zeyu. Besides Ah Bing, 2 others accompanied him. One was Bai Hongtao, and the other was a man in his 30s who bore a slight resemblance to Bai Hongtao, likely his older brother. The moment he saw Xu Zeyu, Bai Hongtao's face twisted into a vicious grin. Xu Zeyu, this time you won, get away with it. He had never been beaten in his life, and now Xu Zeyu dared to injure him. He wouldn't rest until Xu Zeyu was dead. The other man merely gave Xu Zeyu a casual glance and remarked calmly, "Ah Bing, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill?" Ah Bing replied respectfully, "Young master, I believe this is the best course of action. Murder is illegal in every country. Only on the high seas territory belonging to no nation can we settle our grievances with the most primitive, direct means. As you wish." A cold smile played on the face of the Bai family's eldest son, his eyes radiating an indifference that seemed to disregard everyone. "The speedboat is here. Let's go." A speedboat docked at the pier. The young man piloting it leaped ashore and approached the four of them, speaking politely, "Gentlemen, may I verify your identities?" "Thank you." The four produced their gold cards. The young man took out a wireless electronic scanner and swiped all four cards across it. The device emitted several beeps, and the identities stored on the cards instantly appeared on the young man's phone. The young man glanced at the photos on his phone, confirming they matched the four individuals before him. He nodded. "Gentlemen, please come aboard." The four boarded the speedboat together, which carried them out toward international waters. Xu Zeyu had little to say to the other three, so the journey passed in silence, broken only by Bai Hongtao's venomous glare fixed upon him. Xu Zeyu paid no mind to Bai Hongtao's glare. After all, who would worry about a harmless dog glaring at them? After over an hour of cruising, Xu Zeyu finally caught sight of the legendary ocean liner and couldn't help but gasp, "Holy, rich people sure know how to live." The cruise ship was enormous, if not quite Titanic-sized. It certainly wasn't far off. Xu Zeyu had seen photos of it before, but the real thing was a world apart from the pictures. Not only was it enormous, but it was also extravagantly luxurious, glistening like solid gold under the sun. To put it simply, the ship itself was probably worth hundreds of millions. Xu Zeyu quickly composed himself and began scrutinizing the speedboat. True to his prior preparation, he intended to memorize every visible detail, for any one of them might one day save his life. Seeing Xu Zeyu looking around, Bai Hongtao assumed he was simply overwhelmed by the yacht's grandeur. He snorted coldly, "A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin." Xu Zeyu ignored him completely, treating his snide remark like a dog barking, and continued his careful inspection. Soon, their speedboat docked alongside the massive cruise ship. An automatic retractable gangway lowered, transporting the four men onto the vessel. The moment they stepped aboard, two security guards swept metal detectors over their bodies. The alarms immediately sounded, and one guard addressed them, "Please hand over your phones. External communication is prohibited on this vessel." Xu Zeyu, already aware of this rule, promptly handed over his phone to the security guard. "Thank you." The guards scanned them again with the metal detectors, confirming no contraband was concealed on their persons before allowing the group to proceed. The cruise ship had 3 levels. The lower deck housed the underground boxing ring, the main deck featured various dining and entertainment venues, and the top deck contained the guests' cabins. After clearing security, Ah Bing turned to Xu Zeyu. "The fights don't start until this afternoon. If you want to rest, take your card to the top deck, your room number is printed on it. If you fancy indulging before your final hour, this deck has everything you could desire. Of course, you'd better be able to pay the price." Xu Zeyu sneered coldly, "You talk as if victory is already yours. Well, I'll return your words to you. You'd better enjoy yourself while you can, because you won't live to see tomorrow's sun." Chapter 209. Abing wasn't one for words, so he disliked verbal sparring and fighting tooth and nail. What he preferred was settling matters of life and death in the ring. Facing Xu Zeyu's verbal counterattack, he remained utterly unfazed. "I've said what needed to be said. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Young Master Xu, young Master Tao, let's go." After Abing and his 2 companions departed, Xu Zeyu began exploring the surroundings. He was thoroughly familiar with the cruise ship's specifications, yet he still wanted to inspect it personally, hoping to spot any discrepancies from the records. After circling the exterior extensively, he found no major discrepancies, only minor variations in the layout. As for the ship's security system, Xu Zeyu gave it a cursory glance. Beyond the independent internal network surveillance, a bodyguard was stationed every 6 meters along the exterior of the cruise ship. Just like bodyguards on TV, these men wore sunglasses and suits, with Bluetooth earpieces in one ear and miniature walkie-talkies clipped to their collars. Xu Zeyu specifically checked their waistbands and confirmed that these bodyguards were indeed all armed. China had banned firearms, so its citizens never worried about encountering armed criminals on the streets. Outside China, however, things were different. The bodyguards on this cruise ship openly carried firearms, and no one could do anything about it. It seemed best not to cause trouble on this ship. Facing armed bodyguards, he couldn't guarantee he'd walk away unscathed. Speedboats approached one after another, carrying passengers of all ages and genders. Yet they all shared one common trait: sheer extravagance. Each was dressed in the finest attire, radiating extravagance, while the women were adorned with jewels and glistened with brilliance. These guests hailed from various Southeast Asian nations: Chinese, Japanese, Koreans, Thais, along with a few fair-haired Europeans and dark-skinned Africans. As the guests boarded one after another, the entire cruise ship quickly came alive with activity. Presumably because the cruise route was close to Nanjing City, Xu Zeyu was among the earliest arrivals. Some of the passengers already knew each other and greeted one another warmly with smiles as soon as they boarded.
Xu Zeyu thought it made sense. After all, the world's wealthy were a finite group, and Asia's affluent certainly had their own circles.
It was only natural they knew each other. Of course, there were also those who didn't see eye to eye. They would glare at each other, exchange cold stares, and refuse to acknowledge one another. Xu Zeyu found it quite entertaining to simply observe these people coming and going without getting involved. Xu Zeyu soon encountered people he recognized, though these individuals weren't friends, but enemies. Hu Hai, the big shot from Qinzhou City; Chen Lizhong from the Chen family, a young man bearing a slight resemblance to Chen Xinrui; Wu Shihao, the son-in-law of the Zheng family, with his wife Zhang Zhu, and two middle-aged men Xu Zeyu didn't recognize. The youth resembling Chen Xinrui was likely Chen Lizhong's youngest son Chen Xinwen, Chen Xinrui's younger brother. Rumor had it the Chen family intended him to marry Lin Lin, so Xu Zeyu harbored a quiet resentment toward this Chen Xinwen. Xu Zeyu surmised that the other two unfamiliar middle-aged men were likely from two other prominent families in Qinzhou City, as they had arrived on the same speedboat. Xu Zeyu spotted them, and they spotted Xu Zeyu. Their expressions turned particularly vivid. Zhang Zhu, that brazen, foul-mouthed woman, immediately launched into her mocking mode. Who'd have thought a small-town bumpkin from Nanjing City could snag a silver card on this cruise ship? Truly remarkable. But do you really think boarding this ship makes you upper-class nobility? Wake up, stop dreaming. Wu Shihao also harbored deep hatred for Xu Zeyu, so he made no move to stop his wife's mockery, effectively condoning her behavior. Of course, even if he had tried to stop her, it wouldn't have mattered. In their household, he held no sway; his wife did. Silver card? Xu Zeyu immediately recalled the information about this cruise ship's membership tiers from his research. There were 4 levels: diamond, platinum, gold, and silver. Diamond cards were reportedly held by only a select few, while silver represented the lowest tier. So it seemed Zhang Zhu had only managed to get a silver card. At this thought, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but snort coldly. Who's the narrow-minded bumpkin here? Getting a silver card and daring to show off in front of me? Get lost. Zhang Zhu, this isn't the place for you to act up. Don't start trouble. Hu Hai immediately cut Zhang Zhu off, then fixed Xu Zeyu with a cold, piercing stare. Xu Zeyu returned Hu Hai's gaze with a meaningful look, his face twisted into a cold smile. Neither man spoke, but Zhang Zhu was the kind of reckless fool who, provoked by Xu Zeyu's sarcasm, immediately bellowed, "Oh ho! I wonder what kind of card you high and mighty person has. Pull it out and let us see." "Ha ha! Of course I'm more high class than you, I've got a gold card." Xu Zeyu chuckled. "But why should I show it to you? I don't need to prove anything to you. If you insist, let's make a bet. If I really have a gold card, you run naked around this place. Deal?" Hearing Xu Zeyu claim he had a gold card, Zhang Zhu's first reaction was disbelief. In her eyes, Xu Zeyu was merely Huang Yuyan's lover, using his status as a pretty boy to lord it over others and act recklessly. As for the powerful connections Xu Zeyu later hinted at, Zhang Zhu subconsciously dismissed them, convinced they were Huang Yuyan's influence and had nothing to do with Xu Zeyu himself. Zhang Zhu didn't believe Xu Zeyu could actually get a gold card. When Xu Zeyu challenged her to a bet, she figured he was just bluffing, putting on airs to save face. So without hesitation, Zhang Zhu declared, "Since it's a bet, what happens if you don't have the gold card? I'll crawl on the floor and bark like a dog. How about that?" Xu Zeyu chuckled. "Of course, if you want me to run naked around the cruise ship, that's fine too. Your choice." Watching Xu Zeyu's smug face, Wu Shihao sensed something was off. Just as he was about to warn his wife not to fall for it, Zhang Zhu had already agreed. "Fine. If you can produce the gold card, I'll run naked around this area." The commotion drew a crowd of onlookers, who watched the two bettors with curious smiles. Such incidents weren't unheard of before. As long as private fights didn't occur on the cruise ship itself, the owner wouldn't intervene. Then watch closely. Xu Zeyu produced the gold card and waved it in front of Zhang Zhu and Wu Shihao. "Take a good look, this is the real deal." Zhang Zhu instantly turned as pale as a sheet, shaking his head repeatedly. "Impossible. This card must be fake. Miss Zhang, shut your mouth right now." Hu Hai immediately shouted at Zhang Zhu, his face turning grim. "The security checks here are absolutely fine, don't talk nonsense." Chapter 210. Zhang Zhu and Wu Shihao only knew this cruise ship was a playground for the wealthy. They had no idea how terrifying its background truly was, which is why Zhang Zhu dared to speak so recklessly in such a place. But as the undisputed kingpin of Qinzhou's underworld, Hu Hai knew full well just how powerful and terrifying this cruise ship's connections were. Anyone who dared cause trouble here was essentially committing suicide. Zhang Zhu and Xu Zeyu arguing here was one thing, but Zhang Zhu had just claimed Xu Zeyu's card was fake that was blatantly questioning the cruise ship's security checks.
If the cruise ship security really had issues, who among the wealthy would dare come here to play in the future? Hu Hai assumed his warning would shut Zhang Zhu up, but some people were just beyond redemption when it came to stupidity. His warning not only failed to deter her but only fueled Zhang Zhu's rage. So what if I said this card is fake? How could a lowly pretty boy like him possibly get a gold card that even we can't obtain? Hu Hai shook his head helplessly and said coldly, Miss Zhang, if you want to court death, that's your own business. I've been as kind and considerate as I possibly could toward you. Heh, Mr. Hu, Miss Zhang's immaturity is her own problem. We don't blame you. A young woman with a smile on her face approached, drawing everyone's attention. This woman was only 25 or 26, tall and slender with delicate features and a particularly sweet smile. She bore a striking resemblance to a younger Lin Jiling, enough to make any man swoon. Of course, those aware of her status merely observed. Even if many men harbored unsavory thoughts toward her, absolutely none dared to show it in her presence. For she was the official owner of this cruise ship Dantai Xin. Seeing Dantai Xin arrive, Hu Hai greeted her politely with, Madam Dantai, then fell silent. Dantai Xin turned around and smiled warmly at Zhang Zhu. Miss Zhang, I can assure you that the card in Mr. Xu Zeyu's possession is genuine. Xu Zeyu was secretly startled. He had only come here to challenge the ring, yet this woman knew his name. Clearly, she had investigated every person boarding the cruise ship. Damn it, had she uncovered his connection to the provincial police bureau? The thought sent his heart racing with anxiety. Even if she hadn't, Hu Hai and Chen Lizhong were here, they knew his background. This was trouble. Xu Zeyu immediately racked his brain for countermeasures, but no solutions came to mind in the moment. He could only play it by ear. He was here to fight the challenge match. Once it was over, he'd leave. Surely this woman wouldn't come looking for trouble? Dantai Xin didn't bother Xu Zeyu at all. Instead, she kept staring at Zhang Zhu, making Zhang Zhu's skin crawl. Alright, I misspoke. I take it back. Zhang Zhu wasn't entirely stupid. With the boss stepping in to vouch for him, daring to say another word would be like lighting a lantern to go to the toilet asking for trouble. To divert Dantai Xin's attention, Xu Zeyu immediately shouted, saying you misspoke is enough? You clearly agreed to the bet that if I pulled out the gold card, you'd strip naked and run a lap around the cruise ship. You don't intend to honor your word? Zhang Zhu's face instantly flushed crimson, making her look like a roasted suckling pig. So what if I agreed? So what if I don't want to honor my promise? Come on, bite me if you dare. Ignoring Zhang Zhu's defiance, Xu Zeyu turned to Dantai Xin with a sly grin. Mr. Dantai, do you respect the rules of gambling here? Dantai Xin smiled faintly, of course. Then you heard it yourself, someone lost a bet and now refuses to pay up. The moment Xu Zeyu uttered those words, the sharp-witted Wu Shihao's expression turned grim. Xu Zeyu, don't push your luck. That was just a joke. A joke? Xu Zeyu stared at Wu Shihao with utter scorn. If I'd lost, do you think your wife would let me off? Wu Shihao desperately wanted to say yes, but he knew even if he did, he wouldn't believe it himself. Seeing Xu Zeyu play this card, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This kid was playing the game of using others as his weapon. How cunning. But then again, Zhang Zhu had brought this upon herself. Questioning the cruise ship's security checks for no reason had already offended Boss Dantai. With Xu Zeyu's provocation, there was no way Boss Dantai wouldn't come after Zhang Zhu now. Sure enough, Dantai Xin turned to Zhang Zhu with a faint smile. Miss Zhang, this is a place for gambling. I won't break the rules for you. You have two choices, strip naked and run a lap, or I'll turn you into a corpse and toss you overboard. Zhang Zhu's face drained of color. If she had to strip naked and run a lap in front of all these people, where would she hide her face? Moreover, everyone present today was a prominent figure. If she ran like this, the Zheng family would be utterly disgraced. Zhang Zhu thought this place would be like Qinzhou City, where she could throw a tantrum relying on her Zhang family connections. I won't undress. Try to touch me if you dare. Bang! A gun suddenly appeared in Dantai Xin's hand. A shot rang out, and a wisp of blue smoke curled from the muzzle. Dantai Xin blew gently on the barrel, dispersing the smoke. Miss Zhang, this is your final chance. If you still refuse to fulfill your promise, the next bullet will be for you. Dantai Xin aimed the muzzle at Zhang Zhu's forehead, her face still adorned with a sweet smile. But to Zhang Zhu, that smile now looked like nothing less than the devil's grin. A buzzing sensation still echoed in her ears as Zhang Zhu shivered violently, obediently stripping off her clothes, one piece, then another, until she stood completely naked. Damn, this layer of fat looks like a Michelin tire. Oh my eyes. Stripping naked and not even letting me look? That's painful to the eyes. Her man was truly pitiful. Hearing the whispers around her, watching the men turn their heads away one by one, Zhang Zhu truly wished she could die. Stripped naked and no one even looks. A woman living like this is practically dead. Well, to be precise, someone was watching. Mostly the women on the cruise ship were staring at her, critiquing her figure while chatting and laughing. I thought my own figure was bad, sigh. Heh, even though I'm over 60, I'm sure I'm more attractive to my husband than this woman is to mine. Heh. Zhang Zhu truly wanted to die, but she dared not. Instead, she ran around the tanker, tears streaming down her face, gasping for breath. After one lap, Zhang Zhu collapsed onto the deck like a dead pig, gasping for breath. Wu Shihao hurriedly dressed Zhang Zhu, his eyes burning with venom as he glared at Xu Zeyu. Kid, once we're back in China, I'll make sure you pay with your life. Chapter 211. Facing Wu Shihao's fury, Xu Zeyu remained utterly unconcerned, chuckling. You think you can just order me to die? I think you're the one who should die. Finding a wife like that ugly is one thing, but she's also stupid, hopelessly stupid. I really don't understand what you saw in her. Xu Zeyu's words made Wu Shihao's face flush crimson. He wanted to retort but couldn't find the words, so he just continued glaring furiously at Xu Zeyu. But Xu Zeyu wasn't done yet. He pressed on. Oh, and I hear her family's loaded. You married her just for the money. Your wife keeps calling me trash, but I support myself. I work hard for my keep. You, on the other hand, are just a kept man. If anyone's trash, it's you. Wu Shihao trembled with rage, consumed by murderous intent. He desperately wanted to snatch the gun from Dantai Xian's hands and blast Xu Zeyu's mouth with a few shots. Xu Zeyu showed no sign of remorse, pressing on. I'm curious, what does it feel like every time you're intimate with her? Does it feel like sleeping with a pig? Put. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Wu Shi finally choked on his anger, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His trembling finger pointed at Xu Zeyu, his eyes bulging with rage. Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu snorted. Stop yelling. You two should find a place to rest properly instead of coming out to embarrass yourselves. Pftu. Wu Shihao coughed up another mouthful of blood and passed out cold. The onlookers burst into laughter, showing not a shred of sympathy. Of course, these wealthy individuals had little sympathy to begin with. Asking them to fork over tens of millions was easy enough, but expecting compassion? Forget it. Beep beep. Face slap successful. System verdict, advanced face slap. Slapped 2 individuals, plus 100 points. Caused 2 instances of blood-spitting rage and 1 fainting spell, plus 250 points. Total points for this face slap, 350. Current skill points, 4376. The system's voice chimed in. Xu Zeyu chuckled darkly, clearly delighted. Hitting enemies while earning points, what could be more satisfying? Seeing the couple both collapse, Dantai Xian waved to the bodyguards on the cruise ship, carry them back to their room. Yes, boss. 4 bodyguards approached and carried the Wu Shihao couple away. With the spectacle over, the crowd dispersed, each returning to their own activities. Dantai Xian glanced at Xu Zeyu, gave a faint smile, and then turned to leave. Xu Zeyu felt a pang of unease, wondering what that woman's smile meant. Her gun handling earlier had been both seasoned and decisive. If Zhang Zhu didn't honor the wager, Xu Zeyu was certain she'd fire again. Xu Zeyu didn't believe a woman who appeared sweet on the surface yet was ruthless inside was smiling at him as a sign of goodwill. Then why had she smiled at him? Why? Xu Zeyu was overthinking it. Dantai Xian had smiled at him simply because she genuinely found him amusing, nothing more. Dantai Xian had met many people, but she had never encountered anyone as foul-mouthed as Xu Zeyu. His skill at talking people into spitting blood and fainting was truly unmatched, perfected to the highest degree. As Xu Zeyu pondered why Dantai Xian had smiled at him, a young couple approached. As they passed by Xu Zeyu, the woman suddenly shot him a withering glance and snorted coldly, boring. Hearing that voice, Xu Zeyu's heart jolted. Holy! How could it be her? One was an elite member of the Swift Wolf unit, the other one of the most outstanding detectives. Recalling the 2 backups Luo Shiping had mentioned, Xu Zeyu suddenly understood. The elite member of the Swift Wolf unit must be that young man, while the top detective. Luo Shiping, holy, how the hell did you bring Zhong Yue here? Yes, that woman who bore no resemblance to Zhong Yue was indeed Zhong Yue. Disguising oneself with a human skin mask was one of the essential skills for special forces. It must have been that young man who disguised Zhong Yue and got her onto the ship. Luo Shiping mentally cursed his ancestors 18 generations back, but no amount of cursing would change anything now. The people were already here. All he could do was hope nothing went wrong for himself and for them. Zhong Yue had just quietly scolded herself under her breath, and Xu Zeyu could only let her vent, not daring to show any sign that he recognized her. Her scolding must mean she was blaming him for stirring up trouble and looking for trouble, right? Humph. If I didn't stir up trouble, I wouldn't be Xu Zeyu. Without stirring up trouble, where would the chance to make a fool of someone come from? Xu Zeyu snorted twice, unconcerned, and went back to his own business. After surveying the exterior of the cruise ship, Xu Zeyu proceeded to explore the deck level. This level was the entertainment hub, offering a full range of dining, drinking, and gaming options, everything one could desire. Of course, other gambling games were available on this ship, though dice games dominated. Xu Zeyu showed no interest in anything else, lingering for a long time at the dance area, thoroughly satisfying his visual cravings. No wonder this kind of dance was hard to find elsewhere, and certainly not as spectacular as here. Just look at those girls' figures and faces. Wow. Uncle San, this kid seems perfectly normal.
In the surveillance room, Dantai Xin smiled at the middle-aged man beside her.
Didn't you see how his eyes went wild watching those dancers?
Besides, do you really think the Huaxia SWAT would send someone who stirs up trouble everywhere to infiltrate our ship for a mission? Xiaoling, you can't judge a book by its cover. It's hard to say for sure. Su Zihai had obtained information from somewhere and told me with absolute certainty that someone would infiltrate the ship to target him, aiming to steal data from his computer.
The man Dantai Xin called Uncle San frowned and said gravely, among all the passengers, this kid's background is the most suspicious.
And according to our investigation, he did help the Dongyang Provincial Police Department solve a major kidnapping case.
He has connections to the Dongyang Provincial Police Department.
Oof. If the Huaxia SWAT team sent someone with ties to them to handle this, they'd be seriously underestimating our intelligence capabilities.
Dantai Xin still found Xu Zeyu unlikely.
Besides, your former boxer, Ah Beng, already said this was entirely due to their personal conflict. He forced the kid onto the boxing stage for a life or death match. Perhaps the kid won't even survive the life or death match and you expect him to take on Su Zihai? Or perhaps this kid is merely bait, and the real perpetrator might be someone else? Dantai Xin stretched lazily before continuing, after all, not everyone on this cruise ship is wearing their true face.
Ha!
Chapter 212. After watching the burlesque show, Xu Zeyu wandered around some more before finally settling at a table in the restaurant and ordering some food.
A waitress dressed in a maid outfit brought over Xu Zeyu's order, a plate of chicken wings, a serving of fries, a cup of cola, and a steak. After placing the food on Xu Zeyu's table, the waitress smiled sweetly and said, "Sir, please swipe your card to pay." "Thank you." "Yeah, right." Xu Zeyu rolled his eyes dramatically. "You're robbing people here. $5,000 for this little bit of food?" It wasn't that Xu Zeyu couldn't afford it, he just wasn't used to paying such exorbitant prices. It made him feel ripped off, and it was incredibly annoying. The waitress smiled sweetly and explained, "Sir, everything here is all you can eat. No matter how much you order, it's only 50,000 yuan. So it's all you can eat?" Xu Zeyu felt slightly better. "Alright then, bring me 10 more lobsters and a glass of 1982 Lafite." "I'm afraid we don't have 1982 Lafite here, sir," the waitress replied with a smile. "Would you like to substitute another wine?"
Xu Zeyu had read many novels that frequently mentioned 1982 Lafite, so he assumed drinking it would make him seem pretentious and casually ordered it. But he hadn't stopped to think, a bottle of 1982 Lafite costs over 80,000 yuan, sometimes even over 100,000.
He expected to drink an 80,000 yuan wine with a 5,000 yuan meal? Did he really think they were fools? You don't even have 82 Lafite, and you call this a restaurant? Seriously. Xu Zeyu muttered under his breath.
The waitresses, encountering such a pretentious customer for the first time, wanted to laugh but dared not. With no other choice, Xu Zeyu obediently swiped his card to pay, then continued ordering. "You must have Maotai, right?"
"Yes, give me 2 bottles of Maotai.
French foie gras, Russian caviar, yes, whatever's most expensive." After Xu Zeyu ordered a mountain of food, the waitress finally couldn't hold back. "Sir, we have a no-waste policy here. If you can't finish it, you'll have to pay an extra 50,000 yuan. Xu Zeyu patted his chest with a carefree swagger, brimming with confidence. "Don't worry. If I can't finish it, I'll still eat it. That's 50,000 yuan, after all." The waitress had no choice but to bring everything he ordered to the table. The moment the food hit the table, Xu Zeyu began wolfing it down with no regard for his appearance, like a starving ghost who hadn't eaten in years.
Zhong Yue and the young man sitting nearby glanced at Xu Zeyu.
Seeing him make such a spectacle of himself, they both shook their heads.
The young man looked stern as he whispered to Zhong Yue, "How could he be like this?"
"He always was like this," Zhong Yue snorted.
"What did you expect him to be?"
The young man was at a loss for words, taking a long moment before finally asking, "Are you sure he won't ruin everything?" Zhong Yue replied, "In all the time I've known him, he hasn't ruined anything major."
"How long have you known him?" "A little over a month."
Probably close to 2 months."
Watching Xu Zeyu's antics on the surveillance footage, Dantai Xin couldn't help but burst out laughing.
"Third uncle, this guy is just a nouveau riche loser.
He's nothing like we expected."
Third uncle frowned and said slowly, "Be careful.
Don't let his appearance fool you. If he were really as simple as he seems, how could he have risen so high?
Li Haolong didn't kill him, and Hu Hai didn't kill him. That alone speaks volumes."
"I know, but I still believe that's his true nature." Dantai Xin flashed a confident smile.
"I know he's got secrets, but while secrets can be hidden, true nature isn't so easily concealed. Greedy, lustful, petty, most people couldn't fake that convincingly."
Ha!
Uncle San was about to say more, but Dantai Xin waved him off, signaling he needn't say another word. Uncle San, who has issues and who doesn't, will find out soon enough.
Third uncle couldn't fathom what Dantai Xin was up to, but he soon found out. The surveillance feed showed a man and a woman.
The man was in his 40s, his face sharp and calculating. The woman was 27 or 28, her eyes as piercing as a falcon's.
"Su Zihai." Uncle San finally broke into a smile. Careful. This setup is perfect, heh. Stepping into the restaurant were Xu Zeyu and his mistress cum bodyguard, Zhang Li. They too had come to eat. Of course, their other purpose was to test Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu and Zhang Li deliberately chose a table where Xu Zeyu could see them before placing their order. Whether Xu Zeyu noticed them or not, he showed no reaction. Instead, Zhang Yue and her companion kept glancing in Xu Zeyu's direction. Xu Zeyu. The two exchanged a glance, gave each other a slight nod, and then continued eating as if nothing had happened. What they hadn't anticipated was that their earlier actions had already caught the attention of Dantai Xin and her third uncle. Third uncle, this couple seems rather peculiar. Dantai Xin remarked with a cold smile. Their ID cards list them as Zhu Yuchuan and Zhu Yufeng, siblings from the Zhu family of Jinling. Give them a call and inquire about the whereabouts of this brother and sister. Right away. Uncle San immediately picked up his phone and dialed a contact in Jinling. 10 minutes later, the information came back, the Zhu siblings weren't at home, and their whereabouts were unknown. Heh, their cover-up work is quite thorough. Dantai Xin smiled faintly. Never mind, we'll keep an eye on them later. A fox will always show its tail eventually. In truth, Xu Zeyu hadn't been completely unresponsive upon seeing Xu Zeyu. He knew someone was watching him. For the system, quietly infiltrating someone else's surveillance was a trivial task. As long as it didn't tamper with the footage, the antivirus system wouldn't sound the alarm. Simply put, he was currently a stowaway, not a hijacker. Thus, the passengers remained unaware he was a bandit. The moment Xu Zeyu entered this entertainment venue, he had the system monitor their surveillance feeds. Through their cameras, he could see every single one of their surveillance feeds focused squarely on him. Wherever he went, every camera switched to follow him. Damn it! He's been exposed. That was Xu Zeyu's initial thought, but then he reasoned that the other party was likely only suspicious, otherwise, they would have already come to eliminate him. Thus, Xu Zeyu began indulging himself, playing however he pleased, doing his best not to give the other side any clues. When Xu Zeyu entered, Xu Zeyu knew the other party was setting a trap, testing him. So Xu Zeyu focused solely on eating his food, paying no attention. But what he hadn't anticipated was catching the exchange of glances between Zhang Yue and her companion on the surveillance feed. His heart sank. Oh no! Chapter 213. Xu Zeyu's appearance here was a trap. While Xu Zeyu hadn't fallen for it, Zhang Yue and her companion had. This left Xu Zeyu inwardly groaning. How could he warn them? Xu Zeyu pondered how to strike up a conversation with Zhang Yue while eating. With their phones confiscated and no way to send messages on the cruise ship, face-to-face conversation was the only option. But the surveillance was constantly watching him. If he spoke to Zhang Yue, it wouldn't just expose her and her companion, it would expose him too. What to do? Xu Zeyu suddenly spotted the bottle of Maotai on the table and an idea struck him: give it a shot. So, having eaten only half of the food on the table, Xu Zeyu began drinking the liquor. As he sipped, he muttered to himself, this Maotai tastes so weak it doesn't hit me at all. Finding it unsatisfying, Xu Zeyu grabbed the bottle and began gulping it down. Seeing Xu Zeyu drink like this, the usually composed Zhang Yue finally showed a change in her expression. If he keeps drinking like this, it'll ruin everything. Zhang Yue turned her face toward him, glaring coldly at Xu Zeyu, hoping her stare would stop him. But to her surprise, Xu Zeyu stood up, his face flushed red. He staggered over to her and chuckled strangely. What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before? Want to hop into bed and have some fun? Zhang Yue's companion's face twisted in horror, about to intervene, but Xu Zeyu moved faster, his hand slamming down on one of Zhang Yue's breasts. Zhang Yue froze in shock. Dantai Xin in the surveillance room froze. Everyone in the entire restaurant who witnessed this scene froze. Xu Zeyu, unsatisfied, squeezed harder, his face twisted into a lecherous grin. Not bad, not bad. Bastard. Enraged, Zhang Yue lunged at Xu Zeyu like a wild beast, tackling him to the ground and preparing to beat him senseless. With her skills, she should never have been caught by Xu Zeyu. She never imagined he would take advantage of her like this. He deserved to be torn to shreds. Zhang Yue tackled Xu Zeyu to the ground, but he rolled her into his arms, and they tumbled several times together. As they tumbled, Xu Zeyu coldly declared, Xu Zeyu is a trap. You and your partner were staring at him earlier, you've already given yourselves away. Hearing Xu Zeyu's words, Zhang Yue's body trembled involuntarily, and the strength in her grip on Xu Zeyu vanished instantly. Xu Zeyu seized the moment to wrap his arms around Zhang Yue, planted a kiss on her cheek, and burst into laughter. Sweet. So sweet. Rogue. Zhang Yue delivered a vicious slap to Xu Zeyu, knocking him unconscious instantly. Zhang Yue's partner immediately rushed forward and stomped viciously on Xu Zeyu, making him wince in pain. That bastard. If Xu Zeyu hadn't been feigning unconsciousness, he would have given this guy a proper beating. Damn it! I worked my ass off to warn you guys, and this is how you repay my kindness? One slaps me, the other stomps on me? That's too much. Xu Zeyu didn't even stop to think about how much he'd taken advantage of Zhang Yue.
Getting slapped and stomped was practically a slap on the wrist. Several bodyguards rushed over immediately, pulling Zhong Yue and her companion apart. They then helped Xu Zeyu back to his room and tossed him onto the bed.
Ah Feng, are you okay? Zhu Yuchuan asked with genuine concern.
Fine.
Zhong Yue shook her head.
Though her words said she was okay, her face twisted with a murderous glare.
It's too stuffy in here. Let's go out for a walk.
All right. The two left the dining hall and stepped onto the deck. Only when they were out of sight of the surveillance cameras did Zhong Yue speak up.
Li Xing, Xu Zeyu said we were paying too much attention to Su Sihai earlier. We've been exposed.
Exposed? Li Xing raised an eyebrow.
How could he know this was a trap?
I don't know either, but I trust he's not lying to us, Zhong Yue said. That guy might seem unreliable, but he's never been vague when it comes to getting things done. Li Xing remained skeptical, letting out a cold laugh.
Never messed around? So that means he groped you on purpose earlier too?
At the mention of that, Zhong Yue flushed again.
Probably because that method was least likely to arouse suspicion.
Humph. I think he was just taking advantage of the situation. Li Xing snorted. Yue, remember this, even when working with teammates, you must always be wary of them. They might not betray you intentionally, but any single mistake they make could sell you out. Li Xing snorted. So you must rely on your own judgment. Don't pin all your hopes on teammates. Got it? Li Xing was the senior who taught Zhong Yue combat skills. She already had a soft spot for him, so when Li Xing joined this mission, Luo Shiping assigned them to support Xu Zeyu.
Seeing how earnestly Li Xing was imparting his experience, how could Zhong Yue not listen?
Okay, I get it.
Zhong Yue nodded, taking his words to heart.
Good. Li Xing said.
Let's go. At the very least, we'll be cautious. At the same moment, Su Sihai appeared before Dantai Xian, smiling at her.
Careful, you're getting prettier and prettier.
Dantai Xian smiled back at Su Sihai. Uncle Su, business must be booming lately.
You're back to make a fortune off me so soon. Ha! Su Sihai chuckled insipidly before adopting a serious expression. Careful.
What was going on in the restaurant earlier? Did you spot anyone trying to take me out? Dantai Xian replied, the Xu siblings are the most likely suspects. Of course, that little punk Xu Zeyu can't be ruled out either. Anyway, just keep your distance from them. There probably won't be anyone else. I'll have people keep an eye on them. If they make any moves, I won't be polite.
Good.
Ollie mentioned earlier that the young couple seemed suspicious, though she didn't mention that Xu Zeyu kid. Su Sihai nodded.
In her eyes, Xu Zeyu was nothing but a lecher. When he lifted his head, his first glance hadn't been at me, it had been at Ollie's chest.
Ha! Dantai Xian smiled faintly.
I don't think that kid is problematic, but since Uncle San finds him suspicious, we'll just keep an eye on him together.
Right. With you handling it, I'm completely at ease. Su Sihai chuckled. My client needs 30 billion this time. I wonder if you can handle that much. 30 billion? Dantai Xian chuckled. Don't worry.
We've arranged 10 underground boxing matches this time. At least 50 billion guaranteed. Same deal as always, we launder 30 billion for you, and we take 1 billion.
Alright, smooth sailing. Su Sihai extended his hand toward Dantai Xian.
She reached out and shook his hand firmly.
Happy cooperation. Chapter 214. Xu Zeyu, tossed back into his room, had eaten his fill and drank his fill. He seized the opportunity to sleep soundly. As for Zhong Yue and her partner, Xu Zeyu wasn't worried. He'd noticed that the moment he returned to his room to sleep, half the surveillance cameras' feeds were fixed on them. As long as he watched the cameras, he could tell if even a single hair fell from their heads. He also caught Li Xing and Zhong Yue whispering to each other. Their expressions were hidden from view as they stood with their backs to the camera, but Xu Zeyu sensed they were discussing him. Had he gone too far earlier? Ahem, well, no choice emergency situations call for emergency measures, right? Just a little touch and squeeze, and it was through their clothes anyway. No big deal, heh. You had to admit, this cruise ship was truly a paradise for the wealthy. Even the bedroom bed was so comfortable it made you want to fall asleep the moment you lay down. Alright, I'm sleepy. Time to rest. When I wake up, I'll probably be stepping onto that life or death arena to fight to the death. Watching Xu Zeyu actually fall asleep on the monitor, drool even trickling out, Dantai Xian couldn't help but exchange a meaningful glance with her third uncle. Third uncle, do you think there could be a SWAT officer like that? Uncle Dantai's face twitched repeatedly. No matter how much he doubted Xu Zeyu, he was at a loss for words now. This guy really has nerves of steel falling asleep in a situation like this. The surveillance cameras in the room were concealed extremely well. No one but them knew these rooms were equipped with hidden cameras. Uncle, you could assume Xu Zeyu was putting on an act in monitored areas, but surely he wouldn't keep up the charade in unmonitored spaces? Dantai Xian had witnessed many wealthy guests indulging in wild activities in their cruise cabins, but she always treated it like watching an art film. Xu Zeyu's directness was genuinely hard for her to stomach. Xu Zeyu knew perfectly well they were watching him. He smirked inwardly, surveilling every guest's cabin. If those wealthy folks ever found out their sleeping quarters were under surveillance, they'd be in big trouble. Ha! Xu Zeyu filed this away. At the right moment, it would become his weapon to strike back at Dantai Xian and her group. After spending the entire morning enjoying the cruise ship, the tourists had lunch and then rested in their cabins for over an hour. At exactly 2 o'clock, they gathered at the viewing platform on the lower deck, as the main event was about to begin. Someone woke Xu Zeyu. He rubbed his eyes, splashed water on his face, and followed 2 cruise attendants down to the lower level. The moment he stepped onto the lower deck, Xu Zeyu was stunned by the atmosphere. The entire vast lower deck was dedicated solely to the underground arena and spectator stands for gamblers, nothing else. The ring occupied most of the space, square in shape, enclosed by a silver metal mesh fence that was both tough and elastic. Only one iron gate provided access. The dim yellow light reflecting off the silver mesh was slightly glaring, simultaneously stimulating the excitement of those present. This arrangement was undoubtedly intentional on the part of the cruise ship owner, as it not only heightened the fighters' excitement but also amplified the gamblers' fervor. When fighters get pumped up, the matches get fiercer. When gamblers get pumped up, the bets get bigger. Outside the ring lay the spectator stands for gamblers, arranged like a movie theater with roughly 300 seats, tiered from low to high. The front rows were lower, while the back rows were higher, ensuring everyone had a clear view. At that moment, 10 fighters were warming up along the eastern aisle surrounding the ring, throwing punches, performing splits, stretching ligaments, and relaxing muscles. Most of these fighters were Muay Thai practitioners, likely because their boss belonged to a prominent family in South Asia. The most formidable fighters in Southeast Asia mostly hailed from China and Thailand, as Chinese martial arts and Thai boxing were renowned worldwide. As for the karate from the island nation and the taekwondo from Korea, they weren't without skilled practitioners. However, most who studied these martial arts did so for fitness or self-defense, rarely for underground fights. They simply weren't built for the punishment. Beyond these 10 fighters, several Western and African boxers warmed up along the Western corridor. Likely brought by gamblers themselves, they were set to face the cruise ship's fighters in betting matches. Xu Zeyu and Ah Bing, however, were here for personal grudges and counted as cruise guests. They could do as they pleased, unlike these fighters forced to warm up like slaves or beasts in a Roman Colosseum. Coincidentally, when Xu Zeyu arrived, there weren't many empty seats left. He sat down next to Zhongli, Xu Zihai's mistress, taking the opportunity to feast his eyes on the magnificent peaks peeking through her collar. Zhongli shot Xu Zeyu a furious glare. He grinned back at her, then turned his attention to the ring. Not far away, Bai Hongtao glared at Xu Zeyu with hatred. Still have the nerve to ogle women? I'll let you enjoy the view a little longer because soon, you won't have the chance. Equally venomous glares came from the couple Wu Shihao and Zhang Zhu. They wished Xu Zeyu would die immediately, only then would their hearts feel any relief. As if sensing the hostile stares around him, Xu Zeyu first shot Bai Hongtao a look of utter contempt, then flashed a smirk at the wuss, making them grind their teeth in fury. Miss Shang, don't get so worked up. Xu Zeyu won't last much longer, Hu Hai, seated beside Zhang Zhu, interjected. I heard he came here after injuring some young master in Yanjing. That young master's bodyguards challenged him to a life or death match or else they'd target his family. He had no choice but to accept. Excellent. Zhang Zhu's fleshy face contorted with rage, her jowls twitching. Can we place wagers on their duel? If so, I'll stake 50 million on Xu Zeyu's death. Absolutely, Hu Hai sneered coldly. Once you step onto this life or death stage, no duel is off limits for betting. Good. Zhang Zhu let out a sinister chuckle. Then I'll just sit back and enjoy the show. In a corner of the stands, Li Xing and Zhong Yue occasionally glanced in Xu Zeyu's direction. Zhong Yue was observing Xu Zeyu, while Li Xing was keeping an eye on Xu Zihai. Xu Zeyu's mission was for Li Xing and Zhong Yue to provide support while he stole data from Xu Zihai's computer. Li Xing's assignment, however, was different. He couldn't care less whether Xu Zeyu succeeded or failed, because the one targeting Xu Zihai's computer wasn't Xu Zeyu, it was him. Chapter 215. As Li Xing himself had stated, he didn't trust others, not even teammates. The only person he trusted was himself. Luo Shiping had told Xu Zeyu that he was the primary operative for the mission, and that had been the plan. But the moment Li Xing heard he'd have to coordinate with others to complete the task, he immediately requested to lead the operation himself. After detailing his operational plan, the captain of the Swift Wolf unit granted his request. To spare Luo Shiping any embarrassment, the Swift Wolf captain didn't reveal the truth to him, believing Luo Shiping placed too much trust in Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu's hacking skills were undoubtedly solid. The real question was, after obtaining the enemy's data, how would he extricate himself? If both Li Xing and Xu Zeyu were to obtain the data, the Swift Wolf captain trusted Li Xing more to successfully extract it. The Wolf had also considered potential complications from planned deviations during the operation. If Xu Zeyu succeeded first, Li Xing would naturally cover his escape. Should Xu Zeyu fail during the operation, he would become Li Xing's decoy, allowing Li Xing to act with greater certainty. Once Li Xing became the cruise owner's primary target, Zhang Yue and Xu Zeyu should have the ability to escape amidst the chaos. If they lack the capability, their sacrifice is unavoidable. When undertaking such missions, one must set aside thoughts of life and death, right? Xu Zeyu was unaware he had become a smokescreen to cover others. He was currently waiting for Xu Zihai to boot up the computer. There was internet access here, but only those authorized by the cruise ship could use it, people like Xu Zihai. The moment Xu Zihai turned on his computer, Xu Zeyu would instruct the system to quietly infiltrate it, locate useful information, and copy it. And where would he hide the copies? Right in Xu Zeyu's mind, of course. The system had explained that Xu Zeyu's mind now functioned as both the CPU and hard drive of a supercomputer, capable of performing any task a computer could through the system. Whenever Xu Zeyu wished, he could temporarily store copied data from computers within his own mind before replicating it elsewhere via the system. Of course, this required Xu Zeyu's brain capacity to be sufficiently large. Hard drive capacity depends on its size, right? A thought suddenly struck Xu Zeyu, and he hurriedly addressed the system. Hey, system, didn't you say you could retrieve any data that's ever been online? Why not just send me everything from that laptop directly? Why would I need to go to such lengths to get into Xu Zihai's computer? Ahem. Actually, I was just bragging. The system was unusually modest for once. Last time I knew about Medusa's dark web files, it was only because my creators had a blood feud with that assassin organization, so I'd gathered intel on them. If I really stored all that stuff, wouldn't your brain explode? Xu Zeyu couldn't help but roll his eyes, though he wasn't overly greedy. The system achieving this much was already incredibly powerful. As the system put it, omnipotence doesn't equate to omnivolence, otherwise, those creators wouldn't have met their ends. Alright. Xu Zeyu shelved his hopes for a free ride and settled into patient waiting. He didn't have to wait long, as the first match commenced and the gamblers began placing their bets. Xu Zihai sat alone in a small, enclosed transparent booth. Only after confirming the computer's security did he power it up to accept bets from the wealthy patrons. System, hack in now. At Xu Zeyu's command, the system deducted 50 points and swiftly infiltrated Xu Zihai's computer. Xu Zihai's computer defenses were quite advanced. The system took only a second to locate the critical data, triggering an immediate alarm on Xu Zihai's machine. Damn it! Xu Zihai slammed his laptop shut. In that split second, Xu Zeyu copied the critical data. Got it! A smug smile spread across Xu Zeyu's face. Piece of cake. Dantai Xin approached and asked Xu Zihai, Uncle Xu, what's wrong? Xu Zihai frowned deeply. A hacker breached my system. If I hadn't acted fast, we'd be in serious trouble. Dantai Xin asked, are you sure the data wasn't stolen? No. Xu Zihai nodded firmly. If someone had forcibly copied the data, my computer's defense software would have automatically destroyed the hard drive within 2 seconds. Good. Dantai Xin relaxed, a cold smile playing on her lips. Put your computer away for now. Use mine to take bets. Don't move today. We'll deal with that annoying fly after we've swatted it. A faint, savage grin spread across Xu Zihai's face. Right. That's the plan. Xu Zihai packed away his laptop and switched to the notebook Dantai Xin provided to continue his work. This time, the computer remained silent. Hearing Xu Zihai's computer alarm, Zhong Yue immediately turned her gaze toward Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu gave her a knowing nod and a smile. She knew he'd succeeded, and her tense nerves instantly relaxed. He's got it. Success? Li Xing's brows instantly furrowed in disbelief. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. A knowing smile spread across Zhong Yue's face. This kid's methods were so unpredictable you couldn't measure him by ordinary standards. Seeing the usually cold-faced Zhong Yue break into a smile he'd never seen before because of Xu Zeyu, a fiery jealousy ignited within Li Xing. He wasn't unaware of Zhong Yue's feelings for him. Truthfully, he liked her too. But because he wanted to grow, he'd given up the chance to pursue her and joined the Swift Wolf unit instead. He planned to wait until he made a name for himself in the Swift Wolf unit before confessing to her that would be better. Yet from their interactions these past few days, Li Xing had noticed an inexplicable trust Zhong Yue placed in Xu Zeyu, a trust far deeper than any admiration she'd ever shown him. Getting the data without even touching the other person's computer? I'd never believe it. Li Xing didn't trust Xu Zeyu, but he kept his doubts to himself, afraid Zhong Yue would argue with him. Right now, only one thing occupied his mind, sticking to the original plan. Xu Zeyu had confided in Luo Shiping that he feared his backup personnel might drag him down, but Luo Shiping had scoffed at the notion. Reality would soon prove Xu Zeyu's fears entirely justified. Little did Xu Zeyu know he'd be set up by Li Xing himself. His gaze was fixed on the arena now the first match had begun. Chapter 216. The first duel pitted a Muay Thai fighter against a Caucasian boxer, with the cruise ship offering 11-to-1 odds. For example, if someone bet 10,000 yuan on the Thai fighter to win, they would receive 11,000 yuan plus their stake. If they bet on the Caucasian fighter to win, they would receive 10,000 yuan plus their stake. This odds calculation differed from the standard football lottery odds outside, proving highly appealing. Gamblers loved this approach. Some might wonder, wouldn't the cruise ship owner, as the bookmaker, lose money with such odds? In reality, the bookmaker has no reason to worry. These odds are calculated so that regardless of which side the gamblers bet on, as long as the numbers aren't wildly lopsided, the bookmaker is guaranteed to profit. The gamblers who win on one side are precisely those who lose on the other, while the house takes a 10% commission on the winnings. In other words, winners must pay 1/10 of their winnings as a commission to the bookmaker. The house doesn't participate directly in the dice game, it earns solely through these commission fees. Don't underestimate that 1/10 commission. Each gambling session on the cruise ship involves billions in transactions. Calculated at 1/10, the cruise ship could rake in hundreds of millions per session. Add in the profits from laundering Xu Zeyu's illicit funds, and each gambling session could potentially net the cruise ship $1 billion. Xu Zeyu had never liked gambling because he always lost. Even after acquiring the system, he never considered gambling. After all, his parents were both teachers who instilled in him from childhood that gambling, drinking, and other vices were no good, best avoided entirely. But when Xu Zeyu discovered the system actually offered a gambling king skill and it only cost 500 points to learn, he couldn't help but feel tempted. But today, winning wasn't about skill, so Xu Zeyu abandoned both the idea of learning gambling techniques and the notion of betting on the fistfight. In any duel, one person would inevitably die. He couldn't shake the feeling that any money won would be stained with that person's blood, and that would weigh heavily on his conscience. Xu Zeyu didn't consider himself a saint, but he wasn't the kind of heartless person who would profit from someone else's death. No amount of money was worth that. So he settled into the role of a quiet spectator. After the bets were placed, the fight commenced. Some underground boxing rings only required a clear winner, so they imposed certain rules like wearing gloves, no strikes to the back of the head or groin. Precisely because these rules ensured fighters wouldn't die, many underground boxing rings had the potential for fixed matches. But the ring on this cruise ship was a true fight to the death arena. Even if the loser didn't die at their opponent's hands, the ship's owner would kill them and toss their bodies overboard to feed the fish. This effectively eliminates the possibility of fixed fights, as no one would risk their life unless they intended to commit suicide. This is the sole reason the gambling on this cruise ship is so wildly popular. No one has to worry about someone risking their life for a bet. If someone was willing to be beaten to death, the gamblers would simply accept their misfortune. Thus, the sole rule of this life or death arena is that there are no rules. As long as you defeat your opponent, any means are permitted except weapons. This very lack of rules heightens the arena's intensity. Clang! The referee struck the bell to start the match, and both fighters immediately charged at each other, launching frenzied attacks. The Caucasian fighter stood towering over his Thai opponent, his muscular frame a full head taller and a third wider, clearly not in the same weight class. But the Thai fighter was incredibly agile and possessed explosive power. Facing his opponent's onslaught, he didn't dodge, he chose to meet it head-on. Thud! Thud! The Thai fighter leapt up, driving his knee into the opponent's jaw. The Caucasian boxer spat out a mouthful of blood, but his fist connected squarely on the Thai fighter's chest, sending him flying backward. The Thai fighter flew several meters away, landing face down on the mat, motionless. The referee stepped onto the ring, checked the fighter, and announced to the crowd, Asaba's internal organs are shattered. He's dead. Lewis wins this match. With just one exchange, blood was drawn and the outcome decided, and one man was beaten to death. Blood-soaked Luis roared like a beast, pumping his fists triumphantly toward the crowd. Many spectators witnessing their first bare-knuckle fight reacted to the brutal scene in varied ways. Some screamed, others cheered, and some cowered in fear. Witnessing this scene, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but shake his head silently. He never would have imagined such a dark place existed in the world. Two living men slaughtering each other, solely to make those who bet on their victory win money. The brutal law of the jungle was laid bare in all its gory detail on this stage, mirrored by the gamblers' frenzied and cold-blooded reactions. Of course, Xu Zeyu wasn't some sentimental do-gooder either. Whatever their reasons, these fighters had chosen this path. They alone bore the consequences, life or death, no one else to blame. The first duel concluded thus. Though only a single blow was exchanged, no one felt it was unsatisfying. After the staff carried away the body and cleaned the blood from the ring, the second fight commenced. The first bout had whipped the crowd into a frenzy, driving bets to new heights. The numbers on Xu Zeyu's computer account kept climbing. Clang! The bell signaling the start of the second fight rang out a death knell for one of the combatants. The moment the combatants made their first move, the stands erupted with shouts from bettors in every language imaginable. Kill him! Kill him! Die! Amidst the gamblers' frenzied shouts, both fighters grew even more frenzied. No fancy moves, just the simplest, deadliest techniques. Thud! A barrage of punches and kicks rained down on each other. Neither knew how many blows they'd landed or taken. Only one thought consumed them: kill the other. Thud! Thud! After a brutal exchange, both fighters simultaneously struck each other's foreheads.
Almost at the same moment, they fell stiffly onto the ring, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, utterly motionless. The referee climbed onto the stage to inspect them, then announced, both fighters have been knocked out.
This round is a draw. Ah! What a shame.
The spectators couldn't help but wring their hands in regret for their money, nothing else.
In the event of a draw, their principal would be returned, minus a 10% processing fee.
After witnessing 2 underground boxing matches, Xu Zeyu finally understood why Ah Bing had been so confident he could kill him.
On this kind of stage, sometimes it wasn't about skill, it was about who was more ruthless. Chapter 217.
The slightest mercy or hesitation meant death would be yours.
Ah Bing was a native of this place and possessed deep insight into these life or death bouts.
Xu Zeyu wasn't lacking in combat prowess, but compared to Ah Bing, what he lacked was that ruthless, kill or be killed intensity.
When pushed beyond his limits, Xu Zeyu could unleash astonishing lethality.
But in regular sparring matches, Xu Zeyu truly lacked that ruthless edge.
Is he really trying to force me to kill him? Xu Zeyu silently shook his head.
Truthfully, he had no grudge against Ah Bing. It was simply because he was Bai Hongtao's bodyguard and Xu had injured Bai Hongtao. That alone was enough for Ah Bing to drag him here for a duel, something Xu found utterly baffling. But if Ah Bing really pushed him to the limit, he wouldn't just stand there and take it. In other words, if Ah Bing gave Xu Zeyu a reason he couldn't ignore, Xu Zeyu wouldn't hesitate to kill him.
Killing to save his own life?
Xu Zeyu felt no guilt whatsoever. The boxing match continued, the gamblers growing increasingly frenzied, the fighters growing increasingly frenzied, the atmosphere in the arena electric. Of course, fighters were dropping like flies one after another.
One fighter, though not beaten to death, lay incapacitated on the ground. The referee stepped forward and slit his throat with a single stroke, perfectly embodying the essence of the life or death arena. Only when defeat meant certain death would this ring draw ever-growing crowds of gamblers.
Ah Bing had survived back then because Bai Hongtao's older brother Bai Hongla had covered all the bettor's losses, buying lives with money. In the early years when this cruise ship first started hosting black market boxing matches, the stakes were relatively low, and Bai Hongtao's older brother, Bai Hongla, could afford to cover the losses. But now, even if someone wanted to buy out the lives of fighters who lost but survived, they couldn't afford it, the stakes had grown too high.
Legendary martial arts masters would battle for days and nights, but in reality, these life or death matches lasted only minutes, sometimes mere seconds.
Thus, 10 matches concluded in less than an hour.
The winners were jubilant, while the losers were red-eyed with fury, desperate for a comeback. Are there any more fights? Any more?
Yes.
Uncle Dantai stepped forward himself, smiling faintly.
The final bout of the day features 2 fighters who aren't boxers. They wish to settle a personal grudge on my stage, so the rules remain the same, fight to the death.
Since I'm unfamiliar with the strength gap between them, the odds for this match will be 1:1. What do you all think?
No sooner had Uncle Dantai finished speaking than the crowd of gamblers roared their approval. No problem.
Begin. As Uncle Dantai had stated, 1:1 odds were perfectly standard for this match.
Even those unfamiliar with Xu Zeyu and Ah Bing needn't worry about being cheated. A 50-50 choice meant 0 chance of being cheated. If you bet wrong, it was simply bad luck. Seeing Xu Zeyu and Ah Bing step onto the life or death stage, both stripping off their shirts to reveal only their boxing shorts, many immediately placed their bets on Ah Bing.
Why?
Because Ah Bing had the looks. Those muscles, combined with his body covered in scars, made him look like a human fighter jet. Now look at Xu Zeyu's soft, delicate skin.
Maybe he could sell his ass somewhere, but stepping onto the fighting platform? Give it a rest. Bet on the blue shorts. I'm putting in 50 million. Fatso Zhangzhu bellowed.
A server immediately brought over a card reader and processed her wager. The blue pants belonged to Ah Bing, while Xu Zeyu wore red pants. Zhen Lizhong sneered coldly, pulling out his bank card, 50 million blue pants to win. Many people were betting on Ah Bing to win, and Uncle Dantai's expression darkened.
If the gamblers won with such one-sided betting, the bookmakers would be left holding the bag.
Realizing this, Uncle Dantai quickly interjected, "Hold on a moment, everyone.
I'm adjusting the odds now.
Blue wins pays even money, while red wins pays 10-1. As the house, Uncle Dantai naturally had the authority to adjust odds mid-game, provided existing bets remained unaffected.
10-1? Holy! I should have bet on red winning. Wait, these crazy odds are obviously a trap. Better stick with blue."
Uncle Dantai's words only made matters worse. The remaining unplaced bets all flooded toward Ah Bing, leaving Uncle Dantai on the verge of tears. If Ah Bing won this match, their cruise ship would have to pay out at least 2 or 30 billion. Sure, they could afford it, but shelling out that much money would hurt like hell.
I'm betting on the red side to win 50 million. Finally, someone bet on Xu Zeyu to win.
But when Uncle Dantai saw who it was, he was stunned. Who else could have bet on the red side but Xu Zeyu himself? Damn it, of course he wanted himself to win.
Seeing no one come to swipe his card, Xu Zeyu was thoroughly annoyed. Hey! Is this how you do business? Do you all think I'm already dead, not even interested in taking my money? Let me tell you, if you dare set the odds at 100 to 1, I'll bet you into bankruptcy, leaving you with nothing but the shirt on your back. Are you scared? I'm asking, are you scared? Xu Zeyu's bluff drew laughter from the crowd. Who was he kidding? Acting all high and mighty at a time like this? He really didn't know when to quit. Xu Zeyu's lack of any master's composure only made people doubt him even more. Uncle Dantai shook his head helplessly and instructed the attendant, place the bet for Mr. Xu Zeyu. Understood. Receiving Uncle Dantai's order, a waiter responsible for card payments finally took the card reader and placed Xu Zeyu's bet. Zhang Yue desperately wanted to place a bet, but she simply didn't have the funds. These bettors were all starting with millions. The mere tens of thousands in her account weren't worth risking to make a fool of herself. Besides, swiping her card would reveal her name to everyone. How could she maintain her disguise then? So, Zhang Yue could only silently pray in her heart that Xu Zeyu would win. That said, Zhang Yue suddenly realized she wasn't worried about Xu Zeyu at all. She didn't know where this confidence came from. Thus, only Xu Zeyu placed a 50 million bet on himself at the table, while everyone else wagered on his defeat. Ah Bing was a boxer once kept by Uncle Dantai. He called Uncle Dantai boss, and their relationship was decent enough. But given the current situation, Uncle Dantai was practically rooting for Xu Zeyu to win. If Xu Zeyu won the match, after deducting the 500 million Xu Zeyu earned, their cruise ship would net at least $1 billion or more. Chapter 218. Of course, no matter how much Uncle Dantai wished for Xu Zeyu to win, he knew Xu Zeyu stood no chance against Abing. Ah Bing was once a formidable warrior under his command. Had he not encountered that terrifying opponent, Ah Bing had never tasted defeat. But never losing was meaningless. If he had lost, would he even still be alive? That one loss was pure luck. He'd faced Bai Honla, the eldest son of the Bai family, who'd spent tens of millions to buy his life back. Even though Abing hadn't fought in the underground circuit for years, his foundation remained solid. How could someone with Xu Zeyu's scholarly demeanor possibly defeat Abing? Knowing his casino would bleed heavily tonight, Uncle Dantai was thoroughly disgruntled as he gestured to the referee to begin. The referee nodded and struck the bell, signaling the start of the fight. The life or death bout between Ah Bing and Xu Zeyu finally commenced. The bell rang, and Ah Bing charged at Xu Zeyu like a whirlwind, unleashing a torrent of rapid-fire attacks. Whoosh! Abing's punches were blindingly fast, so swift that spectators with slower reflexes could only see a blur of fists, unable to discern where his hands actually were. The muscles rippling across his body with each successive strike radiated a masculine beauty, making the display truly captivating. Many assumed Xu Zeyu would be unable to withstand Abing's onslaught, expecting the fight to be over in seconds. Yet to their astonishment, Xu Zeyu not only blocked the attack. Not only did he block them, but he did so effortlessly. Thud! Xu Zeyu unleashed his own flurry of punches. The two fighters' fists collided, erupting into a barrage of rapid, thunderous strikes that sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Wing Chun! Master-level skill. Uncle Dantai and Dantai Xian both gasped in surprise. Dantai Xian narrowed her eyes, a playful smile playing on her lips. Interesting. Very interesting. Uncle Dantai chuckled, looks like our cruise ship might not lose money today after all. The spectators on the stands were utterly stunned. They never imagined that Xu Zeyu's seemingly frail frame could unleash power rivaling Ah Bing's. Li Xing sucked in a sharp breath. What shocked him wasn't Xu Zeyu's Wing Chun technique, but the sudden shift in aura emanating from him. It was like thinking you were looking at a cat, only to realize it was actually a small tiger when it bared its ferocious fangs and sharp claws. Though Li Xing was an elite member of the Swift Wolf unit with formidable skills, he knew his performance on this stage would be at best on par with Xu Zeyu's. To be perfectly honest, he didn't believe he could have done any better than Xu Zeyu. Li Xing instinctively glanced at Zhang Yue, only to find not a trace of surprise on her face, just a faint look of concern. Does she no longer like me? Jealousy flared anew within Li Xing, darkening his expression. For a fleeting moment, Li Xing even wished Xu Zeyu would be beaten to death by Ah Bing, then he wouldn't have to compete with him for his girlfriend. As for this mission, having him and Zhang Yue was sufficient. Whether Xu Zeyu was present or not was irrelevant. Hu Hai, Chen Lizhong, Wu Shihao and Zhang Zhu, along with every gambler who'd bet on Abing to win, were equally eager to see Xu Zeyu dead. Seeing the fight end in a draw, the entire crowd erupted in shouts, beat the hell out of the red pants. Kill him. Xu Zeyu felt utterly wronged. Being dragged here by Abing for a life or death match was bad enough, but now so many people with no grudge against him were wishing for his death. Had he truly provoked divine wrath by pretending, bringing down heavenly punishment? Pfft, I don't buy that divine punishment nonsense. Facing what felt like the entire crowd's curses, Xu Zeyu pumped himself up, fighting with increasing ferocity. Abing, you want to kill me? Bring it on, show me everything you've got. Good. Abing roared, unleashing another thunderous punch toward Xu Zeyu's chest. Watch this. Seeing Abing unleash this punch, Uncle Dantai's expression instantly changed. Abing's killing move, the wave punch. Dantai Sanchu remembered Abing's signature move vividly. Dozens, if not hundreds, of boxers had fallen to this lethal technique. The so-called wave overlap meant power surged like ocean waves, layer upon layer. If Bing could muster over 500 Jin of raw power, then by channeling this technique, he could unleash 7 or 800 Jin with a single punch. Crack! The next instant, Xu Zeyu blocked Bing's punch with his arm. A tremendous force surged through his arm into his body, numbing his limb and sending him staggering back 3 or 4 steps. What immense power! Xu Zeyu halted his retreat, his expression turning grim. Without giving Xu Zeyu more time to react, Bing unleashed another punch, aiming straight for Xu Zeyu's face. Xu Zeyu didn't try to block it head-on instead, he chose to dodge. But Bing suddenly changed direction, landing a punch squarely on Xu Zeyu's chest. Thud! Put! Xu Zeyu spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying, crashing to the ground 3 or 4 meters away with a thud. Good! Well done! The gamblers felt a glimmer of hope. Those who harbored grudges against Xu Zeyu were so excited they were practically dancing with joy, almost ready to burst into song. As Xu Zeyu hit the ground, his vision blurred. Bing had already closed the distance, aiming a stomp straight for his chest. Xu Zeyu, of course, wouldn't let him land the blow. He rolled sideways to dodge, simultaneously hooking his foot at Bing's heel. Bing leapt into the air, executing a full 360-degree flip before slamming his foot down towards Xu Zeyu on the ground. Xu Zeyu thrust both hands upward, shoving Bing away. He sprang up with a quick somersault just as Bing landed. The two stood facing each other again, neither moving, their eyes locked in a fierce stare, filled with the will to fight. As their battle paused, the entire arena fell into a heavy silence. All the gamblers stopped shouting, holding their breath as they watched intently, afraid to miss the final, potentially explosive strike that could erupt at any moment. Even those unfamiliar with combat could sense from their eyes that the decisive moment was near. Bing was breathing slightly harder. The wave crush was an exhausting killing move, and he had unleashed it twice in quick succession. What defines a killing move? Could a commonplace technique casually thrown out be called a killer blow? Of course not. With Bing's physical strength, he could manage at most 3 attacks. 2 strikes were already pushing his body to its absolute limit without collapse. Xu Zeyu, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and gasping for breath, appeared to be in even worse shape. Many couldn't understand why Bing, clearly holding the upper hand, had suddenly stopped. Chapter 219. Third uncle, why did they stop? Dantai Xin asked her third uncle Dantai with genuine confusion. Uncle Dantai's face wore an expression that was hard to tell whether it was a cry or a laugh. He shook his head. Bing is nearly spent. He probably never imagined that after taking a wave crush blow to the chest, that kid would still have the strength to fight back. In the past, his first punch would usually shatter an opponent's arm, and the second would finish them off. But that kid took 2 stacked waves and still reacted so swiftly, completely unaffected. It's nothing short of a miracle. Uncle Dantai's gaze towards Xu Zeyu finally shifted. I doubt even a third wave would help now. He's lost. This kid, he's hiding his true strength. Uncle Dantai spoke casually, unaware that to block Bing's wave of waves, Xu Zeyu had spent 100 points to have the system provide him with 2 bursts of energy. One energy charge was used to heal the internal injuries inflicted by the wave overlap, while the other replenished the energy he had expended. Regardless, Xu Zeyu had finally weathered the storm. Though Bing appeared in far better condition, Xu Zeyu knew the man was now fighting on empty. Bing was well aware of his own physical state. He had to finish off Xu Zeyu before he was completely exhausted, so he launched another attack. The third wave of waves. This time, he unleashed both fists simultaneously. The explosive sound of his fists cutting through the air echoed like the roar of a crashing wave. He's gone mad. Uncle Dantai's face twisted in horror. Even if he won this fight, his man would be crippled. Yes, this was a desperate move, one that would cripple his opponent at the cost of crippling himself. If even this couldn't defeat Xu Zeyu, then he'd rather die. You want to fight to the death? I'll gladly oblige. Everyone expected Xu Zeyu to dodge, but he didn't. He knew evasion was futile. If evasion was impossible, then all that remained was to fight. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xu Zeyu unleashed his own double punch, meeting fist for fist. The instant the force of the wave surged toward him, Xu Zeyu's hand suddenly retracted and released, executing a flickering, whipping punch. Many untrained observers failed to grasp the meaning behind Xu Zeyu's movement, while those versed in martial arts simultaneously gasped, inch power. Yes, Xu Zeyu had unleashed the ultimate technique of Wing Chun, the boom, boom. Their fists collided violently. Xu Zeyu spat out another mouthful of blood, while Bing's body flew backward with a crackling sound of breaking bones. Thud! Bing crashed to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. His hands felt as if they had lost all bone, leaving him unable to even crawl. The sight was utterly pitiful. Bing had actually lost. Big brother, tell me this isn't real. The one finding this outcome hardest to accept was Bai Hongtao. He had intended for Bing to kill Xu Zeyu, seeking vengeance for his own beating. But now, his trusted bodyguard Ah Bing had lost. Impossible. This is a fixed fight. No way. A fixed fight couldn't possibly end like this. Outsiders thought Abing was faking it, but insiders knew he'd truly given his all. That final move, the double fist wave, was executed by Abing at the cost of severe internal strain and exhaustion. Ah Bing's bleeding from 7 orifices wasn't caused by Xu Zeyu, it was triggered by the extreme physical strain of that final move. Xu Zeyu merely countered his last killing blow. Ateo, this is real. Didn't you see Abing fighting desperately the whole time? Bai Hongla's eyes turned unusually cold, his voice deepening with gloom. But why do I feel like Abing knew he'd lose all along? At Bai Hongla's mention, Bai Hongtao recalled that Ah Bing had indeed kept saying he wasn't confident enough to defeat Xu Zeyu. Earlier, Bai Hongtao had assumed Abing had grown timid from being out of the black market fighting scene too long. Little did he know Abing had been telling the truth all along. How could that kid be this strong? I don't believe it. Bai Hongtao's eyes nearly popped out of his head with rage. Bai Hongla, however, paid little attention to his younger brother, his gaze fixed firmly on Xu Zeyu. Interesting. This kid is interesting. Ha! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xu Zeyu approached Abing, his expression calm. Why push yourself so hard? It's unnecessary. This is what I owe the Bai family, Ah Bing said, blood trickling from his mouth. You injured young Master Tao. I failed to protect him. I have no choice but to fight you to the death. You're holding back, aren't you? Others might not have noticed, but Abing could see it clearly. Xu Zeyu had remained utterly composed throughout their fight. Even with his life on the line, he hadn't pushed Xu Zeyu to give his all. From start to finish, he hadn't seen a single flicker of panic in Xu Zeyu's eyes. Little did he know that Xu Zeyu remained utterly unperturbed precisely because he possessed sufficient points. Xu Zeyu grinned at Abing. Yeah, I never really considered you a worthy opponent. You don't deserve it. You're not worthy. Those 3 simple words plunged the entire venue into silence once more. Had Xu Zeyu said this before the show began, everyone would have dismissed it as posturing. But now that Xu Zeyu said it, no one doubted his claim. The proof was right before their eyes. Xu Zeyu had made a similar claim before the game began. If the odds were higher, he could bankrupt the cruise ship owner. Back then, everyone thought he was just bragging to save face. Now they realized Xu Zeyu had been telling the absolute truth. Those who had bet on Ah Bing's victory felt their faces burning, as if Xu Zeyu had slapped them. They never imagined that within Xu Zeyu's seemingly frail frame lay such immense power. Beep beep. 2 successful scams detected. System classification, intermediate. Total victims, 471 multiplied by 2. Bonus points, 9,420. Total points, 13,596. Congratulations! Your points have surpassed 10,000 for the first time, granting you a level upgrade. Xu Zeyu, keep up the good work, I'm rooting for you. The system suddenly granting Xu Zeyu so many points startled him. Didn't you say the maximum single-time increase was 5,000 points? The system replied, this system operates strictly by principle and would never arbitrarily deduct your points. To clarify again, this was 2 separate additions, not 1, so exceeding 5,000 points is perfectly valid. Oh, I see. Ha ha. Xu Zeyu was overjoyed, feeling like a penniless man who'd suddenly won the lottery jackpot. Ha! Abing, sprawled on the ground, suddenly burst into laughter, interrupting Xu Zeyu and the system's exchange. Xu Zeyu, just kill me. Dying at the hands of an opponent like you, this life wouldn't be too much of a regret. We have no grudge. I don't want to kill, Xu Zeyu replied. I don't want blood on my hands for nothing. You're going to die anyway, aren't you? Chapter 220. Xu Zeyu ignored Abing and turned to leave. Abing suddenly pleaded urgently, Xu Zeyu, I beg you, kill me. I'd rather die with dignity on this stage than have my throat slit like a dog. Ah Bing's words moved every surviving fighter. They couldn't help but recall the earlier scene where the referee slit the throat of the fighter who'd been lying on the ring, still alive. Ah Bing was absolutely right, dying like that was no different from a dog. It was still death, but Ah Bing simply wanted to die with dignity. Xu Zeyu finally halted his steps, turned back, and approached Abing once more. Are you sure? Abing nodded with great effort, yes. All right. Xu Zeyu suddenly smiled, crouched down, and whispered into Abing's ear, you've repaid the Bai family's debt with your life. If there's a next life, remember this life belongs to me. The words barely left his mouth when Xu Zeyu swung a vicious punch, slamming it into the center of Abing's chest right over his heart. Thud. Just as Abing was wondering why Xu Zeyu would say such baffling words, excruciating pain erupted in his chest, and his consciousness plunged instantly into darkness. Xu Zeyu stood up and casually brushed the dust off his hands. In truth, his hands were stained only with blood that wouldn't brush off no dust at all. The referee approached, checked Abing's body, then announced coldly, Blue team member Abing's heart has stopped beating. He is dead. Red team member Xu Zeyu wins this match. No cheers erupted, only a suffocating silence hung heavy in the air.
What no one could have anticipated was that Xu Zeyu would actually grant Abing's final request at the very last moment. Xu Zeyu had a sunny, approachable face, yet when it came to killing, he was ruthlessly decisive.
It sent a chill down many spines. What kind of young man was this? Zhong Yue's brows furrowed deeply. She couldn't fathom why Xu Zeyu would kill for Abing's seemingly trivial request. If Xu Zeyu had killed Abing in the boxing ring, Zhong Yue wouldn't have said much. After all, in a fight to the death, no one holds back. But just now, Bing had already lost his ability to fight. The other man would be killed soon anyway, leaving him no chance to retaliate against Xu Zeyu. Why did Xu Zeyu still insist on doing it himself? Could it really be for the sake of Bing's so-called dying with dignity? And what exactly had Xu Zeyu said to Bing in the end? Ignoring the strange looks from the crowd, Xu Zeyu smiled at Uncle Dantai and Dantai Xin. I won. When will you transfer the 500 million I won to my card? Oh, and don't forget my 50 million principal. Xu Zeyu had won, and both Uncle Dantai and Dantai Xin had profited handsomely. Naturally, they treated Xu Zeyu with utmost courtesy. Uncle Dantai chuckled, we'll transfer it immediately. Old Xu, send over 500 million, no need to deduct Mr. Su's handling fee. Got it. Xu Zihai executed the transfer immediately. Xu Zeyu checked the system and confirmed the 550 million yuan had indeed arrived, inwardly impressed. It must be said that Dantai Xin's cruise ship could operate on such a grand scale and attract so many gamblers largely due to their credibility and efficiency. With the money secured, Xu Zeyu stretched lazily and grinned at Uncle Dantai. Nothing else, right? With this much cash on me, I'm worried someone might try something shady. I'm leaving now, can you send me back to Shanghai immediately? Leaving immediately after the fight dispelled Uncle Dantai's last shred of suspicion towards Xu Zeyu. Mr. Xu, that's certainly no problem. I'll arrange a speedboat to take you back right away. Remember to come find us whenever you want to fight in person again. Here's my card. Dantai Sanshu handed Xu Zeyu a platinum card, leaving many onlookers gawking in astonishment. The most obvious perk of this platinum card was waiving transaction fees for boxing bets here. As for another benefit? That was simply a matter of prestige. The fact that Uncle Dantai-san personally presented Xu Zeyu with the platinum card signified that his prowess had earned the elders' recognition. With so many people present, there couldn't be more than 10 holding platinum cards. Xu Zeyu understood the significance of the platinum card and nodded to Uncle Dantai with satisfaction. Thank you, boss. The boxing matches concluded. Those wishing to stay aboard the cruise ship for entertainment could remain, and when they grew tired of it, the ship's owner would arrange helicopter transfers for their departure. But today, everyone had taken a major tumble with Xu Zeyu. With little appetite for further entertainment, they all chose to depart. As the gamblers dispersed one by one, Xu Zihai emerged from the enclosed transparent booth. His laptop was packed into a bag and slung over his shoulder. Just then, a figure suddenly burst from the crowd of gamblers, sprinted toward Xu Zihai, snatched the laptop from his hands, and dashed away. Kill him! Dantai Xin bellowed. Several bodyguards immediately drew their guns, ready to shoot the laptop thief dead. But the thief was cunning, he vanished into the crowd as soon as he ran. The bodyguards, afraid of hitting bystanders, lowered their guns and drew their knives, attempting to intercept the laptop thief barehanded. Damn it! What the hell does this bastard want? Seeing the thief was Zhong Yue's partner, Xu Zeyu seethed with rage, glaring viciously at Zhong Yue. But when he saw the look of utter bewilderment on Zhong Yue's face, he realized she'd been set up too. That bastard hadn't followed the plan, he'd decided to act on his own. Get out of here! Xu Zeyu pushed through the chaotic crowd to Zhong Yue's side, his voice low and urgent. Only then did Zhong Yue snap out of it, panic etched on her face. What about you? If you're safe, I'll be safe. Go! Xu Zeyu shouted again. Only then did Zhong Yue grit her teeth and dash toward the speedboat amidst the chaos. Seeing the chaos on the deck, Dantai Xin suddenly let out a cold smile and bellowed, everyone not involved, get down! Or we'll open fire! Dantai Xin's command proved effective. All the uninvolved gamblers hit the deck, leaving only Li Xing and Zhong Yue still running forward. The cruise ship's bodyguards immediately surrounded Li Xing and Zhong Yue, and a fierce struggle ensued. It must be said, Li Xing's skills were truly formidable. 3 or 4 bodyguards closed in on him, only to be knocked down with a single move each, and he casually snatched a gun from one of them. Just as Li Xing prepared to fire in support of Zhong Yue, he froze in shock. Dantai Xin had appeared beside Zhong Yue, a gun pressed against her temple. Xu Zeyu gritted his teeth in fury, but given the situation, he dared not make a move. Even if he had the ability to rescue Zhong Yue from Dantai Xin, they would have no chance of escaping. He had witnessed Dantai Xin's attack earlier, her speed was utterly beyond comprehension. Chapter 221. Zhong Yue had just taken down 3 or 4 bodyguards herself. Before she could advance further, Dantai Xin had already closed the distance behind her, pressing the gun against the back of her head. Fast. Unbelievably fast. This woman was beautiful, ruthless, and exceptionally skilled. To be the boss on this cruise ship, how could Dantai Xin possibly be just a pretty face? Not only was Xu Zeyu no match for Dantai Xin now, but even if he had mastered advanced Wing Chun and defeated her, he still wouldn't be able to escape with Zhong Yue. Bodyguards with guns surrounded them. How could they escape? Run! Keep running! Dantai Xin watched Li Xing with mocking eyes. Did he really not want her dead? Everyone, including Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue, assumed Li Xing would surrender without a fight. But instead of giving in, he grabbed a woman and leaped onto the speedboat bobbing on the sea. Seeing Li Xing take a woman hostage, Dantai Xin chuckled at him from the speedboat. Mr. Imposter Zhu Yuchuan, you think taking a hostage will get you your partner back? You're being naive. That's not my intention, Li Xing replied. I only want to trade this woman's life for my own. Surely your cruise ship wouldn't sacrifice a passenger's life just to make things difficult for me? Li Xing first responded to Dantai Xin, then turned to Zhong Yue with grave seriousness. Yue, I'm sorry. To complete this mission, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. If they don't kill you, even if you're in the lion's den, I'll rescue you. After spitting out those words seemingly heroic, yet utterly despicable, Li Xing abandoned all concern for Zhong Yue. He simply drove the speedboat away, escaping with the hostage. Zhong Yue's heart instantly turned to ice. She never imagined the senior she'd always admired could be this kind of person. Arrogant, utterly foolish, selfish, and devoid of any team spirit, and she had idolized him like a god. Reality had just delivered a brutal slap across her face. No wonder he made those remarks earlier. Clearly, he trusted no one but himself. She had clearly told him Xu Zeyu had succeeded, yet he refused to believe her and insisted on intervening, disregarding his comrades' lives. Such a man was utterly unfit to be a constable. If she made it back alive, she would report this despicable man to the instructor. But Zhong Yue knew her chances of returning alive were practically non-existent. Several bodyguards bound Zhong Yue. Dantai Xin lifted her chin and chuckled, sorry to disappoint you. That computer your partner snatched wasn't Uncle Sue's. I'd already swapped it out. Yep, we set you up on purpose. Ha ha. Zhong Yue clenched her teeth, refusing to utter a sound. Yet her flushed face betrayed the rage and despair raging within her. I'm eager to see what the real person beneath this face looks like. Dantai Xin ripped off the human skin mask covering Zhong Yue's face. Beneath it, a handsome face flushed crimson with rage was revealed. TSK, your partner sure is heartless, isn't he? Willing to abandon such a beautiful companion. Ha! Dantai Xin sighed repeatedly. He may have been willing to leave you behind, but I won't let you go to waste. Here's what we'll do, my boxers have been working hard, so I'll set up another ring. Whoever wins gets you. Folks, anyone up for a few more rounds? Sure, let's play a few more rounds. This is getting interesting, ha! At the mention of more bets, the gambler's eyes lit up instantly. The fighter's eyes gleamed as well, their lecherous gazes fixed on Zhong Yue. Zhong Yue's face darkened. She silently resolved that if she truly fell into those men's hands, she would take her own life. Zhang Zhu felt she had seen Zhong Yue somewhere before. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly shouted, I know her. Dantai Xin's icy glare instantly silenced Zhang Zhu. She realized that if she dared utter another word, Dantai Xin might very well fire another shot at her. And this time, the shot wouldn't miss. Xu Zeyu stepped forward and calmly addressed Dantai Xin, I know her. Her name is Zhong Yue. She's a constable and my friend. Everyone except Dantai Xin was stunned that Xu Zeyu would speak up at this moment, staring at him in disbelief. Has this kid lost his mind? Does he want to die? Zhong Yue was equally bewildered. Li Xing and she hadn't revealed his identity, so why would he step forward? Could it be he wanted to save her? The thought stirred a wave of emotion within Zhong Yue. Once upon a time, Senior Li Xing was her dream idol, while Xu Zeyu was just a lecherous young punk she looked down on. But now, the senior she'd idolized had callously abandoned her, while Xu Zeyu, that lecherous young punk she'd once looked down upon, was risking his life to save her. Fate had played a cruel joke indeed. But could Xu Zeyu truly save her? Seeing Xu Zeyu step forward, Dantai Xin smiled calmly, Mr. Xu Zeyu, if you have something to say, just say it. Xu Zeyu declared, I'm willing to pay 550 million to buy my friend's life. 550 million. Holy! Has Xu Zeyu lost his mind? With 550 million, what kind of woman couldn't he have? Those around them exchanged bewildered glances, and even Zhong Yue herself was utterly stunned. To save her, Xu Zeyu wasn't just risking his life, he was emptying his entire fortune. He was willing to sacrifice everything. Was she really worth him going to such lengths? Any other boss would have agreed without hesitation, but Dantai Xin refused decisively. Mr. Su, I run a gambling ship. My word is my bond. But since you're so determined to save your friend, I won't refuse you out of hand. You can step onto the stage. Beat every opponent, and you take your man away. Lose, and both your life and your woman stay here. How does that sound?
The moment Dantai Xian spoke these words, everyone understood her true intentions and why she turned down the 500 million offer. If Xu Zeyu could step onto the stage once more, the bets would surely go wild. The money she'd rake in then would be far beyond 500 million. If it were just one match, no one would believe Xu Zeyu would lose. But Dantai Xian had specified all opponents, not just one match. The outcome was far from certain. Moreover, no one worried about Xu Zeyu and Dantai Xian colluding to fix the fight. This betting match was bound to be spectacular and intense. Zhong Yue understood Dantai Xian's reasoning and urgently shouted, "Xu Zeyu, don't fall for it. Leave. I don't need you to protect me." Xu Zeyu looked at Zhong Yue intently, grinning. "My bad for groping you twice earlier without knowing it was you. But since I've already touched you, you're mine now. If I don't fight for my woman, what kind of man would I be?" Chapter 222. Your woman? Zhong Yue's heart trembled violently, leaving her speechless for a long moment. She knew Xu Zeyu was serious. He wouldn't leave until he rescued her. He was so lustful, so consumed by desire that he'd risk his own life for her. Zhong Yue wanted to cry, but she couldn't cry now. She stopped trying to persuade Xu Zeyu, knowing it was futile. What Zhong Yue didn't know was that Xu Zeyu was already aware Dantai Xian had investigated him and suspected him. Dantai Xian surely knew about Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue's relationship. If Xu Zeyu didn't step forward now, Dantai Xian would only grow more suspicious of him. By then, he might not be able to leave this cruise ship so easily. Given the circumstances, Xu Zeyu decided to burn his bridges and take a gamble. Xu Zeyu's words, bold yet tender, earned the admiration of the women aboard. They weren't short of money, but their men could never match Xu Zeyu's resolve. Take that man whose woman was being held hostage by Li Xing earlier, he hadn't even dared to make a peep about it. How embarrassing. Compared to Xu Zeyu, most of the men on this cruise ship couldn't hold a candle to him. The men remained silent, refraining from comment. If they'd seen this scene on TV, they'd have dismissed it with 2 words, too fake. But they were living it now, so they had nothing to say. Now they only wished Xu Zeyu would get beaten to death. That way, they could tell their women with righteous indignation, "See? That's what happens when you play the hero." Xu Zeyu, the center of everyone's attention, showed no sign of nervousness. He reached out and pinched Zhong Yue's cheek, chuckling, "Just wait. I'll take you home." After speaking to Zhong Yue, Xu Zeyu finally turned to Dantai Xian and said, "We can begin." Dantai Xian looked at Xu Zeyu with a playful expression. "Aren't you going to ask how the match is arranged?" "No need to ask." Xu Zeyu replied with utter composure. "No matter how many fighters show up, if they dare come, I'll kill them all." Xu Zeyu delivered this statement with such utter calmness, as if he were discussing something as mundane as eating or sleeping. Yet not a single person present suspected him of boasting. Everyone could sense that Xu Zeyu's aura had completely transformed. His body remained serene, yet his gaze had turned icy cold enough to freeze a soul. A knowing smile spread across Dantai Xian's exquisite face. She nodded with satisfaction. "Since you're so confident, let's head to the ring first." The gamblers returned to the underground arena, and Xu Zihai began collecting bets once more. This time, he checked his computer again. Finding no hacking alerts, he became even more certain that the earlier disturbance had been caused by Li Xing. Li Xing hadn't succeeded, so he'd resorted to forcefully seizing his computer. How foolish. Little did Xu Zihai know that all the confidential data from his computer had already been transferred into Xu Zeyu's mind. The real fools, besides Li Xing, included himself. Xu Zihai didn't sit in the enclosed transparent booth because Zhong Yue had claimed it. Zhong Yue, locked inside, watched Xu Zeyu on the stage with a face full of anxiety. Xu Zeyu stood on the stage, eyes closed in meditation, utterly composed, truly the bearing of a grandmaster. "Keep pretending, just see how long you can keep it up." On the stands, Bai Hongtao, Zhang Zhu, Wu Shihao, Chen Lizhong, and Hu Hai along with Xu Zeyu's supporters all wore cold, mocking smiles. This time, they didn't believe Xu Zeyu would walk off the stage alive. Dantai Xian held the microphone and chuckled, "Ladies and gentlemen, I won't waste words. Let me just explain the rules. Mr. Xu Zeyu will fight 2 matches. The first match is 1 versus 10. He alone will face all 10 of our fighters simultaneously. The odds for betting on Mr. Xu Zeyu's victory are 10 to 1. Betting on our 10 fighters to win pays 1 to 1. Those are the odds for the first match." Dantai Xian continued, "Should a second match occur, the odds for Mr. Xu Zeyu's victory will be 20 to 1, while the odds for our fighter's victory remain 1 to 1. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce our fighter for the second match." Dantai Xian waved her hand, and a lean, dark-skinned man from the Tai Kingdom stepped forward. Some failed to recognize the Tai fighter, merely sensing his formidable presence. But those who knew him all gasped in unison, "The King of Muay Thai, Tikai." King of Muay Thai? That impressive? He's more than formidable. That guy has never lost on a Southeast Asian boxing stage, and his opponents never leave the ring alive. Word was that no one in Southeast Asia dared challenge him anymore. He only made appearances when rare fighters from other continents came to test their skills.
So they think Xu Zeyu is worthy enough to summon the king of Muay Thai?
It might be a smokescreen to get us all betting on Xu Zeyu to win the first round.
How could he possibly win against 10 opponents?
Opinions varied, but when it came time to place bets, they were genuinely torn.
Should they bet on Xu Zeyu? And if so, just the first round or both? Seeing their hesitation, Dantai Xin smiled.
Gentlemen, if Mr. Xu Zeyu loses the first match, all bets for the second round will be refunded in full, no fees deducted. Of course, if Mr. Xu wins the first match, you may still place bets for the second, though the commission will then rise to 20%.
What do you say? No problem. Since we're here, we'll naturally follow Boss Dantai's rules.
Bai Honla stood up, his expression calm as he said, Boss Dantai, I'm betting 500 million. 100 million on Xu Zeyu winning the first match, and 400 million on Xu Zeyu losing the second match. With the first bet placed, others quickly followed suit.
Most placed bets differing from Bai Honla's strategy.
They all wagered heavily on Xu Zeyu losing the second match, yet still bet on Xu Zeyu losing the first.
Their reasoning was simple: if Xu Zeyu lost the first match, they'd profit.
If Xu Zeyu somehow won the first round, he'd never win the second after defeating 10 fighters. This betting strategy was solid, heavy stakes on the second round guaranteed profit. After everyone had placed their bets, Xu Zeyu suddenly opened his eyes and chuckled.
Mr. Dantai, can I still place a bet?
550 million I'm betting on myself to win the first match.
Dantai Xin chuckled. Sure. But I'm curious, why aren't you betting on your own second match?
After winning the first round, I'll bet everything on myself to win.
Xu Zeyu looked at Dantai Xin with a playful expression.
I told you, with odds like these, I'll fight until you're bankrupt.
Chapter 223, Malice. Xu Zeyu was putting on another act, but while no one bought his last performance, this time some people were actually starting to believe him. This kid's so confident, maybe he really can pull it off? If you think he can do it, then bet on him. Yeah, I think he can do it too.
A man so full of love and loyalty, heaven itself must pity him. I'm betting on him to win too. Many women, moved by Xu Zeyu's devotion to Zhong Yue, pulled out their savings to bet on his victory. Most of these women had originally accompanied their male companions and hadn't planned on betting at all. Yet now they were placing wagers left and right, causing the numbers in Xu Zihai's computer account to surge by nearly half in an instant. Seeing such booming business, Dantai Xin was overjoyed. Alright, Mr. Xu Zeyu, with you being so confident yourself, I have no reason not to take your bet. You, go swipe the card for Mr. Xu Zeyu. Yes, boss. A waiter walked to the ring to swipe Xu Zeyu's card for the bet. After receiving the betting slip, Xu Zeyu casually tossed it aside. This betting slip was merely a receipt, it held no legal weight whatsoever. Whether it existed or not made no difference. If Dantai Xin and his crew were willing to pay up, they'd process the card. If not, the slip was meaningless. For Xu Zeyu right now, defeating all his opponents was his sole focus. System, give me 3,000 points. I want the advanced Wing Chun skill. Xu Zeyu called out to the system, which immediately beeped twice. 3,000 skill points deducted. You now have 9,996 points remaining. Advanced Wing Chun skill officially activated. Congratulations, you are now a Wing Chun Grandmaster. Even without the system's notification, Xu Zeyu could feel his entire body brimming with power.
Particularly, a peculiar force unlike muscular strength surged within him. Once unleashed, it would be utterly devastating. This was internal force. Xu Zeyu chuckled dryly to himself. Now he could finally strike his enemies without them even knowing it. Though all eyes were fixed on Xu Zeyu, none could perceive the profound transformation occurring within him. To their eyes, Xu Zeyu had remained standing in the same spot, doing nothing, showing no change whatsoever. Only Uncle Dantai sensed something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The 10 boxers took the stage, encircling Xu Zeyu with menacing stares. Xu Zeyu wore a faint smile as he slowly executed the opening stance of Wing Chun, his limbs gradually unfurling. Go ahead and strike, he declared. If I don't kill you all within 2 minutes, I'll concede defeat. The moment Xu Zeyu spoke, the 10 fighters clenched their teeth in fury, their eyes blazing with savagery. You're asking for it. Clang. The referee finally struck the bell signaling the start of the match. The 10 fighters immediately lunged at Xu Zeyu with unbridled urgency. Yeah. They thought their strikes were fast enough, but they never imagined Xu Zeyu's speed would be even faster. Before the 10 fighters could react, Xu Zeyu had already charged forward, landing a punch straight to the heart of one of them. Snap! The fighter's bones shattered instantly, the sharp fragments piercing straight into his heart. A single strike, instant death. The second boxer immediately swung a punch at Xu Zeyu's head. Xu Zeyu flickered aside, seamlessly closing the distance, and drove an elbow into the boxer's throat. Snap! The throat bone shattered, one elbow strike, one fatal blow. 2 fighters kicked at Xu Zeyu's head from left and right, while the third punched fiercely at his chest. Their 3-pronged attack was executed with seamless coordination. Xu Zeyu struck out with both fists, delivering short-range punches to the soles of their feet, sending them flying backward. Ah! Both let out agonized screams, collapsing to the ground. They clutched their souls, writhing in pain. Xu Zeyu's punch had shattered every bone in their souls. While unleashing his double-handed strikes, Xu Zeyu simultaneously kicked the third fighter. The man saw stars before his eyes. Before he could react, Xu Zeyu's kick met his chin, striking upward from below. Thud! The third fighter instantly felt his head explode. Unable to steady himself, he collapsed to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices as he died. In less than 20 seconds, Xu Zeyu had killed 3 men and crippled 2 others, unleashing astonishing combat prowess that stunned the entire arena. In the stands, Bai Hongtao looked as if he'd seen a ghost, muttering to himself, no wonder Ah Bing said he couldn't beat him. He's terrifyingly strong. Most of the men in the stands also turned pale. Though Xu Zeyu still had 5 opponents left, they knew the outcome was already decided. The remaining 5 roared in unison and charged towards Xu Zeyu simultaneously. As professional deathmatch fighters, they knew how to coordinate their attacks to better overwhelm an opponent stronger than themselves. But even their coordinated tactics proved useless. The gap in strength between them and Xu Zeyu was simply too vast. Boom! Before they could even land a single blow, Xu Zeyu had already charged in front of them. He swung a horizontal bar of punches across their line, as if striking motionless punching bags. Though the 5 clearly saw Xu Zeyu approaching, they were utterly unable to react. They could only watch helplessly as Xu Zeyu unleashed a barrage of rapid punches, pounding their chests and abdomens until their insides churned violently and blood spurted wildly. Put! Finally, the 5 fighters knelt in perfect unison, then collapsed forward onto the ground. Their eyes were wide open, yet none could blink for they were all dead. No, don't kill me. Seeing Xu Zeyu approaching, the 2 legless fighters pleaded in broken Chinese, their faces twisted with terror. In truth, even if Xu Zeyu spared them, the referee would never have allowed it. Their pleas were nothing more than futile struggles driven by the instinct to survive. I said it before, however many fighters come, I'll kill them all, Xu Zeyu stated calmly. Since you stepped onto this ring, you accepted this challenge. I have no reason to spare you. Because you wouldn't spare me either. Smack! Smack! Xu Zeyu's left foot, then his right, stomped successively on the chests of those 2 men. Their bodies jerked violently inward, then outward, before going rigid and motionless on the ground. One had his heart pierced by bone, another's larynx shattered, a third skull crushed, 2 suffered ruptured hearts, and 5 had their internal organs pulverized. The referee stepped onto the stage, meticulously inspecting the 10 corpses. Only then did he lift his head, his expression unreadable as he declared, all 10 are dead. Mr. Xu Zeyu wins this boxing match. Chapter 224, Bet on myself to win. Silence fell over the arena. Men and women alike, winners and losers, all held their breath. If earlier, when Xu Zeyu had finished off Ah Bing, people still thought this young man wasn't truly ruthless, then now, no one held that belief anymore. Go ahead and strike me. If I don't kill you within 2 minutes, I'll concede defeat. The crowd recalled Xu Zeyu's words, their hearts trembling with shock. He killed without hesitation. He said 2 minutes, but it took less than one such ruthless decisiveness. Seeing Xu Zeyu's face wearing a faint smile, as if nothing had happened, sent a chill through everyone's hearts. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Beep beep. Enemy elimination mission completed in 58 seconds. You successfully pulled off the bluff you attempted. System rating, intermediate. Number of people bluffed, 469. Bonus points, 4690. Total skill points, 14686. The system reported the numbers to Xu Zeyu. Normally, he would have been overjoyed, but at this moment, he felt no trace of happiness. Though a smile played on his face, his heart was filled with rage and frustration. Although he had killed Zhao Qing and Xinzhou last time, that had been a life or death struggle between 2 evenly matched opponents, not premeditated murder. This time, however, he had crushed these 10 fighters with overwhelming power and killed them without mercy. They deserved it. Even so, Xu Zeyu felt uneasy. He disliked killing, and he especially disliked being forced into it. Those who forced him to kill would be repaid tenfold. His gaze shifted to Dantai Xin and Uncle Dantai San, a cold smile playing on his lips. Gentlemen, he said, I've won. Hand over my winnings. Xu Zeyu's words broke the silence. Dantai Xin finally smiled, no problem. I'll transfer it to your account right now. Uncle Su, cash out the prize immediately. Understood. Su Sihai operated the computer, and Xu Zeyu's winnings were credited instantly. With his original 550 million yuan principal plus the 5.5 billion yuan winnings from the 10x payout, Xu Zeyu's assets now reached a staggering 6.05 billion yuan. Seeing the astronomical figure in his account through the system, Xu Zeyu was utterly speechless. No wonder so many people loved gambling. If he had to earn this much through honest work, how many years would it take? Of course, gambling is a losing proposition for 9 out of 10 players. Those who win big are few and far between. More often than not, 55 billion could vanish in a single second. Only fools and cheaters dream of striking it rich through gambling.
Even though Xu Zeyu had made a fortune betting on fists, it was purely accidental. He never gambled for gambling's sake.
Many men in the stands lost money, but their women won. Overall, they still came out ahead. Because the women bet on Xu Zeyu to win, the payout was huge. Many wealthy men who hadn't brought women regretted it bitterly. Truly, one misstep leads to eternal regret. But no worries, there's always the next round. Next time, they'd bet right. Xu Zeyu won money, and the spectators in the stands had generally won money too. Only the cruise ship had lost. Watching the numbers in his account plummet by nearly 70 billion, Uncle Dantai's heart was literally bleeding. But there was still the next match. This time, they absolutely couldn't lose. The second round begins now. Existing bets retain their original odds. New bets will have slightly adjusted odds. Uncle Dantai announced loudly, bets on our rock paper scissors champion win at even money. Bets on Xu Zeyu win at 10-1. It was perfectly reasonable for Uncle Dantai to adjust the odds, as everyone had witnessed Xu Zeyu's clear ability to defeat Tizao. Even with the odds adjusted, the payout for betting on Xu Zeyu to win remained shockingly high. This proved that Uncle Dantai still favored the Thai boxing champion. Otherwise, if everyone bet on Xu Zeyu to win, they'd be paying out a fortune. Thus, nearly all the men who raised their bets placed them on Tikai's victory, especially those who'd consistently bet against Xu Zeyu, now deliberately increasing their stakes. They simply refused to believe Xu Zeyu could walk off the cruise ship alive today. Of course, a small minority still bet on Xu Zeyu to win for the high payout, but the total amount was pitifully small, practically negligible. Seeing the betting board almost entirely stacked against him, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but chuckle. You guys are so foolish. I've told you 3 times already, odds like these could bankrupt you. Why won't you believe me? Seeing the overwhelmingly one-sided bets, Uncle Dantai and Dantai Xin were utterly speechless. They genuinely wanted Xu Zeyu dead, but if he actually died, they'd lose more than half the savings they'd accumulated over the years on the cruise ship. For the first time, they felt they'd bet too high. But now they were in too deep to back out. Even if they lost every last penny they had staked this time, they had to take the bet. Otherwise, how could they continue their business in the future? Now, Uncle Dantai and Dantai Xin were actually hoping Xu Zeyu could kill Tikai. That would mean a huge windfall for them. Of course, Tikai was the cash cow of their cruise ship. Unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't dare let him die. Tikai was undeniably formidable, but Xu Zeyu. Uncle Dantai secretly sensed this kid's potential far surpassed Tikai's. The outcome was anyone's guess. So now, they could only leave it to fate. Finally facing a worthy opponent, Tikai could no longer contain the fury surging through his veins. He yearned to leap onto the stage and finish Xu Zeyu right then and there. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated he became, unleashing increasingly terrifying combat prowess. Tikai feared no death, only opponents who dared not fight fiercely. Stepping onto the stage, Tikai licked his crimson lips with his tongue and let out a savage chuckle. To me, Chinese martial arts are no different from a woman's dance. Xu Zeyu sneered coldly, retorting with equal venom, "You arrogant Thai man, I'll show you what true Chinese martial arts are. Bring it on." Tikai clapped his fists together twice, the sharp smacks echoing with terrifying intensity. He was now waiting for the referee to ring the bell so he could charge forward and finish his opponent. Just as the referee was about to strike the bell, Xu Zeyu suddenly bellowed, "I haven't placed my bet yet. I'm betting 60 billion on myself to win." Xu Zeyu's shout sent shockwaves through the entire arena. People glanced at the numbers on the electronic betting screen and couldn't help but roll their eyes. Xu Zeyu's single wager equaled half of everyone else's combined bets. This guy was trying to defy the heavens. But thinking about it, it made sense. If Xu Zeyu died, that money would be useless anyway, so he might as well bet it all. If Xu Zeyu won, they'd strike it rich. Seeing Xu Zeyu's staggering wager, the waiter handling the bets was so terrified his limbs went limp, unable to step forward. Xu Zeyu shot him a glare and snorted angrily, "Do you even want to run this business? I'll handle this transaction." Dantai Xin personally walked up to Xu Zeyu with the card reader, smiling faintly. "Mr. Xu, allow me to process your payment." Chapter 225, Iron Will. Watching Dantai Xion's beaming expression, Xu Zeyu chuckled. "Ms. Dantai, do you think I'm lightening your burden? Ha! You're happy now, but when you have to pay out 600 billion, I'll be worried whether you have that kind of money. Rest assured, 6 billion is no problem for us." Dantai Xion calmly swiped Xu Zeyu's card to place the bet, then turned to him with a charming smile. "Mr. Xu Zeyu, I wish you luck." Dantai Xion stepped down from the stage and walked over to Zhong Yue. "Officer Yu," she chuckled, "whether you become Xu Zeyu's woman or ours depends on this fight." "I wish you luck too." Zhong Yue said nothing, only glaring coldly at Dantai Xion. Dantai Xion paid no heed to Zhong Yue's murderous glare, smiling as she returned to her seat. Only then did Zhong Yue turn her gaze to Xu Zeyu, her beautiful face betraying an unmistakable look of worry. Though Xu Zeyu had given her a tremendous surprise, facing a black market fighting expert like Tikai, it was impossible for her not to worry. Zeyu, as long as we make it back alive this time, you can look at me however you want. Zhang Yue wasn't unaware of Xu Zeyu's frequent glances at her chest, and behind it was precisely what she disliked about him, finding his lecherousness utterly repulsive. The last time she punched him twice in the eye, leaving him with panda eyes, was her punishment for his lecherous behavior. Having a girlfriend yet still not satisfied, going around flirting with others, he was nothing but a scoundrel. But now she finally understood, even when Xu Zeyu was chasing after other women, he was risking his life to do it. If they actually made it back alive this time, and Xu Zeyu wanted to ogle her, then she wouldn't mind him looking his fill. Xu Zeyu on the stage had no idea about Zhang Yue's thoughts. If he did, he'd be pumped up like a jackrabbit right now. Even without adrenaline, Xu Zeyu wasn't worried about losing to this so-called rock-paper-scissors champion. Forget that he possessed the strength of a grandmaster. Just his over 10,000 skill points alone, if used strategically, could kill this so-called boxing champion 100 times over. Of course, Xu Zeyu wasn't eager to use that timing ability lightly. He had worked so hard to become a grandmaster, how could he stoop to such underhanded tactics? Having benefited from Chinese martial arts, yet seeing Tikai insult them with his words, Xu Zeyu was determined to defeat him fair and square. He would vindicate Chinese martial arts and showcase its might. When the bell finally rang to signal the start of the match, the opening unfolded differently than everyone anticipated. Both Xu Zeyu and Tikai stood completely still, motionless, leaving the crowd utterly bewildered. What was going on? Shouldn't a clash between two masters be like a collision of titans? Many couldn't fathom Xu Zeyu and Tikai's intentions, but Uncle Dantai and Dantai Xin understood perfectly. They knew little of Xu Zeyu's true strength, but they understood Tikai intimately. At Tikai's level of martial arts cultivation, the first thing when facing an opponent wasn't to strike, but to sense their aura. This sensing the aura meant focusing every ounce of perception on the opponent, detecting their slightest movement. If the opponent initiated first, Tikai would instantly detect the flaws in their technique, striking later yet arriving first to deliver a fatal blow. Xu Zeyu hadn't moved either. That proved he too had reached Tikai's level of martial mastery. Interesting. Bai Hongla, the eldest son of the Bai family, let a faint smile touch his lips. Seems my luck's running a bit dry today. Had I bet everything on Xu Zeyu winning, I'd be rolling in it now. Ha! Bai Hongla had wagered 500 million, 100 million on Xu Zeyu's victory. After deducting fees, he still netted 900 million. Even if he lost the 400 million he bet on Xu Zeyu losing in the second match, he'd still come out 500 million ahead. So he wasn't the least bit upset. On the contrary, he found himself increasingly intrigued by this Xu Zeyu. He couldn't fathom what his useless younger brother was thinking, going and provoking such a ruthless opponent for no reason, dragging Ah Bing into it too. Once he got back, he'd give that stupid brother a proper talking to. Oof. Of course, that lecture depended entirely on Xu Zeyu actually winning and returning alive. If he actually killed Tikai, given Dantai Xian's background, Xu Zeyu wouldn't have an easy time getting back alive. While others might be unaware of Dantai Xian's background, Bai Hongla certainly knew. Dantai Xian wasn't actually a Yu by birth, she was the illegitimate daughter of the head of a prominent Huaxia family. Since that clan couldn't openly engage in such shady business, they had their illegitimate daughter run it. The other owner of the cruise ship was the head of a prominent family in Southeast Asia. Dantai Xian handled client relations, while that family head was responsible for training and recruiting fighters. Profits were split evenly. Of course, the cruise ship business was merely one of their many ventures, yet it proved to be the most lucrative. Bai Hongla had met the other owner, so he knew Dantai Xian's true identity. If Xu Zeyu truly caused irreparable chaos aboard this cruise ship jointly operated by the two clans, returning alive would prove exceedingly difficult. Now, all eyes were on the outcome of this confrontation between the two men. After a minute of frozen standoff, movement finally broke the silence, and it was Xu Zeyu who struck first. Whoosh! Xu Zeyu thrust out 4 fingers straight, stabbing fiercely toward his opponent's throat. Facing Xu Zeyu's attack, Tikai neither dodged nor flinched, allowing Xu Zeyu's concentrated force to slam into his throat. Thud! Crack! The instant Xu Zeyu's fingers pierced his opponent's throat, they abruptly curved inward. He then transformed the strike into a fist, delivering another brutal close-range punch to Tikai's throat. This move was none other than Wing Chun's deadliest technique, the inch power. Unlike the Xu Zeyu had unleashed earlier, this punch carried immense force, accompanied by a whistling wind, clearly demonstrating its devastating power. Yet, despite the punch landing squarely on Tikai's throat, Tikai showed not the slightest reaction. Damn it! Xu Zeyu's face twisted in fury, but it was too late to retreat. Thud! Tikai's fist slammed squarely into Xu Zeyu's chest, sending him flying straight backward. Squeak! Xu Zeyu planted his feet hard, but his body still flew backward involuntarily, his feet scraping a long, grinding trail across the ground. Only after retreating 10 meters did he finally steady himself, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Damn, Tikai has actually trained himself to have a body of steel. This time, Xu Zeyu was as good as dead.
Once the boxing expert explained it, many gamblers' eyes lit up instantly. Even if they didn't grasp the concept of levels, they understood what iron-hard bones meant, especially since the previous clash had already demonstrated exactly what that meant. If Xu Zeyu could still win now, it would be nothing short of a miracle.
Chapter 226, Evenly Matched. Unlike the crowd's optimism, Uncle Dantai and Dantai Xin, who knew Tika well, frowned immediately. How could this be? Their apprehension was well-founded. No one had ever survived a direct punch from Tikai and remained standing.
Even opponents evenly matched with Tikai dared not take his punch head-on. The highest fatality rate among those who fought Tikai stemmed from the fact that a single punch from him was enough to kill an opponent. Tikai's expression also darkened slightly, but it quickly gave way to a cruel, savage grin. Impressive resilience. I'll see just how many of my punches you can take. This time, Tikai initiated the attack. Whoosh! Tikai swung his leg, delivering a side kick aimed at Xu Zeyu's left temple. Xu Zeyu blocked with his left arm while driving his right fist into Tikai's midsection. Thud! Xu Zeyu's punch landed squarely on Tikai's midsection, yet Tikai shrugged it off as if nothing happened, countering with a punch of his own that sent Xu Zeyu flying backward. Thud! Xu Zeyu spat out a mouthful of blood as his body slammed into the resilient metal net, bouncing back before crashing to the ground. Tikai swiftly followed up, aiming a kick at Xu Zeyu's back. Xu Zeyu didn't need to look, he knew exactly how his opponent was attacking just by listening. He rolled sideways to dodge the kick. Tikai's foot slammed down, crunching into the stone floor of the ring. A deep footprint was imprinted, and the surrounding tiles instantly cracked like spiderwebs. Had Xu Zeyu been caught by that kick, survival would have been impossible. Zeyu! Zhong Yue cried out in alarm, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Thankfully, Xu Zeyu was unharmed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do. But given the current situation, did Xu Zeyu still stand a chance of winning? Having dodged Tikai's kick, Xu Zeyu quickly regained his footing but refrained from launching another offensive. A direct assault was no longer feasible. For now, he could only wear down his opponent. Xu Zeyu refused to believe he couldn't finish him off. Tikai launched another assault, unleashing a barrage of punches, kicks, elbows, and knees in a frenzied attack on Xu Zeyu. True to his reputation as the king of Muay Thai, Tikai's attacks were not only crisp and precise, but each strike produced a deep, explosive sound, showcasing his immense power. Facing Tikai's onslaught, Xu Zeyu could only block defensively, utterly unable to counterattack. The crowd expected Xu Zeyu to be knocked down soon, but to their surprise, this tense stalemate of offense and defense lasted a full 3 minutes. Was this guy made of clay? How could he take such a beating? Indeed, if Tikai's frame was steel, Xu Zeyu's must be made of sponge or cotton. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Even the most optimistic faces grew grim, including Tikai's own. Kill! Spotting an opening, Tikai delivered a direct kick aimed squarely at Xu Zeyu's chest. Xu Zeyu blocked with his forearms pressed together, but the force sent him flying backward. He slammed into the resilient metal net again, bouncing back. As Xu Zeyu bounced back, Tikai had already charged forward, delivering a vicious punch straight to his head. Still airborne, Xu Zeyu's hand slammed onto Tikai's arms. Using the momentum, he propelled himself upward, executing a spectacular backflip that sent him soaring over Tikai's head. Tikai instantly spun around, unleashing a punch towards Xu Zeyu. Before landing, Xu Zeyu thrust out a kick. Leveraging his leg length advantage, he connected with Tikai's chest a split second earlier. He then used the recoil to propel himself backward, creating distance from Tikai before landing steadily on the ground. Even those rooting for Xu Zeyu's defeat couldn't help but shout in admiration. His last few moves were nothing short of masterful. Had Tikai not possessed that iron-hard constitution, Xu Zeyu might well have won on technique alone, perhaps even finished him off. Take just now, for instance. Had Tikai not been so resilient, that kick would have either severely injured him or at the very least made him spit blood. Yet Tikai emerged unscathed, leaving Xu Zeyu at a disadvantage. Standing face to face once more, Tikai licked his lips again, a savage grin spreading across his face. Chinese, I admit you're formidable. But this ends here. The words barely left his mouth when Tikai's form surged forward. His speed suddenly accelerated, transforming into a series of afterimages as he charged toward Xu Zeyu. Dantai Sanshu and Dantai Xan both paled simultaneously, Thunderbolt Fist. Every fighter in the underground black market had their signature killing move like Bang's wave stacking or Tikai's Thunderbolt Fist. Yet they rarely unleashed these techniques against weaker opponents, as the cost was immense physical exhaustion. Given that Tikai clearly held the upper hand, why would he suddenly unleash his ultimate move? This puzzled both Uncle Dantai and Dantai Xan. Could it be that Tikai was so desperate to end the fight quickly? Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Tikai charged to Xu Zeyu's front, unleashing a thunderous punch that slammed towards Xu Zeyu's head. Once, a boxer had taken this very punch from Tikai, his skull exploding like a watermelon smashed on the ground. The punch was too fast, so fast that Xu Zeyu had no way to dodge. Everyone expected Xu Zeyu to dodge. Failure to evade meant certain death.
But to everyone's shock, Xu Zeyu showed no intention of dodging.
He swung his fist straight into the path of Tikai's surging, ferocious punch.
Come on then. Take one of mine. With Xu Zeyu's thunderous roar, his fist collided squarely with Tikai's. Boom!
Both men froze in place as the surrounding floor erupted in a thunderous explosion, turning into a cloud of dust that engulfed them both.
Holy! How is this possible? I must have been watching a fake boxing match.
Staring at the shattered ring and swirling dust, the bettors were utterly stunned, momentarily forgetting to even care who had won the clash.
Dantai Xin and Uncle Dantai finally understood why Tikai had fought so fiercely.
Judging by the devastation caused by this single exchange, Xu Zeyu had clearly cultivated the legendary internal force of Chinese martial arts. In other words, Xu Zeyu's earlier blows hadn't been ineffective, they'd been suppressed by Tikai himself, hidden beneath his composure. Tikai knew full well that continuing the fight would lead to certain defeat, which was why he was so desperate to finish his opponent with a killing move.
If he didn't kill Xu Zeyu immediately, death would surely be his own.
For those who have mastered internal energy, as long as their reserves remain unspent, all attacks are partially neutralized by this force, making it difficult to inflict internal injuries. No wonder Xu Zeyu was so resilient, he had cultivated internal energy. Since Xu Zeyu seemed largely unscathed, while Tikai had taken several heavy blows and suffered internal injuries, it was anyone's guess who would gain the upper hand in this decisive final exchange.
Chapter 227, Writing an IOU. The dust gradually settled, revealing the figures of Xu Zeyu and Tikai.
Xu Zeyu slowly rose to his feet, while Tikai remained frozen in mid-punch. Those who had bet on Tikai's victory felt their hearts sink instantly, a bad premonition rising in their minds. Sure enough, Xu Zeyu walked up to Tikai and smiled faintly.
Sorry, but today you lost to the dance of the Chinese woman. The king of Muay Thai?
In the face of Chinese martial arts, you're nothing special. The moment Xu Zeyu finished speaking, Tikai coughed up a mouthful of blood with a gurgling sound.
He fell backward onto the ground, his eyes wide open in shock.
The referee stepped onto the ring, carefully examined Tikai's body, then looked up, his expression still impassive. Tikai's internal organs are shattered.
Confirmed dead. Xu Zeyu wins this match. Tikai, the undisputed king of Muay Thai who had dominated Asia for years, had been beaten to death by Xu Zeyu. Silence fell over the arena.
No one spoke, for words failed them. Watching Xu Zeyu, who wore a calm smile on his face, people felt a strange illusion that this kid hadn't even reached his limit.
Put.
Xu Zeyu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the ground. His face turned pale, and he gasped for breath. Only then did the crowd realize Xu Zeyu had been badly injured all along, merely gritting his teeth through the pain. Even wounded, Xu Zeyu remained the victor of this duel. His prowess was undeniable. A young upstart had just defeated the Muay Thai king.
What must the spectators be feeling? The accurate answer? Holy!
Many gamblers had lost their shirts betting on Xu Zeyu's 3 fights, especially the final one. Most who had witnessed Tikai's moves had thrown down their last chips, betting everything they had only to lose down to their underwear. Painful, painful, painful. Chen Lizhong finally understood why the assassin group he'd approached on the dark web had flatly refused his request to eliminate Xu Zeyu. No wonder they wouldn't touch it with Xu Zeyu's terrifying skills, even a top-tier assassin probably couldn't take him down. The most perplexed was Hu Hai. He clearly remembered Xu Zeyu at best drawing with his men Zhao Chang and Hao Yang. How could he have become a martial arts grandmaster in just a few days? The most conflicted, even furious, was Dantai Xin. She'd assumed Tikai would surely defeat Xu Zeyu, meaning she'd have to pay out a huge sum. Instead, Xu Zeyu had bet 60 billion yuan outright. She'd been celebrating her good fortune. Now, she wouldn't have to cover the others' losses, but Xu Zeyu's winnings alone were enough to bankrupt her. Even selling her yacht wouldn't cover it.
It wasn't just Dantai Xin. Uncle Dantai and Xu Zihai both wore grim expressions.
Just as they were pondering their next move, Xu Zeyu rose to his feet. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he walked up to Dantai Xin and chuckled darkly, "Madam Dantai, kindly honor my winnings."
"Oh, and after the transfer, could you check my bank balance? There are so many zeros, I'm afraid you might miss one." Dantai Xin nearly choked on her anger at Xu Zeyu.
It seemed clear that Xu Zeyu was deliberately trying to humiliate them publicly. After all, they simply couldn't afford to pay back the 600 billion.
"Uncle Xu, please return Mr. Xu Zeyu's principal first." Dantai Xin instructed Xu Zihai to transfer the funds.
Xu Zeyu checked his bank account through the system and confirmed the 60 billion yuan had indeed been returned.
Dantai Xin continued, "Mr. Xu Zeyu, 600 billion is a substantial sum. I regret to inform you that we cannot produce that amount today. How about this, I'll write you an IOU guaranteeing repayment within 1 month. Is that acceptable?" Xu Zeyu wasn't stupid. If he accepted Dantai Xin's IOU, she would undoubtedly stop at nothing to eliminate him. With so many witnesses present, the existence of an IOU was irrelevant. What mattered was that once the creditor was dead, the debt would be extinguished. But Xu Zeyu also knew that even if he didn't take the IOU, Dantai Xin would never let him leave alive. He had humiliated the cruise line so thoroughly, leaving absolutely no room for mercy. How could they possibly let him go? Since Dantai Xin would kill him regardless, why should Xu Zeyu give her any face? Fine. Write the IOU. Xu Zeyu's words struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone stunned. Many silently gave him a thumbs up, mentally chanting, Xu Zeyu, you're badass. Dantai Xin had casually mentioned writing an IOU, but UING took it seriously? That was like slapping Dantai Xin right in the face. You must be out of your mind. If someone else had bankrupted the dealer on a cruise ship, they'd surely smile, wave their hands repeatedly, and say, no need to thank me, no need to thank me. Paying back or not, it's no big deal. But Xu Zeyu? He agreed so readily. Beyond awesome, they couldn't think of a better word to describe Xu Zeyu. If pressed, they'd say he was incredibly bold. But this actually proved Xu Zeyu's point. At these odds, he could gamble them into bankruptcy. Dantai Xin's beautiful face instantly darkened with a murderous glint as she glared at Xu Zeyu. Fine. Very fine. I know I'm quite capable, so there's no need for you, Boss Dantai, to emphasize it. Xu Zeyu chuckled softly, then stepped close to Dantai Xin and whispered, you'd better not try anything. I know you've installed surveillance cameras in every guest room. Ha! Dantai Xin's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, her urge to strangle Xu Zeyu nearly overwhelming her. But she couldn't act here. Suppressing her rage, Dantai Xin scribbled an IOU, stamped it with her fingerprint, and flung it at Xu Zeyu. Here. Take it. Xu Zeyu took the note without ceremony, smirking slightly. Ms. Dantai, if there's another 10-to-1 payout boxing match, remember to place your bets with me. Thanks. With that, Xu Zeyu walked over to the small pavilion with transparent walls and slapped one of its tempered glass panels. Bang! The tempered glass shattered instantly, scattering shards across the floor. Dantai Xin's face twisted in fury. That brat Xu Zeyu was flaunting his strength, showing off right in front of her. Fine, let him show off for a while. Once he steps off this cruise ship, I refuse to believe he can be more formidable than a gun. Dantai Xin gritted his teeth, thinking to himself. Xu Zeyu paid no heed to Dantai Xin's thoughts. He simply took Zhong Yue's hand and smiled faintly. Yue, let's go. Seeing Xu Zeyu's smiling face and feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Zhong Yue, who had been restless and uneasy, suddenly felt her heart settle. She nodded earnestly, all right, let's go. Together, they left the underground arena and headed toward the exit. Everyone watched them depart, each harboring their own thoughts. Yet one thought united them all. The moment Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue stepped off this cruise ship would be the moment they met their doom. Chapter 228, The Mark of Certain Death. The moment Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue stepped out of the underground arena, Dantai Xin smiled at the gamblers and said, everyone, please wait here for a moment. Things might get a bit chaotic outside shortly, so please don't wander off. He. Dantai Xin's words were as clear as day. Anyone who failed to grasp their meaning was an idiot. The crowd remained silent, obediently sitting put. Not a single person left their seat. As if they'd risk their lives to watch the cruise owner kill people. Did they think they were immortal? After delivering that order, Dantai Xin picked up the walkie-talkie and whispered grimly, all security personnel on board, listen up. Kill that man and woman outside. Outside, Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue hadn't even reached the speedboat when they saw the bodyguards receiving the order. Exchanging a glance, they sprang into action simultaneously. The two closest bodyguards were about to draw their guns when Xu Zeyu snatched one from an attacker's hand. Simultaneously, he slammed a fist into the man's chest, sending him flying backward. Put! The bodyguard coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. Xu Zeyu didn't intend to kill, but the blow had inflicted severe internal injuries. The man would likely suffer lifelong pain. Another bodyguard was seized by Zhong Yue, who also snatched his gun. Just then, two figures ahead opened fire. Zhong Yue lifted the bodyguard and held him up as a shield. Bang! Several gunshots rang out. The bodyguard, used as a human shield, was riddled with bullet holes. The two shooters were instantly killed by Zhong Yue. Zhong Yue's marksmanship from the police academy wasn't for show. At such close range, she couldn't possibly miss. What surprised Zhong Yue was that Xu Zeyu had also grabbed a gun and fired several shots around them. Several bodyguards who had been about to shoot them fell to the ground, one shot to the forehead killing him instantly. Holy! I really didn't want to kill anyone. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but curse inwardly, but his aim was just too accurate, he couldn't help himself. Earlier, Xu Zeyu had exchanged 1,000 points with the system for marksmanship skills, instantly transforming him into a sharpshooter. Xu the marksman, not a single shot missed. Zhong Yue didn't have time to think either. She immediately followed Xu Zeyu as they both sprinted toward the docked speedboat and leaped aboard. They landed steadily on the speedboat. Xu Zeyu shouted to Zhong Yue, can you drive this thing? If you can, you take the wheel. I'll handle the pursuers. If Zhong Yue said no, Xu Zeyu would have to exchange for the speedboat piloting skill from the system and drive it himself. Yes. Fortunately, Zhong Yue nodded and immediately started the speedboat to flee. A dozen bodyguards reached the boat's edge and opened fire, bullets whistling toward them. Stop! Xu Zeyu silently commanded, and the bullets froze for a second. When time resumed its normal flow, Xu Zeyu and Zhong Yue's yacht had already sped far away, all the bullets striking the sea surface instead. Xu Zeyu wasn't idle. He grabbed Zhong Yue's gun and fired both weapons simultaneously at the speedboats. The bullets struck the speedboat's fuel tanks with precision. Explosions erupted, and the speedboats instantly detonated, erupting into towering flames that engulfed the bodyguards. Ah! A dozen burning bodyguards screamed in agony, desperately plunging into the sea to douse the flames engulfing them. Hearing the explosions and screams outside, the gamblers turned pale. They looked at each other, silently stunned. Xu Zeyu was simply too formidable. So many armed bodyguards couldn't kill him, yet he'd managed to reduce them to this state. Needless to say, Xu Zeyu must have escaped. Heh, interesting. Absolutely fascinating. Bai Hongla's face twisted into a strange grin. He never imagined Xu Zeyu, who had come with him, would turn out to be such a ruthless character. Earlier, he had looked down on Xu Zeyu, dismissing him as nothing more than a brute. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Dantai Xin and Uncle Dantai-san rushed outside to find utter chaos. Dantai Xin's eyes widened in shock. Xu Zeyu, it'll take 3 more hours to get back to China. I'll be damned if you escape my grasp. Dantai Xin grabbed her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Uncle Jia and I? I've got a bit of a problem here. Seeing she'd finally outdistanced the cruise ship, Zhong Yue exhaled a long sigh of relief. Should be safe now, right? No matter how fast they are, they won't catch up. Xu Zeyu was about to relax when he saw Zhong Yue's face. His own paled instantly. How could this happen? A deathly aura swirled around Zhong Yue's brow, the unmistakable sign of impending doom. Zhong Yue couldn't understand why Xu Zeyu looked so horrified and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Xu Zeyu's face twitched several times before he forced a smile. Nothing. We should keep moving. Once we're back in China, they won't dare cause trouble. All right. Zhong Yue steered the speedboat, continuing toward China's direction. The boat had navigation, so they wouldn't get lost at sea. Zhong Yue steered the speedboat while Xu Zeyu lay on the deck, eyes closed in deep thought. Xu Zeyu's yin-yang feng shui skills were only at a beginner level, insufficient to dispel a fatal omen. Therefore, he could only spare 10,000 skill points to use the system to save Zhong Yue. After deducting those 10,000 points, he now had 3,186 points available. Though 3,000 points might seem substantial, if used to block bullets, they could only withstand an attack for a maximum of 6 seconds. If he were surrounded and attacked, 3,000 points would be woefully insufficient. What to do? Xu Zeyu frowned deeply, weighing every possible option. Judging by Zhong Yue's facial features and destiny, neither he nor Zhong Yue could safely escape back to China. This fatal calamity must be tied to Dantai Xin's pursuit. Dantai Xin and his men would pursue them. If they used speedboats, they couldn't possibly catch up. If not speedboats, then the only possible pursuit vehicle left was a helicopter. Damn it! The realization made Xu Zeyu curse under his breath. Once the helicopter arrived and those aboard opened fire, they would truly have nowhere to run. Hey, system, do you have any special abilities that can interfere with aircraft flight? With no other solutions in sight, Xu Zeyu turned to the system for help. The system responded promptly, yes. There's a hidden function interface within the system containing all sorts of incredibly powerful abilities. Xu Zeyu's heart leapt with joy, only for the system to add, however, at your current level, you cannot unlock these abilities. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but roar at the system. Why? Not for any particular reason, just for balance. The system chuckled. If you mastered all those god-tier skills right now, who'd even bother playing with you later? Without anyone to play against, how would you pull off those epic comebacks? Chapter 229. Hearing the system's words, Xu Zeyu was instantly dumbfounded. To be fair, his current array of abilities was already incredibly overpowered. If it granted him even more god-tier abilities, wouldn't he be able to conquer heaven, earth, and the air? It was like playing an online game where your enemies were level 1 while you were suddenly level 100. What kind of game would that be? But this wasn't a game, it was a matter of life and death. Xu Zeyu would have traded every single point he possessed for their safe return to China. The problem was, he couldn't. Even with all these points, it was only enough to save Zhong Yue's life and by 6 seconds of time. Xu Zeyu fell silent, utterly at a loss. The system snorted, Xu Zeyu, the real challenges are just beginning. If you can't overcome this hurdle, how will you ever stand before the world and pretend? Xu Zeyu spoke slowly, but I don't want to watch Zhong Yue die, even if I have the power to bring her back. Ha! Without experiencing the life and death struggles of loved ones, you'll never truly mature. The system's voice dripped with sarcasm. You know what? I watched every single one of my creators meet their maker. You couldn't possibly understand that feeling. Don't think I'm just a system. In truth, my creators programmed me with every human emotion imaginable. Seeing Xu Zeyu silent, the system continued, since you accepted this system, no matter how arduous the path, you must walk it. Only after experiencing the death of loved ones will you truly cherish them. You'll act with greater maturity and steadiness in the future, minimizing mistakes like today's. Do you know where you went wrong today? I know, Xu Zeyu replied. I shouldn't have trusted someone I'd never met. Yes. If that guy hadn't acted recklessly, you could have left safely. The system stated, being cautious isn't a bad thing, especially when life is on the line. You must thoroughly vet your partners first. Otherwise, it's better to refrain from action than to risk reckless moves. Since you made the mistake, you must bear the consequences. I understand. Xu Zeyu nodded firmly. I'll do everything in my power to get us back to China alive. Good. I'll be watching your performance, ha. The system chuckled twice before falling silent. Xu Zeyu opened his eyes, beginning to ponder how to escape this deadly predicament. The dark aura gathering between Zhong Yue's brows grew denser, signaling to Xu Zeyu that the enemy was approaching. What methods could I use to resolve this crisis with my current skills and the cards available in the system? Xu Zeyu sank into deep thought. Antique appraisal, ball skills, gun skills, even advanced Wing Chun techniques, none would work. The only viable option was basic yin yang feng shui. If he could wield the feng shui technique properly, he could destroy the enemy's helicopter. System, exchange for speedboat piloting skills. Xu Zeyu immediately commanded the system. The system beeped twice, not even bothering to respond verbally. It directly deducted 100 points from Xu Zeyu, and he instantly mastered the skill of piloting a speedboat. With the speedboat skills acquired, Xu Zeyu patted Zhong Yue's shoulder. Yue, step aside. I'll take the wheel. Zhong Yue was baffled by Xu Zeyu's sudden demand, but since he insisted, she assumed he had his reasons and relinquished the driver's seat. Zhong Yue now held an almost blind trust in Xu Zeyu, for he had demonstrated one miracle after another. Xu Zeyu took the helm, then closed his eyes, using yin-yang feng shui techniques to sense the wind direction over the sea. It was already dusk, the sky growing darker, and the wind on the sea was picking up. With his eyes closed, Xu Zeyu sensed the flow of wind and water, quickly formulating a preliminary plan. The remaining task was to wait for the enemy to pursue, determine how many helicopters they had, and then make adjustments. If it was only one helicopter, Xu Zeyu was 100% confident he could take them out. Perhaps Xu Zeyu's performance on the cruise ship had been too impressive. Dantai Xian took him very seriously and had dispatched 3 helicopters at once. Seeing the helicopters closing in, Zhong Yue's face instantly drained of color. They were going for total annihilation. But then Zhong Yue saw Xu Zeyu's calm face and realized he must have anticipated this all along, otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on piloting the yacht himself. Yue, hold on tight. Xu Zeyu barked. Zhong Yue immediately wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her face tightly against his back. Though the wind whipped fiercely on the speedboat, Zhong Yue felt no chill at all because she was holding Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu focused intently, steering the speedboat with unwavering concentration. Simultaneously, he stretched his sensory perception to its limits, attuning to the surrounding wind patterns and any unusual disturbances. Having mastered the rudiments of yin-yang feng shui techniques, Xu Zeyu's perception underwent a profound transformation. The most obvious manifestation was heightened hearing and vision, with his other senses also becoming exceptionally acute. He no longer needed to turn around. Merely by listening to the sounds, he could determine the approximate positions of the 3 helicopters behind them and their distance. Come on, I'll send you straight to the King of Hell. Xu Zeyu suddenly accelerated, and the speedboat shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. He's trying to escape, close the gap. The 3 helicopters abruptly increased their speed while simultaneously lowering altitude, allowing their snipers to get a better shot at Xu Zeyu. To take Xu Zeyu down, Dantai Xian had deployed 6 snipers across the 3 helicopters. 6 sniper rifles now locked onto him simultaneously. Bang! 6 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, though the roar of the helicopters muffled the sound. Even so, Xu Zeyu heard the shots. Without hesitation, he banked the speedboat sharply, executing a drift across the sea surface. All 6 sniper bullets missed their mark. Damn it! The 6 snipers cursed under their breath, quickly reloading their weapons. Seizing the moment they reloaded, Xu Zeyu adjusted the speedboat's course and steered eastward. 3 helicopters immediately changed course, tailing Xu Zeyu's speedboat in hot pursuit. But before Xu Zeyu had gone far, he suddenly made another sharp turn. The snipers, who had their sights locked, were forced to readjust their aim as the helicopter turned. Just as they locked onto Xu Zeyu again and prepared to fire, he executed yet another sharp turn. The men had to readjust their aim once more, enraging them into curses. Damn it! That bastard's as slippery as a loach. Chapter 230. Despite their curses, the 6 snipers pressed on with their fire. But each time they were about to lock their sights, Xu Zeyu would swerve, thwarting their aim and leaving them cursing their luck. How did he manage to change direction so perfectly every single time? The 6 snipers were utterly baffled, attributing it to Xu Zeyu's supposedly hypersensitive instincts for danger. The truth wasn't what they imagined. Xu Zeyu had become a marksman himself, knowing precisely how long it took to aim a sniper rifle from a fast-moving helicopter. Xu Zeyu timed his maneuvers perfectly, shifting course before their shots could land, rendering their sniper rifles utterly useless. After being toyed with repeatedly by Xu Zeyu, the snipers abandoned their sniper rifles. Fly lower. We'll just machine gun him. The helicopter descended once more. 6 gunners switched to machine guns and unleashed a barrage of fire at Xu Zeyu's speedboat. Now let's see where you can run. Hearing the dense burst of gunfire, Xu Zeyu silently commanded the system, pause for 1 second. In the blink of an eye, Xu Zeyu's speedboat successfully evaded the first wave of fire. A long trail of bullet-sprayed ripples spread across the sea behind Xu Zeyu's speedboat. How is this possible? The 6 gunmen were stunned. How could he dodge that? Was he protected by some divine power? Little did they know, Xu Zeyu was also breaking out in a cold sweat. 500 skill points gone in an instant, and he nearly lost his life too. That was close. Almost there. Give me 1 more minute, and I'll finish these guys off. Xu Zeyu gritted his teeth, steering the speedboat to continue circling the 3 helicopters on the sea surface. The people aboard the 3 helicopters didn't sense anything amiss. They simply assumed Xu Zeyu was circling to evade their bullets and didn't suspect a thing. Had someone tracked the speedboat's movements with computer software, they would have seen Xu Zeyu drawing a vortex pattern on the water. They continued pursuing Xu Zeyu, unleashing another volley of intense machine gun fire. Tap. The 6 gunners, refusing to believe their luck, fired again. Xu Zeyu once more dodged the attack using his time-stopping skill, costing him another 500 skill points. Holy! The 6 gunners' eyes widened in disbelief. They couldn't fathom how Xu Zeyu could evade their encircling barrage. He wasn't human. Spread out. Form a triangular formation for fire. 1 gunner commanded the helicopters to change tactics. The 3 choppers instantly spread out, encircling Xu Zeyu's speedboat in a triangle formation. Open fire. Die. The moment they fired, Xu Zeyu's eyes flashed with fury as he slammed the throttle, charging straight between the 2 helicopters. Bullets froze mid-air, the world seemed to fall silent, only Xu Zeyu's time kept moving. Xu Zeyu froze for 4 seconds. Using that brief window, he successfully broke out of the enemy's encirclement. The next instant, a massive vortex erupted within the very area Xu Zeyu had just circled, unleashing a howling gale as a hurricane shot skyward. Before the 3 pilots could comprehend what was happening, their helicopters were swept into the whirlwind and collided with each other. Ah! The people aboard the helicopters stared in terror, their eyes wide with horror. They let out a simultaneous, desperate scream before their voices were drowned out by the thunderous explosion of the aircraft. Watching the helicopters shatter into countless flaming fragments as they plummeted into the water, Xu Zeyu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exhaled a long breath. Finally, it's done. Dangerous. So very dangerous. Xu Zeyu had maneuvered the enemy helicopter in a spiral feng shui formation across the sea surface using his speedboat. The speedboat and the helicopter formed the primary elements of the feng shui array. The slightest misstep, a deviation in the formation, or even a moment's delay would have meant certain death for them. Fortunately, he had completed the formation in time, finally taking down all 3 helicopters. Had he been any later, his points would have dipped below 10,000. Right. Yu Wei, are you okay? Xu Zeyu finally remembered why he'd saved 10,000 points and urgently called out twice. Zhong Yue's arms were still tightly wrapped around his waist, but no reply came from behind him. Xu Zeyu immediately pried her arms away from his waist and turned to look. His face instantly drained of color. At some point, Zhong Yue had been shot in the back straight through the heart. Blood had already stained her clothes in a large, shocking crimson patch. Yu Wei! Xu Zeyu let out a piercing scream to the heavens. In that moment, he truly feared Zhong Yue was dying right before his eyes. His mind flooded with memories of meeting and spending time with Zhong Yue. Though they hadn't known each other long and hadn't spent much time together, he had already come to regard her as a true friend. Knowing assassins were coming for him, Zhong Yue had repeatedly warned and protected him. Even after arriving in Qinzhou City, she had made sure to come back with him, fearing he might be killed by the assassins. They weren't lovers now, but friends. Even so, Xu Zeyu was still heartbroken over Zhong Yue's death. Despite his mental preparation, Xu Zeyu was still overcome with fear. He stammered incoherently at the system, I need to save her. I need to save her now. Understood. The system, already prepared, responded calmly. Hold her. She'll awaken shortly. I can only rouse her. You must extract the bullet yourself. 10,000 points deducted. Your current points, 86. Xu Zeyu, it's time to put on that act again. Keep up the good work. Xu Zeyu immediately embraced Zhong Yue, waiting for a miracle to happen. He believed a miracle would surely happen, for he himself had been saved by the system.
But before Zhang Yue awoke, Xu Zeyu remained deeply anxious, fearing the system might fail, fearing she might never regain consciousness. Because he cared, he worried. Fortunately, the system didn't keep Xu Zeyu waiting long. Zhang Yue soon stirred, clearing her throat twice. Ahem, ahem. Xu Zeyu hastily released her, overcome with joy. Yue, thank goodness. You're okay, it's such a relief. Zhang Yue remained extremely weak, staring blankly at Xu Zeyu. What just happened to me? You were shot, Xu Zeyu explained. But luckily, it didn't hit a vital spot. You just passed out for a little while. Oh, and the bullet's still inside you. I'll take it out now. Xu Zeyu casually unbuttoned Zhang Yue's outer shirt, only to realize his rashness. He gave a nervous chuckle. That is. It's fine. Zhang Yue was surprisingly uninhibited. Go ahead. Of course, despite her words, Zhang Yue closed her eyes, her face flushing crimson. Seeing her like this, Xu Zeyu didn't bother with formalities. He swiftly undid her clothes, revealing the blood-stained snow-white undergarments beneath. Chapter 231. Thanks to the system's miraculous intervention, the bullet that struck Zhang Yue's heart had veered significantly off course. Yet it remained lodged within her body. Gazing at the vast expanse of snow-white fabric-stained crimson, Xu Zeyu felt a deep ache in his heart. If only he were stronger, Zhang Yue wouldn't have been shot. Xu Zeyu froze for just a moment. Zhang Yue opened her eyes and, noticing him still staring at her, couldn't help but blush and snap. You jerk. What are you looking at? Hurry up. Rarely seeing the usually cold-faced female constable so bashful, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Well, I'll need to place my hand on your body and use my internal energy to extract the bullet. If it takes a bit longer, don't think I'm taking advantage of you. The system suddenly chimed in. Why use your hands? Use your mouth. Didn't you say last time she didn't believe you could heal with your mouth? Use your mouth, take a little longer and I'll help you get that bullet out. Get lost. You wicked system, always up to no good. Xu Zeyu rejected the suggestion with righteous indignation. Thinking about taking advantage at a time like this would be utterly despicable. If she weren't injured, he wouldn't mind. Ahem. Got it. Zhang Yue shivered. Hurry up, I'm cold. All right. Pushing aside all his wandering thoughts, he carefully placed his hand on Zhang Yue's wounded chest and channeled his internal energy into her body. This was the advantage of cultivating internal energy. It allowed one to perform difficult tasks. Without a dagger or alcohol, using internal energy to extract the bullet was the safest method. Zhang Yue felt a wave of warmth spread through her icy body, a gentle, comforting heat like winter sunshine, both soothing and familiar. But then, excruciating pain shot through her chest and back, followed by the sound of a bullet hitting the deck. Ah! Zhang Yue finally couldn't bear the pain and let out a cry. Xu Zeyu quickly pulled her into his arms, pressing one palm firmly against the wound on her back. Xu Zeyu had 86 points remaining. To treat Zhang Yue's injury, he spent another 50 points, leaving him with only 36 points now. The pain in Zhang Yue's wound instantly subsided. Moreover, she could feel her body rapidly repairing itself. Zeyu, what kind of ability is this? Zhang Yue asked in astonishment. Though she knew Xu Zeyu was full of peculiarities, this was the first time she'd personally experienced his strange power. Xu Zeyu chuckled. It's my special ability, heh. Zhang Yue stared at Xu Zeyu with a peculiar expression and said softly, aren't you afraid I'll sell you out, and then the scientists at the Huaxia Research Institute will capture you, dissect you, and use you for human experiments? Not afraid, Xu Zeyu replied smugly. You know my secret, and I know yours. As he spoke, Xu Zeyu's eyes wandered over Zhang Yue's body again. Rogue. Look again. Zhang Yue, her energy restored, was both embarrassed and furious. She punched straight at Xu Zeyu's eye. Ah! Xu Zeyu's eye took another blow, turning half of it into a national treasure. National treasure pandas have 2 black eye circles. Xu Zeyu had one, making him half a national treasure. Zhang Yue took the chance to pull her clothes back on. Seeing Xu Zeyu still clutching his eye, she felt a twinge of guilt. Zeyu, I'm sorry about that. Xu Zeyu hadn't expected an apology. Thinking she'd let it go, he chuckled, no big deal, no big deal. If you feel bad, just take it off and let me have another look. This time, Xu Zeyu finally had a full pair of dark circles, transforming into a complete national treasure. Night had fully fallen. The passengers on the cruise ship carried on with their eating, drinking, and revelry as if nothing had happened, going about their business as usual. But that was only the surface. Deep down, everyone likely shared the same burning question, was Xu Zeyu truly finished? No one knew for sure, except for the grim-faced Dantai Xan and Uncle Dantai. Yanni, another major owner of the cruise ship, had already dispatched 3 helicopters and 6 snipers to pursue Xu Zeyu. Yet, no news had come back so far. Dantai Xan was deeply anxious, wishing she could go after him herself. The phone finally rang. Dantai Xan answered immediately. Uncle Gianni, have you killed Xu Zeyu? Be careful. What kind of enemies have you brought upon our cruise ship? Johnny's voice was filled with rage. All 3 helicopters exploded.
Only a pile of debris is floating on the sea surface. How is that possible? Dantai Xin stared blankly at the sea ahead, her inner world churning with turbulent waves. Xu Zeyu could have taken away at most 2 guns. If they had escaped, that might be plausible. But destroying 3 helicopters? That was something Dantai Xin simply refused to believe. Could someone have come to pick them up? The thought flashed through Dantai Xin's mind, but she immediately dismissed it with a shake of her head. Xu Zeyu's phone was still on the ship. How could he have contacted anyone? Even if he did, a plane dispatched from China couldn't possibly arrive faster than 1 cent from here. Her mind raced until it felt like it would explode, yet she still couldn't make sense of it. But now she had little energy left to dwell on it, as she had to deal with her business partner Johnny's fury. Careful. I trusted your abilities, which is why I handed over full control of the cruise ship operations to you and your third uncle. You've done well these past years, and I've been confident in you. But this incident has left me utterly disappointed. You launched an operation without even ascertaining your opponent's capabilities, and now they've slipped away. If my reputation or business suffers because of this cruise ship fiasco, my partnership with your father ends here. Figure out how to clean up this mess. You handle it. With that, Jia and I cut off Dantai Xin before she could offer any explanation and hung up the phone. Usually, Jia and I spoke with measured restraint, giving the impression of a gentle elder. But now, he cared nothing for appearances proof of his fury. Dantai Xin knew she'd caused a major disaster. All she could do now was calm the passengers on the cruise ship and call back to China to ask her father for help. Only after completing these necessary tasks did Dantai Xin recall some minor matters. With a heavy heart, she turned to her third uncle and said, "Uncle, please dispose of those bodies." "All right." Uncle Dantai nodded and summoned several crew members to toss the bodies of the boxers and bodyguards killed today into the sea. This was international waters, so Dantai Xin had no worries about the bodies causing trouble. Ah Bing's body was also cast into the sea. Unnoticed by anyone, however, after drifting for some time, the corpse's hand twitched several times. Chapter 232. I'm still alive. Abing opened his eyes. After choking on several mouthfuls of water, a fierce will to survive made his arms flail wildly. After a few frantic strokes, he realized his hands were completely intact. Weren't my hands broken by Xu Zeyu? How come they seemed completely unharmed? As he swam, Ah Bing recalled the events leading up to this moment. Xu Zeyu had shattered his hands, and he had begged Xu Zeyu to kill him to die with dignity. Xu Zeyu had agreed to his request, but before striking the final blow, he uttered a baffling statement: "You've repaid the debt you owed the Bai family with your life. If there is a next life, remember this, your life belongs to me." Recalling Xu Zeyu's words, Abing finally understood this life was a gift from Xu Zeyu. Not only had Xu Zeyu spared him, but he had saved his life. Why? The reason was simple: Xu Zeyu believed Ah Bing wasn't a bad person. Even when Ah Bing held Xu Zeyu's family hostage, Xu Zeyu chose to forgive him. He knew Ah Bing never truly intended to harm his family, it was merely a tactic to force him into action. Moreover, in the final moment, Xu Zeyu was moved by Ah Bing's spirit of dying for his dignity. Ah Bing was a man of honor, willing to risk his life for his boss. In a way, Xu Zeyu saw himself in Ah Bing. Thus, Xu Zeyu spent 100 points to exchange a fake death card from the system, rendering Ah Bing indistinguishable from a genuine corpse and deceiving that cold-blooded, throat-slitting referee. Then Xu Zeyu spent another 500 points to heal Ah Bing's hands, ensuring he could save himself after being thrown into the sea. Of course, if Ah Bing couldn't swim, Xu Zeyu wouldn't be able to help either. He couldn't exactly exchange swimming skills for Ah Bing, could he? Fortunately, Ah Bing could swim, so enduring a day or two in the open sea wouldn't be too much of a problem. Most crucially, Ah Bing had once been part of this cruise ship's crew and knew of nearby islands where people could rest. As long as he could swim to one of those islands, his life would truly be saved. Xu Zeyu, thank you. Ah Bing swam while his thoughts drifted. The Bai family had indeed saved his life back then, but they treated him no better than a dog. That was one reason he was determined to find Xu Zeyu and exact revenge. Bai Hongtao had been beaten while under his protection. If he didn't fight tooth and nail to get revenge on Xu Zeyu, there was no way he could ever live peacefully within the Bai family. Now, having died for the Bai family, he had repaid his debt to them. They were even. Moreover, the Bai family didn't even want his body, ordering it dumped into the sea. This only reinforced Ah Bing's conviction that he owed them nothing. In the Bai family's eyes, he truly was a dog, one so worthless that even his death didn't warrant a burial. Since he owed them nothing now, he would live well. He would repay Xu Zeyu's life-saving favor when the chance arose. Xu Zeyu had already returned to China, docking his speedboat at the port of Nanjiang City. After Xu Zeyu's systematic treatment, Zhong Yue was no longer in critical condition. However, the bloodstains on her chest and back remained a stark reminder of the bullet wounds she had sustained. Particularly on her back, a bullet hole in her clothing made the incident painfully obvious at a glance. Fortunately, it was nighttime. The two left the port discreetly, hailed a taxi, and drove straight away. The car pulled up to Zhong Yue's home, and both got out. When Xu Zeyu saw Zhong Yue's small villa, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Yue, your family seems quite well off. Why did you choose to become a constable and do such dangerous work?" Xu Zeyu had asked casually out of curiosity, but the moment she heard his question, Zhong Yue's previously restored mood instantly sank again. "My father died. He was killed by a great villain. I became a constable precisely so that one day, I could personally bring that villain to justice." "I'm sorry." Xu Zeyu apologized sincerely. Zhong Yue lifted her head and managed a faint smile. "It's okay. I should head home now. With everything that's happened today, I won't keep you as a guest. Come over for a meal sometime when you have the chance." "All right. Good night. Get some rest." Xu Zeyu nodded, watching Zhong Yue walk home with a smile. As Zhong Yue's figure slowly vanished from view, the smile on his face froze, his gaze turning icy cold. "You nearly killed me and Yue. This isn't over." Inside the office of the Qinzhou City branch commander of the Swift Wolf Unit, Luo Shiping and another man in his 60s listened to Li Xing's report with grave expressions. According to Li Xing's report, Xu Zeyu had remained silent for ages. Only when Xu Zihai was about to leave did he finally lose his patience and snatch the laptop from Xu Zihai. To protect Xu Zeyu, Zhong Yue had also been captured, her fate unknown. Failing to protect his partner, Li Xing was consumed by deep self-reproach, cursing his own inadequacy for allowing her capture. Luo Shiping's expression darkened considerably, for he knew that if the beautiful female constable fell into the hands of those villains, her fate would be utterly tragic. Even in death, her body would be desecrated, photographed by the criminals to flaunt their power, and used to intimidate any officers daring to confront them. If anything truly happened to Zhong Yue, Luo Shiping feared he would spend the rest of his life consumed by endless guilt. The other man, in his 60s, was none other than Li Dihai, captain of the Swift Wolf Unit and Luo Shiping's former superior. After hearing Li Xing's report, Li Dihai felt a heavy weight in his heart. What a pity! They hadn't received specialized training, otherwise, this outcome could have been avoided. "Captain, their sacrifice wasn't in vain. They bought me time to escape." Mentioning this, Li Xing's expression finally softened slightly. "I'm confident our tech team will soon extract the data from Xu Zihai's computer and bring those criminals to justice." Just as he spoke, two technicians entered carrying a laptop. One shook his head at Li Dihai. "Captain, we've thoroughly searched the computer. There's nothing related to money laundering. Plus, this laptop is less than a month old. We suspect our colleagues either grabbed the wrong device or were tricked." "How could that be?" Cold sweat instantly began pouring from Li Xing's forehead. Within seconds, he was drenched. "I clearly snatched it from Xu Zihai's hands, it couldn't be fake." Just then, Luo Shiping's phone rang. Glancing at the number, Luo Shiping's face lit up with relief. "The kid's okay." Chapter 233. It was Xu Zeyu calling. Luo Shiping was naturally overjoyed to know Xu Zeyu was still alive. But then he remembered Xu Zeyu's phone had been confiscated by the cruise ship's security guards when they boarded. A call at this hour could only mean trouble. This thought plunged Luo Shiping into a wave of sorrow and grief. Xu Zeyu had already finished his underground boxing matches. If only that kid hadn't taken on this job, he wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Regardless of the circumstances, Luo Shiping finally answered the call. His voice was heavy as he said, "Are you with the cruise ship? Name your terms. Just don't hurt them." "It's me." Xu Zeyu's voice came through, tinged with coldness. "Old Luo, you didn't think I was really dead, did you? You're okay." Luo Shiping shouted, his voice trembling with relief. "What about Yue?" Hearing Luo Shiping's agitated tone, Xu Zeyu's voice softened slightly. "Yue's fine too. I rescued her. By the way, what did you mean by what you said earlier? You didn't think I'd fallen into enemy hands, did you?" The moment Li Xing recognized Xu Zeyu's call, his expression darkened. He thought snatching Xu Zihai's computer back was a major achievement. With Zhong Yue and Xu Zeyu surely dead, no one could implicate him, his success was guaranteed. But Xu Zeyu was still alive? Li Xing turned pale instantly, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible. Li Dihai and Luo Shiping were no fools. Hearing that Xu Zeyu was still alive, how could Li Xing's reaction possibly escape their notice? Neither said much, however. Luo Shiping took a moment to steady his agitated emotions before answering Xu Zeyu's question. "It's like this." Luo Shiping repeated Li Xing's report. After listening, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but laugh coldly. "That bastard probably thought we wouldn't return, so he dared to slander me with such nonsense and try to make himself look good? Old Luo, I'm in Qinzhou City right now. If you were at the Swift Wolf Unit, I'd already be at your gate. You tracked me down yourself?" Luo Shiping's expression turned distinctly peculiar. But considering Xu Zeyu's unfathomable hacking skills, pinpointing his location via phone wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. "Alright, I'll send someone out to meet you immediately." "No need. I brought the credentials you gave me and walked right in. I'm at the office entrance." No sooner had Xu Zeyu finished speaking than Luo Shiping saw him appear at the doorway.
Seeing Xu Zeyu again, Luo Shiping realized the man had completely transformed. Whereas the old Xu Zeyu still carried a student's air, the current Xu Zeyu bore no trace of that youthful demeanor. He now projected a profound, reserved aura, his gaze sharpened with a new, ruthless edge. The moment Luo Shiping saw that look in Xu Zeyu's eyes, he couldn't help but ask, "Zeyu, did you kill someone?" "Old Luo, you've got sharp eyes," Xu Zeyu chuckled. "To survive, I killed over a dozen people on that cruise ship." Xu Zeyu spoke with casual ease and calm, but to Luo Shiping, it sent chills down his spine. Li Xing suddenly shouted, "Xu Zeyu, you must have betrayed the organization. How else could you have escaped? Did you want Wei and me dead so no one could expose your dirty deeds?" Xu Zeyu sneered coldly. "You're Li Xing, right? I'll show everyone exactly what you did on that cruise ship." Xu Zeyu pulled out a USB drive and casually handed it to Luo Shiping. Luo Shiping plugged it into the office computer and projected the video onto the wall. It was surveillance footage, the very incident that occurred on the deck after Li Xing and Zhong Yue fled the underground arena. Though Li Xing's words were inaudible on the recording, both Li Dihai and Luo Shiping had studied lip reading. Through careful analysis of his mouth movements, they deciphered what Li Xing had said at the time. Watching the footage, Li Xing was utterly stunned. He never imagined that not only had Xu Zeyu returned alive, but he'd also brought back irrefutable proof of Li Xing abandoning his teammates. Crash! Enraged, Li Dihai slammed his palm onto the table, instantly shattering the solid wood surface. "Li Xing, you are nothing but a disgrace to our Swift Wolf unit." Li Dihai's voice boomed like thunder, nearly shattering Li Xing's spirit. "Uncle, I was just trying to earn a commendation." "Don't call me uncle." Li Dihai's face flushed crimson with rage, as if it might bleed. "Humph, earning merit? More like stealing credit, I'd say," Xu Zeyu sneered. "I clearly told you I had the intel, but you refused to believe me and insisted on doing it yourself. Stealing a computer rigged specifically to trap you feels good, huh? You succeeded?" Li Dihai and Luo Shiping were both overcome with excitement. Could it be true? Unlike Li Dihai and Luo Shiping's excitement, Li Xing immediately shouted, "Captain! Director Luo! Don't trust this kid. He didn't even touch the computer. How could he have stolen anything from Xu Zeyu's system? And how did he get the cruise ship surveillance footage? This must be enemy propaganda to lull us into complacency after he betrayed the organization." "Shut up!" Li Dihai roared. "Li Xing, have you even seen this evidence? You haven't laid eyes on it. What gives you the right to call it fake?" Seeing Li Dihai's fury, Luo Shiping quickly interceded. "Li Xing does have a point. Let's review the materials first. Once the cruise ship crew returns, I'll verify the details directly." Hearing Luo Shiping's words, Li Xing collapsed completely onto the floor. Besides them, Luo Shiping had actually sent others to infiltrate the cruise ship. That meant even if Xu Zeyu didn't make it back alive, he still couldn't escape accusations of reckless ambition and endangering his comrades. Before Luo Shiping could finish speaking, his phone rang again. Old Shen and the others finally made it back safely. Luo Shiping answered the call and immediately activated speakerphone so everyone in the office could hear clearly. "Hey, Old Shen, you okay?" "I'm fine. At least I made it back alive." A hearty laugh came through the phone. "Old Luo, is that Xu Zeyu one of your guys?" Luo Shiping chuckled. "That kid's my friend." "Why do you ask?" "This young friend of yours is no ordinary fellow." Old Shen opened up, recounting everything he'd seen and heard about Xu Zeyu aboard the cruise ship. By the time he finished, everyone was left speechless. Chapter 234. Li Xing had mentioned Xu Zeyu defeating Ah Bing. Luo Shiping had assumed that was already an extraordinary feat for Xu Zeyu, but it turned out to be just a minor incident. Even knowing Zhong Yue's arrest could implicate him, he still stepped forward. That single act alone made him 1,000 times stronger than Li Xing. Xu Zeyu then returned to the ring and, within a single minute, knocked out 10 fighters in succession, stunning the entire arena. But that wasn't the most explosive part. Next, Xu Zeyu faced off against Thailand's king of Muay Thai, Tik Hai, the top fighter in Southeast Asia's underground boxing scene, and brutally shattered his internal organs, killing him outright. The Swift Wolf unit had files on Tik Hai too. They knew he'd killed at least 800 fighters, if not 1,000. And yet this murderous maniac was also taken down by Xu Zeyu. Just how formidable was Xu Zeyu's combat prowess? After that, Xu Zeyu led Zhong Yue through the encirclement, killed several bodyguards, seized a speedboat to escape, and blew up all the remaining speedboats, cutting off any possibility of pursuit. Hearing this, not only did Luo Shiping and Li Dihai look at Xu Zeyu with newfound respect, but even Li Xing stared at him in utter disbelief. He felt as if he were dreaming, or that he had met a fake Xu Zeyu. He himself had barely escaped by taking hostages, relying on training he'd received since childhood. How could that guy possess such overwhelming strength, literally fighting his way out through a bloodbath? As for the end result, Shen, Luo Shiping's friend, only heard that Dantai Xian had called for backup again. He had no idea what the final outcome was. All he knew was that after Xu Zeyu escaped, Dantai Xian's expression never improved. "Hey, old Luo, how's that kid Xu Zeyu doing now?" Old Shen asked with genuine concern.
Even though he cost me tens of millions, I still hope he's alive and well. Young men with courage, loyalty, and real skill like him are rare these days. He's still alive, thankfully, Luo Shiping replied with a laugh. Thanks for that, old Shen. Don't mention it. If you hadn't saved me back then, I'd be dead. I didn't do anything special for you, no need to thank me. Alright, I'm almost home. Bye. Old Shin hung up. Luo Shiping and Li Dihai turned their attention back to Xu Zeyu. No wonder Xu Zeyu seemed different, the kid had been through so much on that cruise ship. To survive, he'd killed over a dozen people on that ship. Only now did Luo Shiping grasp the weight hidden behind Xu Zeyu's casual words. Noticing Luo Shiping and Li Dihai staring at him, Xu Zeyu rose from his chair and said flatly, Old Luo, I'm a man of my word. I've fulfilled what I promised you. Whether you believe this document or not is your business. Pausing, Xu Zeyu retrieved the credential from his person and placed it on the table. I no longer need this credential. Take it back. Since I'm not one of your people, I won't be accepting assignments like this anymore. With that, Xu Zeyu turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Zeyu, wait. Luo Shiping called out, his voice sincere. I know you've suffered greatly. It was my fault you nearly lost your life. I apologize. After saying this, Luo Shiping actually bowed to Xu Zeyu. Xu Zeyu quickly helped Luo Shiping up, shook his head, and chuckled, Old Luo, I never blamed you. Besides, if anyone deserves an apology, it's Yue. Xu Zeyu pulled out his new phone and casually opened a photo. In the image, Zhong Yue lay with her eyes tightly shut, her chest drenched in a vast, horrifying pool of blood. Xu Zeyu had instructed the system to capture this image using the satellite high-definition surveillance system, exhausting every last point he had left. But since Xu Zeyu only had 36 points left anyway, it didn't matter whether he spent them all or not. Gazing at the bloody image, everyone's faces twitched involuntarily. Luo Shiping's expression turned livid. You said Yue was fine? I know some medicine and saved her. She's resting at home now. Xu Zeyu said calmly. Old Luo, let's leave this matter here. I'll continue running my little business, and Yue will keep being her little constable. We truly can't accept the Wolf Squad's mission. Comrade Xu, this is all my fault. I apologize to you and Officer Zhong Yue. Li Dihai stepped forward, bowing deeply to Xu Zeyu. Whatever it takes, please stay. Xu Zeyu helped Li Dihai to his feet, letting out a cold chuckle. Officer, I truly cannot accept your apology. I'm just a nobody. All I want is to live peacefully. Carrying out missions for big shots like you means I could become expendable at any moment. I'm not playing that game. Don't tell me Li Xing didn't discuss this with you when he planned it. Goodbye. Xu Zeyu departed, leaving Luo Shiping with a look of regret and Li Dihai with an expression of awkwardness. Li Xing had indeed mentioned this plan to him. Trusting Li Xing's capabilities, he had tacitly approved. Truthfully, he never intended to sacrifice Xu Zeyu or Zhong Yue. Yet his tacit approval indirectly endorsed Li Xing's plan to do just that. Xu Zeyu had every reason to be furious with him, for the fault ultimately lay with him. Luo Shiping shook his head helplessly and sighed, Old boss, let's be honest, you're just like Li Xing. You don't trust the people I recommend to you. Li Dihai gave a bitter smile. Old Luo, I've already said it's my fault. Trust those you employ, and don't employ those you doubt. I really am getting more confused with age, heh. Xu Zeyu is a talent. I believe his anger is only temporary. Wait a few days for him to cool off, then figure out a solution. A talent like this our Swift Wolf unit can't afford to lose him. After praising Xu Zeyu, Li Dihai turned and shot Li Xing a cold glance. Li Xing, what more do you have to say now? Li Xing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gritted his teeth. Captain, I know I've made a huge mistake. Begging for forgiveness is pointless now. I don't want to leave the unit. I want you to send me to the Black Triangle. Let me atone for my sins through service. If I achieve great merit, then let me return. If I die there, it's my own doing, a death well earned. You volunteer for the Black Triangle? Li Dihai hadn't expected his nephew to willingly go to such a den of thieves just to stay in the unit. He was slightly moved. Are you sure about this? I've thought it through. Li Xing nodded firmly, his eyes burning with intense jealousy. If Xu Zeyu can achieve greatness, so can I. I'll make you all witness that Li Xing is no less than Xu Zeyu. Chapter 235. After leaving the Swift Wolf unit, Xu Zeyu pushed aside all the messy thoughts. He took a night taxi back to Nanjiang City and caught a couple hours of sleep in his dorm. Xu Zeyu slept soundly, but Zhong Yue lay awake, her mind racing with the events of the previous day. She clearly remembered a bullet piercing her heart before she lost consciousness. Yet when she regained consciousness, Xu Zeyu claimed the bullet hadn't hit a vital spot and that he had saved her with his extraordinary abilities. Zhong Yue was now almost certain Xu Zeyu harbored a significant secret, one deeply connected to his extraordinary abilities. His formidable antique appraisal skills, his godlike hacking abilities, his transformation from a bloody novice who couldn't even beat up a street thug into a martial arts master within 2 months, his miraculous escape from a helicopter sniper while destroying the chopper itself.
This kid was practically a cheat-enabled protagonist from a fantasy novel, slaughtering his way through enemies, gods or Buddhas, he'd slay them all.
His power was utterly overwhelming. Could it be he really does have a cheat code? Zhang Yue didn't dwell on Xu Zeyu's secrets for long, as her thoughts quickly turned elsewhere.
When she was captured, Xu Zeyu was willing to sell everything he owned to rescue her. When the other guy suggested an underground fight, he agreed without hesitation and risked his life to knock the opponent's boxer out cold. And when he fled with her, he clutched her hand tightly, as if terrified of losing her.
Zhang Yue had never imagined what her other half would be like before.
Now she understood it was someone like Xu Zeyu. As for Li Xing, once her idol, he had now become the person she despised most. Selfish, power-hungry, reckless, distrustful of his own team, all he ever did was spout empty rhetoric. In contrast, Xu Zeyu might be blunt and outspoken, but he never faltered when it mattered most.
A man like that was dependable.
His only unreliable trait was his excessive number of girlfriends. His official girlfriend had gone abroad, and then 2 or 3 other entangled women had appeared: Huang Yuyan, Yan Wenjun, Zhu Chanshan.
Forget it. A man this fickle isn't worth keeping around.
They'd be better off as ordinary friends from now on.
Zhang Yue muttered to herself, pretending not to care, when her phone rang. Zhang Yue answered, her voice weary. "Instructor, what's up?"
"Oh, I was too exhausted last night and forgot to report the situation."
"Yue, Xu Zeyu came by last night and gave me the full account of what happened."
Luo Shiping sighed. "Yue, I'm so sorry you had to go through this. You got hurt, and it almost cost you your life.
From now on, I won't let you take on such dangerous missions anymore." "Instructor, I volunteered for this."
"It's not your fault," Zhang Yue replied.
"I'm fine now, just a bit tired." "It's nothing serious."
"Glad to hear it. By the way, I have a question," Luo Shiping said.
"Were you pursued by 3 helicopters and 6 snipers yesterday?"
"Yes,"
Zhang Yue replied. "Didn't Xu Zeyu mention it?"
Luo Shiping's voice grew serious.
"He didn't.
He only said you were shot, so I wanted to know what happened." Intelligence from the Swift Wolf Unit's overseas operatives reported that Xu Zeyu destroyed their 3 helicopters using unknown means.
Wreckage is scattered across the ocean surface. Those 3 helicopters belonged to the Yani family in Southeast Asia.
The 6 snipers were also their hired mercenaries, the most skilled marksmen. Luo Shiping's tone grew increasingly grave.
"How did you manage that?" "Instructor, I was knocked unconscious after taking a bullet. When I came to, everything was already quiet." Zhang Yue interjected, "Instructor, I think you should keep some of Zeyu's secrets to yourself. Don't press him too hard.
If all his abilities are documented in his file, it might cause him trouble."
"Heh, I know that well enough."
"The kid won't say, so I have no choice but to ask you."
Luo Shiping chuckled. "That kid's temper really is explosive.
Last night, Captain Li and I bowed to apologize, but he still wouldn't forgive us. He said we'd caused you to get hurt, and it pained him so much he returned all the Swift Wolf Unit instructor credentials to us.
Now I'm giving you a mission: return this credential book to him. Got it?"
Hearing that Xu Zeyu had gone to the Swift Wolf Unit to seek justice for himself, Zhang Yue felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart. "Instructor, I'll do my best."
"If he really doesn't want to take it, then it's fine."
"All right," Luo Shiping replied. "Tell him this: the instigator, Li Xing, has been deployed to the Black Triangle for a drug lord decapitation mission.
He won't return without achieving combat merit.
Even if he does come back, he won't be in the same unit as him. Tell him not to hold on to that grudge."
Li Xing. Just hearing that name made Zhang Yue seethe with anger.
It took her a while to calm down.
"Forget it.
He's already in the Black Triangle.
There's no point dwelling on it now. Instructor, send me the documents first.
I'll catch some more sleep and go find Xu Zeyu after I wake up."
"Understood."
"Ha!" Luo Shiping hung up, glancing at Xu Zeyu's file on his computer.
A knowing smile spread across his face.
"Kid, getting mad at me won't help.
You're not getting away, ha!"
At this moment, beyond Luo Shiping's focus on Xu Zeyu, major clans across China and all of Asia were watching Xu Zeyu. The reason was simple: Xu Zeyu had humiliated a major Chinese family and the largest family in Southeast Asia, the Yani family. Not only had he won away their vast sums of money, but he'd also walked away with a promissory note personally signed by Dantai Xin. He'd successfully evaded Dantai Xin's pursuit and returned safely to China, something that had never happened before.
It wasn't that no one had ever caused trouble on Dantai Xin's cruise ship before.
Some were constables sent on missions, others were henchmen dispatched by powerful families coveting the ship's profits. But in the end, all of them ended up dead. For 2 or 3 years, no one had dared cause trouble on the cruise ship. Xu Zeyu's incident, however, was not only massive but also remarkably successful. With certain individuals who harbored resentment toward the Yani family actively fanning the flames, news of the incident quickly spread throughout all of Asia. The Yani family desperately wanted to suppress the story, but with so many prominent figures present, it was impossible to contain.
For them, the most urgent matter now wasn't suppressing the scandal, but traveling to China to retrieve that IOU from Xu Zeyu's hands. That note bore Dantai Xian's fingerprint. If its contents were exposed again, they'd be branded as wealthy debt dodgers who resorted to murder to silence witnesses and evade repayment to truly face losing disgrace. Chapter 236. Xu Zeyu remained oblivious to his sudden fame among Asia's elite families. His routine continued unchanged: sleep, wake up, wash, eat, then prepare for class. His breakfast barely finished when the Bai brothers, Bai Hongla and Bai Hongtao, were already waiting for him at the cafeteria entrance. Seeing the brothers, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but snort. "Ah, Bing is dead. What more do you want? If you're still looking for another fight." Brother Xu, you're too kind." Bai Hongla chuckled. "My brother here has no sense of propriety and offended you. I came specifically to have him apologize." "Hurry up." Bai Hongla gave Bai Hongtao a vicious smack on the head. Only then did Bai Hongtao cautiously approach Xu Zeyu, his face clearly showing fear. "Xu Zeyu, I'm so sorry." The guy was terrified by Xu Zeyu's combat prowess and ruthless decisiveness displayed yesterday. With Xu Zeyu being such a formidable fighter, if he offended him, he might not even know how he died. He didn't know how long he'd be stuck here. To save his own skin, it was best to apologize obediently. Seeing Bai Hongtao so terrified, Xu Zeyu lost all interest in settling scores. "Same as before, Bing is dead. If you don't cause trouble for me, I won't cause trouble for you. Anything else? If not, you can leave. We're done here, but Brother Xu, you should be careful in the coming days," Bai Hongla said with a wry smile. Dantai Xian is the illegitimate daughter of Dong Haotian, head of the Dong family in Yanjing. Dong Haotian holds grudges like a hawk. I suspect he'll come looking for trouble with you soon enough. I know Brother Xu is capable, but his wings aren't fully grown yet. If Dong Haotian comes after him with reckless abandon, Brother Xu might not be able to withstand it. Bai Hongla's analysis was spot on. If Brother Xu needs any assistance, just ask. Whatever falls within my power, I shall not hesitate to provide. Bai Hongla had made his intentions crystal clear. He was offering Xu Zeyu a favor to win him over. Most people would have agreed first in question later, better one more enemy than one more friend. But Xu Zeyu deeply disliked men like Bai Hongla, whose demeanor was as venomous as a cobra. He couldn't stand the sight of him. How could he possibly cooperate? "Thanks, Mr. Bai. I appreciate the offer," Xu Zeyu replied. "I've already offended plenty of people. Adding a few more won't faze me. If I feared them, I wouldn't have made Dantai Xian sign that promissory note with her fingerprint." With Xu Zeyu having made his stance clear, Bai Hongla didn't press his luck. "Since Brother Xu has such confidence in himself, consider my earlier words never spoken. Should you ever need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. Goodbye." The Bai brothers, Hongla and Hongtao, departed without another word, and Xu Zeyu had no intention of engaging with them further. Bai Hongla treated Abing like he was a dog. How could Xu Zeyu possibly collaborate with such a heartless, ungrateful person? The other party was clearly just eyeing his potential, trying to coax and exploit him. Xu Zeyu wasn't about to be a sucker. Even if he lacked the means to solve the problem himself, he'd never seek help from someone like that. After walking some distance, Bai Hongtao finally spat out bitterly, "Brother, that kid really doesn't know his place. He has the nerve to act so arrogant because he did something even you, his elder brother, wouldn't dare to do." Bai Hongla flashed a sinister grin. "Ignore me? Fine, ignore me. It's no big deal. As long as he keeps stirring up trouble, the bigger the better." Ha ha. Xu Zeyu was heading to class when he was stopped again at the base of the teaching building. "Xu Zeyu?" Blocking his path were two men, one in his 40s, the other barely out of his teens. Their gazes were sharp, their aura deep and steady. Their physiques were perfectly proportioned, with prominent temples. Xu Zeyu instantly recognized them as martial arts masters. The speaker was the middle-aged man in his 40s. Dressed in traditional Chinese attire, he carried an air of arrogance, as if he were the center of the universe. Xu Zeyu was deeply annoyed by the man's condescending tone and dismissive demeanor. He retorted, "And who might you be?" The younger man, seeing Xu Zeyu's hostile attitude, glared and lunged forward, only to be restrained by the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man finally gave Xu Zeyu a serious look and snorted lightly. "I am Dong Haotian. I'm here to collect the IOU." Had Bai Hongla not tipped him off earlier, Xu Zeyu would have been utterly baffled as to why Dong Haotian was demanding the IOU. Of course, regardless of whether Xu Zeyu knew Dong Haotian's relationship with Dantai Xian, Dong Haotian's attitude alone made it impossible for Xu Zeyu to hand over the IOU. "Want the IOU? Fine. Pay back the 600 billion, and the IOU is yours. You're asking for it." The young man beside Dong Haotian lunged to strike Xu Zeyu again, but Dong Haotian grabbed his shoulder, his gaze freezing on Xu Zeyu. "Young man, you've gone too far. Stop this now. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear." "I've gone too far? Ha! What a mighty display of authority from the Dong family head." Xu Zeyu's anger flared anew. "Your daughter schemed relentlessly to trap me, even tried to kill me. And I can't retaliate? Retaliating is me playing with fire? What kind of logic is that? You've already won 60 billion. Don't be so greedy. Dong Haotian's eyes widened with fury. Don't push your luck. When you sent helicopters and snipers to kill me, did you ever consider how ruthless your own actions were? Xu Zeyu retorted sharply. If I hadn't been lucky enough to survive, I'd be a corpse right now. And you have the nerve to accuse me of being ruthless? Let me warn you, what I hold in my hands isn't just your daughter's IOU. If you keep pestering me, I'll make you regret it. Get lost. With that, Xu Zeyu turned and walked away, refusing to waste another breath on these two. Kid, you're asking for it. The young man beside Dong Haotian finally couldn't hold back. Just a few steps into Xu Zeyu's retreat, he struck out with a palm aimed squarely at Xu Zeyu's back of the head. If Xu Zeyu hadn't reacted in time, that strike could have ended his life. Looking for trouble. With eyes and ears everywhere, Xu Zeyu wasn't about to be ambushed by some punk. He casually spun around and smashed his fist into the young man's palm. Thud. It wasn't the young man who caught Xu Zeyu's punch, it was Dong Haotian. Dong Haotian moved with astonishing speed, yanking the young man back the instant Xu Zeyu struck and charging forward himself. Their fists collided. Xu Zeyu felt a powerful internal force pressing against him and instinctively countered with his own. The two streams of internal force collided violently. Dong Haotian and Xu Zeyu each stumbled back 3 steps before halting. The foot they used for support slammed into the concrete ground, instantly cracking the surrounding pavement like a spider web. Chapter 237. This Dong Haotian, the head of the Dong family, was also an internal force master. Xu Zeyu's expression shifted slightly, his gaze turning grave. He had believed that by mastering the legendary internal force, he could not only dominate the entire world but at the very least, easily overpower his current adversaries in the short term. But now, some random middle-aged guy could fight him to a standstill? In the system's terms, this game was way too balanced. Little did he know that this Dong family head had begun martial training at 6 years old, honing his skills for nearly 4 decades to achieve his current prowess. Xu Zeyu had used the system to cheat his way to 40 years worth of cultivation in just 2 months. What else did he expect? His greed was simply too much. Xu Zeyu's expression grew grave, while Dong Haotian's face darkened. Xiaoshan, do you finally believe that beyond every mountain lies another, and beyond every man lies another? The young man was Dong Haotian's son, Dong Xiaoshan. At that moment, Xiaoshan's expression was the most grim of all. Dad, he's younger than me. How could he possibly have reached this level? The world is never short of geniuses. If you continue to underestimate your opponents like this, you'll suffer a heavy loss sooner or later. Dong Haotian spoke slowly. If I hadn't blocked that punch for you just now, your arm would have been broken. Dong Xiaoshan knew his father wasn't exaggerating. If the opponent could fight his father to a standstill, the force behind that punch was certainly enough to shatter his arm. Yesterday, upon hearing Xu Zeyu had defeated the Muay Thai champion Tikai, he'd insisted his father bring him along. He wanted to verify for himself whether his stepsister, Dantai Xin, had lied. Now, he finally knew she hadn't deceived him. Dong Xiaoshan seethed with resentment. He refused to believe anyone in the world possessed greater martial talent than him. Yet the truth stood before him, and no matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to accept it silently. Xu Zeyu shook his slightly numb arm and snorted, "You two can figure it out yourselves. I've got class to attend. I'd advise you not to mess with me. Otherwise, I'll make you understand what it means to go down fighting." With that, Xu Zeyu turned to leave. But Dong Haotian's cold laughter cut through the air. "Kid, you're getting a bit too cocky. I advise you to hand over that IOU quietly. Then we'll call it even. If you don't, I might not be able to kill you, but I'll make sure you watch your loved ones and friends die one by one right before your eyes." Why? Why do you people always use others' loved ones as bargaining chips to threaten them? Xu Zeyu spun back, rage consuming him entirely. Dong Haotian, this is my final warning. Don't brush my words aside. Pray to the gods my loved ones remain unharmed. Otherwise, even if you didn't do it, I'll hold you responsible for every single thing. With that, Xu Zeyu cut off all further conversation with Dong Haotian and turned to leave. He desperately needed to calm down and figure out how to protect those close to him. Though he disliked Bai Honglei intensely, the man had made one point that rang true. If Dong Haotian came after him with reckless abandon, he truly wouldn't be able to handle it. Luo Shiping had sent men to protect his parents, but since he'd already returned his Fierce Wolf Unit instructor credentials to Luo Shiping, the latter had likely withdrawn those guards by now. After some thought, Xu Zeyu realized he might have overplayed his hand. With the Swift Wolf Unit as his backing, his family's safety would be greatly assured, and he wouldn't need to fear those powerful clans. No matter how powerful those clans were, they were ultimately just businessmen. How could they dare to go up against the regular military? If only he hadn't returned the credentials to Luo Shiping. But going back to retrieve them now would be utterly humiliating. Sitting in the classroom, Xu Zeyu lost all interest in the lecture and immediately called Su Yanran. "Miss Su, could you tell me about the background of the Dong family in Yinjing?" "The Dong family of Yinjing? Xu Yanran paused. How did you manage to offend them again? Oh, right. I heard you pulled off a major heist yesterday. Words already spread throughout all the major families across Asia. Impressive, my dear Zeyu. Ha! Enough with that. Let's get down to business. Xu Zeyu huffed. Tell me what's the real deal with the Dong family? Seeing Xu Zeyu was in no mood for jokes, Xu Yanran answered earnestly, the Dong family, well, you might think martial arts clans are a thing of the past, but they truly are one. They're the only family among Yanjing's 7 great families that built their legacy through martial prowess. Not only do they have connections with every martial arts faction in China, but their family-run martial arts academies, security firms, and bodyguard training bases are scattered all over Asia. Xu Yanran continued, many special forces units have members trained by the Dong family, and numerous high-profile figures bodyguards come from them. Now you should have a rough idea of just how formidable the Dong family truly is. Only then did Xu Zeyu grasp why Dong Haotian, his father, and Dantai Xian were also formidable. They were a martial arts dynasty of China. With so many elite bodyguards hailing from the Dong family, the safety of countless wealthy individuals and influential figures rested on their shoulders. How could the Dong family not be powerful? Though Xu Zeyu was stunned by the Dong family's might, he felt no fear. Would an enemy show mercy because you were afraid? No. Would they spare you because you're afraid? Even less so. Therefore, fear is useless. The only way to make enemies hesitate to strike is to beat them into submission. Xu Zeyu remained silent. Xu Yanran added, oh, and Dong Haotian is incredibly vengeful. If you can make peace with him, do it. Otherwise, that old bastard will stop at nothing when seeking revenge, utterly ruthless. Damn it! Hearing Xu Yanran mention Dong Haotian again, Xu Zeyu instantly recalled his sister Huang and their family business, Su Huangji. He urgently said to Xu Yanran, Miss Su, take your people to my shop immediately. Tell my sister Huang to close the doors right now and come hide at your place first. Xu Zeyu's urgency left Xu Yanran no room for hesitation. Alright, I'll go right now. After giving his instructions to Xu Yanran, Xu Zeyu dashed out of the classroom without another word. He no longer has time to take leave, as he must rush to Su Huangji immediately. Xu Zeyu had set up a misfortune rebounding feng shui array in the shop, which should hold them off for a while. But he also knew that with the Dong family's power, such a small feng shui array couldn't possibly hold them back for long. Xu Zeyu could only hope he'd arrive in time. If anything happened to Sister Huang because of him, he'd live with the guilt for the rest of his life. Chapter 238. Xu Zeyu called Huang Yuyan while running. She answered quickly, her voice panicked, Zeyu, there are over 20 people surrounding our shop. They seem to want to break in, but they're all slipping outside the door and can't get through. Sister Huang, call the police immediately. Xu Zeyu ordered. Also, Xu Yanran will be arriving with bodyguards shortly. Find a way to follow her out. Don't be afraid, I'm on my way. Okay. Huang Yuyan hung up. By then, Xu Zeyu had already reached the school gate. Taxi. Xu Zeyu hailed one with a wave, and it pulled up immediately. He jumped in and shouted, Antique Market. Go as fast as you can. You again? The taxi driver, who drove like a jet, chuckled strangely. I hang around here when I'm not picking up passengers, just waiting for you to ride with me, haha. I know your taste of pippy car. Let's go. Outside Su Huang's shop, a large group of men with menacing expressions surrounded the storefront, their eyes fixed intently inside. They'd stumbled a few times earlier and sensed something off about the place, so they dared not approach further. But they hadn't left either. Anyone who dared approach the shop was immediately chased away. It was obvious to anyone watching that they were here to cause trouble for Su Huangji. Ha, a measly little feng shui array stumped you lot? What a bunch of useless jerks. Go ahead, nothing can stop you now. A filthy old beggar clad in a Taoist robe casually flicked his wrist. The 20-odd thugs saw only a flash of yellow light before hearing a series of explosions erupt from within Su Huangji's shop. Seeing the 4 stone statues suddenly shatter, Huang Yuyan's face instantly drained of color. The ancient sword hanging from the shop ceiling snapped into several pieces and crashed to the floor. Damn it! Though Huang Yuyan didn't know what these objects were for, seeing them all shattered, she knew something was terribly wrong. Sure enough, the 20-odd men with vicious expressions charged toward the shop once more. This time, they didn't stumble. Xiao Mo immediately grabbed a wooden stick and positioned herself in front of Huang Yuyan. She could care less about anything else, but she would protect Huang Yuyan at all costs. Outside the shop entrance, Su Yanan arrived with over a dozen bodyguards. Seeing the chaos, she immediately waved to her men, charge. Su Yanran's bodyguards charged forward and clashed with the attackers. To everyone's shock, these 20-odd men were incredibly skilled fighters. Su Yanran's bodyguards could only engage them one-on-one and still couldn't gain the upper hand. The remaining dozen or so men stormed into the shop, smashing everything in sight without mercy. They smashed the antiques to smithereens. As they smashed, the men shouted, "You sold us fake antiques! You sold us fake antiques!" Their fury seemed genuine, as if they had truly been duped.
Xiao Mo shielded Huang Yuyan, Su Shaoyan, and the two female shop assistants as they huddled to the side, forced to watch helplessly as the thugs destroyed the store.
Everyone except Xiao Mo turned pale and trembled in fear. "We'll beat you to death, you heartless swindler."
After smashing everything inside, 3 of them swung wooden sticks at Xiao Mo and Huang Yuyan. The rest stormed upstairs to the warehouse, where the clattering sound of smashing soon echoed.
"Sis Huan, run!" Xiao Mo blocked the 3 attackers and shouted for Huang Yuyan to flee. Su Shaoyan immediately grabbed Huang Yuyan's hand and pulled her away. Just as they reached the doorway, a figure wearing a baseball cap appeared out of nowhere and lunged at Huang Yuyan with a dagger. "Sis Huan, watch out!" Su Shaoyan threw herself in front of Huang Yuyan, shielding her.
The dagger plunged into Su Shaoyan's back with a wet thud, sending both women crashing to the floor.
The knife-wielding assailant, his attack thwarted, immediately took off running. Within seconds, he vanished without a trace. "Shaoyan! Shaoyan!" Huang Yuyan screamed, feeling the sticky warmth of Su Shaoyan's blood soaking through her clothes.
Tears streamed down her face as panic overwhelmed her.
"Sis Huan, I'm just glad you're okay."
Su Shaoyan managed to utter weakly before collapsing onto Huang Yuyan's chest, losing consciousness.
Her life hung in the balance.
After smashing the antiques upstairs, the group rushed back downstairs and shouted to their comrades still fighting with Su Yanran's bodyguards and Xiao Mo outside the door, "Let's go."
"Got it."
The 20-odd thugs vanished as swiftly as the wind that had brought them. Were it not for the utter devastation littering Su Huangji, no one would have known such a gang of villains had ever set foot here. Xiao Mo rushed over to help Su Shaoyan and Huang Yuyan to their feet. As soon as Huang Yuyan caught her breath, she cried out, "Xiao Mo, call an ambulance."
"Quick, call an ambulance."
Su Yanran watched it all unfold, shaking her head helplessly. She couldn't understand why Xu Zeyu, who clearly had no shortage of money, would go and stir up trouble on Dantai Xayan's yacht. Now he'd tangled with Dong Haotian. A single call from that man could summon over 20 skilled enforcers.
Smashing Su Huangji would be child's play.
If Xu Zeyu didn't resolve this mess, he'd never be able to run his business in China again.
Dong Haotian was taking things too far. Destroying the shop was bad enough, but sending someone specifically to kill Huang Yuyan? That was treating human life like it meant nothing. Come to think of it, someone like Dong Haotian would never give a second thought to an unrelated person.
By the time Xu Zeyu arrived, Chief Sun Chuanda had already arrived with his officers, and an ambulance was on the scene. But those 20-odd thugs had vanished without a trace.
The moment Huang Yuyan saw Xu Zeyu, she threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. "Zeyu, Shaoyan Shi."
Seeing his entire store of antiques reduced to trash, Su Shaoyan being carried away on a stretcher, Huang Yuyan trembling in his arms, Xiao Mo covered in injuries, Su Iran's bodyguard, and 2 shop assistants shaking uncontrollably, Xu Zeyu remained calm.
Very calm.
He patted Huang Yuyan's shoulder and spoke softly, "Sister Huang, it'll be okay.
Everything will be fine soon. Take Xiaoya's mother to the hospital now. No matter the cost, save her. I need to handle something."
Seeing the almost cold look in Xu Zeyu's eyes, Huang Yuyan knew exactly what he intended to do. She hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Zeyu, don't act rashly.
Leave this to me. Trust me, I won't get hurt." Xu Zeyu pushed Huang Yuyan away.
Knowing that once he made up his mind, even she couldn't change it, she could only say, "Be careful."
Xu Zeyu nodded, turned, and walked into the shop.
He took out the miniature notebook Zhong Yue had given him, opened it, and began working quickly. Xu Zeyu first accessed the shop's surveillance feed, identifying the faces of the 20-odd individuals who had appeared outside Su Huangji earlier. Using computer software, he cropped their appearances and marked them with red serial numbers.
Simultaneously, he marked the individual who had stabbed Huang Yuyan with a dagger in blue. Next, Xu Zeyu used the same software to access real-time surveillance feeds from nearby traffic intersections. With a click of the enter key, the 20-odd red-numbered markers and the single blue marker appeared on the computer screen. Xu Zeyu opened his phone, connected it to the laptop, and recorded the movement trajectories of all 20+ red-numbered markers and the single blue marker onto his phone. He tucked his phone away, stepped outside the shop, and addressed Su Yanran. "Miss Su, could I borrow a motorcycle? Please make sure the tank is full. Thank you." Chapter 239. Lu Tong had been competitive and hot-headed since childhood, always picking fights and causing trouble. Eventually, he was expelled from school. His parents, utterly disillusioned with him, kicked him out of the house at 16, leaving him to fend for himself. But he knew nothing but fighting and couldn't make a name for himself on the streets. Just as he was deciding to join the underworld, he was taken in by the master of the Dong family martial arts hall. Though he only began martial arts training at 16, his years of fighting had honed his physical and mental fortitude. This made him a quick learner with exceptional aptitude, and he completed his apprenticeship in just 4 years. Master Dong of the Dong family martial arts hall took a liking to him and secured him a job as a bodyguard, allowing him to live a stable, comfortable life. This made him deeply grateful to the Dong family. Today, like his fellow disciples who trained alongside him, he received a call from the Dong family. They gathered together in Nanjiang City to carry out the Dong family's orders.
The Dong family had made it clear their job was to smash things, no need to kill anyone. The Dong family would handle the aftermath, they didn't need to worry about anything else. The men carried out their orders flawlessly, smashing Su Huangji to smithereens before strutting off triumphantly.
How long has it been since we all got together? Lu Tong suggested cheerfully. Since we're all free today, why don't we find a place and drink the day away? What do you say? The others chimed in enthusiastically, sounds great. Had ha. No problem. Some voiced their concerns, what if the constables show up later? Hee, didn't Master Dong tell us to stay here all day precisely to wait for those constables? Lu Tong roared with laughter. We're just smashing things when the constables arrive, they'll only ask why we wrecked the shop. Didn't we say they sell counterfeit goods? Ha ha. Woo woo. With a long, rumbling roar, a sleek, shiny black motorcycle drifted to a stop, blocking their path. The rider wore a helmet, hiding their features, but the group could sense this person was targeting them. These 20-odd martial artists, outnumbering their opponent, shouldn't have been afraid. Yet for some reason, as he approached, they instinctively took a few steps back. His physique didn't appear intimidating, yet he carried an icy aura. They even felt an illusion that the cold emanating from him could freeze their very souls. What do you want? Lu Tong's voice trembled slightly, his confidence faltering. The man removed his helmet, revealing a face still bearing traces of youth yet radiating a chilling aura. You trashed my shop, and now you dare gather in a crowd? You're asking for trouble. You're the owner of Su Huangji? Lu Tong froze. So what if you're alone? Bunch of idiots. Xu Zeyu sneered. The Dong family probably didn't tell you who I am or what I'm capable of. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Lu Tong's crew knew he'd come to settle the score. Relying on their numbers, they didn't mince words with Xu Zeyu. Come at me, all of you. Before Lu Tong could finish his shout, Xu Zeyu had already charged past him. A fist slammed into his chest, sending him flying through the air. Thud. Lu Tong flew 5 or 6 meters before slamming into the wall and coming to a halt. Put. Lu Tong spat out a mouthful of blood, his body sliding down the wall like a painting hanging on a wall. He desperately wanted to stand up, but every bone in his upper body was shattered. His entire body went limp, collapsing onto the ground like a heap of mud. What kind of monster was this young man? Lu Tong stared in utter disbelief, his face frozen in terror at the scene before him. He was the first victim of Xu Zeyu's vicious attack, but he wouldn't be the last. Paralyzed on the ground, Lu Tong witnessed Xu Zeyu's actions firsthand. The more he watched, the colder his heart grew. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Though their numbers were greater, not a single one could withstand even a single blow from him. One of his comrades swung a punch at the enemy, who smoothly twisted his arm. Instantly, the comrade's arm was twisted like a rag. Ah! His comrade let out a piercing scream, instantly incapacitated, writhing on the ground in agony. Another comrade aimed a kick at the young man's midsection, only for the youth to counter with a backhand strike that sliced clean through the kneecap. Snap! The man collapsed instantly, clutching his leg and rolling on the ground, wailing, "My leg! My leg!" The remaining two attacked the young man's temples from both sides. His figure darted away like a ghost. Before they could retract their fists, his punches already slammed into their temples. Ah! Both clutched their throbbing heads as if they were about to explode, writhing on the ground. Hands met with hands, feet met with feet. Within a minute, all 20-odd men lay sprawled on the ground, their cries of agony echoing through the air. Though the area wasn't particularly bustling, passers-by still occasionally walked by. Witnessing the scene, the pedestrians scattered in terror, fleeing as far as they could. After taking down everyone, Xu Zeyu staggered over to Lu Tong, crouched down, and pointed his phone at him. Now, I'll ask a question, and you answer. If there's even a hint of a lie, don't blame me for being ruthless. Thud. Xu Zeyu's fist slammed into the wall beside Lu Tong's head. The wall crumbled like tofu, and his entire fist sank into it. Though Lu Tong loved to fight, he was no hero. Terrified by Xu Zeyu, he stammered, "Ask away. I'll tell you everything I know." 10 minutes later, when the constables responding to the alarm arrived, they discovered 6 words written in blood on the ground: Xu Zeyu is the assailant. At the same moment, Xu Zeyu appeared in a narrow alleyway, blocking the path of a man wearing a baseball cap. The man froze upon seeing Xu Zeyu. "Xu Zeyu. So you know me." Xu Zeyu sneered coldly. "Now, come with me to the magistrate's office." The man spun and bolted. Xu Zeyu sneered again, "I already told you we're going to the magistrate's office. If you refuse, don't blame me for beating you." Xu Zeyu's 6 blood-red characters instantly caused an uproar throughout the city. Moreover, the injuries inflicted on those 20-odd men were truly horrific. Thus, Chief Sun Chuanda had no choice but to deploy all available police forces to apprehend Xu Zeyu. Yet half an hour later, Xu Zeyu appeared at the precinct, dragging a man whose face had been beaten beyond recognition. A swarm of constables instantly surrounded him, eyes fixed on Xu Zeyu like predatory beasts, their guns practically drawn. Xu Zeyu grinned at them. "Gentlemen, I'm here to assist with the investigation. No need to be so tense, right? Oh, and you've already apprehended those 20-odd shop-smashing thugs, haven't you? Well then, here's the one who stabbed my clerk. Hand him over to you too. Chapter 240.
Seeing that man beaten beyond recognition by Xu Zeyu, the constables couldn't help but roll their eyes. Recalling how every arrested suspect before had ended up with broken limbs or concussions, they rolled their eyes once more.
Buddy, this isn't helping the constables catch thieves, you're clearly just venting your own anger, okay?
Sun Chuanda approached, his expression stern.
Xu Zeyu, we appreciate you apprehending the criminal. However, you've abused private punishment. Even law enforcement officers aren't permitted to do that. Me, abuse my authority?
Xu Zeyu retorted with a strange chuckle.
I was chasing over 20 people alone. They attacked me, how could I not fight back? If I hadn't broken their limbs, what would I have done if they escaped?
Xu Zeyu chuckled darkly.
Besides, you guys have guns. I don't.
I can't exactly yell freeze, while brandishing a pistol like you do, threatening to shoot if they don't comply.
What do you mean abuse of private justice? They were defenseless. If I'd hit them after they were down, that would be abuse. There's surveillance footage, go ahead and check it. If I landed a single extra blow after knocking them down, then arrest me.
Xu Zeyu's sharp tongue left Sun Chuanda speechless.
He could only point at the would-be assassin in demand. What about this guy? Oh, him.
Xu Zeyu casually tossed the man onto the ground, pulled out his phone, and said, there were no cameras there, so I specifically recorded this.
Take a look. Xu Zeyu played the video.
Only his own voice could be heard. Come with me to the magistrate's office.
The man turned and ran. Xu Zeyu called after him, I already told you to come to the prefecture.
If you refuse, don't blame me for beating you into submission. After watching the footage, Xu Zeyu turned to Sun Chuanda and said, Director Sun, tell me this, I asked him to come to the precinct with me. He refused.
I beat him until he couldn't resist anymore and brought him in. Is that a problem?
The constables were speechless once more, muttering under their breath, Xu Zeyu, you sure can talk.
You've got a point.
Sun Chuanda responded sternly, alright, Xu Zeyu. Let's set those matters aside for now and focus on one thing.
You used their blood to write those characters, was it because you feared the incident wasn't sensational enough?
Xu Zeyu chuckled darkly, they smashed over 20 million yuan worth of antiques in our shop.
What's wrong with me beating them?
That's self-defense.
Is that how you define self-defense? Seeing Xu Zeyu still arguing, Sun Chuanda couldn't help but get angry. They smashed everything and left, okay? Does it cease to be self-defense just because they left after smashing things?
Xu Zeyu sneered.
Suppose I slap you, but no one witnesses it on the spot, would you still be unable to press charges against me?
Otherwise, that would constitute intentional assault.
Xu Zeyu. I'm right here.
Sun Chuanda roared, and Xu Zeyu immediately responded just as loudly, his tone no less fierce. I just want to ask, if robbers steal your stuff or thieves take your things, you can't chase them.
And if something happens to them after you chase them, we're the ones who end up legally liable? Who the hell made up this bull rule?
And these guys are all professional enforcers and bodyguards.
You blame me for hitting them hard? If I can't beat them and get beaten up instead, who do I go to for justice? Will you constables stand up for me?
Xu Zeyu's barrage of questions left Sun Chuanda and the constables speechless. They had no rebuttal. Seeing everyone fall silent, Xu Zeyu sat down and snorted, I know you sent out a bunch of people earlier trying to arrest me.
I'm right here, do whatever you want.
Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, a constable working at a computer suddenly shouted, Chief,
check the Nanjing City forum. Something's happened online.
Sun Chuanda and the officers opened their phones, and Xu Zeyu did the same. Logging into the Nanjing City forum, the top story was about Xu Zeyu assaulting someone. According to netizens, the antique shop Su Huangji in Nanjing City had been vandalized by an angry customer after selling fake antiques. While the vandalism was certainly wrong, the shop owner Xu Zeyu's retaliation was even more terrifying. After beating the customer, the owner brazenly left 6 blood-red characters, Xu Zeyu, the assailant. His arrogance was plain for all to see. If such a person goes unpunished, where is the law? Where is justice? This post was highly inflammatory, accompanied by graphic videos and photos showing over 20 victims beaten to a pitiful state. The internet erupted in outrage. Severely punish this bully. Too arrogant. Such people must not be spared. Wait, isn't Xu Zeyu the shop owner who bravely fought off criminals and saved many children last time? Would he do something like this? Ha, you can never truly know someone's heart. Who knows? The internet is full of bored people, and there are plenty of self-righteous hotheads who think they've seen it all and jump to conclusions. Once the momentum builds, the calls for Xu Zeyu's condemnation grow louder by the minute, as if they want to see him sentenced immediately. Sun Chuanda's face was grave as he stared straight at Xu Zeyu. See? Now it's blown up, hasn't it? You were only thinking about your own satisfaction. Let's see how you clean this up now. Sun Chuanda's meaning was crystal clear. Had Xu Zeyu not escalated things, there might still have been room to maneuver. But now that public outrage had been ignited, even he couldn't help.
Xu Zeyu chuckled darkly. You think such petty tricks could take me down? You've seriously underestimated me. Director's son, I'll just borrow your computer. Don't worry, I won't drag your department into this. The constable who had been using the computer immediately gave up his seat to Xu Zeyu. Xu sat down at the computer and began working swiftly. Soon, another post appeared on the Nanjiang City Forum. Hello everyone, I'm Xu Zeyu, the heartless, arrogant, unscrupulous merchant many of you have been talking about. If after reading this post you still believe I deserve punishment, I have nothing more to say. Now, please take a look at the first piece of evidence I present in my defense. A video began playing, showing Xu Zeyu's conversation with Lu Tong. Xu Zeyu, why are you smashing my shop? Who sent you? Lu Tong, our martial arts master from the Dong family, called us. He said you offended his boss and ordered us to teach you a lesson. We're to smash your shop while cursing you as fake antique dealers and smearing your reputation. Xu Zeyu, aren't you afraid of getting arrested? Lu Tong, Master Dong said we should let the constables arrest us. Then we'll insist you sell fakes. That'll ruin your antique shop's reputation and shut you down for good. Master Dong promised to cover the damage to your shop after we finish, plus give each of us 100,000 yuan as payment. The moment the first video evidence surfaced online, it instantly set the internet ablaze. Chapter 241. After the first video surfaced, people largely believed Xu Zeyu had been framed. Then Xu Zeyu released a second video. Some say I shouldn't have left blood-stained words at the scene, calling me an arrogant crooked merchant. Now I'll show you, did these guys deserve a beating or not? The second video showed these men smashing things inside the store. The camera zoomed in on their ferocious faces as they destroyed property. They didn't look like aggrieved customers at all, they were clearly a gang of thugs. Smashing things was bad enough, but one shot showed 3 thugs wielding wooden sticks to attack Huang Yuyan and several female staff members hiding nearby. If not for Xiao Mo blocking them, those women would have had their heads split open. Scum! This was clearly an attempt to kill. But the most infuriating part wasn't even that. It was when Huang Yuyan and Su Xiaoyan ran out, and a guy in a baseball cap stabbed Huang Yuyan with a dagger. Su Xiaoyan sacrificed herself to save Huang Yuyan, taking a dagger to her back that gushed blood. Damn it, they're not human. This was premeditated murder. Netizens grew even more furious. Xu Zeyu then posted, tell me, do these scumbags deserve a beating? I'm leaving my name just to prove one thing, I hit them, and I stand by it. You're absolutely right, we're backing you. These people deserve to die. If any constable dares arrest you for intentional assault, we'll all sign a petition to plead your case. Netizens' emotions were instantly stirred up again by Xu Zeyu, who pressed his advantage. I just want to ask, why didn't the guy who posted about my store selling counterfeit goods mention the stabbing incident involving my employee? By cherry-picking facts like this, what exactly is he trying to achieve? Isn't his motive obvious? Xu Zeyu successfully redirected the netizens' anger toward the original poster, who was then overwhelmingly condemned by the crowd. What ulterior motives? In cahoots with those thugs? Any tech whizzes out there? Ditch the anonymity. Finally, Xu Zeyu played his trump card, everyone, I have more evidence. The poster claimed these are victims who bought my counterfeit goods, let me show you the true faces of these victims. Xu Zeyu laid out the files one by one, posting them online for netizens to see. The revelations were shocking. Lu Tong, age 13, involved in a fight, intentionally inflicted injury. Below legal age, received criticism and education. Age 14, broke a classmate's nasal bone. Received criticism and education. Age 16, robbery resulting in minor injury. Sentenced to 1 year. Age 18, involved in a group brawl causing disability. Not the main perpetrator, sentenced to 1 year. Wang Dao, at 12, theft below legal age, received criticism and education at 14, sexually assaulted a female classmate, sent to juvenile reformatory for 1 year at 17, caught stealing, imprisoned for 6 months. Each of these 20-odd individuals has a criminal record. Seeing such a litany of offenses laid out is enough to incite outrage. What a bunch of scum! What kind of martial arts school gathers such a collection of scum? By the way, Xu Zeyu, where did you get this information? This is government office records. Someone questioned Xu Zeyu, who immediately explained, I have a friend at the prefecture. Since these guys committed crimes, their backgrounds naturally need to be investigated. I'm using the prefecture's computer to post this right now. Ladies, no misunderstandings here. Ha ha. The netizens laughed heartily and dropped the matter. After Xu Zeyu's little stunt, everyone understood one thing: Xu Zeyu had offended someone and was now facing retaliation. If it were merely a personal grudge, netizens wouldn't have said much. But when the other side went this far and used them to smear Xu Zeyu, the netizens naturally grew furious. They were being played like fools, how could they not be furious? Where's that martial arts school owned by the Dong guy? Let's go smash it up. Yeah, smash it. Seeing how furious the netizens were, all eager to storm the gym, Xu Zeyu felt relieved. Go ahead, go ahead. If you can't handle it, remember to call me out of retirement. I'll take care of it for you. Xu Zeyu silently thought to himself, then stood up from his computer desk and grinned at Sun Chuanda. Director's son, do you still want to arrest me now? Of course I do. Sun Chuanda's expression turned stern. You privately accessed and disclosed government archives to the public. That constitutes a breach of confidentiality. Director, you've got the wrong idea. Zeyu has the authority to do that. Zhong Yue arrived, holding a red credential in her hand. Director, see for yourself. Sun Chuanda took the credential and his expression instantly turned peculiar. No way. 3 ranks higher than mine. Seeing the credential reappear in Zhong Yue's hands, Xu Zeyu froze for a moment before realizing what was happening. Silence fell over him. It seemed Luo Shiping still wasn't giving up. If he refused again this time, without this credential, he would truly end up behind bars. Leaking government secrets was a serious offense. If it came from an authorized insider, no questions asked. But if not, he'd be looking at years behind bars. Sun Chuanda returned the credential to Zhong Yue, who then approached Xu Zeyu. With great solemnity, she placed it before him with both hands. The instructor said, if you lose this again, it truly won't be recoverable. This credential isn't just recognition of your abilities, it's a testament to the expectations placed upon you. With great power comes great responsibility. Those were his words for me to pass on to you. I hope you understand. Damn it, I'm not Spider-Man. Xu Zeyu couldn't help but curse under his breath, but he obediently tucked the ID away. With this credential, as long as I don't commit some unforgivable sin, everything will be fine. You're okay? Xu Zeyu glanced at Zhong Yue, noticing her face still looked terrible. He couldn't help but scold her, you should have stayed home and rested. Why go running around like this? I was planning to find you in a day or two, but seeing how you like to stir things up, I rushed over to make sure you didn't get into trouble. Zhong Yue snorted. Everything's fine now. I'm leaving. With that, she turned and walked away. Zhong Yue thought she hadn't changed at all, but everyone in the magistrate's office stared at her blankly, as if she had become a different person. Is this really our Captain Zhong? I don't know. I feel like I saw a fake Captain Zhong today. Exactly. How could the real Captain Zhong be so gentle? Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Xu Zeyu inwardly cursed his luck. He quickly shouted to Sun Chuanda, the rest is up to you guys. I've got things to attend to, I'm off. Chapter 242. Watching Xu Zeyu make a hasty retreat, the others exchanged knowing glances. A mischievous grin spread across their faces. Heh, definitely up to no good. Sun Chuanda chuckled and shook his head, muttering to himself, who would have thought? Truly unexpected. Xu Zeyu sprinted out of the magistrate's office, exhaling deeply before a cold smile spread across his face. Dong Haotian, I warned you. Since you wouldn't listen, don't blame me for being ruthless. You destroyed my 20 million worth of goods and injured my employees. I'll make you lose hundreds of billions. At that moment, Dong Haotian and his son were seated in Li Haolong's home, sipping tea. Li Haolong, acting like a devoted grandson, served them tea with utmost reverence. Mr. Dong, your visit here is truly a blessing I've earned through countless lifetimes. Li Haolong beamed with a smile. Anyone unfamiliar with him might have mistaken him for a genuinely courteous person. Accustomed to such deference, Dong Haotian nodded impassively. I was merely passing through. Hearing you are the lay disciple of Shaolin Temple's Master Jueming, I thought I'd drop by for a visit. The reason Dong Haotian hadn't left immediately was that he was eager to see how Xu Zeyu would react after being outmaneuvered by him. As for why he hadn't checked into a hotel but chosen Li Haolong's home instead, it was partly because Li Haolong was also part of the Chinese martial arts community, and partly because he wanted to learn more about Xu Zeyu through Li Haolong. Xu Zeyu was the first young man to fight him to a standstill. He was deeply curious about who had taught Xu Zeyu his boxing skills. Dong Haotian racked his brain but couldn't fathom who in all of China possessed the skill to train such an exceptional disciple. Li Haolong was a local power broker, and Dong Haotian himself had connections in the underworld. Naturally, he had his own channels for intelligence. He'd heard about the cruise incident and suspected Dong Haotian had come for Xu Zeyu. Yet he remained unaware of the relationship between Dong Haotian and Dantai Xan, leaving him baffled as to why Dong Haotian had targeted Xu Zeyu specifically rather than someone else. But these matters weren't for him to pry into. So he obediently said what he was supposed to, Mr. Dong, whatever you wish to know, just ask. Whatever I know, I'll tell you everything. Very well. Then tell me about Xu Zeyu, Dong Haotian said slowly. Everything you know about him, share it all. So it really was about Xu Zeyu. Li Haolong thought to himself, I knew it. Only then did he recount everything he knew about Xu Zeyu. Before coming, Dong Haotian had investigated Xu Zeyu, but the findings seemed implausible. He was certain there must be a mistake. That's why he asked Li Haolong again. What Li Haolong revealed was even more astonishing, leaving Dong Haotian utterly bewildered. You're telling me that 2 months ago, Xu Zeyu couldn't even beat you? And just a few days ago, he barely managed to win by a single move? Li Haolong nodded with a bitter smile. So when I heard he killed the Muay Thai champion Tikai, my first thought was, impossible. Fine. Dong Haotian snorted. No matter how strong he is, if he messes with me, I'll make sure he pays no matter what. Before Dong Haotian could finish speaking, the phone call came through. Master, the operation failed. All the men sent to cause trouble were exposed by Dong Qingchun. The one dispatched to kill Huang Yuyan also failed. He only managed to stab one of Xu Zeyu's female shop assistants before getting arrested. Reportedly, Xu Zeyu personally handled the situation, not a single one escaped. This incident was merely a spur-of-the-moment plan Dong Haotian concocted after arriving in Nanjing City, far from well thought out. Before confronting Xu Zeyu, his men had already staked out the vicinity of Su Huangji, awaiting Dong Haotian's command. His objective was straightforward: if Xu Zeyu willingly handed over the IOU, the rest could be settled later. If Xu Zeyu refused, they would teach him a lesson immediately. When Xu Zeyu refused, Dong Haotian called Dong Chengchun Luton's martial arts master, ordering Luton's crew to act. After all, this was a society governed by law. While smashing up a shop might be tolerable, murder was another matter entirely. Therefore, Dong Chengchun instructed Luton's crew to smash the shop openly and then bribe a small-time thug to carry out the stabbing amidst the chaos. That way, no one would know how Huang Yuyan died, and the whole affair would become a muddled mess. Dong Haotian intended to kill Huang Yuyan as a warning to Xu Zeyu. Yet this spur-of-the-moment plan succeeded only halfway before collapsing entirely. Of course, Dong Haotian didn't consider this failure a big deal. It indirectly gave him a glimpse of Xu Zeyu's capabilities. Indeed, the kid was surprisingly capable. As for the injured female clerk, Dong Haotian couldn't care less. His original goal was to kill Huang Yuyan. What did one casualty matter? Alright, I got it. Dong Haotian hung up the phone, preparing to head back to Beijing to devise another way to eliminate Xu Zeyu. Just then, the phone rang again. This time, the call came from an unknown number, but Dong Haotian answered anyway. Who are you looking for? You, Dong Haotian. Xu Zeyu's voice carried a mocking tone. Seems you ignored my warning this morning. Fine. Since you want to kill Sister Huan, I won't hold back. Think I'm bluffing? Ha! You'll regret this soon enough. Xu Zeyu hung up immediately. Enraged, Dong Haotian glared with eyes wide. That brat dares threaten me over the phone? He's asking for it. Before Dong Haotian could fully vent his rage, another call came in. It was Su Sihai. Dong Haotian answered immediately. Su, what's up? Mr. Dong, this is Zhang Li. Brother Hai's in trouble. A woman's voice came through the line. The Huaxia constables arrested him on suspicion of money laundering. They also took away all the business partners listed in Brother Hai's computer files. I checked, the evidence is solid. Not a single one will get away. How could Brother Su be so careless? Su Sihai also handled a significant portion of Dong Haotian's business. While it wouldn't directly impact Dong Haotian, it could still cost him a fortune. Was his laptop stolen? No, that's the strangest part. Sister Shang's voice was grave. Brother Hai never parted with his laptop, and it was immune to viruses. I can't fathom how the data leaked. Mr. Dong, considering Brother Hai's years of cooperation with you, could you? It's useless. The amount is too large, and he's messed with the state's resources. He's as good as dead. Dong Haotian shook his head helplessly. Ali, you should work for me from now on. For Brother Su's sake. No, thank you, Mr. Dong. Zhang Li refused firmly. Right now, I just want to know who betrayed Brother Hai. I want them dead. Chapter 243. After hanging up on Zhang Li, Dong Haotian's expression turned grave. Though there was no direct evidence linking Xu Zeyu to the incident, his earlier words kept surfacing in Dong Haotian's mind. You think I'm bluffing? Ha, you'll regret this soon enough. Could it really be that kid? Dong Haotian sank into deep thought. But his contemplation was cut short when his phone rang again. It was Dantai Xin calling. Dong Haotian answered and immediately heard her voice, trembling with tears. Dad, something's happened. Uncle Jiani is trying to kill me. I have no choice but to return to China with third uncle. Dong Haotian's heart sank again. Be careful. What happened? That Xu Zeyu not only posted the IOU I wrote online, but also exposed the fact that our cruise cabin had surveillance cameras. Dantai Xin sobbed while speaking with bitter hatred. That bastard. I'll kill him. The moment he heard the incident had been exposed, Dong Haotian's face twitched violently. He has no proof. Without evidence, no one will believe him. Dad, he has proof. Dantai Xin sobbed even harder. Just go online and see for yourself. Every major website across Asia is reporting this now. What, Dad, I can't talk anymore. We'll discuss this when I get back. Uncle Jiani said he'd kill me. He really will kill me. Dantai Xin hung up. Dong Haotian immediately grabbed his phone and clicked on the trending news online. Sure enough, every major site's top headline featured the post about the cruise ship surveillance footage.
The post revealed that Dantai Xian's cruise ship operating on international waters wasn't just involved in illegal gambling, it was also spying on customers' privacy. As the most direct evidence, the post released surveillance footage from yesterday that had gone viral. Footage showed the patriarch of a prominent family passionately engaging with two models in a cabin. Another scene depicted a family head bringing not his wife, but his daughter-in-law aboard, where they committed unspeakable acts. Watching these leaked videos, Dong Haotian slumped onto the sofa, his face stiff and covered in cold sweat. He had sent his daughter, Dantai Xian, to handle this very matter, to seize compromising material on key figures within certain prominent families, thereby facilitating business opportunities for the Dong family. Dong Haotian had frequently used these videos to blackmail influential figures with skeletons in their closets, which was precisely why the Dong family's business had grown exponentially over the years. Those who had suffered losses kept their mouths shut. Thus, aside from the parties involved, no one knew the Dong family had engaged in such despicable, underhanded schemes. But now that this had been exposed, the Dong family might not be finished immediately, but they would certainly bear the wrath of all the major families across Asia for the foreseeable future. Whether they could weather the storm was far from certain. No wonder Jiani wanted to kill Dantai Xian. If she weren't his own daughter, he'd want to kill her himself. No, he must return to Yanjing immediately to handle the severe consequences of this incident. Dong Haotian's phone rang again. Without checking the number, he answered casually, "Hello? Has the arrogant head of the Dong family finally learned his lesson? I warned you and gave you chances, but you refused to listen. You even sought revenge and committed murder. This is your fate." Xu Zeyu said coldly, "I knew you wouldn't let me off. Rest assured, I won't let you off either. If you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. But if you dare to provoke me, I'll cut you down to the roots. Xu Zeyu, put this out there, within 5 years, I will erase the Dong family from the face of China." With that, Xu Zeyu hung up immediately, chuckling darkly, pretend to be something, then run away. Thrilling, huh? Ha ha. Xu Zeyu. Then, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vision went black, and he fainted. Dong Xiaoshan panicked, rushing to support Dong Haotian. Dad! Dong Haotian had never endured such humiliation, especially at the hands of a junior. His rage boiled over. Beep beep. Infuriating the opponent to the point of vomiting blood and fainting, plus 150 points. Remaining points, 150. The system announced lazily, "Xu Zeyu, it's time to recharge your points." Xu Zeyu gave a nervous chuckle. Got it, haha. No one could have predicted that troublemaker Xu Zeyu's messes would keep growing. First came the Zhang family of Zhanghai, then Li Haolong, followed by the Chen family of Qinzhou. These were manageable after all, they were families from Dongyang province, not overly powerful. With Xu Zeyu's abilities, he could barely handle them. But now it had come to light that Xu Zeyu had even swindled the Dong family of Yanjing, leaving them on the brink of bankruptcy. People were stunned and speechless. This kid was practically a reincarnated disaster magnet. Whoever crossed him was doomed. Truth be told, Xu Zeyu desperately wanted to explain, he was forced into it. If those clans hadn't been so relentlessly aggressive, why would he have gone out of his way to provoke them? These clans had grown accustomed to bullying others, convinced everyone feared them and would always yield. Little did they expect Xu Zeyu's fierce resistance, which ended up capsizing their ship. The Dong family had lost all face, and reconciliation with Xu Zeyu was now utterly impossible. The Dongs even put out a bounty, 500 million yuan, for anyone who could kill Xu Zeyu. If killing Xu Zeyu proved impossible, they would pay 50 million for the murder of any of his family members. In the days that followed, countless desperate individuals with nothing to lose attempted to assassinate Xu Zeyu's parents. One after another, they met mysterious deaths, their bodies left lying in the streets. Their deaths were simple, a single bullet to the head. After this period of chaos, these reckless individuals gradually calmed down, and the attacks became less frequent. They knew Xu Zeyu was far from just an ordinary college student or businessman. His family was protected by armed bodyguards. How could he possibly be an ordinary person? With his family protected by elite members of the Wolfpack unit, Xu Zeyu felt quite at ease. His current concern lay elsewhere, a lingering shadow within his own mind. That day, the feng shui formation had inexplicably broken. Xu Zeyu had gathered all the fragments of the small stone statue, yet he had left behind the broken ancient wooden sword. Others might not perceive anything amiss with the ancient wooden sword, but Xu Zeyu could sense that each broken fragment carried a lingering trace of sinister, dark energy. This sinister aura bore a striking resemblance to the ghostly flames of Xianshan Taoist, yet its power far surpassed that of the Taoist himself. If his guess was correct, the one who had struck should be Xianshan Doran's master, and this demonic cultivator was likely lurking in the shadows not far from him. Chapter 244. Xu Zeyu knew Xianshan Doran's master was nearby, yet he couldn't pinpoint the demonic Taoist's whereabouts. Xu Zeyu was puzzled. Why hadn't this powerful Taoist taken action against him? Instead, he seemed to be deliberately avoiding confrontation. Was he brewing some grand, sinister plot?
Xu Zeyu's suspicions were correct, but his mastery of geomancy was too weak.
Even knowing the demonic Taoist was plotting against him, he couldn't locate the enemy and could only watch helplessly. He desperately wanted to use his divination cards to track the demonic Taoist's whereabouts, but the system informed Xu Zeyu that the opponent's power was too formidable. Divination cards would be useless. He had to rely on other means to find him. With no other options, Xu Zeyu could only remain vigilant and cautious. Beyond that, there were no other viable solutions. A month had passed since Xu Zeyu returned from the cruise. During this month, Xu Zeyu's surroundings remained calm and peaceful, as if nothing had ever happened. Only Xu Zeyu himself knew that many matters had been resolved with the help of the Swift Wolf Unit. Of course, Xu Zeyu couldn't expect the Swift Wolf Unit to serve as his family's bodyguards for free. Over the month, he taught 4 sessions of computer network technology to the unit's new recruits, earning high praise from the trainees. As the Greenhorns put it, Instructor Joe's lessons were concise, profound yet accessible. Only a fool wouldn't grasp them. After just 4 sessions, these Greenhorns' network skills had become remarkably proficient, surpassing even those who had trained for half a year. Hearing the trainees' praise for Xu Zeyu, Captain Li Dihai was delighted, secretly relieved that they had finally managed to bring Xu Zeyu back. Luo Shiping really had an eye for talent. This kid was definitely a promising prospect. Not only was his hacking skill formidable, but his personal combat prowess was also top-notch. If Xu Zeyu were willing to undergo additional training, he'd undoubtedly become a top-tier operative. Unfortunately, Xu Zeyu was solely focused on making money. Li Dihai didn't want to force him, so he let Xu Zeyu do as he pleased. As for Su Huangji, the antique shop run by Xu Zeyu and Huang Yuyan, business hadn't suffered after the recent vandalism incident. If anything, it had only gotten better. All the families that had grudges against Xu Zeyu had gone quiet within the past month. Perhaps they were intimidated by the chaos Xu Zeyu had caused for the Dong family. In short, everything was proceeding normally except for the matter that weighed heavily on Xu Zeyu's mind. I now possess 60 billion yuan, far surpassing my 2-year goal of 13 billion. Yet Linlin still cannot return. Thinking of his ever-growing and increasingly formidable enemies, Xu Zeyu found himself utterly speechless. Unless he could stand at the pinnacle of China's major clans, he truly dared not bring his girlfriend back. Come to think of it, even if he couldn't stand at the pinnacle of China's major clans yet, he could start by founding his own clan. The idea of founding a family suddenly took root in Xu Zeyu's mind. The thought of becoming the head of a household, taking a primary wife, a secondary wife, a third wife, many wives made Xu Zeyu's blood boil with excitement. Right. Why not establish the Xu family of Nanjian City? The more Xu Zeyu thought about it, the more appealing the idea became. Once the family was established, his earning power would surely propel it to rapid growth and prosperity. Once his Xu family became a major clan, those who dared to mess with him would have to think twice. I'll go discuss this with Sister Huang right now and establish the family as soon as possible. No sooner said than done, Xu Zeyu immediately climbed out of his dorm bed and headed to the shop to find Huang Yuyan. Just then, Xu Zeyu's phone rang. Just once, I'll accompany you to the ends of the earth. Why is she calling me? Xu Zeyu frowned but answered anyway. Hello, what's up? Miao Ye's voice came through the phone. Xu Zeyu, has Linlin come back yet? No. Xu Zeyu paused. Why do you ask? Miao Ye explained. Xu Zeyu, I heard Linlin came back and is being hidden at my aunt and uncle's house. In a couple of days, it's the Chen family patriarch's birthday celebration. Didn't they say the day my uncle would accept the Chen family's betrothal gifts and marry Linlin off to the second young master, Chen Xinwen? Are you sure it's Linlin who's back? Xu Zeyu's expression turned grave. Hold on, I'll call and check. Xu Zeyu hung up on Miao Ye and immediately called his girlfriend, Li Lin. She answered quickly, Hey, Zeyu, did you miss me? He. Hearing Linlin's cheerful laughter, Xu Zeyu's heart instantly eased. Yes, I miss you. I deposited another 20 million for you and your brother yesterday. Don't be so hard on yourself. Are you trying to fatten me up like a pig? Linlin sounded a bit annoyed. I told you, I have enough money. Why keep sending it? My brother doesn't need your money either. He said he's a man. Even if he leaves home, he can support himself. Xu Zeyu chuckled softly. Linlin, even if you get fat or old, you'll always be beautiful in my heart. EW, so cheesy I'm getting goosebumps all over. But I love hearing it, haha. Linlin giggled. By the way, they say men only sweet talk when they've done something wrong. Tell me, have you been flirting with other girls behind my back? Holy crap. Who the hell said that? Damn it. Xu Zeyu cursed silently to himself, then quickly put on a serious face and said, Lingling, I really didn't. Alright, just messing with you, hee. Gotta go practice my piano. Love you, bye. Linlin hung up, and only then did Xu Zeyu exhale a long sigh of relief, wiping away the cold sweat. Man, you really can't mess around too much. When girlfriends get serious, their intuition is terrifyingly accurate. After calming down, Xu Zeyu called Miao Ye back. Nothing. Linlin's fine out there. Really? Miao Ye's voice sounded strange.
If the one outside is the real Lin Lin, then who was the one I just saw? Xu Zeyu's heart skipped a beat. You saw Lin Lin? Yes, at my place, Miao Yeye replied. Do you want to come over and see? Xu Zeyu didn't want to go, but his intense curiosity got the better of him. He couldn't help asking, where's your place? Miao Yeye replied, Century Garden, Building A, Unit 808. Alright, I'll be right over. Xu Zeyu immediately dashed out of the school gate. Only when he started looking for a taxi did he realize he really should buy a car. Otherwise, hailing taxis all the time would be a real hassle. He'd worry about buying a car later. For now, he'd just take a cab. The moment Xu Zeyu waved for a cab, an ominous feeling washed over him. Could it be that guy again? Sure enough, the taxi driver who drove like a maniac pulled up again, grinning as he said, Hey, buddy, hop in. Ha ha. Chapter 245. As soon as he got into the guy's car, Xu Zeyu said, Bro, I'm not in a hurry today. With a roar, the car shot forward. Before Xu Zeyu could even fasten his seatbelt, his head slammed into the seat in front of him. Damn it! Xu Zeyu cursed under his breath, his resolve to buy a car only growing stronger. Not having a car and riding in this guy's speeding machine every day was really getting to him. Xu Zeyu could certainly refuse to ride with this guy, but for some reason, he always felt a bit guilty about it. The guy waited for him at the school gate all day when he wasn't taking fares, and often didn't charge him for rides. How could he not ride with him? Fine, he'd just consider it doing a good deed, Xu Zeyu thought to himself. This guy's flying car skills were no joke. They reached Miao Yeye's house in under 10 minutes. Xu Zeyu couldn't just barge into someone's home, so he quietly hid nearby, opened his mini laptop, and used his hacking skills to break into Miao Yeye's home surveillance system. In wealthy homes, surveillance cameras were typically installed everywhere except private spaces like bedrooms and bathrooms. Thus, Xu Zeyu easily saw the situation in Miao Yeye's living room. Sure enough, a woman who looked exactly like Lin Lin was sitting on the living room sofa, sipping tea. What was going on? Xu Zeyu's brows furrowed deeply, but he soon relaxed. Although this woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Lin, she was not Lin Lin. Her mannerisms and demeanor were worlds apart from Lin Lin, who studied music. Moreover, Xu Zeyu knew that Lin Lin was a hidden left-hander. Except for holding a pen with her right hand, she used her left hand for everything else in daily life. This woman held the teacup with her right hand. Clearly, she wasn't Lin Lin. Xu Zeyu exhaled in relief, piecing together the situation. A cold chuckle escaped him. The Li Yuans really have a knack for this. They actually found a woman to get plastic surgery. Oof. To sell their daughter, they truly stop at nothing. Xu Zeyu packed up his laptop to leave when Miao Yeye's call came in. Don't come over. That woman isn't Lin Lin. I think my uncle and aunt hired someone to get plastic surgery in Korea. I know, Xu Zeyu replied. I confirmed it. Lin Lin is still abroad. Anyway, thanks for letting me know. Xu Zeyu didn't want Miao Yeye to know he'd been spying on her family, so he made up an excuse. Miao Yeye snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Lin and I are as close as sisters, I wouldn't bother with you. Miao Yeye hung up. Xu Zeyu shrugged and smiled as he walked away from her villa complex. Now that Lin Lin was safe, Xu Zeyu planned to head to the shop and discuss establishing the family business with Huang Yuyan. Of course, he also considered buying a car. Xu Zeyu felt buying an ordinary car was pointless now. If he wasn't going to buy one, then he'd buy one with great performance and bulletproof capabilities. But bulletproof cars weren't something just anyone could get in China. After pondering, Xu Zeyu called Luo Shiping. Old Luo, I want to buy a bulletproof car. Got any connections? Luo Shiping chuckled. Ha, what a coincidence. My old boss is also looking to buy a bulletproof car. Why don't you give him a call? Pfft, I really don't want to deal with Li Dihai. Save me the trouble, Xu Zeyu snorted. Money's no object, it has to be a top-notch vehicle. Luo Shiping replied, alright, I'll check for you right now. A few minutes later, Luo Shiping called back, Zeyu, just imported the most advanced smart bulletproof vehicle from the States. Price is a bit steep. I told you, money isn't an issue. Is there really a car I can't afford now? Xu Zeyu put on a practiced act of humility, though it didn't earn him any points this time. The main thing is the car is top-notch, everything else is negotiable. As long as money isn't an issue, heh. This vehicle was the latest black Rolls-Royce developed by America's largest tech company. It could even withstand rocket-propelled grenades, but that wasn't its most valuable feature. Its true worth lay in the intelligent onboard system. GPS navigation and such were practically laughable by comparison. Luo Shiping chuckled. Its greatest feature is autonomous driving capability, plus it automatically monitors passengers' health status. If the driver shows signs of intoxication, it immediately activates autopilot to prevent drunk driving. Beyond that, it boasts numerous other smart features. You can explore them yourself after purchase. What do you say? Interested? If you're buying, transfer the money to me, and you'll have the car by tonight. Hearing Luo Shiping's pitch, Xu Zeyu couldn't help but be tempted. A car this advanced? Sure, how much? 100 million. Luo Shiping's words sent a sharp pang through Xu Zeyu's heart. How much? Say that again? 100 million.
Luo Shiping added, oh, and I forgot to mention that's 100 million US dollars. Xu Zeyu felt a pang of pain, but since he'd already put on a front in front of Luo Shiping, he had to buy it whether he wanted to or not.
Could I talk to the boss about getting a 10% discount? Luo Shiping.
In the end, Xu Zeyu reluctantly paid the price, then consoled himself that the money for the car came from Dantai Xin, which made him feel a little better.
60 billion spent, leaving only 53 billion. Ah, such are the troubles of the wealthy.
Xu Zeyu used to wonder why the super rich, already so wealthy, still chased money so relentlessly. Now he finally understood.
The more you earn, the more you spend. If Xu Zeyu only had a few tens of thousands now, he could only afford a car like a QQ, dreaming of a bulletproof Rolls-Royce? Forget it.
After settling the payment, Xu Zeyu headed to the shop to discuss establishing the Xu family business with Huang Yuyan. Having just spent around 700 million yuan, Xu Zeyu was now eager to recoup that money.
Establishing the Xu family?
The moment Huang Yuyan heard Xu Zeyu's plan, her eyes lit up.
That's wonderful news. I fully support it.
Xu Zeyu chuckled, your support is appreciated. Right now, I just want to ask what it takes to establish a family. Huang Yuyan pondered for a moment before replying with a smile. First, you need a large mansion, the bigger, the better. Then, that mansion must be staffed with numerous bodyguards and servants, the more, the better. After securing these essentials, you'll need a signature industry to define your family. Take the Huang family, for instance, their hallmark is the auction house. The Li family specializes in logistics, while the Zhang family owns department stores.
What do you envision as the signature industry for your Xu family?
Xu Zeyu pondered for a long while before declaring with conviction, I believe electronics technology should be the signature industry for the Xu family.